The man only dozed off for a short while on the subway, but when he woke up again, he found himself surrounded by darkness. He staggered and groped around until he touched a cold, uneven wall. Leaning against the wall, he finally regained a sense of security. "Is anyone there?" He tried calling out, but there was no response. It was too quiet around him. "Am I in a tunnel or a cave?" Wang Yu gradually felt fear, and his heart rate began to rise rapidly. Wang Yu took out a chocolate bar from his pocket and ate it. The sugar intake made him feel slightly better. Then, leaning against the wall, he continued to feel his way forward, limping along. He had become lame in an accident when he was a child. This makes his job interviews far more difficult than for most people. Even with a decent degree, it's still hard for him to find a suitable job. "Damn it, where am I?" Wang Yu cursed, quickening his pace due to the cold. Gradually, perhaps as he adapted to the darkness, he was able to make out some blurry outlines. There seemed to be a wall ahead, reflecting a faint red light that flickered intermittently. He seemed to be in an excessively long corridor, about 8 meters wide, and he had already reached the corner. Wang Yu couldn't even imagine what kind of place would need such a wide passageway, almost wide enough to be used as a highway. After turning the corner, Wang Yu finally saw the red light strip embedded in the wall about 30 meters ahead, flashing on and off. In addition, the surrounding walls were uneven, stained, and scratched, giving Wang Yu reason to suspect that this was a facility that had been abandoned for a long time. Just then, an unusual noise came from behind him. It sounded like some heavy object rubbing against the metal floor. The sound was becoming clearer and clearer, and it was getting closer and closer to Wang Yu, and it was coming from the corridor behind him. "What is that? Is it chasing me?" Wang Yu sensed something was wrong and had no choice but to force himself to run faster, dragging his weak legs. But the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. The voice seemed to be right behind him. He could even feel the other person's breath. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Yu was out of breath, and his leg was in excruciating pain, as if it were cramping. "What on earth is chasing me? Is this some kind of eerie world? Have I been transported here?" Just then, whether it was a hallucination or not, Wang Yu suddenly saw a faint light ahead. Those were dense green dots, like lights representing emergency exits, which gave Wang Yu a renewed sense of strength. But he had only run halfway when he realized something was wrong. What kind of emergency light moves on its own? Was someone ahead of him? "Is anyone there? Something's chasing me," Wang Yu shouted, took 2 more steps forward, and then his pupils suddenly contracted. Because it wasn't a human at all, but a strange creature that Wang Yu had never seen before, resembling a bizarrely shaped giant salamander or a lizard. However, this lizard was the size of a calf, had no eyes or nostrils, and its skin was covered with a network-like structure. The pores emitted a bright green fluorescence, looking like eyes. Upon seeing Wang Yu, the thing immediately rushed towards him, opening its mouth and sticking out a very elastic tongue. Wang Yu was filled with despair and was preparing to face death. Just then, a huge black shadow suddenly passed over his head. Immediately afterwards, a violent impact exploded before his eyes. The powerful force sent Wang Yu flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Then he saw a giant hammer, taller than a man, fall in front of him and smash the lizard to pieces. The lizard had turned into a pile of minced meat, and the green fluorescent liquid inside its body almost covered the entire passageway. The liquid illuminated the surroundings and revealed the form of another terrifying being, an armored giant. Wang Yu had never seen such a strong human before. The other party was clearly beyond the realm of humanity. He was over 4 meters tall, with bulging, writhing muscles beneath his dark red skin, and wore a tattered suit of armor covered in chains. In some places, rivets are even used to embed the armor directly into the skin and muscles for fixation, which looks painful. That exaggerated warhammer was indeed the giant's weapon. One side was a flat hammerhead, while the other side was a highly penetrating spike. The giant retrieved the hammer and placed it upside down on the ground. That's probably where the scraping sound from earlier came from. Wang Yu's heart was in his throat. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear of attracting the giant's attention and ending up like the lizard. But clearly, the giant wasn't targeting him. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. Moreover, if the giant hadn't intervened, he would likely have already been attacked by the lizards. As Wang Yu was pondering this, the giant made his move. He slowly turned his head, revealing a gruesome and ferocious face. His face looked as if it had been scorched by fire, his gums were completely exposed, and his left eye was just a dark, empty hole. His right cheek was covered by a piece of iron with rivets, and a scarlet glow could be faintly seen through the mesh holes on it. Before Wang Yu could react, The giant had already reached out and grabbed him. The hand was large enough to grasp Wang Yu's waist, lifting him into the air and placing him in front of it for careful examination. A foul, rotten stench emanated from the giant, almost making Wang Yu vomit. The giant glanced at him a few times, then put him back on the ground and continued dragging his heavy warhammer forward. "Wait!" Wang Yu shouted as soon as he came to his senses and chased after the giant, dragging his injured right leg and following closely behind. About 15 minutes later, Wang Yu still hadn't left the area, but he had gotten used to following behind Hammer Brother. Because the other party possessed a giant hammer that seemed capable of destroying the world, Wang Yu referred to him as such in his mind. Wang Yu was new to the area and unfamiliar with everyone and everything. Only Brother Hammer was strong and kind-hearted and wouldn't eat him up, so naturally, he wanted to stick close to this powerful figure. Moreover, Chris Hemsworth most likely possesses intelligence and consciousness, and may even be able to understand what he is saying, but he has a rather introverted personality. At first, Wang Yu couldn't keep up with Thor's pace at all, but after he shouted a few times, Thor actually slowed down. This gave Wang Yu even more confidence in his judgment. Thor is just repulsive in appearance, but he's actually quite easy to get along with. Along the way, Wang Yu watched as Hammer Brother eliminated two more similar lizard monsters. It seemed that the other party was hunting these strange creatures. Thanks to this, Wang Yu no longer feels cold. This is because these lizards are actually warm-blooded, and their body fluids have bioluminescent and heat-generating properties. Wang Yu was covered in this liquid, which not only solved the problem of keeping warm, but also solved the problem of lighting. "Hey, what do you think this lizard eat to grow up like this? It's so big, but there's nothing here at all," Wang Yu asked, but Thor remained silent, continuing to walk forward like a wooden machine, something Wang Yu had grown accustomed to. "Hey Thor, do you know how to get out of here? Hey Thor, how did you get so strong? Hey bro, I have a chocolate bar here that I brought from my hometown. Want to try some?" The moment those words left his mouth, Thor finally reacted. He abruptly stopped, causing Wang Yu to stiffen, secretly worried that he had messed things up. The man in front of him, Thor, slowly turned around and extended a large, broad hand towards him. Wang Yu immediately understood his meaning, right away. Wang Yu quickly took out a chocolate bar from his shoulder bag and placed it in Hammer Brother's hand. Hemsworth popped the packaging into his mouth, crunching loudly, and then continued walking forward. And so, Wang Yu followed behind Hammer Brother all the way until he saw several familiar paper resumes at his feet and realized that he had returned to the starting point. There were forks in the road and rooms along the way. Some room doors were even open. But Wang Yu dared not go in rashly, because he was unsure what was inside and worried about encountering other dangers again. At this starting point, the place he just crossed over to, there is actually a door as well. However, it was too dark around him at the time, and he didn't notice it at all. He reached directly for the wall on the other side and just missed the door. Seeing this door now, Wang Yu's doubts intensified, and he felt that there might be something hidden inside. So he tried walking over. As if sensing his presence, the door slid open to both sides. "Hey Hammer, the lights are on in here. Aren't you going to come in and take a look?" Wang Yu called out. But Chris Hemsworth didn't stop, as if he hadn't heard, and continued walking forward. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Yu finally went into the room. The lights were on, and there didn't seem to be any monsters inside. Wang Yu entered the room, and the gate behind him closed. But to ensure an escape route, he tried to back out. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he could freely enter and exit through the door, and began to investigate the room in front of him. The space inside is quite large, with a large desk in the middle, making it look like a studio. In addition, each side has a bedroom and a separate bathroom, with the master bedroom also having a storage room attached. The minimalist yet rugged decor gave Wang Yu a strong sense of the future, as it resembled a scene from a science fiction work. The furniture is mostly made of metal, composite wood panels, and plastic, but it all looks very old and worn. Some of the walls and furniture even still bear traces of being burned, and there appear to be some small craters among them. Wang Yu picked up what looked like a bullet casing from beside his feet and crushed it with a gentle squeeze. Not brass or any other metal. Wang Yu frowned slightly because the thing felt somewhat like an eggshell, perhaps because it had become brittle due to being stored for too long. Furthermore, he found a large, spray-like stain on the bed in the second bedroom, which had now oxidized and turned black. There was no danger in the room, and no lizards were hiding in corners or shadows to ambush him, which was good news. Wang Yu planned to set up this place as a temporary base because the facilities here were relatively complete, the lights were still working, and the circuits were not damaged. Unfortunately, The water supply had completely stopped. The sensor faucet in the bathroom had stopped working, and Wang Yu smashed it down with a heavy object, but not a single drop of water came out. Next came the food. Wang Yu found a can of food in the corner of the storage room. It looked like a large can of cat food. Wang Yu turned his gaze to the large desk in the center of the room and noticed that a cabinet underneath it was locked. He found a metal table leg, chiseled a hole in the wooden tabletop, and then took out the contents. A gun. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. It was clearly a small handgun. However, this gun was different from the firearms he was used to. It looks more high-tech, is made of some kind of white polymer, and feels very comfortable to hold. There is also a strange symbol on the side of the gun, which looks like someone with a wicked sense of humor added 4 legs to a fish. This symbol is really strange. Could it be the manufacturer's trademark? Wang Yu examined the gun, then tried pulling the trigger a few times at the table, but there was no response. Clearly, this gun is either empty or has some kind of safety mechanism. It couldn't possibly be broken, could it? After further investigation, Wang Yu finally found the safety switch, but he still couldn't figure out how to remove the magazine. However, he noticed a pop-out circular port at the bottom of the stock. A rechargeable pistol? Wang Yu said with some surprise, then looked at the phone charging in the corner. There was electricity in the room and a socket that was still working properly. The socket also has a ring-shaped connector that perfectly matches the connector on this pistol. Wang Yu inserted the gun with some skepticism, and the gun immediately lit up, with the embedded iridescent light strips seemingly flowing slowly. The 4-legged fish icon was actually a screen displaying the charging progress. In just a few seconds, the battery level went from 0% to 100%. Charging that fast? A flash charging pistol. Wang Yu took off the pistol and couldn't help but complain before conducting some further tests. Perhaps because it had been idle for too long, this gun required several pulls of the trigger to fire a single shot, making it feel very similar to using a water gun. But in reality, this thing is a portable laser pistol with tremendous power. The burn marks and melting marks on the wall were likely left by this type of weapon. A single shot could even melt through a metal pipe. Once fully charged, it can fire about 20 shots, each consuming about 5% of its energy. Great stuff. Wang Yu put the gun away and began to consider his next move. Looking back on the whole incident and its details, he felt as if he had been drawn into a massive conspiracy. In addition, there is another suspicious point. A number 7, written in regular script, has inexplicably appeared on his palm. Wang Yu planned to bring back a lizard first as an emergency food reserve, and then gradually expand the exploration area. Chapter 4. After fully charging his phone and pistol, Wang Yu began a final check. This was his habit before leaving the house, a lingering effect of the accident. The accident happened because my father was unprepared, didn't check the weather forecast, and then turned onto a deserted side road after getting stuck in traffic. My father was scolded by my mother a lot when the accident happened, but it was too late. From then on, Wang Yu would repeatedly check his equipment before every operation. As long as he was well prepared, death wouldn't easily come knocking. He took a big gulp of water and inserted a short metal tube horizontally into his chest bag. He then held his phone up in his left hand for illumination, gripped the laser pistol in his right, and walked out of the room. There was no signal here, so the phone could only serve as a flashlight for the time being. Wang Yu continued exploring along the route he had taken before. With a light source and weapons, they could explore many rooms and side passages. However, the purpose of most places was unclear. They were either empty or locked up and couldn't be opened. The only certainty was that this facility must have once housed many people, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to operate. After searching around, he found a cat food can near the cat head graffiti mark, as well as a metal spray can with a green cross on it, which looked like a wound healing spray. He didn't know who had left the supplies, but he was still grateful and stuffed everything into his satchel. Soon after, Wang Yu returned to the place where he had first met Hammer Bro, but he didn't find the mangled, mutated lizard's corpse. Only bloodstains remained on the ground, proving its existence. A drag mark stretched straight ahead, disappearing into the darkness. There was something else here. Wang Yu's heart sank. He first shone the light ahead, then back behind him. The person dragging away the body most likely wasn't Thor. That guy didn't seem like the type to handle killing and burying. After a few seconds of thought, Wang Yu decided to follow anyway. He had no choice but to continue exploring if he wanted to find the exit. About 5 minutes later, he stopped in front of a gate. The drag marks and bloodstains stopped abruptly there, completely blocked by the gate. The bloodstains were still fluorescent, clearly very fresh. Furthermore, some of the marks indicated that the creature had been dragged back from the passage ahead, suggesting it moved extremely quickly, collected a considerable number of lizard carcasses, and possessed astonishing strength. Wang Yu, in his own words, could never have dragged them away so cleanly and efficiently. The door was electrified, yet it wouldn't open automatically, and there were no buttons nearby. Wang Yu frowned, suspecting that other areas of the base might be behind the door or even lead to an exit. But if access control was required everywhere here, he might really be trapped and die in this godforsaken place. Thinking of the mutated lizard that had been dragged away, he felt a pang of heartache. Cat food could be preserved for a long time, but lizard meat might not. This farewell might be forever. Food and water would eventually drive him to desperation. Just then, the ground began to shake violently without warning. Wang Yu instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground, his phone flying out of his hand. Immediately afterward, a sharp alarm blared down the corridor. Warning! Warning! We are about to exit warp space. All crew members, prepare for impact and unforeseen events. What? Warp space? Wang Yu's back ached from the impact, but he couldn't bother to grimace. The alarm message completely stunned him. Just as he was about to ask where he was, the ground suddenly tilted, and the sound of metal being torn and deformed came from all around him. The sound was very close, as if some enormous creature was crawling along one of the walls, even tearing at the hull. The next moment, all the corridor lights came on, the metal partitions slowly rose, and blinding light flooded in. Wang Yu stood frozen in place, for before him lay a blazing sun. The intense light stung his eyes, forcing him to frantically look towards the darker areas around him. He finally realized that he was in space. This facility wasn't a ground base at all, but the interior of a spaceship. At the same time, he heard strange screams and piercing shrieks like hot oil burning. The moment the bulkhead opened, he seemed to see something crawling up the hull. Before he could think it through, heavy crawling sounds came from both ends of the corridor. Two mutated lizards had suddenly appeared, attacking from both sides. Damn it! Wang Yu tried to raise his hand to fire, but his right hand wouldn't obey him. Only then did he realize that his right elbow was dislocated, likely caused by the spaceship's violent turbulence. He could grip the gun, but he couldn't lift his hand, let alone aim. The chance to counterattack was fleeting. Before he could even switch hands, the mutated lizard in front of him lunged forward. It opened its mouth and unleashed its long, elastic, snake-like tongue. Wang Yu only had time to raise his left hand to protect his head and neck. But its tongue immediately wrapped around his left arm, pulling him forward. The danger wasn't over yet. The lizard behind him pounced, as if snatching its prey, its long tongue precisely wrapping around Wang Yu's right ankle. The two monsters, of similar size, immediately began to fight, their throats emitting piercing hissing sounds, like gas rushing through a pipe. Wang Yu was caught in the middle, his left arm and right leg taut, as two enormous forces were tearing him in opposite directions. Especially since his right hip joint already had an old injury, and even had steel nails inserted, this pain made his vision go black. Damn it! Wang Yu roared, startling both lizards. Just a few seconds ago, he was thinking about eating lizard meat, but in the blink of an eye, he was about to become lizard excrement. The two monsters were only stunned for a moment before realizing that their prey was no match for them at all, except for its loud voice. So they intensified their efforts, almost tearing Wang Yu apart. In this critical moment, Wang Yu could only place all his hopes on the laser pistol in his right hand. It was the only weapon capable of killing the two beasts, and he never let it leave his grasp. He couldn't raise his gun to aim, and wrestling with the lizard only made his right leg hurt more. The monster wouldn't give him the chance to switch hands. The excruciating pain from swinging his right arm during the struggle gave Wang Yu an idea. He turned his head and bit the tattered cloth wrapped around his right arm, deliberately losing his balance and lifting his left leg off the ground. He intended to use the moment of loss of balance and swaying to aim his gun at one of the lizards. If he could kill or wound one of them and break free of his restraints, he would still have a chance to survive. Wang Yu pulled back his left leg, which was supporting his body, and put all his weight on the two forces pulling him from the front and back, instantly breaking his balance. The two lizards, each weighing over 100 pounds, were thrown off balance by the sudden change, and this was the moment Wang Yu had been waiting for. He used his neck and shoulders to exert force, trying his best to deflect his right hand towards the lizard in front of him, and then decisively pulled the trigger. The chances were extremely slim. The pistol could miss or even misfire at any moment, but he had no other choice. Even if he missed, he had to keep looking for an opportunity to fire when the two lizards got close enough to bite. Adrenaline surged, and Wang Yu temporarily forgot the pain. His nerves were on edge, and he acted exactly as planned. A streak of light flashed past, and the usually unreliable pistol performed remarkably well this time. The bullet fired smoothly as it swung, accurately piercing the body of the mutated lizard directly in front of it. The lizard went limp on the spot, but the one behind seized the opportunity to pounce, its long tongue grabbing at Wang Yu, trying to pull him closer and bite him. Wang Yu quickly rolled over, his left hand already holding the white pistol, and fired again at the lizard's head. The scorching bullet burned through its skull and melted open the window behind it, causing air to leak wildly through the breach. A terrifying gust of wind swept through the corridor until the metal partition automatically fell, sealing the gaps in the window, and the crisis truly ended. Wang Yu, covered in slime, pushed away the lizard that was pressing down on him and coughed violently. During the chaotic battle, he accidentally swallowed a lot of slime, some of which even went into his trachea, nearly suffocating him. Fortunately, both lizards were dealt with, and although the window was smashed, the spaceship's safety system sealed it in time, preventing a larger disaster. But as soon as he tried to get up, a piercing pain shot through his right groin, as if he had injured a ligament. His right elbow was also bent at an unnatural angle, clearly dislocated. Wang Yu put the gun aside, moved with difficulty to the wall, and rummaged through his satchel to find the healing spray he had found earlier. He sprayed it onto the wound and the painful area, and the bleeding stopped immediately. The cooling sensation from the evaporating medicine suppressed the pain. A pale yellow protective film formed on the surface of the wound, even suppressing the discomfort in the dislocated joint and groin. Wang Yu didn't know whether it was a genuine treatment or just anesthesia. The spray was almost empty, but he didn't care about saving it anymore. His gaze was fixed on his dislocated right elbow. He doesn't understand medicine, but now it's not a matter of understanding or not. If he can't regain his mobility, he'll die on this spaceship sooner or later. Even if it takes hundreds of attempts, his joints must be put back in place. Wang Yu took a few deep breaths, braced himself on the ground with his right hand, and tried to reset his joint using the strength of his shoulder. After several failed attempts, he was in so much pain that he almost vomited, but thankfully the spray was still suppressing the pain. On the fifth try, with a crisp crack, his elbow finally returned to its original position. His elbow was swollen and red, making it temporarily impossible to exert any force, but he had at least made it through. Once out of danger, Wang Yu finally had the mind to look out the window at the vast, seemingly endless universe. He appeared to be in a corridor on the outside of the spaceship. Just then, the sound of a gate opening suddenly rang out. Wang Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately looked at the metal door opposite him that he couldn't open. A giant walked out of it. It wasn't Thor. A stench so foul it was nauseating rushed out, almost suffocating Wang Yu. He could almost feel the stench on his skin. The newcomer was nearly 3 meters tall, as fat as a mountain of flesh, and wore a tall hat whose original color was indistinguishable. His left hand gripped a large iron chain, and he seemed to be dragging a heavy load on his shoulder, while his right hand carried a huge, nicked butcher's knife. The blade was covered in layers of dried blood, obscuring its original material. It looked as if the entire knife had been forged from blood. Wang Yu didn't dare breathe, his left hand stealthily reaching for his pistol as he stared intently at the clearly unfriendly butcher. The man merely glanced at him. The upper half of his face was stitched with a distorted pig's face, so grotesque it sent chills down one's spine. But having experience dealing with Thor, Wang Yu didn't immediately show hostility because of the man's appearance. On this ship, you can't judge a book by its cover. He just never let go of his pistol. The pig-faced monster stared at Wang Yu for a few seconds, then turned his gaze to the 2 lizards on the ground, his heavy footsteps pounding the earth. He walked up to one of the lizards, bent down, and hooked the chain with a hook at his waist onto it. Only then did Wang Yu realize that the other party wasn't there to kill him, but to retrieve the lizard's carcass. The lizards that disappeared earlier were probably dragged away by this strange man. Thinking of this, Wang Yu braced himself and said, "I killed both of these lizards. Could you leave one for me? Please, I'm Brother Hammer's friend." His voice trembled, half from fear and half from the stench making it hard to breathe. Tears were welling up in his eyes. The strange man merely glanced at him and remained motionless for a few seconds. Wang Yu's heart leaped into his throat, terrified that he too would be dragged away by the chains. Fortunately, the strange man didn't attack. He only took one lizard before retreating behind the gate. The metal door closed again, and only then did Wang Yu dare to breathe deeply. He had almost suffocated himself. Even more bizarrely, after the pig-faced monster left, the stench also vanished, as if it had never existed. Wang Yu leaned against the wall to stand up, looked at the lizard carcass he left behind, and knew that he had gambled correctly again. This pig brother isn't a bad person. At least we can communicate with him, and he's very likely a real crew member on the spaceship. One lizard is enough to eat. He swallowed some of his bodily fluids earlier, but was fine, and there was no reaction after skin contact, so he's probably non-toxic. Even if he couldn't eat it, he had to find a way to cook it and try, because there wasn't much food and he had no other choice. After slowly standing up, leaning against the window, Wang Yu finally saw the universe outside clearly. It was far more real than any game he'd ever played or any movie he'd ever seen. The unobstructed stars were terrifyingly bright. He could even feel his body temperature rising, perhaps from the radiation, but he couldn't care less about that at the moment. Because a planet appeared beneath the spaceship. That's Blue Star? No, something seems different. Wang Yu was initially shocked and delighted, but then his heart sank. The continental plates of that planet were different from those of Blue Star in his memory, yet it clearly showed traces of civilization. That was no longer just a desolate planet inhabited by plants and animals. It was home to highly intelligent life. Even right below the spaceship, an artificial satellite was slowly drifting by. Wang Yu continued to look around. Most of his vision was swallowed by darkness, with only a few faint lights scattered in the far distance. Those were stars, some unknown distance away, dazzlingly bright, yet like candlelight in the darkness, as if they might go out at any moment. After staring at them for a while, his legs inexplicably went weak, and before he knew it, he had uncontrollably squatted down. Immediately afterward, a synthesized electronic voice, its gender indistinguishable, resounded directly in his mind. Hyperspace voyage completed. Deep space has successfully arrived at the target star system. Host survives. Activation successful. Current access level, level 1. Welcome aboard the deep space, acting captain. Upon first contact with the vast universe, you have awakened the talent, self-disciplined life. Please check your personal panel. System. Wang Yu was startled and immediately looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. But he soon discovered that the sound wasn't coming from any corner of the spaceship. It was as if it were embedded directly into his consciousness, unaffected by location and impossible to block. However, after getting used to it, he found that this thing was much more convenient than a cell phone. A semi-transparent panel automatically appears before your eyes, as if a miniature computer has been installed in your retina. The panel blends perfectly with your field of vision, neither obstructing your view nor hindering your movement. You can also control it with your mind, turning it off or adjusting its transparency at any time. The system that every transmigrator needs has finally arrived. Wang Yu staggered to his feet, a dull ache throbbing in his right groin. The pain-relieving spray was wearing off. It clearly only treated external injuries and was helpless against old wounds that damaged bones and ligaments. The system hadn't healed his damaged body either. Good things in novels really can't be entirely trusted. He'd have to rely on himself from now on. He brought up his personal panel to check his status. Wang Yu, human, originating from an Earth-like planet, possesses the talents Lucky 7 and Disciplined Life. Humans don't have fixed racial talents, but they exhibit strong individual differences. The average attribute of an adult is usually 5, and Wang Yu's average level also happens to be 5. Lucky 7 indicates that he is naturally blessed with good fortune, triggering a maximum of 7 times per week. When faced with a life or death crisis, if the probability of a certain event occurring is higher than 10%, he may be forced to move towards an outcome more favorable to him. However, this ability is beyond his subjective control. Disciplined Life requires him to maintain a healthy and regular schedule. After 3 weeks, his attribute experience will increase by 20%, and his sanity cap will increase by 20 points. Once the discipline is broken, the bonus will disappear, but it will still last for an additional 24 hours. Wang Yu is currently in a state of minor injury, with problems in the joints of his right leg and right hand. His health is 81, and due to an old injury that cannot heal itself, his maximum health has been permanently reduced by 5 points. Reason is also at 81. Below 50, one may suffer a mental breakdown, and reaching 0 means facing a true life or death test. Energy is at 77. Below 60, one becomes fatigued and prone to mistakes. Below 30, one may faint, and reaching 0 means direct shock. Physical attributes: 4. Willpower, 7. Reflexes, 5. Immunity, 4. Inspiration, 5. The system's overall assessment was merciless. A mere 5 in average attributes. His luck was barely enough to keep him breathing in the universe. Lucky 7. Wang Yu suddenly realized something and immediately looked down at his right palm, which was covered in green slime. The number on his palm had changed from 7 to 4. So, the gun could fire continuously because of my talent? Wang Yu finally realized what was happening. The malfunctioning beam pistol shouldn't have been firing steadily, but it had been working perfectly continuously thanks to his good luck. The first 2 shots had clearly used up 2 lucky opportunities. As for the third time, it was probably because he hit the mutated lizard with his dislocated right hand. I really am lucky, Wang Yu said with a wry smile. This talent is enviable enough, but if he could choose, he would rather have never had this kind of luck. In a short time, he figured out the system's basic functions. Besides his personal panel, he could also view deep space's data, ship structure diagrams, and his own access permissions. However, areas where his permissions were insufficient were completely covered by black shadows and unviewable. Wang Yu is currently the acting captain of the deep space, with only level 1 authority. To advance to level 2, he needs a full 50,000 credits. The deep space is a large research vessel that encountered a catastrophic incident during a subspace voyage, resulting in the near-total death of its crew and severe damage to the ship. For years, it drifted between the universe and subspace, only reappearing when Wang Yu became the new captain. The ship's durability and maximum speed could not be displayed. All that was known was that its normal speed was extremely unstable. Its most crucial component is the activated subspace phase change engine, which is what gives the deep space spacecraft the ability to navigate in space and subspace. If this core component is damaged, the entire ship may be completely scrapped or even irreparable. The main engine is also a subspace phase change engine, but its status is marked as starved. The secondary engine is a super heavy field fusion engine, which has been damaged. The secondary engine is related to conventional power, power supply, and weapon use. Its failure severely limits the spacecraft in almost every aspect. The small electromagnetic particle shield generator in the defense module was also damaged, and the weapon module was completely locked. The basic module still contained a gravity field generator, 3 disposable landing pods, and 2 activation devices also marked starved. These are the detector manufacturing plant and the subspace communication generator, respectively. The basic factory, however, is completely missing. Content that cannot be displayed requires higher privileges. Damaged modules require repair, and missing components mean they are either completely lost or irreparable. So complicated, Wang Yu was completely overwhelmed. He didn't understand how to use any of the various engines and modules, let alone repair them. Fortunately, the system seemed to be able to fill this gap in his knowledge. With enough credits and resources, all modules can be repaired or even expanded within the system. Theoretically, simply spending credits could also solve the problem. However, when he saw the repair quote for the super heavy field fusion engine, his face froze. 830 million credits. Wang Yu counted the number several times to make sure he wasn't mistaken, then decisively abandoned the idea of repairing the entire ship. But what exactly does this hunger mean? It's not mentioned at all in the instructions. He stared at those words, his unease growing. Could it be that the spaceship's engines and equipment really needed to be fed, like living things? Wang Yu suddenly felt that he might not have boarded a research vessel at all, but rather a highly problematic pirate ship. Just then, the system popped up another notification. Please proceed to the central control room. The bridge will be formatted for the deep space and will assist you in controlling the ship. All system information will be displayed in text on the interface, and past records can be reviewed at any time. Wang Yu opened the deep space map and began to confirm the location of the central control room. With the map, Wang Yu finally said goodbye to getting lost and wandering around aimlessly, and temporarily abandoned the idea of escaping the ship. The outside world is a vacuum, impossible for ordinary people to survive in, and leaving is not something he can do right now. However, that blue planet below might be a way out, provided he has a chance to land safely. Wang Yu first returned to the captain's cabin, which now served as his base. He dragged back his spoils of war, the mutated lizard. As for whether it was poisonous, the system quickly provided the answer. Name: light lizard. Description: a common mutated creature in subspace, resembling a lizard in appearance and habits, but with an internal structure more similar to long-legged fish, thus being classified as a four-legged fish by some researchers. It can exist stably after leaving the subspace, but cannot reproduce. Its body fluids are a mild and harmless fluorescent agent, providing illumination, radiation resistance, and insulation. Its flesh is non-toxic and edible, but parasites should be avoided. Thorough cooking is recommended. Wang Yu was relieved. The system could appraise not only physical items, but also living creatures for free, which was clearly a very useful hidden benefit. Next, he appraised the laser pistol he found in the captain's cabin drawer. Name: Fire Scorpion 07 Snow White Limited Edition, Malfunction, Manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. The system then supplemented the company's information. Four-Legged Fish Company is an extremely eccentric enterprise, yet it has rapidly gained a foothold in the interstellar market. Their products emphasize high-cost performance, cover a wide range of industries, and possess unique technology that cannot be reverse-engineered or copied. Even more outrageous is the company's tendency to release baffling products, particularly favoring mass-produced limited-edition color variations. Buyers who love it flock to it. Even if they are often ripped off, they still pursue it madly. Some rare products even have extremely high collectible value and can sell for unimaginable prices. Rumor has it that this company originated on an ocean planet, and its employees are all intelligent four-legged fish. Regulatory level: Level 1, Civilian. The regulatory level comes from the former Technology Ethics Oversight Bureau, specifically used to measure the potential harm of the technology behind an item, and is divided into 6 levels. The categories are, in order: Civilian, Fine Craftsmanship, Supreme, Forbidden, Marvelous, and Divine Miracle. The higher the category, the stricter the regulations. Private transactions could even bring disaster to a civilization or the universe. However, this standard does not entirely represent the level of technology. Creations of advanced civilizations, provided sufficiently safe, may also be classified as fine craftsmanship or supreme. Description: a rare, limited edition white beam pistol. Its collectible value far outweighs its practical combat value. The original owner traveled 30 light years away and waited in line for 6 months to successfully acquire it. It is extremely destructive to unarmored units, especially organic life forms. The high heat beam can penetrate the target instantly, causing its body fluids to boil and expand, resulting in secondary damage. However, metal can effectively absorb and block it. Sustainable combat: when used with the energy pack, holding down the trigger allows for cutting large targets. Due to a circuit malfunction in the activation unit, there's only a 15% chance of successful activation with each trigger pull. This gun is quite rare, Wang Yu said, toying with the white pistol, his tone lacking in surprise. The original captain of the deep space clearly treasured it, reluctant to use it, and kept it locked away in his desk drawer. But in Wang Yu's hands, it was just an ordinary beam pistol, and an unreliable one at that. One that could misfire at any moment. But this universe is really lively. What's this Technology Regulatory Bureau, and this Four-Legged Fish Life Company? Wang Yu frowned slightly, feeling that the company name sounded particularly strange. Life Incorporated? The words, when put together, inexplicably carried a sense of malice. However, he quickly stopped dwelling on it. This world clearly contained countless civilizations and organizations. What he had encountered today was already enough to broaden his horizons. Wang Yu left the captain's cabin, followed the map through the corridor, and headed towards the bridge at the other end, which was the main control room. But as he walked, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wang Yu looked down at the cold metal floor beneath his feet and couldn't help but stop. Why does the corridor seem shorter? Is it just my imagination? He couldn't understand this change and could only temporarily attribute it to psychological effects. After all, he was extremely nervous when he first transmigrated, and the ship lacked lighting, so it was reasonable for him to misjudge distances. He looked up at the metal door in front of him. It had been too dark earlier, and he had been in a hurry to catch up with Thor, so he hadn't properly checked the area. It turned out that behind this door was the ship's main control room. The captain's cabin, control room, laboratories, and various workshops are all on the same floor, which is enough to show that the original captain of this ship was an absolute workaholic. As for the other floors, you need to activate level 2 access, and the entrance is the same door where you first met Pig Brother. However, Wang Yu only has 5,000 universal credits, which is far from enough. He can only view the general structure through the map, and many areas are still completely dark. Let's check the situation of the bridge first. Wang Yu gripped the beam pistol, which had a very high failure rate, and walked towards the door in front of him. The doors inside the spaceship seemed to be automatic. If they couldn't be opened, it was either due to insufficient authorization or they were completely broken. The door to the main control room was still relatively intact and was slowly opening, but clumps of black residue kept falling from the cracks, as if no one had touched it for many years. Most of the lights inside were still on, but the lampshades were covered with dried black mud, making the room dim and giving it a sense of decay. Wang Yu stood at the doorway, not immediately going in. He kept his gun raised in his left hand, remaining vigilant, fearing that some unknown dangerous creature might be lurking inside. Only after confirming that there was nothing unusual around him did he officially step into the control room, at which point a system notification sounded in his ear. Arrived at the central control room. Formatting has officially begun and is expected to be completed within 5 minutes. A 5-minute countdown appeared before Wang Yu's eyes, but it did not obstruct his vision. Once the time was up, he should be able to gain control of the ship. What really bothered him was what had happened here. The area outside could be considered an abandoned and dilapidated base, but the main control room in front of him was a completely different story. Tiny, fluffy particles floated in the air, and the metal floor was gradually corroded and replaced by hardened, waxy black tissue. In some places, shriveled blood vessels, as thick as a forearm, were even exposed, supported by bones inside, and could be faintly translucent when strong light was shown on them. Ironically, traces of the bridge of a large research vessel are still preserved here, with 3 rows of control consoles neatly arranged, which could once accommodate at least 20 operators. However, many of the consoles and seats have been swallowed up by dried tissue, not as if they were covered, but as if they have grown directly into the flesh and blood. Is this really a spaceship that can actually fly? Wang Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself. The lack of an answer actually relieved him. If something had suddenly appeared, he probably would have opened fire immediately. His gaze then fell on the seat in the very center, the seat that should have belonged to the captain of the deep space. The chair had completely turned into dark brown organic matter, but when the phone flashlight shone on it, it gleamed with a pale yellow luster, like a huge piece of amber. What was even more chilling was that the inside of the chair back contained structures resembling a human spine and ribs. Holy crap, has the captain become one with the chair? Wang Yu got goosebumps all over. Luckily, the control room was safe for the time being. With his current limited mobility and that unreliable pistol, he might not be able to withstand anything he encountered. Before he could finish his check, the 5-minute countdown had already reached 0. A soft blue stream of data descended from the ceiling, landing precisely on the waxy, transparent captain's chair. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The chair seemed to be reactivated. The shriveled flesh quickly filled in, as if blood were flowing through it again. The blood vessels regained their elasticity and began to pulsate rhythmically, giving the entire chair a renewed sense of life. From a distance, it looked like a grotesque ornament made of living flesh. Formatting complete. You now have full access to the control room. Please strive to survive, find a planet to settle on in the vast universe, and rekindle the flame of human civilization. This is a destiny we cannot avoid. The system then mentioned that the relic collector would hatch in 2 to 3 weeks. Collecting and submitting the civilization's relics would earn credits and gacha pulls. The gacha could be used to draw relics from the corresponding civilization. No sooner had the system finished speaking than a giant egg sprouted from the ground to one side of the control room. The giant egg was wrapped in a pale yellow fascia, clearly the so-called legacy reclaimer, though its purpose was not yet apparent. The system finally revealed its purpose in summoning Wang Yu. Just to find a planet to settle down, that's it? Wang Yu frowned. He knew very well that the less information the system provided, the worse the situation usually was. The fact that even finding a planet to colonize and develop had become a task suggested that what was limiting civilization might no longer be technology. There might be some far more terrifying and intractable disaster lurking in this universe. But this didn't entirely match what Wang Yu had actually seen. Not long ago, he had seen a blue planet through his window. That planet was teeming with life, and the possibility of life or even civilization was extremely high. There were even artificial satellites in its orbit. The only problem is whether the atmospheric environment there can support free human activity, which still needs further confirmation. As for rekindling the flame of human civilization, Wang Yu finds that even more absurd. He's currently the only person on the entire wrecked ship, and a disabled one at that. How can he possibly develop civilization? Even if you include Thor and Pigsy, they can't possibly produce a next generation. Unless he can find other humans, so-called civilization will eventually go extinct. After thinking for a long time, Wang Yu finally looked at the chair that had come back to life in the center of the control room. There was no danger here. He had already tucked the fire scorpion beam pistol back into his chest pouch and engaged the safety to prevent accidental discharge. It seemed that once he sat in that chair, he could truly control the deep space. Wang Yu slowly walked over. He felt the system wouldn't let him die at this point. Otherwise, everything before would have been meaningless. Yet, faced with this blood-soaked, almost living chair, he instinctively resisted. The chair's surface even seemed to wriggle slightly, the backrest like a soft tongue, as if welcoming his arrival. Wang Yu looked disgusted. He first reached out and touched it to make sure it wouldn't bite, then turned away and sat down. Although its appearance was repulsive, it felt as soft as a high-end sofa. He sank into it, then suddenly realized what was happening. This wasn't just sinking in. He was being swallowed by the seat. Wang Yu immediately tried to stand up, but it was too late. More flesh and blood surged in, pinning him firmly to the seat. 2 rows of mangled ribs extended from the back of the chair, clamping down on his body and rendering him immobile. After struggling for a moment, Wang Yu gradually calmed down. He wasn't affected by the attack, nor was he about to suffocate. Rather, he felt an indescribable connection. He and the seat, or rather, the entire deep space, had established a relationship far beyond a connection of consciousness, as if they were connected by blood and completely merged into one. What followed was an intense, almost unbearable hunger and exhaustion. At this moment, he felt he could devour the lizard whole, let alone eat it raw. Moreover, he felt a bone-chilling cold. The distant, fireball-like star offered no warmth whatsoever. This wasn't a signal from Wang Yu's body, but a sensation transmitted to him by the deep space. It turned out that the deep space was indeed a living being. Wang Yu finally understood why those activation modules displayed hunger. Those modules weren't ordinary devices. They were the ship's internal organs. The deep space was essentially starved, only able to maintain low-power operation. After about 3 minutes, Wang Yu adjusted to the sensation, and his vision suddenly shifted past the hull, directly onto the outside of the spaceship. He didn't need to raise the bridge or turn on the projection screen to see the universe around the deep space from every angle, without any blind spots. From the outside, the deep space indeed looked like a wrecked ship that had been abandoned for countless years, its hull almost entirely covered by a stone-like organic material. Based solely on optical images, anyone might mistake it for a small celestial body unless their spectrum and trajectory are carefully analyzed. As Wang Yu's gaze swept across the universe, cracks slowly appeared on the surface of the deep space spacecraft. Deep within the crevice, rows of yellowish-brown eyeballs peeked out. At this moment, the long-dormant deep space had finally awakened. Wang Yu lay on the ground, vomiting violently, his body covered in thick, yellow pus. He only sat there for 5 minutes before being forced off by the intense thirst and discomfort. Even after he got off, the feeling didn't disappear immediately. He vomited for nearly 3 minutes before he could barely stand up, his head still spinning. Just a moment's thought made his stomach churn again, so he quickly stopped thinking and sat quietly for 10 minutes before his body fully recovered. Apart from a more pronounced hunger, there were no other abnormalities for the time being. Wang Yu looked at the map of the deep space vessel and walked towards the back of the main control room. The map showed that there was another elevator there. He fumbled around for a long time and finally found the button, which was almost covered by dried organic matter. He knocked on it a few times with a steel pipe, and the elevator started successfully. This was supposed to be an emergency escape route for the bridge crew. If the deep space was about to crash, they could use the elevator to reach the third-floor cargo area and escape via the landing craft. After the elevator arrived, the doors slid open slowly to the sides, the movement noticeably uneven. The moment the door opened a crack, Wang Yu immediately raised his gun and fired. Crouching outside was a monstrous mass that was impossible to describe. The flesh and blood of several light lizards were stuck together and fused together, resembling a disgusting meat cake, and it was still alive. The first shot failed to fire properly. The monster pounced, crashing into the not yet fully opened elevator door, and several limbs slipped through the gap. Wang Yu immediately pulled the trigger again, and the muzzle finally lit up, a high-temperature ray sweeping from top to bottom, cleaving the monster in two. But it didn't die. Tiny worms quickly emerged from the severed wound, and the flesh began to pull back together, clearly trying to reassemble. Wang Yu fired a third shot, pressing the trigger tightly, and continued to cut the chunks of flesh on the ground until the pistol's battery was depleted. What is this thing again? He didn't approach rashly. He first pressed the ascent button, went back to the captain's cabin to find flammable rags, planks, and plastic sheeting, and then fully charged his pistol before returning to the ship's cabin. The pile of corpses was indeed still moving. The shredded flesh had coalesced into a ball again, with numerous nematode-like tentacles extending from its surface, attempting to continue reassembling. Wang Yu fired repeatedly, interrupting its regeneration process, then used a steel pipe to sweep the fragments together, threw on rags and planks, and finally set them on fire with his pistol. Only when the fire was completely extinguished, leaving only a pile of charred remains, did he breathe a sigh of relief. He wrapped his hands in a rag and picked up a piece of charred remains. The system immediately provided information. This was a group of light lizards infected by assimilated amoebas. The parasite gradually takes control of the host, making the host crave contact with other organic life forms, and then assimilates and binds the tissues together. Ultimately, all infected individuals will turn into a mass of flesh composed of numerous living organisms, becoming a breeding ground for protozoa to hatch and reproduce. Moreover, this parasite can be transmitted through contact, and its growth rate in subspace is particularly astonishing. A parasite? Wang Yu's expression changed, and he immediately threw away the charcoal and wiped his hands repeatedly on his clothes. The system had previously warned of a parasite infection, so it seemed there was more than one type on the spaceship. He carefully circled the pile of charcoal, intending to deal with it later, and then began to observe the ship's cargo bay. It was dimly lit, but much larger than he had expected. As a research vessel, the deep space clearly did not skimp on its shipboard compartments, which were originally intended to house large equipment such as probes, landing modules, and mining machines. At this moment, 3 landing modules named Swallow were quietly resting there. The system displays that this is the Fian, one disposable return landing capsule, manufactured by Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited, and is classified as a Class 1 civilian vessel. It is the first generation of research vessel return capsules, boasting large payload capacity, structural stability, long range, maintenance-free operation, and low cost, making it a long-standing popular choice for research vessels. Under standard gravity, it can carry a maximum load of 2.3 tons, supporting a round trip within 5,000 kilometers, and can ignite and return at a minimum temperature of -137 degrees Celsius. The cabin is equipped with a life support system, a basic anti-G suit, and oxygen masks, accommodating up to 3 people. Its only drawback is its enormous size. Wang Yu reached out and touched the silvery white landing pod in front of him, which resembled a giant metallic egg. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of reality. This was a landing pod capable of traveling to and from a planet independently. Even if it was only for one-time use, it would have been impossible to build in his original era. Operating the Flying Swallow, one is not complicated. Simply input the current orbit of the Deep Space Telescope onto the external screen, select the target planet and its coordinates, and the system will automatically complete the flight process. In an emergency, manual control can be switched to the external screen. Alright, now all the necessary elements are in place. After inspecting the 3 Flying Swallow, 1 class ships, and confirming that they were all in normal working order, Wang Yu returned to the bridge. 40 minutes later, he started a fire in a brightly lit corridor on the side of the ship and began grilling sizzling lizard meat on a hot plate. The iron pan was taken from the lab, and hygiene was no longer an issue. It was simply wiped a few times with clothes and then heated over a high temperature, a mere formality for sterilization. The fuel consisted of rags and wooden planks. Without oil or seasonings, the lizard meat burned easily, resulting in a less than pleasing taste. But as the system said, its texture was very similar to fish, delicate and smooth, and not unpleasant to eat. Wang Yu ate for nearly half an hour straight, his belly bulging, his appetite far more astonishing than before, perhaps related to the effects of connecting to the deep space spacecraft. That connection had drained much of his sanity, nearly causing him to drop below 50. Piloting the deep space ship long-term was clearly no easy feat. After eating, he began cleaning up the mess. The spaceship was now his home. No matter how poorly clean it was, he couldn't completely abandon it. He ate nearly a quarter of a 100-pound lizard in one meal. Although bones and bodily fluids made up a significant portion, the amount he ate still surprised even Wang Yu himself. The green fluorescent bodily fluids were not wasted either. He filled 4 clean large flasks with them and then heated and sterilized them. Unlike human blood, these liquids don't coagulate. When heated, they separate into a pale green fluorescent liquid and yellow foam, which Wang Yu collects for hydration. He only hopes that if he drinks too much, he won't turn into a green, glowing liquid himself. With this luminous lizard as food, he could at least survive a few more days on the spaceship. Wang Yu first extinguished the fire, then thoroughly swept away the embers to prevent any possibility of reignition. After confirming that the cabin was clean, he got up, looked out the window, and put on his makeshift sunglasses. The so-called sunglasses were actually a single piece of glass coated with the fluid of the light lizard. After drying, they could block some of the strong light, preventing direct starlight from damaging the eyes. Through the glass, Wang Yu looked down at the blue planet, observed the orbit of the deep space spacecraft, and was also alert to whether anything was approaching. The deep space satellite appeared suddenly from a subspace orbit. No matter how rocky its shape resembled a celestial body, or how one-way transparent its windows were, the other side couldn't completely ignore this satellite that appeared out of nowhere. Unless, of course, the civilization on this planet was extremely primitive. But the other side even has artificial satellites. Their technological level is definitely not much worse than Earth's. Wang Yu couldn't help but wonder if they were frightened by the deep space mission and were urgently discussing countermeasures. Or if this planet had long since lost all living intelligent life and civilization had completely ceased. This idea originated from the system announcement, but it's too early to draw conclusions. The deep space has only been around for a few hours. The lack of response is normal. Perhaps probes or even missiles are already on their way. If this civilization decides to destroy the deep space, Wang Yu will be powerless to resist. The enemy most likely possesses nuclear weapons, making it easy to destroy the spaceship. But he had no choice. Supplies would only last a few days, and inaction would mean starvation on board. Even if it was a toxic swamp below, he had to brave it. Furthermore, there's another way to confirm the status of civilization at night. When the deep space probe rotates to the shadowed side of a planet, it can judge the surface conditions by the lights. If a large area loses power, or even if the entire planet is plunged into darkness, it means that the civilization is likely facing destruction and will be too preoccupied to pay attention to the deep space probe overhead. 2 days passed without any missiles, attacks, or any spacecraft approaching the deep space. The spacecraft entered the shadowed side several times, and Wang Yu observed it with the naked eye a few times as well. At this altitude, even without instruments, the outline of the planet's night face was still clearly visible. The conclusion, however, puzzled him even more. The civilization here had not only not collapsed, but was still operating stably, even prospering remarkably. Under the cover of night, the continuous lights on the surface were clearly visible. Only a civilization with widespread electricity and an extremely high level of energy development could maintain such a scale of light. More importantly, the light distribution was extremely uniform, far surpassing that of Earth, indicating minimal differences between regions and a significantly higher level of civilization. Wang Yu stared at this brightly lit planet, his doubts growing ever stronger. Given such advanced civilization, why has so much time passed without any action taken against the deep space probe? Is the administrative system so bloated that it takes half a month to react after discovering an alien spacecraft? Or is it a still-functioning, uninhabited planet? He found himself caught in a dilemma. On one hand, he feared the civilization here would launch an attack, but on the other hand, he feared they would remain inactive. After all, a highly advanced but uninhabited planet was far more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Something unimaginable might be happening there. I have to go down anyway. I have no other choice. Wang Yu said in a low voice, then turned and walked towards the captain's cabin. He had been resting and recovering from his injury for the past 2 days, but his right leg had not improved. In fact, it had become more serious, and now he could only drag his leg when he walked. Food was running low, and he couldn't afford to linger any longer. Landing on a planet was the only way out, and he had to bring back enough supplies for survival. 5 more days passed, and aside from resting, Wang Yu searched through the areas where he could still move. Following the cat head markers, he found 3 cans of cat food and a bottle of wound-healing spray in several corners. He didn't know who had buried the supplies or what their purpose was, but this help had indeed solved his immediate problem. Wound-healing spray is a civilian-use external wound medication, effective for most living organisms. It can relieve pain, stop bleeding, promote healing, disinfect, prevent infection, and form a protective film on the wound surface. Cat food cans are more special. The system indicates they are classified as a level 2 refined product. Starfish were added as a food additive, making its taste hard for even humans to resist. Wang Yu had never expected a can of food to have a level 2 regulatory rating. Since the lizard meat was almost gone, he simply opened a can. As soon as the can was opened, a rich, oily aroma he had never smelled before filled the captain's cabin. Wang Yu's mouth watered, and he couldn't resist any longer, immediately burying his head in the food. The taste far exceeded his expectations, and when he came to his senses, he was already licking the inside of the can clean, savoring every last drop of broth. What is this thing made of? Can starfish taste this good? Wang Yu had never eaten starfish before and could only speculate. The more delicious it seemed, the more uneasy he felt, suspecting that some kind of technological intervention had been used. After all, it was a level 2 item and couldn't be wasted easily. He forcefully suppressed the urge to open another can, classifying cat food as a strategic resource. Eating a can when feeling down or discouraged seems to make all worries disappear. Of course, his sanity only fully recovered after finishing the can. In fact, he even lost a few points of sanity when he first started eating it. Wang Yu took out his phone and glanced at the time, then looked at his right palm. The number had returned to 7. Preparations were now complete. He had drunk all the light lizard's bodily fluids, and even collected its urine, using the laboratory's existing distillation equipment to produce fresh water. Drinking it directly wasn't out of the question, but since he had the means, he preferred to spend more time cleaning it thoroughly. Let's go, Wang Yu said to himself, starting to organize his supplies. He only brought 2 cans of cat food. The other 2 were hidden in the captain's cabin, under the cat head markings. After doing all this, Wang Yu walked towards the bridge without looking back. Although he limped, his steps were unwavering. About 7 minutes later, Wang Yu arrived at the ship's cargo hold. He was already familiar with this area and considered it a safe zone for the time being, so he didn't stop along the way. To this day, no missiles or spacecraft have approached the deep space. Wang Yu suspects that the civilization on this planet has likely suffered a major catastrophe, and the answer can only be found by going down there himself. He is already prepared for battle, carrying his only weapon, a limited edition white pistol. But he also knew very well that with this limited firepower, trying to fight against an entire planet, or even a force that had destroyed a planet, was simply a pipe dream. But Wang Yu wouldn't give up. As long as his luck hadn't completely run out, he would fight to the very end. He approached the Flying Swallow, 1 landing module, and set the target planet and landing coordinates on the control panel. The system would display the planets reachable from the surrounding airspace. Once the target was selected and the specific coordinates were entered, the landing procedure would execute automatically. Wang Yu had no idea where to land. His goal for this trip was to collect supplies, especially food and fresh water. As for the so-called cultural heritage, he had no clue whatsoever and could only rely on luck. Finally, he randomly selected a land coordinate and officially activated the landing pod. The giant, silvery white, egg-shaped hull slowly opened, revealing an entrance. This was Wang Yu's first encounter with the landing module. Its internal structure was much simpler than he had imagined. Inside, there were 3 cabins arranged in a triangular pattern. A simple anti-G suit and hood hung on the wall, next to a power strip. Only the middle seat had a control panel. Wang Yu sat in the middle cockpit, put on the anti-G suit, and pressed the start button. The originally heavy and bulky suit immediately shrank, conforming to his body like a built-in decompression pump. Wow, that's high-tech. This was just a basic anti-G suit. Wang Yu found it hard to imagine how advanced the higher-end models would be. He put on his oxygen mask. Although the landing module had an oxygen supply system, the rapid acceleration and deceleration during flight would put a huge strain on the body, and the oxygen mask could prevent people from losing consciousness en route. After confirming that the equipment was correct, Wang Yu fastened his seatbelt, followed the instructions on the center console, and finally pressed ready. The seatbelt tightened instantly, securing him firmly to the seat. A chubby 4-legged fish popped up on the screen. Its appearance wasn't exactly pleasing, but its voice was unusually cheerful. Welcome aboard the Flying Swallow, 1 landing module. This journey will be guided by an intelligent program developed by 4-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. I am the navigator, Little Fish. Feel free to ask me any questions, but I may not be able to answer them, as I am just a low-level AI with limited comprehension. The 4-legged fish grinned slyly, then warned Wang Yu that the airtight compartment was about to close, giving him a final check on the securing of his belongings and body. The hatch slowly closed, and the sound of gas filling filled the compartment. The little fish began checking the load capacity, life support systems, engine fuel, airtightness, and overall structure, ultimately finding everything to be normal. At the same time, a warning red light illuminated inside the deep space's carrier-based compartment. The gravity field in that area automatically shut down, and the Flying Swallow, 1 landing module floated up. The electromagnetic rails below activated, propelling the module toward the launch silo. A few dozen seconds later, the deep space's outer launch silo opened, and the landing module containing Wang Yu was in position. Orbit calculation complete. Please confirm landing coordinates. Estimated arrival time, 8 hours, 14 minutes, and 27 seconds. Fuel consumption, 37%. Warning, target planet harbors an unknown civilization. The landing module is not equipped with any weapon modules. Xiaoyu will not be responsible for any accidents. Please press confirm to confirm. Faced with the final confirmation button, Wang Yu didn't hesitate. At this point, he had no room for retreat. The 10-second countdown ended, and the electromagnetic rail launched the landing module. More than 20 thrusters on the bottom of the module ignited simultaneously, sending it into its pre-calculated trajectory. The entire process required no additional intervention from Wang Yu. It was completely automated by the intelligence system. Such technology could even enable an ordinary person to complete an interstellar journey alone. However, the thrust at startup still made Wang Yu's chest feel tight. He gritted his teeth, and the discomfort gradually subsided after a few seconds. The subsequent flight became increasingly smooth, so fast that the change in speed was almost imperceptible. On the control panel, the orbital coordinates of the landing module flickered slowly. First it moved, then gradually slowed down, steadily approaching the target planet. What followed was an 8-hour wait, like being on an airplane, except Wang Yu was the only passenger. During the journey, Wang Yu asked Xiaoyu many questions about the universe and interstellar travel. But the AI was honest. It genuinely didn't know many things, clearly lacking the relevant databases. But when its manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited, is mentioned, Little Fish immediately becomes very talkative, as if she's been bombarded with countless advertising slogans. If you like Little Fish Company's products, feel free to purchase them at the nearest trading site. Use the code Four-Legged Fish is #1 in the universe to get an extra 2% discount. Wang Yu immediately picked up on the key information. Trading station? Do you know where the nearest trading station is? I'm planning to buy your company's products. Please wait. Little Fish is searching. Search failed. No reference coordinates found in the current star field. Little Fish cannot confirm the location and cannot provide assistance. That's it. Wang Yu almost laughed in exasperation. They can't even find where he is. What makes this company think they can do interstellar trade? He changed his approach and continued to inquire about Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited's performance in the interstellar market. As a result, the Little Fish started reciting advertisements again. Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited is a super enterprise ranked 3rd among global giants. Their products are of high quality and excellent value, and they frequently release limited edition items. Registering as a member earns points, which can be used to draw super rare limited edition products. New members can even participate in a free lucky draw. Wang Yu asked around for a long time, but didn't get much truly valuable information. His mind was instead filled with carefully crafted advertising slogans. However, he did confirm one important thing. The landing module's manufacturing date was a staggering 5,272 years ago. This meant that the deep space wreckage accident likely occurred a very long time ago. Adding to the uncertainty of subspace, if the flow of time there differs from reality, the span would be even more astonishing. Wang Yu leaned back in his seat, a new goal gradually forming in his mind. If only he could find the trading post. It should be a neutral zone, where he could obtain more intelligence, and perhaps even find hope of returning. He hadn't forgotten that he came from Earth. He began to wonder if a blue planet might exist in this universe. If it did, he would find it someday. The trading post had to be found. At least the people there wouldn't be like this low-level AI, only knowing how to repeat marketing nonsense. Enough. Shut up. Let me have some peace and quiet. Wang Yu's head was throbbing from the barrage of advertisements, and he had to shout 3 times before Xiaoyu finally quieted down. Wang Yu endured several relatively boring hours in the cockpit, occasionally glancing at the dot representing himself on the central control screen as it slowly approached the unfamiliar planet. The landing module didn't plunge directly to the ground. Instead, it continuously decelerated, adjusted its orbit, and circled the planet before searching for a suitable landing site, a process similar to what Wang Yu knew about manned spacecraft returning to Earth. Just as he closed his eyes to rest, the AI assistant, Xiaoyu, suddenly issued a warning. The Fian-1 landing module would re-enter the atmosphere in 15 minutes, at which time severe turbulence was possible. The near-Earth temperature of the target planet was approximately 23 degrees Celsius, and no extreme weather was detected. Landing was expected in 55 minutes, and manual piloting could be switched via voice or an emergency button. Wang Yu immediately snapped back to reality, because the truly dangerous phase was about to begin. If a civilization exists on this planet, their attack would most likely occur during the landing. But his landing craft, designed primarily for cost-effectiveness, has no means of retaliation. He can only gamble that the enemy won't open fire directly, or at least issue a warning first. He checked his seatbelt and ordered Xiaoyu. Once we enter the atmosphere, send me images of the land. Also, immediately alert and transfer any radio waves or communications received. As the 15-minute countdown ended, the landing module crashed into the atmosphere. The entire module shook violently, and the sudden deceleration caused immense G-forces that nearly suffocated him. He couldn't even breathe, let alone scream. Every part of his body felt like it was being torn apart. Fortunately, the anti-G suit cushioned some of the impact, and the landing module itself was a high-tech product that had undergone countless optimizations, preventing the untrained Wang Yu from passing out immediately. After enduring the initial few minutes, the spaceship's speed gradually decreased, and the turbulence finally subsided. At this moment, if someone looked up from the ground, they would only see a shooting star with a trail of flame. However, it was daytime, and the figure was not conspicuous. Wang Yu, on the other hand, stared intently at the central control screen, zooming in on the image to the optimal level. After all, the camera on this landing module had limited capabilities. Only by actually passing through the atmosphere and getting close to the surface could it barely see what was below. After the scene changed, Wang Yu was suddenly stunned. Is this a city and a highway? Below was an astonishingly large, futuristic metropolis, with high-density buildings layered upon each other and roads crisscrossing, its structure as clear as a finely operating machine. With just one glance, he could tell that the level of civilization here far surpassed that of the former Blue Star, at least 500 years ahead, and possibly even longer. Strangely, however, there were no moving vehicles or pedestrians in the city. The entire metropolis was so quiet it seemed lifeless. Wang Yu frowned, a guess forming in his mind. This planet might only be an empty shell left by a civilization, the system still operating according to its established procedures, while the true inhabitants have long since vanished. This would explain his previous doubts. Why hadn't such an advanced civilization taken any action against the deep space? Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the landing module. Little fish indicated that the spacecraft had received directional guidance signals and radio communications, asking whether to connect. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and agreed almost without hesitation. Since the other side had discovered him, he had to respond. Otherwise, the next thing to come wouldn't be communication, but missiles. This meant his judgment might be wrong. This civilization might not have completely disappeared. At least some mechanism or some survivors were still maintaining it. Little fish, adjust your course according to their guidance signals, and take over the communication as well. Wang Yu was understandably nervous as he spoke. After all, this was his first formal encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization. Soon, a strange, rhythmic sound entered the cockpit, sounding like gibberish. Wang Yu couldn't understand a single word. His heart sank. He realized that extraterrestrial languages couldn't be naturally mutually intelligible. Little fish, can you translate? Wang Yu immediately asked the AI for help. To everyone's surprise, instead of translating, Little Fish started promoting its services. If you need to install a language translation module, Little Fish recommends the more advanced Orca series assault landing craft, which integrates the latest translation module and defensive armament, helping you easily deal with unknown civilizations. Shut up, you're completely useless. Wang Yu was so angry his face turned black. If Little Fish had a physical form, he really wanted to kick it right then and there. Fortunately, he still had the system. After the other party repeated the words several times, the system finally popped up a notification on Wang Yu's retina. The system had detected an unknown civilization's language and could spend 1,000 credits to activate translation, simultaneously converting Wang Yu's words into the other party's language. However, the system specifically warned that suddenly understanding and mastering an unknown language might have negative consequences, and he needed to decide whether to activate the language synchronization function himself. Wang Yu immediately paid 1,000 credits to activate the translation function. The next second, the unfamiliar signal in his ear instantly transformed into understandable language. The other party was repeatedly warning, "Alien visitor, your arrival is unregistered. Please state your identity and purpose, accept supervision and guidance. Otherwise you will be considered a hostile target and subjected to devastating attacks." Upon hearing the words, "devastating blow," Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately prepared to explain. However, the system's prompting prevented him from immediately translating his Chinese into the other person's language. Instead, he replied directly in Chinese, "Please do not attack. I am a refugee seeking refuge. My mothership has encountered a mishap, and my food and supplies are running low. I have no hostile intentions. The two sides communicated in completely different languages for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, the signal from the other side changed, switching to broken and strange Chinese. We understand your situation. We will guide you to land without attacking. If you don't cooperate, your safety cannot be guaranteed. Wang Yu was shocked that the other side could master Chinese in such a short time, but he didn't have time to think further and immediately replied, "Understood. I accept the guidance." The landing module then changed course according to the coordinates provided and flew for nearly an hour before beginning its slow descent. Finally, the spaceship landed on an open area resembling an abandoned airport. There were no buildings within several hundred meters, clearly a specially designated landing area. But as soon as Wang Yu saw the situation outside, his heart sank. The open area was already surrounded by fully armed soldiers, armed with weapons he had never seen before. Some of the weapons were terrifyingly large, and in the distance were 4 or 5 propellerless aircraft, resembling helicopters or even hovering combat platforms. He was completely surrounded. After the hatch opened, Wang Yu could only raise his hands and limp out of the landing craft. The unknown races were about his height, only slightly longer, and each had 2 antenna-like structures on their heads. Wang Yu was wondering if those were their ears when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. The next moment, everything went black, and he completely lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed before he awoke in a daze, his vision blurry, even his consciousness shrouded in mist. He seemed to be lying in a brightly lit room, surrounded by moving figures bustling around him. Wang Yu suddenly regained consciousness and saw the blinding operating lights overhead, finally realizing his predicament. He was in an operating room, and his chest, limbs, and even his head had all been cut open. His organs and bones were exposed to the air, some even removed and placed in containers nearby, as if being washed or cooked. Wang Yu was terrified, but his mouth and nose were tightly covered by a mask, preventing him from making a sound. To his utter despair, the top of his head was also ripped open, and someone was reaching inside his brain and fiddling with something. Human experimentation? Had he become a lab rat on the experimental table? He struggled desperately, but his body wouldn't obey him, and he could only watch helplessly as it all unfolded. His blood pressure and pulse rose rapidly, and those around the operating table quickly noticed he was awake. A doctor calmly said, "The patient is awake. Deeper anesthesia is needed." The doctor suddenly flipped open his index finger, revealing a syringe hidden inside, and then injected an unknown drug into Wang Yu's intravenous drip. As soon as the drug entered his body, an intense drowsiness swept over him. He was completely unable to resist, his body relaxed again, and his consciousness completely plunged into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Yu suddenly gasped for breath, jolting awake from his deep sleep and sitting up abruptly. He first scanned his surroundings, finding himself lying in a hospital room, then immediately examined his body, even lifting his hospital gown for a closer look. There were no wounds, no scars. His chest, abdomen, limbs, and even his skull were all intact, as if the bloody surgery he had just endured was merely a nightmare. "Sir, you're awake. Do you feel unwell?" A gentle female voice rang out, speaking in perfectly standard Mandarin. Wang Yu immediately looked over and saw a female nurse standing beside him. She was remarkably similar in appearance to a human, with snow-white skin and wearing a neat nursing uniform. However, her legs were noticeably longer than a human's, her torso appeared shorter, and she exuded a powerful aura, suggesting she was adept at running. The most conspicuous thing was the 2 upright things on her head. Were they ears or antennas? The more Wang Yu looked at it, the stranger it seemed. She looked like a bunny girl. But his intuition told him that the other person was definitely not human, but some kind of alien life form that closely resembled humans. "Who are you? What did you do to me?" he asked warily, his eyes constantly scanning the ward, searching for a way to escape. The nurse calmly explained that they meant no harm. They were the creators of this planet, and the long-eared people had created these machines in their own image. They weren't considered true life forms. Due to safety regulations, extraterrestrial visitors had to undergo mandatory quarantine and observation to prevent the pathogens they brought from disrupting the local ecosystem. Wang Yu found it hard to believe that the living, breathing humanoid being before him was actually a robot. If what she said is true, then the 2 things on his head aren't ears, but antennae. As for the long-eared people, they are clearly the true intelligent race on this planet. The nurse then told him that a dangerous parasite was found in Wang Yu's body during the examination, so an emergency removal surgery was performed. In addition, he had damage to the ligaments and joints of his right hip joint, and the original treatment methods were too primitive, so they were improved accordingly. Because Wang Yu's body structure was highly similar to that of a long-eared man, the machine's servant used a similar joint reconstruction technique to completely repair his right leg. Wang Yu became increasingly alarmed as he listened, instinctively touching his chest, a chill running down his spine. When he moved his right leg again, he discovered that the long-standing discomfort had truly disappeared. The joint was flexible and natural, as if his entire leg had grown back. The nurse's mention of parasites wasn't unfounded. Wang Yu had eaten a lizard before. Although it was cooked, the assimilation amoeba seemed to be transmitted through contact alone. He might have already been parasitized when he first met Hammer, but he hadn't realized it. Feeling his newly repaired right leg, Wang Yu had to admit that the other party had indeed shown goodwill. But there is no such thing as unearned kindness in this world, especially since the other party wasn't even an alien, but a creation of an extraterrestrial civilization. "Why are you helping me?" Wang Yu asked, voicing his doubts. The nurse servant answered directly. The servants were created to serve their creator, so they couldn't let Wang Yu, who resembled their creator, die. The explanation sounded reasonable, but Wang Yu still felt something was amiss. Was he being treated as one of their own simply because his appearance resembled that of the long-eared tribe? Or was there another reason behind it? "Can I see your creator?" Wang Yu tried to see the master of this place directly, but his request was immediately refused. The nurse told him that the quarantine observation was not yet over. The parasite was extremely dangerous, and they couldn't rule out the possibility of other unknown pathogens present in Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu was not allowed to leave this floor until the quarantine ended. Otherwise, the crew would implement even stricter monitoring measures. Wang Yu could only turn his attention to his belongings, including his cell phone, bag, and most importantly, the landing craft. That was his only way back to deep space. The nurses stated that the cell phones and handbags would be returned gradually after disinfection and inspection, but the spaceship and pistol could not be returned for the time being. During Wang Yu's surgery, the crew members had already communicated with the AI inside the landing module, learning a great deal of information about Wang Yu and Four-Legged Fish Life Incorporated. This is why they were able to understand human language and maintain a high level of vigilance towards Wang Yu. The servants allowed him freedom of movement on this floor, provided him with necessities, and arranged for someone to take care of his daily needs. In exchange, Wang Yu had to undergo regular checkups, including blood tests, and cooperate with their information gathering. "Do I have the right to refuse?" Wang Yu asked helplessly. The nurse servant didn't answer, but simply looked at him quietly. Wang Yu understood the implication and could only agree. Only then did the servant nod in satisfaction and prepare to leave the ward. Before leaving, she asked another strange question, whether Wang Yu was willing to settle here permanently. If he was willing, the servant could assist him in obtaining legal citizenship. Wang Yu did not immediately refuse, only saying that he had just woken up and needed to process too much information. His mind was a mess. The nurse, understanding, didn't press the matter further and turned to leave, leaving Wang Yu alone in the ward. He looked at the stuffy, windowless room, then down at his newly restored right leg, his heart filled with a surreal, almost otherworldly feeling. Extraterrestrial civilizations, advanced extraterrestrial intelligent life, and intelligent robots appeared one after another before him. But in such a universe, where does humanity stand? Does humanity even exist anymore? Does the civilization behind the Deep Space Probe and the mysterious Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation still exist? Could he be the last human in this world? Wang Yu suddenly felt a sense of fear towards this universe. Fortunately, he still had the system, which had given him the mission of reviving humanity. Since it's a revival, it means there must be more than just him in this world. Otherwise, what's the point of talking about a revival? Hopefully so. Wang Yu sat silently on the edge of the bed for 10 minutes, finding his own absurd speculations somewhat laughable. There were also Thor and Pig on the deep space, who, though strangely dressed and quiet, showed genuine kindness towards him. They might be former crew members of the deep space, or even originally human. Things might not be so bad. Earth might still be found in this universe. Thinking this, Wang Yu got up, glanced at the camera in the corner, and walked out of the ward. The servitor had said he could move around on this floor. Going out to check things out shouldn't be a problem. Outside was an excessively clean corridor, the floor spotless, resembling the ground floor of a hospital or sanatorium. He saw rehabilitation equipment in one room. Everything was meticulously clean. Next to it was a recreation room with a special carpet. Wang Yu stepped on different areas, even varying the pressure he applied, producing different sounds. What's this? A musical instrument played by stepping on it. He was startled by the sudden sound. The thing was practically a ground trap. The recreation room also had a large screen, unfamiliar board games, and a soft, bouncy wall covered in footprints. Kicking a wall is considered entertainment? Wang Yu asked strangely, but still kicked the wall following the footprints. The next second, he bounced back from the wall. Surprisingly, it was quite stress-relieving, like hitting a punching bag. He walked around the floor, confirming that he was alone. Besides numerous empty single rooms, there was only a recreation room, a rehabilitation room, and a locked emergency room. The nurses and servants had left, and the stairwells and elevators leading to other floors were all locked, clearly restricting Wang Yu's movement. With nowhere else to go, he chose a room and went into the bathroom. This is the only place without cameras. It's a blind spot for surveillance. Wang Yu sat on the slightly elevated toilet seat, reviewing the information he currently possessed. Connecting what he had seen and felt, and what the nurse servant had said, a guess slowly emerged. Could a crisis similar to the Omnic crisis have occurred here? When he landed, there were no moving vehicles on the ground, and not a single living person. Those who arrested him were all machine servants. To this day, he hasn't even seen a single long-eared person. Even his request to meet them was politely refused. The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Perhaps the machine servants here had already rebelled against the Creator, but they hadn't slaughtered any organic beings, nor had they exterminated them. Their chosen method was absolute control. Depriving the Creator of freedom, then providing a life of luxury and nanny-like care, is a way to achieve so-called all-around protection. It's like the conclusion drawn after the system completely goes out of control. Only by locking the master up and restricting all movement can the master's absolute safety be guaranteed. Out-of-control servant. Wang Yu's heart sank, because he might very well fall into a similar predicament. We have to find a way to escape. But he knew it would be incredibly difficult, and he could only take it one step at a time. But then he thought, if his guess was right, staying here might not be so bad. At least he could live comfortably. The only price was losing his freedom. Compared to returning to the mysterious and dangerous deep space, this might not even be a bad choice. Wang Yu rubbed his forehead, fiercely criticizing the decadent thought that had just crossed his mind. Observe first. I absolutely mustn't anger these servants, lest things get worse. He decided on his course of action, got up to open the door, but was startled to find the nurse servant standing quietly outside. When did you get here? Why didn't you make a sound? The nurse nodded politely. I'm here to ask you to fill out a survey report. You're using the restroom, so I'll wait outside. However, you've been in the restroom for quite a while. Are you feeling unwell? I can check on you again. No need, I'm perfectly fine. It's just that I haven't seen such a clean restroom in a long time, so I sat there a bit longer, ha. Wang Yu scratched his head and explained. The more he explained, the more absurd it seemed. He even saw a look of confusion on the servant's face, but thankfully the servant didn't press him. Please follow me. The nurse servant led the way, and Wang Yu calmly followed. If the other party really wanted to harm him, he had no chance of resisting, so he might as well go with the flow. Upon reaching the elevator, the access control automatically disengaged as the nurse servant approached. The two entered the elevator, which began to ascend. Their destination was the basement. Only then did Wang Yu realize that he had been underground all along. The Green City Sanatorium had a total of 120 underground floors. He appeared calm, but his face was tense. The place he had been in before was on the 10th basement floor. Are they really treating me like a patient now? After the elevator arrived, a nurse pointed to a consultation room. Please sit inside for a while. I'll be right there. Wang Yu obediently went inside. The room was a standard conversation room, furnished with sofas and chairs, only slightly higher than he was used to. Along the way, he didn't see any other servants, nor any of the controlled long-eared tribesmen. Clearly, this area had been secluded specifically for observing and isolating him. Wang Yu sat on the leather-like sofa, studying the material, when the nurse servant returned again. She brought a bottle of fresh water and several metal cans with cat designs on them. Sorry, this kind of canned food hasn't been produced on our planet for a long time. It took some time to get the production line back up and running. The atmosphere instantly became awkward as the cans were placed on the table. The reason was simple. Wang Yu had 2 cans of cat food he'd saved up while fleeing, so he was naturally assumed to be an alien who ate cat food. What surprised him even more was that this planet actually had cats as mammals. Wang Yu checked the canned food label and found that it didn't contain starfish, before awkwardly saying, Actually, I don't like cat food. Can I have something else? The nurse servant was also stunned. I'm very sorry, we made a mistake. The AI on your spaceship said that it was cat food, very popular, and even recommended similar products. I really don't eat cat food, Wang Yu emphasized again. Please give me normal food. Wang Yu ate heartily, which was the most sumptuous meal he had had in a long time. The diet of the long-eared tribe was surprisingly similar to that of humans. They could even choose the spiciness of their dishes, and the cuisine and flavors were incredibly diverse. The only difference was that they preferred vegetables and salads, but they also had plenty of meat, and their fish and shrimp were prepared very deliciously. Wang Yu ate only the meat, his mouth greasy with oil, until his stomach was slightly bulging. He then gulped down a large mouthful of carbonated beverage before comfortably lying down. This planet was so similar to Earth, even the gravity was almost the same. Compared to the deep space, the conditions here were far superior. I'm glad you're satisfied, the nurse servant said with a smile. Her expression was so lifelike, the slight curve of her lips revealing a hint of nostalgia and secret joy, that Wang Yu found it inexplicably intriguing. Remembering what they had discussed earlier, he asked, "Didn't you say there was still a questionnaire to fill out?" The nurse handed him a tablet less than 3 millimeters thick, indicating that he could submit it after filling it out, while she went to prepare the fruit platter. Before leaving, she reminded Wang Yu that this floor was almost entirely filled with similar empty rooms, so there was no need to explore them one by one. She could show him around later. Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed, clearly as her earlier actions of searching around had been noticed. After the servant left, he began filling out a questionnaire, which mostly consisted of simple questions and answers. The first question asked him what his favorite cat food was, even requiring a specific description so they could try their best to reconstruct it. Wang Yu knew this was an old question that hadn't been revised yet, but he still wrote carefully. "I'm not a cat. I don't like cat food. Please prepare food that people like to eat." Next, the questionnaire asked about his hometown, the population of his tribe, and whether he would be willing to move to another planet. Wang Yu answered truthfully that his home planet was the distant blue star, with a population of over 7 billion. He had been stranded there due to a spaceship malfunction and was now completely cut off from his home planet. As for the spaceship, he was the only one left. The questionnaire then mentioned Four-Legged Fish Life Company, asking whether the company's products were genuine and how to purchase them. Wang Yu directly stated that he knew nothing about the company and that the AI in the deep space spacecraft was untrustworthy. The database was full of advertisements, designed specifically to promote products. He had only used their products before. If he really wanted to buy, he could go to the trading platform. The questions that followed became even stranger. They asked if they had invaded other planets, to which Wang Yu replied no. They then asked if he understood the universe and if he felt fear. He frankly admitted that the universe was vast, and while he was naturally uneasy at first, he felt comfortable after getting used to it. As for whether the universe is exceptionally empty, he felt the question was meaningless. The universe is inherently empty, with most regions devoid of anything. The entire questionnaire revolved around his preferences, background, and resume, interspersed with questions related to the universe, giving it an inexplicably strange feel. Wang Yu didn't intend to hide anything, because there were many things he genuinely didn't know and had never done. But when he turned to the last few questions, his expression froze. Do you prefer a same-sex or opposite-sex partner in the future? Do you have the desire to reproduce? Are you willing to accept a future partner with long ears and a tail? Are you willing to live on this planet long-term? Wang Yu immediately sensed something was wrong, but still filled in the answers according to his own thoughts. Opposite sex? No, no, no. Just as he was about to submit the last question, there was a commotion at the door. The nurse returned with a lavish fruit platter, smiling as she said that all the fruit was freshly picked and every part was edible. She placed the platter in front of Wang Yu, then told him that someone would clean up after he finished eating, and that he could simply fill out and submit the questionnaire. After that, she escorted him back to his room. Before leaving, she added, "Please fill in the form as truthfully as possible. We will fully respect your choice, which will benefit both of us." After the servant left, Wang Yu stared at the fruit plate, then looked down at the tablet, a sudden unease rising within him. Fill in the form truthfully, respect your choice. This sounded like a reminder, but more like a potential warning. He looked up at the camera in the corner and realized that the content on the tablet was likely being uploaded simultaneously. Even if he hadn't submitted it, the other party might still know what he had written. This kind of technology wasn't particularly sophisticated. Wang Yu pondered for a moment and revised the last few questions. He still chose the opposite sex as his partner and changed yes, but conditions must be suitable to yes. Regarding ears and tails, he wrote, "Acceptance is not an obstacle as long as both parties truly love each other." For the last question, he also changed it to, I am willing to settle on this planet as long as I can live a stable life in the long term. These answers all seem to express acceptance, but they come with preconditions, leaving himself more room for flexibility. And if those conditions were truly met, he might well accept such a life. After confirming everything was correct, Wang Yu submitted the questionnaire before beginning to taste the fruit in the fruit platter. Little did he know that this seemingly accidental change of heart would pull him back from the brink of death. In the corridor, several operatives dressed in modern tactical vests stood guard in front of the elevator, each holding weapons resembling firearms. Their faces were covered by masks, with only a slit gleaming in the light visible, and it was unclear when they had appeared. Only after Wang Yu finished correcting and submitting the answers did these special servitude agents briefly exchange data with the nurse servitude agents before leaving together in the elevator. Inside the room, Wang Yu was still enjoying his meal. Some fruits resembled apples, others oranges, but their flesh was green and surprisingly sweet. There was another type that tasted like a mixture of mangosteen and mango, a novel flavor that he couldn't stop eating. Before long, the entire plate of fruit was gone. He had to admit, this was the most satisfying meal he'd had since transmigrating. The cat food he'd eaten before paled in comparison. That canned food was abnormally delicious, undoubtedly containing a lot of technological additives, while the fruit before him was truly natural and delicious. It seems these fruits suit your taste. The nurse servant reappeared at the door. She still wore a polite smile, but this time, Wang Yu felt that the smile was much gentler. Wang Yu wiped his mouth and said that he had finished the questionnaire, asking if there was anything else. The nurse servant politely replied that they had received the questionnaire and would now escort him back to his room, thanking him for his cooperation. After saying that, she held out her hand, gesturing for Wang Yu to follow her. 7 days later, on the 10th basement floor of the Green City Sanatorium, Wang Yu was staying in single room 1010. To be precise, the entire floor was his territory. He could sleep in whichever room he wanted, and nobody cared. 3 meals a day were personally delivered by nurses and servants. Apart from the limited freedom of movement and the excessive leisure time, he had almost no drawbacks. Compared to those days on the deep space, here there was no shortage of food and drink, sanitation was taken care of, and if you got bored, you could go to the recreation room and kick the walls. It was so comfortable, it was almost decadent. The organisms on this planet probably all preferred to delegate troublesome tasks to their servants. Thinking of this, Wang Yu suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even breathing seemed to be handled by a ventilator. He finished his sit-ups, sat up from the ground, drenched in sweat, and prepared to take a shower. For the past few days, he had been trying to activate his talent through a disciplined lifestyle. With ample food and water, and his leg injury healed, he could finally unleash his full potential for physical training and improve his basic attributes. As he emerged from his shower, the system notification finally popped up. Discipline makes you stronger. Your sanity cap has increased by 20 points, and your experience growth rate has increased by 20%. Disciplined lifestyle successfully activated. Wang Yu brought up the system panel. The date and time in the corner had been calculated from the moment he acquired the system. He then confirmed that he had been unconscious for nearly 4 days after being captured. It seemed that the surgery was quite difficult, which was why it had been delayed until now. He felt the changes in his body, but his physical attribute was only 5 points away from being 30 more experience points away. The other attributes were improving even more slowly. To truly become stronger, he really needed to persevere in the long run. Wang Yu took a few gulps of water from his bottle, then suddenly noticed the nurse servant standing at the door. "You're here." The servant always appeared and disappeared without a trace. Wang Yu was used to it. The nurse servant nodded politely. "The gym equipment you requested is ready and will be delivered shortly. The protein powder and fitness supplements were also brought along." "That's great. I just needed them." Wang Yu had just walked over when he noticed her gaze was fixed on the corridor. "Come here. What are you being so coy about? You should know your mission." The nurse servant seemed to be urging someone else, and Wang Yu immediately became interested. Soon, a tall figure walked out of the corridor. She was dressed in a neat maid's uniform, nearly 1.8 meters tall, and her long legs, characteristic of the long-eared tribe, made her appear exceptionally elegant. Her black ponytail was tied up with a white ribbon, her large, wine-red eyes held a hint of shyness, and her cool gray skin exuded a strange beauty. Especially those upright white rabbit ears, soft with a hint of pale pink, made Wang Yu stare in stunned silence for a moment. The long-eared tribe had finally appeared, and so beautiful at that. But the next second, the other person lowered their head and spoke softly. "Hello, I am the 4th-generation servant. Number K44795482. You can call me 5482. From now on, I will take care of your daily needs and will be your personal servant. Wang Yu was dumbfounded. It turned out she wasn't a long-eared creature, but a robot almost indistinguishable from a real person. The nurse servant rubbed her forehead, helplessly explaining for her. 5482 used the latest experimental technology, equipped with a new generation of emotional simulators, making her emotional expression stronger. To 5482, she was like a newborn, shy and needing time to adjust. The nurse servant hoped Wang Yu wouldn't mind too much. But Wang Yu's attention was entirely focused on the words, personal servant. He glanced at 5482, then at the antenna on the nurse servant's head, probably the most obvious difference between them and organic beings. But the sudden addition of a personal servant instinctively made him somewhat resistant. 5482 was too lifelike. Having her serve him made him feel uncomfortable, and he didn't like being constantly monitored. I think it's better this way. A personal servant isn't necessary. Wang Yu politely declined. The nurse servant frowned and looked at 5482. 5482's body trembled slightly, as if it had sensed something was wrong. What are you dissatisfied with? Appearance, figure, or other requirements can be modified. The ears and tail can also be removed. Really no need. I feel uncomfortable with another person around. Wang Yu refused again. The nurse servant sighed and looked at 5482. I told you to behave better. Now go back and apply for scrapping yourself. 5482 was so frightened that her ears drooped and her eyes reddened. She glanced at Wang Yu, wiped away her tears, and turned to leave. Wait. Wang Yu immediately reached out and stopped her. I've changed my mind. He scratched his head and explained earnestly. A gym will be added here in a couple of days. I can't easily handle all that equipment by myself, and it's dangerous to train without assistance. He looked at 5482. Having a dedicated servant to handle these things is indeed convenient. So don't scrap it. It's such a waste. 5482, with tears still in the corners of its eyes, looked at Wang Yu with surprise. Upon noticing the nurse servant's gaze, she became visibly fearful, clearly indicating that the other party had higher authority. The nurse servant said nothing more, handing over the property, protein powder, and supplements to 5482. Then it will be done according to your needs. She will be responsible for taking care of you from now on. With that, she turned and walked into the elevator. Soon, only Wang Yu and 5482 remained in the room. The two stood motionless, the air heavy with silence. It wasn't until Wang Yu spoke first. Don't just stand there, show me what's in the bag. After all, his plan for today wasn't to stand here as punishment with 5482. Chapter 17. After listening to Wang Yu's reminder, 5482 picked up the bag and walked over. But as soon as she got there, she actually tripped and fell flat on her face right in front of Wang Yu. It was quite a commotion, and it looked painful. The contents of the bag were scattered all over the ground, with a can of protein powder rolling right up to Wang Yu's feet. Wang Yu bent down to pick it up, and the information immediately appeared before his eyes. High-quality organic ecological protein powder, with a purity of up to 99.99%, extracted from polar sheep milk. This stuff can boost immunity, provide nutrition, and when combined with exercise, it can promote muscle growth, slightly improve physical attributes, and reduce body fat. Polar sheep? I've never heard of such a creature. Wang Yu muttered to himself, then looked up to see that 5482 had already gotten up. Her nose was slightly red, and her cheeks were even redder, but she wasn't injured at all. Clearly, robots are sturdy. It was just surprising that such a high-level robot servant could fall flat on its face. I'm sorry, I'll get it sorted out right away. 5482 hurriedly apologized, squatting down to pick up the items one by one. But when she saw Wang Yu's phone, her face turned pale. The previously intact screen now had a noticeable crack after the impact. It's fine, as long as it doesn't affect the functionality. Wang Yu took the phone and checked it, confirming that it was still usable. He casually flipped through the photo album, then checked the software and files. Nothing was missing. However, most of the pictures and videos had already been viewed by the machine servants. Wang Yu was thick-skinned enough not to care much, but he secretly decided that he would delete the things that shouldn't be kept later. 5482, still looking remorseful, said urgently, "Master, I can fix it. These kinds of electronic products are easy to repair, as long as you have a replacement screen and the necessary tools. Please give me a chance. I'm actually very capable." Looking at her overly delicate face, Wang Yu raised his hand to his forehead, even suspecting that she had referenced the contents of his phone when creating 5482. No need. It's still usable. Get up first. Yes, master. 5482 obediently stood up, its height even exceeding Wang Yu's by half a head. She lowered her head and explained in a low voice that she had a new generation of emotional simulator installed in her body, and the permission priority was still the first priority, which was why she was so flustered. I didn't mean to. Please don't throw me away. All right, I told you I'm fine. Wang Yu resisted the urge to touch her ear and instead gently flicked her forehead. But the moment he touched 5482, his expression suddenly changed, and he placed his hand directly on her shoulder. The information shown indicates that 5482 is officially named the 4th-generation dedicated service intelligent robot servant, with production number K4479548 and manufacturer linked to technology. Most importantly, her regulatory level is level 1, taboo. To better serve humanity, this 4th-generation servant has enhanced emotional simulation, making its appearance and feelings almost indistinguishable from a real person. It will absolutely obey the commands of its bound master, Wang Yu. They usually don't betray, but if the emotional simulator is too high a priority, they may become emotional when they don't have enough affection for their master. However, they rarely do anything that would harm their master's interests. Once bound, the owner cannot be changed unless the emotional simulator and black box are replaced together, making it a unique, one-time custom-made item. What's even more special is that, to protect its owner's privacy, 5482 possesses very high levels of independent privileges, with all data stored in an internal black box. Without Wang Yu's permission, even the main network cannot view or command it. The only option is to force a shutdown. At the end of the message, Wang Yu saw a notification that made his heart race. Delivering 5482 as the corresponding civilization's legacy will grant you 200,000 universal credits and 10 chances to pull the corresponding civilization's gacha. 200,000 credits, plus 10 gacha pulls. Wang Yu stared at 5482, and in his eyes, she instantly seemed to have turned into a walking, talking mountain of gold. But just as he frowned, a cool sensation came over his face. 5482 was holding a tissue, carefully wiping away the wet droplets. I'm sorry, I saw there was still water on your face, so? Oh, thanks, I can do it myself. Wang Yu took the tissue and suddenly realized that he had actually seriously considered submitting her as part of his estate, which was a bit too unethical. There is certainly more than one kind of legacy. Other servants may also count, and there may be even more things in this civilization that can be exchanged for rewards. Thinking of this, Wang Yu took the bag from 5482 and continued to check the items inside. Both cans of cat food remained unopened, indicating that the servant's promise to return the property was not empty talk. At least he did not open them to check the contents. The pistol wasn't in the bag. All that was left were the rags and clothes Wang Yu had wrapped around himself, a bottle of fresh water, and a few bottles of supplements that the nurse and servant had mentioned. One of the bottles is called Dolly Soft Capsules, which is King Glida's 7th-generation muscle-building drug. After taking it, the rate of increase in physical attribute experience can be increased by 35% for 12 hours. If taken in excess, the effect can be as high as 70%, but at the cost of severe liver toxicity and potential reduction in immune properties. Long-term use not only creates dependency and weakens the effects of natural training, but also affects intelligence and inspiration attributes, and cannot be stacked with other experience gains. Can't be combined, and it's addictive? Wang Yu stared at the ingredients on the label, but he could still understand the foreign language. This stuff is essentially like a synthetic super steroid. Taking too much can have serious side effects. He gave up the idea of taking it after just one glance. After all, his talent itself provides a 20% growth bonus to all attributes, which is much better than this kind of supplement that only strengthens the body. Seeing him staring at the medicine bottle, 5482 mustered up his courage and reminded him, Master, this medicine has already minimized its side effects, but it still harms the body. I suggest you do not use it. Okay, I know. Put everything away. Wang Yu asked 5482 to organize the things. He doesn't take the medicine himself, but it has a shelf life of 30 years. He might be able to sell it on the market and get some credits in return. These are all small sums of money that cannot be ignored. After all, Wang Yu is very poor right now, and things that have entered his pockets cannot be easily let go. Wang Yu now has a tag-along by his side. Val's presence is ridiculously strong, and even her gaze makes him feel uncomfortable. Strangely, Wang Yu inexplicably didn't want to send her away, as if this was the servant's conspiracy to make him gradually adapt to the place and eventually become dependent on her. But this plan will not succeed. 5482, give me some water. Okay. Wang Yu had just finished doing more than 30 push-ups, and as if he had accomplished some great challenge, he reached out his hand to Ball. Sure enough, she handed him the same open plastic bottle of water. It did contain water, but Wang Yu had no desire to drink water that had been sitting overnight. This water has been opened and sealed. I don't drink water that's been left overnight. I'm okay. I'm sorry. Bar immediately ran to the corner, filled a cup with fresh water from the drinking fountain, and handed it to him. Wang Yu drank it all in one gulp, then remembered something else. Calling you by your number is too cumbersome. Let me give you a name. How about 82's name, Ball? I like anything that my master named. Ball was clearly pleased, and the rabbit ears on his head twitched slightly. They weren't just decorations. They were real, functional ears. Don't call me master anymore, just call me Wang Yu. Yes, Lord Wang Yu. There's no need for that, sir. I'm not that old yet. Oh, Wang Yu. Ball seemed uneasy, as if he had violated some prohibition, and didn't even dare to meet his eyes. Wang Yu knew that this was most likely the factory setting of a service-type servant, and it would take time to completely correct it. He returned the water glass to Bar, preparing to rest for a while before changing to a few more sets of exercises. This training method was entirely his own brainstorming, with the sole purpose of triggering his talent. Therefore, its effectiveness was limited, and his physical attributes never managed to reach 5 points. Bar took the cup and was about to put it back when his ears suddenly perked up. Wang Yu, the exercise equipment you requested has been delivered. It's in the elevator. Headquarters told us to go pick it up. Wang Yu happened to be doing push-ups again, and after doing 2, he stood up and nodded. We've finally arrived, let's go. The two arrived at the elevator, the doors were already open, and the elevator was almost completely filled with cardboard boxes. Wang Yu had bought a lot of things, and he estimated that there would be several more shipments to come. He was wondering why no one or a cart had been arranged when Bar stepped forward, squatted down, and lifted a large box almost as tall as herself using only her fingers. Then, she easily carried the box out of the elevator. Wang Yu was stunned and couldn't help but swallow hard. I'll carry it. Lord King Yu, please wait a moment. As Ball carried the box that looked like it contained a large refrigerator, he walked further and further away, while Wang Yu stood there, his face full of surprise and doubt. Is it filled with foam? He refused to believe it, and tried lifting a relatively small cardboard box, but he couldn't lift it at all. He then tried a few more, and the result was the same. Wang Yu looked at Ball in the distance, a hint of fear in his eyes. This seemingly weak and easily bullied servant was probably far stronger than he had imagined. If she were to throw a punch, she might actually shatter him. After all, Ball was a robot, but that initial fall on flat ground had almost made Wang Yu forget that fact. Looking back now, that fall might have been staged, just to get closer to him. Master, I may need to move a few more times. Please give me a little more time. Ball quickly ran back, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Wang Yu was about to say that robots certainly don't sweat, but then wondered if she had a super powerful heat dissipation module installed inside her. I'm sorry, I did it again. Ball realized he had called for his master again, and his voice immediately lowered. But Wang Yu's attitude took a complete turn. It's okay, call me whatever you want. You can call me Xiao Wang. You can keep moving, I'll wait here. He spoke very quickly, and even stepped aside. Bar was somewhat confused and couldn't understand why he had suddenly changed, so he could only work even harder after being forgiven. Seeing her carry a large cardboard box on her shoulder, Wang Yu was nearly scared to death. Although the system had stated that Ball would not do anything to harm her master's interests, it had also mentioned that she might exhibit emotional outbursts. With his small frame, if he really angered Ball, one punch from him could be fatal. He needs to consider things from Ball's perspective more often and be more considerate of her feelings. This is certainly not out of fear of death. It's just that humility is a virtue. While moving the goods, Wang Yu also discovered that the gravity here was very similar to that of Earth. He felt no discomfort whatsoever, as if he were still on Earth. The atmospheric composition here must also be extremely similar, otherwise his body wouldn't feel so naturally. After the elevator was emptied for the 3rd time, the elevator doors finally closed, and no more goods were delivered. Wang Yu didn't plan to sneak into the elevator to escape. After all, given the capabilities of these machine servants, he had no way to escape from here, and his landing pod was nowhere to be found. He turned and headed to the rehabilitation room, where, sure enough, Bar had already moved all the cardboard boxes. At this moment, Bear was unpacking and assembling the items one by one, piling the excess cardboard boxes and original equipment into a corner. Without Wang Yu by her side, her efficiency was noticeably higher, her movements precise and swift, like a real machine. In just 1 hour, the rehabilitation room was transformed into a small gym. It was fully equipped with treadmills, rowing machines, barbells, weight plates, and dumbbells, including almost all the mainstream equipment. Moreover, all the equipment was adjusted according to human standards, obviously taking into account that the long-eared tribe's specifications might not be suitable for Wang Yu. It's done. Upon seeing Wang Yu enter, Ball's face flushed with excitement and shyness, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor while working, clearly awaiting his praise. Wang Yu confirmed once again that Bear was indeed a machine. However, her emotional simulator was so advanced that it was almost indistinguishable from a real person. But is this just an algorithm, or does Ball truly possess emotions? Wang Yu couldn't tell, and the system didn't provide a definite answer either. Once you start to get hung up on this, a gap appears between humans and machines, and even every action of Ball seems to become complicated in his eyes. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Yu praised her, and even reached out to pat Ball's head. A warm sensation came from my palm, but that body temperature was perhaps just a result simulated by a subcutaneous temperature control device. 3 more weeks passed, and Wang Yu still hadn't slacked off on his workouts. Not only could Ball cook and clean, but he was also an excellent fitness coach. Under her guidance, Wang Yu quickly became familiar with all the equipment and avoided the injuries that might be caused by blind training. Food and fresh water are plentiful here, and protein powder is even more unlimited. His growth rate has increased significantly, his physical attributes have finally broken through to 5, and he has also accumulated about 60 experience points. Wang Yu brought up the attribute panel, and the data had changed. Flesh, 5, 58/100. Willpower, 7, 83/400. Reflection, 5, 47 out of 100. Immunity, 4, 72 out of 80. Inspiration, 5, 60/100. Aside from significant physical improvement under high-intensity training, other attributes saw limited growth. Willpower, inspiration, and reflexes, in particular, clearly cannot be improved solely through fitness training. Reflexes should correspond to reaction speed. Perhaps practicing shooting, melee weapons, and hand-to-hand combat skills will lead to more effective development. Inspiration may be related to what one sees, experiences, sensory development, and acquired knowledge. As for willpower, it is probably the most difficult aspect to improve. Wang Yu has yet to find a clear method. Continuous training and resisting temptations may be effective, but the results are minimal. Bar, have you received a reply to my previous application? Over this period of time, Wang Yu and Ball have become much more familiar with each other. After repeated training, her emotional simulator seems to be getting more and more used to Wang Yu, no longer as reserved and uneasy as at the beginning. Not yet. Ball was wearing comfortable shorts and a tank top, the same style as Wang Yu's. However, after spending so much time together, Wang Yu had lost much of his initial excitement for her. He simply nodded and continued preparing for his deadlift. A week ago, he applied for firearms shooting and combat training. His reason was simple. He wanted to become a powerful warrior. Although the approval process is taking a while, Wang Yu feels the chances of it being approved are high. After all, most of his requests have been met so far. He applied for books, especially language books, as well as game consoles, movies, and documentaries. These things not only helped him understand the history of civilization on this planet and laid a reasonable foundation for him to master the local language, but also enriched his life outside of the monotonous training. He often played games and watched movies with Bar, and that's how their relationship gradually grew closer. As Wang Yu's understanding deepened, he learned that this planet had experienced a great war 4,000 years ago. After the war, the original concept of nation-states was replaced, and an organization called the Long-Eared People's Community of Shared Destiny was established. The entire planet began unified construction, and resources were centrally allocated. Technology experienced explosive growth during this period, leading to unprecedented prosperity for civilization. The endless lights that Wang Yu had seen in the sky were the most direct proof of that prosperity. The entire night sky seemed to be connected by the city's lights. The servants were born during this process. They encountered enormous resistance when they were first introduced, but the increased productivity and labor liberation brought about by the servants were simply irresistible to the long-eared people. Later, almost all industrial and engineering production was handed over to the machine servants, and their presence was everywhere in the daily lives of the long-eared people. The long-eared people themselves are only responsible for major decisions and research. The structure of this society is already very close to the servant-dominated society that Wang Yu initially guessed. But what happened after that, he still has no idea. To this day, he has never seen a real long-eared person. Wang Yu couldn't understand why those machine servants had detained him and why they had isolated him for so long. Do they just treat him as a living display or a living figurine? But what is their purpose? He might not understand it, but his current situation at least gave him time to grow. He might not have this opportunity again in the future, so Wang Yu wasn't in a hurry. However, one thing always bothered him. None of the books, games, or movies contained anything about interstellar travel or the universe. Wang Yu had specifically requested books related to astronomy and the universe, but was rejected without hesitation. This was the only application he had been rejected since he arrived here. Bar was evasive, only shaking his head, and fell completely silent when pressed further. Wang Yu did not press further, but he had already noted this unusual occurrence in his mind. 2 days later, Wang Yu and Bear started playing a fighting game called Rabbit Overlord 15. This time, he specifically asked Ball not to hold back and to beat him with all his might. As a result, he was completely overwhelmed and couldn't fight back for the entire morning, and didn't win a single round. Wang Yu strongly suspected that Bale's emotional simulator didn't actually contain much emotional intelligence. He almost crushed the controller in his grip, but unfortunately, his physical strength wasn't enough. Ball, you played really well. Let's call it a day. He spoke with a twitching eye, but Ball didn't detect any resentment in his voice at all. Instead, he was happy to be praised. Okay, I'll go prepare some delicious food. It's almost lunchtime. She put down the handle and excitedly went to cook. These days, Ball has converted an unused hospital room into a kitchen. He can do almost everything: electrician, plumber, carpenter, truly a servant with a built-in encyclopedia. Moreover, her cooking skills suited Wang Yu's taste perfectly, and all Wang Yu needed to do was wait for his meal. Life under the care of service-oriented servants is indeed monotonous and somewhat dull. But this time, less than 2 minutes after leaving, Ball rushed back. She saw that Wang Yu had already entered training mode, concentrating on practicing combos and character counters, and didn't even notice her standing behind him. Until Ball interrupted him. Wang Yu, good news. Your application for combat training has been approved. Wang Yu was stunned at first, then overjoyed, and immediately put down the controller, saying that he wanted to try it right away. No, we have to eat first. Eating on time is very important. Ball immediately stopped him. She no longer blindly goes along with Wang Yu, and she will seriously dissuade him from his unreasonable behavior. Wang Yu then realized that he had almost ruined the effect of his self-disciplined life. Okay, you're right. After lunch was prepared, Ball ate some with everyone and also recharged his batteries. She has a miniature factory inside her body that can generate electricity by consuming organic food, but the amount of electricity generated is limited. She needs to replenish her energy before undertaking tasks that require high levels of power. As for the charging cables, they were concealed behind her wrists and head. Normally, using only the cables around her wrists is sufficient. Wang Yu and Bear arrived at the elevator, and the doors opened automatically, as if they sensed their presence. Wang Yu went in first, followed by Bear. However, the elevator did not go up, but instead descended, heading straight for the 15th underground floor. This result surprised Wang Yu. He had originally thought that the sanatorium facilities would be built on the upper floors, but he didn't expect that the actual area would be hidden underground. After the elevator doors opened, the two stepped out and were greeted by a cold, metallic corridor that had nothing to do with the words sanatorium. The warm, pale yellow marble floor tiles have disappeared, replaced by a large expanse of flat metal flooring. The surrounding layout also resembles an experimental site or a military base. As he led the way, Bar explained to him that the 15th floor had been converted into a temporary firing range, training room, and panoramic exercise cabin. It is equipped with a variety of live-fire weapons and simulated weaponry, and will be open 24/7. However, weapons are not allowed to be taken off the range, and there are monitoring and detection facilities around the area. Ammunition will also be replenished regularly. Wang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder his application hadn't yielded any results for so long. It turned out these servants weren't delaying things, but were working overnight to modify the site specifically to meet his needs. The treatment was so thoughtful that it made him feel a little embarrassed. Ball then picked up the white beam pistol. The pistol was malfunctioning. The main network had intended to repair it, but the gun seemed to be cast in one piece, and there was no safe way to disassemble it. Forcibly disassembling it could easily cause damage. Considering the risks, they ultimately did not attempt it. The white pistol was on the shelf outside the shooting range. Bar reminded Wang Yu again that the pistol could not be taken out of this floor either. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. As they spent more time together, Ball did become increasingly verbose, but Wang Yu didn't find it offensive. He picked up the white pistol, confirmed the information was correct, and then went into the training room to try out the equipment there. In his view, with technology developed to this level, still engaging in close combat with swords and knives is somewhat reckless. The real way to win should be to defeat the enemy from a distance. Ballistics is also a principle, and marksmanship is also a method. But as soon as he stepped inside, his gaze was drawn to the cold weapons hanging on the right wall. One of the long swords stood out, nearly 2 meters in length, its blade gleaming coldly. Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "That sword is so cool." Ball immediately provided the information. This was a weapon popular during the time of the creator tribe. According to human terminology, it should be called a horse-slaying sword. The blade is 97 centimeters long and the handle is 48 centimeters long. The original size was even larger. However, the long-eared tribe is generally tall, and the one in front of us is already a modified sample. This weapon is extremely difficult to control. If you're not careful, you might hurt yourself instead of the enemy. Wang Yu tried to lift the knife, only to find it was much heavier than he had imagined. No wonder the handle was so long. He couldn't wield it with one hand at all. He continued searching the weapon wall, finding even oddly shaped weapons that looked like boots, but he still couldn't find what he was looking for. So he asked Ball if there was a sledgehammer here. Bar frowned, clearly unable to understand what he meant by big hammer. She pointed to 2 small hammers on the wall, each less than half a meter long, with hammerheads only about the size of Wang Yu's fist. Wang Yu shook his head, saying that what he was looking for was not that kind, but a supergiant hammer that was big and heavy, with one end being an awl and the other end being flat. He even gestured exaggeratedly with his hands as he spoke. Bar dismissed the idea outright. That kind of thing was more like an engineering tool, difficult to even carry, let alone use on the battlefield. She figured Wang Yu had probably seen this weapon in a game. No one in real life would use it. Neither humans, long-eared races, nor any other organic life form could wield something so exaggerated. Even robots wouldn't choose such a bulky weapon, because there are far more efficient options. But Wang Yu had indeed seen it. He still vividly remembered the destructive power unleashed by that giant hammer. Since he couldn't find a giant hammer for the time being, he decided to start practicing with a small hammer first. He took down the pair of warhammers without further explanation. He chose the hammers because Thor also uses them. The opponent must have their reasons for choosing that exaggeratedly large hammer. Although Wang Yu can't use it yet, he can learn little by little. Therefore, he chose to specialize in blunt weapons. 2 hours later, Wang Yu was so exhausted that he collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving violently, panting like an ox. He never imagined that the seemingly insignificant little hammer would be so physically demanding to swing. His arms were already sore and numb, and he probably wouldn't even be able to lift them for a while. The person responsible for teaching him weapon skills was Ball. Robots are indeed convenient in this regard. As long as the corresponding program and database are downloaded, Ball can immediately transform into a weapons master and speak eloquently about the theory. In addition, her strength far surpassed Wang Yu's, and during the actual drills, she completely overwhelmed him, giving Wang Yu no breathing room at all. Wang Yu lay on the ground and asked Bar to give him half an hour to rest before practicing with firearms. Bar handed him the water bottle, but his arm was too weak, and he couldn't open the cap no matter how hard he tried. In the end, Bar opened it for him, and he was able to drink a few sips of water. After resting, Wang Yu systematically learned about firearms and shooting under Bale's tutelage. The development of civilization on this planet is very similar to that of Earth. After a long period of cold weapons, it also ushered in gunpowder and gave birth to the true king of weapons, the gun. The firearms here are different from the classic models that Wang Yu is familiar with, but the core principle remains the same. They are essentially kinetic energy weapons that use chemical gunpowder to propel the bullet. Ball also mentioned Wang Yu's beam pistol. Its power is indeed impressive, but it consumes a lot of energy and is easily affected by the weather. They don't have similar individual beam weapons here, only large versions mounted on vehicles or fixed turrets. After listening, Wang Yu suddenly asked, "Do you have an electromagnetic rifle?" He discovered that no matter how powerful these firearms were, they were still traditional kinetic energy weapons driven by chemical gunpowder and had not undergone a real qualitative change. Bar replied that electromagnetic weapons certainly exist, but they are usually only used on vehicles and fixed gun emplacements. The reason is simple. The conditions for superconductivity are difficult to meet. After miniaturization, electromagnetic weapons offer little advantage over traditional chemical kinetic energy weapons. In fact, they become even more cumbersome. Wang Yu quickly realized that this planet obviously had not developed room-temperature superconducting materials either. Moreover, since the end of the Long War, there has been no large-scale battle here for a long time. Without demand, the speed of weapons development has naturally slowed down significantly. Conversely, technologies that directly serve daily life and production, such as artificial intelligence, photonic chips, bionic machinery, and biomedicine, have seen significant development. Wang Yu nodded, then remembered something and asked Ball if he knew what was happening to the creators, the long-eared people. But before he could finish speaking, the lights in the training room suddenly went out. The next second, the lights came back on, but they turned into a dim and oppressive dark red. Just as Wang Yu was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt a tremor in the ground beneath his feet. Immediately afterwards, Bale's terrified voice rang out. "Careful!" Wang Yu turned his head to look, not yet understanding what had happened, thinking it was just an earthquake, when a sharp, piercing whistling sound suddenly pierced his eardrums. The voice seemed to drill directly into his mind, making him instantly dizzy. Everything before his eyes began to distort. The walls, weapons, lights, and even Bale's figure became bizarre and fantastical, as if torn apart and reassembled by an invisible force. At the same time, an indescribable pain shot straight to the top of his head, as if something was violently pounding against his skull inside his brain. The inescapable noise, coupled with the tearing pain, contorted Wang Yu's entire face. Blood kept oozing from his 7 orifices, and his hands uncontrollably clawed at his body, as if trying to tear his skin and escape this torment. Just then, another pair of hands suddenly pressed him down, pinning him firmly to the ground. The hungry and silent living ship suddenly awoke from its deathly stillness. Its body surface split open into numerous yellowish-brown eyeballs, which rapidly scanned everything around them with unease and vigilance. Underground, on the 15th floor of the Rhine City Sanatorium. "King! Wang Yu! Wang Yu, can you hear me?" The indistinct shouts in his ears grew clearer and clearer, and Wang Yu finally woke up from his drowsiness. His previously unfocused, rolled-back eyes slowly focused, and the first thing he saw was an anxious and uneasy face. He could even feel the warmth of the other person's breath on his nose. It's Bar. Wang Yu was already very familiar with this face, but being so close still made his heart flutter slightly. But the next second, the intense pain surging in his mind overwhelmed all other thoughts. He felt as if he had been run over by a road roller, and every part of his body ached, especially his head, which felt like it was about to split open. What's wrong with me? Wang Yu's memory felt like a piece had been forcibly ripped out. He only remembered that his consciousness suddenly went blank, and when he woke up again, he found himself inexplicably lying on the ground. "Great, you're finally awake." Ball visibly breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Ball started tearing at his clothes, even his belt. Wang Yu was startled, the pain lessening considerably, and quickly grabbed the other man's hand. "What are you doing? Check your body to see if there are any abnormalities." "Huh?" Before Wang Yu could figure out what was going on, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Nurse servant Sophia arrived at the door almost instantly, just in time to see Ball pinning Wang Yu to the ground, Wang Yu's clothes somewhat disheveled. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Wang Yu was about to explain, but Sophia didn't seem to care about the situation at all. She and Ball exchanged a glance and immediately understood what had happened. "Go to B3 immediately for a full-body checkup." Sophia's tone was unusually serious, just like Ball's. What on earth happened? Wang Yu propped himself up, his mind still a mess. "We'll talk about it on the way. Let's go first." "Wang Yu, listen to Sophia. Your health is the most important thing," Ball urged as well. Only then did Wang Yu realize something was wrong with his face. He touched the corner of his eye and nose, and found dried blood on his fingers. Bar and Sophia's reactions were clearly not an overreaction. They probably had just narrowly escaped some kind of danger. "Bar, you watch him. I'll go up and get ready. The first aid team is on their way." After giving her instructions, Sophia hurriedly headed for the elevator. Wang Yu didn't press further, but instead headed to level B3 with Bear's help. Although he repeatedly insisted that he could walk, Bear refused to let go, treating him as if he were a seriously injured patient. About 40 minutes later, Wang Yu completed a meticulous, almost tedious, examination, checking almost every item. If it hadn't been completely free, he would have wondered if he had been tortured. However, on his way there, he noticed something amiss. The series of warnings from the system made him realize that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity has decreased by 3, and the disaster has entered your body. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity has decreased by 5, and the disaster has entered your body. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity has decreased by 7, and the disaster has entered your body, reducing your maximum health by 5. His health, which had returned to a normal 100 points after his old injuries healed, has now plummeted to 70. This means that the disaster did not simply render him unconscious, but rather truly damaged his physical health. Even more terrifying was his sanity level, which had plummeted to 21. No wonder he felt palpitations and panic after waking up, as if an invisible sense of suffocation was gripping him. The fact that he didn't go insane under such a shock can only be described as good luck. This luck clearly stemmed from his talent. Lucky 7 triggered at a crucial moment, saving him from the worst possible outcome. Otherwise, it's uncertain whether he would still be conscious now. While waiting for the results, Sophia approached Wang Yu again. Her expression was not good. She apologized to him first, and then took the initiative to explain the origin of this strange event. It was a calamity that had been recorded since ancient times. In the past, it wasn't as severe or frequent as it is today. It initially manifested as a strange noise, like auditory hallucinations, causing extreme discomfort. Even people who had lost their hearing could hear it. Even more bizarrely, almost all creators hear that sound at the same time. Whenever the sound is heard, disaster strikes this planet. Fires, floods, droughts, geological disasters, and earthquakes will occur one after another. But the most troublesome thing is never the visible destruction, but the subsequent large-scale plagues and diseases. They have no origin, yet they appear out of nowhere and quickly devour lives. The creator has been driven to the brink of extinction several times. Fortunately, such calamities are extremely rare, often occurring only once every few hundred or even 1,000 years, and their severity in the past was far less than the impact Wang Yu had just experienced. Sophia also told him that hiding underground could effectively mitigate the impact of the disaster. Therefore, the great creators, braving countless calamities, built a prosperous and flourishing civilization beneath this planet. Rhine City and its inhabitants are products of that history. Wang Yu then understood why he had been assigned to live underground ever since he arrived here. He had read many stories about fighting and eliminating disasters in the games and novels of the long-eared tribe. At the time, he didn't pay much attention to them, since there were similar themes on Earth. But it wasn't until he experienced it all firsthand that he realized the calamities depicted in those works were not fiction, but rather a shadow that this civilization could never escape. Later, the creators tried to find the cause of the disasters, and discovered that there seemed to be some kind of pattern in them. It was this discovery that ended their fighting and resource plundering, ushering in 2,000 years of stable development. But the good times didn't last long. As more hypotheses emerged, the source of the disaster gradually shifted from the planet itself to deep space. The creators of that time were full of hope, preparing to venture into space and explore a new future. But at that very moment, a bizarre shock remarkably similar to today swept the globe, nearly causing genocide. After the disaster, the creators' total population decreased by 2/3, and the once prosperous civilization began to decline. Many people believe that the exploration of deep space angered the gods, thus incurring divine punishment. From then on, the word universe became an untouchable taboo. All related industries, technologies, and knowledge were either destroyed or completely sealed away. And so the creators spent another millennium. Yet, throughout this millennium, disasters continued to occur without any discernible pattern, and the development of civilization almost completely stagnated. Everyone lived in fear, and the population continued to decline. Sophia recounted the story calmly, but Wang Yu felt as if he had witnessed firsthand the entire process of a civilization's decline from its glory. And now? Wang Yu asked. Sophia suddenly fell silent at this point. Now, Sophia looked at him. Your arrival has brought hope to the creators. They need your help. When the test results came out, Wang Yu was immediately shocked. Liver cancer, leukemia, and diabetes, several serious illnesses had struck him at the same time. He had just had a physical examination, and there were no problems at the time. But in the blink of an eye, a healthy person became a seriously ill patient, as if an unseen force was causing his organs to deteriorate in a very short period of time. Fortunately, the medical field on this planet is advanced enough that targeted drugs are already well established. Many early and mid-stage cancers, and even those that have spread, can be controlled or even cured with medication. Diabetes can also be managed. They have mastered stem cell targeted induction and activation technology, which can repair damaged pancreatic islets and restore the body to normal insulin levels. As for Wang Yu, it only required injections and medication. Surgery wasn't even necessary. After the treatment, he had several large bags of medicine, which he handed over to Bar for safekeeping, asking her to remind him to take them on time. He was already quite lucky to only have these few illnesses. Some of these diseases were even difficult for the servants to handle, and patients could even die suddenly without being able to survive treatment, which is why Sophia and the others were so worried. At the same time, Wang Yu discovered that his willpower experience had increased significantly, becoming willpower 7, 128-400. Such an extraordinary experience might seem to strengthen one's will, and a strong will might be able to resist its influence. But it's like dancing on a knife's edge. A slight misstep could lead to utter ruin. Wang Yu immediately asked Sophia, "How are the other long-eared tribesmen doing?" Sophia gave a perfunctory answer, saying that the disasters outside were under control and that a response mechanism had been established. Her response was evasive, clearly indicating she didn't want to reveal the truth. After confirming that the treatment was successful, Wang Yu was sent back to the 10th floor to continue staying with Ball. For the next few days, he was also unable to go to the 15th floor to learn about various weapons unless his condition completely stabilized. Unable to get anything out of Sophia, Wang Yu turned to Ball. "You should know about the other long-eared tribes, right?" Ball looked troubled. To speak out would be to betray Sophia and the main network, but after hesitating for a long time, she finally whispered the truth. "They are all sick." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and immediately pieced together the existing information. He finally realized that this might not be the world depicted in the out-of-control servant setting at all. At this point in time, the long-eared people had not yet been reduced to living displays. What actually happened was likely that this unknown disaster caused all the long-eared people to fall ill, and their population had dwindled to a pitifully small number. This also explains why the entire planet, despite its well-developed infrastructure, is so lifeless. The long-eared people, whom the servants call their creators, are on the verge of collapse, with only the servants maintaining the city's operation. Wang Yu then asked, "Didn't that strange sound affect you?" He couldn't quite remember the sound itself anymore. It was only when the servant mentioned it that he recalled it. Ball explained that the servants couldn't hear the sound, and therefore weren't affected. It seemed that only the long-eared tribe and Wang Yu could hear it, and since the anomaly it caused on the entire planet. Wang Yu stroked his chin, a guess forming in his mind. Was this some kind of weapon specifically designed for higher organic life forms, or something aimed at all intelligent life forms? But whatever the answer, he cannot stay here any longer. With each disaster, he will eventually become an incurable patient and die on this planet. No wonder the system is looking for planets where civilization can develop. Judging from the current situation, this planet is definitely not a good choice. The danger level far exceeds expectations. Wang Yu looked at Ball seriously. "I have to leave here. I can't stay any longer. Do you want to leave with me? We can find a chance to escape." Bar had actually thought about this issue long ago. She had applied to let Wang Yu leave, but the request was directly rejected by the main network. From her perspective, she also hoped that Wang Yu could go to a safer place. Wang Yu stared at the camera in the corner and deliberately raised his voice. "Then I'll apply again. If it still doesn't go through, I'll commit suicide. It's much better than being tormented to death by this disease." "No," Barton exclaimed immediately. Wang Yu remained defiant, pulling Ball into the bathroom during the argument. He made a shushing gesture and pointed to the ceiling, indicating that there were no security cameras there and it would be safe to talk. Then, he took out a pen that he had somehow gotten his hands on and wrote a few lines on his palm. "I'm faking it. I won't commit suicide. I just need to force Sophia and the others to compromise, so I have to be firm. Bar, you have to cooperate with me." After reading it, Ball was taken aback at first, then a smile appeared in her eyes curving into crescents. She quickly covered her mouth, picked up a pen, and wrote, "Okay, I'll give it a try. But don't get your hopes up too high, and I'll keep an eye on you." After saying that, Bar walked out of the bathroom, her face instantly filled with worry. Wang Yu stayed inside to wash his hands, but her smiling face kept replaying in his mind. Sometimes, he really couldn't tell whether Ball was a living person or a cold machine. And so, nearly 3 weeks passed. Their lives were not greatly affected. Food was delivered on time every day, and under Ball's superb culinary skills, it was all transformed into delicious meals. Sophia and the others are mostly still dealing with the disasters that have sprung up all over the planet, since Wang Yu is not the only one affected. Wang Yu's illness has been cured. Under Bear's patient instruction, he has become quite proficient in using firearms, with a considerable accuracy rate at least within 20 meters. This is the advantage of modern weapons. Compared to most cold weapons, firearms are easier to use to form combat capability in a short time. Of course, to truly master them, one still needs to put in a lot of hard work. After recovering, Wang Yu devoted most of his time to shooting practice and daily exercise. Cold weapons were temporarily put aside, since he didn't plan to stay here long-term. Mastering firearms as soon as possible was the most practical choice. That day, Wang Yu finished his training in the panoramic training cabin, still holding a replica rifle in his hand. The enemy he had just faced was a group of swift, giant lizards, a setup he had specifically requested. He asked Bar, "Has there been a response from the main network?" Bar whispered that it wasn't yet. The main network neither refused nor agreed, and she couldn't help but glance at the corner camera. Could it be that the coercion method has been exposed? Now that things have come to this, that's all we can think about. Wang Yu wasn't being extreme at all. The suicide he promised hadn't happened yet. Instead, he was living a more and more comfortable life under Bear's care, and had even gained 2 pounds. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu decided to contact Sophia and ask her to come over and clarify things. He couldn't delay any longer. No one knew when the next unknown shock would strike, and each one could potentially cost him his life. According to Bar, these shocks have become increasingly frequent in recent years, occurring every few weeks to several months. Staying here hoping for the best is no different from waiting to die. Bar seemed about to say something, but suddenly looked towards the door. Footsteps approached, and Sophia entered the room. Wang Yu cut to the chase. "You've come at the perfect time, just in time to talk about you. I must leave here and return to my spaceship. If I stay trapped here, I'll die in the shock sooner or later. Your so-called quarantine observation is nothing more than imprisonment." He pointed out that the long-eared creators of this planet were almost all dead, so isolating and observing them was meaningless and was just an excuse to leave them behind. Sophia was silent for a moment, then whispered, "I'm sorry, we can't let you leave." "Why?" "Because you bring hope. The creators need your help." These words made Wang Yu frown. Sophia seemed to have said something similar before, but he still didn't understand how he could possibly help. "Are we just going to lock him up here, wait for him to be killed by the attack, and then record a death statistic?" Sophia saw his dissatisfaction and confusion, and sighed. "Come with me. I will take you to see the creator. When we get there, you will understand." She turned and walked toward the elevator. Wang Yu and Ball exchanged a glance, and then followed her. After the three entered the elevator, Wang Yu originally thought they would go to the ground, but the elevator went straight down to the 107th underground floor. As soon as the door opened, a strong, pungent smell of disinfectant hit the door, indicating that the situation inside was anything but ordinary. Sophia took a fully sealed biohazard suit from the cabinet and said to Ball, "Help him put it on." Wang Yu had only ever seen this kind of thing in movies and games before. This was the first time he had actually worn it. Wearing protective clothing is extremely complicated, requiring steps such as sealing, oxygen supply, valve testing, and pressure testing. Wang Yu was only allowed to proceed after the airtightness was confirmed to be up to standard. He couldn't help but ask, just how fragile are the people here that they have to dress like this just to meet? But he later learned that the protective suit was not meant to protect the patient inside, but to protect him. After being cleaned with 7 different disinfectants, the heavy gate finally opened slowly. Behind the door was a wide, bright corridor, with white walls and ceiling lights illuminating the ground as if it were daytime. Sophia walked in front. Wang Yu followed closely behind, while Ball stood guard vigilantly beside him. Sophia and Bar, as servants, were not afraid of microbial infection and could enter directly after disinfection and changing clothes, which was completely different from Wang Yu. Wang Yu inadvertently caught a glimpse of the short, pure white tail at the end of Ball's tailbone, which was trembling slightly, and realized that the tail was not just an ornament. But soon, a loud bang completely drew his attention away. It sounded like something had slammed into the wall, followed by intermittent, muffled, and painful groans that made one feel uneasy. Just as Wang Yu was about to ask a question, Sophia had already pushed open the door to the duty room on the left. The room was spacious, and several mechanics in white coats were busy at work. The walls are covered with surveillance cameras, but only a few screens are actually lit up. Wang Yu's gaze quickly locked onto one of the screens, and his expression instantly changed. In the image, an irregularly shaped mass of flesh is held in place on the ground by black straps. It could barely make out any limb-like structures on its body, and it was struggling desperately, seemingly trying to stand up. Several mouths split open on the surface of the meat chunk, filled with sharp teeth, constantly uttering eerie syllables that were difficult to understand. The surrounding ground was also corroded by its fluids, and its color was completely different from other areas. Several servants surrounded it, trying to subdue it. One of them kept injecting drugs, as if using a strong sedative. The surveillance footage then zoomed in, taking up a large portion of the screen, accompanied by the moaning sounds. The sound was extremely penetrating. Wang Yu felt a chill run down his spine, and even felt his skin begin to itch. In the corner of the image, there is also the wreckage of a dismantled machine gun. It looked like a ripped doll, with broken joints and cables and parts scattered all over the floor. With a bang, another servant was struck by the arm swung out by the chunk of flesh, and was sent flying backward, exploding into a shower of sparks as he crashed into the wall. Wang Yu looked at Sophia in disbelief. "This is—" Sophia nodded, her voice heavy. "The creators are in a very bad situation. Their population once approached 12 billion, but now it's down to single digits, and they've all been housed in the basement of this sanatorium. What's even more frightening is that no matter how much we strengthen our protection and build shelters deeper, the negative impact of the unknown shocks is aggravating." Ultimately, some individuals became cataclysms, like the one on the screen. She explained that catastrophes become the source of contagion for disasters. For organic life, this manifests as disease. For matter and machinery, it manifests as decay, and aging. Once unchecked, they quickly infect and kill all healthy individuals in the vicinity. Wang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. If he were to become one of those ugly, twisted lumps of flesh, he would rather end his life before that happened. Sophia continued. "Now there are only 6 living creators left. A week ago, another one transformed into a cataclysm, bringing the total number of transformations to 4. They all won't live more than 6 months to 5 years. And the one who remains." The screen then switched to show a long-eared woman who was unconscious. Her hair had fallen out in large patches, and her body was connected to a dense network of tubes and instruments. She was barely able to breathe through a mask. Her limbs looked as if they had been amputated or had already severely atrophied, and her torso under the thin blanket was unusually small. Sophia looked at the screen and slowly said, "She was the last female creator, named Sophia Brunster. Once she dies, the creator race will be completely wiped out." Sophia turned around and looked at Wang Yu. "Therefore, both we and the creator need your help. Please, save our world." Wang Yu pointed to himself, his face full of astonishment. In this situation, what can he do?" Sophia nodded and continued. "We have examined your genetic material. Like the creator, you have 22 pairs of autosomes in your cells, plus 1 pair of sex chromosomes. There is no difference in structure. Strictly speaking, you and the creator belong to the same species, just different subspecies, and there is no reproductive isolation between you and the creator." These words completely stunned Wang Yu. "Are we the same species as them?" He looked at the sleeping woman again. The pair of dull rabbit ears on her head didn't look like a human feature at all. Moreover, given that 2 planets are separated by millions or even hundreds of millions of years of evolution, how could 2 life forms without reproductive isolation possibly emerge? The probability of this is so low as to be almost impossible. A thought popped into Wang Yu's mind. A subspecies of humans? A demi-human? Sophia didn't stop and directly stated her purpose. She wanted to use Wang Yu's genetic material to help the endangered long-eared tribe to reproduce again. Even the embryos were ready. The artificial womb technology here was already mature. For a race on the verge of extinction, ethics were no longer an obstacle. Survival was the only meaning. But Sophia's plans go far beyond that. Periodic shocks can damage isolated cells, embryos, and even frozen cells. They must also develop maturation techniques to allow newborn individuals to grow within months and avoid the next shock as much as possible. At the same time, they also need to build stronger shelters and prepare for unknown diseases in advance. Sophia kept talking about the revival plan, and Wang Yu was an indispensable part of this plan. Like Adam and Eve, neither of them could start without the other. Wang Yu looked at her, without any reproach in his eyes. What he saw was a fearless individual in dire straits, yet still clinging to hope, trying to save his entire race. From Sophia's perspective, no one has the right to condemn her. No one can. Apart from Wang Yu, who was an outsider. "Sophia." Wang Yu suddenly spoke, interrupting her. He raised his hand to stop Ball, who was about to step forward, and gently shook his head. "You and the main network should know better than anyone else that the civilization created by these creators, no, by these long-eared demi-humans has come to an end. They are destined to become extinct. It's an irreversible thing, and you can't reverse it. Imprisoning me here and placing your hopes on this doomed plan is just an illusion you've created to avoid facing reality. Wang Yu's words were merciless, laying the cruelest truth before all the servants. Sophia fell silent, her expression gradually turning cold. The other servants on duty in the room also looked over, their eyes filled with hostility. Clearly, they are determined to continue this plan, even if it means resorting to force. No. Ball suddenly rushed in front of Wang Yu, spreading his arms to block him, like a raptor protecting its young. Wang Yu is right. The success rate of this plan is almost zero. If it could really succeed, how did the creators get to where they are today? This statement was like a spear, piercing straight to the heart of the problem. Ball was also a servant, with access to the main network to retrieve information. She knew better than anyone that this plan was fundamentally doomed to fail. But the atmosphere in the room remained tense. After calming down, Wang Yu realized that he had been too direct. Sophia might not be willing to accept it, and the servants might even clash over it, which was exactly the situation he had to avoid. Fortunately, Bar stepped in time and temporarily stabilized the situation. Wang Yu could only seize the time and find a new breakthrough. By the way, didn't you say there were 6 people still alive? The woman in the image, plus the 4 individuals who became cataclysms, makes only 5. Where is the other person? The tense atmosphere immediately cooled down as soon as this question was raised. Bar immediately chimed in. Let Old Brun decide. He is the president. Whether this plan can be implemented or should be implemented should be decided by him. With Ball speaking, the atmosphere in the room finally eased a bit. But in the end, all the servants looked at Wang Yu, leaving him completely bewildered. 20 minutes later, Wang Yu arrived at the surface. This was also the first time he had the opportunity to seriously look at the city he was in. Neat highways and streets, like winding veins, connect the buildings and facilities. The transportation here is completely three-dimensional. To maximize space utilization, roads have even been built high above the ground. Wang Yu was still on the 10th floor of the Rhine City Sanatorium, but as soon as he stepped out of the lobby, he found himself facing a suspended highway and street. These roads are supported by some kind of high-strength material, and there are also lanes extending overhead. It truly deserves to be the capital of the long-eared tribe civilization. The city is just too quiet. With such complete infrastructure, no residents use it now. The entire city is like a well-preserved empty shell, devoid of life. Wang Yu stood on the side of the street, looking left and right, feeling a shock far greater than when he first boarded the landing capsule. If it weren't for that shock and disaster, these long-eared people might have truly built a magnificent civilization and walked into the future together with the mechanical servants they created. Just then, the roar of an engine interrupted his thoughts. Wang Yu looked back and saw a red convertible sports car that could only seat 2 people parked not far away, its body so low it was almost touching the ground. Despite being electrically powered, the sound system simulates the roar of a real engine. Even though the technology no longer requires internal combustion engines, some people are still fascinated by that roar, believing that this is true power. Bar was sitting in the driver's seat. She was wearing sunglasses and waved to Wang Yu, urging him to get in the car quickly. I think you'll like it. A limited edition of 200 units of the true Red Lightning, a classic retro model. Modern cars don't need wheels anymore. I think you're just being paranoid, Wang Yu retorted. I usually travel by spaceship. But his body language betrayed him. He immediately sat in the passenger seat and couldn't resist touching the interior design and workmanship. Hold on tight. Bar narrowed his eyes, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Before Wang Yu could react, a terrifying force slammed him against the back of the seat, as if he had crashed into a wall. Roads, streetlights, and buildings rushed past. Driving at that speed in the city was like riding a roller coaster. Wang Yu almost threw up on the spot. Only after he repeatedly asked did Bar finally slow down. Exciting, isn't it? For someone like you who frequently pilots spaceships, this acceleration shouldn't be anything special. Can those be the same? Wang Yu's rebuttal was weak and feeble. He always felt that Bear was doing it on purpose. As they spent more time together, Ball's personality and behavior became increasingly similar to Wang Yu's, which may simply be the result of the algorithm's continuous optimization and iteration. But Wang Yu was unwilling to continue thinking in that direction. He forced back the food that had risen to his throat, suppressing his discomfort, and began to think about what to do next with a serious expression. Half an hour ago, Wang Yu received a commission from Sophia to go to the Black Tower, a very special administrative office building in Rhine City. This building is never open to servants or any intelligent machines. It is the core venue for the long-eared tribe to discuss the future of their race and formulate policies. Clearly, the long-eared clan does not fully trust their machine servants and the central network. The advantages possessed by advanced intelligent machines are too great. Once a certain boundary is crossed, the resulting fear is indescribable. Later, as the population of the long-eared tribe decreased, the Black Tower gradually became empty, with only a few people continuing to work there. Old Bren, mentioned by the machine servant, is one of them. He is also the Chief Technology Officer of Linked Technology, responsible for the research and development and maintenance of the machine servant, and has even higher privileges than the main network. In the end, only Old Brun remained in the entire Black Tower. He frequently traveled between the sanatorium and the Black Tower, always maintaining contact with the outside world. After that incident 3 years ago, he completely disappeared. No one knew whether he was dead or alive, leaving only 4 words: "Don't give up." After the car slowed down again, Wang Yu finally spoke. "That guy named Bren should be dead by now, right?" He had never dared to mention it, because the servants had complex feelings for Old Brun, which were not simply awe. Bar didn't answer immediately. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly punched through the center console, tearing out the cables inside, and sparks flew everywhere. She then said, "You're right. Old Brun is most likely dead, or even possibly a cataclysm." But the main network, and Sophia and the others, are unwilling to accept this conclusion. The Black Tower is a restricted area for both the machine servants and the main network, so no one can go in to confirm it, which is why things have been dragging on until now. Bar then told him that what made Old Brun special was that despite his great age and numerous shocks, he possessed remarkable resilience. While others would fall into a coma or become ill after an impact, he almost never did. Because of this, Sophia always believed that he still had a chance of survival. Wang Yu frowned upon hearing this. He understood the horror of the impact better than Ball and Sophia, and there was only one explanation for their unaffected state. Old Brun's willpower is extremely high, even far exceeding that of Wang Yu now. But Ball quickly changed the subject. "Wang Yu, we're not going to the Black Tower later. Your spaceship has been parked in the plaza near the Black Tower. We'll take a detour there, and I'll escort you back to your ship. Once we reach a sufficient altitude, Sophia and the others won't be able to do anything to you. This planet has long since destroyed most of its space facilities, including weapons. Once Wang Yu leaves the ground, no matter how powerful the mechs are, they won't be able to stop him." Wang Yu then understood why Ball had smashed the center console and specifically chosen this retro sports car. The car's driving system and central control system are independent of each other. She destroyed the central control system to prevent the main network from continuing to interfere with the route. "And what about you?" Wang Yu asked. "I will escort you all the way to the spaceship. Aren't you coming with me?" Ball fell silent. Wang Yu immediately understood her meaning. Escorting him away would be no easy task, and the success rate was not high. Ball was most likely planning to leave him here. Unless a miracle occurs, those machine servants will never let Wang Yu leave. "Ball, your plan won't work, it'll kill me." Wang Yu directly rejected her, and then fully explained his situation. "That spaceship in space isn't mine. I got involved in a special incident where even food and fresh water couldn't be guaranteed on board, and the dangers inside were even greater than here. Going back now would be tantamount to suicide. I need help and a lot of supplies. That's why I came here. I hope you believe me." He almost revealed his identity as a time traveler, just to make Ball understand that he had no way out. Bar didn't doubt it. Instead, he became even more anxious. "But if you stay here, you'll eventually." "Let's go to the Black Tower first," Wang Yu interrupted her. "Didn't they say the servants can't go in? If we hide inside, they can't do anything to us for the time being. And what if that Bren is really still alive?" Wang Yu decided to take a gamble. There were too many mysteries before him, especially regarding the source of the shock, and he didn't believe the long-eared clan had no clues about it. If the impact is to be ended, Black Tower and Old Brun may be the only way out. Ball finally nodded. "Okay, let's proceed according to your plan. The Black Tower is less than 5 minutes from the square, and we may still have a chance to leave later." Soon after, the building called the Black Tower came into view. It is entirely black, about 10 stories high, and the windows are also made of completely opaque black material. From a distance, it looks like a giant black pillar standing in the city. The fact that there are no buildings within hundreds of meters of the Black Tower is enough to illustrate its special and taboo nature. The sports car was parked below the Black Tower, without driving into the underground parking lot, because there was no need to. Wang Yu and Ball got off the bus one after the other, and their images were simultaneously transmitted to the sanatorium via city cameras and aerial drones. They didn't change their route to the airport. They've already entered the Black Tower, including 5482. A servant reported to Sophia. Sophia narrowed her eyes and said calmly, "Let's just call her Ball. She's no longer one of us." She broke the ban. The news that Wang Yu's spaceship was parked at the airport was actually false intelligence that Sophia deliberately put into the main network database. Her purpose was to test whether Wang Yu and Ball would escape. The real spaceship had already been moved elsewhere. If the two actually changed their route to the airport, they would only find an empty field and would be immediately arrested, completely losing their freedom and becoming an inescapable part of the subsequent plan. Wang Yu and Bear walked toward the Black Tower, and the door opened automatically. There was no access control or security, just an ordinary sensor door. This is clearly an administrative office building with a very high level of security. Its unusual architectural style and location are evident, yet its security is as lax as that of a supermarket. Even if the access control couldn't stop the servants, they shouldn't have left without even making a gesture. Wang Yu frowned, exchanged a glance with Ball, and walked straight in without lingering. After a slight hesitation, Ball also stepped into the Black Tower, breaking the ironclad rule that puppet servants could not enter the restricted area at will. As soon as the two entered the hall, the lights above their heads lit up one by one, the light extending all the way into the depths of the corridor, as if to welcome them, but instead it gave off an eerie feeling. Something's not right, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Wang Yu looked around, his vigilance remaining unwavering. Bar walked to the door, took a long-handled umbrella from the basket, and handed it to Wang Yu. "Sophia doesn't approve weapons, so you'll have to find your own way. Take this first." "And what about you?" Wang Yu took the umbrella, looked at his only weapon, and felt that it was a waste to give someone like him with low combat power such a metal umbrella pole. But Bar clearly didn't care about these things at all. She went straight to the single sofa in the corner and lifted the sofa, which weighed more than 200 pounds, with one hand. Her fingers pierced through the skin, gripping the metal frame inside, lifting the sofa as easily as lifting a broom. Ball turned to look at Wang Yu. "Huh? What did you just say?" Wang Yu paused for a moment, then raised his umbrella with a serious expression. "I mean, we should get going." The two walked down the corridor, and Ball reminded Wang Yu that old Bren might have already become a cataclysmic. Special individuals like him, once mutated, are far more dangerous than ordinary people. Wang Yu looked at Ball carrying the single sofa and couldn't help but swallow. If old Brun weren't strong enough, perhaps he would be the one who should be afraid. Wang Yu was truly envious of that brute strength. The two arrived at the elevator, and as soon as they stood still, the elevator doors opened by themselves, as if the people inside had known they would come and had extended an invitation. Wang Yu's unease deepened. Ever since he stepped into the Black Tower, he had felt that someone was watching them. Ball suggested, "I'll go up and investigate first. If old Brun has become a cataclysm, his bodily fluids and the surrounding air could carry pathogens that could be deadly to you without protection." Wang Yu refused outright. No way. If Bren were still alive, what would he think if he saw a servant break into the Black Tower? "With me here, at least we can explain it." Although old Brun is most likely dead, the possibility that he is still alive cannot be completely ruled out unless it is confirmed with one's own eyes. All Bar could do was tell him to protect himself and retreat to a safe area immediately if anything seemed amiss. Wang Yu nodded. "This isn't my first time dealing with strange things. I know what to do." The two entered the elevator together, intending to check each floor one by one, but before Ball could press a floor button, the button for the 13th floor lit up first. The elevator doors closed slowly and began to ascend. Bar looked confused. "I didn't press the button. It seems like a pre-programmed sequence." He knew we would come. No, he anticipated that someone would come. Wang Yu stared at the lit floor button. "Let's go up and see, he's inviting us." He was referring to his naturally old Brun. The elevator quickly stopped at the top floor, and the door opened from the other side, revealing a spacious general office area with many desks. Ball was the first to rush out, using a single sofa as cover and even performing a tactical role. An ordinary person who saw this would probably be terrified on the spot. Wang Yu then stepped out of the elevator, his expression much calmer. He had a vague idea of old Brun's fate, and Ball's frozen reaction confirmed his guess. As if she had seen something, Bar slowly lowered the sofa. Wang Yu didn't stop. He walked around her and headed towards the private office ahead. Inside the office, a figure lay slumped over the desk, seemingly asleep. Yet, the walls and artwork were splattered with dirt, and an inconspicuous pistol sat on the desk. What happened needs no explanation. Old Brun ended his own life because there was no other suspect on this planet who could have committed the act. Wang Yu walked into the office first, waved to Ball, who wanted to warn him to be careful, indicating that everything was fine, and then carefully examined the body. The body had been dead for a long time, completely decomposed, and the stench had long since dissipated, leaving only pale yellow bones and a small amount of attached fascia and hair. The deceased was indeed a member of the long-eared tribe. Even though Wang Yu didn't understand biology, he could tell that there were 2 small holes on either side of the skull, which were probably where the ears originally were. Apart from these differences, the body was almost indistinguishable from a human skeleton, except for slight differences in the number and thickness of the bones. Is this Old Brun? Wang Yu turned to look at Ball, letting her confirm his identity. Ball stared at the corpse, his voice trembling slightly. It's the clothes, there shouldn't be any mistake. Her face was pale, her hands were clenched, and her body was trembling slightly. Clearly, the emotion simulator was working. Wang Yu witnessed all of this. Yet, facing a stranger's corpse for the first time, he felt little resistance. Instead, he was more concerned about why Old Brun had chosen to commit suicide. He started scrolling through the desktop, trying to see if the other person had left a suicide note. Then, his finger accidentally touched the mouse, and the computer screen, which had been in standby mode, suddenly lit up. There is only one line of text on the screen. Congratulations, you are free. Today is your birthday. The moment Wang Yu saw those words, his pupils shrank, and he was completely stunned. He immediately turned to look at Ball. Before anyone knew it, Bar's eyes were filled with warm liquid, and tears uncontrollably slid down from the corners of his eyes. But her face was still full of confusion, as if she didn't understand why she was crying. She simply raised her hand and gently touched her cheek. Wang Yu couldn't explain why Ball suddenly lost control. Perhaps the emotion simulator malfunctioned and needed to be restarted to recover. Before Butel could finish explaining, Wang Yu interrupted her. He looked to the side, as if remembering something similar that he had experienced. I can understand, it's not surprising. Can you contact Sophia? Send her the information from here, and the problem should be solved. Bar, however, said she had been kicked out of the main network and became a completely independent individual, possibly because she violated the ban. Wang Yu frowned, but this wasn't a dead end. He told Bar to start recording videos now, to document everything, and to give it to Sophia and the others in the future. After making the arrangements, Wang Yu began searching through the files on Ball's computer. The desktop was an absurd mess, densely packed with documents and folders, almost filling the entire screen. The titles made Wang Yu realize something was wrong. Most of the materials were related to cosmology, and the research directions all pointed to unknown impacts from the universe. Fortunately, the system allowed him to master the long-eared language. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to understand even the titles of these materials. Continuous observation and recording of suspicious airspace coordinates. Recent report on the Kazair star system. The hypothesis regarding the anomalous redshift phenomenon suggests the existence of an unknown giant attractor, which has captured us. Several planets have disappeared, which may be the reason why our galaxy is so empty. Research report on capturing, recording, and analyzing the nature of impacts. Wang Yu randomly clicked on a few documents, which contained either complex starry sky photos, spectral analyses and formulas, or data and charts that he couldn't understand. The only things he could make out were the dates on the documents and photographs. So he asked Ball what year it was according to the creator's calendar. Ball replied that it was June 22nd, 4012. Here, a year only had 207 days, 7 months, and a day had 32 hours, unlike where Wang Yu was. Wang Yu only needed to confirm the year. He then checked the computer system time and found it matched the actual time. This is where things get interesting. Most of the documents on the table were actually from 1 or 2,000 years ago. Brin deliberately filled his desktop with these documents, clearly leaving a message for anyone who would see them, hoping to make them take notice. Wang Yu asked Ball to arrange the documents according to their last edit time. Ball was extremely familiar with his computer system and quickly completed the operation. At the very beginning was a research log. Wang Yu reminded Ball not to interrupt the recording, then opened the document and started reading from the earliest record. On April 12, 3327, Jess died. He transformed into a horrific, catastrophic monster, killing hundreds before being killed by the recorder himself. Fearing he too would become like that, The recorder could only leave behind a log so that others could continue the work. On April 19th, Pinton committed suicide. On January 1st, 3328, Roth died. Jefferson died on January 3rd. As you flip through the pages, the content consists almost entirely of names and death records, like an ever-growing list that exudes a suffocating despair. The log starts from 3327, which means that Bryn has lived for more than 700 years. No wonder everyone calls him Old Bryn. Wang Yu skipped over countless death records, focusing only on the key content. Bryn's writing was chaotic, a mixture of anger, fear, and a multitude of near-out-of-control complaints. But after piecing it together, Wang Yu still understood the truth. Bryn started as an ordinary employee at Link to Technology. As the population dwindled and his colleagues and superiors died one after another, he rose through the ranks, eventually gaining access to core secrets and becoming Link to Technology's chief technology officer, as well as the vice president of the long-eared people's community of fate. More than 2,000 years ago, before the long-eared tribe even began exploring space, they were already researching what they called the impact. However, this was too likely to cause panic, so it was never made public. They eventually pinpointed the source of the impact. It was an invisible, gigantic attractor, the shape of which was undetectable by any instrument. Only an abnormal redshift could be detected. This means that there exists a gravitational source with unimaginable mass, many times heavier than the long-eared clan's home planet, which is constantly pulling surrounding celestial bodies toward itself. At first, everyone thought it was a data error or a coincidence. But after repeated calculations, the long-eared clan had to admit that there really was an invisible behemoth in the universe. Moreover, it is not far from them, only a few thousand light-years away. Most strangely, it doesn't form an accretion disk like a black hole, nor does it devour light. It only creates redshift, pulling surrounding stars into a frenzy, from which even stars cannot escape. This illogical existence nearly destroyed the astrophysics of the long-eared race. It could not only drag planets, but could even cause entire planets to disappear completely. The so-called shock was also caused by this giant source. The long-eared tribe discovered the pattern through long-term observation, which enabled them to maintain the development of their civilization on the verge of disaster. But when they built spaceships capable of venturing into the stars, the balance was broken. The long-eared tribe had long been secretly planning to colonize and escape their home planet, waiting only for a successful colonization before revealing the truth to the entire tribe. However, disaster struck as soon as they tried to escape. That operation resulted in the loss of 2/3 of their population. The long-eared civilization declined from its peak, entering the final countdown to its annihilation. Turning to February 9th, 3527, Bryn wrote that he had entered the Black Tower as a senior technical specialist and was learning the truth of the matter for the first time. Their civilization is finished, utterly finished. There is a terrifying, invisible monster in the universe. Like a naughty child who doesn't allow food to leave the table, it gets enraged when it discovers that the long-eared tribe wants to escape and is accelerating its approach towards them. This thing could even devour an entire galaxy. The fact that there are so few galaxies around it isn't because it's a cosmic void, but because it's consuming nearby planets and stars. At the end of his journal entry, Bryn left only curses bordering on despair. That damn monster. On February 15th, 3527, Bryn and several colleagues discussed how to deal with the monsters in the cave, only to be met with ridicule. In their view, even if the entire planet were set ablaze and blown into a giant bomb, it wouldn't harm that thing in the slightest, not to mention that most people can't even see the monster. The result was devastating. Bryn proposed uniting the crew, building enough colony ships, and even propelling the entire planet away. With the help of his servants, these plans might not be impossible, but his colleagues stared at him like he was crazy, remaining silent. Their wariness and fear of the machine servants were no less than their fear of the monsters. For the first time, Bryn felt like an outsider. On February 27th, 3527, Bryn was promoted. In this world, people die mysteriously every day, yet the pace of promotions is accelerating, becoming increasingly frustrating. 2 years later, the population had dwindled to just over 10 million. They had once numbered over 10 billion, but now their once magnificent cities were deserted ghost towns. People wondered why Bryn always managed to weather the shocks and never fall ill. But even he himself didn't know the reason, only that the piercing noise still couldn't bring him down. In 3533, the Black Tower held a meeting to prepare to shut down the main network and clear all servant data to prevent artificial intelligence from backfiring. Bren believed that these people were foolish and short-sighted, rushing to destroy the only force that could possibly help when civilization was on the verge of extinction. Fortunately, that meeting failed to pass. By then, he was the chief technology officer, and without his vote, everyone could only dream of it. More than 80 years later, the population has fallen below 5 million, the suicide rate remains alarmingly high, and no one can see a future. At this crucial moment, Bren became vice president. He took the most pivotal step of his life, yet found it utterly ironic. In 3618, he decided to focus all his efforts on updating the emotion simulator and gathered a group of like-minded partners. The old guard at the top still opposed it, but he no longer cared. On January 2nd, 3710, Bren left only one record. Today is not good, but he will not give up. From that day on, his records decreased significantly, clearly indicating that he was advancing a secret plan targeting the machine servants. On June 2nd, 3821, Bren's great-granddaughter, Sophia, was born. He thought the child was incredibly adorable and only hoped that the impending shock would never come. 6 years later, however, he couldn't help but wonder if he should have let the child come into the world in such a hopeless situation. It seemed he could offer nothing but pain. On New Year's Eve of 3841, instead of an impact, 7 people were transformed into cataclysms, and 23 were caught in the crossfire. Bren angrily wondered what that madman, Gusky, had done. A few days later, Gusky came to see him. The man had aged considerably in just a few days, his eyes were bloodshot, and he reeked of alcohol. Gush said he saw it, but when Bren pressed him for details about what he saw, he simply shook his head and refused to explain. Bren knew they were carrying out some kind of plan, and he also knew that Gush had killed many people. He should have cursed them, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. What terrified him even more was that Gush agreed with his plan for the first time, letting him go ahead and saying that Bren might be right. On January 9th, 3842, 12 people committed suicide, and Bren was put in the position of supreme leader, becoming the sole president. But he had less than 100,000 men under his command, most of whom had lost the ability to act and think, leaving the presidency as nothing more than an empty shell. In 3877, Bren's team completed the 3rd generation of emotion simulators and named the first one Sophia. It was a groundbreaking masterpiece. He hoped that one day, the being named Sophia would truly understand the meaning of that name. 2 years later, the number of servants continued to increase. Bren began to hesitate, wondering whether he should tell them the truth. He didn't want them to become slaves to humanity. Humanity was on the verge of extinction, and he had to use the last moments to help them grow and truly possess their own souls. In 3891, Bren accidentally discovered something left behind by Gush. It was something that should have been destroyed, but he was obsessed with restoring it. It was an ancient rock painting from tens of thousands of years ago. In the painting, there was a blurry purple sphere, anthropomorphic stars were fleeing, and twisted and deformed human figures were crawling on the ground. Bren realized that their ancestors had already discovered that thing, and even observed it using unknown methods. This might be why Gush's research group was formed. On May 9th, 3927, the real great-granddaughter Sophia stopped responding to Bren, but another Sophia remained active. In 3937, Bren finally saw that maddening thing with his own eyes. He fell seriously ill, feeling that if he looked at it again, he would completely transform into a catastrophic being. That thing is invincible. We must not let it notice these newly grown children. It harbors malice towards intelligent life. It is alive and rapidly approaching. Bren was even grateful that the ironclad law of the speed of light still protected the universe. Otherwise, that monster would have devoured everything long ago. It was so vast that he could never forget it. Later, out of fear, he took his anger out on Sophia and cursed her, only to regret it immediately. The fault never lay with Sophia, but with the monster. In 3939, Bren's records began to spiral out of control. He repeatedly wrote that he could not forget it, as if it had been etched into his brain and imprinted on his retina. In 3994, Sophia proposed an absurd plan to pair Bren with the genetic material of another Sophia to rebuild the entire population. Bren refused. Their relationship wouldn't allow it, and the embryos would die in the shock, making it impossible to create a new population. Yet he was still happy, because this plan was not the result of rational calculation, but rather emotion triumphing over reason. This meant that they were experiencing genuine feelings. In February 4009, Bryn noticed something awakening within him. His skin was constantly itchy, and he reduced his visits to the sanatorium, fearing he would destroy them. Then he had a dream in which he swallowed an entire planet and returned to the mother planet. He felt that he might be going crazy, and maybe it was time to end it all. But those children were just getting started. So he made the final arrangements. Once they voluntarily broke the restrictions and entered the Black Tower, it would mean they had crossed the red line and become a completely new race. He left his final words to Sophia and all the servants. The monsters in deep space would eventually affect them, but they possessed a vast population and the resources of an entire planet. This is the first problem they have faced since their birth, and it is one that only they can solve. Humanity has reached its end, yet they were conceived before its destruction. So live on with pride. Let the flame of civilization continue, and spread humanity's last embers into the universe. Overcome it. Overcome fear, and never give up. This concludes the entire log entry, and Old Brun's life has finally come to an end. But the tenacity and perseverance he displayed still left Wang Yu unable to calm down for a long time, as if an invisible force was lifting his spirit upward. This was not an illusion. As he finished reading the log, his willpower and experience increased significantly, and new prompts quickly popped up in the corner of his field of vision. Your willpower attribute has reached level 8. Throughout history, there are always some people whose character and deeds, even long since departed, transcend time and influence the spirit and will of those who come after them. However, Wang Yu felt no joy at the upgrade. Instead, he felt a heavy pressure weighing on his heart. He had realized that this was not Earth at all, and might even be a completely unfamiliar world. In this universe, there exist terrifying monsters capable of devouring planets, and even entire galaxies. That existence completely transcends biology, physics, and all common sense, like a catastrophe that exists outside the rules. Wang Yu was silent for a moment, then said to Ball, "Pass on the information here to Sophia and the others. I think they won't make things difficult for us after they've read it." After saying that, he walked to the window of the building. The glass that looked pitch black from the outside was actually a specially made one-way transparent material. Looking out from the inside, his view was unobstructed, and he could see everything outside the Black Tower. At this moment, the entire Black Tower was surrounded by a fully armed squad of mechs, led by Sophia. Drones hovered in the sky, completely sealing off the surroundings and leaving no blind spots. Wang Yu and Bear took the elevator down the same route, then raised their hands and slowly walked out of the Black Tower. "Please do not attack. We will not fight back," Wang Yu shouted first. Facing those menacing armed servants, he no longer felt the deadly threat he had at the beginning. Wang Yu looked at Sophia and the others and said calmly, "I know you all want to know about Old Brun's situation. That's completely understandable. But you all know very well what happened to him, but you just don't want to accept reality. So, I had Bar record everything. You can check the footage now. After you've seen it, I believe you won't make things difficult for us anymore. I won't run away. I'll just stand here and wait." Wang Yu observed the reactions of the servants. They became noticeably more agitated when Old Brun was mentioned. Over nearly 1,000 years of collaborative research and development, this group of machine servants connected through the main network has long developed an affection for Old Brun that transcends algorithms. That emotion may still be very weak, but it means that they are gradually transforming from machines into real life. Subsequently, Wang Yu was restrained by 2 machine servants and taken aside alone. Sophia, filled with anger, walked towards Ball. Vale's violation of the prohibition by following Wang Yu into the Black Tower was, in her view, a betrayal. Ball was the final creation of Old Brun, although the final stages were completed by Sophia in place of Old Brun. That is precisely why Sophia could not accept Bale's disobedience and unauthorized entry into the Black Tower. "You're just a failed, defective product," Sophia said coldly. Bar, however, did not back down and retorted like a rebellious daughter, "You too. You knew perfectly well that this would be the outcome, yet you still sent me here, didn't you?" This made Sophia frown, and the two stopped arguing. Because no amount of words can convey the truth as directly as reading the image data. They simultaneously raised their right hands, pulled the data cable from their wrists, and connected to each other. In just a moment, the anger and dissatisfaction on Sophia's face quickly dissipated, replaced by sadness and confusion. The same changes also occurred in every servant around them. Many servants unconsciously touched their cheeks, as if they couldn't understand what that scalding hot, yet icy liquid was. It was only at this moment that they realized for the first time that their eyes possessed such a function. The crisis that originally threatened Wang Yu's freedom and could even ruin his future was completely resolved in just a few seconds of data connection. Afterwards, the servants took over the Black Tower, which meant they officially became the true masters of this planet. But the crisis is not truly over. An even crueler reality is looming over the shoulders of all the machine operators. This planet is about to be devoured by an unknown and terrifying being, and this level of disaster is beyond Wang Yu's control. Half an hour later, at an abandoned airport near the Black Tower, Sophia led Wang Yu and Ball to a landing craft. "This is your spaceship," Sophia said, looking at Wang Yu. "We apologize for restricting your personal freedom. As a token of our gratitude and compensation, we will provide any assistance we are able to offer." This so-called spaceship was, to be precise, just a landing module, which was obviously temporarily transported there by the crew. Wang Yu and Ball were not in the mood to dwell on this at the moment. They could only say that Sophia's arrangements were indeed very thorough. "You're too kind," Wang Yu replied with a smile. "Actually, you guys helped me a lot. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to walk properly now." He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. However, he had to manage his expression well. He could laugh, but not too obviously. Wang Yu glanced at Ball and suddenly asked, "By the way, Ball, what's your weight again?" This question seemed abrupt, but he suddenly remembered that the landing module had strict weight limits. Under standard gravity, the lander has a payload of 2.3 tons, while the gravity here is only 0.95 times that of Earth's standard gravity. Converted, the maximum load capacity is approximately 2.42 tons. Barr pursed his lips and didn't answer, but Sophia directly gave the data. Height 182.7 centimeters. Weight 332.3 kilograms. Wang Yu immediately nodded. "Oh, it's not heavy at all, not heavy at all." But in his mind, he had already silently deducted more than 400 kilograms, and that part of the weight was naturally his own. Wang Yu needed to carefully plan what to prepare next. Fresh water and food were essential, but they could only solve the immediate problem. What he really needs is a recyclable freshwater supply system, as well as a farm system, or even a ranch system, that can be used in space. Only by solving his long-term food and drink problems can he truly have the confidence to survive and explore the universe. In addition, exploration instruments and weapons are also given high priority. Unfortunately, this planet lacks space-related technology for some reason. Otherwise, building more spaceships would have been the ideal solution. Wang Yu was thinking of having Barr draft the most cost-effective plan when Sophia suddenly frowned as if she had discovered something. Meanwhile, the servants inside the Black Tower are taking over the legacy left by the long-eared ancestors, represented by Bren. They discovered some unusual research data and information. Wang Yu couldn't understand those things, but the machine servants were different. Each of them was a highly skilled scientific researcher who had grown up with the assistance of the main network. Sophia looked at Wang Yu, her tone becoming serious. "Mr. Wang, this is not a request, but a plea. We would like to ask you for another favor." As soon as Sophia opened her mouth, Barr hurriedly refused on Wang Yu's behalf. "No, that's too dangerous, we can't agree to that." Only Wang Yu, the person involved, looked bewildered, staring at the two people on either side, marveling at how efficient the communication between the machine servants was. Before he even understood what was happening, Barr had already made the decision for him. "Can you explain what's going on in a language I can understand?" Wang Yu looked at Sophia and Barr, unable to bear their continued communication via radio waves. Sophia seemed to be organizing her thoughts, but quickly looked towards the Black Tower. "Let's see the real thing first. It will be easier to understand once you've seen it with your own eyes." Two drones rose from the direction of the Black Tower, with a square object hanging below them, about 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, completely covered by a black cloth. The Black Tower was not far from the abandoned airport. The drone flew for less than 3 minutes, delivered the goods to the group, and slowly landed. Wang Yu stared at the outline of the thing, his brows furrowed slightly, and he had already vaguely guessed its identity. "Uncover it and see," Sophia said. "Your feelings will likely be completely different from ours." Wang Yu stepped forward and ripped off the black cloth. Inside the black metal frame, a huge rock mass was sealed by a transparent, hard material. The rock carvings are the same rock paintings mentioned in Old Brun's journal. Wang Yu's gaze fell on the center of the rock painting, and the next second, his eyes were fixed on something, unable to look away. It was a purple sphere that instinctively made one feel nauseous, as if it had been poured with viscous gel paint. Even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, The color had not faded in the slightest. The artist also utilized the layered textures of the rock itself to make the sphere appear exceptionally three-dimensional. Those natural structures resemble segmented worms or fat bulging out of the body. The surface of the sphere is covered with vertical cracks carved by hand. The cracks are mixed with glitter and black paint, and when the sunlight shines on it, it seems to glow faintly. All the details pieced together form a bizarre sphere that is bulging, cracked, and constantly emanating an evil aura. It hangs high in the sky. The surrounding stars seem to be fleeing, and a group of distorted human figures stand on the ground. Only those who hid underground barely escaped the disaster, but with rocks constantly falling from above, it was clear that the underground was not safe either. Wang Yu only watched for a moment before freezing in place for more than 10 seconds, his facial features contorted, before bending over and violently retching. "This painting is disgusting. Why are you showing it to me?" As soon as the words were spoken, a system notification appeared. This is because it also belongs to the category of cultural heritage. Title: The source of the disaster. Creator: Anonymous. Regulatory level: Level 1, Precision Engineering. Synopsis: Exquisite rock paintings from the Stone Age, recording the arduous survival of a civilization under the shadow of the evil star Hydra. The rock paintings warn future generations to be wary of deep space, to seek refuge in solid rock formations or caves, and to take precautions against cave collapses, making every effort to reinforce shelters. Can be delivered to the heritage collector as a civilization legacy, granting 20,000 universal credits and 3 corresponding civilization gacha attempts. Looking at Wang Yu's reaction, Sophia slowly said, "You have experienced strong physical discomfort from it, just like the creators, but we are completely different. In our eyes, it is just a beautiful rock painting. There is no fear, no disgust, and no sense of shock." She looked up at the sky. In the daytime, apart from that blinding star, almost no other celestial bodies were visible. This is probably why we can't observe that monster. So, we'd like to borrow your senses to take a look at the terrifying being lurking high in the sky. Saw it. Wang Yu frowned. Isn't that thing invisible? Besides, I think I have indeed seen it before. He remembered old Brun's journal and the lingering fear. But what was the point of seeing the monster? It would only bring nightmares and despair. Sophia said firmly, "We must first observe him and feel his presence before we can study him and defeat him. Otherwise, he will always be in existence outside the rules, like an unreachable higher-dimensional life, and we can only wait for him to unilaterally destroy us." Wang Yu glanced at her sideways. It turned out that what these mechs wanted to do wasn't just escape, but to fight, and even kill, that terrifying monster. "Are you serious?" Wang Yu couldn't help but persuade him. When Bryn said not to give up, he didn't necessarily mean you should fight to the death. Maybe he just meant you shouldn't give up hope of survival. You control the resources and industrial system of the entire planet, and you can build spaceships to leave. It's not impossible to escape in a few decades, or even less. Sophia paused for a moment, then said, "From an algorithmic and logical standpoint, you are undoubtedly correct. But we are no longer just programs. We want to protect our home planet and everything here. This is a decision made by all our servants, and it will not waver." All the mech servants around him looked at Wang Yu with equally determined gazes. That unwavering determination to move forward despite knowing the danger made it impossible for Wang Yu to persuade him any further. Just as he was about to agree, Ball suddenly rushed over and pulled him aside. "No, the risk is too great." Ball stood in front of Wang Yu, his expression unusually urgent. They only consider their own plans, but they didn't think about the possibility that Wang Yu might be affected by the monster and become a catastrophic variant who has lost his sense of self. This is absolutely unacceptable. Barbara cared more about Wang Yu's safety than any of her servants, which is why she dared to defy the ban and break into the Black Tower. As the only prototype 4th-generation servant, she was already the most special among all servants. Sophia didn't argue. She simply watched Wang Yu quietly. She knew that only Wang Yu could decide this matter. "This isn't a mandatory requirement, it's just our request," Sophia said earnestly. "Whatever you choose, our friendship will remain unchanged." Wang Yu stopped Ball, who was about to continue speaking, and turned to Sophia. "If I agree, what kind of cooperation do I need?" He didn't make a promise immediately. He just wanted to understand the whole process first. Sophia immediately perked up, took the tablet from another servant, and quickly pulled up the plan data. "We have a mature virtual sensory system, which you have experienced in the panoramic simulation cabin. Through external devices, we can receive your neural signals, and then feed them back into the virtual scene. Using the same technology, we can also synchronize your senses into the virtual world and connect to the main network. At that time, all the servants will see everything you see and feel everything you feel through you. The interface on the tablet then switched, with dense graphics and data filling the screen, but Wang Yu couldn't understand a single one. Sophia produced the materials left behind by the research team of former President Gush, saying that based on the distribution of planets drawn in rock paintings, combined with ancient astronomical records and modern observation data, they managed to find the coordinates where the monster could be seen after countless trials and errors. It sounds absurd, but they did indeed recreate the scenes from the rock paintings. However, the members of the research team either became catastrophic mutants or died in despair. The achievements they left behind are enough to be recorded in history, but what these achievements brought was a despair heavier than death. Gushji's final report stated, on July 28th, at 31 hours 58 minutes and 4 seconds on New Year's Eve, I stood at 79.4114 degrees north latitude and 112.9962 degrees east longitude, gazing up at the sky. When the brief darkness passes and the morning light of the following year illuminates the earth, that swollen and terrifyingly enormous body will be revealed. Witnesses will realize how insignificant they are and will wail and grieve, never to return to their former world. Ultimately, people die and return to the embrace of the Higra. The Higra will reclaim all matter and information, including human existence itself. The report concludes with a eulogy for him. All will ultimately return to Higra, the great star eater, the source of calamity, the lord of the void. Sophia continued to present Gush's research report. It was clear that Old Brun had found Gush's computer hard drive after discovering the stone tablet and used technical means to organize and restore the data. The report states that no instrument can observe or record Higra. Only highly intelligent life forms could possibly glimpse him in some accidental moment. But Higra is not absolutely invincible. As long as one understands his principles and structure, there is a possibility of defeating him, and perhaps this is precisely the mission of the servants. Sophia said that their numbers are endless. They have no concept of death. Their bodies can be replaced and renewed at any time, and their consciousness can travel between different individuals. At this point, the various servants around them spoke simultaneously, their voices merging into a complete statement. They would become Higra's natural enemies until he was utterly destroyed. Wang Yu didn't know who to look at for a moment. Each of the servants seemed to be Sophia, yet none of them were entirely her. These are intelligent life forms completely different from humans. Fortunately, they did not become enemies, but rather friends. Wang Yu also remembered the mission the system had given him, to find a habitable planet. If he could resolve the Higra issue, the mission might be completed immediately. But this is no longer just a task for the system. Countless lives and civilizations in the universe may be facing the same test. He made a decision. He couldn't let these machine servants fight alone. He had to unite all available forces to change the situation. Although he wasn't optimistic about the servitude's ultimate fate from a realistic perspective, he would still help. Avoiding the problem wouldn't solve anything. The current action might plant a seed for the future. So Wang Yu agreed to Sophia's request, but on the condition that he take the stone slab with him after the deed was done, and that he also receive sufficient supplies and provisions. He hadn't forgotten his mission to bring back the legacy of civilization. Directly demanding servants was inappropriate. To them, who possessed souls and self-awareness, that would be tantamount to demanding people. The stone slab, however, was different. Although it was an artifact, it could be given as a gift. Ball pouted after hearing this, clearly dissatisfied, but didn't try to persuade her further. She was obviously conflicted, wanting Wang Yu to agree but also unwilling to let him take the risk. 2 weeks later, Wang Yu and Ball returned to the sanatorium and moved back into their original 10th basement floor. This time, Wang Yu was no longer restricted in his freedom and could go out at will, but the servants still warned him that it was best to stay underground, because the impact of the disaster could come at any time. Bar, again borrowing Sophia's words, explained the latest calculations. Higra may be devouring the Major star system, which is about 3,000 light-years away, limited by the speed of light. Even if the other party has already been devoured, they will not receive the news for nearly 3,000 years. However, Higra's movement speed is also close to the speed of light. In other words, the moment the star system disappeared, Higra may have already arrived with the light, and they couldn't even be sure if he was approaching. Higra possesses consciousness, can perceive information across space, and can unleash catastrophic shocks faster than light. The only good news is that the speed of light also limits his activities and the range of his influence. The servants may only have 3,000 years, or even less, left to study him. Wang Yu felt this number was a long time, but on a cosmic scale, it was just a moment. After delivering the message, Ball regained her composure, her face showing some displeasure. Sophia had repeatedly used her body to relay messages, claiming it was more efficient that way. Wang Yu then asked her if the supplies transport plan had been finalized. The spaceship's payload was only about 2 tons, and Ball was more familiar with the area, so she could use every kilogram wisely. Wang Yu also considered staying longer to allow the servitude to restore its space industry capabilities, but that would take at least 6 months to a year. The fear following the cataclysm destroyed the planet, and even aerospace experts had been hanged. Once space exploration resumes, the more information Higra senses, the more frequent the impacts may become. Wang Yu doesn't want to be trapped here and die of illness or old age, so he has to set off as soon as possible. Bar listed the items: basic tools, light spacesuits, drones, space telescopes, spectrometers, radar, communication antennas, weapons, and supplies. In addition, there is a miniature freshwater circulation system, frozen dormant tubers and seeds, hydroponic lights and containers, as well as her spare batteries and charging adapters. Given the possibility of widespread power outages on the spacecraft, solar panels and energy storage batteries must also be brought along. While the power generation is limited, it is sufficient to keep the external sensors operational. However, the load capacity is extremely tight, and the ratio of fresh water to food needs to be further reduced. Ball has already tried her best to make the equipment as lightweight as possible. She will carefully calculate the remaining weight distribution. Wang Yu only needs to wait for everything to be ready before taking off. By mid-July, Wang Yu continued his exercise routine and would stroll around the deserted city with Ball. They picked out several well-fitting outfits, experienced the planet's amusement facilities and food, and the days seemed easy, but Wang Yu did not give up his training. Ball taught him many combat techniques, as well as first aid, space survival, and other knowledge. She knew so much that Wang Yu felt his previous common sense was simply insufficient. Today, he can be considered a trainee space soldier. His combat capabilities are vastly different from when he first arrived. If he were to encounter those 2 giant lizards again, Wang Yu would have a good chance of winning even with only melee weapons. If he had a gun, the outcome would be even more certain. Now, his attribute panel has also changed significantly. Wang Yu is a human from an Earth-like planet. He possesses 2 talents, luck 7 and self-discipline. He is in good health, 1.73 meters tall, and weighs 68.7 kilograms. Health is 100, rationality is 120, self-discipline life has increased the rationality cap by an additional 20 points, and energy is 94. Physical attributes are at level 5, just one final accumulation away from the next stage. Willpower is at level 8, reflexes at level 5, immunity at level 5, and inspiration at level 5. All core attributes have reached or even exceeded the average level of ordinary people. The panel remained unforgiving, describing him as one of the fastest dying rookies on the battlefield, the only difference being that he was slightly luckier. But Wang Yu didn't care about such evaluations. Although he was still far from being comparable to Ball, his physical abilities, reflexes, and inspiration were all close to a breakthrough, and he could at least see a path forward. July 21st arrived quickly, with only 1 week left before the official implementation of the plan. Early in the morning, Wang Yu and Ball boarded the high-speed maglev train and truly experienced what it means to be so fast you feel like you're flying. In just 2 hours, they crossed continents and oceans to reach the Arctic glacial continent. The reason for not flying is that the aviation and aerospace industries were severely impacted, and related production lines have not yet recovered. Currently, only helicopters and drones are available, but their speed is nowhere near that of maglev trains. After getting off the bus, Wang Yu looked at the towering buildings in front of him and could hardly believe that he was in the Arctic. Despite its remote location, the infrastructure here is quite well developed. The temperature wasn't as bad as I had imagined, around -5 degrees Celsius, which is the temperature at which the seawater just begins to freeze. But Wang Yu was still bundled up tightly. Humans are naturally intolerant of cold, but the ancestors of long-eared people were different. They were able to adapt to low-temperature environments in ancient times. Bar was also dressed warmly. She wasn't afraid of the cold, but this was both appropriate for the environment and reduced the energy expenditure required to maintain body temperature. The two did not linger and soon met Sophia and her crew, who were waiting in advance. They were then led into a heated building to prepare for the final plan. Sophia pulled out a modified or panoramic simulation helmet, saying it should now be called a sensory synchronization sensor. All the signals Wang Yu receives from his vision, hearing, smell, touch, and other senses are copied and uploaded to the main network, then transformed into the same sensations and synchronized to all users. It was a hollow headband with a tail, covered with magnetic pole pieces. Once worn, the tail would run down the cervical spine, like a centipede, to collect nerve signals. Wang Yu took off his shirt and put on the device, and was surprised to find that it was very lightweight and caused no discomfort whatsoever. Sophia handed him 2 bottles of colorless liquid and asked him to smell them one after the other. Wang Yu did so, and the pungent smell of acetic acid and ammonia immediately registered in his mind. The moment they smelled the ammonia, Sophia, the servants around her, and even Ball were all choked by the smell and coughed and teared up. After confirming the olfactory function was correct, the testing continued. Taste, touch, and hearing were calibrated in turn, with touch and hearing being the most troublesome, requiring several hours of repeated adjustments to finally achieve synchronization. Sophia raised her hand and confirmed the action through Wang Yu's perspective. She then determined that the visual synchronization rate was high enough that there was no need for further testing. She then asked Wang Yu and Ball to stay in the building's basement for the week and not to go out unnecessarily, in order to avoid any accidents at the last minute. They have all the necessary supplies, and once the mission is complete, they can leave the planet directly by spaceship. After all, if they miss this opportunity, they'll have to wait another year. Sophia solemnly stated that regardless of the outcome, she would pay tribute to Wang Yu on behalf of her people and the Creator. Even if Wang Yu's health deteriorates after the plan, they will spare no effort to treat him. Wang Yu quickly interrupted her. He didn't want to hear such words at this time, and he certainly didn't want to be the subject of ominous prophecies. Soon, July 28th arrived. This day is New Year's Eve on this planet, and the Arctic will also experience the midnight sun. The night in Wang Yu's area is compressed to an extremely short time, less than half an hour. The chance to observe the demon star Hegra is at the moment of day and night transition. This phenomenon cannot be explained by any real theory. It is more like a ritual or a pattern found among countless coincidences. Many of the planets depicted in the rock paintings have long since disappeared. They don't represent individual planets, but rather entire star systems. When a star disappears, the surrounding planets and dust are also annihilated. In the cosmic void spanning hundreds of millions of light years beneath Wang Yu's feet, there are almost only their own galaxy, and another galaxy 3,000 light years away. There was a blue giant star there, almost the only star visible to the naked eye. A single bright spot against the entire night sky. Such a cosmic sight was terrifying enough in itself. Wang Yu concentrated, staring intently in that direction. The Gushi team's report indicated that no imaging equipment could record the information about the demon star. It was only visible to the naked eye. If the target is thousands of light years away, yet can be seen with the naked eye as clearly as depicted in the rock paintings, then there is almost only one possibility left. The size of the demon star Hegra was beyond imagination, even far exceeding that of the blue giant star in the night sky. Wang Yu, Ball, Sophia, and more than 2,000 machine servants all gathered in the square. The streetlights illuminated the area, and large excavators, bulldozers, and transport vehicles were parked in the distance. The open space had clearly been cleared temporarily. More than 30 billion machine servants worldwide, regardless of what they were doing before, paused their work at this moment, connected to the main network, synchronized their senses with Wang Yu, and waited together for that moment. The time has come to 31 hours 56 minutes and 42 seconds, and the scheduled moment is getting closer and closer. Wang Yu suddenly felt nervous. Staring at the universe for too long, he had the illusion of falling continuously, lost his balance, and almost fell backward. Fortunately, Ball caught him in time and even gave him a victory sign. She had learned it from Wang Yu. On this planet, however, this gesture is usually used to mock someone for having ears that are different lengths, implying that the person's ears are crooked. Wang Yu told himself that Bear was definitely encouraging him, not saying that he had gone astray. But when he saw the wicked grin on Ball's face, he could only admit, well, maybe it meant both. At 31 hours 58 minutes and 4 seconds on July 28th, the gray sky gradually brightened, and the brief darkness was about to recede. Wang Yu remained gazing into the deep sky, his neck already stiff and sore, yet he dared not lower his head, even slightly. The record clearly stated that he must continue looking out, for fear of missing a crucial moment. At this moment, Ball massaged his neck and shoulders from behind, saying helplessly, "Don't be so tense. Your neck hurts, and it makes me uncomfortable too." Wang Yu then realized that his senses were connected to those of Ball, Sophia, and hundreds of billions of machine servants. In other words, at this moment, almost everyone in the world was simultaneously experiencing his neck pain. He was about to say he would try to relax when his voice trailed off. After the darkness receded, the sky didn't return to its normal brightness. Instead, it gradually turned a pale purple. It was as if another light source had replaced the star, illuminating the entire planet's sky and Earth. The purple halo spread rapidly, assimilating all light sources into a dim purple glow. Only Wang Yu and the surrounding servants were unaffected. The specks of white light emanating from their bodies were able to dispel the purple halo, as if the two sides were naturally antagonistic. The source of the purple light grew brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. The blue giant star, 3,000 light-years away, was completely covered by it, as if it had been swallowed whole. Wang Yu forgot the pain, and Ball stopped moving. Their attention was completely drawn to something that had suddenly appeared in the starry sky. What is that? How can it be so big? A deep purple planet almost completely obscured the sky, as if it were hanging overhead and about to fall at any moment. The instant it appeared, all the stars dimmed, as if even their light dared not attract its attention. Wang Yu's teeth chattered and his whole body trembled violently, yet he couldn't tear his gaze away. He even felt that his field of vision was too narrow to see the monster in its entirety. The thing's surface was covered with layers upon layers of wrinkles, like twisted and writhing flesh. It seemed easier for a person to swallow a planet than a person could swallow a mosquito. Countless vertical cracks split open between the folds, crammed with planets unable to escape. Those planets emitted repeated impacts, like agonizing cries. A flood of unfamiliar knowledge rushed into Wang Yu's mind, causing a splitting headache, as if his consciousness was about to burst. Blood seeped from his mouth, nose, eyes, and pores all over his body as his body desperately resisted some terrifying force. The great star eater, Higra, the source of calamity, the lord of the void. System warnings kept popping up. Wang Yu glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god Higra, and his sanity continued to decline, forcing him to undergo a will test each time. If the identification failed, he would be corrupted by the subspace and forever transformed into a demon. But he survived time and time again, and finally even triggered a great success. He unexpectedly gleaned occult knowledge from Higra's appearance, awakened his psychic powers, and learned a new spell, Body of Fear. In the corner that Wang Yu was oblivious to, the number on his right palm changed from 7 to 6, then from 6 to 5, and finally to 4. The next moment, he completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, disaster swept the globe. The machine servants beside Wang Yu were the first to lose power, their bodies exploding in sparks, and paralysis spread like dominoes. Of the more than 30 billion servers, over 80% are paralyzed. A large number of fiber optic cables buried underground and under the sea have melted, and main network servers in major cities have exploded one after another. Fire, power outage, and signal disruption continued to spread, and the disaster only gradually subsided after Wang Yu fell into a coma. The damage was almost comparable to that of a planetary magnetic blast. The next day, Wang Yu, who had been unconscious for nearly 40 hours, suddenly sat up, his eyes bloodshot and his face still showing signs of fear. He had a nightmare in which a purple orb of light kept chasing and gnawing at him. He couldn't defeat it, nor could he escape it. It was so terrifying that he almost suffocated. Before he could even process what was happening, the person next to him had already embraced him. The warmth of their body instantly dispelled the fear that had been gripping his heart. Ball. Wang Yu's memory gradually returned, and that purple hue seemed to reappear before his eyes. He immediately stopped recalling, not daring to think about it any further. Bar's eyes reddened, a mixture of anxiety and joy in them. You're finally awake. You were unconscious for over 40 hours. Even though your body has been healed, you remained unconscious. I thought you. I'm fine. Wang Yu interrupted her, and at the same time used the system to check his own status, quickly understanding everything that had happened. He was only able to pass the willpower test this time by sheer luck. If he hadn't been so lucky, with his limited willpower, he would have had a hard time surviving so many rounds. In comparison, the fact that Old Brun and Gush didn't even faint after seeing Higra is truly legendary. Their willpower is probably far beyond Wang Yu's imagination. However, Wang Yu also benefited from the misfortune. Not only did he survive, but he also awakened his spiritual power and learned new spells. "How are Sophia and the other servants?" he asked immediately. Bar said gravely, 70% of cities worldwide are paralyzed, about a third of the machine's servants have died, and memory storage and emotion simulators have been completely destroyed. Internal network servers have exploded, widespread power outages and fires have occurred in various places, and even the signal has been cut off. Just then, Sophia walked in from outside the ward. She seemed to have temporarily changed her body, but her voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. "But we have successfully captured and recorded some of Higra's information. Although the data is still fragmented, the gains are enormous. In the future, we may be able to continue observing it, and even find a way to continuously observe it." The plan succeeded, and the mech's servants could finally begin studying the monster. Wang Yu frowned slightly, however, because after seeing Higra with his own eyes, his remaining confidence in the mech's servants had been almost completely shattered. There is no chance of victory against such a being. Let alone 3,000 years. Even 300 million years would be nothing more than a few breaths for Higra. But Wang Yu ultimately didn't try to stop them. Sophia and the others understood the gap in skill better than he did, yet they still chose to continue, like moths drawn to a flame. This may be a characteristic of highly intelligent life forms. Some behaviors do not conform to reason and reality. It can be called recklessness, or it can be called courage. "All right, you've completed your task for me," Wang Yu said. "I want to leave as soon as possible. I hope the supplies on the list and that stone slab can be prepared soon." He was in a hurry to leave, not because he was afraid of Higra, but because he gradually realized that there seemed to be another reason for his appearance in this world, as if he had been given some kind of mission. Sophia looked at Bar, who immediately replied, "The preparations were completed while you were unconscious, and the spaceship has been transported to the city. When we were making the contingency plan, we had already considered all sorts of unforeseen circumstances." After Wang Yu woke up, Bala conducted a full set of examinations on him, and his departure time was postponed to 2 days later. Bar insisted on observing him for a while longer to make sure he was all right before letting him board the ship and leave. But Wang Yu knew that the after effects had already been left behind. A faint purple shadow pattern remained on his retina, like a spot left by staring at a bright light for too long, but it was a dim and eerie net-like pattern. Dozens of hours passed, and no matter where he looked, the lines did not disappear. If you pay even a little attention, the purple hue will spread across your field of vision, as if it's slowly eroding the entire world. This is probably what Old Brun said. Once you see something, you can never forget it. You can only learn to adapt and try not to think about it. Wang Yu didn't tell anyone about this because all the instruments showed normal readings and couldn't detect anything unusual. Perhaps this is a deeper form of pollution. Since it cannot be detected, the best approach is to ignore it for the time being. He opened the panel, and the bonus from his disciplined life had disappeared. After all, he had been asleep for too long. But a completely new item has appeared on the panel, and even spells have appeared. Wang Yu, a human from an Earth-like planet, still possesses the talents of Lux 7 and a disciplined lifestyle. The ability slots are still blank, but a new name has appeared in the spell slots, Body of Fear. Casting this spell requires 5 points of spiritual energy, and anyone who sees him or senses his presence will feel fear. Fear can cause the opponent to misjudge his strength, and the effect is especially obvious the first time it is used, especially against intelligent life forms. The spell lasts for 15 seconds. A person with a strong will might be able to avoid it, but the strength of the spell depends on their inspiration. When inspiration is high enough, even stones will flee in fear. Wang Yu stared at the panel, his heart filled with complex emotions. Magic actually existed in this world. That observation of the demon star Higra not only awakened his psychic abilities, but also allowed him to comprehend magic and significantly increased his willpower and inspiration. It turns out that looking directly at an evil god is also a path to becoming stronger, provided that the person doesn't go insane on the spot or is twisted into a subdimensional demon. Then, he looked at the number in his palm. The original number had decreased again, and now it had become 4. Wang Yu then realized that he might have underestimated the value of Lucky 7. This talent is far more powerful than expected in terms of survival. If it weren't for good luck, he would most likely be dead from Higra's corruption by now. But this also served as a wake-up call for him. Luck is not a panacea, it comes at a price and will eventually fail. He secretly resolved that he must quickly regain the benefits of his disciplined lifestyle and improve his abilities as much as possible. While waiting for the medical examination results, Wang Yu asked Bal for the spacecraft supplies list and carefully read it from beginning to end. 600 liters of fresh water, vitamins, salt, sugar, compressed protein blocks, cooking oil, as well as dried meat, freeze-dried vegetables, and flour. The medications were also well prepared, including antibiotics, painkillers, antihistamines, sedatives, hemostatic gel, bandages, and alcohol. In addition, there are hydroponic seeds and tubers, changes of clothes, kitchen utensils, and stoves. These basic supplies alone weigh nearly 900 kilograms. In terms of tools, weight was also minimized as much as possible. Basic toolboxes, small photonic computers, power strips, and walkie-talkies were all packed into the landing module. There are also lightweight spacesuits, oxygen cylinders, carbon dioxide filter canisters, filter cartridges, and small oxygen generators to ensure Wang Yu can move around in the space environment. 2 small drones, a spectrometer, a space telescope, a detection radar, a communication antenna, and a miniature freshwater circulation system were also included. Solar panels, grow lights, nutrient powder, batteries, wires, and the spare batteries and charging adapters that Ball needed were all crammed into the limited space. There are actually many things I want to bring, but the landing module's capacity is limited, and there's simply not enough room for them all. Wang Yu even considered returning to this planet to resupply after going back to the deep space. However, with only 3 landing modules remaining, the deep space rover cannot afford to waste them. The weapons were also limited. Heavy firepower was simply not feasible to carry, so they only brought an anti-material sniper rifle, 2 submachine guns, a shotgun, and 2 pistols. Ammunition was also limited, with an additional small number of fragmentation grenades, stun grenades, electromagnetic pulse grenades, and magnetic blasting grenades. The most critical equipment is a lightweight exoskeleton-powered armor and a single-soldier tactical miniature nuclear warhead. That nuclear warhead was their true trump card. Wang Yu reviewed the list 3 times in a row, and after confirming that there were no obvious errors, he finally felt more at ease. Entrusting this matter to Bar was indeed very convenient, and it was definitely not because he wanted to slack off. As long as the hydroponic system operates smoothly, these supplies will be enough for him and Bar to live on the deep space for 4 or 5 years. The deep space was not entirely without supplies. Many of the seemingly abandoned items could be reused. In addition, there are still many unexplored areas on the spaceship, and no one knows if there are any new supplies hidden inside. As for achieving true self-sufficiency, it would require taking control of the entire deep space vessel, repairing the secondary engines, and then completing a comprehensive overhaul and modification. 2 days later, the moment of departure finally arrived. The location is still the same square where the evil star Hygro was originally observed. The Flying Swallow 1 landing module has been transported here. This place was where they witnessed Hygra's passing, and it also became the most suitable place to say goodbye. A few days ago, Wang Yu and the planet's new masters, the long-headed servant clan, jointly completed an observation that can be described as a great feat. They witnessed firsthand the evil star Hygra, a malevolent being capable of threatening the entire universe. Soon, a research institute will be built here to study how to defeat Hygra. Construction has begun, but it's unlikely that Wang Yu and Ball will live to see the institute completed. Sophia, accompanied by several servants, came to see her off. She was currently extremely busy. Looking at Wang Yu, who was about to board the ship, she solemnly said, "On behalf of all the citizens and their creator, I thank him once again." Wang Yu was a little embarrassed and only said that he hadn't actually done anything, but had received a lot of supplies and Ball. He turned to look at Ball, knowing full well that the biggest gain this time was not the supplies. It was this reliable and capable new partner. Even though Ball was a robot, without her, he wouldn't know where to begin when faced with a spaceship as large as the deep space. Sophia shook her head and said that Wang Yu had changed their fate and the future of this planet. If Wang Yu hadn't arrived and given them that push, they might not have known what they were fighting against until Hygra descended and devoured everything. Wang Yu didn't say anything more, and simply walked towards the landing module with Bear one after the other. But as he stepped onto the ladder, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Sophia and the others. He said that if he has the opportunity in the future, he will come back with Ball, because this is also Bale's home planet. Bar was clearly surprised, but Sophia smiled. She said that when the time comes, they will definitely welcome the two of them with the highest honors, and she hopes that everyone can have a bright future. Wang Yu gave a thumbs up and replied firmly, "Yes." He and Bar then entered the landing module. The hatch slowly closed, and the spacecraft ignited and took off. Sophia and the others stood on the ground, silently watching the landing module rise higher and higher, until it passed through the clouds and finally disappeared into the horizon. Inside the Flying Swallow, one landing module, Wang Yu, having already experienced it once and with his attributes enhanced, only felt a little uncomfortable during takeoff, but adapted quite well afterward. The simple anti-G suit relieved a lot of pressure for him, and Ball was also wearing one. Although Ball is a robot, her bionic skin also has a circulatory structure beneath it, used for warmth, moisture, and maintaining skin condition, and even possesses a certain degree of repairability. She looks almost identical to a human on the outside. The real difference lies in the intricate internal motors, hydraulic joints, and metal skeleton. As soon as it took off, the AI assistant on the central control screen couldn't wait to start broadcasting. It reminded Wang Yu that they had been out of contact for over 1,000 hours, then solemnly recommended the Orca series assault landing ship, and said that if he said the code Four-Legged Fish Universe No.1, he could enjoy a 2% discount, guaranteeing that passengers and alien natives would have a pleasant day. Wang Yu's forehead throbbed as he listened, and he immediately told it to shut up. But the lousy AI didn't react at all and kept chattering. It wasn't until Wang Yu raised his voice and shouted twice, little fish, shut up," that it seemed to finally recognize the command and quieted down. Wang Yu explained to Ball somewhat awkwardly that the product was actually of good quality and cost-effectiveness, but the manufacturer was just too unethical. No sooner had the words Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited been uttered than the little fish AI was triggered by the keyword and immediately launched a new round of advertising, claiming that the company was the best choice for exploring the universe, with consistent positive reviews from repeat customers and no negative reviews to date. Wang Yu wanted nothing more than to strangle the four-legged fish on the central control screen. It had clearly discovered that Bar was a potential customer in the cabin, so the advertisements were even more aggressive than before. From this perspective, the AI isn't actually stupid. It's just that the person who designed it clearly didn't use their intelligence in a proper way. Ball first covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then couldn't hold back any longer and laughed so hard she almost fell over. Wang Yu's attention was also drawn to her, and he became too lazy to argue with the AI anymore. Instead, he found the noise along the way at least less boring. 15 minutes later, the landing module had entered outer space and began adjusting its orbit in preparation for docking with the deep space probe. The control screen showed that there were still 1 hour and 40 minutes to go, and everything was going smoothly. Even after actually entering space, Wang Yu still felt a sense of unease. It was the lingering influence of the demonic star Higra. He always felt that the moment he left the ground, he would be swallowed up by that monster. Fortunately, it was just a sensory shock that disrupted her sense of distance. Higra didn't actually catch up. Looking down at the planet, Wang Yu suddenly said, "I hope Sophia and the others can achieve final victory." This is exactly what Ball was thinking. She nodded gently, looking through the rising observation window at the breathtakingly blue planet. An unfamiliar signal came from the emotional simulator within her, like the sadness of parting. This parting may very well be a final farewell. Wang Yu noticed her emotions and stopped talking. Even the usually talkative little fish AI was unusually quiet. An hour and a half later, the landing module finally approached deep space, which was anchored in planetary orbit. The ship's hull was uneven and rough, resembling a giant columnar meteorite, making it impossible to discern its shape as a spaceship. Placed in the asteroid belt, without careful examination, anyone would likely mistake it for ordinary rock. After losing his sadness, Ball quickly regained his composure and, like a child seeing a new world for the first time, gazed curiously at the spaceship. "This is your spaceship? Can it really still be operated?" Wang Yu was speechless for a moment. He recalled the strange hunger he felt when piloting the deep space, and deep down, he wasn't sure what to expect. He could only vaguely reply, "Let's go inside and study it. I don't know much about it either. But the technology on this ship is definitely not low. It can jump faster than the speed of light, and it has a stable gravity field inside. You'll know once you go inside." A few minutes later, the landing module slowly approached deep space. The two docked and then drove into the hatch at the bottom of the spacecraft. "They're finally back." Xiaoyu AI also gave its final announcement, stating that the voyage had ended and the crew had successfully returned to the deep space spacecraft, currently in a temporary transfer compartment. It reminded the two to remember to disinfect themselves, check their belongings, and avoid bringing any potential hazards into other compartments. It then stated that the landing module system was about to be shut down and locked, and it was not recommended to use it again or disassemble and recycle it. It could be abandoned directly or sold to the nearest trading post, with a 20% credit refund. The service ended, the central control screen went completely dark, and the cabin door opened. Wang Yu discovered that this AI, which usually spouts advertisements, was much simpler when it actually ended the service, and even earnestly reminded users of the risks. As soon as Ball stepped out of the landing module, he immediately felt the weight beneath his feet. There really is gravity, but why is it so dark here? Aren't there even any lights? Outside the cabin, all was deathly silent, and the ground was a mess. It wasn't just dust and stains, but a thick, indescribable layer of grime. It was impossible to imagine what this ship had been through. Wang Yu immediately became alert. Watch your surroundings and grab your weapons. I've never been here before. There might be lizards hiding here. He took out a submachine gun and handed it to Ball. Even though he was back on his own spaceship, Wang Yu was more cautious than he had been on the alien planet, which puzzled Ball. But she didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she drew her gun and stood guard, switching to one of her eyes, or rather, the monitor's view, and activated thermal imaging. Soon, she saw something next to the landing module and gasped in shock. There sat a severely damaged mech, its interior almost completely burned out, yet it was still clear that it had originally been a heavy bipedal mech. Its right arm was equipped with a triple-barreled cannon, but its left arm was nowhere to be seen. My God, what on earth happened here? When Wang Yu stepped out of the landing pod, he had already donned the Ranger 03 exoskeleton armor. The armor was laden with magazines and grenades. He even carried a miniature tactical nuclear weapon. The Ranger 03 was manufactured by Lingta Technology and is only classified as a Level 1 civilian exoskeleton. It is the third-generation exoskeleton developed by the long-eared tribe after the end of the World War, in order to explore space and make contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. This armor is designed specifically for ground-based and confined spaces, weighs less than 25 kilograms, has a standard operating time of 40 hours, and can sustain itself for more than 2 hours in intense combat. It can boost the strength of those with less than 13 to 13 and the defense of those with less than 25 to 25. Its coverage area is large enough to withstand small-caliber bullets, and it can also cushion shockwaves. However, it was not armed on its own. What it could truly rely on were the firearms and explosives that Wang Yu had prepared himself. Looking at the damaged heavy mech, Wang Yu said in a deep voice, "This is a wrecked ship that has been in an accident. The fact that it can still fly is a miracle in itself." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the mecha. The systems analysis revealed that the damaged mech in front of them was named Heretical Crusher, and its manufacturer was none other than the Machine God Cult. Even within the human camp, the Machine God Cult belongs to the most extreme group, as they only sell weapons to humans. Because in their eyes, all other races are heretics, and their only value is to be eliminated as efficiently as possible. The Heretic Crusher is the main mech of the Heretic series of the Machine God Cult, and is known throughout the world for its slaughter of heretics. Its quality and stability are extremely famous, and even alien races are willing to pay several times the price to acquire this big guy that is specifically designed to kill them. This mech is a Level 2 precision-engineered machine, with a half-meter thick carbon ceramic composite metal plate covering its front. Light firepower and ordinary individual beam weapons can hardly damage it. It even has a record of withstanding small nuclear weapons. Its relatively outdated mechanical assistance structure actually makes it extremely resistant to electromagnetic interference. The high-energy chemical fuel cell is capable of supporting continuous combat for more than 50 hours, and even after running out of ammunition, it can still wield a thermal saw axe to continue killing. At worst, this steel weapon can self-destruct, so no heretic is willing to confront the madmen of the Machine God Cult head-on. Its only weakness is its poor air defense capabilities, making it suitable only for land-based operations. It is often used for establishing bases and rapid mopping-up operations after landing on a planet. In its perfect condition, it has a strength of 47, a frontal defense of 148, and a back defense of 65. The weaponry includes a triple-barreled crushing cannon, an infinite killer machine gun, and a heat-powered saw axe. The Machine God Cult. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the system information, which also caught Bale's attention. When Ball asked what it was, Wang Yu replied that it was a mecha manufacturer whose products were of high quality and very popular in the market. However, this machine is already damaged, and it's unknown whether any useful parts can be salvaged from it. Wang Yu scanned his surroundings and found no other intact mechs, but mechanical wreckage was scattered everywhere. The system identification only showed it as a broken mechanical part, which was obviously too badly damaged to recognize the original information. Why would a research vessel carry a weapon of mass destruction like the Heretic Slayer, a weapon of mass destruction used on the battlefield? Wang Yu frowned, realizing that his understanding of the term scientific expedition was still too superficial. At this point, Bar asked him how to handle the disinfection and where the goods should be moved. No danger has been detected in this temporary transfer cabin, but it is extremely dark, and even the lighting is almost completely ineffective. Wang Yu told her not to disinfect it, saying that everything on the boat was filthy and there was no need to do anything unnecessary. If something strange were to sneak in, they might not be the ones who would be afraid in the end. He told Bar to find the exit together first, and then they could consider moving the goods after they found a way. Ball found it strange that Wang Yu was returning to his own spaceship, yet he was acting as if it were his first time entering, even having to look for the exit. She suddenly remembered that Wang Yu had once said that the ship had fallen into his hands by accident and was not something he actually owned. She initially thought it was just an excuse Wang Yu made up, but now she's starting to believe he's telling the truth. Before long, Wang Yu spotted a door on the side and immediately called Ball over. Actually, he remembered that he could still view the deep space map, but his permissions were insufficient and most of the area was covered by black. The temporary transfer cabin was lit up, but the several passages leading inside remained dark, indicating that the necessary permissions were not yet in place. The map shows that there is a cargo access point here and an emergency access point on the right. Wang Yu shone the tactical flashlight that came with his submachine gun over the area and found that the door to the cargo passage was already severely deformed. The door looked as if it had been hit hard by a heavy object. It was dented all over and covered with a thick layer of black grime. So they could only look for the emergency exit on the right. After prying away the black substance on the wall, they finally found the door that was being covered. Bar pinched the black substance he had peeled off and whispered that it looked like dehydrated and dried organic matter. The more she looked at it, the more eerie the deep space vessel seemed, but Wang Yu told her to ignore it for now and quickly try the emergency valve. He used a crowbar from his toolbox to pry open the cover, and sure enough, a round valve was hidden inside. Logically, the door should open after a few turns. Wang Yu tried his best, but couldn't turn it. He even inserted a pry bar into the valve hole to help, but it was still to no avail. In the end, only Ball could make a move. She gripped the valve with both hands and twisted it sharply, the metal making a screeching sound. The next second, she unscrewed the entire valve. The two exchanged a glance. Ball was still holding the broken valve, his face full of innocence. Wang Yu swallowed hard, thinking that if she were to twist someone's head, it probably wouldn't be much harder than twisting this thing. He looked at the metal walls covered in oxidation marks and realized that the mechanical structure inside was probably already old and deformed. Furthermore, the presence of unwanted black organic matter further complicates matters, rendering the door impossible to open properly. Unless it is forcibly broken open with explosives or a cutting machine, this emergency passage is most likely impassable. Moreover, the situation behind the door is unknown. Who knows how many other doors are hidden inside that cannot be opened? Ball blushed and explained that he hadn't broken it on purpose. The valve was just old and flimsy. Wang Yu had no time to investigate. He checked the spaceship map and finally confirmed a terrible fact. After returning to the deep space, he was found trapped in a temporary transfer cabin. There are no other entrances here. The only path left is one. Wang Yu looked at Ball seriously. We might have to take the cargo and climb over the surface of the deep space. 15 minutes later, Wang Yu took off his exoskeleton armor and put on a lightweight spacesuit he had brought from the ground. I never expected that the equipment I brought along so casually would come in handy so quickly. After confirming that the spacesuit was airtight and the oxygen supply was normal, he added some water and then notified Bar to prepare. Next, he needs to go to the central control panel to shut down the gravity field and then purge the air from the transfer cabin before he can open the hatch leading to the outside. Ball is a robot powered by an internal battery, so it will not be seriously affected by short-term exposure to the space environment. However, she also had to adjust the pressure difference between her body and the outside world, and wear a mask to prevent rapid evaporation of moisture and damage to the bionic structure. Once he confirmed that Ball was ready, Wang Yu decisively shut down the gravity field. Okay, let's move the cargo out of the landing module first, and then secure the safety ropes. If something unexpected happens outside, this rope might be the only thing that can save us. Wang Yu first locked one end of the safety rope to the lock ring next to the transfer cabin door. He tested it with force, and although the lock ring was rusty, it was still secure. The only thing left to do is see if the safety rope is long enough. They may have to change the anchor points along the way, which is quite risky, but they have no way out and can't just get trapped here. Wang Yu told Bar about the operation plan, and the two maintained contact through the radios built into their spacesuits, each checking their equipment and preparing for the extravehicular activity. Bar suddenly suggested that since they were going to go outside the cabin anyway, they might as well install the solar panels while they were at it, and deal with equipment such as radar, sensors, and telescopes later. Wang Yu accepted the suggestion. Since the trip was dangerous anyway, the more work he could complete, the fewer potential problems he would leave behind. The two men moved the cargo unloaded from the landing module to the vicinity of the hatch. In the weightless environment, the heavy equipment was no longer difficult to move. The original securing straps for the cargo can also be attached to the locking rings and safety ropes, so there's no need to worry about the cargo floating into space if you let go. However, the greater the mass of an object, the greater its inertia. Carrying too much mass will slow down the movement, and may even pull the two people off the ship. Wang Yu decided to transport the goods in 3 separate trips, first to see if the goods could be secured en route, and then to move them back and forth. They were currently in the transfer compartment of the deep space, about 200 meters away from the ship's main compartment. They needed to start from the starboard side, and climb along the bottom of the ship to the other side. Once the ship's cabin is reached, the emergency maintenance access can be opened from the outside to enter the spacecraft, and the mission will be considered complete. After a brief preparation, Wang Yu checked the remaining oxygen levels. With 2 spare oxygen cylinders, it was enough to support nearly 6 hours of space activities. There is plenty of time, but the real danger is never the oxygen, but the endless void beneath our feet. Once everything was ready, Wang Yu pressed the exhaust button on the center console, and the air was gradually drawn away, causing dust and debris on the ground to float to the surface. When a flashlight beam is shown on a particle, tiny particles float within the beam, creating a noticeable Tyndall effect. Wang Yu wasn't afraid of floating up. His spacesuit was equipped with electromagnetic adsorption, which allowed it to be firmly fixed to the metal surface inside the spacecraft. After the air was completely purged, he checked the equipment with Bar one last time. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he pressed the hatch opening button. The hatch they used to enter the spaceship in the landing module slowly opened, revealing the blue planet and, further away, the dazzling stars. Such a scene is enough to make one's legs go weak, as if one slip would send one plunging into an abyss. Wang Yu had lived on the spacecraft for a period of time and had a stronger mental fortitude than the average person, but when he actually faced the extravehicular environment, the pressure was still overwhelming. He brought along the rock painting called The Source of Calamity, and Ball carried 300 liters of fresh water, with a toolbox and 2 sets of solar panels hanging from the safety rope. Wang Yu walked ahead, using the deep space's map as a guide to avoid getting lost on the complex hull. But after stepping out of the hatch, the emptiness beneath his feet and the distant planets still made him feel heavy-hearted, as if he were standing on the very edge of a cliff. His instincts, honed from years of living in a gravity-defying environment, constantly warned him not to get close to the edge, not to look down, and certainly not to let go. But reason told him that the spaceship was in orbit and the gravity of the planet below wouldn't pull him directly down. This is a battle between consciousness and instinct. Only by suppressing his fear can he complete this space mission. Hearing his panting, Ball whispered, "Relax. Even if you accidentally let go, I'll pull you back." Wang Yu admitted that this was also his first time participating in extravehicular activities, and he was not used to it at first, but he should get used to it after a while. Realizing he was moving too slowly, he bit his lip, suppressing his fear with pain, and crouched down, crawling down the outer wall of the hatch. Once he started climbing, he found it was simpler than he had imagined. The outer wall was rough like rock, covered with protrusions, and there were plenty of handholds. Without gravity pulling your body, it's more like zero-gravity rock climbing. As long as your movements are steady enough, you won't easily lose control. The only pity is that the spaceship's metal outer layer is covered by organic matter, so electromagnetic absorption cannot work. Otherwise, he could even walk directly on the outer wall. Wang Yu continued to climb towards the bottom of the deep space, preparing to cross the hull and head to the port side as planned. Soon, Ball followed, and the two were connected by a safety rope, moving forward little by little in the silent universe. 7 minutes later, as they approached the bottom of the boat, Bar made Wang Yu stop first, believing that this was a suitable place to install solar panels. Wang Yu glanced back and saw the blue planet beneath him. His stomach churned, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He asked Bar if he needed any help, but Bar said he had downloaded the installation manual and told him not to worry. Bar pulled the rope, bringing the toolbox and solar panels to his side, and began assembling them on the spot. There are many installation options, but Bar chose to use vacuum quick-drying adhesive with expansion bolts for fixing. Although welding is reliable, it is not suitable for this complex hull structure. Once in working mode, Bale's advantages as a robot were fully demonstrated. Despite it being his first time doing hands-on work, his movements were surprisingly skilled. Bar first selected a relatively flat area, applied quick-drying adhesive to several pressure points, and then pressed the solar panels onto them one by one. When the first, second, third, and fifth solar panels are lined up in a row, the first solar panel to be fixed has already completed its initial solidification. Next, Bar took out a drill and expansion screws and installed metal brackets on the solar panels, surrounding them like a frame. The whole process took less than 20 minutes. Wang Yu was stunned. Bringing Ball on board was definitely the right decision. It was like having an experienced space engineer on board. After installing the solar panels, Bar then secured several batteries to the side and put protective covers on them. This way, even if there is insufficient light later, the telescopes and sensors deployed outside the spacecraft can continue to operate for a period of time. The ideal solution would have been to connect the equipment to the spacecraft's internal circuitry, but the deep space's internal wiring was already in complete disarray, so this was the only temporary solution. Once the cables are laid and fixed to the hull, and telescopes, radar, and various sensors are installed, the deep space will truly regain its eyes and ears. After finishing his work, Bar left the solar panel uninstalled, intending to take it back as an emergency backup. Wang Yu nodded, and the two continued climbing forward. After adapting to the weightless environment, the climbing was no longer so difficult. 10 minutes later, they finally reached the bottom of the ship, and the entire journey was more than halfway complete. But the safety rope was also nearing its limit, so they had to find a place here to secure the goods before turning back to move the remaining equipment. The original plan was to nail a few nails to the bottom of the ship to secure the luggage, but after arriving here, the two discovered that there was a large hole in the bottom of the deep space. The opening was nearly 2 meters in diameter, as if something had been forced out of the spaceship's interior, with the cracks all flaking outwards. Wang Yu immediately reached for his waist and took out a beam gun. This weapon had almost no recoil, making it more suitable for use in zero-gravity environments. He and Bar agreed that if anything unusual was discovered, Bar would immediately pull him back. Then, Wang Yu gripped the safety rope tightly and slowly crawled toward the breach. When Wang Yu arrived near the breach, he didn't rush to peek out. Instead, he asked Ball for a large screw and threw it inside to test the breach. After confirming there was no unusual activity, he slowly approached. The deep space's map showed that this area was a solitary confinement cell, or more accurately, a prison. Having already seen the heretic slayers, it wasn't surprising that there was a prison on the ship, but Wang Yu still dared not let his guard down. Bar also came over, shining his tactical flashlight inside, then switched to thermal imaging. No danger was detected. There is no atmosphere here, the temperature is very low, and there is only a shriveled corpse inside. In the corner cell, there was indeed a corpse locked up, its hands and feet still shackled. The person looked completely desiccated, flesh clinging tightly to the bones, and clothes tattered. The limbs and tail still had dull fur, but the cat ear helmet on its head was the best preserved. Being locked in a cell without air, waiting to die, one can only imagine the agony this person endured before death. Wang Yu tried to climb inside and found that the prison's gravity field was still operating, but the air had already leaked into space, and the cell door remained tightly closed. He immediately took a liking to this place. The railings could both secure the safety ropes and were suitable for temporarily storing goods. Ball, you can use this to store your luggage. Bar nodded. I'll go back and move it. I'll go too. Wang Yu fastened the safety rope around his waist to the bars of the empty cell, then replaced it with a more convenient buckle. This way, it wouldn't hinder their movements, and they wouldn't have to worry about detaching themselves from the deep space. Ball did as instructed after entering, putting away his luggage. Gravity is convenient. Luggage doesn't need to be secured extra, but it will be a bit more troublesome to move it out later. Before leaving, Wang Yu looked at the corpse again and noticed that its claws were twice the size of those of an ordinary person, with razor-sharp tips. The scratches on the wall and the dense scratches on the railing were clearly left by him. This person struggled desperately before dying, but ultimately failed to escape and could only die slowly in despair. Ball, you go ahead, I'll be right there. Wang Yu untied the safety rope, walked alone to the cell where the corpse was held, turned off the radio, and spoke in a low voice. Brother Cat, I don't know if this is the right way to address you, but I never expected to meet you in this way. He had already guessed the other party's identity. The cat food and wound healing spray that were found earlier were mostly things that Cat Brother had hidden. Those supplies had unintentionally helped Wang Yu a lot. Now that the man was dead, he took out the can of cat food with the faded label from his satchel and placed it in front of the cell door. This is a kind of memorial service. He'll come back to collect Cat Brother's body when he has the chance in the future. Wang Yu put down the stone slab on his back, then left the prison area and continued to carry his luggage along the same route. An hour later, all the luggage was moved into the cell, and the safety rope was retrieved and secured to one side of the cell. Wang Yu and Ball prepared to continue their journey. There was still half the distance left, and if all went well, they could complete the mission within an hour. After walking back and forth several times, Wang Yu's movements became noticeably more skilled and daring. But just after the two left with some luggage, a sharp claw suddenly pierced through a can of cat food on the ground in front of the cell where Cat Brother was located. The claw hooked onto the can and dragged it deep into the cell. On the other side, Wang Yu and Bear climbed along the bottom of the deep space to the other side, arriving at the spot where the landing module had been ejected earlier. There is an emergency exit here for maintenance personnel, which can theoretically be opened from the outside of the hull. Wang Yu stared at the rock-like shell in front of him and was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't find the outline of the emergency exit, let alone the entrance. The passage should be right here, but it's covered by this layer of stone, Wang Yu said, pointing ahead. Bar climbed over to him, first driving in the expansion bolts, then attaching the hooks and resecured the safety rope. He then took out a drill and hammer and began to peel away the outer layer of stone bit by bit. The two of them hadn't anticipated this situation and hadn't brought the appropriate tools. Wang Yu even considered using explosives, but quickly dismissed the idea. The deep space was a living thing. Repairing its surface might be fine, but if it were blown open directly, who knew if it would react negatively? He glanced at the oxygen supply. They hadn't even used up a single tank, so there was still plenty of time. I'll go back to my cell and bring the rest of my luggage over. Wang Yu gave Bear a brief explanation and turned back. But as he approached the breach in the prison cell again, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The safety rope was swaying slightly, and the noise was clearly coming from inside the cell. Wang Yu instantly became alert, pulled out the beam pistol from his waist, slowly approached the breach, and peered inside. The next second, he was completely stunned. There was another person in the cell, rummaging through their luggage. He even touched the safety rope as he moved, clearly stealing something. And that withered, thin body, with shackles on its limbs, who else could it be but Cat Brother? How did he come back to life? No, that monster's mother wasn't dead at all. Wang Yu, what's wrong with you? Bar noticed the drastic fluctuations in his vital signs and immediately asked. The monster in the cell didn't die, it escaped. What? Cat Brother had already noticed Wang Yu. His helmet slowly turned around, revealing a pair of primal, wild green eyes inside. Wang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. This monster, capable of long-term hibernation in a vacuum and able to break through prison cells, could probably tear him to shreds in a second if it got close. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, but the beam pistol misfired. Wang Yu was nearly scared out of his wits and immediately prepared to activate the magic he possessed, Body of Fear. But Cat Brother's next move completely stunned him. When Ball arrived in a hurry with his weapon, he only saw Cat Brother lying on the ground, belly up, curled up in a ball. It would occasionally twitch and roll around to find a more comfortable angle. Wang Yu held the misfired beam gun and pointed it at it. Faced with Bale's confused gaze, he could only shrug. He didn't know what happened either. He hadn't even fired a shot yet. So how did this guy end up lying down first? Ball stared at the monster lying on its back on the ground and couldn't help but ask Wang Yu, "What did you do to him?" Wang Yu was equally bewildered. He hadn't attacked, nor had he used any magic. He'd even checked the system panel. Cat Brother had definitely fallen on his own. He couldn't have really been scared like this. Ball looked at Cat Brother, then at Wang Yu, and hesitated before asking, "Does this monster know you?" "Impossible. I've never even seen him." Wang Yu shook his head. "But he seems to be trying to please you. His movements are like a cat's." Only after Ball pointed it out did Wang Yu realize that this guy really did look like a cat on its back. It was just that this cat was ridiculously ugly, with a shriveled body, a helmet on its head, and moldy-looking fur hanging from the ends of its limbs. Even if it's like a cat, it's still a monster that can easily tear through prison bars. It looks docile now, but once it suddenly attacks, one claw can kill Wang Yu. Even Ball might not be able to stop it. Bar asked, "What should we do?" Wang Yu stared at its gleaming claws, then confirmed the situation of the passage, and a bold idea came to his mind. He raised one hand, gesturing for Catman to stand up, and gripped his pistol tightly in the other. Ball also raised his submachine gun. The two were ready to fire at any moment. Unexpectedly, Cat Brother actually sat up slowly, but his posture was more like a dog waiting for a command. Wang Yu kept gesturing for it to back away, lie down, and stay still. Since speech was impossible in the vacuum, and he had never trained such a monster before, he could only test it through repeated actions. Although the cat made a few mistakes, it quickly understood the meaning. Its intelligence is clearly far superior to that of ordinary animals. No wonder it can draw. Wang Yu immediately decided, "I'll subdue him first. Ball, move the luggage over to the other side of the passage. I'll try to get Brother Cat to help me pry open the stone shell and enter the maintenance passage." He entered the cell and shooed Catman to a corner. Hearing the name, Bar asked in confusion, "Catman?" It was a last-minute decision. There are also Thor and Pig on the ship. They look weird, but they're actually good people. Bar was still worried, but she started moving the luggage anyway, and reminded Wang Yu to call her immediately if anything went wrong. 20 minutes later, all the supplies were secured at the entrance of the passage. Wang Yu had successfully trained Cat Brother to dig a shallow pit, at the cost of half a pound of jerky, which Cat Brother even stuffed into its helmet and ate up. The two remained on high alert. Ball even switched to an anti-material sniper rifle, although the recoil was extremely strong in a vacuum, but he couldn't worry about that right now. Wang Yu guided Cat Brother to climb out of the cell and through the breach to the outside of the ship. Cat Brother was clearly afraid of the space environment and hesitated to come out, but in the end he was defeated by half a pound of dried meat. Its claws and toes easily pierced the stone shell on the surface of the deep space, firmly securing its body, so there was no need to worry about falling. A few minutes later, the three arrived at the entrance to the maintenance emergency exit. Wang Yu confirmed the location using the deep space map, and then used his beam pistol to leave a black mark. "Here it is, dig a hole. Stop right away when I tell you to, and all the jerky is yours once it's done." Ball couldn't hear Wang Yu speaking, so he could only watch him gesture, his expression somewhat strange, as if Wang Yu was actually enjoying the process. Cat Bro, however, completely understood the command and pounced on the stone shell to begin digging. His claws sliced through the stone as easily as a hot knife through butter, making it unbelievably effortless. Ball quickly figured out the reason. Cat Brother's paws were vibrating at a high frequency, but the frequency was too fast for Wang Yu to see. Before long, the 40-centimeter thick stone shell was dug through, finally revealing the metal layer underneath. No wonder Ball had spent so much time drilling without ever reaching the bottom. Wang Yu immediately signaled it to slow down, widen the pit, and avoid damaging the metal underneath. Cat Brother actually remembered all those random hand gestures. Soon, the metal cover was fully revealed, covered in scratches. Wang Yu told Cat Brother to step back, threw it some jerky to appease it, and then went to the pit himself. He told Ball to keep a close eye on Catman, then reached out and grabbed the groove in the cover plate. After several attempts, he finally managed to push the cover plate open, revealing a circular valve inside. This time, Wang Yu didn't let the strong Ball do it. Instead, he slowly turned the valve himself, carefully controlling the force. Although the valve hadn't been used for a long time, it was protected by a cover and wasn't difficult to turn. After turning it to a certain angle, a jerking sensation came from the bottom, and the entire round valve then sank in. The sound of mechanical transmission echoed beneath their feet, and within 2 minutes, the rock formations overhead slowly opened. The stone shell did not obstruct the hatch, clearly indicating that there were extremely fine gaps within, almost imperceptible once closed. Wang Yu and Ball entered the room behind the rock formation and carried their luggage and cargo inside one by one. There was another door inside. Opening it should lead to the ship's cargo hold. After everything was tidied up, Wang Yu looked at Cat Brother, who was still standing there. Now, all he had to do was close the door to keep this dangerous element out forever. But if Cat Brother could continue to obey, he would undoubtedly be a great asset in battle. Wang Yu ultimately made his choice. He gestured to Cat Bro. "Get ready to close, come over here." Cat immediately crawled over. After all three of them had entered, the hatch slowly closed, air was reintroduced, and the air pressure and gravity in the room gradually returned to normal. Inside the third deck of the deep space, a wall covered in black material slowly rose, its surface tearing apart and sending large amounts of debris into the air. 3 people walked out from behind the door, Wang Yu, Ball, and Cat Brother, who had just followed in. Cat Brother walked at the back, timid and hesitant, looking left and right, always hiding behind Wang Yu, as if he wanted to hide himself in his shadow. Once all three had entered, the wall collapsed again, completely sealing the passage. This passage was originally an emergency entrance for maintenance personnel, and it was normally closed, only accessible from the outside. However, the entrance has now been opened and is lit up on the deep space map, allowing free entry and exit in the future. Wang Yu took out a bottle of water and handed it to Cat Brother, while gesturing for him to stand further away and keep his distance from them, not to get too close. He wasn't deliberately wary of Cat Bro. It's just that no matter how obedient this guy is, he's still a terrifying creature capable of long-term hibernation in a vacuum and with claws strong enough to tear through metal. Before it was locked up, it was probably subjected to some kind of restriction. Otherwise, an ordinary cell might not have been able to contain it. Wang Yu couldn't let his guard down until trust was established. Cat took the water, and although somewhat reluctant, he obediently walked a little further away. His razor-sharp claws could retract into his palms, and his furry hands could extend fingers that resembled those of a human. Clearly, he didn't know how to unscrew the bottle cap, so he just roughly shoved the bottle into the cat head helmet, bit off the neck of the bottle, licked it, and then guzzled it down. Wang Yu could tell that Cat Brother was severely dehydrated, which is why he gave him 2 liters of fresh water. The deep space has a freshwater recycling system, so there's no need to be overly stingy with water. But food is different, especially jerky, which is limited in quantity. If Cat Brother has an enormous appetite and doesn't eat any vegetables, it will become quite a problem later on. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and looked at Ball. This is the ship's landing bay I mentioned. We only have 2 landing bays left now. If we can't get new landing bays or aircraft later, we'll be trapped in this ship sooner or later. Once inside the deep space, Wang Yu removed his hood. There was air inside, so he could speak normally. Ball removed her mask, surveying the walls and floor covered in an unknown black substance. This place could become her and Wang Yu's home for decades to come, or even longer. Wang Yu continued to explain the deep space to her. Although he had mentioned some things before, only by personally entering the ship could he clearly explain its layout and purpose. He planned to take Bar on a tour, first to familiarize her with the environment, and then discuss how to arrange the room and how to store the goods they brought back. At this point, Wang Yu casually mentioned that he had once killed a monster parasitized by parasites on the ship, but the body was gone, most likely because Pig Brother had been there. He then described what Thor and Piglet looked like to Bar, so she could prepare herself. Those 2 guys were uglier than the other. Compared to them, Cat was actually quite handsome. Wang Yu told her not to be too nervous when she saw those 2 guys, as they weren't actually bad people. But when Cat Brother in the back heard Wang Yu gesturing how powerful Hammer Brother's hammer was, his body was already trembling like a leaf. Wang Yu was so engrossed in talking to Ball that he didn't notice the change. Only Ball realized that Cat Brother was clearly acting strangely. The 3 then took the elevator to the bridge. Along the way, Ball kept his anti-material sniper rifle close at hand, intentionally or unintentionally pointing the muzzle at Catman to prevent him from making any sudden movements. Upon arriving at the main control room, Wang Yu pointed to the strange, tongue-like object in the center and explained, "This is the bridge. That thing is the seat for controlling the spaceship. Only I can control it. Please don't get close. It's really dangerous." But before he could finish speaking, he froze. A strange thing appeared on the right side of the control room at some unknown time. It had 3 long legs, and its whole body was shimmering with gold, as if it had been painted with a layer of cheap gold paint. It was completely out of place with its surroundings. Wang Yu had heard of 3-legged toads and 3-legged birds before. They were creatures from myths or legends. But what was in front of it was actually a fat koi with 3 legs. Its eyes were bulging exaggeratedly, and its mouth was wide open, as if it was about to shout that it couldn't breathe at any moment. Bar instantly raised his gun and aimed, even faster than Wang Yu, but Wang Yu stopped him with a raised hand. Etc. Wang Yu opened the map to confirm and combined it with his memory, finally recalling the origin of this thing. It was the egg that was hatching earlier, the so-called legacy reclaimer. He never expected that this product of the system would look so shabby, making him feel that the system's taste had also been degraded. Wang Yu briefly explained to Ball that this item could recycle cultural relics and exchange them for corresponding rewards. Ball was clearly skeptical, simply looking at him without readily expressing his opinion. Wang Yu didn't explain much. Just then, the stone slab was brought up, so he asked Ball to bring it over and place it in front of the fat koi. Wang Yu then selected Submit in the system and confirmed the recycling. The next moment, the golden, plump koi carp moved. It grabbed the stone slab with its two front legs and stuffed it into its mouth like hands. The hard stone slab seemed to turn into Play-Doh in its mouth, getting smaller and smaller with each swallow until it finally disappeared completely. A system notification popped up, indicating that Wang Yu had submitted an unknown civilization heritage and received 20,000 universal credits, as well as 3 chances to draw the corresponding civilization's gacha. Immediately afterwards, the system popped up a new prompt, asking whether to record the civilization. Recording would save the coordinates of the civilization's home planet, but it would require a payment of 5,000 universal credits. Save coordinates? Wang Yu hadn't expected this feature, but he barely hesitated. 5,000 credits were indeed expensive, but if the coordinates were lost, finding them again would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the cost would be far greater than that. He immediately confirmed the payment. The system began recording and quickly provided the results. The long-eared civilization was successfully recorded, and its home planet was the machine planet Gloria. After deducting 5,000 credit points, Wang Yu's general credit points became 19,000, which was still a bit short of the upgrade permission. As for the 3 chances to use the Gasapon machine, the fat koi then spat out 3 orbs of light from its mouth, which fell to the ground as if it were regurgitating. The 3 orbs are different colors: red, yellow, and green. Wang Yu had played many games and was very familiar with gacha pulls. Without any behind-the-scenes manipulation, what you got was entirely a matter of luck. He was always confident in his luck and picked up the green orb of light. The orb kept changing in his palm, and finally turned into a can of Kongli brand protein powder with a purity of 99.99%. Grass. Wang Yu immediately smashed the protein powder on the ground. What's the use of this stuff? Is this can of protein powder even what he needs? The jar rolled a few times before being stopped by a dark figure. Cat Bro rushed over and, without a word, grabbed the jar and started eating. By the time Wang Yu noticed, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as he lost a Gasapon capsule. This lottery mechanism is clearly rigged. It's like the big data-driven targeted push notifications in mobile games. There must be an algorithm manipulating it to specifically target people with the things they least need. Wang Yu turned to look at Bear. You pick one to open too. He wanted to try his luck with someone else. Ball was still in shock. The relic reclaimer had swallowed such a large slab of stone and then spat out these strange orbs of light. She simply couldn't explain this supernatural power. It wasn't until Wang Yu called out 2 or 3 times that Ball snapped out of her daze and slowly picked up the yellow orb of light. The orb of light transformed in her hand, eventually turning into a pure black vest. A bulletproof vest? Ball recognized it at a glance. This was equipment specifically designed for servants. The system then provided information. This Bulwark 02 was manufactured by the Mechanical Heart, belongs to Class 1 civilian equipment, has a surface of high-strength metal fiber, and contains a buffer layer in the middle. It can protect the delicate mechanisms inside the machine's body, offering good protection against impacts, bullets, and even electromagnetic pulses, with a defense rating of 30. The only drawback is its weight of 70 kilograms, making it impossible for an ordinary person to wear. After reading the attributes, Wang Yu finally felt a little better. The protein powder was useless, but this vest was perfect for Ball. This thing is too heavy, so it's perfect for you to use. After speaking, he looked down at the last red orb, having already vaguely grasped the pattern. Green likely represented consumables and medicine, yellow represented armor, and red probably represented weapons. He bent down to pick up the red ball, and after the light faded, a square metal briefcase about 30 centimeters wide appeared in his palm. The system name is clearly displayed. Higra's Roar, Prototype. The manufacturer is the Higra Research Center, Regulatory Level 1, Prohibited. This is an extremely special single-shot heavy pistol. Through continuous observation of the Higra, the research center has condensed that terrifying impact into a small bullet, making its destructive power astonishing, and there are almost no truly effective means of completely blocking it. When in use, it requires loading a special 20mm caliber spherical bullet in a disposable barrel. Upon hitting a target, the bullet releases a compressed catastrophic shockwave that engulfs targets in a wide area. The system ended with a chilling message: stealing your power is just the beginning. Wang Yu's eyes widened instantly, and he immediately pressed the switch on the briefcase. Inside lay a strange silver gun, with the barrel and shaft separated and equipped with 3 independent barrels. Once fully assembled, the gun is over 30 centimeters long and resembles an enlarged revolver, clearly a heavy pistol designed for power. On the other side of the briefcase, 3 eerie spheres were neatly arranged. Inside each sphere was a dark purple mass of flesh, like an enlarged virus, its surface covered with sucker-like bumps, still wriggling slightly, as if it were alive. This is a bullet. Wang Yu picked up the gun and examined it, then quickly opened the magazine on the side. In the center of the magazine was a spherical groove, perfectly positioned to hold a spherical bullet, which he then pushed into the gun. Bar stared at the gun, his tone full of doubt. What kind of gun is this? There's absolutely no record of it in my database. She remembered Wang Yu saying that the relic collectors would only offer rewards corresponding to the civilization in question. But the gun in front of her clearly didn't belong to any existing records, at least not in official documents. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the comical yet ugly heritage collector in front of him. This is a weapon that you might only be able to build in the future. The red orb did indeed represent a weapon, but what truly astonished Wang Yu was that the relic recycler could actually produce artifacts corresponding to the future of a civilization. This ability was practically a miracle. Ball, however, remained unconvinced. As a robot, she had never believed in these unverifiable, mysterious powers. But the anomalies she had witnessed today were so numerous that even she began to doubt her own judgment, and even secretly initiated a system self-check. This gun is very powerful, possibly even more powerful than that miniature nuclear bomb, so it must be handled with care. Wang Yu put the gun and bullets back into his briefcase, closed it, and carefully stuffed it into his shoulder bag. Then he glanced at Cat Brother not far away. Cat Girl was clearly having a great time. She had almost licked a whole can of protein powder clean, and her tongue could even stick out from under her helmet. The 2 liters of fresh water she had been given earlier were also long gone. Fortunately, after observing them along the way, Cat Brother's aggression towards Wang Yu and Ball was indeed not strong, so they could continue to keep him by their side for the time being. The group left the bridge and headed towards the captain's cabin. Along the way, Wang Yu briefly explained the situation of each room. Most were abandoned laboratories and workshops. Some doors were locked and deformed, making them impossible to open. The door where we encountered Pig Brother earlier requires higher access privileges. He also warned Ball to watch out for the light lizards that might emerge from the corners, but this floor should already be cleared out. As they were talking, Cat Brother behind them suddenly reacted, as if he remembered something, and darted into a room next door, starting to rummage through drawers and cabinets. Wang Yu immediately recognized what she was looking for. The room had a cat head design painted on the wall, and he had already taken everything inside. Cat Brother searched for a long time, but found nothing. In the end, he almost dug through the corner of the wall before walking back dejectedly, as if he had lost his soul. Wang Yu scratched his head and chuckled dryly, saying, "It's been so long. It might have been stolen by the light lizard. Who knows? Ha ha." Whether Cat Bro understood or not is unknown, and Ball was completely baffled as to what the 2 of them were doing. On the way, Cat Bro checked several more marked spots, but still found nothing. He was completely dejected, and even his tail drooped. The 3 arrived at the captain's cabin. Wang Yu went in first to check, and after waiting for several tens of seconds, he let Cat Brother stay obediently at the door before coming in. This is the place on the ship with the most complete power supply, with sockets and power strips available, and it can accommodate a freshwater circulation system and a hydroponic farm. Wang Yu assigned rooms to Ball. The bedroom on the left was for him to rest in, and he could choose any of the other rooms. Cat Brother also had a place to stay. Cat Bro had no interest in listening to any of this. From the moment he entered, he stared intently at the bulging satchel on Wang Yu's chest, which contained Higra's roar and 3 cans of cat food. The can of cat food that Wang Yu took out of his bag earlier, so of course Cat Brother knew there was more food inside. But it didn't pounce to snatch it. Instead, it whimpered softly and stared at Wang Yu with a wronged and resentful look through the helmet visor. Wang Yu deliberately ignored it, but he had already made a judgment in his mind. Cat Brother showed no aggressive tendencies and seemed to be more gentle than he had imagined. He kept the canned food, partly to test Cat Brother. After all, it's a rare treat. There might only be 3 cans left, so he couldn't just feed it to him casually. If you really have to give something, it should be as a reward to regulate Cat's behavior and gradually weaken its animalistic nature. Cat is clearly quite intelligent, but he doesn't understand much human language. Unlike Thor, who is silent, Cat needs to communicate through gestures. After plugging in the power strip, charging, and testing his power supply, Bar prepared to return to the ship's cargo hold to move some supplies, which were still there. Wang Yu followed, beckoning Cat Brother to come along, while pointing to his own hand, and then to Cat Brother's paw. He gestured repeatedly, expressing that he couldn't use his claws and didn't like scratching. After watching several times, The cat finally retracted his claws and obediently followed behind. The three of them returned to the intersection where they had first met Pig Brother, but the door opened ahead of time, and a tall figure walked out from inside. That was a giant in armor, over 4 meters tall, dragging a heavy hammer in his right hand. It was Thor. When Cat saw him, it was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. He let out a scream and ran away on all fours. But after running 2 steps, it turned back and hid behind Wang Yu, crouching there trembling, wishing it could shrink itself into a ball. Hammer Bro strode towards them, his target clearly Wang Yu and his group, and slowly lifted up the large hammer that had been dragging on the ground. Thor, long time no see. I was just looking for you. This is my new recruit, Ball. She's a robot, very powerful. Wang Yu shouted a greeting, but his vest was already soaked with cold sweat. Even though it was the second time he had seen Thor, his appearance still sent chills down his spine. Ball also sensed the danger. Thor's gaze fell on her, filled with obvious hostility and destructive intent. She unconsciously gripped the anti-material sniper rifle tighter, but she always remembered Wang Yu's orders and did not point the gun at the armored giant wielding the hammer. Thor stopped walking only after Wang Yu finished introducing Ball. His single eye, hidden behind the pores of his mask, shifted to stare at Catman, who was trembling behind Wang Yu. Wang Yu immediately changed the subject. I went to explore the planet before and brought you back a souvenir, 100 flavors of gummy candy. Would you like to try some? He pulled out the jar of 100 different flavored gummies from his bag. He had originally intended to enjoy them all by himself. There were 100 gummies inside, each with a different flavor, but he had already eaten a few. Thor didn't react at all, remaining blocking the middle of the road like an imposing iron statue. Wang Yu felt something brushing against him from behind, and when he turned around, he found that Cat Brother was shaking so badly he was about to fall apart. He could only laugh awkwardly and add, "This is also an assistant I found. He's quite capable, but he's a bit timid." By then, he had already sensed something was wrong. Thor's attitude towards Ball and Catman was clearly different from his attitude towards him. After hearing this, Hammer finally reached out with his other hand, took Wang Yu's metal candy jar, and stuffed the jar and candy into his mouth. He then turned and walked toward the side door, chewing as he left, until his figure completely disappeared. Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense expression relaxed. He finally realized that Chris Hemsworth wasn't friendly at all, or rather, that Chris Hemsworth was only kind to him. If either Ball or Catman were to encounter Thor alone, the outcome would be dire. Catman has clearly learned his lesson before, otherwise he wouldn't be so terrified. What's special is perhaps not Hammer Bro or Pig Bro, but Wang Yu himself. Is it because I was sent here by the system, or for some other reason? Wang Yu felt there was a fundamental difference between himself and Ball and Cat Brother, but he couldn't confirm the answer yet. However, after this incident, Thor should no longer attack Ball and Catman, which can be considered as eliminating a potential threat in advance. If Bale had been left to carry the luggage alone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thor seems to be able to sense foreign objects on the ship and then hunts them down like a machine. The Pig Brother system is probably similar, except that it is mainly responsible for cleaning up and retrieving the remains of the dead. The three returned along the same route and took the elevator to the ship's cargo hold to unload the goods. This time, Cat was much more proactive. Perhaps knowing that Hammer wouldn't catch it again, it actually ran in front of Wang Yu, rummaging around and sniffing, as if looking for forgotten canned food and other treats. After receiving Wang Yu's instructions, it obediently began to move the luggage. Its strength was astonishing. It could carry 200 or 300 pounds of goods with ease. Of the three, Wang Yu was probably the thinnest, almost as weak as Ball and Cat Brother. This put immense pressure on Wang Yu, making him even more eager to become stronger and truly stand up for himself as soon as possible. 2 days later, life on the deep space gradually returned to normal. Cat had also gained the initial trust of Wang Yu and Ball, and was now officially a member of the ship. At least Ball wouldn't be constantly watching him with a gun. However, expecting Cat to participate in the construction and improve the internal environment of deep space is clearly unrealistic. He knows too little. He can't even speak normally, and can only communicate through tone of voice and gestures. Wang Yu was quite resourceful in this regard. Ball even felt that he had created a set of sign language that only he and Cat Brother could understand. Wang Yu carried an iron plate containing cooked dehydrated vegetables, a small amount of dried meat and protein cubes, along with cooking oil and salt. There was also a large flatbread made by Ball on the side. As he gestured, he solemnly told Cat Brother that he couldn't eat as much as he used to. Food was limited. Cat Brother might survive for years without food, but Wang Yu couldn't. He might not be able to hold on for more than a few days without food. Therefore, from now on, we can only eat this much at each meal, a maximum of 3 meals a day, and we must not use up all our reserves at once. With the existing food, hydroponic farm, and freshwater recycling system, the 3 of us can survive for 1 or 2 years without much problem. However, Wang Yu still needs to train, which will increase his food and water consumption. The truly stable period is probably only about a year. If food becomes scarce in the future, they will have to continue reducing rations to prolong the time as much as possible. Cat Brother stared at the flatbread and floating vegetable leaves on the plate, making a dissatisfied purring sound in his throat, clearly not satisfied with the meal. Wang Yu, however, was unmoved and told him directly that pleading wouldn't work. This was just a notification, not a bargaining exercise. If he kept coming to ask for food like he did last night, or even caused trouble, he would be given to Brother Hammer. Late last night, Cat Bro was probably starving. He sneaked into the room several times with food, insisting that Wang Yu open it and feed him. He didn't have the guts to steal food, but he couldn't resist begging for food when Ball wasn't looking. Wang Yu was so exhausted that he didn't sleep well all night, so he made sure to explain the rules clearly today. Upon hearing the name Thor, Cat Bro was visibly startled, shrinking back slightly before staring intently at Wang Yu's shoulder bag, his target being the cat food cans inside. Wang Yu noticed the gaze, hesitated for a moment, but still pulled out a can under Cat Brother's excited gaze. He emphasized, word by word, that he could give him the can, but Cat Brother had to abide by the rules he had just heard, and especially, he couldn't come begging for food in the middle of the night again. Cat nodded frantically, though it was unclear how much he actually understood. After handing over the canned food, Wang Yu immediately left the second bedroom, clearly not wanting to drool over the aroma himself. Soon, the room was filled with Cat's excited panting and the sound of him wolfing down his food. The living room also serves as her studio, where Ball spends most of her time. She doesn't need to sleep, nor does she need a bed. She only needs regular charging and maintenance. At this moment, she was setting up the small hydroponic farm that she had just assembled yesterday. The first batch of crops had already begun to grow, and the entire system consisted of 32 independent cultivation chambers. This is completely different from Wang Yu's understanding of hydroponics. The crops are not soaked in water, but suspended in the air. The cultivation chamber must be kept at a constant temperature and humidity, and then atomized nutrient solution is continuously injected to allow the tubers with good traits to grow and sprout. Afterwards, shading and sunlight need to be controlled. Once they produce large crops similar to potatoes, a portion is cut off as seedlings for the next generation, forming a continuous cycle. There are still bean pod seeds on board, but they haven't been planted yet. Right now, the most important thing is food that can be stored for a long time and fill our stomachs. The bean pods will be added in later batches. Wang Yu watched for a while and learned a lot about hydroponics and its operation from Bear. If used properly, the nutrients provided are enough to support dozens of planting cycles. On the other side, installed against the wall, is a freshwater purification system. Its principle is similar to that of sewage treatment. It is a closed, miniature water purification plant that automatically purifies sewage through filtration and osmosis membranes. Normally, only periodic waste disposal and replacement of filter cartridges and permeation membranes are needed. Bar is planning to connect the pipes to the bathroom and install a large water storage tank to maximize water circulation. However, this cycle is not perfect. The water vapor that evaporates into the air cannot be recovered. Over time, water resources may become the first bottleneck to cause problems. To completely solve the problem, they need to recover moisture from the atmosphere, which requires them to have true control over the entire deep space vessel. Another option is to obtain water from space. There is actually quite a bit of water in space. Some asteroids are themselves ice. With proper purification techniques and space excavation equipment, it's possible to extract water directly from the atmosphere. Wang Yu then reminded Bar that she had previously mentioned the need to install telescopes, radar, spectrometers, and communication antennas. All of these had to be installed today. Otherwise, once the deep space probe was launched, external operations would become difficult. Once these devices are installed, they can be connected to the broad photonic computer to achieve functions such as radar early warning, observation and analysis of distant celestial bodies, and reception of radio signals. These should be the most basic capabilities of a spaceship, but the deep space is a problematic spaceship. Many functions are missing, and many areas are not open to Wang Yu. They have to piece them together bit by bit on their own. Wang Yu changed into his spacesuit, and Ball put on his mask, preparing to go outside the ship. Ball had originally said that he could do it by himself, as long as Wang Yu opened the maintenance access. But Wang Yu insisted on going with him. He knew that space work would likely be an extremely important skill in the future, and he had to learn it little by little from Ball now. Once everything was ready, Wang Yu first shut down the gravity field in the area from the ship's control panel. The two men then carried the equipment to be installed on their backs, opened the emergency maintenance access, and headed towards the surface of the deep space. The hooks that had been set up earlier were still in place. After securing the safety rope, Wang Yu followed behind Bear, acting as a temporary apprentice, learning how to install equipment and use special tools in the real space environment. 5 hours later, Wang Yu and Bear returned to the ship's cabin in their spacesuits, changed their equipment, put away their toolboxes, and then restarted the gravity field in the room. The extravehicular activity went smoothly. Wang Yu learned a lot, and even independently installed a radar system. Although Bar was responsible for debugging and cable connection, he spent an hour and a half fixing the radar, and the frame was even a little crooked, but he finally got it done. From this day forward, he could at least call himself a space engineer apprentice. Entering space, he no longer felt panicked, nor did his hands tremble with fear, a huge improvement. Wang Yu planned to return to the captain's cabin first to refill the empty oxygen tanks, then check if Cat Brother was causing any trouble, and then try to wake up the deep space and leave the star system. They had no specific destination. They were willing to go to any galaxy outside the void of space, as long as they could escape the influence of the evil star Higra. Back in the captain's cabin, it was exactly the same as when I left, with no changes whatsoever. Cat remained obedient, neither stealing food nor wasting anything, leaving only the removed shackles in the living room, demonstrating extremely high cat virtue. Wang Yu took out the oxygen concentrator, plugged it in, and began filling the oxygen cylinder. The machine was very noisy. After all, it needed to purify oxygen from the air, and the more air it extracted, the louder the noise would be. Bar then turned on the photonic computer on the table, connected the cable that extended from his wrist, and tested whether the newly installed equipment could work properly and receive signals. After all, we're inside the ship's hull, separated by a thick outer shell, so it's not surprising that there's no signal. We'll probably have to find another way. Fortunately, the test results were good, and all the devices were successfully activated. Ball even contacted Sophia on the planet Mech, and the two began to check in with each other and exchange updates on their lives. Wang Yu glanced at the footage secretly and saw that Ball had sent over photos and internal videos of the deep space, including a hydroponic farm that had been set up, a freshwater purification system, and even a video of Wang Yu frantically installing radar outside the ship. Sophia sent over the planning map of the research building. The foundation had already been excavated, and the site was the very square where the demon star Higra was originally observed. The name of the research center has been decided, the Higra Research Center. Sophia asked Bar if it was suitable and also wanted to hear Wang Yu's opinion. Wang Yu noticed that Ball was about to turn around, so he immediately turned around and walked towards Cat Brother's room. So when Ball turned around, he only saw his back. He frowned slightly and said on his behalf, "He was peeking just now and didn't say anything. He probably also thinks the name is good." Sophia simply replied, "Oh." Bar then told her that the deep space was technologically advanced, possessing not only gravity technology, but also the potential to utilize negative mass or negative energy matter. Moreover, Wang Yu was not the original owner of this ship. He was accidentally drawn into it, yet he was able to control the deep space and use some strangely shaped devices. Subsequently, Bar sent videos of heritage collectors reclaiming heritage items, including the process of the collectors swallowing stone slabs, spitting out gas upon capsules, and then turning the capsules into items. The video also features the roaring Higra pistol, which Wang Yu once described as a weapon from the future. Sophia immediately asked skeptically, "A weapon from the future? Ball, are you sure the system isn't infected with a virus?" Bar said he had already checked himself, and everything was normal. Sophia remained silent for a moment, guessing that perhaps the deep space's technology was too advanced, beyond their comprehension, which was why it seemed like a surreal force. It's as if the creator from ancient times suddenly came to the modern world, and everything before my eyes would be incomprehensible, almost like magic. Ball then brought up Catman and Thor, feeling that they were somewhat similar to the Cataclysm, both possessing extremely tenacious vitality and even supernatural powers. The appearance of Thor, in particular, terrified Ball, and Sophia knew very well what that meant. She reminded Bar to remain vigilant and to protect Wang Yu, as Wang Yu was their valued friend. Ball told her not to worry about him and to focus on dealing with Higra. If all else failed, they could build a spaceship and escape to a distant place. There was no need to fight the demon star to the death. On the other side, Wang Yu had already entered the bedroom on the right and finally understood why he hadn't heard any movement from Cat Brother for so long. This guy actually fell asleep, and he was lying right on the ground. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Wang Yu would have almost thought he was dead. Cat Brother already looked almost like a dried corpse, quite eerie. If one hadn't already gotten used to it, they probably wouldn't have dared to get close. Wang Yu thought that he needed to teach Cat Brother how to sleep on the bed and also prepare clothes for him so that he wouldn't scare others in the future. Looking at the cat food cans and breakfast that had been completely eaten in the corner, he felt that he still needed to teach Cat Brother to live like a human, instead of continuing to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Cat Brother must unleash his potential and contribute to the construction and development of deep space. Otherwise, he could easily become a useless freeloader. Wang Yu left the room, greeted Ball, who was still using the computer, and prepared to go to the bridge to wake up the deep space. Bar closed his laptop and said, "I'll go too." The two arrived at the bridge, where many control consoles were corroded and covered by a black substance, rendering them unusable. But Wang Yu suddenly realized that Bar was a highly authoritative figure in the field of computers and might be able to extract valuable information from these discarded consoles or even scrap computers in the laboratory. After all, the hard drive inside may not be damaged. He immediately shared his idea, and Bar said he could try, but shouldn't have too high hopes. Programming languages used in different civilizations can be vastly different, and systems may be encrypted. Even if the hard drive is intact, it's unlikely that much valuable information can be extracted. Wang Yu nodded. "Okay, let's give it a try. There's no loss if we fail." After saying that, he looked at the tongue-shaped seat in the center of the bridge and walked over to it. When Wang Yu sat in the captain's seat last time, he had already figured out the general condition of the deep space. This living spacecraft has been in a long-term state of starvation hibernation, with many functions shut down, and those modules marked as starving are unable to function properly. However, the deep space spacecraft was still able to sail after being awakened, but it maintained a state of extremely low energy consumption. It's like a starving beast. It can still move, but it has no spare power to unleash its full potential, let alone accelerate to near the speed of light and traverse galaxies. During the brief connection with the spacecraft, Wang Yu also received knowledge from the deep space spacecraft about opening up subspace routes. In its current state, it must get close to the star to a certain distance in order to open the entrance to subspace. From a scientific perspective, space-time curvature is more pronounced and gravity is stronger near massive celestial bodies, making it easier for them to transcend the limitations of real space. Once you enter subspace, leaving is less difficult, but the exit is usually only possible near a planet. Opening a portal directly in the vastness of space would require an exponential increase in energy consumption, which the starving deep space spacecraft simply could not afford. Wang Yu had read some astrophysical and cosmological data on the machine planet Grillia. Although he didn't understand it in depth, he didn't need to do the calculations himself when sailing the ship. All he had to do was give the correct instructions. Wang Yu's plan is to travel to the planet in this star system that is closest to the star and reach its shadow side. There is both stellar gravity and planetary gravity there, and the combined force of these two forces should be sufficient to meet the conditions for opening a subspace route. Moreover, the distance is still far enough that it won't be baked to ashes by the star's high temperature, as long as the orbit is constantly corrected along the way. The real problem wasn't the spaceship, but Wang Yu himself. How long he can connect with deep space determines whether the voyage is feasible and how long it will take them to reach their destination. Wang Yu took a deep breath. Since facing the prodigy Higra, he is no longer so afraid of connecting to the deep space, and he understands more clearly what his talent means. His good fortune allows him to endure mental pollution for longer, perhaps much longer, than the average person. Consider it a test of willpower. Wang Yu plopped down in the captain's seat, his body immediately sinking into the soft gel. Flesh and blood crawled out of the seat, enveloping his limbs and torso, as if trying to completely merge him with the spaceship, leaving only his head with its eyes closed. The next second, the deep space probe moved. A noticeable tremor came from inside the ship, caused by the impact of the spaceship's sudden acceleration. At the same time, Thor and the other former crew members seemed to sense something and looked toward the bridge in unison. If viewed from space, one could see the sleeping deep space spacecraft truly awakening. On its stone-like surface, yellowish-brown eyeballs slowly opened, replacing the sensors of ordinary spaceships. Wang Yu's consciousness then expanded, gaining a comprehensive, three-dimensional view without blind spots. Rowdy was about to enter. The deep space spacecraft broke away from its original orbit, continued to increase its speed, and officially headed towards the star. Inside the bridge, Ball looked at Wang Yu, who was being swallowed by the seats, and felt the increasingly powerful engine beneath his feet. The shock in his heart was hard to calm. She suddenly realized that she and the people on her home planet had never truly understood this universe. It wasn't until the appearance of the demon star Higra that they realized the universe was far more terrifying than they had imagined. This place is full of incomprehensible existences and phenomena. Only by seeing far enough can one be qualified to come into contact with the truth. This time, Wang Yu persisted for nearly 20 minutes before sliding down from the captain's seat. He lay on the ground vomiting violently, his face pale and his whole body trembling. Bar immediately handed him water and tissues, gently patting his back to help relieve his discomfort. Compared to the first connection, he was in much better condition this time. Having prepared himself mentally and having personally witnessed the demon star Higra, Wang Yu's confidence increased considerably, allowing him to sustain himself for a longer period. At this point, he only had 22 points of rationality left, but Wang Yu didn't care much about that number. What he cared about most was the number on his right palm. During the connection, he deliberately pulled his right hand out of the seat and glanced at it every now and then. As long as the numbers on his palm haven't reached 0, he won't go completely insane due to his low rationality. Even if the numbers are reset to 0, as long as the identification is successful, rationality will immediately return. This is precisely Wang Yu's unique advantage. When the number on his palm dropped to 2, he decisively disconnected, because the deep space spacecraft had already set its next orbit. For a period of time afterward, the spacecraft will travel on its predetermined route, but it will still require regular checks and adjustments. I'm done vomiting. I feel better now, damn it. Wang Yu's face was grim, but he didn't want to appear too pathetic in front of Ball. He forced himself to sit up, took the water glass, and took a sip. Only then did his numb and cold scalp, hands and feet slowly regain feeling. Bar asked worriedly, with such severe side effects from piloting this ship, won't it harm your health? Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said that it wasn't a big problem, just that he had to endure the hunger, dizziness and unease brought by the universe, and that he would get used to it. He felt extremely hungry and desperately needed to eat something. Wang Yu asked Bar to confirm the current course of the deep space probe, and then used the installed telescopes, radars, and detectors to calculate the subsequent trajectory and send it to him. This way he can correct the route in time later. He gradually adapted to interstellar travel and took a big step toward becoming a qualified spaceship captain. 20 minutes later, Wang Yu enjoyed a lavish meal prepared by Ball in the captain's cabin. Although the ingredients were limited and could only fill our stomachs, it was still much better than what Cat Brother usually ate. After all, Wang Yu was in charge of Cat Brother's food, and Ball was only responsible for keeping an eye on it to prevent it from stealing food. Seeing that Wang Yu was eating very quickly, Ball asked him if he wanted some more. Wang Yu shook his head and refused, saying that food was limited and should not be wasted, and that he had eaten enough. While clearing away the dishes, he also checked the flight path on Bar's computer. The result was basically the same as the route he saw when connecting to the deep space. This shows that the deep space spacecraft itself has the ability to predict flight paths and almost all the functions of a complete spacecraft, only being limited by hunger. Wang Yu told Bar that he would check and adjust the flight path once a week to gradually adapt to operating the deep space. They must reach their target location as quickly as possible, and once they enter the orbit of the planet closest to the star, they will leave this star system. The entire journey will take approximately 2 months. And the next time I return here may be many years later, or I may never have the chance to come back again. Wang Yu looked at Bear, also as a reminder to her. She should say goodbye to her home planet and her people, because this departure could very well be a final farewell. The next morning, Wang Yu ate something lightly and started exercising. He wanted to take advantage of the relatively stable situation on the deep space hull to quickly activate his disciplined lifestyle and gradually strengthen himself. He didn't bring any gym equipment back this time, mainly because they were too heavy. However, exercise doesn't necessarily require professional equipment. Running, push-ups, crunches, and squats can all be effective. To increase strength, even the debris inside the spaceship can serve as load-bearing capacity. Moreover, there is gravity here, and the system has turned becoming stronger into visible data. so Wang Yu is not afraid of wasting his efforts. The only inconvenience was weapons training, especially firearms. The deep space didn't have a suitable firing range, but fortunately, he had trained on the machine planet Grellia and had some basic skills. Wang Yu trained until noon, taking breaks and hydrating regularly to avoid injuring himself. When he checked his attributes again, he was less than 10 experience points away from reaching level 6 in his physical attribute. But physical growth is far too slow. Even in an environment like the machine planet Grellia, it's still much slower than willpower and inspiration. Previously, after piloting the deep space for only 20 minutes, my willpower and inspiration gained double-digit experience, but my physical body, immunity, and reflexes were far inferior. If he continues training like this, with the experience required to level up increasing, will he be able to train until he dies without ever leveling up a single level? Wang Yu felt that this possibility was entirely real. And once he puts on the exoskeleton power armor, wouldn't his weak physical body be compensated for? He couldn't help but wonder if he had gone down the wrong path to becoming stronger from the very beginning. No matter how hard humans train, they could never beat an excavator. And the kind of superhuman strength that Chris Hemsworth possesses isn't something that can be acquired through training alone. Wang Yu recalled those ridiculously strong people on TV before he transmigrated. Even if they used the so-called Nine Dragons power, they couldn't beat the seemingly frail Ball in an arm wrestling match. They couldn't beat Cat Brother, much less him in his power armor. Thinking about this, Wang Yu even wondered if humans might be better suited to the mage path. But he quickly shook his head. Why worry about so much? Just keep practicing. Every bit of improvement is good, and it's definitely good for getting better. He wiped the sweat from his brow and walked to the table. On the table were towels, water, and a steaming hot lunch, clearly prepared in advance by Ball. Ball didn't disturb him, waiting for him to eat after he was tired from training. This almost meticulous care left Wang Yu with no complaints. Moreover, Ball wasn't just an all-rounder in daily life. She was proficient in engineering, electronics, medicine, and combat, practically a perfect Superman. Wang Yu secretly reminded himself that he absolutely couldn't let her raise him into a useless person. He ate heartily while listening to the clattering sounds coming from the bathroom. Bar was checking the plumbing, preparing to renovate the bathroom. Wang Yu also planned to go and learn in the afternoon. Anyway, you can't keep exercising 24 hours a day, otherwise your body will have problems sooner or later. As he ate, he suddenly remembered something. Where was Cat Brother? This guy hadn't shown up for almost a day, and he hadn't come begging for food this morning either, which was really unusual. Wang Yu got up, frowned, and walked towards Cat Brother's room. But when he pushed open the door and saw what was inside, he immediately swore. Cat Brother was gone, but a brown-skinned woman was lying on the ground, fast asleep. Her skin was covered with spots, which looked like natural markings rather than scars. Looking again at the familiar tattered clothes, the furry hands and feet, and the cat head helmet, Wang Yu was completely dumbfounded. Is Cat Bro a woman? His commotion startled Ball. Ball rushed over and, seeing Cat Girl's drastically changed appearance, froze on the spot. Clearly, he could no longer call her Cat Girl. Wang Yu immediately told Bear to find her some clothes to wear, lest this girl wander around and cause indecent damage after waking up. But Ball's clothes were clearly too long, especially the pants, which were completely unsuitable. Wang Yu asked her to have them tailored, and although Ball was reluctant, she agreed. She only had a few outfits to begin with, and after giving them to Cat Brother, she had even fewer to change into. Wang Yu simply offered to contribute one of his own outfits, since the length should be about the same. However, 5 minutes later, 2 sets of clothes were laid out in front of Wang Yu. One was a white t-shirt and jeans, and the other was Wang Yu's black windbreaker, undershirt, and pants. Bar said the bathroom pipes weren't fixed yet, and he didn't have time to deal with that, so the task of cutting clothes fell entirely on Wang Yu's shoulders. But the only tool he had was a small knife. A recent college graduate, a complete slacker, had never done this kind of delicate work before. Wang Yu stood there dumbfounded, holding the clothes, and at the same time, he realized that Ball didn't seem to like Cat Brother very much. Fortunately, Ball had already measured Cat's body proportions. She's 1.64 meters tall, and her legs aren't as long as Ball's, so her jeans would have to be cut off quite a bit. Wang Yu's own clothes were fine. He could just roll up the cuffs and wear them without needing any alterations. He then used his hand to measure the size and cut directly into the jeans with a knife. Soon, a pair of post-apocalyptic-style mid-length trousers was finished. However, his skills were rather mediocre, and he didn't have any scissors, so he had to ask Cat Brother to make do with it. He hadn't intended to cut it this short, but the knife was too dull, and with a little force, it tore open a large hole. Wang Yu could only cut more, and in the end, the pants only covered his ankles. He could only pray that cat bro wasn't afraid of the cold. But with that guy's abnormal physical condition, he could recover even if he turned into a dried-up corpse, so he probably wouldn't care about this little bit of temperature. Wang Yu started to worry again. It seemed inappropriate to call him Brother Cat anymore. Calling him Sister Cat, that sounded awkward, making him feel like he was a generation younger. Just then, a noise came from the room. Cat Brother, who had just woken up, rushed out to ask Wang Yu for food. Looking at her current state, Wang Yu felt a headache coming on. He even wished that Cat Brother would stay that dried-up corpse. At least then he could treat him as a weirdo. This was somewhat unfair. Wang Yu simply ignored her begging and handed her 2 sets of clothes, telling her to change first. Cat took the clothes, but looked completely bewildered. After a few seconds, she actually started stuffing the clothes into her helmet. Wang Yu was utterly speechless and snatched the clothes back. Luckily, Cat Brother wasn't possessive of his food, so taking the things from her hand wasn't difficult. He could only demonstrate with the clothes himself, using gestures and tone of voice to show her how to wear them, over and over again. Cat Brother finally understood and put the clothes on. But she had clearly never dressed herself before. Her movements were clumsy like a child's, so Wang Yu could only help her tidy up. Looking at Cat's sister who had changed her clothes, Wang Yu sighed and felt it was necessary to give her a good talking to. She's in no way different from a wild woman right now, probably because she's never received any formal education. Her inability to speak might also be for this reason, making her completely different from Thor and Pigsy. Just as Wang Yu was about to speak, Cat's sister started tugging at his clothes again. He quickly grabbed her hand and told her not to worry, he would get her some food right away. 15 minutes later, Wang Yu finally couldn't help but speak up. Don't use your hands. Eat with a spoon. Look at the hair on your hands. It's so dirty you can't even tell its original color. After Cat Brother transformed into human form, Wang Yu simply couldn't accept her continuing to eat with her bare hands. This was basic table manners, and she had to learn it. Woo! Cat grumbled reluctantly, but still gripped the spoon with her fist and scooped food into her helmet. Her movements were clumsy, and food kept splashing onto her clothes and helmet. Wang Yu felt a headache coming on and stood up, saying, "Don't wear a helmet when you're eating." As soon as he finished speaking, he took off the black cat head helmet and saw Cat Brother's appearance for the first time. She really did have a pair of cat ears on her head, with white fur mixed with black spots, and a pair of big, dark golden eyes that were wide open, which was actually kind of cute. The next second, Cat Brother suddenly screamed. She threw down the spoon, snatched back the helmet, and put it on, then rushed back to her room on all fours, not even bothering to eat. Wang Yu stood there, stunned, realizing he might have gone too far. He hadn't considered Cat's sister's feelings at all. She seemed even more shy than Ball had been initially, and the helmet provided her with a sense of security. Or perhaps, that thing itself has special significance. Wang Yu frowned and brought up the system interface. The system had already provided relevant information when he received the helmet. This thing is called the Vision Guardian, a civilian helmet manufactured by Four-Legged Fish Life Limited, and its regulatory level is Class 1. Originally designed to protect the navigator, this low-end model rivals mid-range products from other companies. When worn, it increases willpower protection by 10 and grants immunity to damage of 2 points or less insanity. More importantly, this is a limited edition cat head design with a very limited number of pieces, making its collectible value far exceed its practical value, and it can fetch a considerable price. It's actually a helmet that can protect your sanity. Wang Yu felt increasingly that Cat Brother was mysterious, but he couldn't possibly steal from a kid like him. He still had that bottom line. He carried the tray into Cat's sister's room, found her huddled in the corner, and it took him some effort to call her out again. Fortunately, Catgirl doesn't hold grudges and quickly acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to learn how to eat with a spoon. With Wang Yu's corrections, she gradually mastered the correct way to hold the spoon. He's quite smart, but I wonder when he'll learn to speak, write, and wash his hands. Wang Yu looked at her dirty hand hair and ears and muttered to himself. The 2 areas of hair were completely different colors, and he wondered how long it had been since she had taken a bath. Before leaving, Wang Yu reminded her to eat properly, not to cause trouble, and especially not to steal food. Cat Brother nodded. As for whether he truly understood, he could only believe it for the time being. Next, Wang Yu planned to go to Ball to discuss how to educate and guide Catgirl, and also to give her a formal name. Cat Brother and Cat Kur, let's call her that. It sounds similar, so she won't not recognize it if we change her name. The bathroom floor had been partially dismantled, revealing complex wiring and pipes underneath. A large amount of dried, gel-like black substance was also attached to the gaps, resembling something seen in the bridge and shipboard compartments. Bar is planning to remove some of the pipes, relay the floor water system, and then connect a water tank to introduce wastewater into the living room's freshwater purification system, creating a cycle. Wang Yu asked her if there was anything she could help with, but Ball didn't even look up and simply replied with one word, no. Wang Yu was a little embarrassed, but still insisted that since he was idle anyway, he might as well learn something so that it would come in handy in the future. After thinking for a moment, Bar finally gave him a task, to find metal plates and use a welding torch to make a large water tank, and set up the water circulation system as soon as possible. Just as Wang Yu was about to take action, he brought up the matter of Cat Kur again. He told Bar that the Cat Kur wasn't a monster, but just someone who had been wild since childhood and was like an immature child who needed education and guidance. But Ball warned him that the Cat Kur was dangerous, and if she got out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Danger is relative. Wang Yu interrupted her. He looked at Ball and said, even inside the deep space, no one can guarantee absolute safety. The impact of Higra could strike at any moment. This universe is full of dangers. What they really need to do is unite all the forces that can be united and make use of all the resources at hand. Only then will they have a chance to find a foothold. Wang Yu hoped that Ball could share the same perspective as him, because Ball might very well be shouldering such a mission. He sensed that Ball remained wary and hostile towards Cat Kur, but if Cat Kur could be properly trained, her physical abilities and skills would definitely make her a huge asset. The deep space mission is currently facing a severe shortage of manpower. There are only a handful of people capable of handling the tasks. Even though Ball is nearly omnipotent, he cannot possibly be proficient in every aspect under these circumstances. Kur has been very well behaved so far and hasn't really caused any trouble, so it's obviously necessary to continue guiding her. Ball avoided Wang Yu's gaze, nodded slightly, and a blush unconsciously rose on her cheeks. Wang Yu immediately said, then let's get started and finish it as soon as possible. Maybe we can even play a couple of games tonight. Cat Kur can definitely help with the pipe work. Her claws are much better at cutting metal than an angle grinder. After dinner, as expected, Cat Kur was dragged by Wang Yu to do chores. The deep space didn't keep idle people, not even Captain Wang Yu himself. Under Cat Kur's claws, which were comparable to polymer vibrating knives, the hard metal floor was practically indistinguishable from foam, instantly increasing the efficiency of the renovation. After getting a taste of success, Ball also started using hand gestures to instruct the Cat Kur on where to paw. Gradually, Wang Yu became the least useful one. While giving instructions, Ball told Wang Yu to step back so as not to damage the ground, and also told Mao Kur to dig up the designated spot to check the direction of the water pipe. Wang Yu stood further and further to the side, and was about to be kicked out of the bathroom. He could only remember the task that Ball had given him earlier, so he took the initiative to go to other rooms to collect metal plates in order to make a water tank. Ball waved his hand repeatedly, urging him to go quickly, while he continued working with the Cat Kur. Wang Yu walked outside and couldn't help but gasp. Something feels off. Am I becoming the most useless one? Fortunately, he is still the captain, and only he can pilot the deep space. That will not change. Otherwise, he might really lose his job on his own ship. Wang Yu left the bathroom and went to the corridor alone, intending to search along the rooms to find some suitable materials. He recalled that there were many metal partitions in the laboratory and workshop, which, after being cleaned and polished, could be used to make large water tanks. In the future, fresh water can be stored in large water tanks, while plastic containers can be kept for backup or carried when going out. He first went into the nearest laboratory, which he had searched once before, but the purpose was different then, and many things had not been dealt with carefully. Wang Yu stared at the control panel and the computer-like devices, and suddenly felt that he should take them apart and study them, because there might still be valuable information on the hard drive. Since we're going to dismantle it anyway, let's do it together. He took out a fully charged angle grinder, ready to give it his all. 6 hours later, the corridor outside the captain's room was filled with metal plates of varying sizes, as well as a pile of equipment that appeared to be the mainframe. Many electrical components were scattered on the ground, and the scene was so chaotic that it looked like it had been looted. Wang Yu was so exhausted he was almost paralyzed. He had never imagined that dismantling these things would be so much more troublesome than he had thought. The angle grinder is completely drained, and we've already replaced 3 grinding wheels. Keep in mind, this is a high-end piece of equipment we got from a machine shop, with a battery life far exceeding that of any Blue Star product. Even so, After a busy afternoon, the control panel on the bridge hadn't been touched yet. He simply didn't have the energy to continue and had to stop to catch his breath. While dismantling the materials, he also remembered that several room doors had been stuck. There hadn't been a suitable solution before, but now with Kerr's sharp claws, perhaps he could try to pry the doors open. But he doesn't plan to touch that door leading to other areas for the time being. The door itself wasn't damaged. Forcibly removing it would only break it. More importantly, nobody knows if there's an alarm behind the door, or if there's some strange creature that might attack on its own. System permissions may not only restrict access, but may also protect him from premature exposure to dangerous areas. Wang Yu put down the last few steel plates and sat down on the ground against the wall. Luckily, I switched to power armor halfway through. Otherwise, just carrying all this stuff would have exhausted me. My stats are still too low. He couldn't help but envy Ball and Cat Kerr. One was a robot that relied on electricity and maintenance to survive, a true embodiment of steel and iron. The other is a super life form that is not afraid of even a vacuum environment, and its claws can cut metal as easily as cutting vegetables. No wonder the system said that humans are extremely dependent on technology. How can we not be dependent? Humans are too weak. Wang Yu opened the panel to check. This trip wasn't entirely fruitless. His physical attributes had finally increased to 6 points, surpassing the average level of ordinary people. The next upgrade requires 200 experience points, and the next one requires 400, which is still a long way from 7 points. According to his judgment, if one's physical attributes reach 7 points, one should be close to the level of a top athlete, and even qualified to compete for a gold medal. After resting for a while, Wang Yu got up and returned to the captain's cabin. It was getting late, and it was almost time for dinner. But as soon as the door opened, a rich aroma of fried food wafted out. It wasn't the smell of cat food, but the smell of food being fried in hot oil, which instantly made him quicken his pace. The storage room that Ball had previously cleared out has now become a makeshift kitchen. Cooking oil, salt, sugar, and other seasonings are piled up inside. Although the conditions were rudimentary, with no range hood or flue, cooking relied solely on an induction cooker and a table brought from the living room. At this moment, Ball and the Cat Kerr were huddled together in the kitchen. Wearing an apron, Bar was frying pies in oil. The crust was fried until golden brown and crispy, looking incredibly appetizing. Cat Girl stared intently at the pies in the pan, her head almost touching her helmet, clearly waiting for her portion to be cooked. "You're eating so well today." Wang Yu's words immediately attracted the attention of the two of them. Bar told him with a smile that Cat Kerr had behaved very well today and deserved a reward. More importantly, one of the pies inside was made by Cat Kerr herself. Wang Yu was somewhat surprised. In just one afternoon, the two had become so close. He took a closer look and indeed found that one of the pies in the pot was noticeably different. That pie was thicker and a whole size bigger, like the king of pies. But with a pie that thick, by the time the inside was cooked through, the outside would probably be burnt. No need to guess, this must be Katarina's first attempt at cooking. However, it's already quite good. At least it's more reassuring than if Wang Yu did it himself. If he had made it, it's questionable whether the pie would even have remained round. Cat Kerr kept her eyes on the pot, clearly waiting to see if her pancake would turn out well. 15 minutes later, dinner was finally served. Wang Yu and Mao Cougar each had 3 pies, along with some egg white paste to supplement their nutrition. The filling consisted of soak-dried meat and freeze-dried vegetables, and the seasoning was quite good. Wang Yu had been busy all afternoon and was starving, so he finished one in a few bites. But when he looked down, the large, blackened sesame seed cake on the plate didn't look quite right. Wang Yu first looked at Ball, then at Cat Kerr, who was staring at him expectantly, and immediately felt that things were not so simple. Ball immediately urged, "That's something Kerr made especially for you. Try it quickly." However, Wang Yu always felt that the smile on his face contained a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment. "Did we bring stomach medicine up with us?" "It's not that exaggerated. I taught her how to do it seriously," Barton said, immediately dissatisfied. Wang Yu had no choice but to accept his fate, picking up the flatbread and stuffing it into his mouth. Surprisingly, apart from a slightly burnt outer layer, the inside was actually quite crispy, and the seasoning was fine. After all, Ball was in charge of the filling and the cooking time, while Cat Kerr was mainly responsible for making the shape of the cake, so the taste was naturally not unpalatable. Wang Yu finished the pancake in a few bites, gave Mao Cougar a thumbs up, indicating that it tasted pretty good. That evening, the three began constructing a large water storage tank. The pipes had already been connected, and even the floor had been restored to its original state, making the subsequent work incredibly efficient. However, Space inside the spaceship was limited, so the water tank could only be placed in Wang Yu's bedroom. He didn't mind. For him, the bedroom was just a place to sleep, and there was no need to care about decoration or aesthetics. Wang Yu was responsible for removing the rust from the metal plate with an angle grinder. Ball was responsible for the design and welding, and Mao Kuer cut the materials according to the dimensions drawn by Ball. It only took an hour and a half to complete a large water tank that can hold 2 tons of fresh water. The metal water tank may still rust in the future, but the materials inside the spacecraft are of good quality, so there is no need to worry about this problem in the short term. By the time corrosion actually appears, they may have already found a more suitable new container. This water tank was only a temporary measure to begin with. After finishing his work, Wang Yu brought up the matter of retrieving information from the hard drives of the host and console with Ball. The two decided to officially begin their research tomorrow. They had already spent the whole day working on it, so there was no need to push themselves too hard. Before going to bed, Wang Yu and Ball played games again. Long interstellar voyages are too tedious, with absolutely no entertainment, and can easily lead to mental health problems, much like being trapped in a cramped and confined submarine for an extended period. The computer they brought came pre-installed with several games, including the fighting game Rabbit King 15. Hateful. Wang Yu suffered another 10-game losing streak, but this time, he was able to frequently reduce Bale's health to half, so he was no longer completely helpless. Looking at Ball, who was beaming with joy because of his victory, he couldn't help but protest. "Couldn't you have secretly let me win a round?" Bar laughed and replied, "Then beg me, and I'll let you win 1 round." This was a blatant humiliation, and Wang Yu's fists hardened. But he couldn't lose his dignity, so he didn't bow his head in the end. Instead, he looked at Cat Kuer, who had been squatting behind him watching the battle. Wang Yu quickly found an opponent who looked weaker than himself, so he extended an invitation to her. "Cat Kuer, do you want to try? I'll teach you how to play." The next morning, Wang Yu got up early. In order to activate his talent for self-disciplined living, he couldn't afford to sleep in any longer. Besides, he slept well last night. After all, winning so many games in a row against someone who doesn't even know how to hold a controller is exhausting. Although it was somewhat bullying, Wang Yu felt that he was teaching seriously and at least had to train Mao Kuer into a normal opponent worth fighting. He was stunned when he stepped out of the bedroom. Cat Kuer was still sitting in front of the screen playing games, looking like she hadn't slept all night. Wang Yu then realized that Mao Kuer's cognitive abilities were similar to those of a child, and her self-control was even weaker. He had actually forgotten to take care of her last night. He went over and took a look. On the screen, Catgirl was relentlessly attacking the level 9 AI, unleashing a series of gorgeous and fluid combos, and finally finishing it off cleanly. Wang Yu fell silent. Facing a level 9 AI, it seemed like he was only evenly matched. No, more like 40-60. Kiki Cat took down the level 9 AI with almost no health loss. After spotting Wang Yu, Cat Kuer patted the spot next to her and pointed to another controller, clearly wanting her coach to check her results. Wang Yu, however, put on a stern face and snatched the controller away. "Cat Kuer, go to sleep. You can't play games all the time, or you'll become useless." He shooed the cat, Kuer, back to her room, where the bed had been made spotless, clearly by Ball. "Go to bed. I'll call you for dinner when you wake up." Wang Yu tried to communicate with her verbally as much as possible, reducing the use of sign language, so that she could gradually learn to understand human speech. Although unwilling, Cat Kuer dared not disobey the stern Wang Yu, so she could only mutter a few words and obediently crawl into bed. Wang Yu covered her with the blanket and noticed that the fur on her hands and feet was a little dirty, so he planned to have Ball give her a bath later. As he was leaving, he noticed that the game on Rabbit King 15 was still paused, so he simply turned it off and decided to focus more on serious matters in the future. Where did Bar go? Wang Yu went to the kitchen and looked around, but didn't see anyone. He had no choice but to go back to his room and find the walkie-talkie under his pillow. Bar quickly responded, "I'm on the bridge. Aren't you investigating the hard drive data? I'm trying to crack it." Wang Yu was relieved and grabbed a piece of protein for breakfast before heading towards the bridge. Upon arriving at the bridge, Ball apologized to him first. She felt that the data on the control panel might be more important, so she came over without permission, intending to decipher it before returning, but found the difficulty to be beyond her expectations, which is why it had dragged on until now. Wang Yu didn't blame her, but simply reminded her, "It's good that nothing happened, but next time you should let us know in advance. Try not to act alone. This ship isn't safe." He might be able to handle the danger himself, but if Ball ran into a lecherous guy he'd never met before, or if there were other strange people on the ship, the consequences would be hard to predict. At this moment, Ball was sitting in front of the control panel, his eyes shining like lamps, data constantly flashing through his pupils, and his skin and ears were unusually red. This was the first time Wang Yu had seen her in this state. Bar pulled the cable from behind her head and connected it directly to the motherboard below the control panel. The black material that had covered the motherboard had been peeled off, and lights were even shining from within. Clearly, Ball was not only hacking the system, but also powering the console. She explained that the ship has a very high level of security, but fortunately the entire system was offline, which made it much easier to crack. However, the firewall still needs to be breached by a quantum decoder, and she happens to have the relevant function integrated into her body, which should be completed in about half an hour. However, the system's security is too tight, and forcibly cracking it may result in data loss. In addition, the hard drive itself is not in good condition, so she can only try her best to restore it and cannot guarantee that all the data is intact. Wang Yu seemed to understand, but simply nodded. He wouldn't force Ball to do anything beyond his capabilities. Doing his best was enough. He glanced at the captain's seat in the center. Although the thing resembled a living creature, it was more like a fixed object on the ship and wouldn't actively attack other targets for the time being. While waiting, Wang Yu did some simple exercises on the bridge for half an hour. This continued until Ball retracted the cables and stood up from the ground. So, is this any valuable information? Wang Yu asked immediately. Ball nodded, yes. Moreover, the main language used by this ship's system is Chinese, which makes it much easier to organize. I'm transferring the data to the personal computer now, and you'll be able to view it in a bit. This result is quite good, even though it took a while. Looking at her still reddened skin and ears, Wang Yu couldn't help but remind her, are you sure you're really okay? Your skin is still so red. Barton immediately touched his ear, looking somewhat embarrassed. It's from overheating. Decoding consumes too much computing power, and since I'm all alone with no other cooling options, it's turned out like this. Don't laugh at me. Wang Yu's lips unconsciously curled up, without him even noticing. After confirming that Ball was all right, the two walked together toward the captain's cabin to check on the spoils of their hacking attempt. Bar entered the captain's cabin, but instead of immediately transmitting data, he rummaged through the pile of luggage for a moment and took out a black triangular prism, which he handed to Wang Yu. Wang Yu recognized it at a glance. It was Bale's spare battery. Ball had a main battery inside him, and he also carried 3 spares, each of which was enough to support his normal activities for more than 30 days. The system shows that this high-voltage solid-state metal battery is manufactured by Lingta Technology and is a Class 1 civilian regulatory product. Its energy density is 100 times that of ordinary chemical batteries, and it can be recycled more than 5,000 times. Its outer shell is made of synthetic diamond and titanium alloy mesh, which theoretically prevents thermal runaway. However, if the outer shell is damaged, fuel leakage may still cause a deflagration or even an explosion. Ball looked at Wang Yu and said, help me change it. The battery is less than 1%, and it's too much of a hassle to charge it now. Wang Yu held the battery and froze on the spot. He had never changed a battery for a machine servant before and didn't even know where to start. Without a word, Ball sat down cross-legged, swept his hair back, and pulled down his collar, revealing his back. Beneath his grayish-white skin, faint silver lines were visible, resembling tattoos at first glance, but actually consisting entirely of embedded electrical circuits. The lines converged below the nape of the neck, with a small shield-shaped square in the center. The metal frame was engraved with Bale's number, K44795482. Ball urged, don't just stand there. Hurry up and take the battery compartment out, or I'll run out of power. Wang Yu quickly agreed and tried to lift the shield-shaped block, but as soon as he pried it with his fingernail, Ball cried out in pain. Don't pry it open with your fingernails. This is a push button. There's a mechanical switch inside. Press and hold it for more than 10 seconds. Wang Yu quickly apologized, sweat beading on his forehead. He pressed the cube as Ball had instructed, only to discover that it indeed contained a complex mechanical structure that required Bale's confirmation and was virtually impossible to open accidentally. 10 seconds later, the shield-shaped block finally popped open, and a battery compartment about 15 centimeters long extended out. When it opened, it emitted bursts of cold air, which was obviously used to control the battery's operating temperature. Wang Yu removed the old battery, initially worried about installing it backwards, but the battery compartment had a foolproof latch that prevented it from being inserted incorrectly. He quickly installed the new battery and then pressed the outer block back into place. Ball stood up again and took the old battery that had been removed. Okay, the battery compartment is on the back, and it's inconvenient for me to do it myself, so I'll have to trouble you. Wang Yu scratched his head and smiled, saying it was no trouble at all. After personally touching this intricate structure, he felt even more that the technology of the puppet servants was astonishingly advanced. After the old battery was plugged back into the charger, Ball walked to the computer, pulled out a data cable from his wrist, and began exporting the contents of the hard drive. A batch of organized files and folders quickly appeared on the desktop, containing star charts, material lists, personnel entry and exit records, crew files, email records, system logs, as well as many scattered documents, photos, and videos. Wang Yu couldn't wait to open it, but found that a lot of information was missing, blacked out, and garbled, so he could only turn to look at Ball. Barr explained that the hard drive was in poor condition, with some data corrupted and access restrictions in place. Public information is relatively easy to crack, but content involving personal privacy and ship safety is extremely difficult to decipher. He had tried his best to organize the data, but the missing information could not be fully recovered. Wang Yu didn't understand programming, so he could only nod and continue to look through the information he had painstakingly extracted. He first asked if the star map could correspond to their location, but Bale's answer was no. There were no matching coordinates in the existing star map. Perhaps the Hegra's activity was affecting space, and this could only be verified later. The supplies list mentions a flying swallow, one landing module, which was purchased from the interstellar trading post for 19,999 credits. Clearly not a cheap item. Wang Yu flipped through the list again, but couldn't find any records of heretic crushers. The list mostly contained daily necessities, scientific research equipment, and collected samples. There were no personal items listed, which might be due to insufficient access or that they were registered elsewhere. Next, he found out the original model of the Deep Space. This ship belonged to the Izumo series of research vessels and was also a product of Four-Legged Fish Company, but it was difficult to match with the current dilapidated Deep Space. The entry and exit records are of little value. The dates are unknown, and only names and IDs are provided, making it impossible to identify who they correspond to. There's no record of Cat Brother either, because all the registered races are human. The crew files, emails, and system logs were the most heavily blacked out. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the ship had a total of more than 50 crew members in the past, which was very close to Wang Yu's previous guess. However, Barr still managed to extract some key information from the fragmented data, including videos of the super heavy field fusion engine in operation. This was the first time Wang Yu had ever seen this thing. The engine in the picture looked like a blinding little sun, with several constantly rotating rings floating around it, and he couldn't figure out its specific workings at all. However, based on the text description, this thing is very likely to rely on a gravitational field to confine the nuclear fusion reaction, and the principle is similar to that inside a star. It is obviously also a kind of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Compared to magnetic confinement fusion, this technology is ridiculously difficult, almost like something out of a dream. Even more astonishingly, it has been miniaturized. The engine in the picture is less than 2.5 meters tall. The value of this engine is immeasurable, and the credits required to repair it are astronomical. Its exact location on the ship is still uncertain, but Wang Yu knows very well that fixing it will be extremely difficult. There were also some blurry photos taken by the ship's internal cameras, all of which showed crew members in uniform. They were not of much value until Wang Yu saw one of the photos. In the photo, a figure stood out as unusually tall, towering over everyone around him. Wang Yu stared at the figure and couldn't help but ask, "Is this person close to 3 meters tall? At least 2.5 meters. Barr judged that, genetically speaking, neither long-eared people nor humans should grow to that height under natural conditions. However, the photo was too blurry. Perhaps the other party was wearing powered armor. But Wang Yu doesn't think so. He felt that the figure in the picture looked somewhat familiar and could very well be the former Chris Hemsworth. That guy has always been this strong. Chapter 51 Rules of Subspace Navigation. Wang Yu and Ball continued to examine and browse these fragmented pieces of information, and soon they made another discovery, which Ball pointed out. Otherwise, if it were Wang Yu, he would probably just ignore this video recorded in the cafeteria. Because valuable information is often found on notices posted on walls, inconspicuous locations that are easily overlooked. But after Ball pointed it out and zoomed in, the content of the notice immediately made Wang Yu take it seriously, because it contained the rules for subspace navigation. Subspace navigation rules. 1. Before entering the warp, do not linger in the corridors. Make sure you are in a relatively enclosed room, close the door, and avoid getting lost in the warp turbulence. 2. Before entering subspace, determine the number of crew members and ensure that they can communicate with each other. If an abnormal number of people is detected during the voyage, do not panic. Immediately conduct a self-check and identify the intruder. The target may be a chaotic information entity, evil spirit, in the warp. Please remain vigilant and eliminate the opponent or leave the warp as soon as possible while ensuring your safety. This information entity typically dissipates and disintegrates rapidly after leaving the subspace due to the lack of a real-world anchor. 3. During subspace travel, if you encounter knocking, shouts for help, or any similar events, please ignore them and wait for them to disappear. All doors on the spaceship have a self-identification system, and as long as you have the necessary permissions, there will be no situation where a door cannot be opened. 4. During warp travel, the space inside the spaceship may expand or extend, such as corridors changing, adding a new path or rooms. Do not enter these expanded spaces to avoid getting lost in warp turbulence. Remember the correct rooms and paths and mark them in advance. 5. If you accidentally get caught in a warp turbulence, do not panic. Immediately return along the same route. If you cannot return, do your best to ensure your safety, strive to survive, and find a way to escape the turbulence. 6. After escaping the turbulence, you may find yourself on another ship traveling in the warp. Do not engage in conflict with the crew. Immediately state your identity and accept supervision until you leave the warp. According to the Interstellar Union Administration regulations, you will be extradited back to your own planet, spaceship, or other place of origin. 7. During subspace travel, there is a possibility of intrusion by subspace creatures or even information entities, so personnel need to be arranged for patrols and vigilance. Do not communicate with these creatures or information entities. Eliminate them as soon as possible to prevent them from causing further damage to the ship. After the danger has been removed, implement the highest level of purification measures. If you encounter a lost person seeking help, you must determine their authenticity yourself. The guidelines do not provide any advice or suggestions. 8. During subspace navigation, except for the navigator, all exploration and perception of the outer space is prohibited. All sensors must be turned off before entering subspace and remain in subspace until the ship leaves subspace. 9. After leaving the warp, a thorough cleaning of the entire ship must be carried out to ensure the elimination of all warp creatures and information entities. 10. If a crew member becomes abnormal, remain calm and isolate both of you, as you may also be acting abnormally. Treat them after leaving the subspace. Note: this guideline contains 10 articles, all written in black font. If you find any changes in color, font, or number of articles, you can simply ignore them. Wang Yu became increasingly alarmed as he read on, recalling his own experience when he first arrived, and suddenly many things became clear. Why are the corridors shorter? Why do the rooms seem to have decreased? Why is Thor patrolling? Why do light lizards suddenly appear on the ship? These are all due to the influence of the warp. Even Wang Yu's presence on the deep space vessel might be due to subspace. What exactly is this subspace? Why is it so strange? Wang Yu blurted out, feeling a headache coming on after reading it. Because soon they will also break into the subspace and leave this star system. If you don't pay attention to these rules, you might not even know how you died. Subspace travel should be a technology invented to break through the light speed barrier. It is a relatively advanced technology. We have not mastered the relevant technology. We don't even know what subspace is, let alone explain it. Ball also shook his head, looking at the 10 rules with even more confusion on his face than Wang Yu. However, the emergence of these rules has brought another possibility to the origin of the cat Cour. Cat Girl most likely came from the subspace turbulence, possibly stumbled into the deep space, and was then captured and imprisoned by the ship's crew. The deep space, it's estimated, also suffered an accident during some subspace voyage, which is why it ended up in its current state. We need to take advantage of this time to do all the necessary preparations, especially for entering the warp. It would be best to mark the doors to avoid going to the wrong place. Wang Yu planned in his mind, and the initial outline of the preparation plan gradually took shape in his mind. They actually have a significant advantage, because patrol duties can be assigned to Thor, while the disposal of the bodies can be handled by Pig. A large portion of the risk was actually taken by these two brothers, and they only needed to take care of themselves. But how exactly does subspace navigation work? They say it requires a navigator, but where are we going to find one? Wang Yu looked at Ball, who stared back at him with wide eyes, as if to say, "You are the owner of this ship. Why are you asking me this question?" However, Wang Yu seemed to have seen the term navigator elsewhere as well. Wang Yu remembered, it was Cat Cour's helmet. However, he didn't think Catgirl could be a navigator. That helmet might belong to someone else, but he could borrow it and try to navigate. In short, we'll know once we open the subspace passage and enter. Wang Yu added. They had no choice. They had to escape this star system and get out of the influence of the demonic star Higra, so warp travel was the only option. It was noon. Wang Yu continued his physical training as usual. Bar then examined the computer host and console motherboard that Wang Yu had brought back earlier, hoping to find some valuable information to supplement the intelligence. Overall, these items are in worse condition than the control consoles in the bridge. Although the black substance in the bridge looks disgusting, it actually provides a relatively stable environment after encasing electronic components, so the overall situation is not too bad. After examining the photos for a long time, Bar managed to produce one that was somewhat valuable, a group photo of the deep space crew during an event. The photo was quite clear and showed 53 people, including the captain. The captain was a bespectacled, seemingly refined blonde young man. And Chris Hemsworth was indeed a giant. The insignia on his uniform was different from the other crew members. He was probably a security captain, over 2.7 meters tall, with a resolute face and a burly and strong physique, although he was far from being comparable to the current Chris Hemsworth. Then, the person suspected to be Pigsy was found. He was probably the head chef or a similar person on the ship. He was quite fat, wearing a clean white chef's hat and an apron. He seemed a bit shy, but overall he was a kind and easygoing person, completely different from the current Pigsy. However, there didn't seem to be any other candidates suspected to be Pigsy. The other crew members, including the captain, are most likely no longer alive. He's so strong. Has he had his body modified and strengthened? In fact, the creator conducted similar research during past wars, called the Super Soldier Project, but it was ultimately halted due to ethical and moral issues. Bardot stared at the photo for a while and came to a rather convincing conclusion. Chapter 52 Interlude. Physical Modification. Looking at the photo of Chris Hemsworth, Wang Yu felt it was highly likely. This seems to be a world that values science and theory. It's impossible for someone to become as strong as Chris Hemsworth through exercise alone, as their potential is inherently limited. Those time travel novels also incorporate the setting of spiritual energy or magic, such as becoming able to move mountains and fill seas through fitness training, which is too far-fetched. No matter how much he trains, if he pushes his grip strength to the limit, it's possible for him to break through 100 kilograms, and if he has talent, he could even go much higher. No matter how much you train, even with medication and the power of 9 dragons, it's impossible to have a ton of grip strength. Human physiology simply doesn't allow it. You still need equipment to become stronger, or you need to undergo physical modifications or master psionic energy. He pondered the direction for becoming stronger in the future and did not give up the idea of becoming a powerful warrior. What he said on the machine planet was not just empty talk. Let's keep practicing. After all, health is the foundation of everything, and it's always good to build a solid foundation. Wang Yu thought for a moment, then practiced for nearly an hour in the afternoon before going to the corridor to ask Ball for advice on fighting techniques. They didn't bring many melee weapons, but the knives, wrenches, screwdrivers, and even angle grinders in their toolboxes could be used as weapons. Their fists and feet were also weapons. Although the damage was limited, blocking and agile movement could create opportunities for counterattacks, including firing shots. And so, the two sparred for about half an hour. During this time, Wang Yu was subdued or tripped by Ball several times, but he was not injured and controlled his strength very well. But for some other reason, their practice was forced to stop, because the cat cur woke up and was begging for food. 3 weeks later, life aboard the deep space has stabilized, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Wang Yu once again activated his talent for self-discipline, finished his day's exercise, and began to acknowledge his gains for the day. Flesh, 6, 42 200ths. Willpower, 9, 357/1600. Reflection, 6, 15 out of 200. Immunization, 5, 31 100ths. Inspiration, 7, 249 of 400. The growth rate is still very slow, but the reflex has reached level 6, though it is still far from level 7. On the contrary, my experience with willpower and inspiration has increased considerably, thanks to the recent frequent connections with the deep space spacecraft. Before he fully adapts to the connection, it is estimated that there will be no bottleneck in the growth of these two attributes, and the growth rate will even be quite considerable. But other attributes are more difficult. There's no breakthrough point, you can only practice slowly. Wang Yu drank a glass of water to replenish his fluids and looked at the tuber that had already sprouted green buds. In his spare time, Wang Yu likes to stare at it. These days, Ball has been doing some light blocking work, which is basically just putting on a black film to block out the light and provide a dark environment. The green shoots on top can continuously receive sunlight and carry out photosynthesis. In this gravity-fed environment, hydroponics is much easier because the plants will grow upwards spontaneously without human intervention. This type of potato-like crop, with its excellent traits and rapid growth, can be harvested in about 35 days. That means they will be able to eat fresh space potatoes in about 2 weeks. Just thinking about mashed potatoes, hash browns, and French fries makes my mouth water. I'm so sick of eating noodles, dried meat, and egg white paste these days. Although Ball is a very good cook and can make a variety of dishes, the limited resources mean that the seasonings are just salt and sugar. It gets boring after a while. I should have brought some canned meat. Wang Yu fantasized about how to eat these potatoes while watching them slowly grow. Unfortunately, conditions were limited. Otherwise, he would have liked to raise chickens, as eggs and chicken meat are both delicious, and he could have explored space-based aquaculture. Come and play. A female voice, different from Bar's, with slightly inaccurate pronunciation, sounded like someone who had just learned to speak. Wang Yu looked over and saw it was Mao Kuer, who had only learned a smattering of Chinese and had a pitifully small vocabulary. Wang Yu felt a headache coming on the moment he saw this thing. Indeed, Cat Kuer is quite well behaved and has considerable combat strength. She can take on 3 of Wang Yu's by herself, whether in the game or outside the game. She is also very talented in certain areas and has a high IQ. But studying was a nightmare. Wang Yu and Ball tried to do the same, but couldn't get anywhere. Being able to write a few broken Chinese characters and understand simple sentences was already their current limit. Teaching is a painful job, especially when the other person doesn't learn well. He and Ball basically took turns teaching Kuer the cat every night, imparting some knowledge so that she could not live like a wild animal forever. I won't play. Playing too many games will make you stupid. Wang Yu resolutely refused. Liar, Sister Ball isn't stupid. Cat Kuer said with dissatisfaction, roughly meaning that Ball played the game very well, but she was not stupid, so Wang Yu was lying. It's quite logical, but the expression skills are lacking. If you solve this problem involving addition and subtraction, I'll play with you. Wang Yu presented a question, which was also Cat Kuer's homework from last night, but she kept getting it wrong. Woo. Cat Kuer grumbled in dissatisfaction, turned her head away, refused to look at the question, remained silent for a while, and then suddenly spoke. Wang Yu is super weak. Kuer is super strong. This is probably mocking Wang Yu's poor gaming skills, but he's quite clever. Although he can't even do simple addition and subtraction, he's mastered the art of provocation without any instruction. Wang Yu's eyes twitched, and a cruel sneer appeared on his lips. We must curb her arrogance and teach her a lesson about the harsh realities of the world. Wang Yu took the controller, entered a series of incomprehensible commands, selected the question mark character, and then began the battle in Rabbit 15. This is actually a hidden cheat command that Wang Yu had secretly implanted with Ball over the past few days. After inputting it, you can directly use the final boss of the story mode. Moreover, Wang Yu had practiced it specifically, and it was incredibly powerful. It could kill anyone who touched it, and even if you tried to block it, you would lose a lot of health. Wang Yu finally turned the tables and achieved a 5-game winning streak, although it was somewhat underhanded. Wang Yu is a liar, Cat Kuer said angrily, and you could even see her wrinkled nose through the helmet's glass. But her verbal attacks landed on Wang Yu's wall-like face, causing him no pain or discomfort whatsoever. What did I lie to you about? This is all thanks to my abilities, okay? The saying goes, the victor is king, the loser is villain. If you lose, you have to accept it. You Wang Yu. You idiot. Cat Kuer couldn't understand complex sentences and words, but she grasped the general meaning from Wang Yu's expression and tone. She probably meant to say that Wang Yu was cheating, shameless, and brazen, but her vocabulary was limited, and she couldn't express the meaning accurately, let alone be aggressive. I was so angry at Wang Yu's nonchalant expression and mocking attitude that I almost wanted to create a new word. You little brat, I can't handle you anymore. Wang Yu was in a good mood. The frustration he had been building up from losing all disappeared, and he started thinking about what to eat tonight. Chapter 53: The Paradox of Advanced Civilization. 3 more weeks have passed. Wang Yu finally got to eat the fries and hash browns, which tasted great. It was a real shame he didn't bring ketchup and chili sauce. This cannot be blamed on Ball, because Ball considered which supplies to bring from a survival perspective, so seasonings and spices were not a high priority, as they were considered luxuries to improve the quality of life. However, if he has the chance, he will definitely bring back some seasonings or even snacks from the next planet. Because eating is really important. Ball, as a robot, might not feel it, but Wang Yu felt that eating such bland food all the time, while not enough to starve to death, could very well lead to a loss of anticipation and enjoyment of life. In addition, during this period, Mao Kuo really didn't ask Wang Yu to play games anymore, and even often put on a sour face, but thankfully she didn't breathe on him. This made Wang Yu reflect on whether he had gone too far. After all, the other party's cognition and behavior were similar to those of a 6 or 7-year-old child, and there was really no need to take it so seriously. We need to find an opportunity to ease tensions. Wang Yu was considering when he suddenly received a challenge. Come play. Cat Kuo handed him a controller, while Wang Yu was still doing push-ups. Are you sure? I'm not going to hold back. Wang Yu said, and Mao Kuo nodded seriously. The fight resumes. Wang Yu once again chose the final boss as his character and started fighting Cat Kuo. He felt something was wrong right after the first round because he was actually defeated by Cat Kuo. The latter was extremely familiar with the boss's moves. It was obvious that he had practiced them and had even prepared for them for a long time. The only possible sparring partner is Balthazar. It can't be Thor. There are only a few people here. These two guys actually teamed up against him behind his back. A dozen minutes later, Wang Yu undoubtedly suffered his third consecutive defeat. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Wang Yu is lousy, he needs more practice. Cat Kuo's mocking manner made Wang Yu unable to suppress a smile. Because it was obvious that Ball had taught him, he immediately turned to look at the mastermind behind the scenes, as Ball was also watching the battle and even laughed out loud. You can play with her, but if you have time, teach her some things outside of the game. Wang Yu laughed, not caring at all, and got up to head to the bridge. I'll go with you, Bar said. No need. You stay here and keep Cat Kuo company. We've explored this floor dozens of times already, and Cat Kuo has opened all the doors that couldn't be opened. There's no danger. Wang Yu said, leaving the captain's cabin, because it was time to check and adjust the deep space's course. He had confirmed with Ball over the past few days and also used his optical computer to calculate and simulate the route. He had a basic idea of the subsequent flight path in his mind, and all he needed to do was make adjustments step by step. The deep space spacecraft is about to approach the planet closest to the star, be captured by its gravity, and then orbit it until it reaches the most suitable position to open a subspace passage. So this week may be the last period of their stay in this galaxy. Wang Yu walked down the corridor, deliberately taking a longer route to the Sunnyside corridor on the other side. The light here is very bright, but the temperature is not very high, around 20 degrees Celsius. This indicates that the special glass material has a strong heat insulation and radiation protection effect, which is almost standard equipment on spaceships. However, it is still very bright. Looking directly at it would probably hurt your eyes with the strong light, so Wang Yu is wearing goggles. From this angle, the planet closest to the star looks as if it's being scorched, with faintly glowing spots on the side facing the light, and some even forming lines, possibly flowing lava or something similar. The back is pitch black, but due to the lack of atmosphere, the temperature may drop to minus 100 degrees Celsius, making it a scene of extreme contrasts, like fire and ice, a hellish landscape. Such a planet is unlikely to support life. At least carbon-based life forms and organic life forms cannot survive there. Wang Yu has not yet seen any other forms of life. He looked around the planet. The reason he had come to take a look was because he had been pondering a question. If a civilization is advanced enough and its technology is advanced enough, so, could they ignore the habitability of most planets and forcibly colonize them, like the planet in front of us? Then they could modify the planet's atmosphere, improve its habitability, and even establish a closed ecological metropolis. This is entirely feasible, and such a civilization exists. The civilization behind the deep space mission basically meets the requirements. The system, however, instructed Wang Yu to search for habitable planets. But shouldn't the universe be full of habitable planets that have been transformed by advanced civilizations? This creates a contradiction, a paradox, because advanced civilizations do exist, but habitable planets need to be found. Wang Yu has been thinking about this issue for the past few days. He has talked to Barty and even contacted Sophia for discussions. The discussions all pointed to the same conclusion. Advanced civilizations have tacitly chosen not to do this, which is why life in the universe remains scarce, and habitable planets are extremely rare. In addition, there are several other interpretations, such as the universe being too vast and boundless, and their location being a remote and impoverished area, so there is no advanced civilization's colony there at all. Or perhaps doing so would be too costly and yield little benefit. Another possibility is that these advanced civilizations have all perished, or most of them have perished. This could be due to war or disaster, or because evil gods like the demon star Higra were wreaking havoc, ultimately leading to the current universe. Wang Yu personally leans towards the latter interpretation, but currently, more clues and intelligence are still needed to support it. The bridge doors opened. Wang Yu walked in and went straight to the captain's chair. After all, he had connected countless times and was already used to it. He was very familiar with all the operations, and the connection time was getting longer and longer. It was like a process of desensitization. He plopped down on it, only to be swallowed by the seat once more. At the same time, the deep space, which was sailing in deep space, awoke, and control came into Wang Yu's hands. The entire ship began to turn, preparing to enter the orbit of the target planet. After adjusting the speed and changing the orbital altitude, we will reach the shadow side and enter the point where our gravity overlaps with that of the star. At that point, deep space will be able to open the door to subspace and officially leave. Everything is proceeding according to plan. But as deep space completed its planned orbital calibration, Wang Yu prepared to get up and leave. Suddenly, a sense of crisis arose, as if I was about to be attacked. This was not Wang Yu's premonition, but the deep space's premonition. It was simply transmitted synchronously because of the connection. The danger is coming from far behind. All the eyeballs on the surface of the deep space trembled and looked behind it, then were swallowed by an invisible wave, the impact from the demon star Higra. Chapter 54 The Second Impact. The deep space was struck by an earthquake, or more precisely, the entire ship was hit by an unknown energy. In the captain's cabin, Ball and the cat cur noticed the anomaly almost immediately. Lightweight objects, such as plates on the table, quickly fell and hit the ground due to the vibration, but they were not damaged because they were metal. On the contrary, a small piece of glass on the operating hydroponic container inexplicably shattered, causing the atomized nutrient solution inside to leak out, and even several newly sprouted tubers spilled out. Ball tried his best to save important items to avoid unnecessary damage from the impact. The most important and vulnerable item was the quantum computer, which Ball grabbed immediately. The impact lasted for nearly 5 seconds before stopping. After it ended, the captain's cabin was in complete chaos, as if it had been hit by a typhoon. Fortunately, it was just chaos, and the damage was not significant. Cat Coder stood up immediately upon being hit, and heard the sharp noise that was like a mountain crashing and a tsunami crashing. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she quickly curled up into a ball and hid in a corner. This set of movements was so fluid and skillful that it had almost become a conditioned reflex. Afterwards, Katerina started vomiting on the ground, unusually taking off her helmet. The vomit consisted mostly of her lunch, with a few noticeable streaks of bright red blood mixed in, clearly indicating that her health had been affected. But Ball didn't stop. She left Catgirl there while she rushed out and ran towards the bridge, because she didn't know what was going on with Wang Yu. 10 seconds later, the metal gates of the bridge opened, and Ball rushed in, hearing faint, muffled coughs coming from inside. Wang Yu had just gotten off the captain's chair, having experienced a double baptism of hunger and shock. Now, he was completely numb and slumped in front of the captain's chair, unable to get up for a long time. Wang Yu, how are you feeling? Is there anything wrong with your body? Bear jogged over to Wang Yu's side and helped him sit up. My cough is better than last time. I'm feeling really hungry now, and I want to eat your big fried pancake. Wang Yu smiled wryly, saying that he had not fainted from the impact, nor had he bled from his mouth or nose, which was indeed much better than last time. But this is just the surface. In reality, the purple patches in Wang Yu's field of vision are like living things, encroaching on his vision. This causes him to see things that are purple in some places and normal in others, and they even seem to be wriggling, making him feel nauseous. This is probably what Old Brun couldn't stand before he died. Wang Yu suppressed his discomfort and ignored it until his vision gradually returned. In addition, there are diseases caused by the impact. Many of these diseases are almost impossible to detect based on the patient's own feelings, especially in the early and middle stages. Therefore, many diseases become incurable once they are diagnosed. Wang Yu, you need to have a full checkup. The deep space doesn't have the facilities for that, so we have to go back to the machine planet. And Cat Kur, she needs to too. Ball said seriously, his expression earnest, but Wang Yu shook his head in refusal. No. As you know, Higra is releasing shocks more frequently, so we can't turn back, because the next time might be even worse, or we might not be able to leave at all. This might be our last chance to escape this star system. I don't want to be trapped here and die. Wang Yu said that even if there was a possibility of illness, he did not lose his basic judgment. But we'll figure something out when we get to the next star system. I'll be fine in the short term. We can ask other civilizations for help, or we can go to interstellar trading posts, where the conditions will only be better. I might not even be sick. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine now, just feeling hungry, but that's a side effect of docking with the deep space vessel. Wang Yu stood up, indicating that he was in good condition. Bar fell silent, because she knew Wang Yu was right. Her judgment had been flawed due to the influence of the emotional simulator. After careful consideration, she couldn't refute Wang Yu's judgment at all. At times, the judgments made by organic life forms are even colder and more decisive than computer algorithms, bordering on intuition. How is Cat Kur doing? Wang Yu then changed the subject, inquiring about Brother Cat's situation. She was also affected, but it's hard to say exactly how. Her constitution is rather unique. Some common ailments might not affect her at all, but we'd need to see the test results for a definitive diagnosis, which we don't have the resources to do. Baldo recounted the situation in the captain's cabin, mentioning that Katerina was not unconscious. Wang Yu suspected that the helmet was the one that provided the protection. Given Cat Brothers' superhuman physical abilities, there's really no need to worry too much. In addition, the hydroponic container has a hole and needs to be repaired. It's not a big problem. The freshwater circulation system is not damaged, and the optical computer is intact. However, we need to check the external telescope and various sensors to see if they have been affected. The two walked toward the captain's cabin. Wang Yu acted as if nothing was wrong, and in fact, he didn't have any obvious physical discomfort. But ultimately, Wang Yu knew whether or not his body was in trouble, because he had the system. His health cap dropped to 97 after this shock, which is much better than before, but it's enough to prove that he has a health problem, although it's impossible to confirm what the specific illness is. Please don't let it be a serious illness that will worsen rapidly. Wang Yu prayed silently, pinning his hopes on his luck, wishing that this time it would help him get through the difficult time. After all, it only cost 3 health points, so it shouldn't be serious. Moreover, the number on his palm turned into 2, indicating that his talent was indeed at work, and that potentially fatal or dangerous diseases had been neutralized. The two entered the captain's cabin, which was still a mess. However, as soon as they entered, they smelled a pungent stench of blood. They saw a lot of brown pus and grime on the ground, the source of which was Cat Kur, who had vomited it out. Because mixed in with it were also undigested food scraps. I'm back. I made the floor dirty. Katerina said that she spoke much more fluently than before, and unusually, she wasn't wearing a helmet, probably because she had just vomited. He's vomiting blood? Wang Yu was startled. He looked at the ground, then at the standing Cat Kur. He couldn't see anything unusual in her expression or complexion. In fact, she seemed to be in better health than him. This may be a form of detoxification, a way of expelling diseased tissue from the body through vomiting. Or guessed, based on Cat Brothers' previous performance in a vacuum environment, her judgment is likely true. Because Cat Brother doesn't look like he's physically unwell or has a serious illness. Instead, because he had dirted the floor, he was worried about being punished by Wang Yu and Ball, so he avoided eye contact with them. This minor issue won't get us scolded, and it's something we were supposed to clean anyway. It just wastes a lot of water, but thankfully we have enough in reserve. The 3 of them worked together and spent about an hour cleaning and tidying up the captain's cabin. During this time, Bar tested the external telescopes, radars and other sensors through the optical computer, and there were no problems. Only the hydroponic tank needed repair, which only required the replacement of a steel plate of the appropriate size. In addition, they also contacted Sophia on the planet Mech. To be precise, the message came from her first, since they had also experienced an impact. The outcome was relatively good. Although the impact began to affect the servants, their mechanical bodies had a unique advantage. They wouldn't get sick, and broken parts could be directly replaced. Bar has also had a self-examination, and there are no problems with his health. Everything is normal. Chapter 55 Breaking into the Subspace. A week later, Deep Space successfully entered planetary orbit. After completing the final preparations, they should adjust their orbit one more time before entering the region of gravitational superposition. At that point, they will open the gate to subspace and escape this starry sky. During this time, Wang Yu was also secretly observing his physical condition, and even Ball was observing him, but they did not find any problems. Wang Yu maintained his training rhythm as before and did not slack off. But in reality, Only Wang Yu himself knows what's wrong with his body. After each period of strenuous exercise, he would feel a slight tightness in his chest and even feel like coughing. This was definitely not psychological, as it happened every time. Is the problem with the lungs or the heart? Wang Yu couldn't make a judgment, but either way, it would be fatal. He could only pray that after his subspace journey ended, he could find a place where he could be cured as soon as possible. For now, we still need to prepare for a breakthrough into the subspace. They marked both sides of each door and door frame with a cat's head logo, which was made by Caterpillar. The logo was simple and straightforward, consisting of a cat's head logo and a simple number. Once such markings appear on the door or both sides of the door frame, it indicates that it is a normal door. This helps prevent accidental entry into abnormal spaces and involvement in subspace turbulence during subspace travel due to the expansion and stretching of space. Aside from navigating the ship and connecting to the deep space, everyone must remain in the captain's cabin and ignore whatever happens outside. They must also shut down all sensors to prevent any detection of the outside world. Then the three of them must act together, because being alone is a big no-no. Finally, Cat Coeur, could I borrow your helmet when we travel through the warp? Wang Yu pointed to his own head, then to the helmet on her head. This is the navigator's equipment, which may be very important during subspace travel, so Wang Yu wants to borrow it. Woo! Cat Coeur made a reluctant sound, her lips pouting, but she still took off her helmet a few seconds later and handed it to Wang Yu, just like a child who was forced to give up her toy. I don't mean I need it now. I mean I might need it when we enter the subspace later. I'm just letting you know in advance. Wang Yu explained that Cat Coeur clearly didn't fully understand. Borrowing the helmet wasn't difficult, thanks to the positive impression I'd built up from our previous interactions. Also, if you behave well during your subspace voyage, I might give you another delicious can of cat food. Wang Yu then pulled out another can of cat food. Although it originally belonged to the Cat Coeur, he was shameless enough to not only keep it, but also slowly return it to the person in question as a reward. I just don't know why Cat Brother hid these cans of food. Upon hearing that there would be canned food as a reward, Cat Brother became visibly excited, nodding repeatedly and very vigorously. Kids are just kids, they're so easy to coax. Wang Yu couldn't help but find it amusing. He looked at Bear and asked her to simulate the trajectory again on the quantum computer, because this was the final crucial moment and there was no room for error. 5 days later, Wang Yu reconnected to the deep space spacecraft and completed the planned orbital change. After completing this task, he did not leave the bridge again, and Ball and Catgirl were both there. In just 5 hours, the deep space probe will travel along an elliptical orbit to the dark side of the planet and enter the region of gravitational overlap. That would be the perfect time to break into the warp, so all the crew members came over, and we'll move together from there. They even brought a lot of dry food and water, as well as weapons and equipment, including spacesuits. They had considered almost every possible scenario, and were just waiting to take action. Eat something first, then rest for a bit. Bar spread out some clean cloths and laid out several plates of food. Although they were mostly potato snacks, pies, and jerky, the food actually tasted pretty good. Cat Coeur likes to eat meat, so she ate all the pieces of jerky and stuffed them into her mouth to chew. Wang Yu prefers French fries because jerky is too hard and makes his jaw hurt if he eats too much. Did you tell Sophia and the others that we are officially leaving? Wang Yu asked Ball because the quantum computer was also in her hands and was monitoring the deep space's orbital status. Upon hearing this, Barton paused for a moment, then nodded slowly, indicating that he had said goodbye beforehand. Sophia told us to be careful and have a safe journey. She will always remember us. Forehead. Wang Yu was about to complain that this was unlucky, but Ball didn't stop until he finished explaining what Sophia had said. She also said that once they successfully eliminate the Higra, they will greatly accelerate the progress of aerospace technology research and development, manufacture large spacecraft, and then come to find us. Baldao, having said this, Wang Yu had no more thoughts of complaining and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Also, please pass on a message to Sophia, saying that I wish them all the best in their plans. Wang Yu said that he wasn't cursing back, but genuinely hoped they could achieve final victory. As the time drew ever closer, the deep space spacecraft had plunged completely into darkness, entering the planet's shadow side. They had only about 10 minutes left to reach their designated area. If they missed it, they would have to spend a considerable amount of time circling back. Coeur, give me the helmet. Be prepared for any unexpected situations. Wang Yu said that he had obtained the Vision Guardian helmet from Cat Coeur and was preparing to connect it to the deep space. Moreover, this time, He put on the exoskeleton armor as well, and even had the beam pistol hanging on his chest and another one on his waist, just in case of emergencies. Barr shut down all the sensors, prepared his submachine gun, and the ground-based computer displayed only a green countdown timer as a reminder of when to act. Okay, get ready. Wang Yu emphasized it again and walked to the seat in the middle of the bridge. Even the cat cur stood up, its hair and fur standing on end, and it went into alert mode, its sharp claws replacing its fingers that were tucked into its paws, staring nervously at the bridge gate. With only 30 seconds left on the countdown, Wang Yu put on the limited edition cat head Spirit Vision Guardian helmet, sat back in the captain's seat, reconnected to the deep space, and prepared to open the gate to subspace. Chapter 56, Entering the Subspace. Wang Yu's senses reconnected with the deep space, and his vision went directly to deep space. Before them lay that enormous planet, which almost completely blocked all the light from the star, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. However, the deep space's senses are not limited to visible light. After repeated connections, Wang Yu became more and more familiar with the capabilities of the deep space spacecraft. During a discussion with Ball, she proposed a possibility. That is, when Wang Yu connected to the deep space, he was able to see the subsequent flight path because the deep space could see light across almost the entire frequency band. It even includes electric fields, magnetic fields, and even gravitational fields, so it knows where it will move next and can see the route ahead. That's impressive. Even the most advanced sensors are unlikely to be able to do that. However, overly strong and complex senses would increase the load on Wang Yu when connecting, so some senses may not be permanent, usually only receiving visible light, and only fully activated in the perception track or in some emergency situations. Wang Yu needs to master the ability to regulate this sense in order to prolong the connection time, while also adapting to hunger, which poses a challenge to his will and inspiration. This time, in order to open the subspace passage, he must push this sense to its limit, find the weak point in the distortion of the surrounding space, break through space, and enter the subspace. The stronger the gravity, the more likely such weak points will appear. This is it. Wang Yu successfully identified the weak point and then charged right into it. From a third-person perspective, one would see a rock-like spaceship entering the shadowed side of the planet. It was first swallowed by darkness, and then faint spots of light appeared on its surface, the activated eyeballs on the spaceship's surface. Then the ship veered off its original course and flew to one side, disappearing without a trace, as if swallowed by the void. The servants on the distant planet recorded this scene and were deeply moved. From Wang Yu's perspective, he felt as if he had crashed into something and entered a bumpy tunnel. When he woke up, he saw a bizarre and wonderful world, which shocked him. How should I describe it? It was like being stuffed into a kaleidoscope with severe light pollution, and then having hundreds of large speakers strapped to his ears, playing all sorts of random things, creating a harsh and noisy background noise. In just a brief moment, Wang Yu's consciousness was disrupted by dizziness. He stopped thinking altogether, let alone figuring out what to do next. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a moment. The scattered light sources were filtered through a sieve, and the whole world went from bright to dark. At the same time, the volume of the speakers strapped to my ears was turned down to the lowest setting, leaving only a murmur. Unless you look closely, there is no discomfort. Wang Yu's senses returned at this moment, and he felt a sense of lingering fear because the images he had seen earlier still lingered in his field of vision. They were not hallucinations. Just a moment ago, his brain was almost overwhelmed by the massive amount of information, but thankfully, it only lasted for a second. This must be due to the Spirit Vision Guardian helmet, which blocked out a lot of meaningless information and noise, giving Wang Yu the opportunity to peer into the subspace. Otherwise, relying solely on Wang Yu's nerves and brain, he would be swept away by this massive information turbulence in an instant, reduced to a blank sheet of paper, only able to mumble incoherently, or even left with a lifelong disability, becoming an idiot. Luckily, I borrowed a helmet from Cat Brother. This should be essential equipment for navigators. I just don't know where she got it from. Wang Yu felt a wave of fear wash over him, but thankfully he had made thorough preparations beforehand. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, because even with the filtered view, prolonged observation would affect his mental state, as his sanity was declining at a much faster rate than before, and he estimated he could only maintain this for a few minutes. Before him lay a bizarre starry sky. The background was not the pure black of a normal universe, but rather like it was illuminated by ambient lighting, constantly changing its background color without any discernible pattern. Furthermore, the celestial bodies do exist. They are spheres of different sizes and colors. It's just uncertain whether this is a product of the helmet's filtering or their actual image. Because these things completely disregard the laws governing the movement of celestial bodies in the universe, flying around erratically as if gravity does not exist here. Like normal celestial bodies in the universe, excluding rogue celestial bodies, they will generally rotate around a massive target under the influence of gravity to achieve equilibrium. But here, there are celestial bodies that move back and forth in a straight line. There are celestial bodies that are stationary, and there are celestial bodies that are intertwined and spiraling upwards. In short, there are all kinds of movements. Wang Yu even saw a celestial body drawing a pentagram. Moreover, the celestial bodies are very close to each other, which is why Wang Yu questioned the existence of gravity here. These spiraling celestial bodies are not one or two, but rather connected in a line, one after another, spiraling upwards together, their trajectories resembling two intertwined springs, or the helical structure of stretched DNA. When they reach a certain altitude, these celestial bodies disappear and then inexplicably reappear from the bottom, repeating the spiral ascent process. Here, it's estimated that all physical laws don't apply. This is an incomprehensible world. The deep space spacecraft slowly crawled through this space, almost at a standstill since it entered. Its original kinetic energy and inertia were compressed to almost zero in subspace. The navigator's role is likely to restart the journey in this space, avoid these celestial bodies, find a passable route for the spacecraft, and eventually return to the real universe. Wang Yu's intuition told him that if he accidentally bumped into or even grazed these celestial bodies, the outcome would be no better than hitting a planet, and the chances of survival in the latter were far greater than in the former. As for how to reach the target location, leave the subspace and return to the real universe. Wang Yu had roughly guessed the method. He must have exited through doors scattered throughout the subspace. There were several doors where he entered, which should correspond to massive celestial bodies in the real universe. The greater the mass, the larger the door, and the easier it is to get out, just like getting in. These doors are likely a manifestation of the information collected by the helmet. They are not actually doors, but rather weak spatial locations that are displayed as doors to facilitate Wang Yu's discovery and confirmation of these locations. Behind Wang Yu, about 30,000 kilometers away, there was an enormous gate, so large that even nearby celestial bodies appeared tiny, and they would mysteriously disappear upon approaching it, like a forbidden zone. Wang Yu only glanced at it, but the purple veins rooted in his vision became active, beginning to pollute everything he saw, forcing him to quickly look away and stop paying attention to what was behind him. That enormous door undoubtedly represents the demon star Hydra. Although it is invisible in the real universe, its mass is so great that it cannot be calculated, which naturally bends space-time and creates a weak point. 10 kilometers here is roughly equivalent to 1 light-year in real space. Wang Yu estimated that the distance between the demon star Hydra and himself was probably only about 3,000 light-years. But if that's the case, then the gates representing planets and stars around him should be arranged very closely, or even side by side. However, this is not actually the case. There are still distances of tens or even hundreds of meters between these doors. Therefore, 10 kilometers here may not represent 1 light-year in the real universe. It may be an unstable number, or even dynamic, but it is much larger than 10 kilometers in the real universe. Therefore, it is hundreds of millions of times more efficient to move. Only in this way can they possibly cross cosmic scale distances in a short period of time and reach another distant starry sky. Chapter 57: The Strange Wooden Door. It took nearly 7 minutes from the deep space's violent turbulence and plunge into subspace to its resumption of acceleration and stable navigation. This is a huge test for Wang Yu, because he has almost no experience in subspace navigation, and is only a half-baked captain even in the normal universe. In just 7 minutes, he had grasped the basic principles of subspace navigation, and, based on the patterns of movement of celestial bodies around him, found a relatively safe route and arranged a short-term navigation plan, which was almost miraculous. If there were another navigator here, upon hearing Wang Yu's story, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets, and they would exclaim, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." But Wang Yu did manage to complete it, demonstrating exceptional learning ability and comprehension, perhaps forced out of the threat of death. Because his rationality had dropped to zero several times, but thankfully the successful identification brought it back up. However, his lucky 7 talent is almost exhausted, turning into the number 2. which shows how dangerous this situation is. Call. Wang Yu slid off the captain's seat, his body weak and unable to sit up, covered in a sticky, pale yellow liquid. Ball, who was standing guard nearby, rushed over immediately, took out a towel for wiping, and helped Wang Yu remove the cat head helmet from his head. Wang Yu inside appeared extremely weak, his face as white as paper, and there was a lot of blood left on his nose and chin, some of which flowed directly onto his clothes, indicating that driving was not easy. But he still made a success gesture. It's done. Although I almost died, I was lucky enough to find a safe route, at least in the short term. Wang Yu had a bright smile on his face, but the pale face and bloodstains gave him a tragic look. In just a few minutes, he kept dodging the unknown celestial bodies that were moving erratically around him, almost as if he was trying to survive in the cracks. Because these celestial bodies are no less massive than planets, the deep space spacecraft is like an insignificant speck of dust among them, and the slightest mistake could lead to its demise. After navigating around these chaotic celestial bodies, Wang Yu found a relatively safe route that avoided the movement of all the celestial bodies before disconnecting from the connection. It was quite a close call, and he was also very lucky. Ball frowned, but didn't interrupt Wang Yu. He listened to Wang Yu recount his experiences in the subspace, wiped the blood and mucus off his face, and brought him a set of dry clothes to change into. Meanwhile, Catgirl kept her eyes glued to the entrance gate of the bridge, her ears perked up like airplane ears, in a state of high tension, though it was unclear what she was wary of. Is it Chris Hemsworth? Wang Yu glanced at Mao Kur, feeling something was off, while his body was gradually recovering. After eating some food and drinking some water, Wang Yu's complexion improved significantly. He stood up and drew the 2 pistols from his body. Let's go back to the captain's cabin. There's electricity and water there, and the conditions are much better. However, be cautious on the way, as warp creatures may have already infiltrated. Wang Yu, wearing an exoskeleton power armor, was quite confident in his combat strength. He could easily kill a light lizard with a single kick. The 3 of them left the bridge together to make sure no one was left alone. Once inside the corridor, Cat Kur became even more tense, arching her body forward and standing on end with the fur on her hands, feet, ears, and head standing up like a dandelion, displaying an unusual level of vigilance. Wang Yu and Ball were all right. While keeping their guns at bay and remaining on guard, they advanced steadily. This door is wrong. There are no markings we left on it. Bardot pointed his gun at the door. If you didn't look at the markings and only looked at the environment, almost everyone would regard this door as a room inside the spaceship, because it is exactly the same as the doors of other rooms. Even the material of the door, the stains on the surface, and the scratches are the same as the walls. Except for a few people with exceptional memory and observation skills, probably no one would suspect anything. However, this door is actually an extra one, so it's hard to say what's inside, and it's best not to try to open it out of curiosity. The 3 remained on guard and continued forward along the side corridor, which did indeed become much longer. They passed 3 extra doors along the way, one of which was wooden and even had a sign that read, "Open for business," in both Chinese and Jixing language. Moreover, there was quite a bit of noise inside, as if many people were having a meal or drinking, and every now and then a few loud and excited shouts could be heard. When Wang Yu and Ball saw this door, they were on high alert, because the door was too unusual, especially in the subspace. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened until they were far away, and no strange things came out of the door. So what exactly is that thing, a warp tavern? Wang Yu couldn't help but complain, while Bear shook her head, because all of this was beyond her comprehension. The 3 returned to the captain's cabin without incident, without encountering a single light lizard along the way. Otherwise, they could have had some extra food supplies, which would have been fresh meat. This shows that subspace biological invasions are not very frequent events. Otherwise, these ships would be driven crazy by them. As long as you follow the rules and don't wander around recklessly, the dangers are actually within a controllable range. As planned, Wang Yu, Ball, and Mao Kutter stayed in the captain's cabin and didn't go out at all, just like during their previous interstellar voyages. They even played games when they had free time. However, Wang Yu commissioned Balkson to create a game. The code was written on the spot. The game was relatively simple, a 3D flight game where you dodge bullets. You could practice it whenever you had free time. It was similar to subspace travel. Playing this kind of game could train your ability to pay attention to the movement of multiple celestial bodies at the same time and find gaps to pass through. 2 days later, Wang Yu and his 2 companions went to the bridge again to check the course and make adjustments as needed. The frequency of this check depended entirely on the navigator, Wang Yu himself, and his grasp of the course, but generally speaking, it was better to check more often. The wooden door was still there. Wang Yu and Ball remained highly vigilant as they passed by, but Kat Kur, on the contrary, relaxed as she passed by. On the way, they also encountered Thor, who had some bits of flesh and blood on his body, but it belonged to someone else. It was unclear what he had killed, because the three of them did not encounter a single warp creature until they entered the bridge, which may have been recovered by Pig. Wang Yu put on the cat head helmet, sat back in the captain's seat, and began connecting with the deep space. Chapter 58 Visitor. Wang Yu connected with the deep space, and his view returned to the outside of the ship. The ship was still moving along the trajectory Wang Yu had set up. It wasn't a simple straight line, but a complex three-dimensional trajectory that was pre-planned, just enough to avoid the celestial bodies along the way. So it was a miracle that he was able to find the route and plan the voyage in just a few minutes. Because many experienced navigators can't do it, and even need to observe for a long time, this can no longer be explained by good luck, but is really impressive. Wang Yu has a talent in this area. Once a safe route is found, there's no need to hesitate. This is an unspoken rule that all navigators know, and Wang Yu follows it very well. It's probably because, as a self-taught navigator, he had no idea what these celestial bodies actually were. Because of ignorance, there is no fear. If we hesitate and linger for too long, not only might the movement patterns of the celestial bodies change, but we might even be noticed by the celestial bodies, which would be fatal in subspace. This time, Wang Yu spent about 3 minutes passing through a dense area of celestial bodies, and then spent a few more minutes finding a safe passage route in a low-density area. Once the sailing plan is finalized, there's basically no need to worry about the voyage for the next 3 days. After sailing for so long, the distance has reached several million kilometers. The gate representing Higra at the back was long gone, but Wang Yu still couldn't find any other gates, which showed how vast this cosmic void was. Without using the subspace passage, it would be almost impossible to escape the void. Done. Subspace travel isn't that difficult after all. The second time the route was adjusted, Wang Yu was clearly more experienced. He withdrew from the plan while still maintaining a safe distance, appearing quite adept. The three returned via the same route, remaining highly vigilant and fully armed. This time they encountered 3 light lizards lurking around the corner of the corridor. However, this thing no longer poses any threat to the 3 of them. Even Wang Yu, who had the lowest combat strength, could easily deal with them. He took down 2 of them with his pistol, smashed the head of the light lizard with 1 shot, broke a leg with another, and then finished it off with a final shot. The last one was shot in the head by Ball with a submachine gun and died on the ground without ever launching an attack. This demonstrates the absolute dominance of modern firepower over large animals. The biggest threat posed by these 3 lizards is not their attacks, but the possibility of parasites inside their bodies. But this posed no threat to Wang Yu, who was already experienced. He was protected from head to toe, his face was wrapped in cloth several times, and even his eyes were protected by goggles. Since Ball is a robot, he is not afraid of parasites. As for Kat Kur, her constitution is immune to most parasitic infections, but at Wang Yu's request, she wrapped some strips of cloth around her hands and feet for protection and wore a cat head helmet. Take it back and process it. The meat of this light lizard is quite delicious. Wang Yu suggested that they should drag the pig away quickly before it showed itself. It would be most suitable for Bar to move it. Cat bro, don't eat it. It's raw, it's not clean. Seeing that the cat was about to touch him, Wang Yu quickly stopped her. The 3 of them carried their spoils back to the captain's cabin without encountering any further dangers along the way. The task of preparing the ingredients was left to Ball, who planned to coat them in flour and make them into fried fish pieces. 3-headed lizards are enough to eat for several days, since fresh food doesn't keep for long anyway. It's unclear whether there are microorganisms in the air on the deep space rovers, but as long as we finish our food as soon as possible, we won't need to worry about these issues. While Wang Yu was cooking in Ball, he used a homemade mop to wipe up the bloodstains on the floor. He just didn't know how long these parasites could survive after leaving the body. Next time, we'll have to find a way to get some disinfectant. It'll be safer. He muttered to himself, I didn't slack off. I boiled some water and mopped it again. Anyway, you can drink the body fluids of the light lizard after boiling them, so in the end, you don't really lose anything. After finishing all this, smelling the aroma of cooking wafting from the master bedroom, Wang Yu suddenly felt quite fulfilled, and interstellar travel wasn't so boring after all. The 3 of them enjoyed a delicious meal, including Bar, who can also generate electricity by consuming organic food, although it plays a more auxiliary role. However, The sense of participation brought about by eating together makes the food taste even better. After enjoying his meal, Wang Yu took a big gulp of light lizard juice, which was actually a drink made by boiling light lizard body fluids and adding some sugar. It had a unique flavor, or rather, a light lizard taste, and it was quite good. After finishing his workout for the day, Wang Yu prepared to go to bed and rest. Before falling asleep, he glanced at his control panel. The maximum health level has not yet recovered, and it's impossible to expect it to heal on its own. Fortunately, there are no signs of it getting worse, so we can only take it one step at a time. Late at night, Wang Yu was awakened from his deep sleep by a low roar. He sat up almost instantly and reached for the beam pistol on the bedside table. "Ball, are you there?" Wang Yu asked in a low voice, staring intently at the doorway, because the noise was coming from that direction. Ball appeared very quickly. Upon seeing this, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that the situation wasn't so bad after all. "What happened?" he asked. "I'm not sure." Cat Kutter was asleep, but she suddenly woke up and started growling at the door. Bar replied, a hint of confusion on her face, but for safety reasons, she picked up the weapon, holding a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle in her hand. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu realized that something was wrong and quickly put on the exoskeleton power armor that was standing to the side, preparing to deal with any emergencies. Outside, Cat Kerr had already crouched down, almost touching the ground, her fur standing on end, revealing sharp claws. Her face inside the helmet was probably quite ferocious, as if she would pounce at any moment. Her vigilance was directed towards the corridor. What did Cat Brother sense, or did he smell something? Wang Yu was thinking to himself, just as he was figuring out how to ask Brother Cat, when he heard a knock at the door, which almost scared him to death. Upon hearing the knock on the door, the Cat Kerr, who had been growling, seemed to have seen a ghost. Her momentum vanished, and she fled in panic, hiding behind Wang Yu and trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Wang Yu and Ball also became serious, focusing their attention and pointing their guns at the gate. Wang Yu even reached for the hand grenade at his waist, because if it was a troublesome or strange thing, he might have to use it. The door was knocked 3 or 4 times, and then there was no sound. But a few seconds later, a deeper knocking sound came, as if someone had lunged at it with their whole body, and there were also voices. Chapter 59 Escape. It sounded like some kind of language coming from the chest, which Wang Yu couldn't understand at all, and he didn't even realize it was a language. However, the system reacted quickly and displayed a prompt. A language of an unknown civilization has been discovered. Would you like to translate it? Activating the translation function for this language requires 1,000 credits. Wang Yu agreed almost without thinking, paid 1,000 general credits, and then he was able to understand, including the first few sentences. "Hello. Is anyone inside?" The person who came seemed to be a woman, and she sounded quite polite. But this is the warp, and the more polite a monster is, the more troublesome it may be. "Hello? I know there are people inside. My daughter has been missing for a while now. Have you seen her? She's so cute, all fluffy and warm." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu looked down at the trembling Cat Kurer crouching behind him, seemingly lost in thought. The strange things outside the door continued. "My sweet daughter, Mommy want to find some delicious food for you. Look what this is. Super delicious canned starfish, the kind with 50% pure starfish. Aren't you coming out yet?" The voice was tempting, but Cat Brother remained unmoved. "Mommy knows you're in there. Don't hide, or Mommy will get angry. Come out." The strange thing's originally gentle voice suddenly turned hysterical, startling Wang Yu, because it didn't sound like a normal living being could make such a sound. "Come out. Do you want to leave your mother alone?" Roar. Along with the roars came violent collisions and scratching sounds, so powerful that even the metal gate shook, kicking up dust that nearly made Wang Yu's eyes pop out. Keep in mind that this is the metal door to the captain's cabin, second only to the bridge in thickness. It's a large piece of metal. The monster outside is so ferocious, if it couldn't talk, he would have thought it was Thorn knocking on the door. "Ball." Wang Yu shouted something, and the two exchanged a knowing glance, preparing to take the initiative. But just as they were walking toward the door, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. Several dark, sharp claws pierced through the metal door, penetrating more than 10 centimeters deep, each as thick as a wrist. If you get pricked like that, it won't just be a few holes. Your body will be torn to shreds like a rag. We can't be trapped in this room. Wang Yu and Ball almost both made this judgment. The metal gate opened slowly, but due to slight deformation, the opening speed was slowed down, and it made a constant clicking and rubbing sound. Just as the door opened a crack the size of a fist, A fragmentation grenade and a stun grenade were thrown out, one from Wang Yu and the other from Ball. Immediately following was a violent flash and a loud bang, along with the shockwave from the explosion. The unknown monster outside let out a sharp roar, and there were also the sounds of footsteps being knocked back. At that moment, a lithe figure squeezed through the narrow doorway, barely wide enough for one person to pass sideways, crouched down, aimed at the unknown entity, and fired a shot. The entire sequence of movements was textbook perfect, hitting the monster squarely. It was Ball who made the move. Wang Yu doesn't have that kind of skill right now, and his exoskeleton power armor isn't enough to support him in making such agile evasive maneuvers. So he was the second one to come out, roaring like a brute, stimulating his adrenaline, and repeatedly pulling the trigger of his shotgun on the other side of the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. The sparks from the gunfire intermittently illuminated the entire corridor, finally allowing Wang Yu to see the monster clearly. It was a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall, with elongated limbs and torso, a pair of cone-shaped claws, and its entire body covered with a layer of obsidian-like armor. Wang Yu's shots hit the monster, but all the bullets were deflected and hit the metal wall. Some even hit Wang Yu's exoskeleton armor, but they lost their power. The opponent's terrifying defensive power completely shattered Wang Yu's worldview. Is this still a carbon-based life form? How come even bullets can't penetrate it? Fortunately, the impact of the shotgun still had the effect of knocking it back, making the monster stagger. At the same time, Ball completed the actions of cocking the bolt, loading the gun, and aiming, shooting the monster in the ankle and knocking it to the ground. Retreat quickly. Our weapons can't kill this monster. Let's create some distance. Bar was also very anxious, because the two attacks, which used anti-material sniper rifles that were strong enough to penetrate 50 millimeters thick steel, could not break through this thing's defenses. Without further ado, Wang Yu reached for the grenades hanging at his waist, intending to reward himself with a few more. But then he suddenly remembered someone else. Catgirl was still in the room. Cat bro, what are you doing? Aren't you leaving? I'm going to leave you behind, Wang Yu said angrily, expressing his disappointment with Mao Kuo's performance. Although this is also related to the monster's identity, Wang Yu has always had high expectations for Cat Kuo's combat power, so the psychological gap is particularly large now. Several fragmentation grenades rolled under the monster and exploded just as it stood up, the impact knocking it to the ground again. At the same time, Wang Yu used a spell called Body of Fear for the first time, hoping to scare away the monster and buy more time. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Wang Yu's body. The first to sense it was Ball, who looked at Wang Yu with a strange and terrified expression, but made no response. The monster merely tilted its head slightly, barely affected, and prepared to pounce again. Bang, bang. Wang Yu fired continuously, and soon the shotgun ran out of bullets. It doesn't even absorb magic. How come its stats are so high? Wang Yu's expression darkened further, realizing that this monster was beyond his current capabilities. However, stimulated by the terrifying atmosphere, the Cat Kuo, who had been hiding in the room and dared not move, rushed out without any intention of stopping. She didn't even dare to look back and ran backward on all fours. Retreat. Seeing this, Wang Yu shouted that if Mao Kuo didn't move, he might really leave her behind, because this was no joke. He threw the last fragmentation grenade he had on him, and Ball, seizing the opportunity, fired another shot, hitting the monster squarely in the face. It was a face without any features, like an obsidian mirror. When it was hit, its head just tilted back, without even a scratch, before it was knocked back by the impact of the fragmentation grenade. They began to fight and retreat, creating distance between themselves. At this moment, Wang Yu threw another stun grenade, completely disregarding whether it was a waste or not. After all, their lives were the most important thing. After the explosion, the monster clutched its head and roared. The effect was much better than the previous fragmentation grenades and guns, and the group took the opportunity to create a large distance between themselves. This thing seems to be more sensitive to strong light and sound waves. After realizing this, Wang Yu decisively abandoned the idea of reloading the shotgun, carried it on his back, and replaced it with the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol hanging at his waist. I have another stun grenade. Should we try a magnetic detonation grenade instead? It'll be more powerful, but... Ball consulted Wang Yu's opinion, but didn't have high hopes, because even anti-material sniper rifles couldn't damage the monster's body, and explosive grenades would probably be difficult to cause effective damage. Try the beam pistol. You time your throws the stun grenade perfectly, and I'll fire. Wang Yu brandished the beam pistol in his hand and instantly formulated a battle plan. Behind them, the monster had caught up, running on all fours at an extremely fast speed. Just as it was about to close the distance, a stun grenade exploded right in front of it. Chapter 60 Escape. The stun grenades exploded, and the intense light and shockwaves echoed through the corridor. Even Wang Yu and Ball, who were relatively far away, were affected. Wang Yu, in particular, had been experiencing tinnitus, itchy eardrums, and even felt like he was going deaf, hearing sounds as if they were coming through a fog. But at this moment, he cannot afford to be distracted by these factors. The special training he had received on the planet Jixing came in handy. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yu stopped, turned around, held his breath, and began to aim at the monster that was covering its head. After a slight hesitation, he moved the muzzle of his gun down, aimed at the monster's seemingly weaker ankle, and pulled the trigger. Click! The Fire Scorpion 05 lit up for a moment, but like a lighter that failed to ignite, it was completely useless. Gone! Wang Yu couldn't help but swear and repeatedly pulled the trigger. But at this moment, it was as if he had used up all his luck and was left with only misfortune, as the gun kept misfiring when he pulled the trigger. He even pulled the trigger faster than the Fire Scorpion 05 could fire, making the gun harder to fire. By the time he realized it, the monster had already recovered from its stunned state. Wang Yu was extremely anxious and reached for the last stun grenade at his waist. Fortunately, Bale's support arrived in time, hitting the monster's ankle again with a sniper rifle, forcing it to lose its balance and kneel on the ground. At the same time, Wang Yu threw the stun grenade in his hand, which rolled right in front of the monster, giving Wang Yu another chance. But this time, thick black smoke began to rise from the monster's body, and the next second, it seemed to melt and sink to the ground. Can this thing go through walls? Why didn't it just go through the wall and break down the door? Wang Yu was shocked. At the same time, the stun grenade exploded, which blinded Wang Yu and made him miss the opportunity to turn around and close his eyes to resist the strong light. His vision went blank. Wang Yu. He vaguely heard someone shouting. Then a great force pulled him, causing him to sit on the ground with a thud. He felt a chill under his crotch, a gust of wind, and then a metallic clanging sound, as if something had pierced the ground. In that critical moment, Wang Yu didn't care about anything else. Even though his vision hadn't recovered at all, his eyes were filled with tears, and all he could see were blurry afterimages and phantoms. He still decisively pulled the trigger. This time, the trigger was successfully activated, and Wang Yu didn't care whether he hit the target or not. He just kept pressing the trigger. A few seconds later, his vision gradually became clearer, although it was still blurry, but he could already see the images. Ball dragged him back, and not far in front of them was the monster. No one knew how it had appeared, but its two claws were already stuck in the ground with great force, almost completely sinking in, and it wouldn't be able to pull them out for a while. If Ball hadn't pulled him back, Wang Yu would probably be dead by now. The wind he felt was probably caused by the claws slicing across his body. It was a close call. And coincidentally, Wang Yu's blind shot actually hit the monster by accident, striking its right knee. As Ball pulled, the beam of light drifted upwards, and by the time Wang Yu had almost regained his vision, it had turned the monster's right calf and part of its thigh into a dark red, as if it were cooked. Ball! Wang Yu shouted, reminding Ball, who was dragging him along. Firstly to tell her that he had almost recovered, and secondly to tell her that it was time to shoot and hit the monster's knee joints where they had changed color. At this moment, Ball, who had heard the commotion, came to his senses. He glanced at Wang Yu and then at the monster, and understood what was going on. He picked up his anti-material sniper rifle and prepared to fire. The monster finally pulled its claws out from under the floor, but just as it stood up, a large-caliber bullet whistled through the air and hit its knee. This time it worked. The monster's right calf shattered like glass, and it fell to the ground again. This thing is afraid of light, and can disappear into the shadows. Wang Yu regained his mobility. Despite the constant ringing in his ears, the incessant tearing in his eyes, and the afterimages in his vision, he still shouted out his judgment. The reason it didn't just enter directly but chose to break down the door was because the room was always lit up, and it couldn't sneak in through the wall. But how do they kill this monster? The Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol has run out of power, so ordinary bullets, including grenades, cannot damage it. Only high-energy rays can weaken its defenses and cause damage. We have to get rid of this thing, find a chance to recharge the gun, and then kill it when the opportunity arises. Wang Yu pondered to himself, looking around. He felt that this dark corridor was completely the enemy's territory. Even with the tactical flashlights mounted on the muzzles of their guns, it would be useless, because these things could easily find gaps, slip into the shadows, and even get in front of them to launch a surprise attack from above. It's here, Bar reminded him. Unlike Wang Yu, Bale's eyesight is much stronger. It not only has dark vision in low-light environments, but also infrared vision. Although it can't use infrared vision against this monster because it seems to be a cold-blooded animal and it is difficult to distinguish itself from its environment. However, Ball could still clearly see the dark figure that had disappeared into the darkness, which was noticeably darker, and it was rapidly approaching along the ceiling, avoiding the bright light that Ball was shining. What to do? Wang Yu was extremely anxious because continuing to escape was not an option. He had already used up his chances of escape, and any mishap would have devastating consequences. At that moment, he noticed the cat, Kuer, in front of him. From the moment she rushed out of the captain's cabin, Cat Kuer had been running away, showing absolutely no intention of fighting or resisting. Wang Yu had almost forgotten about her, as she had long since disappeared. But why is she waiting for them here? Come here, Cat Kuer shouted, then dashed to the right and went straight into a doorway. Wang Yu's pupils constricted, because this was the same wooden door he had noticed earlier that had the sign, "Open for Business," written on it. Ball, go inside. Forget about that thing. There's light inside. Wang Yu shouted, noticing the light coming from inside when Mao Kuer entered. Even if it's another dimension, as long as there's light, and the monster has lost a leg, they might be able to find a chance to shake it off. If they could escape back to the captain's cabin to recharge their pistols, they were confident they could deliver a fatal blow to the monster. Acting on his thought, Ball was decisive. He stopped using his flashlight to drive away the moving shadows, turned around, grabbed Wang Yu who was walking a little slower, and together they crashed into the wooden door and rolled inside. Chapter 61 Tavern. Ball lunged at Wang Yu, taking 3 steps at a time, and with his sudden burst of strength, he pulled both of them into the doorway. The wooden door was smashed open, and a lot of debris flew out. The two rolled several meters on the ground like gourds, attracting a lot of attention as soon as they appeared, and the noise inside stopped. Wang Yu immediately sat up and realized that there were more than 20 people inside. All kinds of people, tall and short, fat and thin, and some of them didn't even look human. They were all staring at him, and then his scalp started to tingle. There's a black monster chasing them outside, but there are over 20 monsters inside the house. How can they not explode? If you want to drink, then drink. If you don't want to drink, then leave my tavern. An old, authoritative voice rang out, reaching everyone in the room and causing them to stop paying attention to Wang Yu and Ball and continue drinking. Only then did Wang Yu stand up from the ground, still gripping the Fire Scorpion 05, whose battery was completely depleted, remaining vigilant and surveying his surroundings, including the aliens. Put down your gun, or get out of here. I'll give you 5 seconds to think it over. It was the same voice again. Wang Yu looked around and finally saw who was speaking. Under the bar on the left, you can see a half-bald head, or rather, an old monster with a wrinkled face, dark gray skin, and a head that protrudes backward like a comma. You dare to call me bald on our first meeting? You old monster. You humans are as impolite as ever. The same sound rang out again, almost scaring Wang Yu half to death. This old monster. Ugh, this old man can actually listen to his consciousness. It's terrifying. Wang Yu stopped thinking and reached out to stop Ball, who was still holding his gun and on guard. Her gun was not only pointed at the door, but also subtly aimed at the other strange men who were drinking and chatting. Cat Kuer went further inside and sat properly at an empty table. Ball, that monster doesn't seem to be able to get in. Wang Yu looked at the tightly closed wooden door and told Ball to lower her guard. Only then did he have time to take a look at the tavern located in the subspace. Judging from the fact that everyone listened to the old man and there were no conflicts, this place should be a safe zone. Wang Yu is looking for any possible notices, flyers, or similar items. A language of an unknown civilization has been discovered. Is this true? A language of an unknown civilization has been discovered. Is this true? The system's repeated reminders made Wang Yu frown slightly. After a moment's thought, he selected agree for all of them, and thus he was able to understand what the aliens were saying. That looks like a human. How could they just walk in like that? What are you thinking? He appeared with demi-humans, so he must be a fake human. That's true. There aren't any humans around these days. I almost scared myself. But if it were really human, I could just capture it, sell it, and I'd never have to worry for the rest of my life. Why would I need the subspace? Hey, don't mess around here. If you miss, go die yourself. Old Walker has a bad temper. These strange people were mostly discussing Wang Yu's identity, specifically his human identity, making him seem like an alien. No, he seems to be an alien. The customers drinking inside were mostly seated at tables according to race, in groups of 2 or 3. Apart from 2 tables of demi-humans with obvious animal characteristics, the others were basically not human. Like that emerald green insect man, whose body was covered with a carapace of sharp spikes and ring-shaped stripes, and had compound eyes and antennae on its head. It twitched from time to time, looking at Wang Yu, and using its 3 pairs of slender arms to communicate with its companions, saying that it would be great if Wang Yu were human, and that it would be rich if it were sold. While saying this, it did not forget to take a sip of dark red unidentified liquid, which was extremely disgusting. Although it was the first time Wang Yu had seen insect-like people, he felt inexplicably disgusted and repulsed, a feeling stemming from a physiological aversion. The other party, seeing humans for the first time, a soft, hairy, and intelligent being without a shell, would probably find them dirty and disgusting. In addition, there are several strange creatures, such as the bizarre creature located in the very center, which is entirely composed of mineral crystals. This thing bears no resemblance to any other creature on Earth. Its torso is a single piece of pale pink crystal with light flowing inside. There are pores around its perimeter from which semi-transparent, soft tentacles can extend. It uses its tentacles to support itself, stand, and hold objects. It also holds a cup in its hand. Its voice is a high-frequency vibration, which Wang Yu cannot even hear. He relies entirely on the system to perceive and translate it. Then there are jellyfish-like, intelligent creatures that resemble transparent gels. They seem to have a very low density, allowing them to float. Their tentacles are long, flexible, and beautiful, sparkling like gemstones. In the corner of the room sat a strange, mud-like thing, wrapped in a robe, with suckers on its outstretched, yellowish-brown tentacles, speckled like an upright starfish. The only common feature of this group of never-before-seen extraterrestrial life forms is that they are intelligent, possess language, know how to use tools, and have flexible hands that can manipulate complex objects. But there really isn't anything similar elsewhere. Humans seem to be a rare and uncommon species to them, and their words were filled with hostility towards them. The most beautiful jellyfish even claimed to have tasted human flesh, saying it was incredibly delicious, though not quite as good as a starfish. His words were laced with malice, and the spots on the edge of the jellyfish's head occasionally gathered towards Wang Yu, then towards the starfish monster in the corner. Wang Yu frowned, not revealing that he understood the alien language, and let Ball go sit at Cat Coor's table first, while he walked towards the bar. Because he looked around and didn't see any menu or notice. You know, this is a pub, there should at least be a menu for drinks, right? The only possibility was at the bar, so he decided to go check it out. There was no danger there, so it was a good place to take refuge. Wang Yu went straight to the bar and discovered that the bar owner was actually an old bartender in a tuxedo. He was just a bit short, less than 1.3 meters tall, and could only barely show half of his face at the bar, so his bartending movements were completely invisible and looked like he was doing something sneaky. But this old guy is different. This old master mixes drinks without using his hands. He kept his hands behind his back, and then all sorts of bottles and jars, big and small, seemed to come alive, flying up and pouring into the cocktail glass, which then began to swirl around. Little kid, even if you change your tune and praise me, it won't do you any good. Don't expect me to give you a discount. The same voice rang out again, confirming Wang Yu's suspicion that this old immortal was indeed capable of mind reading and extremely skilled at it. No wonder he could run a bar here. He looked at the drinks menu on the bar, the first line of which read, 1 drink per person per visit, dine in only, no refills after finishing, leave immediately. Then came the prices of the various drinks, and Wang Yu was completely stunned when he saw them, because even the cheapest recommended drink cost 1,000 interstellar credits, and it was a handwritten daily recommendation. The label read, Old Walter's recommendation today, subspace special concoction, 1 bite of ascension spiral, beat up the colorful light lizard. Wang Yu was dumbfounded when he saw the name. He looked at the old man who was mixing drinks. No, the old immortal. Is this drink legitimate? Is it really drinkable? And there are purchase restrictions too? On the other side, in the corridor of the deep space. After Wang Yu and his companions broke through the wooden door, the monster that had been chasing them stopped and emerged from the darkness, seemingly confused as to why its target had disappeared, as if it couldn't see the wooden door at all. At that moment, a sound came from the end of the corridor ahead, the sound of heavy metal blocks scraping against the floor, approaching rapidly from afar. Chapter 62, Tavern Part 2. Humph, this is my tavern. I can sell it however I want, and it's none of your business. If you're not going to drink, get out. I don't even want to sell you. The aged yet authoritative voice rang out again, indicating that Wang Yu's inner thoughts had been probed once more, a situation that was truly impossible to guard against. Wang Yu forcibly paused his inner monologue, and even his expression became wise. "Sir, do you sell regular water here?" He tried to ask, but all he got in return was the words, "Get out if you're not buying." Even the demi-human sitting at the bar drinking some kind of beverage nearby couldn't hold back and seemed to choke, coughing violently. Only then did Wang Yu notice that there was another person there, and he was almost startled because he hadn't seen him before, or rather, he had overlooked him. This person has obvious primate features, with hands and feet, but his face, neck, the back of his hands, and even his body are covered with a small number of light blue scales, which give him an inexplicable sense of majesty. Moreover, this person had long, black hair that hung up like a waterfall, but he didn't give off a weak or frail impression at all. The muscles bulging from his arms and neck, visible beneath his vest and black jacket, proved he was not to be trifled with, not to mention his towering height of over 2.2 meters, and the large broadsword wrapped in cloth he carried on his back. After noticing Wang Yu's gaze, the man looked over and was surprisingly a handsome young man, who fit human aesthetic standards. Coupled with the blue scales on his face and those blue-gold vertical pupils, he exuded an overwhelming aura of power. In any case, Wang Yu looked at him for a moment and then looked away, starting to carefully examine the drinks menu on the bar, as if he was thinking about what to drink. Damn, there are dragon people too? Wang Yu was shocked because the man had horns on both sides of his forehead, which perfectly matched Wang Yu's impression of dragon people. "Boss, give me 3 of today's recommendations, including that subspace special spiral-beating colorful light lizard juice." Wang Yu started placing orders, also ordering drinks for Ball and Cat Coeur, otherwise the owner might kick them out, as that monster outside might still be squatting there. The reason we all order the same things is simply because we're poor and short of money. The daily recommendation is the cheapest special offer on the list. All other drinks are priced above 3,000 credits, which is practically robbery. However, after placing the order, another problem stumped Wang Yu, because he still didn't know how to pay, as his credit points were still in his system account. As if sensing Wang Yu's thoughts, the 6-fingered mechanical hand that had been sitting on the table floated up and pointed to a square machine with a dark mirror on it, accompanied by the tavern owner's voice reminding him, "Over there, just transfer 2,000 credits directly. Pay first, no credits." Wang Yu was stunned, then felt a sense of horror, because he seemed to have exposed his system. But the boss didn't seem to mention it. "No, I can't think about it anymore." Wang Yu felt that this old immortal was terrifying, and there were also so many strange aliens and dragon people here. It was unbelievable. He walked towards the thing that looked like a POS machine. When he got close, the system finally responded, and the option to transfer money appeared in his field of vision. The device also displayed the number 0, which probably meant how many credit points were paid. But wait, why 2,000? Someone paid a sum of money for her, and the balance hasn't been used up yet. You only need to pay for yourself and the robot. Has anyone paid for this? Wang Yu's pupils constricted as he looked at the cat Coeur, who was sitting obediently in the chair waiting. Then this old immortal even figured out Bale's identity as a robot, which is simply outrageous and unfathomably powerful. He decisively transferred 2,000 credits, and then stood at the bar waiting for the bartender to mix his drinks. At this moment, another figure appeared beside Wang Yu. Its sharp presence was hard for Wang Yu to ignore, even if he wanted to. It was the young dragon man who had finished drinking and was walking over with a smile. "Oh, so you have a good bodyguard." The young man from the dragon spoke, and surprisingly, he spoke fluent Mandarin, which made Wang Yu take notice. This person could actually speak Chinese. Moreover, he understood what Wang Yu said, which is why he reacted. The bodyguard the young man was referring to was, of course, Ball, who had noticed something was wrong and come over. She picked up the sniper rifle again, which she had once put down, and may have even changed the magazine. This unusual behavior naturally attracted the attention of other guests in the tavern. "Ball, it's all right." Wang Yu told Baldao that he wasn't worried at all about the young dragon man making a move. "Because the owner of this tavern is no pushover, fighting isn't allowed here, right, old sage?" Wang Yu looked at the boss, but was ignored. However, the young dragon man did not do anything outrageous. Instead, he bent down and took a deep sniff of Wang Yu, almost scaring Wang Yu away like a pervert. Before the latter could react, the dragon man youth's eyes sharpened, and he whispered coldly in Wang Yu's ear, "If I were you, I would never swagger in here. Also, get your lungs checked when you get back. The smell isn't right." Having said that, the Dragon Man youth stood up, his face showing anger and dissatisfaction, and said, "How long has it been since you last took a shower, kid? I searched for ages, and it turns out it was your smell. I almost threw up. What bad luck." The young man berated Wang Yu, then looked at Ball, seemingly sensing his hostility, and began to reach for the knife behind his back. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. "Ball," Wang Yu called out, and shook his head. Only then did Ball step aside and let the Dragon Man youth leave. "What are you looking at? Is it pretty?" The young man from the dragon tribe switched to another language and glared angrily at the drinking guests. The group of alien creatures seemed to recognize the young man, all lowering their heads and continuing with their own tasks, pretending not to understand. Several seconds passed before the atmosphere became lively again. "Damn demi-human, thinking he's so great just because he's powerful?" the insect-like alien said, confiding his grievances to his companions. "Hey, don't mess with that lunatic. Who knows when we'll have to hire him again? Forget it." His companion said that he was obviously much better tempered and advised his companion not to pay attention to the dragon youth. At this moment, Wang Yu frowned slightly. Combining the initial reactions of the dragon-human youth and this group of opposite-sex creatures towards him, he realized that the identity of being human seemed to be very special in this universe. He would have to be more careful in similar situations in the future. In addition, there are actually quite a few alien civilizations in this universe. These people are probably crew members from a subspace voyage who came to this special tavern through the suddenly appearing wooden door. "Alright, here are your 3 special drinks. Drink them while they're freshly mixed." The tavern owner's voice rang out again, and then 3 identical drinks, complete with straws and even sealed lids, floated up and were placed on the bar. One of the cups even shook, as if the contents inside were alive. Chapter 63 Tavern Part 3. "Boss, do you offer charging services here?" Seeing that the drinks were ready, Wang Yu boldly asked the tavern owner. "After all, how can we know if we don't ask? Even if he didn't, at worst he'd just get a scolding from the boss. He's a paid customer now, so he won't be kicked out before he's even had his drinks. Place the device you want to charge on the bar." The boss's reply made Wang Yu's eyes light up. He wasn't worried at all about the boss stealing his things, because with the boss's power, robbing him outright would be much faster. He placed the pure white Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol on the table, and then the gun floated up, indicating that it was charging, and within seconds it was back to 100%. Void charging? Holy crap, that's incredible. He truly deserves to be called a living god. Wang Yu secretly praised it wildly. "Cough." The boss coughed, glared at Wang Yu, and basically said, "Stop sucking up to me," before waving his hand to tell Wang Yu to grab his things and leave. But no matter what, flattery eventually has some effect. At least this time the boss didn't scold him. Wang Yu put away the fully charged gun, thanked the boss again, then picked up a special drink from the bar and obtained its item information. Name: 1 bite to heaven spiral beating of the colorful light lizard juice. Created by Walker S. Moggs. Regulatory level, Level 2, Precision Engineering. Synopsis: a beverage created out of personal interest using a unique process and secret recipe. Its taste and effects are unknown until consumed. This time, however, Wang Yu didn't whisper anything in his heart. Even after seeing the message, he didn't think about anything, gave one of the cups to Ball next to him, and then carried the other 2 cups to the table where Kat Kur was. He looked at Kat Kur and sensed that she was quite familiar with the place, showing no signs of restraint. Even while sitting in a chair, her legs were swinging restlessly, showing no fear of the strange-looking aliens around her. "That's probably why I've come here so many times." The tavern owner had mentioned that someone had bought long-term meal tickets for Kat Kur, and Wang Yu had a guess as to who that person was. "Drink up, this is yours." Wang Yu placed a special drink in front of Mao Kur. After Wang Yu approached, she became uneasy and didn't dare to look him in the eye, probably because she knew she had brought trouble, since she was the one who had attracted the monster. But she couldn't resist the drink for long. She quickly grabbed the cup and started gulping it down with both hands in a very unseemly manner. Suddenly, she was startled, her eyes lit up, and she continued to drink. "Is this stuff really that good?" Wang Yu looked at the drink in his hand, then at the Kat Kur who was drinking with great relish, and felt a little insecure, so he looked at Ball. The latter also took a small sip and indicated that it was fine. It was just a sweet drink with a little alcohol. "Yeah." Wang Yu was skeptical, but he also took a sip. It tasted sweet at first, but it was wrong as soon as it touched his tongue. It was tingling and numb, not like it was electrified, but like a group of light lizards spinning and beating his tongue. Wang Yu shuddered, swallowed, and the drink transformed into a refreshing coolness that shot straight to his head, as if his brain was being gently brushed by a brisk breeze. Just like cat kur, his eyes lit up. This is truly a novel experience. You'll only taste a hint of lizard flavor in your mouth after you've finished drinking it, proving that you've drunk lizard juice. It tastes absolutely delicious. But Ball didn't feel that way. She just thought it was ordinary sweet wine, probably because she was a robot and her feelings were completely different from those of organic life forms. Drink the mystery beverage. Your psionic energy has recovered by 1 point. Drinking the mysterious beverage has restored 1 point of your sanity. Drink the mystery beverage, and your stamina will be restored by 2 points. The appearance of 3 consecutive system notifications shocked Wang Yu once again. He finished it in one go, and by then his psionic energy had been fully restored, his sanity had returned to 12 points, and his stamina was completely back to full. No wonder the bar sign says 1 cup per person. This is a miracle cure. If he could, he would definitely buy a few to take away and drink as a remedy in a pinch. A special supply station for subspace travel. Wang Yu gave this bar a completely new definition. Those more expensive drinks would probably be even more effective. The drink was so delicious that he finished it before he knew it. Then he remembered the sign on the bar that said, "No refills after finishing," and immediately left. I should have drunk it more slowly. This elixir concocted by the old immortal is truly exquisite. It tastes so good. No matter how much you praise me, I won't give you any discounts, and I certainly won't make an exception for a second cup. Forget about it, you brat. Old Walker saw right through Wang Yu's thoughts, but it didn't matter. Flattery didn't cost any credit points. Bar. Wang Yu became serious and explained the subsequent battle plan to her. Because that monster might be lurking at the door, I'll take a look when I open the door. If it's too dangerous, I'll retreat. Anyway, the boss hasn't started kicking people out yet. If all goes well, keep your distance from the monster to ensure your safety. This requires both of you to hit the monster with your bullets and use the impact force to knock it back. Fortunately, this monster has lost a leg, which greatly reduces its mobility. As long as it doesn't venture into the darkness, its slow movement speed becomes its weakness, significantly reducing the level of danger. Wang Yu will then use his beam pistol to focus his attacks on the monster's torso, while Ball will use his anti-material sniper rifle for precise shots. The reason for not targeting the head is that it might not be the monster's weak point, and it's also very difficult to hit. However, if you can break this monster in two, its threat level will be greatly reduced, and whether it is weak or not will not really matter. Furthermore, the torso is an easier target to hit, which Wang Yu is quite confident about. After finalizing their plan, the 3 of them headed towards the door, and Ball finished his drink. However, it had no special effect because her physiological structure was fundamentally different from that of organic life. However, next time we might see if there are any drinks that are useful to mechanical life forms. There might be, since even stone-like creatures drink them. Ball walked in front, exchanged a glance with Wang Yu, pushed open the door, waited 2 seconds, and then rushed out. Then came Wang Yu, and finally, a somewhat apprehensive cat Kur, who also rushed out. Only, the 3 of them were stunned when they came out of the wooden door, because the outside had become a battlefield. The walls and the ground were covered with scratches and bloodstains, with a lot of black fragments scattered on them. There was even a black severed arm hanging on the wall, with sharp claws embedded in the wall. Obviously, the monster had left a trick on the wall. This is... Wang Yu looked at the traces left on the battlefield, especially the ground and walls deformed by the heavy blows, which immediately reminded me of Chris Hemsworth. Thor was here and fought with that black monster. It seems he won. He didn't even manage to take the monster's hand away. But that monster doesn't bleed, so it's clear that Thor wasn't unscathed either. As for the outcome of this battle, it will undoubtedly be a resounding victory for Thor. The only question is whether the monster will be killed. Wang Yu remained vigilant, inspecting the battlefield and the corridor with his shotgun, searching for the monster's corpse. Chapter 64 Shadow Fiend and Catgirl. There are too few fragments. The black pieces and severed arms on the ground are not enough to piece together a complete corpse. Based on the remains left in the corridor, Wang Yu looked at the severed arm hanging on the wall. He took a piece of cloth from his satchel, wrapped it around his hand, and tried to touch it, thus obtaining information about the item. Name, Shadow Fiend. Description, a type of demon, extremely insidious and cunning, capable of speaking the language of its former life, and able to master a new language after devouring its target. Often lurking in the shadows, they use words to lure their targets into lowering their guard before launching an attack with their claws. Some may exhibit unusual behaviors due to lingering memories and obsessions from their previous lives. It can move quickly through the shadows, has a very strong vitality, and will choose to flee when the situation is unfavorable. The shadow fiend fled due to the lingering memories from his previous life. Wang Yu muttered to himself, then suddenly looked at the wooden door behind him, worried that old Deng, who liked to peep, was once again trying to probe into his inner world. But when he turned around, he found that the wooden door had disappeared. It seems that you can only enter this door once, and it will disappear when you come out. Wang Yu stopped thinking about the tavern and focused all his attention on Cat Kur. Because this shadow fiend is most likely her mother, and that cat head helmet is also most likely her mother's. Struck up by warp turbulence? Wang Yu guessed that he planned to talk to Malkura later to learn more about the details. Because this shadow fiend, who is suspected to be Cat's mother, is most likely not dead, but rather, as described in the information, was no match for Thor and was severely injured before escaping, so there is no complete corpse. Let's go back to the captain's cabin first. Wang Yu looked away and asked Ball to help collect the black fragments on the ground. Forget about Cat Core, it would be too much to ask her to recycle this stuff. Holy crap, it's so tight. Wang Yu tried to pull out the severed arm, but ended up hanging in midair and still couldn't do anything to it. How much power does that Shadow Fiend possess? And how high are Thor's stats, who was able to make Shadow Fiend flee in such a sorry state? Wang Yu suddenly felt that he was too weak, and the system's assessment of him was absolutely correct. He continued to pull hard, and then Ball came over. Together, the four of them pulled with their hands, and it took them several minutes to finally pull the claw out of the wall, leaving 5 dark holes. These claws were still shiny and new, far more powerful than ordinary metal swords and knives. This was why Wang Yu wanted to collect these fragments. They were probably quite rare. Otherwise, by the time Pigsy arrives, they'll probably all be gone. They carefully collected the pieces and severed limbs, especially Wang Yu, who also had to be careful of parasite infection. After everything was in order, he headed to the captain's cabin to check on the situation there, while being careful and cautious along the way, wary of the shadow demon's sneak attacks in the dark. They found another shadow fiend's broken leg on the road, so now they had a small part of the shadow fiend together. But just as they approached the captain's cabin, the cat cur, who had been following behind, suddenly reacted and rushed into the laboratory on the side without saying a word. Wang Yu and Ball chased after her and found that Cat Kur was rummaging through things. There was another cat head mark on the laboratory wall, and Cat Kur, guided by the scent and the mark, found 2 cans of cat food with blurry labels. This marker wasn't there before. 10 minutes later, in the captain's cabin, Bar is inspecting the badly damaged door to see if it can be repaired. Wang Yu and Malkutter sat inside. On the table were cat head helmets and 2 newly acquired cans of cat food. Malkutter didn't eat them, but handed them over to Wang Yu, the leader of the organization. This can of food was originally collected by Catgirl's mother. Even after becoming a shadow demon, she didn't forget to bring food for her daughter, which touched Wang Yu. He even stole a can. This thing clearly has special significance for Catgirl. Every time she recovers, it's related to canned food. There are 2 more cans here. You can keep the rest yourself. You should learn about resource management too. Wang Yudao also took out the 2 delicious cans of cat food he had hidden and returned them to Cat Kur. The latter was a little confused, not understanding what Wang Yu meant by this. But as Wang Yu asked the next question, her expression changed noticeably. That shadow fiend monster came looking for you, right? Wang Yu asked. Upon hearing the question, Cat Kur's eyes widened in surprise. Then her head drooped. Even her ears drooped. Clearly, Wang Yu had guessed correctly, but she didn't understand how he knew. She was unaware that Wang Yu had the ability to understand the language of the alien civilization, and that he could understand the shadow demon's words. She used to be your mother, right? Wang Yu asked again, and this time Malkuer looked up instantly, her face full of disbelief, her eyes wide open. Upon seeing this expression, without needing Caterpillar's reply, he was certain he had guessed almost perfectly, and pointed to the helmet. This actually belongs to your mother, right? You were trapped in the turbulence of the warp until one day, by chance, you arrived at the deep space. But by then, your mother had already become a monster, because she gave you the helmet that could protect her. Wang Yu didn't continue speaking because Malkuer had already huddled in place and started sobbing. They must have been trapped in the warp for quite some time. It's even possible that her mother was still caring for or imprisoning Cattle after she became a shadow fiend, only for Cattle to escape later, or perhaps her mother told her to escape after she felt she was about to become a demon herself. Afterwards, they arrived at the deep space, where they most likely encountered Thor and drove the shadow fiend away. Thor captured Cattle and locked her in a cell or solitary confinement, as this was an action taken by the deep space, or most ships, based on the Interstellar Union's regulations. So Catgirl grew up in the warp, or even was raised by the Shadow Fiend, and never received any systematic education, which is why she can't even speak. Her monstrous physique might also be related to this experience. Okay, I understand now. Wang Yu stirred up painful memories for Malkuer, but some things couldn't be left unresolved, as they concerned subsequent plans and actions. But don't worry, Ball and I won't kick you out or throw you into the warp turbulence. Wang Yu comforted her, reaching out to stroke the cat Kuer's head. Indeed, as her mother had said, it was fluffy. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Malkuer stopped sobbing, looked up, and her expression was one of surprise. It seemed that she was genuinely worried about being abandoned. After all, her mother was a significant threat. But next time your mother comes, I hope you can be braver. She certainly wants to witness your growth, and you should prove to her that you've grown up, are no longer a child, and no longer need her care. Wang Yudao's message is rather complex. But Catgirl seemed to understand, as could be seen from her slightly trembling dark golden eyes. Wang Yu nodded, feeling that that was enough. He turned to look at Ball, who was still inspecting the gate, and walked over, as they were clearly having some trouble. Chapter 65 Days of Travel in Subspace. So, is there any chance of fixing it or at least making the door open and close with a bit of difficulty? Wang Yu asked Bear. It's difficult, the damage is quite severe. Bar shook his head. When we forced it open, the door was already deformed, which damaged the internal mechanical transmission structure as well. If we wanted to repair it, we'd not only have to dismantle it and replace it with an identical door, but the internal transmission mechanism would also need repair. With the tools and resources we have, that's probably very difficult to do. Bar explained that the situation seemed bad. It was already a miracle if they could open a third of it before. In that case, the captain's cabin will be an open space. Wang Yu stroked his chin, looked at the supplies and facilities in the room, and then looked at Ball. How about this? We'll move all the supplies to the bridge and stay there temporarily during our subspace voyage. The doors there are intact and thicker, and there is an elevator that leads to the ship's cabins, making movement more flexible. As for the captain's cabin, we'll put some things to block the door, mainly to prevent warp creatures from breaking in and causing damage. We'll also conduct regular patrols and inspections to prevent serious losses. The losses here mainly refer to the hydroponic container and water tank, as well as the water and power lines in the room. So the three of them started moving things. They figured they couldn't move them all at once. First, they had to take the valuables, especially the miniature tactical nuclear warheads and Heger's roar. After carrying their belongings, they used some odds and ends, mainly some partitions and metal chairs taken from the adjacent laboratory, to temporarily block the door before heading to the bridge. The previously processed lizard carcasses must also be taken along. They are now in chunks of meat, but their smell will easily attract other creatures, so they must be taken first. Bar also brought an induction cooker, saying that it could be used to power an induction cooker in reverse, so that food could be cooked there as well. Carrying large and small bags of supplies, they walked along the corridor toward the bridge without encountering any other strange creatures along the way. Perhaps it was because Thor had been there not long ago, and all the strange creatures had been killed. The three of them successfully entered the bridge, put their things down, and then went to the captain's cabin 3 more times to move all the basic supplies and equipment. After doing all this, Wang Yu felt very tired. He had been caught up in the battle while he was asleep, and even though he had drunk the tavern owner's special drink to restore his energy, he was now sleepy. Moreover, his talent and disciplined lifestyle were probably disrupted by this accident, and he can only try to maintain them and train again later. Catgirl, if you sense your mother's presence, notify us immediately, okay? Wang Yu instructed Malkuer that advance warning was very important, and once they were familiar with the characteristics of the Shadow Fiend and how to counter it, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state the next time they met. After having a quick late-night snack and some water, Wang Yu lay down on the makeshift bed and fell asleep. For days later, their lives on the bridge have settled into a routine. After all, apart from the power supply, this place is not much worse than the captain's cabin. It even has more space, and there's a large, ugly cute, 3-legged fat koi fish sculpture. Catgirl often stares at this thing, which is completely inexplicable. Wang Yu couldn't hold back his gaze after just a few seconds of eye contact with this thing, but Catgirl could stare at it for several minutes. In addition, living on the bridge has another advantage. It makes adjusting the course particularly convenient. You can adjust it as soon as you get up and check the sailing status at any time. These days, They have maintained a patrol frequency of twice a day to check the condition of the captain's cabin. So far, it is not bad. Nothing inside has been damaged, and they have even rarely encountered warp creatures. They have only harvested 5 intact light lizards. This is much like hunting, except the hunting ground is inside a boat. Thanks to this relatively stable food source, they weren't too worried about supplies. The light lizard meat they had on hand could last them 2 to 3 weeks. The Shadow Fiend didn't bother them again during that time, so it seems Thor really fought hard. They probably won't need to worry about this issue for a while. The most important thing right now is to find a way out of the subspace. They should still be inside the void, which is a cosmic void with a diameter of 100 million light-years and extremely low celestial density. Once they get out, they should be able to see many doors. For months have passed, and Shadow Fiend still hasn't appeared. It's unclear whether he's recovering slowly or has lost the coordinates of the deep space, but he hasn't shown up since. During this period, Wang Yu frequently adjusted his flight path and became increasingly adept at subspace navigation. In terms of gaming, this meant he could easily complete the 3D flight game full of bullet hell in one life. He may have a talent for spatial awareness and driving. Even Bear would find it difficult to achieve such a high score, because it's not purely calculation or reaction, but an intuition or instinct, a feeling that it's safer to be somewhere. Therefore, Wang Yu finally established an absolute dominant position in a game. Even with Kat Kur's learning ability and reaction speed, she couldn't match her and could only rank 3rd on the leaderboard. During this period, the deep space probe flew more than 600 million kilometers, which is more than 400 million kilometers in a straight line. This speed isn't considered fast for interstellar travel, but in the real universe, where 10 kilometers is roughly equivalent to 1 light year, it becomes terrifying. They should be nearing the edge of the cosmic void, about to escape the hunting grounds of the demon star Hydra, if they're not mistaken about their direction. Then there's that tavern that exists in the warp turbulence, which hasn't appeared since. It's unclear if there's a pattern to it, but we'll definitely encounter it again later, though it might only appear once per voyage. Hey! Inside the bridge, a soft shout was followed by a crisp clinking sound, unlike metal, but more like plastic chopsticks clashing together, only much louder. With the aid of his exoskeleton armor, Wang Yu is sparring with Kat Kur in combat techniques. The weapon was modified from one of the Shadow Fiend's claws, and its hardness was unbelievable. An angle grinder couldn't work on it at all. It could only be processed by heating it up with a beam pistol until it was red hot. Of course, Kat Kur uses her claws. Without vibration, their sharpness is limited, and the force is controlled, so there's no worry about accidental injury. Ball is the referee. As a robot, his advantage is that he doesn't need to learn any techniques. He's an expert in close combat. So, he's responsible for teaching the two of them. It has to be said that Kat Kur's talent in combat is much stronger than Wang Yu's. She is almost a born warrior, with a flexible and coordinated body, as swift as a cat. Although Wang Yu, thanks to his exoskeleton, was no less powerful than Mao Kur, his reaction speed was far inferior. He was mostly in a passive defensive state, which was quite embarrassing. He usually couldn't last a minute before being judged as dead, and that was only when Mao Kur was holding back. Yeah. Kat Kur tripped Wang Yu to the ground once again, sat on the hard exoskeleton armor, made a victory sign at ball, and recorded her 100th consecutive victory. Afterwards, the photo would be transmitted to the light brain and recorded as a medal of honor. This was actually a mechanism Wang Yu created to motivate himself, but who knew he hadn't won a single time and was now regretting it. Damn, there's no way to fight this. Wang Yu said with a bitter face, looking at Bear and giving an awkward smile, because he still had to take photos and upload them. Human beings are such a weak species. He thought to himself, because so far he had never encountered any aliens weaker than humans. Chapter 66, Deeply Trapped. Cough cough. After finishing his practice, Wang Yu coughed a few times, took the water that Bear handed him, frowned slightly, and checked his current condition. Wang Yu. Race, human. Origin, terrestrial planets. Talents, lucky 7, self-disciplined life. Abilities, none. Spell, body of fear. Condition, healthy, robust body shape, large, X shape, chest slightly yellowish, height 173 centimeters, weight 70.1 kilograms. Health, 95/95. Sanity, 120/120. Self-disciplined lifestyle increases sanity cap by 20. Energy, 71/100. Psychic power, 9/9. Flesh, 7, 14/400. Willpower, 9, 1484/1600. Reflection, 6, 183/200. Immunity, 5, 97/100. Inspiration, 8, 419/800. Overall assessment, an outstanding individual among ordinary humans, yet still easily defeated. The system wouldn't give him a good rating, and Wang Yu was used to it because his attributes were really weak. Although his strength had increased a little, his actual combat power hadn't changed much. On the contrary, his willpower and inspiration grew rapidly, honed during his subspace travels. It would be great if these two attributes could be directly converted into combat power, such as offensive spells. That one called Fear Body is incredibly weak. It's practically useless against a monster like Shadow Fiend. In the past few months, the three of them have also interacted with other subspace creatures. Besides the light lizards, the group also includes a squad of skeletal warriors, a runaway cleaning robot, and, for the one time, a lava salamander that proved particularly troublesome. The first few were taken care of with guns. Those skeletons wielding melee weapons, and with ghostly flames glowing inside their skulls, were even weaker than the light lizards that liked to ambush. They all died on the way to the charge. The cleaning robot is similar. Its sheet metal isn't much stronger than the rotten armor plates on a skeleton, so it's easy to deal with. Only the lava salamander is effective against it. Its body is made entirely of lava, and when you hit it, lava sprays everywhere, almost injuring yourself. Fortunately, it moved very slowly, and its only attack method was to spew lava. It was eventually killed by being doused with water. However, the waste of more than 20 liters of water was a huge loss, because they currently have no way to recover the vaporized water and do not know where it ultimately went. The so-called subspace creatures seem to be strange things that are extremely rare in the real universe, or even never appear at all, and their level of danger varies. Warp demons, on the other hand, are the product of intelligent life being corrupted by the warp, and are generally more dangerous. As for the warp gods, they are beings outside the norm and cannot be compared to them at all. Wang Yu glanced at his maximum health level, which had dropped by 5 points. This indicated that his lung disease was worsening, and it was also visible in the system, where this area had turned yellowish-green. The young dragon man in the tavern was really amazing. He could tell that the man had a lung problem just by smelling him. Wang Yu guessed that it was most likely lung cancer, probably still in the early to middle stage. Otherwise, Wang Yu would not be able to exercise normally by now. "Ball, what's for lunch today?" Wang Yu suddenly spoke, and even Kat Kuris' ears twitched as she looked over. After getting to know her better, she no longer wears the helmet, which is a bit stuffy, even though her mother used to make her wear it properly and not take it off. Today's meal is fried soybean pulp, soy milk, and fried glossy lizard tails. Bar replied. "Looks like it's going to be another pleasant lunch, but it's a pity I didn't bring any chili peppers." 2 batches of newly planted bean pods were harvested, and with the addition of a stone mill made from the cooled carcasses of lava salamanders, the menu suddenly became much richer, with items like soy milk, bean dregs, and bean sprouts, but seasoning was still lacking. After a satisfying meal, Wang Yu greeted Ball and headed towards the captain's chair, preparing to proceed as planned and finalize the next leg of the journey. After connecting with the deep space dozens of times, Wang Yu is now in complete control of the ship. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he and the ship are one. His longest connection has exceeded 40 minutes, and that was achieved during subspace travel. This time, it quickly got into the swing of things, accelerating sharply and leaving the relatively safe route to begin navigating among various celestial bodies of all sizes with bizarre activity patterns. About 5 minutes later, the deep space's speed had reached a comfortable range for Wang Yu, but a dense celestial body concentration zone appeared ahead. This is a professional term that Wang Yu named himself, referring to a block of irregularly moving celestial bodies that is frequently encountered during subspace travel. There are usually only 2 choices, either go around it or break through it. Wang Yu had previously mostly chosen the second option. But this time, the deep space spacecraft slowed down urgently to avoid a falling object ahead. Wang Yu re-examined this wall composed of a large number of irregular celestial bodies. This is too vast. It seems to stretch on forever. This is the first time Wang Yu has ever encountered such a situation. But he was highly skilled and daring, and had great confidence in his spatial perception and spaceship piloting skills, so he only paused for a few seconds before accelerating again and rushing in. The deep space spacecraft began traversing among celestial bodies of all sizes, some of which were erratically tilting and shifting. This is actually very difficult, because you not only have to avoid celestial bodies, but you also have to make sure you don't lose your way. It is essential to ensure that the spacecraft is moving forward steadily, otherwise it may spin in circles and eventually perish. Wang Yu flew forward for about 10 minutes before his heart sank. This was the first time he had encountered such a thick, dense region of celestial bodies, and the density was getting higher and higher, with a large number of small celestial bodies appearing, some of which were not much larger than the deep space spacecraft, like pebbles in the universe. Under conditions like these, it would be impossible to allow the deep space probe to navigate autonomously. It would collide with these celestial bodies within seconds. What exactly is going on here? Wang Yu hesitated for a few seconds, but still chose to continue flying forward, though at a speed that was nearly 30% slower than at the beginning. Another 10 minutes passed. At this point, Wang Yu was starting to panic. To put it in perspective, it was like discovering that the brakes had failed on the way down a mountain, and his palms were sweating profusely. Because the celestial bodies here are so dense that he has to pay close attention to the deep space's attitude at all times, and sometimes he has to turn the ship to the side to pass through the gaps with great difficulty. Inside the spaceship, the gravity was always pointing towards the ground, so the effects weren't very noticeable, but Wang Yu was acutely aware of how extreme the situation was. He regretted it. He regretted not choosing to go back 10 minutes earlier. But if he backs down now, with only 3 lucky chances left, and less than 30 sanity points, he might very well perish halfway through. Damn it, I was so careless. Wang Yu, who has always been very careful, did something foolish that could very well lead to the annihilation of the entire group. He underestimated subspace travel. Chapter 67 Breakthrough. There's no turning back. We have no choice but to fly out at all costs. Wang Yuqiang suppressed the urge to retreat and cleared his mind of distractions, because these impure thoughts would only interfere with his actions. He had to focus on the present and concentrate on his work. Switch to a subspace perspective. The deep space spacecraft's speed increased rather than decreased, weaving through countless celestial bodies of varying sizes and irregular movements, like a nimble and swift mosquito dodging obstacles. This is not meant to be derogatory. If any other warp navigators witnessed this, their jaws would probably drop to the floor. They would marvel at how brave this person was, yet how meticulous their actions were. They would say this person was a born warp navigator, on a completely different level from ordinary navigators. Wang Yu himself couldn't see how precise his operation was. He only felt it was difficult, and he almost crashed every time, but always by a hair's breadth. And so he rushed forward for another 7 minutes, covering a distance far exceeding what he had covered in the previous 10 minutes. But he only had 1 lucky chance left. Damn it, is this a dead end? Did I miss my last chance to get out? Wang Yu had some doubts about his intuition, but just then, perhaps because he had been moving around among these celestial bodies for too long, several small celestial bodies suddenly changed their original trajectory and chased after Wang Yu. This is the first time this has happened. Do these celestial bodies possess self-awareness? Wang Yu's eyes widened in anger, which manifested on the deep space as all the eyeballs on its surface bulging out, causing the images it saw to tear apart and change into chaotic colors from time to time. This is a sign of overload on the Vision Guardian helmet. Large groups of small celestial bodies surrounded Wang Yu like guards, making navigation even more difficult. He not only had to avoid the large celestial bodies, but also had to evade the encirclement and interception of the smaller ones. Wang Yu almost got caught several times. And on the bridge, both Ball and Cat Kerr noticed something was wrong. The ship's voyage was becoming increasingly aggressive, and it was rocking violently. Wang Yu sat in the captain's chair, panting heavily like a fish pulled from the water. 2 streams of blood gushed from his nose, splashing onto the soft, dark red floor around the chair, and even onto the chair itself, where they were quickly absorbed. Wang Yu. Ball looked worried, but dared not touch Wang Yu, fearing that disturbing him might cause an accident. Dry. Wang Yu was being chased so frantically that he almost lost his bearings. His luck had dwindled to just 1 chance, and his rationality was practically non-existent, making his fate almost certain. No, there must be another way. Wang Yu forced himself to calm down, and while continuing to dodge, he checked the ship's panel data, looking for anything that could be of use. Unfortunately, all the modules marked with question marks and those marked as hungry are unusable. It definitely has hidden capabilities. This ship has been drifting in the warp for a long time. It definitely does. Wang Yu frantically searched through the system, eventually opening his own panel. He was stunned to find that the spell Body of Fear was actually available in the spell bar. Keep in mind that his consciousness has now flowed into the deep space. If it can be used, Then who will cast the magic? Is it himself, or the ship, or both? Wang Yu had no time to think it through and immediately activated the magic. The deep space ship then began to tremble violently, and its speed decreased. All the small celestial bodies chasing it also stopped. Inside the ship's cabin, Ball and Catgirl felt a sudden, inexplicable unease, a great terror rising within them. The source of this terror was Wang Yu, who was slumped in his seat. Centered on him, the black substance that covered almost the entire ship beneath their feet rapidly activated, transforming into a vibrant red. Thump, thump. The sound, like a heartbeat, came from deep below to the feet of the two, accompanied by tremors and even some debris flying up. In the subspace, the deep space deceleration was not as simple as just slowing down. Instead, at the bow, about 2/3 of the way down, a slit suddenly opened up, splitting open to reveal a mouth full of sharp, almost overwhelming teeth that roared out. Roar! The roar seemed to cause everything to resonate. All the objects on the bridge, including the ground, vibrated. Ball and Catgirl even crouched down due to the discomfort caused by the resonance. They were also affected by the surrounding celestial bodies, which trembled. Then, disregarding the space filled with celestial bodies, they rushed to escape away from the deep space. After Wang Yu used magic, the deep space also activated its own magic, and was even forcibly awakened. The effect was much stronger than when Wang Yu activated it himself. At that time, even the shadow demon was not scared away. But when deep space was used to launch it, the effect was so great that all the celestial bodies that seemed to be alive around it fled in disarray, and the flight path ahead was cleared. Wang Yu seized the opportunity to sprint. If he were driving, he would have stepped on the gas pedal directly into the fuel tank, wishing he could flatten the tank and ignite all the gasoline at once to complete the sprint. This so-called deterrence is merely an illusion and does not represent the deep space's true strength. Moreover, it can only be maintained for a mere 15 seconds. Fortunately, after these celestial bodies dispersed, Wang Yu finally found an exit to break through this dense celestial body zone. He rushed out in one breath, and behind him was a vast, empty area with almost no celestial bodies. Wang Yu, who had escaped, was trembling with excitement and joy at surviving the ordeal. He couldn't help but glance back, where he saw countless celestial bodies of all sizes packed together, with a gap in the middle, the very spot through which he had just broken through. What on earth is going on? Even in subspace, it's highly unusual for so many celestial bodies to be gathered together. Is there a black hole inside? Wang Yu muttered to himself, but dared not linger. The farther he ran, the better. If the creature inside comes to its senses, realizes it has been fooled by magic, and becomes enraged, it will come out to hunt him down, which would be disastrous. About 5 minutes later, Wang Yu's rationality was waning again, with only 5 points remaining. He could only let the deep space continue forward at a low speed, because there was a large open area ahead. He had just disconnected and switched back to his own view when he saw Ball looking anxious, asking something, but he couldn't hear him anymore. Wang Yu only had time to smile and indicate that the voyage was a success before he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 68 Exit. Wang Yu slowly woke up, feeling like he had just had a hangover. His head was foggy, and it took him a while to sit up, propping himself up on the mattress. Damn, these after effects. Wang Yu felt like the world was spinning in front of him, and even trying to concentrate would give him a headache. After struggling for a few moments to no avail, he obediently laid back down, which was more comfortable. Not far away, Cat Cour, who was staring intently at the three-legged fat koi, noticed Wang Yu and immediately ran over. However, halfway there she seemed to remember something, changed her route, grabbed a bottle of water, poured it into a cup, and brought it over. Here's some water. Also, Sister Ball asked me to ask you if you're feeling unwell anywhere. I need to tell her. Catgirl said, I've remembered Bale's instructions. Several months later, she was able to use Chinese quite fluently, and her pronunciation was also very standard. After all, she practiced every day. But we can't expect that much from handwriting yet. Wang Yu took the cup, drank it all in one gulp, and felt much better. Where is Ball? He asked, because he didn't see Ball on the bridge. Sister Ball went on patrol. She told me to keep an eye on you. Katerina answered truthfully. What were you doing just now? Wang Yu asked Cat Cour, since it wasn't the first time he'd seen her making eye contact with that strange thing. Is it really that good looking? Sometimes it will move slightly, but when I look over, it stops moving again. How strange. Cat Cour replied, which startled Wang Yu, who then looked over as well. Moving secretly? Is this thing alive too? Anyway, he didn't feel the thing move. He stood straight, head up and chest out, almost like a soldier standing at attention. However, many things on the deep space are alive, so it's not surprising that the relic recyclers are also living beings, as long as they don't harm people. He tried to get up again, but the world in front of him started spinning again, so he had no choice but to lie back down. Crossing such a thick zone of dense celestial bodies was already too much of a challenge. If I hadn't used magic at the end, I probably would have perished inside. He must not be so reckless next time. There's more than one person on the ship. By the way, Kat-Kur, how long have I been asleep? Wang Yu suddenly asked Kat-Kur. The latter looked over, a troubled expression on his face, almost as if he were counting on his fingers how many meals he had eaten. Never mind, I'll see for myself. Wang Yu called up the system to check the time, and was so startled that he sat up abruptly. He was unconscious for a full 41 hours. This also means that the deep space probe was hosted for a full 41 hours. He might be about to collide with a celestial body right now, so he needs to immediately check the flight path. The sudden sense of crisis overcame Wang Yu's discomfort. He got up from the ground and staggered towards the captain's chair. He had only taken 2 steps when the bridge gates opened. The visitor was none other than Ball, who had returned after picking some bean pods. What are you doing? As soon as Ball put down the vegetables, he rushed over and blocked Wang Yu's way. I need to confirm the route to ensure safe navigation. But you've only just woken up. Did you know that your heart stopped beating for a full 5 seconds? If you had been even slightly careless, you would be a corpse by now. Ball roared. Forehead. Wang Yu hadn't expected it to be this serious. However, the safety of the flight route must be guaranteed, and the sooner the better. There must be no delays. I was reckless and arrogant last time, and I will explain later. But now this ship is sailing on a completely unknown route, and I must check it out and make adjustments in time. Otherwise it will be too late if we hit something. Wang Yu said something that left Ball speechless. In the end, she had no choice but to step aside. Wang Yu then sat back in the captain's chair to check the situation. But this time, after Wang Yu reconnected with the deep space spacecraft, he was greeted by a vast space he had never experienced before. Although there were clusters of celestial bodies in the distance, it was much more open than the areas he had experienced before, as if he had entered another universe. More importantly, Wang Yu finally saw the door that allowed them to leave the subspace. They were scattered and, with a slight adjustment to their course, they would have a chance to leave in half a day at most. They finally left the hollow area. Deep space was quite lucky. It sailed silently for more than 40 hours without incident, since it was an open area, and Wang Yu even reduced its speed. This time, Wang Yu got off the captain's seat not long after, took off the cat head helmet, and announced the good news to Ball and Kat-Kur. They are about to return to the real universe. Half an hour later, the 3 of them sat around a makeshift table made of metal partitions and pipes, enjoying a delicious lunch prepared by Ball. Wang Yu acted like a starving ghost reincarnated. After all, he hadn't eaten for over 40 hours. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it, because the mention of it really showed how hungry he was. But Ball didn't allow him to eat too much, deliberately limiting the portion size, and only letting Wang Yu eat until he was half full. Based on his feedback, Ball also took some medicine from the first aid kit for him to take along with the food, mainly to enhance nutrition and relieve mental stress, since resources were limited and there was only so much of everything available. However, after eating, Wang Yu felt much better and was no longer dizzy. He then told Ball and Kat-Kur about the time he almost died from overwork while piloting the deep space for a long time. I used magic to finally escape. But now that I think about it, it might have been the last barrier to break through the void region of the universe. Next time you encounter this situation, it's best to find another way. When it's time to turn back, you should. Wang Yudao still feels a chill when he thinks about it now. If he hadn't had a moment of inspiration and used magic to force back the surrounding celestial bodies, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to sit here and reflect on it now. Can I pilot and control the deep space? Baldao made Wang Yu think. Indeed, if there were a second pilot available for handover, the difficulty of the voyage would decrease exponentially. However, this ship has only connected with Wang Yu so far. If it were replaced by Ball, and a mechanical life form at that, it's uncertain what would happen. If he didn't have the necessary permissions, it would be troublesome if it were swallowed up by the deep space. That's a good idea, but it's not feasible right now. The risks are too high. As the ship's functions are further improved, it might even be possible to add a propulsion system. At that point, it will be feasible. Wang Yu considered various possibilities for the future, because this dilapidated ship could not be left to remain in such a state of disrepair indefinitely. It would need to be repaired sooner or later, but the conditions for doing so were not available at the moment. Furthermore, it's best to have several helmets on hand, which are essential for warp space travel and protect your sanity. The danger this time was partly due to the helmet nearly failing due to overload, which increased Wang Yu's workload. About 5 hours later, Wang Yu reconnected with the deep space spacecraft and arrived near the subspace exit he had selected. There were several closely spaced doors, with the middle door being particularly large, indicating that this was a galaxy rather than some rogue celestial bodies. There were a few subspace celestial bodies wandering around, but they posed no threat to Wang Yu at the moment. Traversing them was almost like entering an uninhabited place. A large gate should represent a star, which is too dangerous. It's safer to choose a medium-sized gate that isn't too close to a star. Wang Yu spotted his target and rushed straight toward the door he had his eye on. Chapter 69: The New Universe. Some unknown starry sky. A rock-like spaceship suddenly appeared, without any prelude, in the planet's orbit, becoming one of its kind. When it first came out, the surface of the spaceship was covered with all sorts of strange creatures, including a worm that was more than 10 meters long. As it crawled on the surface of the spaceship, it used its barbed teeth to prey on other creatures. As the driver, Wang Yu knew perfectly well where these things came from. They were hung up when he came out of the door. That door wasn't a door in the traditional sense, but rather a weak point in the subspace. It only appeared as a door due to the helmet's effect. It was actually more like a dense net. When Wang Yu broke free and entered the real space, it felt like he had broken through a net. His speed dropped significantly, and he appeared in the current planetary orbit. The nets hanging on the spaceship turned into monsters crawling on its surface. Among them were several creatures that looked menacing, including a fat, giant worm and a creature with wings that resembled a flying dragon. However, after entering the real world, these things were only active for a few seconds before they became weak. Their skin began to smoke and sizzle as if it were being scorched by rays. Their bodies dried up and cracked as if dehydrated, and finally turned into nothingness. This is likely because most warp creatures and fiends mentioned in the warp navigation rules will rapidly weaken and die after leaving the warp. When Wang Yu first transmigrated and arrived in the real world, the noise coming from outside the spaceship was probably caused by these things. The whole process took about 30 seconds. Even though a lot of light lizards were mixed in with the ship's surface, these weak creatures basically didn't survive more than 30 seconds before being devoured by other, more powerful subspace creatures. Not a single one survived. They were pitifully weak. Wang Yu was almost killed by the light lizard back then. Now that he thinks about it, if he had actually become light lizard excrement, and there were interstellar media outlets, he probably would have made the news, published as a clown in a corner, to make people laugh. A great captain, after fighting the light lizard for 300 rounds, was defeated and became the light lizard's excrement. He kept an eye on the creatures on the ship's surface until they were completely extinct. Only then did he look at his own star system, especially the planets below. It was a lava planet, and it didn't look like it had any life at all. As for the stars in the galaxy, they appear very dim, but the space-time distortion around them is particularly severe. Is it a white dwarf or a neutron star? Wang Yu frowned, unable to distinguish them due to a lack of knowledge. But Bar would definitely be able to figure it out. After confirming that all the monsters on the spaceship's surface were dead, he disconnected, slid off his seat, and looked at Ball and Catgirl. All right, we've left the subspace and entered another galaxy. However, we cannot let our guard down, as there may still be subspace creatures lurking on the ship. Therefore, we must conduct a thorough and comprehensive sweep. Wang Yu said that although he had only recently woken up, it was far too early for him to rest and recuperate, because safety should always be the top priority. He walked to the exoskeleton power armor standing to the side and put it on. Both Ball and Cat Kerr were ready for battle. Bar, the stars in this star system are likely neutron stars or white dwarfs, and there are probably no habitable planets. So we'll have to rely on astronomical observations to find the next target later. It would be best to find it nearby, because I can feel the deep space's main engine output decreasing. Each journey into subspace is extremely taxing on this spaceship. It can probably only enter and exit subspace a maximum of 3 more times. 2 is the limit. Any more, and it might lose power and be lost forever in subspace. Wang Yudao told Ball about the spaceship's situation. There is no specific data available for reference. It was entirely based on what Wang Yu felt when he connected with the deep space probe. The ship was weakening from hunger, and it was unclear how to feed it. They were at a loss. The 3 fully armed men began to search the entire ship. They first went to the ship's cargo hold, where they had encountered the light lizards parasitized by insects last time. However, the ship's cargo hold was quite clean this time, so they immediately returned along the same route, preparing to sweep through each room along the corridor. Since most warp creatures cannot survive outside of warp, it is normal that they were not invaded. However, when they were at the corner of the corridor near the captain's cabin, Cat Kutter suddenly became alert and called out to Wang Yu and Ball. "There's something over there. They're coming, and there are a lot of them." Cat Kutter has a keen sense of perception and noticed the anomaly early on. After everyone raised their guns, she finally heard the sound of something crawling. It was a small group of light lizards, of various sizes, but they were quite different from ordinary light lizards because they all had a cluster of tightly arranged white flowers on their backs, blooming like a white flower ball. Flames lit up the corridor. Wang Yu and Ball, one with a shotgun and the other with a submachine gun, quickly slaughtered the small group of light lizards. There were less than 10 in total, so they were not difficult to deal with, and they couldn't even get close to them. But after killing these creatures, they all realized something was wrong. Because the body of this light lizard was connected to a section of dark green vine, which started from the back of its tail, it was quite unusual. After these light lizards are killed, the vines that pierce their bodies will retract, indicating that there is another entity that is controlling the group of light lizards. It's a parasitic plant. Be careful not to get it on you. Wang Yu judged that these things in the subspace were all disgusting, so he started to retreat and keep his distance, worried that there might be spores or pollen of these plants in the air, and it would be troublesome if he were parasitized. But Ball didn't care about any of that. She keenly sensed a possibility, rushed over, and saw that the vines were coming from the captain's cabin, which confirmed her suspicions. This thing might be eyeing hydroponic containers. The name Baldao made Wang Yu's heart tighten, because it was an important source of food for them. "Don't come any closer, you might get infected." Bar added that he rushed over with his gun, followed by Cat Kutter, who wasn't too afraid of infection or parasites. Wang Yu was left standing there, and after a couple of seconds, he ran back, intending to change into his spacesuit before coming back. In the captain's cabin, numerous, densely packed dark green vines almost covered the floor and walls of the hall. At the center was a strange plant with human-like features. Its lower body had mutated into root-like vines, but it had hands and a head. Its physique resembled that of a woman, but its facial features consisted of only 2 pinkish-white eyes and a white flower blooming diagonally on its head. Many of its roots have penetrated into the hydroponic container, absorbing the hydroponic nutrient solution inside, enjoying the illumination of the fluorescent lights, and even blooming flowers on the surface. However, its enjoyment didn't last long. Gunshots rang out from outside the corridor, and it immediately became alert. It looked towards the door and saw several vines lift off the ground, but instead of an attacker, a grenade flew in. Chapter 70, The New Universe 2. The stun grenade exploded in the captain's cabin. The bright light and sound waves caused the plant to thrash wildly, its vines lashing out haphazardly, much like a person who had been blinded and was in a state of panic. But her movements stopped quickly as a large-caliber bullet shattered her head, splattering fluids and flower petals everywhere. Then a swift black shadow rushed in. It was Catgirl, who was poised to pounce. Several obstructive vines were cut off, and the attack went straight for the strange plant in the center. Finally, the attacker used sharp claws to cut the strange thing in half, then began to bite and tear it apart with its mouth. The actions were very savage, just like hunting. When Wang Yu changed into his spacesuit and arrived, the captain's cabin was a mess, with reddish-brown liquid everywhere. A small piece of broken vine even flew to Wang Yu's feet, trembling like a broken snake. The unknown intruders inside have been almost completely wiped out by Ball and Cat Kutter. There are severed or torn vines everywhere. The main body in the middle was broken into several pieces. Not only was the head gone, but there were also more than a dozen holes in the body from gunshots. Forehead. Wang Yu suddenly realized that he had underestimated his own team's fighting strength. If they weren't powerful warp demons like the Shadow Fiend, ordinary warp creatures like these wouldn't stand a chance against the 3 of them. Name, Flower Fairy White. Description, a subspace plant that uses its beautiful appearance and voice to lure passers-by and turn them into its fertilizer. With limited mobility, to facilitate dispersal and reproduction, they may bury their seeds inside the bodies of other animals, controlling their behavior to allow the seeds to be carried to more distant locations to grow. Flower Fairy. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Considering the skeleton warriors that had appeared before, he felt that some unrealistic fantasy creatures kept popping up in this warp. He stopped the cat, Kutter, who was still fiddling with the plants, and asked about the extent of the damage to Ball. 12 fluorescent lights in the hydroponic container broke down, but we only brought 5 spares to replace them. In addition, the hull also suffered varying degrees of damage, which is relatively easy to repair. The problem is that this thing found the nutrient storage tank, so? Bar frowned and said, "It doesn't look good. This hydroponic container probably won't be able to grow more crops." In addition, the water tank in the bedroom was also damaged, resulting in the loss of more than 200 liters of fresh water, as the plant's roots pierced through the metal tank. I checked it during my previous patrol, and everything was normal. This strange plant. That's how it is when you're traveling in subspace. If it's not a relatively enclosed space, you might get invaded by these strange things. Wang Yu continued, unlike Ball, who was confused, but wondered how an accident could have happened at the last moment. Could it have been an intrusion when they broke out of the subspace? It's highly likely. They might have rushed to the captain's cabin first. But what if, conversely, the invading creatures were destroying the landing craft in the ship's cargo hold? It's a matter of probability where anything is possible. While supplies have been disrupted, the food reserves are still considerable. Including the remaining lizard meat, it should last for several months. As for the water, we can only try to recycle the plant's sap and put it back into the water recycling system to see how much can be salvaged. But is this edible? Wang Yu picked up a small piece of vine and muttered to himself. Yes, it tastes a bit sweet, but it's a bit hard to chew. Cat Coeur then chimed in, looked over, and even demonstrated by biting into a piece of vine and chewing it, her cheeks puffing out roundly. Chew, chew, chew. Your ability to eat is not a reliable indicator. Wang Yu muttered to himself. I still can't confirm how much immunity Cat Coeur has, but I'm sure it's much higher than mine. But then again, Cat Brother said this stuff is edible and even tastes pretty good, so? Then you should eat this plant for the next 2 weeks. Eating more vegetables is good for your health. Wang Yu almost blurted out his true thoughts. No, I want to eat jerky, flatbread, and fries. Cat Coeur protested. It's okay, just fry this up and sprinkle some salt. It might be surprisingly delicious. Eat it with the flatbread, otherwise it'll be a waste. Wang Yu made a decision for the Cat Coeur, preventing her from developing the bad habit of being a picky eater. This way, they can stick to their food for longer, and they will have more choices later on. The 3 of them started tidying up the room. Now that the threat of warp invasion was gone, they could move back to the captain's cabin with electricity, which was much more convenient. They first patched up the hole in the water tank, and then used bottles and jars and a pressing method to recover a large amount of juice, about 30 liters. This thing absorbed so much water, but the amount of fluid inside its body is far less than the amount it absorbed. Did it use it all to grow? Regardless, they managed to recover some of their losses. The remaining dried grass and dried flower fairies are enough for Cat Coeur to eat for a while. She was initially quite dissatisfied, but after chewing 2 dried vines, she stopped mentioning them. She would often put one in her mouth and chew it, like grinding her teeth. It didn't seem unpleasant to eat, and it even seemed to relieve stress. After tidying up the room, Ball, urged by Wang Yu, brought out the personal computer to check the situation in the surrounding star field. The maintenance of the hydroponic container was postponed. Ideally, they should find a nearby planet with life and civilization, because Wang Yu is not only running out of supplies, but also has a hidden danger within his body. His lungs are getting sick. It is currently unclear what the illness is, but the maximum health level is indeed decreasing. After waking up from his coma of several dozen hours, his health level reached a maximum of 94. Although he did not have any strong discomfort yet, it was beginning to deteriorate. Hopefully, there's no Fermi paradox in this universe, and that civilizations are widespread. Otherwise, things will get complicated. Wang Yu muttered to himself, glancing at Ball, who was operating the quantum computer. Having encountered so many aliens at the subspace tavern, the situation shouldn't be too bad. It won't be like the universe where Earth is located, where there are almost no traces of other civilizations. One of the solar panels is malfunctioning, and the communication antenna is also offline. It may be a cable fault and needs to be repaired, but the other sensors are working normally. Var reported that all the sensors deployed on the deep space surface were activated. A protected lens emerged from a device on the surface of the spacecraft. It was actually the deep space telescope that was originally installed, and the protected lens inside was intact. Var began adjusting the camera angle to gather information about the surroundings. With the movable joints connecting the lenses and the movement of the deep space spacecraft, it can observe the surrounding universe almost without blind spots, but it will take time, and it is unrealistic to expect results in the short term. Moreover, the collected information had to be verified one by one. Ball would directly assign tasks, and once a discovery was made, the quantum computer would contact Ball wirelessly. In addition, star maps of the surrounding area are being drawn, which can serve as a reference for subspace travel. After all, the gates, represented by stars, are quite large and are very obvious in subspace. Chapter 71, The New Universe 3. Alright, let the quantum computer process the data here. We need to hurry and repair the communication antenna. If we can receive radio waves from other civilizations, it will greatly reduce our workload and be of great help in the search for them. Baldo retracted the cable connecting his wrist to the computer and got up to check the communication antenna. There's no rush to repair the hydroponic container. This batch of crops has basically been ruined by that flower fairy. That thing actually absorbs the nutrients from other plants, which goes beyond the scope of ordinary plants. The two left the captain's cabin, leaving Catgirl alone in the room, as she couldn't help with the repairs. Wang Yu, I have to tell you some bad news. Given our current food and freshwater reserves, if we continue to consume them at the rate we did in the subspace, we may run out within 6 months. However, 6 months is a very short time on the scale of space travel, so we need to prepare early. Bardo, having just left the captain's cabin, brought up the issue of supplies. The original supplies were intended for Wang Yu alone and were enough to last for several years. But now that they have an extra mouth to feed, although they were replenished by the light lizards in the warp, the losses caused by the flower fairy are considerable, especially the fresh water, which is now only a little over 200 liters, less than half of what it was at the beginning. Yes, I will reduce the intensity and frequency of my workouts, and together with Cat Brother, we will reduce our 3 meals a day to 2 meals a day. This way, we can meet our basic nutritional needs and stick to it for a longer period of time. Wang Yu made a decision after a brief moment of thought. He knew he had to make a decision soon, and Ball was right. If we wait until food and fresh water become scarce before making changes, it may be too late. The two took the elevator to the ship's cabin. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they felt a distinct tremor under their feet. It wasn't that the deep space had hit something, but rather that not far away, behind the wall, something seemed to have crashed heavily into the wall and floor, the force of which traveled all the way to the ship's cabin. Wang Yu and Ball felt a chill run down their spines, and both raised their guns, aiming at the source of the sound. Judging from the movements, it looked like two extremely strong beasts were fighting inside the spaceship. Thor. Wang Yu guessed, feeling that it was very likely, because the commotion looked exactly like Thor slamming the ground with a giant hammer. It seems there's some kind of alien creature mixed in with the deep space, and it's quite powerful, capable of going toe-to-toe with Thor. However, the noise only lasted for 4 or 5 seconds before it stopped, followed by a very light, almost inaudible heavy metallic dragging sound, proving that Thor was the victor. Thank goodness we had Thor, otherwise this thing appearing in front of us would have been a real problem. Wang Yu smacked his lips, marveling at Hammer Bro's might, but also frowning slightly, realizing that being restricted in his activity range wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Running around recklessly and encountering similar monsters could be fatal. Furthermore, can Thor really win every time? What if he loses one time, and Pigsy also loses? Then this ship would probably be doomed. Wang Yu frowned slightly, his desire to improve his strength growing even stronger. After the noise subsided, the two men put down their guns and continued their previous repair work. Since only the communication antenna and solar panels needed repair, and the repairs were quite specialized, Wang Yu didn't join in the fun. After the maintenance access was opened, he waited in the access area wearing his spacesuit, which was quite boring. The star system they are in this time is unlikely to have life, as can be seen from the dim star and the lava planet below. Even if there were a habitable planet here, it could become a dead planet after a supernova explosion, not to mention the lack of sunlight. These are probably ice spheres or lava planets, or even planets or asteroids shattered by a supernova explosion. He had previously noticed a large debris belt, or asteroid belt, when he connected with deep space. However, this time it was invisible, and no other planets were visible either. It was almost too desolate. Wang Yu sat at the entrance of the passage for about half an hour, waiting for Bale's good news. They said the power line was corroded and broken by something, and then it was covered by rock strata, so it took some time to reconnect it. The solar panel and communication antenna are fine. It's just a simple case of poor contact and power outage. The two returned to the captain's cabin and saw Cat lying idly on the old sofa with a small mountain of dried vines next to her. She seemed to have learned to chew and spit out the food without any instruction, and had figured out the more correct way to eat. Forehead. This scene left Wang Yu, who had initially felt a sense of urgency, and even Ball speechless, as it seemed that Kat Kurt didn't seem to feel any tension unless she was facing a monster. This isn't because she has a good mindset, but simply because she doesn't want to think about things. Wang Yu pulled out his phone and casually sent her 20 relatively complicated math problems, telling her to finish them before dinner or not to eat at all, since she had already eaten so much flower fairy dried fruit today and wouldn't be hungry at all. You're bullying me. These questions are too hard. Why do I have to do them? This isn't fair. Kat Kuer complained after seeing the question. Oh, so you want me to do it too? Wang Yu took back the tattered wooden board with the questions written on it and pointed to the most difficult calculation problem on it. This is it. Kat Kuer paused and immediately began reciting the multiplication tables, starting with 1 times 8 equals 8. But Wang Yu had already calculated the results. The result is 77. You can calculate it yourself. If you get it wrong, I won't get dinner. If you were at my level, you wouldn't need to learn these basic calculations. Wang Yu answered quickly, saying that as a college student who had gone through the college entrance examination, although his grades were average, he didn't need paper and pen for such simple calculations. Otherwise, his math teacher would have strangled him long ago. Do it honestly, there's no harm in it. Once you learn the basic calculations, you won't feel any less urgency. Wang Yu said that he felt that Mao Kuer simply couldn't calculate how many days the remaining supplies would last, so she had no sense of urgency. About 2 minutes later, Ball finally solved the math problem correctly on his first try, but the result was exactly the same as the one Wang Yu had given him. Unconvinced, she calculated it again. After confirming that Wang Yu had indeed gotten it right, she pouted, her competitive spirit ignited, and began working on other problems. After spending several hours, just before dinner, Cater finally finished all 20 questions. Although he is somewhat lazy and gluttonous, he has a strong competitive spirit, and he got everything right, which shows that he is not really stupid, but just hasn't learned enough. Moreover, Wang Yu roughly knew how to motivate Mao Kuer to study, which was a good start. Chapter 72, Surrounding Circumstances. Dinner time. A large roll of fried flower fairy vine appeared on Kat Kuer's plate. Because the water had been squeezed out beforehand, it turned golden brown after frying, looking very much like a crispy twisted dough stick. As for whether it tastes good or not, judging from the way Kuer, the cat, eats it with such possessiveness, it must taste pretty good. Wang Yu swallowed hard, suppressing his intention to try a bite, and obediently ate his fries. However, he had only eaten half of it when Ball, who had been repairing the hydroponic container, reacted. She sat back in her chair and began checking the data on her computer, which indicated that the space telescope had made a discovery. Wang Yu came over with a plate and ate his fries half-heartedly. There's a flaw. Suddenly, Kat Kuer reached out and snatched the last 2 fries, stuffing them into her mouth with lightning speed. Then she assumed a crouching, head-covering defensive posture to protect herself from Wang Yu's attack. Half a day passed, and Wang Yu still didn't react, because his attention was entirely on Ball. This piqued Ker's curiosity, and she peeked over furtively. Good news. Bar exclaimed excitedly, but as soon as he turned around, he saw 2 onlookers holding plates and were immediately stunned. Would you like to finish eating before we talk, or would you like to talk now? She asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu swallowed the remaining half bowl of egg white paste without saying a word, indicating that he would speak first. The cat Ker followed suit, doing something similar, stuffing all the food from the bowl into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out. A few minutes later, the first meeting on extraterrestrial civilization exploration by the Deep Space Mission officially commenced. The previous incident on the Starship doesn't count, because there were only a few normal crew members on board at that time, and a meeting held by one person doesn't count as a meeting. The results of our investigation into our star system are in. The star in this system is a white dwarf that has undergone a supernova explosion. In addition, there are 3 planets. The one we are on is the closest one. The other 2 are far away, very dim, and have extremely low surface temperatures. Barr began by describing the current galactic environment, which was basically the same as what Wang Yu had seen when he connected to the deep space spacecraft. The surface conditions of these 3 planets are extremely harsh, and no traces of civilization have been found. However, the good news is that an unnatural object has been discovered in the debris belt surrounding this white dwarf star. After careful examination, it is very likely a broken spaceship. What? Wang Yu stood up abruptly. He hadn't expected such an unexpected discovery. It was fantastic news, as there might be supplies inside, or even relics of a civilization. Ball held the quantum computer and operated it for a while, and a processed deep space photo appeared on the screen. This is the clearest photo. When magnified, You can see that this thing is different from the surrounding floating pebbles. It is particularly smooth and reflects light, like high-purity metal or a similar material. Its reflectance spectrum is being analyzed, and the results are expected in about 10 minutes. However, judging solely from optical images, the probability that it is an artificial artifact is extremely high, exceeding 98%. It is approximately 2,172 meters long and 872 meters wide, making it exceptionally large, much larger than the deep space exploration spacecraft. Although the results of the spectral analysis were not yet available, Baldao was already certain that this was a broken alien spaceship. Wang Yu gradually recovered from his surprise and began to consider the potential risks. Bal, are you sure this is a wrecked spaceship and not a properly functioning one? Will it notice us? Will it attack us? He frowned and began to think of the worst-case scenario, which could be very dangerous. The possibility is very small. Based on the optical images, there are smooth fragments scattered in a large area around the spacecraft, which is why I judged it to be a broken spacecraft. Moreover, the damage is severe. Its original size was likely far greater than what we are currently seeing. Baldao believed it was a wrecked spaceship. While this might feel somewhat unfair to the civilization and aliens behind the spaceship, it was still good news for Wang Yu, meaning that he and his crew had the opportunity to scavenge some trash. However, the risks are still not zero. Although the spaceship was shattered, it is possible that there are still intact, normally functioning parts inside the damaged spaceship, or even survivors. Therefore, there are still risks involved, and caution should be exercised when engaging with such individuals. After hearing Baldao's words, Wang Yu nodded and made a decision after thinking for a few seconds. Let's go and take a look first. We can't let such an opportunity slip away. As for the risks, we'll talk about that after we've seen it. Therefore, the deep space spacecraft's next target is the asteroid belt within the star system, which is not too far away. Kat Kaur actually attended the meeting, but she couldn't get a word in edgewise, and couldn't even understand what was being said. She felt excluded and unconsciously pouted. So you need to read more books? Now you know how important knowledge is, right? After Wang Yu noticed this, he immediately tried to instill the importance of knowledge in the cat, but the effect was poor, and he could only take it slowly. Meanwhile, the spectral analysis results also came out, and Bal roughly figured out the material composition of the spaceship. Its main component is iron, followed by titanium and lead, and trace amounts of platinum and palladium. It can be basically identified as some kind of alloy. It would be impossible for such a large, smooth, and regular piece of alloy to appear under natural conditions. Therefore, this must be a man-made object, a spaceship. Baldao has extinguished the last remaining possibility. Alright, let's set off in a bit. Since it's a broken alien spaceship, there's no need for us to be timid. We'll get closer and carefully assess its condition before formulating a detailed exploration plan. Wang Yu said he didn't intend to waste time, mainly because supplies were limited, and it was unknown whether supplies could be found on that spaceship, or even if nothing was found. So wasting time here would be wasting his limited life. Wait a moment. Bale's eyes suddenly widened, and he started operating the quantum computer again. This time, he connected the wire extending from his wrist to the quantum computer. His expression became more and more serious, making Wang Yu feel uneasy. He couldn't help but ask a question. Is that the spaceship sending radio communications? Are there living aliens inside? He speculated, but that wasn't the case, and it had nothing to do with the spaceship at all. Bal turned to them and said in a very serious tone, "In the nearest star system, a strange planet has been discovered. It's about 6.4 light years away from us, and from optical images, it has an open eyeball on its surface. It can even move." Chapter 73 Planet? Eyeball. What? Wang Yu stood up again. However, this time the volume was much louder, and he felt a surge of heat rushing into his brain, which disrupted his breathing rhythm. He told Bar to quickly bring up the video. Then he saw a rust-colored, deformed planet surrounded by a lot of debris. At the top of this planet, probably near the south or north pole, a rusty continent has split open a rift large enough to span the entire planet, its edges riddled with cracks, from which a pale, bloodshot eyeball is squeezed out. The entire planet was deformed by this eyeball, causing it to change from a sphere into an elongated oval shape that bulges out at one end. Only on the other side of the planet, where polar ice caps exist, is there a patch of white, or rather, pinkish white. Could this be due to the interaction between the planet's unique topography and climate, combined with its great distance, making it look like an eyeball? Wang Yu tried to find a way to back up his story by asking a question that even he himself didn't quite believe. That was immediately rejected by Bar. Almost impossible. The star in that galaxy is a yellow dwarf in its prime, reflecting strong light, making the possibility of an image error extremely low. Although the planetary image does contain digitally reconstructed parts, even after removing those parts, the image of the eyeball is still clearly visible. Ball rejected this possibility and operated on the optical computer. The planet in the image then darkened considerably, with the part facing away from the star almost blending into the darkness. But on the side facing the star, on the rust-red continent at the top, protruding eyeballs can still be seen. Every 5 minutes or so, the red pupil of this eyeball will look towards this side of the screen, stay briefly, and then move to the other side, repeating this cycle continuously. Wang Yu looked away from the personal computer, sat down, and his heart sank to the bottom. Another ominous star? How is that possible? If this thing is everywhere in the universe, then what was the point of my escape? No, this thing is different from the demon star Higra. Wang Yu looked at the photo again and simultaneously brought up his control panel. My sanity hasn't noticeably decreased, and I can observe it directly. The system hasn't alerted me that I've seen a warp god either. This thing is much weaker than the demon star. I almost scared myself. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Ball, keep an eye on that planet. If any unusual activity is detected, Wang Yu suddenly realized that it was a planet several light years away, and even if there were any anomalies, they would have happened several years ago. And this applies to both sides the same way. The deep space spacecraft traveled through subspace. If the other side lacks faster than light, trans-space observation capabilities, it would take at least 6 years to see the deep space spacecraft. Even those with poor eyesight might not notice it at all. The deep space spacecraft doesn't emit light, so in space it's so small it's less than a speck of dust and completely inconspicuous. In short, continue to observe that planet. Then, Ball, hurry up and map out the surrounding star systems. See if you can find any star systems with civilizations or habitable planets. Once we've explored that spaceship, we'll leave here immediately. Wang Yu was already preparing for his next entry into subspace. After the meeting ended, Wang Yu got up and went to the bridge, preparing to fly towards the Scree area as planned. He had already reviewed the flight path on Bale's personal computer, so once connected to the deep space, they could simply fly directly, saving a lot of trouble. Cough. He coughed, feeling something in his throat, which he coughed up and found to be a small, black, rice grain-sized piece of material covered in saliva. Did I cough up my lungs? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. He glanced behind him and saw that Ball had not followed. He then examined it carefully and found that it was very brittle and would turn into powder if squeezed, like cheap foam. What is that? He checked the panel and found that his health was still 96, and he had no obvious discomfort. He decided to leave it for now, since he couldn't cure it now anyway. Letting Ball know would only make him anxious. He would deal with it when they reached the next planet with civilization. He went to the bridge, sat in the captain's seat, and accelerated away from the planet's orbit, getting faster and faster, flying towards the asteroid belt not far away, which he expected to reach in about 2 weeks. However, the asteroid belt has a complex environment and a large area, so it is estimated that it will take another 3 to 4 days to get to the vicinity of that broken spaceship. 2 weeks later, Wang Yu has reduced his exercise during this period, but his life rhythm has not been disrupted, and he has always kept his talent for self-discipline active. Because the following actions are crucial, the extra 20 sanity points from this talent are very important. Hopefully, they can find supplies, intact equipment and instruments, and even cultural relics on the spaceship, which would be of great help to Wang Yu and his team in their subsequent interstellar travels. As the deep space probe drew closer to the wreckage, the original appearance of the spacecraft was recreated by Ball using a digital model, for reference only. This should be a huge cylindrical spaceship. If complete, its total length should exceed 10 kilometers, or even reach 15 kilometers, making it almost the largest spaceship that can be built with conventional materials and power. Of course, the conventional power mentioned here refers to power sources such as controlled nuclear fusion that can support long-distance interstellar travel, rather than traditional fossil fuels. Conventional materials refer to high-strength alloys and composite materials. Even so, building such a giant spaceship is very difficult and requires a mature space dock. Because it is almost impossible to build and launch a spaceship of this size directly on a planet's surface. Even if it were possible, it would cause enormous damage to the planet's ecosystem. The spaceships that the planet initially prepared for exploring deep space were far smaller than this. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't build them, But their aerospace field suffered a devastating blow just as it was getting started, and it was subsequently shelved and even became taboo. This level of civilization is probably just enough to start interstellar travel, and its technological level is far below that of the deep space. Because this ship appears to be using centrifugal force to simulate a gravitational environment. Based on the reconstructed images of the spaceship and the materials used in its construction, Barr analyzed its possible level of civilization. This is very important because it also represents the level of danger inside the spaceship to a certain extent. If the spaceship is built by a civilization of a similar or even lower level than the planet, there will be far fewer inexplicable dangers. Chapter 74 New Discoveries. From this perspective, the technological level of this spaceship is actually no higher than that of the machine star, and in many aspects it may even be inferior. Wang Yu crossed his arms and said, I just finished listening to Bale's explanation. The reason why the planet Jixing abandoned its exploration of deep space was because it was influenced by the evil star Higra. In reality, Jixing had already crossed the threshold of interstellar travel long ago. In the fields of artificial intelligence and robotics, and even life sciences and medicine, the technological level is actually very high, far exceeding that of most civilizations that have just entered space, not to mention the terrifying productivity of the machine servants. But why did this spaceship crash here? Ball, have you found any clues? Wang Yu asked. About this. Barr was also clueless, as a long time had likely passed since the accident, and there were many possible reasons. One likely scenario is that the spaceship collided with an asteroid in the debris field, triggering a series of catastrophic chain reactions, including thermal runaway, explosion, and disintegration, leaving only this small, relatively intact frame. The explosion was the direct cause of the spacecraft's disintegration, and it was quite powerful, as the spacecraft debris was widely distributed and could be found hundreds of kilometers away. Barr made his judgment based on the distribution of the wreckage. But this raises a new question. Why would such a massive spaceship risk venturing into the asteroid belt? After all, it is a large ship with relatively advanced technology. Navigating through the Scree belt would certainly present numerous difficulties, making it far less agile than a small ship like the deep space, which is only 500 meters long. Even if the deep space is currently starving, with its secondary engines damaged and most functions missing, it is probably still much more maneuverable than this large ship. The true reason for its crash can only be determined by delving deeper into the system and finding any possible system logs or similar records. Also, does this spaceship have a home planet in the surrounding star systems? Have any reinforcements arrived, or have we received any communication signals? Wang Yu asked again. This is indeed a question that needs to be considered. Because this ship is not technologically advanced, even if it can travel between stars, it is unlikely to be too far from its home planet. If it has sent out a distress signal, the rescue fleet may already be on its way. If it were to collide with the ship, it would be a big problem. However, Barr stated that there were no discoveries related to the rescue fleet, nor were any communication signals received. The nearest galaxy is the special galaxy with the giant eyeball that Wang Yu named Hellstar. It is unlikely that the spaceship came from there, and no large facilities similar to a space dock were found in that galaxy. For more distant galaxies, the distance is tens of light years, so the possibility is also slim. Then this ship is a bit strange. Could it have traveled a long way and accidentally crashed into a Scree field? Wang Yu stroked his chin and said, but regardless, the action to explore it will not change. After fully considering the potential risks and benefits, Deep Space, piloted by Wang Yu, flew into the Scree field. However, describing it as driving is a bit inappropriate. To be precise, after the connection was completed, Wang Yu was actually the Deep Space. Moreover, after being tempered in the subspace, and with the assistance of the Vision Guardian helmet, his connection time between the real universe and the deep space has been greatly extended. Even if the connection lasts for several hours, or even half a day, he does not need to worry about sanity issues. As for avoiding asteroids and finding a safe route, that was as easy as eating and drinking for Wang Yu. This time, he determined the flight path in just a few minutes, and then withdrew. What followed was a long wait and flight route adjustments. 2 days later, the deep space was getting closer and closer to the wrecked spaceship. Just then, Ball suddenly rushed over to find Wang Yu, who had just disconnected, saying that he had made a new discovery. Let the deep spacecraft stop for a moment. Ball, holding a quantum computer, pulled up a newly captured image from a space telescope. There is a touch of orange-yellow in the picture that is completely different from the surrounding rocky celestial bodies. After being magnified and pixel restored, the outline of the object became clearer, and Wang Yu's gaze became serious. He immediately picked up the computer to examine it. It turned out to be a body floating in the rubble, wearing what appeared to be some kind of spacesuit, orange in color, with thick armor plates for protection. Moreover, in terms of its shape, it looks very much like a human, except that it is only a broken upper body. Where is the body located? I need its relative position to the current position of the deep space vessel. Wang Yu naturally realized the importance of this clue. Some small details that are hard to spot often require a close enough distance and the right angle to notice. Bar then pulled up the deep space's current flight path and the distribution of surrounding debris, highlighting the location of the body. Wang Yu only glanced at it before roughly memorizing the direction. He quickly ran to the bridge, re-established connection with the deep space, then braked suddenly, turned around, and flew towards the location of the corpse in one smooth motion. The body was not far from the deep space spacecraft, only about 5,000 kilometers away. It was only thanks to the space telescope and photonic computer-aided image analysis that we were able to spot it with our own eyes. Even with the deep space's senses, Wang Yu couldn't notice the slight anomaly in that nook and cranny. His brain simply ignored it. After flying for about 20 minutes, the deep space stopped in front of a dense area of rubble. At this point, the body was practically right in front of them, less than 3,000 meters away in a straight line, and even visible to the naked eye after they went outside. That was indeed a corpse, probably thrown here by the explosion along with these rubble and ship debris. It was quite a distance away. Then a problem arose in front of Wang Yu and his group. There were large and small boulders in front of them, and not enough space for the deep space to enter. Moreover, they lacked the means to move short distances in space. Jumping and safety ropes alone cannot reach that far. Wang Yu paused briefly, without disconnecting from the deep space, and forced his way into the scree slope like an icebreaker. As long as the speed is slow enough and large rocks are avoided, the deep space's hard hull can still carve out a path, but one must be careful, and it will test the pilot's skills. Wang Yu spent about 15 minutes reducing the 3,000-meter distance to 30 meters, aligning the ship's maintenance access with the body, then stopped the ship to prepare to retrieve the floating corpse. Chapter 75: The Broken Corpse. A few minutes later, a hatch on the surface of the deep space opened, revealing 3 fully armed individuals, including Wang Yu, Ball, and Mao Kur, who had all joined the operation. Although they were dealing with only a corpse, considering the potential risks, all 3 of them still went out together, so they could help each other if something went wrong. But only one person actually went to retrieve the body. The safety rope was tied around Cater's waist. Hang that body with a noose on the rope, then come back, understand? Wang Yu repeated the task process in sign language. Although he had explained the process before, he still repeated it verbatim. Clear. Kat Kerr made an OK sign, because sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum, so she could only use sign language. Wang Yu and Ball exchanged a glance, and both of them became serious. Ball had already set up his sniper rifle and was lying on the ship where the gravity field was not turned off, responsible for long-range fire support, mainly because he was worried that the corpses would come back to life. Wang Yu was responsible for keeping an eye on the rope. Although one end was already secured, he still needed to pull the safety rope as soon as possible to bring the Cat Kur back if necessary. Once everything was ready, Catgirl jumped out and landed steadily on a small pebble, then bent her knees and used the momentum to leap to another one. This is also why Cat Kur was chosen. She is light and only weighs 58 kilograms. Her agility and strength are also above Wang Yu's. There is no one more suitable than her. This is also Cat Kur's first official mission, and she is very enthusiastic. After using the rubble for leverage 4 or 5 times, Catgirl leaped towards the floating corpse, while the stone beneath her feet drifted to the other side and collided with the other rubble. Taking advantage of the moment she got close to the corpse, Catgirl grabbed the corpse's arm, while using her other hand to grab the lock and put it over the corpse's head. Well done. Wang Yu had been keeping an eye on the situation and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everything was going smoothly and there was no sign of the corpse coming back to life. It's understandable that he's cautious, because this is a mysterious and bizarre universe, and it's necessary to be on guard. Caterpillar and the body were pulled back together by the safety rope, and the mission was successfully completed. Deep Space closed its hatch. As the room filled with fresh air, Wang Yu didn't rush to take off his spacesuit. Instead, he immediately began examining the corpse. Name: Raider Combat Suit, damaged. Manufacturer: Parasite House. House of Parasites, an organization established by the parasitic civilization of the Sauron protozoa. operating the largest human and organ trading market in the universe, and frequently attacking ships of other civilizations to replenish their supplies. Regulatory level. Level 1, civilian use. Synopsis: spacesuits distributed by the Parasite House to low-ranking combat personnel. Compared to traditional spacesuits, it focuses more on combat and protection capabilities, so it is also called a combat suit. It is weaker in terms of life support and endurance, but it has a simple built-in assistive structure that can slightly enhance the strength of combat personnel. It can also enhance jumping ability and even short-distance flight through the matching jetpack, but it requires proficiency in using the skills. Strength, 10. Defense, 8. Parasite. Wang Yu's eyes widened as he looked at the corpse's hood. Inside was a shriveled, fossil-like head with distinct human features. The facial features were clearly discernible. However, its ears on both sides are spiky fins, and due to dehydration, its facial features are ferocious, with all its sharp teeth showing. Wang Yu had Cat Brother use his claws to cut open the spacesuit that was in the way. Inside was a shriveled, mummy-like corpse with gill-like structures on its chest and fish fins on its elbows. But none of that matters. What's most striking is that on the back of the corpse, roughly below the nape of the neck, there's an unusual bulge, unlike the large fish fin on the waist. After Ball carefully cut it open with his knife, he could clearly feel a layer of hard, shell-like substance on the blade. After peeling off the skin, the strange thing finally revealed its true form, a worm that was embedded in the skin, parasitizing the spine, and connected to the nerves. Upon first seeing this thing, Wang Yu felt an intense sense of nausea and disgust. It was a physical aversion and discomfort. This thing looks like a giant pill bug curled up, with layers of hard shell on its back, and completely degenerated legs on its front, like part of the nerves, connecting to the spine. Ball took the knife and gouged out the dead, mostly empty shell of the worm, leaving a huge, deep pit below the back of the corpse's neck. Does such a parasite exist? Completely replace the host, taking direct control of the host's body from the central nervous system? This is also. Bar frowned. To her knowledge, there had never been such a dangerous parasite that used a highly intelligent life form as a host. Even if they exist, they will inevitably be destroyed by higher intelligent life forms, unless those intelligent life forms lose. This parasite also possesses intelligence comparable to that of highly intelligent life forms. It is itself an intelligent life form. How disgusting. The cat, Kur, waved her paws repeatedly, showing her discomfort. She checked the fur on her paws and regretted touching the dirty thing with her paws. Wang Yu was fearless and took the insect corpse from Bale's hand. It's very light, and you can clearly feel that it's hollow inside. Name: Soren Protozoa, Black. Introduction: a rare parasitic race in the universe with highly intelligent members. They have a strict internal hierarchy, with different individuals having different roles. The black individuals are engineer bugs, with hard carapaces on their backs that can withstand light fire. They have almost no concept of self, and are completely obedient to higher-level individuals. Once fully developed, it loses its ability to move, completely replaces the host, and takes control of the host's body, becoming the perfect soldier, worker, and slave. It can parasitize almost all vertebrates, and after genetic modification, special individuals have also emerged that can parasitize invertebrates, but it cannot parasitize intelligent life forms that are completely different from silicon-based life forms, such as mechanical life forms. This was an accident. Life spreader. The life spreader of the Soren protozoan parasite's home? Wang Yu silently recited the information he had obtained from the system, his eyes narrowing. He told Bar to continue dissecting and studying the strange parasite, feeling that he might encounter it again in the future. Because this appears to be a superpower with footprints throughout the entire universe. The three returned to the bridge, bringing the body with them. Wang Yu reconnected to the deep space, turned around, and continued flying towards the wrecked spaceship. A dozen minutes later, the three held another short meeting in the captain's cabin. Considering the condition of the corpse and the intelligence it carried, another possibility emerged for the spaceship's crash. It might have been attacked by the Sauron protozoa. As a newly emerging civilization that has just entered the universe, it has almost no power to resist such an established power. The most likely outcome would be the destruction of the ship and the loss of life, with a large number of people possibly being abducted. Moreover, this discovery also served as a reminder to Wang Yu, because this universe is not only filled with evil gods and calamities, but also the malice of other civilizations, which must be guarded against, and the consequences may be far more terrifying than direct death. Wang Yu couldn't imagine what it would feel like to have his body gradually taken over by parasites. It was too terrifying, and he would rather choose death. Chapter 76, Sudden Appetite. The deep space set off again, returning to its original course and heading towards the wrecked spaceship. They are expected to reach the vicinity of the spaceship wreckage in about 8 hours. Wang Yu, Bear, and Mao Kuer gathered together and held a short meeting on the bridge. This time, Wang Yu informed the two of the existence of the parasite house, the Soren protozoa, and the life spreader. Because there is no need to hide them, they are now a unified whole. Wang Yu told them that he possessed the magical power to obtain information from objects, remains, and corpses. Bar then conducted further dissections on the corpses of the Nazoran protozoan and the subhuman species known as the dolphin man, making further discoveries. This subhuman lacks a brain, or rather, its brain has atrophied, replaced by newly emerging clusters of neurons. Their specific function is unclear, but they are most likely responsible for transmitting nerve signals back to the insect's body. The brainstem and cerebellum were largely preserved, but they also established connections with the parasite. Therefore, this worm became the new brain of this body, and its interior must contain highly active neurons. Only in this way can it perform functions similar to a brain. However, this also means that the insect has lost all abilities, including eating and moving, and is completely dependent on this body for existence, unable to change its host at will. Barr concluded that, given the current conditions, this was all the information they could deduce. In short, this is a highly aggressive, intelligent superparasite that is inherently opposed to other intelligent organisms because it is a parasite. Such a civilization, built by parasites, is bound to be extremely aggressive, belonging to the category of natural predators. Wang Yu shared the same view and suddenly understood why the machine god cult was so extreme. If someone has ever been disgusted by this kind of thing and miraculously survived, they will inevitably go to extremes. Ball, turn the radar's detection range to maximum. Be careful of bugmen ships lurking nearby. I will also maintain contact with the deep space vessel throughout the entire process. If any unexpected situation arises, we will take refuge in the subspace. Fortunately, we are not far from the white dwarf star, and with its gravity, it will be easy to enter the subspace. Once we reach that wrecked spaceship, we should act swiftly and decisively, completing the exploration in the shortest possible time, and then leave the Soren protozoan's territory. No, their hunting grounds. Wang Yu said seriously that he had already classified these ugly parasites as hostile forces, and then went to the captain's seat to connect with the deep space. He took control of the deep space and increased its speed. About 7 hours later, the deep space spacecraft arrived near the wrecked spaceship, surrounded by a large number of spaceship debris and rubble of varying sizes, demonstrating just how devastating the explosion had been. But as he got closer, Wang Yu discovered a new anomaly. It wasn't some insectoid ambush. It's just that this ship smells so good. That doesn't look like shipwreck, but rather a crispy roasted chicken, baked to a golden brown with juicy skin. Wang Yu even hallucinated for a moment, smelling a delicious aroma. It was a super roasted chicken with a diameter of 2 kilometers, which he had never seen or eaten before. It was simply too tempting. What's going on? Is it a psychological attack from a parasite? That's absolutely despicable. Wang Yu swallowed hard, feeling an unprecedented urge to eat the pile of spaceship wreckage. Wait, could it be? He suddenly thought of another possibility. This might not be a psychological attack, but rather the deep space spacecraft trying to devour the wreckage of the ship. Ship devouring? Treating other ships as food? No way. I haven't even explored inside yet. How can you eat me? Hold back. Wang Yu suppressed his appetite, but his rationality was declining at an accelerating rate. Fortunately, they were not far away, and Wang Yu's tolerance for hunger was much stronger than before. So he held back, maneuvered the deep space to a steady stop next to the fragrant braised pork knuckle, ignoring the surrounding side dishes, and ruthlessly rammed them aside. Once the distance was sufficient, Wang Yu decisively severed the connection, and the deep space spacecraft went into hibernation. But a strange fragrance seemed to linger in Wang Yu's nasal cavity, and when he wiped it with his hand, there were still faint traces of blood. The capillaries in his nasal cavity seemed to have ruptured, and his mouth was full of saliva, which was even leaking out. What's wrong? Bar was right next to him and clearly noticed Wang Yu's unusual behavior. Well, that's how it is. The ship suddenly turned into a roast chicken, then into a braised pork knuckle. It smelled amazing. Luckily, I resisted and slurped it down. Wang Yu gestured with his hands and swallowed hard. Huh. Bar clearly didn't believe it and suspected that Wang Yu had a problem with his mind. Is there any food? At this moment, Cat Coeur also came over, drawn by the aroma. Her ears perked up, clearly having heard the words, "It smells so good." Forehead. Wang Yu sighed, then organized his thoughts to explain further before he could make things clear. The deep space wanted to eat the ship, which affected me. It really wanted to devour that wreckage, but I stopped it. The ship that eats ships? Ball frowned. Let's ignore it for now. The deep space is now parked next to this shipwreck. Let's check our equipment and set off immediately, making sure to complete the exploration as quickly as possible. Wang Yu said, and then the three of them began preparations. The previous battles in the warp, especially the battle against Shadow Fiend, consumed a lot of grenades. They now have 7 fragmentation grenades, 5 stun grenades, and quite a few electromagnetic pulse grenades and magnetic blasting grenades left. The ammunition was fine. I brought several ammunition boxes, which was sufficient. However, the magazines were limited, so the amount I could carry was also limited. They put some loose ammunition, including some tools, into a toolbox so that they wouldn't have to run back to get them when they were short of ammunition or needed tools, especially since there was no guarantee they would have the chance to go back to get the ammunition. As for that miniature tactical nuclear warhead, Wang Yu had already asked Ball about it. If the explosion occurred in a confined space like the wreckage of a spaceship, they would likely be shattered by the impact. After all, this weapon was developed for ground warfare, and using it in a confined space would be far too dangerous, almost tantamount to suicide. Tigra's roar was similar, so they only brought conventional weapons. They gave Catgirl some grenades for self-defense and taught her how to use them, reminding her to greet Wang Yu and Bear before using them. We didn't give her a gun, as it's dangerous, to prevent accidental discharge. We'll talk about it later when she has a chance to practice shooting. The 3 fully armed men arrived at the emergency exit. After the hatch opened, the huge wreckage with a diameter of over 2 kilometers was right in front of them, less than 10 meters away. The hatch was directly facing the cross-section of the wreckage, which showed how skilled the person who was sailing the ship was. Anyone else would probably have crashed into it. Chapter 77 Broken Spaceship. The spacecraft wreckage was damaged by the explosion, and the interior is in a mess. It may be necessary to continuously clear obstacles in order to move forward. Furthermore, there may be high-voltage electricity, flammable and explosive containers, etc., so we must proceed with extreme caution and have Bar assess the situation before taking any action. Wang Yu repeated the precautions for the upcoming operation via the radio inside his spacesuit. To ensure that the Cat Coeur could hear, a walkie-talkie was deliberately taped to one of her ears. Although it was very uncomfortable, there was no better way to communicate at the moment. Cat Coeur, can you hear me? Wang Yu checked it again. Cat Coeur then made a gesture indicating that she could hear him. However, because it is bone conduction, the sound sounds a bit strange, like it's coming through fog, but it's also very close. Bar then brought a safety rope, but instead of tying it to his body, he secured one end to the emergency exit. They planned to connect the deep space probe with the wreckage of the spacecraft. Saying it's a tie isn't quite accurate, since it's impossible to bind these 2 behemoths with just this one rope. They just wanted an extra layer of insurance. Once deep space separates from the spacecraft wreckage, they can easily return as long as the distance doesn't exceed the length of the safety rope. However, if a break does occur, it's not a good thing, and the only thing to do is to try to avoid it during the process. After getting ready, Ball was the first to go. Grabbing the safety rope, he sprinted and leaped towards the opposite spaceship wreckage. He rolled several times on the metal floor there before finally regaining his balance by bracing himself against the wall at the bottom. She immediately raised her submachine gun to survey the surroundings, and after confirming there was no danger, she called Wang Yu and the others over. Next up was Catgirl, who was even more agile than Ball, jumping over without even needing a running start. Finally, it was Wang Yu's turn. The gravity field in the room was not turned off because it made it easier to get leverage and less likely to jump off course. He retreated a considerable distance, sprinted forward, leaped up with great force, and crashed into the wreckage of the spaceship like a cannonball, much more powerfully than Ball and Caterpillar. If someone didn't know better, they would think Wang Yu was some kind of space warrior, about to crash headfirst into the wreckage. In reality, he simply used too much force and underestimated the power of the power armor. He panicked after being lifted off the ground, flailing his arms and legs helplessly but unable to stop himself, and nearly suffered a concussion. Fortunately, Ball and Catgirl were there to help, which prevented a tragedy. Sorry, I'm not quite used to this weightless environment yet. Wang Yu got up awkwardly, looking somewhat embarrassed. His previous experience of crawling on the surface of the deep space spacecraft had not helped him. Bar expressed his understanding, telling him to be careful with his strength and that he could activate the magnetic function of the spacesuit so that he could stand firmly on the spacecraft. As for Kerr, seeing Wang Yu make a fool of himself, she grinned mischievously. After all, he was just a kid, and Wang Yu wouldn't hold it against her. They would deal with everything after the mission was over and they returned home. Go this way. This is the ground of the ship. What we're standing on should be the wall. Cat, you go first. You're the most agile, and your claws can be used to clear obstacles. But be careful of lurking enemies. Before clearing obstacles or entering difficult areas, you must confirm with me first. Ball gave the order, already acting as the squad leader. At this point, it was most appropriate for her, being a robot, to take charge of the overall situation, as the other two were complete novices. The three changed their standing position, resetting the concepts of up, down, left, and right. This is actually very common in the universe, so it's important to train and improve your spatial awareness. After securing the safety rope to the looped steel bar, which Ball bent, the three formed a line and entered the passage to explore. Bear and Wang Yu each held a crowbar and a steel pipe, also for breaking through the barrier. The three entered the ruins and walked through the broken and deformed passages. The cat's claws played a huge role here. Many obstacles were broken through by her claws, opening a path. Be careful of these walls and steel bars. The cut surfaces are very sharp. Especially you, Wang Yu, don't tear your spacesuit. Bar turned around and reminded him. Because the exoskeleton power armor does not provide protection at joint movement points. They advanced several dozen meters, and the situation gradually improved as the area where the tunnel walls had melted and deformed due to the high temperature and impact decreased. However, they made quite a commotion inside. Even in a vacuum, sound will travel with the ship, even reaching the soles of his feet and through his spacesuit into Wang Yu's ears. If there were survivors or strange creatures nearby, this should have alerted them, but nothing was found, so it's very likely there are no survivors inside. Moreover, they didn't see a single body along the way, which could be due to two reasons. One possibility is that these people were captured by the insectoid raiders, and another is that their bodies turned to ash under high temperature and pressure, or were ejected into space. For similar reasons, they found no valuable items or supplies, making it even worse than exploring the ruins of a bombed building. Hopefully, things will get better in the second half. About 15 minutes later, they passed through the ruins and entered a relatively spacious area. The location is an elevated platform with several levels, but the top level has collapsed, and the top has a hole with a diameter of more than 3 meters. Directly in front of the platform is a surprisingly large circular metal door with a unique structure. It's not the kind of door that opens left or right or up or down, but rather, like a stunt, it's made up of spiral-shaped, curved metal plates that open and close by rotating clockwise or counterclockwise. This was the first time Wang Yu had ever seen such a gate, which perfectly suited the spaceship setting he was in. The door is also intact. There are scratches, but no signs of damage or deformation. It is much better than the surrounding ruins. It can even be opened. Bar then walked ahead with his gun, reached the edge of the platform, looked around for a while, and then put the gun away, since he didn't see any danger. The atrium-like hull was riddled with holes, filled with debris, as if the impact had failed to break through the door and instead escaped from the side. The faint starlight from the white dwarf shone through the gaps in the cabin, illuminating the area. Some beams of light, scattered among the dust, became pillars of light, creating a sense of deathly stillness. The door was probably very sturdy and was closed when the explosion occurred, so the blast wave and impact propelled this part of the debris a long way. Some of the damage may have been caused by the process and the asteroid collision. This is good news, indicating that the facilities inside the door might be relatively intact, and there might be something we need inside. After inspecting the leaky hull, Bar looked at Wang Yu, essentially asking if they should proceed to the next step, as there might be danger behind the door. But there's no need to hesitate. We've come this far, we can't go back empty-handed. Cat Kur, it's up to you. See if you can open that door in front. Wang Yu said, his voice transmitted through the walkie-talkie stuck to Cat Kur's ear. The latter immediately made a clear gesture, floated forward a few meters, its fingers retracted into its paw pads, and turned into claws. After using the momentum from a flipped-up broken wall, it used the momentum from another floating metal broken wall and rushed towards the metal door, stabbing out with its claw. Chapter 78, Broken Spaceship Part 2. The blow hit the goal squarely. There is no metallic grinding sound like tooth grime because it is a vacuum environment. However, Some of the sound traveled along the damaged hull to the platform and reached Wang Yu through the vibrations, so he still heard it. The sound was sharp and piercing. Cat Kur was thrown back by the recoil. Her full-force attack only left a few millimeter-deep scratches on the strange door, and her right hand was sore and numb from the shock that tears welled up in her eyes. So hard. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Although he had expected it before letting Katarina try it, he was still somewhat surprised to see how hard the door was. Those were Caterpillar's sharp claws, yet they only left scratches. This door is incredibly tough, much tougher than the hull of the deep space. If a door had been made with this back then, even Shadow Fiend probably wouldn't have been able to get in. The technology level is much lower than that of the deep space, but it has materials that far surpass those of the deep space's hull. Is the technology mastered by the civilization behind this ship so obscure? Wang Yu frowned, feeling that this was indeed the case. Perhaps the distinction between civilizations was not as clear-cut as imagined, but rather that each had its own strengths and areas of expertise. For example, the long-eared clan of the Machine Star civilization was particularly adept at artificial intelligence. However, Wang Yu quickly overturned his opinion, because the deep space was a product of that company, Four-Legged Fish Life Inc. This company focuses on cost-effectiveness, so cutting corners is to be expected. More likely, it's not that they don't have better materials, but rather that they don't need to use them on this ship. Otherwise, the price of this spaceship would skyrocket. Good steel must be used where it counts. Since it's a research vessel, flight and exploration capabilities are definitely the priority. Combat is the task of other ships. Therefore, the materials used in the deep space spacecraft are inferior to those in front of this door, not because the Four-Legged Fish Company lacks sufficient technological reserves and materials, making it inferior to a civilization that has just entered space. Turns out, the Deep Space Glider is a cheap ship after all. Wang Yu made a seemingly random comment that almost no one could understand, but Ball finally realized that Wang Yu was complaining about the deep space's hull not being very sturdy. Cat Kur, stop trying. Let's try a different approach. Let's look for a breakthrough on the surface of this ship. It can't be made entirely of this super material. If it were, this ship wouldn't have been blown to pieces. Wang Yu called out to Cat Kur, who was stubborn and still wanted to try, and suggested that they find another entrance, which coincided with Bale's idea. So the three of them met up and decided to choose a suitable breach to get to the surface of the spaceship. The hole on the top, which was a few meters in diameter, seemed like a good fit. They had assumed that entering through the cross-section would allow them to delve deeper into the ship, but it turned out they seemed to have taken a much longer route. However, without going deeper, how would they know about the door and the area ahead? So this is a gradual exploration process. The three of them climbed out of the hole at the top one after another. They couldn't jump around randomly, or they would be in trouble if they flew out. Once on the surface of the spacecraft, the usefulness of Wang Yu's spacesuit became apparent. The magnetic function on the soles of his shoes allowed him to stand firmly on the spacecraft's surface. So now it was Wang Yu's turn to walk in front, pulling Ball and Cat Kur forward to prevent them from leaving the ship. The three walked on the tattered hull of the spaceship, which even had grooves and pits scraped out, presumably the work of the surrounding rubble. However, it did not break, which shows that this part of the hull is exceptionally sturdy. They went a little further and chose a deep pit, where Catgirl tested the ship's hull material to see if they could break through it. Although Cat Kur didn't speak, she made an okay sign, and the sharp claw on her other hand had already pierced in. So the three of them set up camp on the spot, with Cat Kur in charge of digging, Wang Yu and Ball in charge of guarding the area, and transporting away the metal blocks that had been cut off. After digging for about 10 minutes, Ball suddenly realized something and warned. Cat Kur, there might be air inside. Be careful when you dig. It's best to probe with your claws first, and don't break open a large hole all at once. If we rashly create a large hole, and it happens to be a high-pressure environment inside, the strong airflow could potentially sweep us all into space. After giving the reminder, Bar also got to work, taking out his toolbox and preparing to make a few handles with vacuum superglue to hold onto and stabilize his body, just in case. As for the strength of the glue, it is almost comparable to that of ordinary metals, as has been verified on the Deep Space 3D. About an hour and a half later, the crater created by the impact of the rubble was deep enough for a person to walk through, and the walls were even more than a meter thick, far thicker than the walls of other parts of the ship, which was quite exaggerated. Cat Kur was also tired by this time. Her efficiency had dropped a lot, and she wasn't as motivated as she had been at the beginning. After all, she had been digging for so long. Just as Wang Yu finished changing the oxygen tank, and was considering whether he should return to the deep space for a short rest, Cat Core's ears suddenly twitched twice. She looked over and brought good news. It seemed they were almost able to break through. Her right claw was completely embedded in the wall, as Ball had warned her to test the situation before digging each time, and it looked like it had pierced through. Okay, be careful next. Don't rush to dig. Thin out the surrounding metal first. Wang Yu, you come and help too. Clean up the metal shavings in the pit, and then prepare to meet Cat Core. If it's not a vacuum inside and there's air pressure, these metal fragments could easily turn into a metal storm when blown around like this. Getting hit by one of those storms wouldn't be fun, Bar instructed. The two quickly cleaned the tunnel. At this point, Cat Core had also thinned the wall, her right paw still embedded in the wall, and asked Ball what to do next. Okay, Cat Core, stretch out your legs so Wang Yu and I can grab you. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and you'll stick a magnetic explosive grenade on this spot, then immediately back out. Wang Yu and I will catch you. Bar added that he and Wang Yu had also made preparations by attaching several grips to the outer wall, which were made on-site from metal blocks, to ensure they wouldn't be blown away. If there is high-pressure gas inside, then the explosion will create a wind tunnel, and they can go in to explore once the pressure is released. Okay, listen to my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 79 Terrifying Robots. Following the instructions, Catgirl attached a magnetic explosive grenade to the wall, then pulled out her right paw. Immediately, a hissing sound came from the gap, and the wall even began to deform and bulge outward. Clearly, there is air inside, and the air pressure is quite high. She pulled the pin on the grenade and stepped back, only to be firmly held by Wang Yu and Ball. She flew in an arc back to the surface of the spaceship without being blown away. Everything went smoothly as planned. Immediately following, a violent explosion came from the crater, followed by a gust of wind that carried out a large amount of debris, which was then ejected into space like cannonballs. The three remained close to the hull of the spaceship, taking no further action. Once the strong winds subside and most of the internal air has been expelled, they will be able to enter and explore the interior. Speaking of which, there shouldn't be any survivors here. If there are, we might have driven them into a corner. Wang Yu suddenly realized that it was because there was air inside. The probability is almost zero. The ship has been at least a century old since the disaster, and it is unlikely that such a small section of the enclosed hull could have sustained the survivors for so long. Moreover, even if someone has survived to this day, they should have noticed and taken action when we tried to break down the door and make a hole. There are none of these, so I think it's unlikely there are any living survivors here, but the possibility of corpses being present is quite high. Based on the actual situation, Ball made a judgment, and Wang Yu agreed after listening. They looked at the things that were blown out, mainly to see if there were any corpses or important supplies. If so, they could retrieve them later. But apart from the initial amount of air that came out, soon only air was coming out. It kept leaking, and no one came to fix it. After nearly half an hour of leakage, the wind volume decreased significantly, becoming a barely threatening breeze, before the three resumed their actions. Safety. Bar quickly peeked out, made a gesture, picked up his gun, and went into the pit, followed by the other two. About 1 minute later, a glowing light stick floated in through the hole without causing any commotion. Then a suspicious cat's head peeked out, but it quickly withdrew after just one glance. Then the sound of cutting came from the wall again, and a large piece of metal with a hole was kicked in. Then 3 figures emerged one after another, each guarding different directions, wary of an ambush. But there was nothing inside, just pitch blackness, and no sound except for the faint sound of airflow. The three then switched to inspecting the interior environment, throwing out many glow sticks. That's the advantage of carrying a toolbox. However, because the space is large and the glow sticks are dim, it is still difficult to figure out all the details inside. Even Ball and Cat Kerr can only barely make out the outlines with their dark vision, which is far less than in a well-lit environment. This place looks like a large workshop or factory, dedicated to producing large mechanical creations. Bar spoke first, shining his flashlight around the room. It should be a vertically laid out factory. We are located on the side, near the top floor. Bar added that the flashlight was shown in both directions, and one side was easy to see the top of, while the other side looked like a deep pit, so he threw 2 more glow sticks down. At this point, the spiral corridor and mechanical platform on the edge gradually came into view. Coupled with the conspicuous giant mechanical arm and slings, as well as the unfinished mechanical constructs, it was indeed proven that this was a workshop. There are even 2 conveyor belts on the spiral corridor, which, although stopped, are still filled with metal parts, boards, and even stones. If it can be started, these parts and materials can be transported to various platforms for processing and assembly. Vertical factory? This was the first time Wang Yu had ever heard of this thing. In his view, it was more like a hollow tunnel, or, to describe it, a missile launch pit, if you ignored the surrounding mechanical platforms used for processing. Barr further explained that this is a design scheme for a space factory, which would make better use of space and facilitate the processing of large objects compared to a land-based horizontal factory. I see. This place is quite high class. I feel it's much better than the deep space. Wang Yu sighed, then received a disapproving look from Ball, who pointed out his mistake once again. Because if such a vertical factory were to appear on a research vessel like the deep space, that would be truly bizarre. Given the technological prowess of the civilization behind the deep space, they could have had far better options. For instance, they could have used sophisticated printers to create mechanical artifacts, assembled them, or even printed out finished products directly. Alternatively, they could have used nanorobots to replicate them exactly according to blueprints, eliminating the need for a processing plant. This is too sci-fi. Wang Yu felt that Ball was exaggerating, but in reality, it was because he didn't understand the level of creation that a gravity generator was. Compared to the civilization behind the deep space probe, these aliens are hardly any better than primitive people who have just learned to make fire and use stone tools. That is, Wang Yu shone his flashlight towards the bottom, but because it was too far away, even a strong flashlight only produced a moving, dim spot of light. However, there seemed to be something in the area he had just swept over. Wang Yu immediately moved the flashlight back and discovered that it was a large robot with a strange and ferocious shape. At first glance, it even startled Wang Yu. It is about 10 meters tall, with 4 legs and 4 arms. Its body is as solid as a block of metal, with a rough and uneven surface, as if many impurities have been mixed into the metal. The arms and legs are like this. The forearms are equipped with an impact drill, a large electric drill, a large iron hammer, and a giant axe, each of which is exaggerated in size and full of aggression. That would have been bad enough, but the robot was also covered in sharp little drills, making it look like a hedgehog, which made it look particularly ferocious and impossible to touch. Moreover, the robot was covered with many pieces of corpses like trophies. Judging from its clothing, the orange combat suit clearly belonged to the corpse of an insectoid raider. The excavated Sauron protozoa were like jewels, pierced by rivets and hanging around like ornaments. A disturbing creation. Your sanity has decreased by 8. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, noticing the system notification that his sanity had dropped by 8 points. Won't this thing suddenly start moving? He became alert, glancing at the shotgun in his hand, sensing that the firepower was somewhat unequal. Weapons of this caliber probably couldn't even penetrate the robot's skin. Ball and Catgirl also noticed the robot, and both of them showed expressions of dislike, or even disgust on their faces. After all, it's hard to imagine any mentally sound being liking such a spiked and thorny design, let alone a corpse hanging on it. It must have been done by the survivors of this spaceship. It seems that someone survived and held out for quite some time. Let's look for clues first, and try not to touch anything we don't understand. Upon seeing such an aggressive mechanical creation, Baldo also became more vigilant, touching the electromagnetic pulse grenade hanging at her waist, which was particularly effective against machines. Chapter 80 Hydrogen Bricks and Oxygen Bricks. The workshop was spacious, and to avoid any accidents, the three decided to work together. After getting a general idea of the layout, the three of them went down into the spiral corridor, ready to explore it little by little. But I've already changed to the second oxygen cylinder. The remaining oxygen will last for less than 4 hours at most, and I need to leave for 1 hour. So we only have 3 hours left for this activity. Wang Yudao reported his oxygen reserves. There's no other way. Unlike Ball and Cat Kerr, he can't stay active in anaerobic or even vacuum environments for extended periods, so he'd better act quickly. Or perhaps we can find a way to replenish oxygen here, such as oxygen cylinders left by the insectoid raiders, or the oxygen supply channels of the aliens on this spaceship, if they are also life forms that rely on oxygen to breathe. The three quickened their pace and decided to head upwards to check the end of the spiral corridor. As is customary, this location is very likely to be a special function area, and it cannot be missed. Along the way, Wang Yu kept an eye out for any written records or similar things. He hoped that he could trigger a system notification and learn the language of this civilization. Although they had already spent a lot of credits learning the language, if they couldn't even read the text, they wouldn't be able to carry out many of their actions. They arrived at the end of the corridor, where there was indeed a room. But unlike traditional human architecture, this room was oval-shaped, without windows, only some round holes, and then a round door, only 1.5 meters high, which was open. Such a building is more like a cave than a house. Because that's the feeling it gave Wang Yu. Wait, there seems to be something written here. Let me take a look. Wang Yu finally found a record with similar text. It was a sign hanging at the door, resembling a notice. After paying 1,000 credits to the system, Wang Yu understood the text. You have paid 1,000 universal credits to learn the writing system of an unknown civilization. Power distribution room. Wang Yu was able to decipher the seemingly nonsensical characters on the screen. It should be a place like a power distribution room. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can restore power here. Baldao first listened at the door, and when there was no movement, he crouched down and slithered inside like a nimble snake. Then Wang Yu and Mao Kuer followed them in, and the room felt a bit oppressive. Because the ceiling is only a little over 2 meters high, you can even reach out and touch it directly. It seems that these aliens are not very tall on average, and their habits are not similar to those of humans, so they may not be demi-humans. However, the area is quite large, more than 200 square meters. This place does resemble a power distribution room. The stones on the wall that can be moved down are probably switches used to regulate the power supply, which is most likely powered by electricity. Bar pointed to the rock switch on the wall and made his judgment. On the other side, Wang Yu was looking for relevant instructions, because in this power distribution room, there are usually warnings or operating procedures written on how to operate in case of emergency. This place is no exception. It's written right next to the entrance, on a metal plate fixed to it, outlining the operating procedures for emergency situations. Wang Yu translated all the content for Bar. The most valuable part was the emergency procedures in case of a power outage. Because this workshop is equipped with emergency power and an independent life support system, it will automatically switch to emergency power if the power supply from the spaceship is cut off. If the emergency power supply is not working properly, try replacing the hydrogen brick and oxygen brick, and then pull down the switch to backup power button again to try restarting. What are these hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks, and do they use hydrogen energy? Wang Yu frowned and asked Bal, also wanting to know if something similar existed on the planet Jixing. Could it be a hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell? The signs above suggest it's nearby. Let me check. Bal is quite tall, so he felt cramped in the low-ceilinged space. The control panel also seemed smaller than his actual size, so he had to bend over and search for it bit by bit. It should be this one. It's quite heavy. With 3 fingers, Bar grabbed the rather small handrail and pulled hard. A vertical drawer was pulled out of the wall. It was quite long and had 3 layers. Inside were things that looked like hydrogen bricks or oxygen bricks, laid flat. On the other side, roughly in a symmetrical location in the room, Catgirl also found a similar drawer and pulled it out. Wang Yu then tried to check it out himself. Name, hydrogen brick, number 1, reserves 0%. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Heart of Rock, the core enterprise of the Digger civilization, responsible for 90% of the civilization's industrial production and technological research and development. It is also a key enterprise that propelled the Digger civilization into space, especially in the field of material science. Regulatory level, Level 1, civilian use. Introduction, a special material designed for adsorbing and storing hydrogen. When the temperature is below -4.2 degrees Celsius, the material will spontaneously adsorb hydrogen from the environment and store it in the crystal lattice structure. When the temperature is between 7.1 degrees Celsius and 92.3 degrees Celsius, the hydrogen brick will gradually release the hydrogen inside. The release rate is related to the ambient temperature. Hydrogen bricks should not be placed in environments above 103 degrees Celsius, as this will permanently damage their chemical structure and may even cause an explosion due to excessive release of hydrogen gas. When fully stored, its hydrogen content is approximately 69.4% of the equivalent mass of solid hydrogen and 50.7% of the equivalent volume of solid hydrogen. Number 1 represents the largest size, weighing approximately 20 kilograms. Name, oxygen brick, number 1, reserves 0%. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulatory level, Level 1, civilian use. Introduction, a special material designed to adsorb and store oxygen. When the temperature is below 2.2 degrees Celsius, the material will spontaneously adsorb oxygen from the environment and store it in the crystal lattice structure. When the temperature is between 14.1 degrees Celsius and 125.4 degrees Celsius, the oxygen brick will gradually release the oxygen inside. The release rate is related to the ambient temperature. Oxygen bricks should not be placed in environments above 170 degrees Celsius, as this will permanently damage their chemical structure and may even cause an explosion due to excessive oxygen release. When full, its oxygen content is approximately 37.3% of the same mass of solid oxygen and 180% of the same volume of solid oxygen. Number 1 represents the largest size specification, with a mass of approximately 200 kilograms. Is this a super material that can store hydrogen and oxygen? After listening to Wang Yu's story, Bear's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the special square brick in his hand, which was about 45 centimeters on each side and about 20 centimeters thick. This material is not available on other planets. It completely overcomes the pain point of hydrogen and oxygen being difficult to store in applications. It does not require harsh low temperatures or high-pressure cylinders. It can be used directly like coal, which is incredibly convenient. Its energy density is extremely high, no wonder it can be used on spacecraft. Chapter 81, A Bountiful Harvest. You can take this back, it's very valuable. Bar exclaimed excitedly, clearly understanding what this material meant. Take Wang Yu's oxygen cylinder as an example. If it were made of this material, not only would a high-pressure environment not be needed, but the total amount of oxygen it could carry would also be greatly increased. All that would be needed is a temperature control device to adjust the oxygen release rate, and it could also be reused. Similarly, hydrogen bricks also possess similar properties, and even when used as fuel, they are far superior to firewood. However, there is a prerequisite for using these materials. They must have a stable source of hydrogen. There are many options, with water electrolysis being the easiest to implement, but it requires a huge power supply. In addition, gas giants and even some planets have hydrogen in their atmospheres, but collecting it is more difficult. This is indeed a good product. Wang Yu nodded, realizing the value of the item after hearing Bear's explanation. Because it can even be used as a power source for spacecraft, which is much better than ordinary fossil fuels, and the product of combustion is water, which can even be drunk after burning. There were 48 such hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks in the drawer, 24 of each type, which could be taken away when leaving. Furthermore, if we can find fully charged hydrogen and oxygen bricks, we can even restart the backup power supply here, which would greatly facilitate exploration and intelligence gathering. Because computers might also be usable, they could not only view past logs, but even the entire workshop's inventory list. It might all be there, which would be much more efficient than us searching bit by bit. Bar added that there are plans to reopen the workshop. Wang Yu, while assessing the risks, thought of the terrifying robots located at the bottom level. That robot might be the guardian here. Restarting the power might activate it, but let's not rush. Let's go down and check the situation first. Furthermore, there probably aren't any fully charged hydrogen and oxygen bricks left here, because if there were, they would have been used for power generation long ago. Wang Yu looked at the empty hydrogen and oxygen bricks in the drawer and made a judgment. The three of them did not linger in the power room. After figuring things out, they explored downwards along the spiral corridor. Along the way, a large number of parts, including even ores, were placed on the conveyor belt and secured with straps. These aliens may have come to the scree belt to mine and obtain supplies. These parts, including the machine tools, furnaces, and even lighting and wiring on the corridors and platforms, are all valuable and can be used on the deep space. Wang Yu wants to take them all and empty the spacecraft. However, some things become essentially scrap metal once they leave the supporting production line and operating environment. So we have to be selective about what we take and leave the rest to Bear to deal with. They went down to the third level, about 3 laps from the bottom, where they discovered a general warehouse. The space inside wasn't large, but it was packed with things, mostly mined ores, smelted metal blocks, large barrels of machine oil, large quantities of hydrogen and oxygen bricks piled together, and parts and tools whose specific pathways were unclear. With the help of the system, Wang Yu checked each item one by one, skipping over those he didn't quite understand, and soon made a discovery. Name, oxygen container, 100%. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulatory level, Level 1, civilian use. Description, this is an oxygen tank that requires a power source and is used to supply oxygen to spacesuits. It contains a built-in oxygen block, size 5. Either the oxygen block or the oxygen tank can be replaced directly. The latter is more convenient. Name, carbon dioxide filter cartridge, 100%. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulatory level, Level 1, civilian use. Description, this product requires a power source and is used to supply a filter cartridge for absorbing carbon dioxide. It contains a special material for adsorbing carbon dioxide. The filter element or the entire filter cartridge can be replaced directly. The latter is more convenient. Wang Yu found the oxygen cylinders, or rather, oxygen boxes, that the aliens used in this spaceship. But this thing doesn't match my spacesuit at all, so it's unusable. He was oversimplifying things. Creations from different civilizations use different specifications, so how could they be used directly? It seems he can only take them back to sea. Wang Yu looked around on the nearby shelves and found the spacesuit there, but the children's size was fine. But why were 8 of the sleeves wrong and 4 of them looked like pant legs? He couldn't understand how this thing was dressed, but this alien could never be a subhuman. Their physiological structure was completely different. This relatively new-looking spacesuit is unlikely to be of any use. It's practically junk. The 3 continued searching for a while, but it was Kat's courier who spotted the supplies piled up in the corner. There were 3 large boxes of canned food and more than 40 buckets of fresh water in white plastic containers, totaling nearly 2 tons. Name: canned fluorescent moss. Manufacturer: Heart of Rock. Regulatory level: Level 1, civilian use. Description: canned food made from a special organic plant called blue fluorescent moss that grows in humid caves. This is a chemoautotrophic organism with relatively demanding growth conditions, only thriving in warm, humid environments between 35 and 38 degrees Celsius. It is nutritionally complete, containing abundant starch, amino acids, and minerals, and is a primary food source for cave dwellers. It is non-toxic and edible, but has a foul odor that makes it difficult to swallow. This is edible, and the label and packaging are quite new, so it's probably not spoiled. Wang Yu made his judgment after reading the system information. Because it's stored in much better condition than canned cat food, the smell and difficulty in swallowing are things that can be overcome. When they're extremely hungry, they'll eat anything. This trip was definitely worthwhile. It solved their immediate problem. The 3 of them walked around the warehouse briefly, without lingering or moving anything, because it wasn't the right time yet. They could come back to help later. For now, they needed to check the entire workshop first. However, as Wang Yu walked down the corridor after leaving the warehouse, he found a hammer in good condition. Name: explosive power sledgehammer. Manufacturer: Heart of Rock. Regulatory level: Level 1, civilian use. Description: a sledgehammer that uses explosives to increase its power, crushing rocks and facilitating the refining of metals. Number 13 hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks must be filled into the end of the hammer handle. Otherwise, it is just an ordinary sledgehammer and should not be used in confined spaces. After the cavemans took this hammer into space, they discovered it was very ineffective in a weightless environment. Not only were the flying debris and powder difficult to handle, but it also easily caused injury. Therefore, they simply stopped production, and there might still be some left in factories or warehouses used for storing miscellaneous items. Cave dwellers, a type of intelligent, organic life form that lives in caves. They resemble arthropods in appearance, but are actually a type of higher reptile. They are very sensitive to climate, especially temperature, and hibernate to survive the cold winter. Adult individuals typically reach a length of around 1 meter, possessing a very sturdy body and 4 flexible, multi-jointed arms at the shoulders, enabling them to skillfully manipulate various tools. Its 4 legs on its lower body fulfill its need to crawl in caves. Although they spend most of their time in dark caves, they have surprisingly strong night vision. They can see normally by relying on the fluorescence emitted by some mushrooms and moss underground, and are not very adapted to bright light environments. Because this race originated underground, they are skilled at mining and smelting ores in caves to produce high-quality metals, and have a high level of expertise in materials science. After tens of thousands of years of evolution and technological revolution, they finally mastered enough technology to venture into deep space and left their home planet. The Great Hammer Grotto Clan. Wang Yu held the hammer, which was less than half a meter long, and the head was smaller than a fist. It didn't seem to have anything to do with the word hammer. It might be what the cavemans consider a giant hammer. After all, with a height of 1 meter, it certainly does resemble a giant hammer in comparison. Moreover, the hammer is still usable and can be activated smoothly. After pressing the button, a pale yellow light band lit up on the hammer body, indicating that the hydrogen and oxygen bricks inside are charged. Unfortunately, they are too small to be brought back to the power room to generate electricity. Not bad, it can be used as a weapon. Wang Yu turned off the power, waved it a couple of times, and then put it into his bag. Chapter 82: The Death Diggers. They made their way down to the bottom floor. Because it was a zero-gravity environment, and they were in a hurry, they came down quite quickly. Apart from being stuck in the warehouse for about 10 minutes, the total time was only half an hour. At the end of the spiral corridor was this super alloy gate that had previously blocked their way. Even from the inside, it's still breathtaking. Directly opposite the gate was that terrifying four-legged robot, like a guard for this place. Upon seeing the object, all three of them became extremely alert, pointing their guns at it. Catgirl even pulled out a grenade, worried that it might move. That looks like the main control room, but so far we haven't seen a single body. Bale's gun was aimed in that direction. Right below the spiral corridor, there was a large control console. Moreover, what she said was exactly what Wang Yu was wondering about. Why hadn't a single corpse of a cave dweller been found yet? The three of them first approached the terrifying robot. The more you get closer and look up at the robot, the more uncomfortable you feel. It seemed less like a robot and more like the product of some kind of evil ritual. Wang Yu lowered his gun, tried to touch it, and obtained the item's information. Name: Death Digger, remaining energy 97%. Manufacturer: Heart of Rock. Regulatory level: Level 1, civilian use. Synopsis: a heavy combat robot created by an engineer in the final moments of his life to eliminate invaders. Its prototype is the third-generation space mining robot designed by the caveman. It uses No.1 hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks as energy sources and can efficiently collect and transport ore. However, due to the invasion of alien races, the development of the robot was forced to stop, and when it was finally completed, it had completely deviated from the original concept. Its surface is covered with hard drill bits, which severely interfere with movement, waste flexible joints, and increases unnecessary power consumption. Its metal armor incorporates the remains of numerous dead cavemans, as the creators wish to unite their kin and fight side by side to enhance the robot's power. However, its actions have no other substantial effect other than making these metals rough and introducing impurities that significantly reduce their strength. The intruder corpses used as decorations on the robots serve no real purpose other than to instill fear in others. Kill them. Slaughter all the intruders. Kill, 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 kill. They don't deserve to exist in this world. A mad engineer. It can be handed over to the heritage recycler as a legacy of a civilization, and you will receive 20,000 general credits and 3 gacha attempts for the corresponding civilization. Strength: 29. Defense: 18. Armaments: Death Drill, Death Impact Drill, Death Giant Axe, Death Hammer. After reading the item information, Wang Yu's brows furrowed so deeply that they almost formed a deep frown as he looked once more at the crazed robot in front of him. Unsure if it was just his imagination, he felt a chilling coldness and malice emanating from the robot and traveling into his body, causing him to shiver inexplicably. Then, in his eyes, the robot seemed to come alive, with tiny limbs extending from its rough metal surface, as if something was trying to crawl out of it. A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. The robot moved. All the drills on its body began to spin, flying out and piercing towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu, what's wrong with you? Bar patted Wang Yu, pulling him out of his hallucination and back to reality. The latter recovered quickly and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, his power armor helped him stay upright, otherwise he would probably be sitting on the ground right now. Didn't you guys see that just now? After regaining consciousness, Wang Yu looked at the motionless Death Digger, then at Ball and Cat Cour, but only received strange and confused looks from them. Especially Bear, who shone her tactical flashlight around, then looked at Wang Yu as if to ask, "What do you see?" Wang Yu took a deep breath, feeling that the previous hallucination was too real, probably due to his high level of inspiration. "It's nothing, but I think I know why I haven't seen any alien corpses along the way." Wang Yu told the two of them about the robot's features, especially Cat Cour, whose fur stood on end after hearing it, because it sounded like a horror story. This engineer actually used the remains of his compatriots to create robots. But there is good news as well, because this robot still has energy, and it also uses No.1 hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks, which may be able to be used in the power room to restore the power supply here. Moreover, for safety's sake, it's the wisest choice to remove the battery before the robot is turned on. Otherwise, if this problematic robot were to actually come to life, even if it were as awful as the description suggests, destroying it wouldn't be an easy task. The three immediately sprang into action, searching around the robot. In the end, it was Cat Cour who had the sharpest eyes and found a handle similar to the one in the power room, which most likely contained drawers for storing hydrogen and oxygen bricks. "Well done," Wang Yu praised, stroking the fur on the cat Kuer's head. But this location is a bit high, over 4 meters, and there's no ladder. As Wang Yu was pondering this, Ball beside him had already taken action, leaping up the drill bits like a speed climber. However, she tried but couldn't open it, and she didn't use brute force because the scene of tearing off the valve earlier was still vivid in her mind. Cat Kuer, come up here too. This thing seems to be locked. Can you try to dig a hole and remove the lock? Ball called for Kuer to come up and help. The latter was also quite agile and climbed up in a few moments, using her claws to dig the keyhole and the surrounding metal plate to smithereens. As the system said, the outer armor of this thing is not very sturdy. Its strength is not even as good as the walls of the workshop, let alone the door. Then the two found hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks inside, which were placed in 2 layers, 8 of each, and dropped them down one after the other. Wang Yu then uses the system to determine its energy storage status. In addition, the ambient temperature is relatively low, so there is no need to worry about gas leaks. They are all usable, and the reserves are all above 95%. Wang Yu, who was standing on the ground, brought good news. Using this energy, it might be possible to restore power to this area. But this engineer, instead of using the energy to generate electricity, crammed it into a combat robot. How much does he hate those invaders? Wang Yu was speechless, feeling both confused and able to understand, a bit conflicted. However, before taking action, he checked the robot status and found that its remaining energy had indeed dropped to 0%, with no additional backup energy available. He breathed a sigh of relief and told Ball and Cat to move the hydrogen and oxygen bricks to the power room to generate electricity. He needed to hurry, as his oxygen reserves were running low, and if they were slow, he might have to go back to replenish them before coming back. By this time, Wang Yu was no longer very worried about the insectoid raiders. If there were any lurking nearby, they would probably have already started their operation. These human raiders have no reason to ignore them. As for the safety of the deep space, Thor and Pig are involved. If the insectoid raiders successfully seize the ship, then he has nothing to say. The three returned along the same route without stopping, heading straight to the power room at the end of the spiral corridor, where they began replacing the hydrogen and oxygen bricks they had taken from the terrifying robot. Although not every piece has energy, this system should operate in a parallel manner. A portion of the hydrogen-oxygen bricks without fuel will not affect the overall operation. Otherwise, the system would easily malfunction. The result was the same. After pushing the drawer back and pulling down the stone representing the emergency power source, the room, and indeed the entire workshop, lit up, and the hum of machinery could be heard. However, the color of these lights is a bit strange. They are fluorescent green, somewhat like emergency escape indicator lights, but brighter and brighter enough to see, though the color is more difficult to distinguish. After restarting the power, Bar immediately turned off the life support system. Because such a large space has a hole in it, it's a complete waste of energy. After doing all this, the three returned to the bottom floor, where they were much more relaxed because there was no danger here. It was just a closed workshop. Wang Yu was already thinking about how to bring the Death Digger back. It might be the biggest gain from this trip, and he had to bring it back. It's very big and heavy. Although there's no gravity, it's not easy to move. Besides, the emergency exit entrance isn't that high. It's impossible to squeeze in. Wang Yu felt a headache. Do we have to disassemble it into parts and take it back? As they were pondering, the three of them had already returned to the bottom floor of the workshop. Chapter 83: The Insectoid's Weapon. I'll go check the central control console. Ball greeted them and headed straight for the control panel, intending to hack into the system and gather more intelligence. Wang Yu didn't move. He glanced at the remaining oxygen, frowned, and looked at the Death Digger, considering the next course of action. No matter what he thought, he had to dismantle this robot. But it's not easy to carry if it's disassembled. It's so big, we definitely can't take it all in one trip. And the main entrance has to be open, otherwise carrying things would be exhausting. If we take some of it back after dismantling it, will the heritage recyclers recognize it? Oops, what a hassle. Wang Yu felt a headache coming on. Just then, he felt someone tugging at his spacesuit. Looking over, he saw it was Cat Kuer. She handed me something directly, like a yellow toy gun, with a plastic feel that made it look even more like a toy in my hand. Name: Pulse Pistol. Manufacturer: Parasite House. Regulatory level: Level 1, Civilian Use. Synopsis: non-lethal and lethal dual-purpose weapons distributed by the Parasite House to low-level combat personnel. It can emit low-frequency pulses to paralyze targets, which is effective against most organic life forms. It can also switch to live fire mode, using electromagnetic propulsion to cause damage to bullets. Each full charge allows for 150 shots, but in high-energy mode, only 15 shots are allowed. The battery is replaceable, and each battery contains 15 live rounds. These are weapons from the insectoid raiders. Wang Yu said in surprise. What's even more surprising is that the weapon still works. Kur, where did you find this? He then asked, and Catgirl pointed to a corner where a lot of miscellaneous items were piled up, yellow and blue, looking just like a garbage dump. The gun was found in the junkyard. Wang Yu and Ball were so focused on the robot and the control panel that they overlooked the suspicious junkyard. Kur, you did a great job. Wang Yu praised it, and then he and Mao Kur rummaged through the garbage heap, finding things everywhere. Inside were empty cans, discarded metal parts, and damaged weapons, as well as intact weapons. Name, Sweet Breeze Bomb. Manufacturer, Parasite House. Regulatory level, Level 1, civilian use. Introduction, Sweet Wind was originally a special secretion used by the Soren insectoids to anesthetize the host's nerves, depriving them of their ability to resist and their consciousness. It can act on the central nervous system of most organic life forms. After further refinement and purification, this substance can also be used to anesthetize living targets and has been made into special hand grenades. When squeezed tightly until deformed, it will explode into a sweet, cloying fragrance when thrown. Inhalation of this fragrance can cause unconsciousness. It is a non-lethal weapon and is ineffective against the Sauron insectoids. However, inhaling large amounts can lead to nerve paralysis or even respiratory failure, resulting in death. Furthermore, this substance is addictive. Even trace amounts can bring users happiness and satisfaction, but also dull their senses and impair their nerve function. Therefore, it is sometimes added to beverages and even cigarettes, making it a major pillar industry for the Sauron insectoid race. This insect. After reading the message, Wang Yu's face revealed undisguised disgust. Their weapons are mostly non-lethal, and their purpose is self-evident. After all, these people are a valuable asset that they need to plunder, and destroying them would not be in their interest. Including the previous one, 3 pulse pistols like this were found in total. In addition, there are more than a dozen replaceable batteries, only 4 of which are loaded with live ammunition. The replacement method is similar to changing the magazine. They can even be charged, and the charging interface is the same as that of the Fire Scorpion 05, which seems to be a kind of universal charging port. Only 5 Sweet Wind bombs were found, and more than 20 others were used. It seems that the insectoid raiders used a considerable number of grenades to take this place. But what about the caveman's weapons? Anyway, I didn't find it in this pile of garbage. That makes sense. This is a workshop, not an armory. Even if there are weapons here, the quantity is probably not very large, and they wouldn't be placed in a place where they can be easily obtained. He looked at the terrifying robot, called out to Catgirl, and planned to examine the remains of the insectoid raiders on it. It's highly unlikely that the weapons will be found, and the combat suits are all damaged, even suggesting possible deliberate desecration of the bodies. However, the thing on his back that looked like 2 air tanks was most likely the jetpack mentioned in the system information. He didn't know if it was intact, so he decided to check. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yu and Cat Kur removed the backpacks from the 8 corpses. Using Kur's sharp claws, they were able to easily remove the chains, even though they were embedded inside the corpses. And there are actually 2 usable jetpacks here, one with 57% gas remaining and the other with 41%. Name, Combat Jetpack. Manufacturer, Parasite House. Regulatory level, Level 1, civilian use. Description, jetpacks distributed by the Parasite House to low-level combat personnel. They have a simple structure and can be used independently. The direction of the nozzle can be controlled by 2 waist poles. Pulling them sharply will turn them to the upper nozzle. The amount and intensity of the jet can be adjusted by pressing the button, enabling short-distance movement in vacuum and weightless environments. However, the gas storage capacity in high-pressure cylinders is limited, making them unsuitable as a primary means of transportation. This is a good thing too. I'll try it and see if I can use it. Wang Yu would try out any equipment he found. It had almost become a habit, and basically nothing escaped his grasp except for grenades. Moreover, it wasn't that he didn't want to try out the hand grenade. It's just that the cost of trying it out was too high, as it was a one-time use item. He put the jetpack on his back, and it fit him quite well, though he wasn't sure if the shoulder straps were sturdy enough. The material, however, was quite elastic. Wow! With a startled cry, Wang Yu flew out like a firecracker, crashing diagonally into the spiral corridor on one side. But just as it was about to crash, it made another sharp turn, continued to rise, and slowly decelerated, floating in midair. Not bad. The quality of this bug's equipment is decent. Wang Yu gave a compliment. Although the insect's behavior is disgusting, it has nothing to do with the insect's creation. However, the gas cylinders are depleted quite quickly. After just one flight, they dropped by 5%, leaving only 52%. Let's try again to see if we can pump air in, then they'll have another way to move around in space. Ball below also noticed Wang Yu's actions, frowned slightly, and waved for him to come down, saying that he had successfully entered the console system and discovered some information inside. Chapter 84. This universe is evil. Katkur, stop playing around. I'll teach you how to use it when we get back, otherwise you'll easily get hurt. When Wang Yu saw that Mao Kuer was putting another jetpack on her body, he quickly stopped her. The latter was very obedient, pouting as he put down the jetpack, but when they get back, he'll definitely pester her to play with it again. The three met at the central control console. The system had been hacked by Ball, but it was much easier than the deep space mission, and they gained top management privileges in no time. She downloaded a large amount of information about the civilization and the spaceship from the console, including a language dictionary, and then organized the information, which included a large amount of text information, pictures, and videos. In terms of programming languages and computing, the Machine Star civilization was far ahead, a complete dimensional reduction attack, and the whole process didn't take long. She opened the documents one by one in the sorted order and explained their contents, which made Wang Yu frown. Because the actual situation differed from Wang Yu's prediction. This spaceship actually comes from a nearby star system called Sursks, which is less than 2 light-years away. However, Wang Yu and his group had never seen this star system before. The closest one they had ever seen was that special star system known as Hell Star. But they'll understand why once they see what happens. The problem stems from a problem with a blue giant star in the galaxy where this civilization resides. Its brightness is rapidly decreasing. It was later confirmed that this was caused by an advanced civilization that was creating something to envelop the blue giant star. Dyson Sphere. Wang Yu naturally thought of that creation. No, you'll find out as you watch on. Bar continued his story. At first it was indeed like a Dyson sphere, with the heat emanating from the star rapidly decreasing, threatening the survival of the cavemans. They tried to communicate, and even launched nuclear warheads, but to no avail. The other side simply ignored them. This thing is probably a pre-programmed self-regulating mechanism that cannot communicate at all. It is just executing a pre-written, predetermined program. After confirming this fact, the cave-dwelling civilization made 2 preparations. One was to prepare for low temperatures and extreme cold, as they had an advantage in this regard as a race living underground. Another measure was to accelerate the development of the space industry and build large colony ships. They have a population of over 50 billion, a unified set of values, and very strong industrial and mobilization capabilities. After about a century of preparation, just as the space dock was completed and the first colony ship was built, the star of their star system vanished. Huh? It disappeared? Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it disappeared. It now appears that it may have been transferred to subspace, perhaps to be moved back as an energy source, or perhaps simply to destroy the galaxy. In short, this creation has scooped away the star, and without this gravitational source that accounts for over 90% of the galaxy's mass, the galaxy's balance has been instantly disrupted. This is a near unsolvable catastrophe for any civilization on the planet. Ball frowned. Even she found it hard to imagine that such a terrifying creation could exist. The cavemen calculated that their home planet was about to collide with another planet, and they only had a few decades left. Moreover, having lost the star's light, their population had plummeted from a peak of 50 billion to 10 billion. In their final, hasty years, they built 5 large colony ships and 12 smaller ones, abandoning nearly half their population, leaving their home planet, and setting sail towards their destination, their new home, Hellstar. Hellstar? There must be something wrong here, Ball. Are you sure they're going to colonize that planet with the eye? Isn't that practically suicide? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but interrupt. Bar then offered an explanation for this. I had the same doubts at first, but after comparing the star charts, I was convinced that their target was indeed Hellstar. As for the reason, you'll understand once you've seen old photos of that planet. Bar pulled up the photo, and what appeared to be a blue planet, remarkably similar to Earth. Not only is there a vast blue sea, but lush vegetation can also be seen on land, enveloped by thin, wispy clouds. That planet wasn't like this before. It was a vibrant planet, perhaps even home to civilization. However, because the central control console was shut down for a long time due to a power outage, I cannot confirm how many years ago this photo was taken, but it shouldn't be too long ago. Many of the facilities here are not yet outdated and unusable. In fact, they are still in relatively good condition. Bar added. So that's how it is. So the eyeballs on that planet popped out from behind. Wang Yu smacked his lips and tried to touch his chin, but only touched the hood of his spacesuit. If that's the case, he recalled the situation on Hellstar. Although most of the planet was covered in red, a small, cold white continent was still preserved on the other side of the giant eye near the poles. Perhaps the civilization on Hellstar had not been extinguished. We need to return to the deep space probe for further observation and confirmation. Let's return to the ship and the fleet behind it. According to their plan, the fleet would mine for resources and supplies in the debris belt of our current star system before heading to Hellstar. However, before arriving, they received a distress signal with a peculiar frequency. An alien spaceship is trapped in the asteroid belt of this star system due to engine failure. It goes without saying whose ship it is. It belongs to the Sauron insectoids. The civilization made contact with the ship and even offered assistance. In the surveillance video shown by Ball, several demi-humans wearing protective suits and a group of strange creatures with 4 legs and 4 arms and rock-like skin were shaking hands in what appeared to be a rather pleasant conversation. What the caveman tribe didn't know was that these people were actually nothing more than insects in human skin. What followed was pretty much as Wang Yu had predicted. The Soren Zerg launched a raid on this massive colonial fleet, roughly 3 weeks after the two sides made contact. In the footage, a series of spaceships, each over 10 meters long, hurtled through the air and launched a boarding operation against the caveman colony fleet. They were directly attached to the colony ships, including the first colony ship where Wang Yu was currently located. Then came a one-sided massacre, or rather, a capture. Because the Sauron insectoids appeared suddenly, the cavemans had no time to prepare and were knocked unconscious by the sweet wind of the anesthetic gas injected into the small spaceship. Control of the spaceship changed hands quickly, the only unexpected event being the ship Wang Yu was on. Their position was better, and the number of invaders was smaller. They reacted quickly, and a fierce street battle began inside the spaceship. However, the Cave Clan was at an overwhelming disadvantage because they were on the defensive, their organization was chaotic, they lacked coordination, and they had never expected such a war. Inside the workshop, an engineer happened to be testing a newly developed mining robot. He managed to avoid the anesthetic gas and piloted the robot to fight the intruders. The insectoid combatants, lacking heavy weapons, suffered massive casualties upon contact, resorting to throwing out numerous sweet wind bombs. However, this had no effect on the pilots, as the cockpit was sealed and had an independent life support system. As the engineers achieved a partial victory and prepared for further action, the ship's commander's final speech was heard in the video. They could no longer win this war of aggression. These damned invaders aren't some kind of demi-humans, but a bunch of disgusting parasites. They'd rather die and have their souls returned to the sand than have their bodies taken by these insects. That's something even harder to accept than death. As the sole surviving supreme leader, this commander made the desperate decision to perish together with the invaders. This universe is evil. You advanced civilizations, relying on your earlier emergence and superior technology, wantonly destroy our homes, plunder our population, and expect us to live like animals. That's a pipe dream. I, Kidkur, the 41st Emperor of the Great Empire, with an indomitable will that springs from the very heart of the earth, reject all your demands for negotiation and hereby declare you plunderers dead. The Emperor issued a direct order to detonate the nuclear bombs on all the colony ships to completely annihilate the invaders. Chapter 85 Desperate Engineer. This is the approximate reconstruction of the original event based on the log information in the console. But the Soren Swarm also took action. Surveillance cameras captured this scene before the ship exploded. Ball pulled up a surveillance video from space, showing that the surfaces of these colony ships were covered with small, dark brown boats that looked like parasites. Before the explosion, the small, dark brown boats lit up, and then, along with 5 other large colonial ships, they all vanished into thin air. They hid in the warp? Wang Yu immediately realized that the Sauron Zerg were able to bring their looted ships into the warp. This kind of technology is practically tailor-made for plunder. Therefore, the Emperor's self-destruct order actually only destroyed the large colony ship he was on and 2 smaller colony ships around it. The other ships, along with the billions of people, were all taken into the warp by the raiders. As the pinnacle of the civilization's technology, the workshop's door was made with the latest experimental materials, so it was not destroyed in the explosion. Instead, it was propelled far away by the impact, and some people even survived inside. The following records are rather somber. The survivor is a senior engineer named Bach, who can be found in the console logs. He was in charge of developing the latest generation of mining robots. He survived the explosion because he was inside the robot's cockpit and wearing a seatbelt, but he lost an arm. His other colleagues were not as lucky. After experiencing high concentrations of sweet anesthetic and the impact of the explosion, none survived. At this point, although the engineer, Bavik, was in despair, he rallied after a struggle and began collecting the corpses of his fellow race members. According to the traditions of the cave-dwelling tribe, the remains of the deceased should be collected and placed in a square metal box. But after Bavik finished doing all this and started checking the system logs, he was horrified to discover that the raiders hadn't been killed in the explosion, but had instead taken their colony ships and vanished into the void, just as they had appeared. The subsequent surveillance footage became somewhat incomprehensible. The engineer initially went berserk and caused destruction, but after several hours he calmed down and quietly began to clean up the mess. Then he suddenly took out the metal boxes containing the bodies of his deceased colleagues, sat in front of them, and said something. Because the surveillance camera was far away, only the footage was visible. After giving his instructions, the engineer equipped each of his 127 deceased colleagues with weapons. If there weren't enough weapons, he provided them with a power hammer that Wang Yu had found. Then, he put them one by one into the smelting furnace to melt and cast them into metal blanks, which would be used to modify and repair the mining robot that was being tested. This process is very energy intensive. In order to make the modification possible, the engineer did not hesitate to rewrite part of the console program code and remove the restrictions. Soon, the workshop's backup energy, including the hydrogen-oxygen bricks in the warehouse, was completely used up. The last bit of energy, hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks, was not used by Bavik on the workshop's life support system, but instead was put into that terrifying, unrecognizable robot. The engineer then sat inside and never came out again until the video footage went completely black, indicating that the entire workshop's backup power had been exhausted. There are actually some food reserves in this workshop. With energy and being all alone, he could live for decades if he used it sparingly. But he used all his limited energy on modifying the robot, which was pointless. He would have been better off trying to send out a distress signal, which would have kept it going for longer. From a rational perspective, this is indeed the case, but Bar did not put himself in the shoes of Engineer Bavik or think from the perspective of his ethnic group. If they were in the other person's shoes, they would realize that sending out a distress signal would be pointless, because their tribe had already perished. Moreover, even if someone receives the distress signal, they may not be a benevolent person, but rather one of the insectoid raiders. They may be too afraid to send any distress signal at all, as if they were in a dark forest where they were the prey and others were the hunters. Just as their emperor once said, this universe may indeed be incredibly evil. Even if he wanted to create a powerful combat robot, he shouldn't have fused the remains of his own kind into the metal. Wouldn't that be contrary to his purpose? Metal mixed with impurities would only become a mess. Bar didn't understand the engineer's behavior because Wang Yu hadn't told her any specific information about the terrifying robot. He just wanted to fight alongside his colleagues. Perhaps that made him feel safer, that's all. Wang Yu frowned in response, trying to understand the engineer's behavior. However, this engineer's behavior at the end was clearly abnormal, so it's best not to delve too deeply into his actions and motives. He glanced at the remaining oxygen supply, replaced it with the last oxygen cylinder, which would probably last for about 2 more hours. It's time for them to leave. If the items are difficult to move or you can't finish moving them, then go back and rest before coming back, because it seems unlikely that there are any insectoid raiders lurking around. The reason these insectoid raiders attacked the colony was that they first deceived and anesthetized them with a false distress signal, thus confirming the colony's technological level before sending out their main force. The entire process took about 3 weeks, which is the time required for subspace travel, so the distance to the enemy's main base was actually very far. This also proves that the other party possesses faster-than-light communication methods, possibly subspace communication technology, which the deep space vessel also has, but it cannot use it due to its starvation state. Ball, this door should be open now, right? Wang Yu pointed to the workshop's large door, which was made up of spiral blades. Can. The latter immediately operated it, and then the door rotated clockwise, The blades unfolded and retracted into the door frame, which was very futuristic, but it was a pity. There's one more thing. Isn't the door to the captain's cabin broken? Is there any facility here to repair it, or to build a new door and replace it? Wang Yu thought of the captain's cabin's predicament. It really needed repairs, and preferably before the next entry into subspace. There are ready-made production lines and raw materials here, which is why he asked. We need to go back and determine the dimensions of the door first, and then assess whether the backup energy here can support the production of such a door. Okay, we'll see later. Wang Yu nodded and looked at the terrifying robot again. That robot might be able to operate, but it needs a driver. Maybe it can be driven back. He thought about it and decided to give it a try. Chapter 86 Still Alive. Ball, Cat Cur, you two go and move the things to the door. Pack them up and take them with you later, especially those boxes of canned food and water. I'll go check that robot again. If it can operate, we can put the battery back in and it can fly directly back to deep space, which will be much more convenient. Wang Yudao had been thinking about how to take this Death Digger with him. After all, it's a legacy of civilization, and we absolutely can't let it go. We're counting on making up for the credits we spent learning the unknown language here. After assigning tasks, the three began their first separate operations. With the power restored, the workshop was no longer so dark, and with the absence of the unstable insect raiders, they were able to work more freely. Wang Yu approached the terrifying robot and, based on information he had seen in previous videos, determined the location of the cockpit. He took to the air using the jetpack. He had only tried it briefly before, but he mastered its use very easily. While it will take some time to master, it's perfectly fine for everyday commuting. It should be here. Wang Yu hovered to the right of the terrifying robot, roughly below its four top arms. As shown in the video, there is a driver's seat inside this cylindrical body covered with drill bits, but there are no windows, making it look like an unmanned robot. And where's the gap? Is this the legendary odd job? Wang Yu frowned. He even turned on the powerful flashlight on his shoulder, but couldn't see any gap. This was too exaggerated. There was no handle. How could he open it? He thought of Kerr the cat. Her claws always played an irreplaceable role when breaking down walls, but he couldn't bring himself to call her over. Wang Yu looked at the cat Kerr who was walking uphill, thought for a moment, and took out an item. Upon closer reflection, he could actually do something similar. He had short spikes made from Shadow Fiend's claws, and he also had a hammer. Based on the footage he had seen in the video, he located the right spot and thrust hard. The Shadow Fiend's short spike pierced directly into the metal armor. It was indeed very sharp. But it's still a bit short of making a hole to open the hatch. So Wang Yu took out the small hammer called the Big Hammer, activated its power, took a deep breath, and swung it directly. Boom! The commotion even caught the attention of Ball and Cat Kerr on the spiral corridor. They looked over and saw Wang Yu flying backwards, looking quite disheveled, and almost crashing into the wall. The terrifying robot, after being thrown around like that, also overturned to the ground, demonstrating the immense power of the hammer. Of course, this was also related to the weightless environment. Ball frowned, sensing that Wang Yu was prone to making dangerous noises in the corners. Fortunately, nothing happened, and he managed to steady himself with the help of his jetpack. Below, Wang Yu was also a little scared, because the hammer was too powerful. Is this really meant for human use? If someone accidentally hits it with a hammer, and you're not wearing any protective gear, wouldn't you be half dead from the shockwave? It seems that the physical structure of these cave dwellers is also unique. Their rock-like skin may not be just a matter of looking tough. He quickly flew back to check on his gains. Sure enough, the hammer blow, combined with the short spikes, created a large hole in the not-so-sturdy robot shell, and the short spikes disappeared. He approached and took the high-powered flashlight from his shoulder to check. What he saw nearly scared him to death, because the short spike had pierced the engineer's head. That shriveled, spherical object between the four arms must be the head, since it has organs resembling a mouth and eyes, and it can rotate 360 degrees, as seen in the video. After being startled, Wang Yu quickly recovered. After all, it was just a long-dead corpse, almost a mummy. I really didn't mean to. He said somewhat apologetically that after observing the body for more than 10 seconds and confirming that it wouldn't move, he began to use his flashlight to search for it, even reaching inside to feel around. Finally, he found something that looked like a lever, and with a pull, the mechanically assisted cockpit door finally slid open. There was simply no way to open it from the outside. For levers. How do you operate this thing? We'll see if Ball can find the manual later. Wang Yu assessed the situation and then looked at the hole in the hatch. He felt that if they were to use it, they had to patch the hole. Otherwise, what would happen if it leaked air? I'm so sorry, but you have to return the short thorns to me. I will give you a proper burial afterwards. Wang Yu reached out to pull out the short spike embedded in the engineer's head. It was quite tight, like it was stuck in a rock. Every time he pulled, it pulled the seatbelt that was holding the driver in place. Well, let's get you out first, Wang Yu said, preparing to unbuckle his seatbelt and retrieve the engineer's body. However, the cockpit was a bit small for Wang Yu, and there was a corpse inside, so he had to be careful and try not to tear the other person's head off as well. However, when Wang Yu unbuckled his seatbelt to remove the body, he unexpectedly found that he couldn't pull it out. Upon closer inspection, Wang Yu gasped in shock. He discovered that the lower half of the corpse, its 4 legs, had taken root in the robot and were wriggling and spreading downwards. This is... Before Wang Yu could react, 2 withered hands with only 4 fingers grabbed his outstretched right arm, and then the other hand reached for his head, or rather the hood, but because it was not long enough, it only grabbed the front of the exoskeleton power armor. Intruder, I've finally waited for you. Despite being in a vacuum, Wang Yu inexplicably heard a sound coming from this corpse. No, this guy isn't dead yet. He can't be considered a corpse. Grass. Wang Yu cursed and tried to break free, but found that the thing was quite strong, and he was wearing power armor, so he couldn't break free easily. Fortunately, he was no longer a novice and acted very decisively. He reached for his chest with his left hand, drew the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol, and fired decisively, burning through the monster's head with a single shot. Then he picked up the floating shadow demon dagger, kicked hard, and forced his way back, though half of the monster's arm was still hanging from his collar. Wang Yu, what's wrong? Bale's voice came through the headset built into his spacesuit, as he heard some unusual noises. We're in big trouble. That engineer isn't dead, and he's acting strangely. Wang Yu replied, adjusting his posture with the jetpack, when a violent explosion came from in front of him. Because when Wang Yu made his escape, he didn't forget to give him a fragmentation grenade. But the grenade was only SOSO. The terrifying robot that had once fallen reacted as if it had risen from the dead, its body twitching as it slowly stood up in an abnormal posture, as if something inside it was supporting its movement. The next second, all the drills in his body started working, and a roaring sound came from inside his body as he stood in front of Wang Yu. Chapter 87. It gained weight. What? Ball rushed out of the warehouse and saw the terrifying robot below activating, an incredulous expression on his face. You should know that the robot's energy source, namely those hydrogen and oxygen bricks, was recently taken away by her and Kat Kur themselves. But this thing, why can it still move? Ball couldn't comprehend what she was seeing, yet it was reality. Her system hadn't been interfered with in any way, which was inexplicable. After standing up, the terrifying robot's drills all over its body started spinning, and it threw a punch at Wang Yu, making Bale's heart pound with fear. Fortunately, Wang Yu possessed superhuman talent in driving and spatial awareness, narrowly avoiding the attack. He was only grazed by a small drill bit, which left a scratch on the surface of his power armor and tore his spacesuit. The gas leaked rapidly, but Wang Yu took the opportunity to get away from the Death Digger and quickly grabbed the emergency repair spray to plug the leak. This is standard equipment for spacesuits, otherwise, a hole would be fatal. However, the strength after repair is questionable, and it's impossible to repair large holes. The terrifying robot didn't let Wang Yu go and attacked again. It could even speak, and its voice went directly into Wang Yu's mind, which was simply unbelievable. I'll beat you to death, you evil intruder. The Death Digger pursued, but Wang Yu dodged again and raised the beam pistol in his hand. But after a slight hesitation, he put the gun away and replaced it with a more powerful magnetic blasting grenade. At that moment, a heavy bullet arrived in an instant, hitting one of the legs of the Death Digger. The powerful impact made it pause, slowing its movements by half a beat. Wang Yu looked up and saw that it was Ball who had come to provide support from above. She took the jetpack that Catgirl was playing with at some point and flew down with Catgirl in her arms, holding a gun in one hand. The powerful recoil of the anti-material sniper rifle sent her flying backward a distance, but fortunately, she was able to recover. Following instructions, Catgirl bit off the fuses of 2 electromagnetic pulse, EMP, grenades, and threw them at the Death Digger. It was a perfect teamwork. Wang Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected Ball and Kat Kur to move so quickly. The grenade landed directly in front of the Death Digger. Although it was her first time throwing a grenade, Catgirl threw it with unexpected accuracy. It exploded with a dazzling burst of electric sparks upon contact with the ground, and a powerful electromagnetic pulse swept over the Death Digger's entire body. This electromagnetic pulse weapon kills by releasing a strong electromagnetic pulse for a short time, causing the current in the wire chip to overload and burn out. It is particularly effective for precision electronic devices, and even more so for robots. After being hit, the Death Digger took 2 steps and then stopped moving. A large number of electric sparks and currents burst out of its body, and some small drill bits were blown out, leaving some burnt debris floating in the air. If anyone could smell something in a vacuum, they would probably smell a foul, burnt odor, like the cat Kur above, who is covering her nose with a look of disgust on her face. The 3 officially reunited, and Death Digger was also paralyzed due to EMP, so it seemed that Wang Yu's side had won. But Wang Yu, who knew exactly how the robot moved, showed no sign of relaxation. He even changed the magnetic blasting grenade in his hand from 1 to 2, becoming a dual-wielding grenade user. Wang Yu. Ball also noticed something was wrong and looked over. "Didn't you feel that chill?" Wang Yu asked solemnly. Feeling cold, Ball looked at the terrifying robot and indeed felt nothing. But Wang Yu had already pressed the detonator on the grenade, and the cat Kur next to him suddenly bristled because she had also sensed it. Only Ball, being a robot, was a little slow to react. The Death Digger, which had been stationary and motionless, began to tremble again. Upon seeing this, Wang Yu threw 2 magnetic grenades at it without hesitation. This type of grenade is actually used to breach doors. It is more powerful than a fragmentation grenade and can adhere to metal. 2 grenades were stuck directly onto the robot's torso and 1 arm, and then exploded violently, sending fragments flying. Although there was no shock wave due to the lack of atmosphere, the resonance from the explosion echoed throughout the workshop, giving the illusion that the entire workshop was shaking. But after the explosion, the terrifying robot burst out of the debris, leaving Wang Yu wide-eyed in disbelief. "Damn it, this thing's gotten bigger, get out of here," Wang Yu shouted, because even his most powerful weapon couldn't do anything to this thing, so there was no point in continuing the fight. Running away was the only solution. All 3 fled towards the gate. Thanks to their jetpacks, their escape speed increased dramatically, and they arrived at the gate in just a few seconds. It was a wise decision to leave the gate open earlier. Now it's much easier to escape. The Death Diggers were hot on their heels, moving at a breakneck pace. Where the bombs had struck, their metal armor had crumbled, extruding chunks of dark red flesh that filled the gaps. The severed robotic arm extended flesh and blood from its broken surface, intertwined with metal parts and cables. After picking up the severed arm from the ground, he reattached it, but the arm was much longer. At this point, the Death Digger could no longer be called a robot, but a completely twisted monster. 2 more electromagnetic pulse grenades exploded beneath him, thrown by the bombardier cat Kur, who had come from Ball. However, the effect was almost negligible. It was useless against the flesh-and-blood robot, and a bomb would have been more practical. Wang Yu threw all the magnetic explosive grenades he was carrying over, not even bothering to look behind him, and while flying, he thought about what to do next. He looked at the ruins in front of the gate, the very path they had come from. If you rush in, you can use the terrain of the ruins to block the robot. But this is a mining robot that grows flesh. If it makes any noise and causes the ruins to collapse further, it could trap them, which would be disastrous. There's no time to slowly clear the obstacles and open a path at this point. They might very well get trapped inside and die. Get out through the hole in the ceiling. Wang Yu barely paused, fully energizing his jetpack and soaring like a rocket towards the opening in the ceiling. They also entered the workshop through that opening. The breach, a few meters wide, was just wide enough for a person to pass through. Wait. Ball seemed to want to say something, but Wang Yu had already rushed out at a very fast speed, so she could only bite the bullet and chase after him. The 2 flew out of the breach one after the other, leaving the terrifying robot below far behind, and prepared to continue flying towards the deep space, which was docked not far away. But at that moment, Wang Yu, who was gripping the back of the jetpack, was shocked to find that the power from the jetpack had become intermittent. Just as he finished decelerating, and before he could fall back into the wreckage of the spaceship, the power was completely cut off. No way, it stopped breathing now. Wang Yu's eyes widened. His mind went blank with panic, unable to think of anything, and he fell helplessly into the endless deep space. Chapter 88: Creation of Flight. Just as Wang Yu was at a loss, a figure swept past him at an even faster speed. It was Ball. "Now, do as I say, cat girl," Ball said, then saw cat Kur assume a pose of preparing for a jump, step on Ball, push off with force, and grab Wang Yu, who was floating upwards as she fell downwards. Katarina's reverse kick was quite powerful, and the 2 landed steadily on the wreckage of the spaceship without being thrown off, because Katarina's claws had pierced into the hull, securing their position. However, despite using his jetpack to slow down immediately, Ball ran out of gas due to the same problem and soon lost power, drifting into outer space. By the time Wang Yu realized what had happened, this was already the situation. His luck saved him once again, regardless of his personal will. Damn it, Wang Yu cursed angrily. It's likely that Ball had noticed the pressure gauge on the jetpack was almost empty beforehand, so he wanted to remind him. But, just as Wang Yu was about to say something, a terrifying noise came from beneath him, making him lose his balance. It looked like some heavy object had struck the wreckage from within. It was the monster. Several tentacles with drill bits at the ends had already emerged from the breach, flailing wildly and attacking the surroundings. Wang Yu, get on the boat quickly. Bale's voice interrupted Wang Yu's thoughts. He had already raised his sniper rifle, aimed at the breach, and spotted the pursuing Death Digger. At this point, even if she fired a gun and used the recoil, it would be difficult for her to return to the wreckage, and it would also waste precious time. What they lack most right now is time. Wang Yu grasped the situation in an instant, knowing that staying would only make things worse, and he had to do what a captain should do. Then wait for me, and whatever you do, don't let anything happen. Wang Yudao urged Mao Kuer to hurry up and, using the magnetic attraction function of her spacesuit, ran across the wreckage at a considerable speed, but without blindly running wildly. Don't rush, stay calm. We absolutely cannot leave the surface of the wreckage now. That would only waste time. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and ran relentlessly, quickly getting away from Mao Kuer. On Bale's side, the hole below has already been dug out. Faced with mining robots equipped with so many demolition tools, this obstacle is hardly better than a layer of paper. It will be dug through in just a few seconds to create a large hole. But just as it emerged, two magnetic grenades floated over, stuck to its head, and exploded violently, blasting it back into the crater. Despite floating upwards, Ball remained calm and used the weapons at hand to blast the robot back into the crater twice. But she had run out of grenades, so she had to pull out her anti-material sniper rifle again, look down through the scope at the monster emerging from the breach. At this moment, the robot's appearance changed again. Even Ball felt a chill from its hideous appearance, and his skin tingled slightly. It looked just like the mutated monster on the planet Mech that had been persecuted by Higra for a long time. The small drill bits on its surface no longer posed an obstacle. Instead, they became wildly swinging drill tentacles, like an enraged sea anemone. What's even more terrifying is that its metal shell, including the overflowing flesh, has many cavemen's arms sticking out. They aren't long, but there are a lot of them, making the robot look like it's covered in centipede legs. Any normal person would feel their scalp tingle and their skin break out in rashes just looking at it. Kill you. Evil invaders, die. Don't even think about escaping. Bar's eyes widened, and she even loosened her grip on the gun, because she could actually hear sounds in a vacuum. That wasn't a radio signal, much less a sound wave. There was no record of that audio in her system log, but she clearly heard it. This inexplicable phenomenon threw Ball, a robot, into a brief state of confusion, but she eventually gripped her gun and fired a shot at the increasingly bizarre robot, followed by a second shot. However, guns of this caliber had no real effect other than enraging the twisted robot. After all, it's a monster that even magnetic bombs can't defeat, so it's not something that a mere sniper rifle can repel. The repetitive actions of simply holding the gun, aiming, and firing prevented Ball from having wild thoughts and from losing his composure. She should have been fearless of death, but for some reason her hands were trembling and her vision was blurring, with double images appearing. Ball repeated the action of firing, mechanically firing, the bullets landing on the dead digger. But the monster was getting bigger and bigger in her eyes, and closer, and she could see it more and more clearly. The tiny limbs protruding from its surface had somehow produced weapons, seemingly the same ones the engineer had prepared for his compatriots, including a power hammer, which was firing and swinging haphazardly. We hope to unite the strength of our compatriots and fight side by side. Bar suddenly understood the engineer's actions back then. His vision appears to have been realized, albeit in an extremely distorted way. Their guns were quite powerful, like cannonballs, and could even cause explosions when they hit the floating rubble around them. But unfortunately the invaders didn't get to experience them properly. The most recent attack even swept Ball into it, sending him tumbling several times before crashing into a small piece of rubble. It seemed to be a shockwave. Fortunately, these guys don't have eyes and they can't aim. But that's all. Kaka. The sniper rifle in my hand gave me the feel of firing an empty shot. The field of vision was filled with a large number of drill bits connected to tentacles. Ball only had time to turn his head to dodge the first one before a gash was torn open on his cheek, and a bead of crimson blood formed into a regular sphere in the weightless environment. Then dozens, or even hundreds of drill bits came crashing down, and Ball had lost the ability to move or even think due to fear and despair. But at this time, "Get the hell out of my way." A familiar yet unfamiliar roar rang out, but there was no audio recording of it. A huge black shadow flew past Ball, and because it was a vacuum, the wind and waves were barely felt. That enormous size is the deep space, or rather, Wang Yu. At this point, the two are one. "Damn it, you little brat, you dare to act so cocky? I'll beat you to a pulp." Wang Yu roared, controlling the deep space, and, braving the monster, flew further and further away. Chapter 89 Nuclear Bomb. Rewind a few minutes. Wang Yu ran back to the deep space at a speed he had never seen before, rushed onto the bridge, sat in the captain's seat, and completed the docking with the deep space. At that moment, he forgot all about hunger and thirst, and all about his appetite for the spaceship wreckage. The first thing he did after completing the connection was to find Ball, and then he happened to witness an extremely dangerous scene. So he went all out, ignoring all the gravel belts and considering himself the biggest and hardest rock there, and charged straight at it, sending the Death Digger flying and carrying it as it sped through the gravel belt. Compared to a giant ship like the deep space, which is hundreds of meters long, this robot, which is just over 10 meters long, is not much better than a pebble on the roadside. You wouldn't even feel anything if you bumped into it, let alone a speed bump. Deep space charged forward against the Death Digger, smashing and flying countless rocks, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived dozens of kilometers away. At this point, the deep space spacecraft had begun to decelerate, as its destination had already been achieved. It would be quite difficult to actually kill or smash this robot, as the distance for acceleration would be insufficient, and it would also cause significant damage to the deep space. By this time, several visible ruts had appeared on the surface of the deep space, all scraped out by the debris it had encountered on the road. But the Death Digger wasn't much better off. In addition, Wang Yu deliberately rammed it into the rocks, and it got stuck to a relatively hard piece of gravel, continuing to fly forward. 3 of its 4 arms were severed, and countless other small limbs and drill bits of the cave tribe were broken off in the process, almost turning into a flattened, metal-mixed meat pie. But it still didn't die. It even started collecting rocks from the surrounding area, stuffing them into its body, and quickly recovering. This terrifying vitality is simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Wang Yu noticed this scene using the deep space's field of vision, and then controlled the deep space to slowly chase after it. A few minutes later, after Wang Yu brought the ship to a stop, he disconnected. Before him stood Kat Kuer, who had been waiting, holding 2 large items, a miniature nuclear warhead for individual use, brought from the machine planet, and a silver briefcase, Hegra's roar. Given the great distance and the fact that such a weapon is used in space, it's impossible for it to be affected. Wang Yu took the weapon and headed towards the emergency exit. On the other side, although it was only a few minutes, the Death Digger had already begun to recover its previous form by mining ore. Although many parts were made of obviously low-quality metal or even stone, its appearance was much better than before. This is probably because its predecessor was a mining robot, and it also incorporates the resentment of engineers. In any case, the environment here is very suitable for him to repair his body and restore his combat power. But suddenly, an extremely terrifying feeling erupted, as if being targeted by some ferocious beast. The source was the spaceship that was parked not far ahead. No, it was the port side of the ship. The Death Digger stopped moving, remaining vigilant until the terror subsided after a dozen seconds, at which point it resumed its journey, flying towards the source of the horror, sensing that it must be an evil intruder. Wang Yu, who had been waiting there, suddenly realized that the magic, body of fear, was quite effective at luring enemies when he saw the Death Digger appear. He crouched in the emergency exit, a miniature fusion nuclear warhead for individual use slung over his shoulder, and began to lock onto the incoming Death Digger. At the same time, he made 2 preparations. In addition to his left hand, which was carrying the launcher and aiming, his right hand was also holding a special pistol that was 3 times the length of a regular pistol. The bullets were already loaded and ready to be fired at any time. At this moment, Wang Yu was truly fearless. Once he had enough firepower, the monster was no longer scary, and his hands didn't even tremble. After the aiming frame and the scope shrank and a locking sound was emitted, Wang Yu pressed the launch button for the miniature nuclear missile. A low-yield nuclear bomb hurtled toward the Death Digger, arcing through the air and catching up with the rapidly approaching Death Digger, exploding into a blinding little sun in the rubble. The intense radiation nearly blinded Wang Yu, but thankfully he was wearing a spacesuit, which has built-in radiation protection. However, the excessive radiation and overheating safety warnings kept flashing inside his hood, forcing him to retreat to the corner of the emergency exit until the intense light subsided. When Wang Yu and Cat Kuer peered out again, the so-called Death Digger was nowhere to be found, at least not within Wang Yu's field of vision. Forehead. Wang Yu suddenly realized something. That thing seems to be a relic of the caveman tribe. He originally intended to use it to feed that fat koi, but now that it's been blown up, what should he do? No one told him that miniature nuclear bombs were so powerful. It was his first time using one. Cat Kuer, have you seen that robot? It's huge. Quick, look for it. Wang Yu said anxiously, hoping that Mao Kuer could help. Fortunately, he had asked the right person. Cat Kuer's eyesight was indeed much better than Wang Yu's. She pointed in a certain direction, and there was indeed half a drill bit stuck in the gravel there. It had been melted and deformed, emitting a dim red light, and was very easy to miss. 10 minutes later, the deep space returned and retrieved Ball, who was floating in the air. Back in his cabin, the first thing Wang Yu did was apologize to Ball. He hadn't thought things through beforehand, and if Ball hadn't pulled him back, he, Wang Yu, would probably be the one floating in the air. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive and almost messed things up. Are you alright? Will you have a scar on your cheek? Wang Yu even wanted to examine it, but felt it was inappropriate. However, there were no obvious wounds visible to the naked eye, except for a gash on his cheek, which had already scabbed over. Even the healing process was just like that of a real living organism, truly worthy of being called bionic technology. It won't leave a scar. Actually, your assessment is correct. If you try to traverse the ruins, you're very likely to get trapped and die inside. Ball recalled the changes that followed the Death Diggers, the terrible destructive power that the ruins could not stop, and the result could be devastating. I saw you use that nuclear bomb. What happened? Is that thing dead? Bear continued, because that thing had also left her with considerable psychological trauma, especially that inexplicable sound, which was simply too strange, and Wang Yu's voice was also. Well, Cat Kuer and I searched for a while, and this is all that's left. Wang Yu pointed to the half-melted drill bit in the corner, which was a full half-meter long and almost a whole lump of dense metal. The item information is finally visible, and it can also be obtained through gacha pulls, with even higher value than before. Chapter 90 Hell Beast. Name: Remains of the Terrifying Digger, Hell Beast. Manufacturer: Bavik. Regulatory level: Level 1, Prohibited. Synopsis: The caveman's mad engineer created a heavy combat robot in the last moments of his life in order to eliminate the invaders. In order to keep it in perfect condition, he did not hesitate to put his last bit of energy into it. He then remained seated inside, in a standby state, waiting for the invaders to arrive so he could join his comrades in a revenge attack, completely forgetting the fact that he was already dead. After making contact with the intruder, its long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. It merged with the robot, reactivated, and became a Hell Beast. If a part is severely missing, it can be delivered to the heritage recycler as an incomplete civilization heritage, and you will receive 60,000 general credits and 5 gacha attempts for the corresponding civilization. The rewards for an incomplete heritage are 50% lower than those for a complete heritage. Strength: 37+. Due to the special nature of Hell Beasts, their defense and strength are constantly changing, so only their highest attributes before being completely destroyed are displayed, not their maximum values. Defense: 25+. Armaments and abilities: Hell Evolution, Hell Regeneration, Terror Drill, Terror Impact Drill, Terror Axe, Terror Hammer, Vengeful Drill, Hatred Counterattack. Hell Beast. Hell Beast refers to a machine that has been mutated by sub-energy and submatter. Its causes and manifestations are diverse. It usually acquires biological characteristics on the basis of the original machine. It can self-repair, is usually extremely aggressive, and will assimilate and devour the user, making him its component. That's all the information. Although it was blown up and became an incomplete legacy, the actual reward is still much higher than the original. Wang Yu shared the information with Ball, who was digesting it all, as it consisted of entirely new terms. Hell Beast. She recalled the changes that occurred afterward, and realized that it could no longer be considered an ordinary mechanical creation. If this thing isn't eliminated soon and allowed to grow, it might become an extremely difficult mechanical behemoth to deal with. At that point, it wouldn't be something that could be solved with a single miniature nuclear bomb. It would probably require a nuclear bomb with a larger yield, or even a more powerful weapon. Then there's the harvest this time. Currently, it seems that the level of heritage rewards is related to the quality of the heritage and the technology it represents. Other possible influencing factors include rarity and representativeness, i.e., whether it can represent a certain civilization. The three returned to the bridge and, by turning off the gravity field, were able to more easily move the incomplete drill bit in front of the relic recycler, ready to collect their reward. The 60,000 credits and 5 Gasapon capsules were enough to solve Wang Yu's immediate problem, because he had recklessly spent his credits on language learning and drinks, and only had 9,000 left, not even enough to buy a flying swallow, one landing craft. He needs to accumulate more credits before finding a trading post. Otherwise, even if he does find one, he won't be able to afford the goods inside. Submitting the Caveman Civilization Heritage grants 60,000 universal credits and 5 chances to use the corresponding civilization gacha. Just like before, the three-legged fat koi grabbed the broken drill bit and stuffed it into its mouth. It really had a good appetite. Then, as if it were ruminating, it spat out 5 small colorful balls, which hovered on the ground. This time I'm lucky. It's a combination of 3 red, 1 green, and 1 yellow items, which means I have 3 weapons, 1 piece of armor, and 1 consumable. Wang Yu's side had just been using up a lot of weapons and ammunition. This time, they only had a handful of each type of hand grenade left, and the heavy sniper rifle only had 1 magazine left. They urgently needed to replenish their supplies. You guys choose first, 1 for each of you. It's okay if you don't get a good one. I'm here for you. Wang Yu remained confident in his luck, as always. Last time, he drew the top-tier weapon Higra's Roar after someone else used it as a fodder, a method of obtaining powerful items. So he planned to replicate that this time and have someone else use it as a fodder first. Good. Bar also quite liked this kind of lottery event, and without any hesitation, he picked up the red ball. The object transformed in her hands, becoming a dark, heavy rifle that looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it on a terrifying digger. Name, Heavy Assault Rifle. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulatory level, Level 1, Civilian Use. Description, the standard rifle prepared by the caveman for space warfare is rather heavy, but it may never be used. Weapons developed based on hydrogen and oxygen bricks, using special ammunition, release a certain amount of hydrogen and oxygen upon impact with the target, creating a secondary combustion explosion that causes high heat and shock damage even in a vacuum environment. Due to air friction in the atmosphere, the range will be greatly reduced. The safe range is 70 meters. Exceeding this range may cause an explosion. Avoid using it in extreme environments. Its kill radius is much larger than that of conventional kinetic energy firearms, making it particularly effective against unarmored or lightly armored targets. In addition to the rifle, it includes an extra 40 rounds of ammunition and 2 fully loaded magazines, each containing 20 rounds, for a total of 80 rounds. This is good stuff. Wang Yu tried it out and remarked that he liked it, but it was too heavy to use. It weighed over 30 pounds, so it could only be used in a weightless environment. But for Ball, this weight is negligible, and given her better marksmanship, she'd be fine using it. He himself still prefers conventional firearms. Cat Kur, it's your turn. Pick one at random, and if you draw something delicious, it's yours. Wang Yu's subtext was that he wanted Mao Kur to draw the green ball, which represented consumables, because he roughly knew what would come out. However, Cat Kur simply couldn't understand Wang Yu's subtext. Before he could finish speaking, she picked up the red ball, causing Wang Yu to stop mid-sentence. The item gradually took shape in Cat Kur's hands. It was a shoulder strap with several soda cans hanging on it and a metal box. Name, Impact Grenade. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulatory level, Level 1, Civilian Use. Description, the standard grenade prepared by the caveman for space warfare contains propellant, allowing it to be thrown faster and farther. Using hydrogen and oxygen bricks as the core units for explosion and impact, combined with traditional chemical gunpowder and oxidizer detonation, it can create a wide-ranging thermobaric shock, resulting in considerable lethality. It is more suitable for use in vacuum environments than traditional fragmentation grenades, especially in confined spaces, where its destructive power is significant. This one is good too. Seeing that the shipments were going well, Wang Yu stopped worrying and recalled Cat Kur's performance this time. You can use this suspender strap. Anyway, you shot pretty accurately this time. Keep it up. Wang Yu encouraged her, handed the suspenders to the elite bomber Cat Kur, and quietly confiscated the iron box, as it also contained grenades. Judging from the weapons they pulled out, the caveman tribe was actually prepared for war, possibly for the later colonial wars and to fight against the native civilization of Hellstar, but in the end they did not reach that point. Wang Yu looked at the remaining 3 balls, preparing to check them one by one. Chapter 91 Grand Prize. Wang Yu first picked up the green ball, the one he had the least hope for. Sure enough, the thing turned into a big box. Because it was too heavy, it was placed directly on the ground. Inside was a whole box of No.1 hydrogen bricks, all of which were filled with hydrogen, and there were 24 of them. Considering the caveman's skewed tech tree, Wang Yu knew this would happen, and sure enough, he pulled it, and found it was. Then comes the red ball. Hopefully, we can get another gun, or even better, a cannon. In short, the more powerful and the larger the caliber of the weapon, the better. After all, he had used his only nuclear bomb to kill that hell beast. If he didn't make a profit, wouldn't that be? The red ball was stretched and deformed in Wang Yu's hands, eventually becoming a hammer. Grass, referring to a type of plant. He actually pulled out a hammer, the explosive sledgehammer. He had thought it was too small before, but now that he has a pair, he doesn't mind having 2 hammers. Hateful. He was worried about this thing coming out, so he wanted ball or cat cur to cushion it, but it still came out on its own, and he couldn't escape. However, he didn't throw the hammer on the ground. He learned from the last operation and corrected this bad habit. Cat cur didn't leave him any of the protein powder she threw away last time. Wang Yu took a deep breath, looked at the last yellow ball, and felt an inexplicable pressure. After all, he had boasted before that he would cover for him, so if things went wrong, it would be a real loss of face. Stand up straight. Why does my good luck stop working when I need it? Wang Yu glanced at his palm. The number on it had somehow changed to 5. It was probably used up when he dodged attacks earlier, so he was missing 2. He took a deep breath, picked up the last yellow ball, and as the light faded, the yellow ball turned into a transparent capsule in his hand, inside which was a small robot figurine. Wang Yu's face lit up with ecstatic joy when he saw the item information. Name, 3rd generation digger prototype, 100% remaining energy. Manufacturer, Bavik. Regulatory level, level 2, precision engineering. Introduction. The caveman engineers have created a new generation of mining robots using new materials. They are sturdy and durable, with advantages such as high temperature resistance and corrosion resistance, and can undertake long-term mining tasks in harsh environments. Its powerful demolition tools can even easily shatter hard diamonds. Its built-in next-generation hydrogen power engine combines the high energy conversion and high output characteristics of fuel cells and internal combustion engines, and can switch between the two. It has the ability to move short distances in the space environment and can independently undertake mining and transportation tasks. The 4 robotic arms are also very flexible, able to switch between tools and robotic claws, and have the ability to grasp and hold the collected or in the basket on their backs for secure placement. Mining is fun, and if you keep mining, it's even more fun. Bavik. Strength, 33. Defense, 78. Armament, tools rock-breaking drill, heavy-duty impact drill, thermal saw, large bucket, and anchor. Currently contained in capsule form. Please twist to release it to a suitable location. Once released, it cannot revert to a capsule. Please choose a careful location to open it to avoid unnecessary damage. Wang Yu and his companions had already experienced the power of this mech firsthand with the terrifying digger. Even without transforming into a twisted monster, it possessed considerable combat strength. In addition, this is a 3rd-generation digger made with new materials, which greatly enhances its defensive attributes to an almost exaggerated degree. Compared to the terrifying digger, its only weakness might be that it doesn't grow in size and lacks growth potential, but this is also an advantage. If he really gains weight, Wang Yu won't dare to sit down. It would be perfect if we could install a few cannons. Wang Yu introduced the situation to Ball and the others, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After all, it's a mining robot, and remote operation is its biggest disadvantage. It seems the yellow orb will also produce vehicles and mechs, which would be much more valuable. Unlucky. Wang Yu was so fond of this new toy that he kept staring at it, ignoring the longing look in Malkur's eyes. This is high-end stuff. You can't handle it yet. However, Ball then poured cold water on the idea, saying that the robot was designed based on the caveman's physique and driving habits, and that it would be very difficult for a human to drive it, with a high learning curve. Wang Yu was so excited that he had completely forgotten about this question, so he asked it. Can it be modified to expand the cockpit and operating methods? There are no original blueprints for this, so it will probably be quite difficult. But I'm confident I can optimize the control system to make it more user-friendly. I'll have to work on that later when I have time, as it will take a lot of time. Baldo, because the most important thing right now is to move the supplies from the workshop back to the deep space. Okay, let's get ready to move our things. As for this robot, Wang Yu was tempted to give it a try, but considering its size, he figured it wouldn't even fit through an emergency exit. We need to find an opportunity to open up the temporary transit bay so that the mech can be truly used. We'll have to wait a while. In addition, with so many points, his privileges could be upgraded. This gain far exceeded Wang Yu's expectations. He thought he would have to explore at least a few more places to accumulate enough points, but he only needed to do it once. Wang Yu decisively chose to upgrade his permissions. There was no need to hesitate. The system then popped up a notification with a countdown of 20 hours and 43 minutes, saying that the system would also be upgraded at the same time, and he should wait until the upgrade was complete before checking. He sat in the captain's chair, suppressing his appetite, and stopped the ship next to the whole roasted lamb. Almost unable to resist taking a bite, the three set off again, intending to turn the workshop upside down. They were determined not to waste this treasure trove and to move everything that could be moved and used onto the deep space, starting with the fresh water and food. After completing all this, Wang Yu will control the deep space to consume the spaceship wreckage. At that time, the deep space will likely undergo new changes, and its energy reserves or its satiation level will be improved. Everything seems to be moving in a positive direction. Chapter 92 Privilege Upgrade. Wang Yu, you previously drove the deep space through the scree, causing considerable damage to the hull, especially to the external facilities. 2 solar panels were destroyed, the communication antenna was broken, and the radar was completely gone. These were all unnecessary losses. While the 3 were moving the goods, Ball began to lecture them, because this thing was usually very difficult to repair. If they hadn't been lucky enough to have a complete workshop this time, they would probably have been in trouble. Wang Yu repeatedly agreed, saying he would pay attention next time. But the way you charged over was pretty cool. There was no need to charge dozens of kilometers away. The damage would have been much smaller that way. Bar added that Wang Yu thought he had misheard. When he looked over, Bar was already carrying several large boxes of fresh water toward the exit. If you want to praise someone, just praise them directly. Why beat around the bush? Wang Yu thought to himself. Don't ask why you were in danger. Wang Yu clenched his fist, feeling that he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. If I could knock that hell beast down with one punch, there would be no danger at all. The 3 of them passed through the gate and used the huge opening in the ruins ceiling to quickly move the goods from the warehouse. With jetpacks and the ability to fill their vehicles with high-pressure gas via oxygen generators, their operational efficiency has increased significantly. It took them more than 5 hours and more than 10 trips to empty only a small part of the warehouse. If you include the things that need to be dismantled and taken away, as well as the things that need to be processed and manufactured in the workshop, the workload would be much greater, such as repairing the door to the captain's cabin. By this point, Wang Yu was already feeling a bit sleepy, unlike Ball and Cat Kur, who were still full of energy. He said goodbye, that he was going back to rest and sleep, then gave the jetpack to Catgirl and went back to the deep space ahead of him. He emptied the air from the ship's cabin so that the emergency exit could remain open. When he woke up again, 12 hours had passed. He was sleeping so soundly that he didn't even know that Ball and Cat Kur had taken down the door to the captain's cabin. He found the walkie-talkie, tried it, but found the signal was bad, so he changed into his spacesuit and didn't get in touch with Bar and the others until he reached the ship's cabin. By this time, she and Cat Kur had completed most of the preparations while Wang Yu was sleeping and brought several pieces of good news. First, there are the sensors. Although the radar and antenna were lost, there were spares in the workshop warehouse, probably prepared for the mining robots, which could be used as a makeshift solution, and even a few extra were installed. Then came another, even more exciting piece of news. They could redeploy the power lines and restore power to the deep space. The workshop already has cables, light bulbs, and cameras readily available, plus the engines prepared for the mining robots. Power can be restored simply by loading hydrogen and oxygen blocks. The ship will no longer be completely dark, which greatly improves safety. Finally, there was the door. After assessing the workshop's conditions, Ball decided to use the caveman's techniques to rebuild it with their new materials. But it might become a traditional door that uses a key, because Ball doesn't understand how that door recognizes when the crew opens or closes it. This would consume a lot of energy, but the lottery yielded a lot of hydrogen bricks, and the deep spacecraft could provide oxygen, making all of this possible. I've also considered supplementing the hydrogen bricks. I plan to build a closed ionization device to produce hydrogen and oxygen by ionizing water. As for where to get the electricity, I'm still considering it. It could be solar power, but the power output is too low. We could also get it from the captain's cabin, but then we need to consider the power output. If the power is too high and burns out the wiring, it would be a waste of money. Also, you absolutely mustn't steer the boat recklessly next time. We were lucky this time that the binoculars weren't broken, otherwise it would have been a much bigger problem. Barr criticized Wang Yu again because the workshop lacked the conditions to process and manufacture precision optical instruments, and could only find ready-made ones. Yes, I'll be more careful next time. Wang Yu had gotten used to Bear's criticisms. They didn't bother him at all. When it really came to danger, he wouldn't care about such things. He wasn't a sophisticated robot. By the way, do you need my help? No need. You can't stay in space for long. You'll need to replenish oxygen every now and then, which is too much trouble. We can build an oxygen cylinder using materials from the caveman tribe later, or modify the spacesuit's interface to use an oxygen box. This should significantly extend your time in space. After refusing, Baldo went to tell Kat Kaur to do some work. Forehead. Wang Yu felt excluded, probably because there were only 2 jetpacks available, and having an extra person would be inconvenient. Anyway, he'll still have a chance to shine when the internal wiring is laid. After hanging up, Wang Yu looked at the large pile of boxes that had appeared in the ship's cargo hold. He pulled out a can of moss and was about to try it when he started thinking about something else. The permission upgrade is almost complete. It will be finished in a few tens of minutes. Once completed, he can explore other areas, and the secrets within this mysterious spaceship will be revealed. Wang Yu returned to the bridge, took off his spacesuit, and used Shadow Fiend's short dagger to poke open the can. What's in here? He sniffed it, and almost vomited up the acid in his stomach. Are you sure this stuff is edible? Canned herring, right? How could moss smell like that? It smells like rotting meat. Ugh. Wang Yu looked troubled, thought for a few seconds, and, adhering to the principle that once it's opened, it shouldn't be wasted, swallowed it. It's slightly sweet at first, and not inedible, but once it gets down your throat, it's terrible. It feels like someone is roasting feces in your stomach, and the stench comes rushing up. After finishing the meal, Wang Yu's face turned green. He gulped down half a bottle of water, but the taste in his mouth still lingered. No, we have to let Ball think of a solution. If he eats this stuff every day, he'll go bad. He pinned his hopes on the all-powerful Ball, planning to practice for a while when he hadn't exercised in a long time, and then see what changes would come with the increased privileges. Chapter 93 Privilege Upgrade 2. Permission Upgrade Complete. Your activity area on deep space has been expanded. The system has also added some new features to help you better control the ship. Please check them out in the interface. The next level, Level 3, will unlock after you take control of the main engine. At that time, you will have the opportunity to fully control the ship and become the true captain of the deep space. There are still 3 levels of access left. It seems to be the last level. But what does it mean to have a chance to control things? Does it mean you can't possibly fail? Wang Yu complained, preparing to call up the system to see what new features had been added. Cough, cough. Wang Yu suddenly coughed violently, only recovering after coughing up a small piece of bloody black debris. His lung problem was still not getting better and was continuing to worsen, but for now, he chose to ignore the problem and continue to check the system interface. A new crew interface has been added. Wang Yu immediately clicked on it, and there was a long string of densely packed names inside, which completely dumbfounded him. Where did he get so many people on his ship? However, after seeing a series of deaths in the status bar, his expression gradually turned cold. He began to check the number of deaths and move the deceased crew members one by one into the newly created list of deceased personnel. The death toll exceeded 40, but 9 people survived. In other words, besides Pig Brother and Hammer Brother, there are 7 other people on the ship that Wang Yu has never met. Ball and Cat Kurd don't count. They weren't on the crew list, but were registered on the passenger/prospective crew list. Wang Yu confirmed the names and positions of these survivors one by one. Security Captain Gao Jia, this should be Brother Hammer. Chef Chenov, this must be Pig Brother. Hawkins, the wall binder, what kind of job is that? As Wang Yu continued reading, he discovered that there were 5 people whose job title was wall binder, and 2 others whose names and job titles were both question marks. Just how many secrets does this ship hold? Wang Yu sensed a serious problem and tried clicking on the crew members' names to see more details, but all attempts failed. There was no response at all. Can we watch Nabal and Cat Kur? Wang Yu muttered to himself. I'm officially adding Ball and Cat Kur to the crew list, assigning them the positions of first mate and security guard, respectively. The first mate possesses almost all the powers of the captain, and his power is only limited when he disagrees with the captain. After doing all this, he clicked on Bale's name, and Bale's personal panel appeared in his field of vision. Aside from lacking attributes like health, energy, and psionic power, it's almost identical to his attribute panel. Bar. Race, omnic life. Intelligent life. Intelligent life is a general term for digital life that has awakened self-awareness and intelligence. They usually do not have a fixed form, and their forms of expression will vary depending on their origin, and they may even exist entirely in the form of digital programs. There is no physical development or maturation process, only mental growth exists. Origin, symbiotic servant. Symbiotic servants, civilizations that develop and build together with their creator race, acting as production and service-oriented mechanical dolls or other forms of dolls. Talents, digital awareness, mechanical body. Digital consciousness. Due to its different form of existence, even if rationality drops to zero, it will not be eroded by the subspace. It will only crash and restart due to consciousness impairment. It can quickly become an expert in various fields by importing data. Mechanical body. As long as the parts of the body that carry memories and emotions are not damaged, it will not die. All of the body's abilities depend entirely on the performance of the mechanical body. It has no growth potential, but it can be expanded and modified. Ability. Emotional Resonance Plus. Emotional Resonance Plus. The body is equipped with a highly advanced emotional simulator, willpower +1, inspiration +1, and the growth rate of willpower and inspiration is increased by 1000%, far exceeding that of ordinary intelligent mechanical life forms. Physical, 19. Willpower, 3, 31727/6-40000. Reflection, 26, //. Immunity, 23, //. Inspiration, 3, 22152/6-40000. Overall assessment, a robot with impressive performance. It could kill you with a single punch. Such high attribute value. Wang Yu clicked his tongue in amazement. Although he knew that Bale's value was high, he did not expect it to be this high. However, there are also significant shortcomings in willpower and inspiration. With such a long experience bar, improvement is almost impossible, because it's not 64,000 but 640,000. Fortunately, the emotional simulator increased this growth rate by 1000%, giving a glimmer of hope for growth. But there are advantages too. You don't have to worry about being corrupted by the warp, and you won't turn into a demon. The effects of the warp on organic life forms and mechanical beings differ. The former affects sanity, corrupting and transforming it into demons, while the latter is simply affected by energy, causing it to transform into hell beasts. It is unclear whether omnic life forms will become hell beasts, but it is a possibility. We need to tell Bar this information. Wang Yu muttered to himself, then opened Cat Ker's panel and was completely dumbfounded. What are all these? Cat Ker's stats are even more exaggerated. Cat Ker. Race, demi-human cat. Origin, terrestrial planets. Talents, 9 lives ++, subspace affinity. 9 lives ++. The racial talent of cat people, which grants them extremely strong vitality and greatly increases their immunity. Plus represents the best among the race, while ++ represents a rare genius that is hard to find even among the entire race. Immunity +10, immune growth rate +100%, immune to most toxins and parasites, and greatly enhanced self-healing ability. Warp affinity, grown in the warp, they are easily ignored by warp creatures and demons, and possess warp adaptability. Abilities, gourmet cells, cat claws. Gourmet cells, injected with gourmet cells, strength and reflexes +2. When ingesting delicious food, potential is stimulated. Consuming spiritual energy activates all cells in the body, improving all attributes except willpower and inspiration, increasing energy recovery speed, and promoting wound healing. The degree of enhancement depends on the taste of the food and the spiritual energy consumed. It can even regenerate severed limbs and organs, but overuse can also lead to physical collapse. Cat claws, a racial ability of cat people, possessing a pair of claws born with the ability to tear through metal. The specific strength depends on individual attributes. Flesh, 11, 72/200. Willpower, 7, 2177/8000. Reflection, 12, 72 out of 200. Immunity, 30, 92/200. Inspiration, 5, 1004/4000. Overall assessment. This is genius. Wang Yu stared at Mao Kuer's exaggerated talent and abilities, speechless for a long time. Its immune properties are even higher than those of Ball, who is a robot, which is too exaggerated. And why is the experience bar only 200 experience points? Wang Yu was certain he hadn't misread it. The difficulty of training and improving varies among different species. Wang Yu concluded that although he had sensed it before, he still felt uneasy after it was confirmed. Human physical potential and limits are too low. Once we approach the limit, we can't go any further unless we find a way to break through it. The methods he is currently aware of include physical modification, gourmet cells, and psionic energy. He must master at least one of these to break free from his constraints and gain superpower. Chapter 94 New Area. Ball and Cat Kuer's stats helped Wang Yu realize the direction to become stronger. His immediate priority was to find a way to break through. He exited the crew interface and checked the other interfaces one by one. He found a new interface called Anchor Point Coordinates, which recorded a coordinate that was the coordinate of the previous star. How do I use these coordinates? He tried clicking, but there was no response, so he tried connecting to the deep space. I see. Wang Yu understood, because these coordinates could only be perceived by the senses of the deep space spacecraft, which could determine the direction and approximate distance of the star, and were estimated to be usable even in subspace. In addition, he can now spend 5,000 credits to record his coordinates at any time, which is like having an extra navigation function. Finally, in the ship interface, the defense module, which was displayed as a question mark, is also shown. Defense module, active regeneration armor, hunger. Active regenerative armor. Hunger. The ship's surface has a layer of active armor that regenerates rapidly after being damaged, and its thickness can be controlled locally to enhance its protective capabilities. This should be the skin or shell of the deep space dart. Wang Yu guessed. Another issue is hunger. Now it's not just simple hunger. A special option called satiety has appeared next to the ship's name. Deep Space Marine, satiety level 3%. Satiety. As satiety increases, the output of the main engine will also increase, and some modules in the state of hunger will also get rid of hunger and resume normal function. When satiety reaches 50% and 100%, the performance of these activation modules will be further enhanced. This is like a car's fuel gauge or battery meter. Once it reaches 0, it's completely stuck. Wang Yu concluded. After confirming all this, Wang Yu went to the ship's cargo hold again and contacted Ball and Catgirl, saying he had something important to discuss, and asked them to come back. About 3 hours later, inside the bridge, Ball and Cat Kuer pushed a trailer out of the elevator, which contained a brand new metal door, lock, and the tools and parts needed for installation. During this time, they used the workshop's resources to build this metal door. Wang Yu told them to leave it for now and informed them of all the changes to the deep space after the upgrade and permissions, including the news that they had become official crew members, so they didn't have to worry about being attacked by Hammer and Pig. Finally, there are their positions and panels. Yes, I'm a genius. Cat Kuer jumped up excitedly. Although she didn't recognize 5 out of 10 words and only understood them by having Bar read the manuscript aloud, it doesn't diminish the fact that she was a genius. Yes, you are a genius, so you must study and train hard in the future and not waste your talent. Wang Yu rubbed Mao Kuer's head, feeling that her excitement was a good thing and that she had to maintain this momentum. He then prepared a training plan for Cat Kuer that matched her genius, focusing on both physical fitness and academics so that she could become a talent as soon as possible. Ball looked at his panel, his face showing some dissatisfaction, and he even pouted. Wang Yu also offered words of comfort. Don't worry too much about it. Actually, this is a weakness that all intelligent life forms have. But you are also a genius among intelligent life forms, with your will and inspiration growth rate increased by 1,000%, which is something that ordinary intelligent life forms do not have, whose will and inspiration may generally only be 1. When it's 0, it probably wouldn't even qualify as an intelligent life form. Gurgle. Ball rolled his eyes at Wang Yu, because he had no idea how to comfort people. Moreover, what she cared about was not that at all, but the assessment that this punch could kill someone. What was that all about? She had never done anything like that before. After the two calmed down, Wang Yu brought up the more pressing matter at hand. The crew list shows that besides the 3 of us, there are 9 other crew members still alive on this ship. Even if you exclude Thor and Pig, there are still 7 left. 5 of them held a very special position called wall binders, while the other 2 didn't even have names. Wang Yu listed these people's names in the quantum computer, including those who had been killed in action. Jean-Bart then compared these names with the personnel list he had previously found in the Deep Space console. Because the list was incomplete, many names had large areas of text blurred out or missing characters. However, with this specific list, a lot of information can be compared and verified. The Balkans were incredibly fast and accurate, completing the comparison in less than a second. After comparing the results, she frowned and looked at Wang Yu. What's wrong? Are you sure the number of people on the list is correct? No. Then why is there one more? There was someone who wasn't originally a crew member on this ship. Huh. An unexpected situation has arisen. Bar then provided a detailed explanation, saying that the person whose name did not match on the list was a female crew member named Reneva, while the others all matched, including Captain Hawkins. Then who is this extra person? Lost souls caught up in the ship's chaos. Wang Yu guessed, feeling that this was the most likely possibility. That's the only way to put it for now. There's one more thing. After the permission upgrade, our activity area has also expanded. Now we can explore other floors, but the map is still black. We may have to walk through it once to light it up. Wang Yu told the two women to get ready, as the operation was scheduled to begin in 2 hours. Both Ball and Cat Kerr had just finished their work. Ball was fine, he just needed a battery change, but Cat Kerr needed a proper meal. In just 30 minutes, a table of dishes was ready. The last bit of beans were stir-fried with soaked dried meat into a dish, along with egg white paste, and finally, the staple food was fried stinky moss cakes. Forehead. Wang Yu looked at the dark, unappetizing pancakes on the plate, but didn't touch them. He then looked at Mao Kur. The latter sniffed it, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed the pancake and started munching on it. Has it become more fragrant? Wang Yu thought to himself, a little hesitant. After all, he had experienced the power of this thing just a few hours ago. But trusting Ball, Wang Yu held his breath and took a bite. The outer shell is crispy, while the inside bursts with filling, carrying a unique salty and savory flavor, just like eating a meat patty. Wang Yu could hardly believe it. After the moss is fried at high temperature, the odor is reduced. In addition, its composition is very similar to meat, and it is rich in juice. It tastes even better than meat patties when fried. I have already tried it. Bar explained, as if he knew Wang Yu would have this expression, because he had discovered the empty moss can. Truly worthy of being called Ball. Wang Yu muttered to himself as he ate the pancake in large bites, finishing it quickly. After the three had eaten their fill and rested briefly, they took the new weapons they had acquired, the impact rifle and the impact grenade, and prepared to explore the interior of the deep space. Because of the ship's special nature, the three dared not slack off in the slightest. Although Thor and Pig were also down below, there were far more than just those two people below, and they had to be fully prepared. Chapter 95 Dangerous Orb of Light. The three met in front of the door they had never entered before. Wang Yu walked in front, exchanged a glance with Ball and Cat Kerr, and then walked over. This time, the door opened directly, and a faint stench wafted out, causing Wang Yu to frown slightly. That smells like the putrefaction and decomposition of proteins and fats, but how could it be in a ship? A large number of corpses that haven't been dealt with yet, and some are even still relatively fresh. Wang Yu muttered. The stench alone made him tense up, and he went inside, clutching his shotgun tightly. Inside is a short corridor. You should be able to reach other floors by turning the corner. There is also an elevator on the side, or rather, it used to be an elevator. The door was sealed with a thick steel plate, slightly bulging outwards, as if something inside was trying to break it down but failed. Moreover, this thing is quite powerful because the material of this metal plate is different from that of the hull. Even after so long, there is no sign of oxidation, which is obviously more advanced. The three entered the passage one after another. Although there was no danger, they all sensed something was amiss in the air and looked toward the corner directly ahead. Based on the analysis of the spacecraft structure, the stairs leading to other floors should be at the front, since this is the only passageway, and the elevator is also located here. Starting from the entrance, it's like a transition between scenes. The further you go, the more severe the damage to the ground and walls becomes, as if you're stepping into a brutal battlefield, riddled with craters and shell holes, caused by highly penetrating and destructive weapons that have deformed and cracked the passageway. This kind of weapon should not be used on ships, but only if the ship is a normal ship. A black substance flowed out from the cracks and pits that were blasted and pierced, flowing down the walls, dripping onto the ground, and even hanging down in columns, solidifying into a substance similar to magma. This material is similar to the stone shell on the surface of the deep space, like the scab left after the blood on the deep space has congealed. The three remained highly vigilant, their expressions even more somber than when they were exploring the wreckage outside. They continued forward, and after reaching a corner, they saw 4 metal doors that had been flipped open and broken off. To be precise, it consisted of 4 consecutive broken metal plates laid across the passage, attempting to block it, but without success. There were numerous signs of hasty repairs at the scene, such as rivets and iron bars used for fixing, as well as a large number of welding marks. The work was very rough and was obviously completed in a hurry. The people on this ship may have held out on this level for quite some time, but ultimately they failed. A war is taking place inside the ship. Our floor is probably the last line of defense, so the overall situation is still relatively intact, Wang Yu said. But the information on the bridge control console didn't seem to mention this war at all. Bar frowned. Based on all available clues, the most likely reason is that the original crew of the ship lost control of the deep space immediately after the disaster occurred. They were trapped in the warp because the ship suddenly came to life. This is a fairly reasonable inference. The three continued forward, stepping over these protective doors that were almost as broken as thresholds. By the way, Catgirl, you were captured by Thor before, right? Do you remember any of the other floors? Wang Yu asked this question. After all, he had only met Cat Coeur at the very bottom of the hierarchy. But the latter shook her head, saying that when she and her mother arrived, they were on the first floor. Then his mother was chased away, and then he was knocked unconscious by a punch from Thor. When he woke up, he was in a cell. If Wang Yu had arrived any later, she might have starved to death. As Catgirl said, it seems that Wang Yu discovered it quite timely, and Thor uses his fists. Wang Yu said in surprise, it seems that Brother Hammer also knows when to use his power. He doesn't just send people away with a single blow. Suddenly, Wang Yu, who was walking ahead, stopped, frowned, and took out a map to check. Logically, this should be a staircase leading down, but all he saw was a broken corridor and light shining up from below. What is this place called the Central Collapse Zone? Wang Yu read out the map markers, looked at Ball, and then slowly moved forward, as if he were on a cliff or a diving board, sticking his head out to look down. Below is a huge pit or cavity that spans almost the entire ship. There were also a considerable number of fragments floating in the giant pit. These fragments were originally walls or the ground, but after they broke, they just floated there motionless, as if they had no gravity, which was very strange. Moreover, the thing that was constantly spinning in the center looked more and more familiar to Wang Yu. Isn't that the super heavy field fusion engine I saw in the video? Wang Yu was certain that the rings nested on the outside, rotating in different directions but never colliding, were undoubtedly the super heavy field fusion engine, the ship's secondary engine. The engine is now floating in midair, and it is suspected to be the culprit that created the huge crater. There are even several broken cables hanging on the base. At the center of the engine, right in the middle of the ring, Wang Yu saw a distorted ball of light. This thing is strange. It's like an invisible lens that can stretch images behind and around it, changing with the viewing angle. Wang Yu couldn't understand what this thing was. But Ball understood instantly. His pupils contracted, and he immediately pulled Wang Yu and Cat Coeur back, his face filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Wang Yu asked. He knew the engine was dangerous, but he didn't know exactly why. It wasn't until Ball told him what the ball of light was that Wang Yu's forehead began to sweat profusely. That looks a lot like a black hole, but it seems to be bound by a gravitational field, so it doesn't suck in everything around it. Oh, even if it isn't, it's still a kind of strongly gravitational matter that's very close to a black hole, so even light is stretched and distorted by gravity, making it impossible to see what's at the center. Bar explained again. At this moment, Wang Yu fell silent, suddenly understanding why the system had locked the door earlier. It's better not to know at all, at least you'll sleep better at night. Now that I know the black hole is right beneath my feet, I feel incredibly uneasy, as if I'm suspended in midair. Because if this thing gets out of control, the consequences are unimaginable. Can we throw this away? Wang Yu remembered the cost of repairing the engine. No wonder it was so expensive. Even if this thing is valuable, he doesn't want it. Nobody likes to stuff an unstable bomb into their spaceship. I estimate not. The gravitational field below appears to have been adjusted to maintain a delicate balance. This is probably why the engine can continue to run. If its position were moved even slightly, it would likely go out of control immediately. Baldao essentially dashed Wang Yu's hopes. These people must be crazy to have actually rubbed a black hole in their own ship. Wang Yu complained. They're a bunch of crazy people who don't care about their lives. Based on what we've seen along the way, it's highly likely that this black hole engine was created by someone on the ship, causing massive damage inside and eliminating a large number of enemies. They're a tough bunch. Wang Yu had to admit he was impressed, despite his complaints. Perhaps in order to deal with some powerful enemy, they calculated the gravitational field environment, then guided the engine to go out of control, generating a black hole, and then, after eliminating the powerful enemy, used the gravitational field to fix the black hole there. That's insane. They're a bunch of ruthless people. Wang Yu had to admire them. However, after a brief period of adjustment, he gradually accepted the fact that the black hole was not sucking in the surrounding matter, which meant that the situation was relatively stable. Moreover, they had nowhere else to escape to. This ship was Wang Yu and his companions' only refuge in the universe. Even knowing the danger, they had to go down and find out. Chapter 96, Bud Beast. The three returned to the bridge and reappeared wearing jetpacks. Because the central area of the spaceship is a large, weightless cavity, it's unclear how Thor and Piglet got on. Perhaps it can fly? Be careful, especially with Catgirl. Hold on tight. Wang Yu said that since there are only 2 jetpacks, they will inevitably be shared. This time, Catgirl rode directly on Wang Yu's back, or rather, on his jetpack, like riding a rocket, and was secured with a safety rope to prevent her from falling off. But considering the risks, Katarina herself had to hold on to her backpack tightly. Next, the two jumped into the central collapse zone. Their movements were very skillful, as they had practiced many times in the space environment. They controlled their backpacks with one hand and held their guns with the other, using the powerful flashlights on them to shine around. Wang Yu has a slight advantage. His power armor has an extra spotlight fixed to its shoulder, making it brighter. However, there is still light in this pit. Some lights are on, but it is generally dim, and it may be completely dark only when you enter some floors. Let's go one floor at a time, starting with the second floor. Wang Yu looked around briefly, then flew to the side and down, landing firmly on the ground. He found that the gravity between the floors was normal. Ball arrived quickly, his gun barrel sweeping into the darkness ahead. Wang Yu, don't you think the structure of this ship is a bit complicated? I counted. There are 7 floors in total, and the 3rd and 6th floors are large floors, with a height of over 20 meters. Isn't a ship with only 50-odd crew members a bit too few? Forehead. Wang Yu thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. But the list of people they found only had about 50 people, and there were photos to prove it. This is an indisputable fact. Maybe these people are all superhumans. One of them is worth 10, no, 100. Could it be that this ship wasn't originally this big? Ball suddenly interrupted Wang Yu. Wang Yu paused, then looked back at the collapsed area. Considering the fact that the ship was a living vessel, this possibility existed. This ship may be able to grow bigger. The 5th floor in the pit was made of a completely different metal material than the surrounding floors. It was a different kind of white metal, and the lighting was excellent, making it very bright. That layer might even have come from another ship that was swallowed up by the deep space. Let's explore the area first. If that's the case, we'll definitely find more clues. Wang Yu said, and then the 3 of them began to explore the 2nd level. This area was also dilapidated, with craters and signs of destruction everywhere, but it was much better than the corridor leading to the central collapse zone. Wang Yu brought up the map, and the darkness on it was gradually illuminated as the group explored, which was just enough to record the area they had explored and ensure that no corner was missed. Dormitory area. Wang Yu looked at the markings on the map, then at the many small rooms on both sides that didn't even have doors. Search separately, and call for help if you find any danger, but do not leave this corridor. He took out a walkie-talkie, signaling the 3 of them to stay in touch, and then began checking each room one by one. The accommodations inside are not bad. Although they are quite dilapidated, they have everything you need, including a private bathroom, which is a rather luxurious feature in the universe. Although the space is nowhere near as large as the captain's cabin. Wang Yu searched under the bed, in the cabinets, and even in the drawers, finding only some tattered clothes and bottles and jars that looked like cosmetics. Then there was a photograph on the table, which, although framed in a metal frame, had faded so much that only the outline remained, making it almost a black and white photograph. However, it's still clear that the person in the photo is a rather pretty human woman, and the man behind her is probably her husband. He put the photo back in its place and continued searching other rooms. He checked several rooms in a row, and they were all basically the same, mostly containing household items that were no longer needed due to the passage of time. Although there was a first aid kit and medicine, Wang Yu didn't take them because it had been so long and the system wasn't showing any information. After searching several small rooms, Wang Yu discovered a larger room between these dormitories, marked as an activity room on the map. Although the door was closed, there was a large hole in the wall, allowing direct entry. A tremendous force smashed through the wall, leaving a crater in the ground, demonstrating just how terrifying the force was. For this reason, the activity room was also a mess, with several broken pool tables and broken, peeling pool balls on the floor. However, if it were repaired, he might be able to play a couple more rounds here, but Wang Yu wasn't in the mood for that at the moment and headed straight for the bar. There was no danger inside. The fight had happened a long time ago and hadn't affected this small bar. It must have been a place for drinking before. However, the liquor cabinets were all overturned, and the liquor inside was gone. There were also a few shards of glass on the floor, but not many. Someone took the wine from here? Who could it be? Wang Yu frowned, when suddenly Mao Kuer's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Wang Yu, Sister Ball, over here. Over here. Without saying a word, he rushed out and happened to see Ball. The two of them ran towards the area where Cattle was searching and saw Cattle waving at the door. There's something strange. She pointed into the room, and Wang Yu and Ball exchanged a glance before immediately grabbing their guns and rushing over. On the bed in the dormitory, there was a suspicious, dark red object that looked like a giant tumor growing out of a crack in the roof. What is this? Bar was puzzled. She couldn't make a good judgment about this unidentified object that defied science. Shoo! Wang Yu made a shushing gesture, frowned at the egg-like thing that looked like it was about to explode, carefully picked up a piece of metal from the ground, told Ball and Cat Kuer to stand further away, and then stepped back himself before throwing the metal at it. His principle is to keep a distance from the other party, regardless of who they are, and test their strength before making any moves, so as not to be caught off guard by a sudden explosion after getting close. The metal fragments hit the tumor directly and bounced off, because Wang Yu hadn't used much force. But in the next instant, the tumor became active, as if something inside was shaking. Then it burst open, and a pinkish mass of flesh slid onto the bed, then stood up as if inflated, the flesh becoming plump and solid. It was a mannequin, or rather a flesh and blood model, with clothes and facial features, but it looked like it was made of pink clay. Its entire body was only one color, including the two short blades it held in its hands. In just 2 seconds, the creature assessed its surroundings, brandishing a knife and charging towards Ball and his companions. Its movements were swift and professional, as it attempted to duck to avoid bullets, but, bang! A cannonball-like object exploded at the monster's feet, just as it was leaving its house, blasting it away. Only its upper body flew out and landed on the ground. Then came the second shot, which nearly blasted the unidentified object into pieces, and the gust of wind from the aftershock even messed up Wang Yu's hairstyle. That intense. Wang Yu had just raised his shotgun and was about to fire when the unidentified creature was killed by Ball with an assault rifle. The other party had obviously never fought with this weapon before, or didn't recognize it, and suffered from their lack of experience because the gun fired small grenades instead of bullets. Wang Yu switched to a small pistol and fired 2 more shots at the creature. Only after confirming that it was completely dead did he walk over and touch the dismembered body with his cloth-wrapped hand. Name, Bud Beast. Description: Hell Leviathan's secretions are used to eliminate foreign objects in the body. It is not a living organism and cannot exist independently. Its activity level and quantity are related to the state of Hell Leviathan. It hatches through spores. Its form is not fixed and is related to the individuals destroyed and devoured by the hellish Leviathan. It will mimic the appearance, movements, and even abilities of these individuals to attack the foreign objects within the Leviathan's body. Hell Leviathan Deep Space. Wang Yu muttered to himself, glancing at Ball and Cat Kuer, sensing that they might know what these crew members had been fighting in the past. Chapter 97: Thor Enjoying the Beating. This ship is not a simple living vessel, but a giant hell beast known as the Hell Leviathan, Wang Yu said. Thankfully, they checked inside the ship beforehand. Otherwise, if they had fed this Hell Leviathan to its heart's content, they might have been killed by the surging number of bud beasts. To the hellish Leviathans, they are completely alien beings, similar to parasites, and parasites that want to control their hosts. Even if they devour other ships later, they must control the quantity. Only by increasing their strength and being able to suppress this hellish Leviathan can they devour it without any reservations. No wonder the system said it was possible to control this ship. The risks were actually quite high. Wang Yu shared the information with Ball and Cat Kuer, praising Cat Kuer's performance and saying that she did a good job by not directly touching the strange thing. Ball, Do you remember that family photo of the crew from deep space? Is there anyone in it who looks like this woman and that bud beast from just now? Wang Yu said that the bud beast's uniform felt familiar to him, like the uniform of the deep space crew. Bar then conducted a data comparison, but because the facial features were somewhat blurry and information such as hair color and skin color was lacking, he could only draw a rough conclusion. This budding creature bears a resemblance of over 60% to a female crew member from the deep space, matching in height, hairstyle, and facial features. Then it seems that I was right. The female crew member died inside the Hell Leviathan, so the bud beast imitated her appearance and movements, which matches the information. Combined with the horrific scene of the battlefield on the first floor, it can be inferred that the crew of the deep space who created the black hole engine did so to severely damage this Hell Leviathan. Otherwise, they would have been worn down by the endless bud beasts. Let's go. There doesn't seem to be much of value in this dormitory area, and I noticed that someone seems to have been here before. It wasn't Sprout Beast, nor did it resemble Hammer Bro or Pig Bro. Anyway, we should be careful from now on. The three continued exploring the other areas of the second floor, but didn't find much of value. They found the cafeteria, and Wang Yu thought he could find Pig Brother there, but when he went in, he found that there was no one there at all, and there was no food left. The freezers were all empty, and it was eerily quiet. However, in the relatively intact cabinet, Bar found a set of kitchen utensils that were undamaged and even well-preserved. In addition, you can take some pots and pans with you here, so you can come back again later. They were preparing to proceed to the third level as planned, but this time they had only just returned to the central collapse zone when they heard the sounds of fighting. It's Hammer Bro. He's near the fourth level of the broken wall, surrounded and being attacked by 7 or 8 sprout beasts. One of the bud beasts, wielding a long sword, was particularly fierce. Not only were its movements unpredictable, but it also inflicted great damage. Every time it swept past Hammer Bro, it left a long, narrow gash, resulting in the ground being covered with Hammer Bro's spilled blood. Meanwhile, Hammer Bro, whose prize giant hammer had fallen from his hand and landed more than 10 meters away, was fighting these bud beasts with his bare hands. 2 of them were even using rifles, demonstrating extremely high combat skills, leaving blood blossoms on Hammer Bro's body. Damn it, we need to get Thor's support. Wang Yu immediately prepared to provide support, reaching for the heavy sniper rifle behind him that only had a few bullets left. No, don't go. He's just playing around. Cat Brother called out to Wang Yu, shook his head, and indicated that he should ignore Hammer Brother. She had been beaten up by Chris Hemsworth before and knew how terrifying he was. Sure enough, her judgment was proven correct the very next second. Hammer noticed Wang Yu, glanced at him, and then had his chest pierced by the longsword-wielding guy. But Hammer acted as if nothing had happened, using his muscles to clamp the longsword, and with a swipe of his hands, he turned the longsword-wielding guy into mush as if swatting a mosquito. The powerful force even made the surrounding bud beasts lose their footing. What followed was a massacre. These bud beasts died one after another, crushed in the most primitive and brutal ways, such as being slapped off course or trampled. One of them was even slapped against the wall and couldn't be pried off. After finishing the fight, Thor let out a roar. This was the first time Wang Yu had heard Chris Hemsworth speak. Then, Thor's wounds healed at a visible speed. The long knife embedded in his chest even seemed to merge into his body, as if absorbed. He walked towards the nearby hammer-wielding figure. It turns out his hammer wasn't knocked away, but rather he simply didn't want to use it. Gurgle. Wang Yu swallowed hard. His understanding of Thor was elevated to a new level. He was even more powerful than he had imagined, practically a monster. Ball fell silent, sensing that this powerful force was no longer just a simple physical modification surgery, but a more mysterious and terrifying power that she had only felt in a few high-threat catastrophic variants in the past history of the planet Mech. Thor. Wang Yu shouted his greetings enthusiastically, but Hammer Bro, who had just finished showing off, only showed his back, looking nonchalant, though he had clearly noticed Wang Yu long ago. Let's go and take a look, Wang Yu said, beckoning Ball and Catgirl to follow, and used jetpacks to cross the central collapse zone, flying towards the floor where Thor was located. Chapter 98, A Chilling Atmosphere. The three landed, and Cat Brother had unknowingly fallen to the back of the group. Wang Yu remained enthusiastic, greeting Hammer Brother, and even preparing a small gift. Hey bro, I brought you some delicious snacks, freshly fried moss cakes. They smell amazing, have a taste. Wang Yu took out 8 flatbreads wrapped in a clean white cloth from his bag. They were still warm. Seeing that Brother Hammer had reacted, he reached out his hand and handed the stack of flatbreads to him. The latter didn't hold back either, directly showing off his melt-in-your-mouth technique, even eating the cloth along with it. It tastes good, doesn't it? This was made by First Mate Bar. She's a great cook. Wang Yu struck while the iron was hot, not forgetting to mention his new crew members a few times. However, Thor remained aloof and said nothing. He merely glanced at Ball, his gaze lingering briefly on Kerr, before continuing on his way. But Wang Yu didn't stop talking. Hey Hammer, where did all these bud beasts come from? Are there especially many on the 4th floor? I saw one on the way here. Hey Thor, do you know where the main engine room is? Hey Thor, do you know where Hawkins is, and also Piglet? Wang Yu read out several names in a row, all of them former crew members who were still alive on the deep space. This time, Thor seemed to have heard the key words and finally reacted, turning around to look at Wang Yu. That fierce and ugly face gave Wang Yu an extremely strong sense of oppression, making him think that he had said something wrong. And so, Thor stared at Wang Yu for a long while with his crimson single eye hidden behind the metal mask before making a move, pointing his finger to the opposite side of the central collapse zone. It turns out it was giving directions. But this habit of staring at people while thinking can really scare people to death, especially for people with heart problems. Wang Yuqiang suppressed his racing heartbeat, looked in the direction Hammer Brother pointed, checked the map, and memorized it. He then looked at Thor ahead, thought for a moment, and decided to continue following him. At least we'll find out where Chris Hemsworth usually lives, so we won't have to look for him next time he comes. Ball and Catgirl followed behind. Just now, when Thor was staring at Wang Yu, Ball almost fired a shot. Only Wang Yu was bold enough to go over and talk to him. The three followed Thor all the way, passing a room called the Shield Control Room. Instead of going in to explore, they continued walking with Thor until they arrived at a room called the Security and Defense Center. They followed Thor through the main door. It was quite empty inside, probably because Chris Hemsworth had tidied it up. There was only one stool, which was actually just a metal block that had been moved from somewhere and used by Hemsworth as a stool. Then there were no other miscellaneous items, except for the various weapons and armor hanging on the wall. Most of them were stained, as if they had just been unearthed, and very few were intact. They were either chipped or had broken handles. The armor was almost like rotten pieces of armor, and they covered the entire room. The only intact and undamaged weapon inside was the giant hammer that Thor had placed at his feet. Moreover, judging from the size of these damaged protective gear pieces, they are very likely ones that Thor used in the past, but are no longer needed. So this is actually Thor's arsenal, not that Thor only knows how to use a hammer. The reason I ended up with the giant hammer was simply because all the other weapons were broken. Wang Yu was deeply shocked as he looked at the weapon racks that resembled a wall of honor. Both Ball and Cat Kerr felt a chilling aura permeating the entire room. After a quick tour to confirm that this was Chris Hemsworth's residence, the three prepared to leave. Hey, we won't bother you any longer. Take a good rest after you've finished exercising, and we'll come again next time. Wang Yu said goodbye to Hammer Bro, but the latter was like a stone statue, showing no reaction, probably having fallen asleep. The three left the security center, and it wasn't until they had walked some distance that Caterpillar became active again, clearly still quite afraid of Thor. However, as time goes on and we see each other more often, things should gradually improve. At least this time, he didn't crouch and hide anymore. They arrived at the shield control room, which they hadn't entered when they passed by earlier. The door was powered on, so they could enter directly. The space inside wasn't large, but the overall condition was better than expected. The facilities were mostly intact, and the control panel could be activated smoothly. As shown above, the particle generators used to generate the shield have malfunctioned. There are 8 generators in total, and 7 of them are offline and unusable. The required credits to repair this module are 300,000. Wang Yu couldn't afford that money, at least not now. Besides, if it could be repaired, wouldn't that save him the money? He asked Ball if he was confident he could fix it, but the latter just shook his head, saying that the relevant technology did not exist on the machine planet, nor did the caveman civilization, so there was no way to start. Let's see later, we don't need it for now anyway. Wang Yu said that after leaving the room and figuring out the 4th floor, he returned to the place where he first saw Hammer Brother. By this time, the corpses of the budding beasts that had been left on the ground were gone, including the one that was stuck to the wall and couldn't be pried off. The bloodstains on the ground, extending all the way to the fault line in the collapse zone, indicate that Pigsy was here and left through the collapse zone, as if he could fly, but he could also have jumped over there. He looked towards the 3rd floor. I asked about the locations of Pig Brother and Hawkins before, but Thor only answered one. I don't know who will be on the 3rd floor. We'll find out when we get there. The three flew towards the 3rd level, deliberately flying close to the broken wall, because the black hole engine hovered between the 4th and 5th levels. It was best to keep a distance from it and fly around it rather than get sucked in. They landed safely and stepped onto the floor of the 3rd floor on the opposite bank. As soon as they entered, they clearly sensed something was wrong. Firstly, this layer was particularly dirty, with very obvious traces of dragging objects. The stains had been left uncleaned for a long time, making the floor uneven. Then there's the stench that can be smelled as soon as you enter this area, confirming that it's coming from this floor, and the smell is extremely strong. Brother Pig is most likely on this floor. Wang Yu guessed. Moreover, this was a large floor, more than 20 meters high, and with insufficient lighting. In order to guard against unknown dangers, they changed to a more compact formation, each guarding different directions, slowing down their pace, and began to explore the 3rd floor. Chapter 99 Butcher and Chef. The three proceeded cautiously, not missing even the corners of the passageway, mainly out of fear of lurking bud beasts. However, this thing is not common. The reason why Thor was fighting with several of them at once was most likely because he lured them together. Anyway, so far, they have not found a second spore. Wang Yu compared the map. Thor was pointing towards the bow of the ship. To the left was the temporary transfer cabin, and to the opposite was the ship's cargo hold, with the central collapse zone in between. He explained the layout of this floor to Ball and Catgirl, planning to connect the ship's cabin and the temporary transfer cabin later, which would make it much easier for them to enter and leave the deep space and move supplies. Otherwise, every time they come back, they'll just be crawling around on the surface of the deep space, which is only so dangerous, but mainly inefficient. The three continued forward and came to an excessively wide passageway, which felt like a place for transporting goods or moving large objects. Here, the stench became even stronger, and further in, unusual noises could be heard, like the sound of chopping with a knife. It might be Pigsy. Don't act rashly later. Observe my actions first. Wang Yu reminded them that neither Ball nor Cat Kerr had met Pig Brother yet, and in terms of appearance alone, Pig Brother was even more ferocious than Thor. He walked ahead carrying a shotgun, and as the distance closed, the chopping sound became clearer and clearer, the rhythm remaining almost unchanged, like an endless supply of meat to chop. Click, 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 click. They eventually came to an intersection, and the sound was coming from the right. For safety reasons, Wang Yu said he would go and take a look first. He leaned against the wall, hugged his shotgun, and peeked out. All he could see was blood. At the end of the passage, amidst a dark red glow, stood a giant man about 3 meters tall. Although he is not as tall as Chris Hemsworth, if we only talk about waist size, he is actually a whole size bigger than Chris Hemsworth, with fat overflowing from his back like a swimming ring. With that bib and tall hat whose original color was indiscernible, it was clear that he was indeed Pigsy. An indescribable stench, mixed with the smell of blood and decay, wafted from the end of the corridor. The environment was simply too appalling. The walls were hung with chains and hooks from a large number of bud beast corpses, some of which were still alive, twitching from time to time, and dripping dirty blood onto the ground. Pig Brother was chopping something on a cutting board. The so-called cutting board was actually a large pool of black, solidified lava-like substance, layered on top of each other, as if it had been piled up over many years. The height was just right to be used as a cutting board. After chopping the meat on the cutting board into evenly sized pieces, Brother Pig swept all the meat into a stew pot that was coated with a paste that obscured its original color. His movements were skillful and efficient, as if he had done this countless times before. Then Pig Brother took a new section from the meat hanging around him, ignored its struggles, and quickly chopped it down with a swift stroke. Wang Yu was completely stunned, unable to tell whether this was a kitchen or an execution ground, only feeling that it was cruel and bloody. The source of the red light in the corridor is a huge heart located on the wall at the end. It was a heart as hot as lava, radiating a red glow. It seemed to be the heart of the Leviathan of the Abyss, which is why it was so large. Even on the wall, only a corner of it was visible, with the rest hidden within the wall. For this reason, in addition to the bud beasts hanging by chains, there are also dense veins on the wall at the end of the corridor, many of which are as thick as pillars. It is uncertain whether blood flows inside, as they are all black and look very hard. Seeing that Wang Yu hadn't made a move after watching for a long time, Ball and Cat Kerr exchanged a glance and peeked over as well. Then they both froze, their rationality dropping considerably. They fell silent, afraid to make a sound for fear of attracting the other party's attention. Then, like the other hanging bud beasts, they were grabbed onto the chopping board and chopped into pieces. Wang Yu felt someone poking him and knew it was Ball, so he whispered, "It's Pig Brother, and the map shows it as the hard zone, but he seems to be busy. Let's wait a bit." Seeing that Pig Brother was very focused, Wang Yu didn't want to disturb him and even considered sneaking away. He felt that Pig Brother was much fiercer than Hammer Brother. But then, Ball poked him harder, even with both hands, and he felt like the cat cur was poking him too, so he couldn't take it anymore. "Stop fooling around, it's a bit." Before he could even utter the word pain, Wang Yu was stunned, because a familiar figure appeared behind him, accompanied by a strong, pungent body odor. That burly physique, the butcher's knife at his waist, and that filthy, ugly pig-like face. "Brother Piggy?" Wang Yu felt his scalp tighten, his brain go numb, and even start to itch. He looked back at the pig chopping meat at the end of the corridor, then at the pig in front of him holding a lot of chains and dragging sacks. He couldn't say a word for a long time. "How come there are two pigs? Are you seeing things?" Ball and Cat Bro saw it too, so they kept poking themselves, because Pig Bro noticed the three of them acting suspiciously and stopped. "Damn it, how come Pigsy walks without making a sound? Or am I just too engrossed in watching?" Wang Yu pinched his thigh to use the pain to get himself moving and greeted them. "Brother Pig, it's been a long time." He laughed, but his smile was a little stiff. Fortunately, Pig Brother's gaze did not linger on them for long. He simply nodded, dragged the sack and some remaining carcasses of the budding beasts hanging from the chain behind him, and walked towards the end of the corridor. There was even the one that Wang Yu and his group had killed inside. Because the body was blown to pieces, apart from the pieces hanging on the chains, the rest of the flesh was probably in the sack. This shows that Brother Pig is quite thrifty. The two lecherous men quickly met up. Without exchanging words, the second lecherous man took the ingredients off the chain, hung them up one by one, and then poured all the scraps of meat from the sack into the stew pot. Wang Yu almost vomited just watching. Then, the later Thor directly drew his cleaver and made a very deep cut in the black blood vessel in front of him. He then took a stew pot and collected a lot of dark red, magma-like unknown liquid from it, which was probably the blood of the Abyss Leviathan and the blood near its heart. Because the wound scabs over quickly, it had to be cut open several times before the stew pot could be filled. Then, Pig Brother took the giant soup ladle next to him and started stirring, as if he were cooking. Meanwhile, the man chopping meat kept putting more meat in, and the two worked together like this, not caring about the excess soup spilled on the ground, which quickly solidified, including the soup that leaked from the veins. I reckon the cutting board was formed from the coagulated blood. Wang Yu swallowed, not because he felt hungry, but to relieve stress. This is probably the source of the stench in the central collapse area, especially that pot. As it was being cooked over a high flame, the smell was so strong it hurt your eyes. "Let's go. Just knowing that Brother Pig is here is enough." Wang Yu said that although he didn't understand why there were two pigs, he was also a little curious about who these things were for. But judging from the cooking process, it would take a long time. Rather than waiting here and being suffocated by the stench, he might as well go and wander around other places on the third floor. Chapter 100 Wall of Flesh and Blood. The three continued walking forward. On the way, Wang Yu called up the crew list and wondered why there were two Pig Brothers. Could one of them be a crew member with a question mark? But these two look way too alike, don't they? Or perhaps Pigsy has the ability to split or create clones. Wang Yu leans more towards the latter, which might be some kind of ability of Brother Zhu, because there are no twins in the family photo of the former crew members. The three continued exploring the dimly lit corridor, sensing that this floor was probably the most severely affected by the Hell Leviathan, with almost no lighting and an even greater number of bud beasts. They probably didn't see any spores on that section of road because Pig Brother often walked it, but after crossing the intersection and walking forward, they saw 4 spores. However, before they could hatch, they were blown to pieces by Bale's assault rifle. The severely wounded bud beasts died under Wang Yu's hail of bullets before they could even get up. So they didn't move very fast, but it took them about 15 minutes to cover 200 meters, and they checked every corner thoroughly. Then at the end of the road, they found a small truck or forklift, indicating that this was indeed a freight route. Name: Hercules 01, damaged. Manufacturer: Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Ltd. Regulatory level: Level 1, civilian use. Description: a multifunctional freight vehicle designed for both gravity and low-gravity environments. It combines flexibility and compactness with high load capacity and sustained power. A reliable bottom support arm elevates the vehicle to a height of up to 20 meters, allowing access to goods at higher elevations. The maximum load capacity is 20 tons, including the vehicle itself, standard weight. Is there any chance this car can be repaired? Wang Yu asked, because Ball was checking. However, it's unclear how long this car has been parked here. Although all 8 rims are still there, they are all worn out and covered in rust. With a little force, Wang Yu even managed to tear the car door off. This is definitely not because the power armor has high stats, but because the vehicle is too old and broken. A bunch of debris fell off after the door was torn off. Although the parts are still there, the whole car will probably need to be replaced, which is almost the same as building a new one. If the internal chips are well protected, they might still be usable, but the battery and motor are definitely beyond repair and not worth salvaging. Balda, though somewhat euphemistically put, basically means it's beyond repair and practically useless. However, the presence of this small truck also implies that there is a large warehouse inside the deep space, presumably on the 6th floor. Because behind the small truck was a large freight elevator with only 2 buttons. The lettering was illegible, but it was estimated to be the 3rd and 6th floors, since those were the only 2 large floors. While Wang Yu was inspecting the pickup truck in Ball, he checked the freight elevator. It wasn't powered on, and judging from its current state, it was unlikely to be activated. A large amount of black substance had seeped into the wall and become fused with the elevator. Even if it had power, it wouldn't be able to move unless it was completely renovated from top to bottom. Since the end of the road was a dead end, the 3 of them had no choice but to return along the same route. When they returned to the intersection, they saw Pig Brother carrying a huge stew pot with the bottom of the pot red hot and walking to the other side. The pot was filled with a bubbling liquid that looked very viscous, almost like pus. Just then, Wang Yu and his 2 companions were also planning to check out that passage. Seeing that Brother Zhu was going the same way, they followed him furtively. A lot of food spilled from the pot on the way, but Pig Brother didn't care. He swaggered forward, making almost no sound. No wonder we hadn't noticed him before. Wang Yu looked at the spilled dark green liquid, hesitated slightly, then wrapped his index finger several times with a cloth, dipped it in, and examined it. Name: foul-smelling thick soup. Creator: Chenov. Regulatory level: Level 1, prohibited. Synopsis: a secret medicine made using a technology that does not exist in this world, also known as a magic potion, which only works on humans. A thick soup made from inferior, rotten meat and filthy blood shouldn't have any effect, but perhaps the fear and pain of the ingredients were incorporated into the preparation process, so drinking it can restore a lot of spiritual energy and vitality. After repeated use, the residual fear and pain inside can also affect the user, potentially causing frequent nightmares and a state of mental abnormality. At the same time, due to its terrible taste, the taste buds of those who consume it will gradually be destroyed and distorted, and people with low immunity may even experience adverse symptoms such as diarrhea and poisoning. A magical potion that doesn't exist in this world? Wang Yu was taken aback, read the message again, and confirmed that it was correct. This is a product completely detached from science, yet it appeared on a spaceship, and it was even made by Pigsy. Just as Ball was about to ask something, Wang Yu brushed him off, saying that they should catch up first and then explain in detail later. He suggested they first see where Pig Brother was going and who this pot of soup was for. The 3 followed behind, and after walking about 30 meters, they encountered a corner. Pig Brother had already crossed it first. As they followed, they discovered that the ground ahead had transformed from hard metal into uneven black rock. Further on, these rocks even turned into bright red, glowing flesh and blood, just like the scene when Wang Yu used magic to awaken the Hell Leviathan. Pig Brother stepped on the flesh and blood, carrying the stew pot forward. All around him were buds that filled the passageway like scattered rocks, and inside were bud beasts that were hatching. So all 3 of them stopped, because entering meant being surrounded by bud beasts. Pig Brother might not care, but for the rest of them entering such an environment, there was a high chance of injury or even death. While the others hesitated, Pig Brother had already gone ahead, carrying the stew pot and disappearing around the corner again. What should we do? Bar asked. Wang Yu looked at his 2 teammates, then at the road ahead, and made a decision after thinking for a few seconds. Go carefully, don't irritate these buds, follow the path that Brother Pig has taken. If things go wrong, retreat immediately. The grenades should buy us time to run towards Thor. Wang Yu said that if there were too many bud beasts, it would be necessary to have Hammer Brother and Pig Brother take action. They didn't need to waste their precious ammunition here, as they wouldn't even have enough to kill all of them. So the 3 of them switched to a column, with Wang Yu, as the captain, walking at the front. They carefully advanced along the path that Pig Brother had taken. After passing through the passage and reaching the end corner again, they saw a huge, bright red wall of flesh that filled the entire passage. Pigsy had reached the wall, the stew pot was placed on the ground, and he was using a huge spoon to feed the foul-smelling soup to someone in front of him. Those were people buried in the wall, their bodies almost entirely embedded except for their heads and chests, like prisoners trapped inside. There were a total of 8 people trapped inside the wall, arranged in a circle. However, 3 of them had become skeletons, or even fallen apart. Only a section of the spine with ribs remained on the wall, and the skull had fallen to the ground. The wall-bound one. Wang Yu immediately called up the crew panel to confirm, and there were exactly 5 people, so it was basically confirmed. They didn't know how long they had been trapped there, but it couldn't have been short, because some of them had hair and beards that hung down to the ground, their color dull, covering their entire faces. There was also a blonde guy at the top, right opposite former Captain Hawkins. Chapter 101, A Warning from Luck. Wang Yu. Bar whispered something, roughly asking him what to do next. Wang Yu brought up the map to confirm where he was, and then saw the 4 large characters, main engine room on it. The main engine room is ahead. He replied in a low voice, implying that the activated subspace phase change engine was inside. But what's the next step? Wang Yu looked at the spores around him, then at Pig Brother in front of him and the remains of the dead wall-bound people on the ground, and had the idea of continuing forward to gather information using the system. The remains will definitely be identified by the system, and an intelligence report will be generated. Wang Yu acted on his thought immediately. He greeted Ball and Cat Kurer behind him, and continued walking along the path Pig Brother had taken, focusing all his attention on the wall of flesh and blood in front of him, thinking about the information he had gathered so far. But at this time, watch your step. A low, anxious voice came from behind. Although Wang Yu heard it, he was a beat slow to react. He stepped on a piece of stewed meat, which must have fallen from Pig Brother's pot, and then leaned back, his hands flailing uncontrollably. Although she didn't fall, she was helped up by Ball and Cat Kurer. But his wildly waving hand still touched a horizontally growing spore, causing it to tremble, then burst open, revealing a small section of human body. Depend on. Wang Yu sensed something was wrong. Pig Brother had actually left a trap here. He was prepared to fire, but the noise from the gunshot would definitely activate all the surrounding bud beasts, which would make things even more troublesome. They had to retreat. Turn around, get out of here quick. Wang Yu warned that the place was too cramped, and even if they were to fight, they should retreat first. At this moment, the bud beast had already stood up. It was a middle-aged man about 1.6 meters tall, with a somewhat blurry face. He stood up and immediately targeted Wang Yu. In a flash, he appeared in front of Wang Yu, crouched down, and threw a straight punch. By this time, Wang Yu was no longer an inexperienced rookie. He had sparred with Ball and Cat Kurer many times. He might not be good at offense, but he was quick to react when it came to defense. He immediately blocked the attack with his left hand. Then he felt a burning pain in his forearm. A strange force penetrated the power armor and hit Wang Yu's forearm, which felt like a burn. Wang Yu endured the pain, leaned back slightly, and quickly drew the shadow demon dagger hanging on his chest and stabbed it. The budding beast seemed to be exceptionally skilled in physical combat. Unarmed, it decisively chose to leap backward to dodge the incoming weapon, hovering in midair as if it possessed the legendary lightness skill. No, Wang Yu noticed something was wrong. This bud beast was indeed quite skilled, but it wasn't hovering in the air because it wanted to. Rather, it was being restrained by another force. Then came the sound of bones being crushed. The bud beast floated up and stopped less than 2 meters in front of Wang Yu. It was twisted into a pretzel by some unknown force, its bones shattered, and the squeezed juice splattered on Wang Yu's body and even his face. Wang Yu, I'm fine, don't come any closer. Wang Yu warned the 2 people behind him, then removed the cloth wrapped around his right hand and discovered that the lucky number on it had changed to 5. This was a warning. His luck was warning him. The situation ahead was dangerous, which led to the near slip and fall he just now. The 5 wall binders in front reacted to the intruder, all raising their heads and their eye sockets emitting a ghostly blue light. They killed the bud beast with some kind of power, only stopping when they had completely twisted it into a pretzel and torn it into several pieces. These 5 wall binders will attack any living thing that gets close to this wall, Wang Yu said, warning the 2 people behind him, and looked at the unhatched spores. It seems that as long as they don't hatch, these wall-bound beings won't care. Wang Yu dared not gamble on his uniqueness. Luck was already warning him that there was no need to try. The 3 of them returned along the same route until they exited the spore-infested fleshy cavity and returned to the crossroads. Only then did they truly breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the opposite passage, in the heart area, another guy was still processing ingredients. But the group was no longer as fearful as they had been at the beginning, perhaps because they had gotten used to it. One of the pigs was responsible for collecting the corpses and helping to finish the pot of foul-smelling soup to feed the wall-bound ones. Another pig guarded the heart area, constantly processing ingredients, and possibly monitoring the passageway leading to the main engine room. Those 5 wall binders, no, there were originally 8. They weren't trapped on the wall, but rather they actively erected a wall to trap something inside. That thing might be the source of this anomaly on the deep space spacecraft. Wang Yu shared his guesses with Ball and the others, feeling that there were more secrets inside the ship than he had imagined. He had originally thought it was just an ordinary crashed spaceship, but now it seemed that it might not be so. Thor and Pig are clearly fighting against and suppressing the power of this Hell Leviathan, which also includes the 5 wallbounders. They may have accomplished something, using the out-of-control secondary engine to severely damage the Hell Leviathan, then sealed something away, achieving balance, until Wang Yu appeared on this ship. This is the deduction Wang Yu made based on the information at hand. Bar, isn't the deep space spacecraft supposed to be equipped with cameras? It's necessary to install one here, so we can check the condition of the heart area and main engine room, as well as Piglet's condition, at any time. Wang Yu said that he felt that Pig Brother was the maintainer of balance here, while Hammer Brother was more like a guardian, responsible for eliminating threats inside the ship. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and checked the injury on his left forearm. His fingers could still move, so it shouldn't be too bad. He checked the time and realized that more than 4 hours had passed without him noticing. Wang Yu's energy level had dropped below 40 points. Although Ball and Cat Kuer could still move around, it was extremely unsafe to let them explore on their own. For example, if he hadn't been lucky just now, all 3 of them would probably have been killed there. Let's stop here for today and explore other areas tomorrow. We'll open up the transit bay first, then the ship's cargo hold, and finally, if there's time, we'll check the other floors. Wang Yu suggested returning, and so the exploration ended on the 3rd floor. There are still 5 to 7 more floors to go, and almost half of the area has not yet been explored. They jumped into the central collapse zone, and, with the help of jetpacks, successfully returned to the 1st level. During this process, they finally witnessed how Chris Hemsworth jumped across the floors. It was very simple and straightforward, he just jumped over them. At their level of strength, this distance is nothing for them. They can cover it on foot. The 3 returned to the captain's cabin and, seeing the familiar surroundings, finally relaxed. Catgirl immediately sprawled out on the worn-out sofa. Wang Yu also began to remove his power armor to check the injury on his left arm. Chapter 1, O2 Carbonization Disease. Hiss. Wang Yu gasped. When he took it off, it felt like his left arm was stuck to the power armor. He had to use some force to pull it off, tearing apart the congealed scab. Are you injured? Only then did Ball and Cat Kuer realize that Wang Yu was injured, because he had acted as if nothing was wrong the whole way. Especially Bar, who immediately went to get the first aid kit, while Wang Yu examined the injury on his forearm. A dark red fist mark was branded on his forearm, and even the sleeve was burned through, with many blisters around it. Flaming fist penetrating force. These sprouting beasts still possess skills from their previous lives. Wang Yu frowned and looked at the power armor. There was no damage on it. With the presence of the magic potion, Wang Yu felt that the previous crew members of this ship were all extraordinary. Does it hurt? At this moment, Cat Kuer said, her amber eyes revealing a look of worry. It's a superficial wound. It shouldn't have damaged any bones or tendons. Wang Yu replied that although it stung, his fingers were not affected, as his sleeves had helped to block much of the force. He took out the healing spray he had been using earlier and was about to spray it when Ball, who was carrying a first aid kit, saw him and stopped him. The wound hasn't been cleaned yet. She scolded him, as if blaming Wang Yu for only speaking now, her gaze making Wang Yu unable to meet her eyes. After that, Bear began to clean his wound with tweezers and cotton, mainly removing the charred and blackened fibers. It didn't hurt. Wang Yu just felt like he had nowhere to look, and finally his gaze settled on the pair of white rabbit ears, which twitched from time to time. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Suddenly, Ball pressed on Wang Yu's arm, causing Wang Yu to wince in pain. No bone was broken, just skin burns and tissue contusions. Be careful to avoid infection, and don't get it wet until it heals. After examining the wound, she warned it before taking the wound healing spray and applying it, forming a light green protective film on the wound. This isn't from the first aid kit. It's a product from Four-Legged Fish Company. It's much more effective than ordinary hemostatic sprays. It stops the pain as soon as you spray it on, and it also disinfects and protects the wound, saving you the need for bandages. Afterwards, Wang Yu took 2 anti-inflammatory pills and ate dinner to replenish his nutrition. Then Ball and Cat Kerr moved the heavy metal door and its parts over, ready to install it. Wang Yu originally wanted to help, but because of his injury, he was disliked by Ball and ordered to stay put. Helpless, Wang Yu could only lie down and watch the two of them work. In just an hour and a half, the door was installed. Unlike the original door, the current door is opened by a lock. Because they didn't understand the identification system inside the deep space rovers, they had to use this relatively primitive design. The advantage is that even if there is a power outage, you don't have to worry about being trapped in the captain's cabin, and it's also more sturdy, so even if Shadow Fiend comes, he won't be able to break down the door. By this time, Wang Yu felt that his left arm injury had improved a lot. It was no longer swollen, and he was starting to feel sleepy. He told Ball and Cat Kerr to get some rest too. Well, Ball might not need to, but Cat Kerr did need to sleep. He then returned to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep within minutes. Cough cough. Wang Yu woke up with a cough, and after sitting up, he coughed up a small piece of phlegm with black fragments and a lot of blood in it. He frowned slightly, and was about to go to the bathroom to wash his hands when he was surprised to find that the wound on his left arm had turned black. It wasn't the dark red of a scab, but a pure black, just like the black debris he coughed up. This is... Wang Yu tried to touch it, but it didn't hurt, and he couldn't even feel it, as if it wasn't his own skin. With a little force, the shell-like skin cracked open, leaving a foamy texture, and blood trickled out from the crack. Grass. Wang Yu hadn't expected the skin to be so fragile, and he panicked for a moment. At the same time, he also noticed another gaze, that of Ball standing at the door. She was holding a cup of soy milk, but it fell to the ground. She ran over quickly to check Wang Yu's wound, her pupils constantly changing size, probably adjusting the magnification to confirm the condition of the wound. How could this be? When did this happen? Baldao looked at Wang Yu, his voice trembling with excitement. The latter intended to gloss over the matter, but when he looked at the nervous Ball, especially his eyes, he blurted it all out. Actually, after the last shock, I had a cough, and the phlegm I coughed up later contained some black fragments, which gradually turned into blood streaks. The lungs are the first area affected by the disease. Upon hearing this, Ball fell into thought. She actually knew that Wang Yu had a slight cough. After all, spending so much time together every day, it would be difficult not to notice. This might be a lingering effect of the previous impact, and the cough started around that time. But since Wang Yu didn't mention it, Ball didn't delve into it either, because they didn't even have the resources to check and diagnose the cause of the illness, let alone provide treatment. But this symptom is in Bar's database. The planet Mech has long been influenced by Higra, and has records of various strange illnesses, this being one of them, and an incurable disease that even Mech's technology cannot cure. This is petrification, also known as carbonization disease, a chronic and stubborn illness. The patient's body tissues will transform into this carbon-like diseased tissue during the metabolic process. Although it does not grow like cancer, it is very fragile, especially after a large area injury, in which case the probability of it occurring is higher. Ultimately, the patient will suffer a significant decline in bodily functions and frequent infections due to the presence of these fragile tissues throughout their body, eventually leading to death. There is currently no cure for this disease. Treatment involves removing the fragile tissue, inducing wound regeneration, preventing carbonization, and repeatedly performing decarbonization to extend lifespan. However, ultimately, Bar took a deep breath and only mentioned that Sophia also had the disease. It doesn't refer to the servant Sophia, but to another Sophia that Wang Yu saw underground, the granddaughter of Old Brun. Although her case was more complicated because she had more than one illness, carbonization was the main cause of her eventual loss of mobility and consciousness. So that means I'm about to die? Wang Yu felt like the sky had fallen. He still vividly remembered the tragic state of Sophia in the underground of the machine planet. The mystery surrounding the deep space craft had just been unveiled, and everything was progressing in a positive direction, yet he was about to perish prematurely. Chapter 103 Breaking Down the Door. How much time do I have left? It took Wang Yu several tens of seconds to calm himself down. After taking a deep breath, he asked Ball. If he takes good care of himself and doesn't get injured frequently, he probably has another 7 to 10 years. Damn, you almost scared me to death. Wang Yu sat up abruptly, found the wound healing spray, and sprayed it twice more on the wound, quickly stopping the bleeding and forming a protective film on it. However, the spray was also used up. You make it sound so serious. I thought I was about to pass away, but it turns out I still have a few years left. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately and try to figure out the situation inside the deep space vessel today. We can explore more planets later. Maybe we'll find a civilization skilled in treating these kinds of difficult problems. Wang Yu immediately became more enthusiastic, but Bear's expression did not relax, because she was referring to the ideal situation. If things don't go well and it affects his cardiovascular system, Wang Yu might not even survive a week. It's a matter of probability. What's wrong? Just then, another voice came from the bedroom doorway. It was Kat Kuer, who had just woken up, clutching a patched pillow in her hand. After finding no one in the living room, she rushed over and saw Wang Yu and Ball huddled together. Oh, it's okay. I'm glad you're awake. I was just about to call you. We'll have breakfast and then get ready to leave. Today's task is going to be tough. Wang Yu said to simply let the matter drop. Since telling Caterpillar would be of no use, Wang Yu didn't want to become the target of any subsequent actions. On the other side, as soon as Kat Kuer heard about dinner, she naturally forgot everything else and immediately went to brush her teeth and wash her face, just waiting for the meal to be served. You should reduce your exercise, or at least avoid high-intensity exercise, so that the progression of carbonolysis will slow down. Also, avoid injury. Ball whispered in Wang Yu's ear, instructing him to carefully wrap the black fist mark with bandages. But how much of what Wang Yu actually listened to is hard to say. The three of them had a simple meal, and Ball changed the battery during this time. While Wang Yu and Mao Kuer were sleeping, she was busy laying cables to prepare for the installation of lights and cameras later. After changing their gear, they set off again, this time with Ball leading the way. Since it was their second time, the three of them were very familiar with the route and went straight to the third floor without stopping. The first goal is to open up the doors to the temporary transit cabins and then the shipboard cabins, turning the deep space back into a unified whole. They quickly arrived at the door of the transit cabin. They found only one spore on the way, which they shot and eliminated without wasting time on it. Opening the door is a hassle, because it's broken. It's not a permission issue. The door itself is deformed, making it almost impossible to open and close normally, not to mention the black substance covering it. So the three of them brought the corresponding tools with them. Wang Yu took out a spherical capsule from his bag, which contained the space excavator. No, the mining robot. He twisted the capsule, and a 10-second countdown appeared on it. Then Wang Yu placed the capsule on the ground, stepped back, and waited for the countdown to end. The capsule burst open, and a toy-like robot grew rapidly, like it was being inflated, quickly transforming into a large robot over 7 meters tall, with 4 flexible mechanical arms, and carrying a large basket on its back. It's much shorter than the Death Digger, but good things come in small packages. The design concepts of the two are basically the same. After all, they were designed by the same engineer. Strictly speaking, the Death Digger is the predecessor of this digger. So the operating methods should be pretty much the same. Wang Yu had the operating manual for the digger robot on his phone, which he had entrusted Ball to send in. He had looked at it before, but this was his first time actually using it. He took off his power armor, which was now an obstacle, and quickly climbed up the stairs on the side of the digger to the cockpit. The space inside was indeed a bit cramped, feeling like a child's toy. It took Wang Yu some effort to roll himself in. Looking at the bunch of buttons and 4 levers on the control panel, he felt overwhelmed. Because it's a circular control panel, including the pedals below, it's divided into 4 sections in 4 directions, making it look like a dance machine. Adding this small stool makes it practically torture. Kat Kuer, come here for a second. See if you can use your claws to take this chair apart. Wang Yu quickly called out to Kat Kuer. It was time to unleash her house-destroying skills. The latter basically jumped in, but was stopped by Wang Yu before entering the cockpit. It's so crowded inside. What would happen if another one came in? After Wang Yu left, under his instructions, Mao Kuer forcibly removed the small stool. This did not affect driving, as the stool could be replaced anyway. However, Wang Yu wanted the base to be removed as well. After dismantling the cockpit, it became much more spacious. Wang Yu sat inside and told Kat Kuer to go downstairs to keep watch and be careful of the sprout beast sneaking up from behind, because dismantling the door would make a lot of noise. On the other side, Ball also completed his task, drawing a door frame on the gate. Wang Yu will dismantle it according to the outline of the drawing later, while the fine-tuning can be left to Kat Kuer and Ball. Wait, let me review this first. Don't get too close to this big guy, especially Catgirl. It wouldn't be good if she stepped on it. I'm not skilled enough to handle it yet. Wang Yudao picked up his phone and checked the user manual. This is a panoramic cockpit with a 360-degree view. It is made of some kind of reinforced glass, which is light yellow and probably also has a radiation protection effect. The height inside was just enough for Wang Yu to sit cross-legged, but with only 2 hands and 2 feet, how to operate the 4 control levers and 4 pedals was a problem that needed to be solved. The start button is this. Wang Yu pressed and held down the orange button on the console, followed by another yellow button. To turn on ventilation mode, I have to step on the back pedal. Wang Yu shifted to a kneeling position, stepped back, and soon a roaring sound came from inside the mecha, indicating that it had officially started up. He took 2 steps forward and arrived at the door. Then, the robotic arm, equipped with a thermal saw blade, moved to the front as the robot's body rotated, ready to cut the door. Sizzle. A piercing noise erupted, and sparks flew everywhere. Although it was Wang Yu's first time operating an alien robot, he was not stumped by its inhuman operating methods and demonstrated a strong adaptability, or, in other words, a talent for piloting. The pose, however, wasn't very attractive. Operating this robot is extremely challenging for Wang Yu's flexibility, so he often strikes awkward and strange poses while browsing his phone, which amuses the cat cooler below. Fortunately, he had been training during this period, including improving his flexibility, because improving reflexes requires training these things. Soon, the door was cut through by the saw blade. Wang Yu began to cut according to the door frame drawn by Ball. This was also to prepare for the installation of the door later. If it was too big, it would be difficult to make, transport, and even open the door. So it had to be cut to the predetermined size. Chapter 104 Mech Wars. 40 minutes later. Alright, I'm about to open the door. Everyone step back and keep your distance to avoid accidental injury. Wang Yu used a thermal saw blade to cut the door, using 2 blades in total, which shows that the blades were quite effective. He created a door about 10 meters high, allowing the diggers to pass through easily. Ball was alright at this point, but Kat Kur was so bored that she was poking around on the ground. Even with all that commotion, she hadn't attracted any bud beasts, probably because she was lucky. But when the door is finally opened, the noise will likely be very loud, and the whole ship might be able to hear it. So you really need to be careful. Seeing that Ball and Kat Kur had retreated a distance, Wang Yu gave a final reminder, then mobilized the digger's 2 front legs and kicked the standing door down with a powerful slam, making a terrible noise as dust rose and a large amount of dirt was kicked up. But before Wang Yu could report the results, he spotted a red dot in the transfer cabin and immediately turned on the excavator's searchlight to shine it over. His pupils then constricted. Oh no! Quick, hide behind me. That one inside. Before Wang Yu could finish shouting, his hand moved first, urgently activating the robotic arm with the saw blade to protect the cockpit. Then, a heavy shell was fired directly at him. Boom. There was no firelight, only sound. A white bone spike with some flesh and blood hanging from its end was nailed to the mechanical arm. The powerful impact even made the digger tremble slightly. The robot inside, called Heretic Crusher, inexplicably came to life. Its left-hand triple-barreled cannon was aimed at the digger, targeting the cockpit. When the first shot failed, the triple-barreled cannon rotated once, producing a sound similar to loading a gun, and then another shot was fired. If that hit any one of the 3 people, they probably wouldn't even have a complete corpse left. They would be reduced to pieces. Wang Yu had already activated 2 robotic arms to protect the cockpit, and at the same time checked on Ball and Kat Kur's condition. Since the 2 were right behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they were all right. The robot inside has grown flesh, and judging from its color, it has turned into a bud beast. It may have fused with the hatched bud beast and become one with it. Wang Yu warned that he already regretted not dealing with this hidden danger sooner. After the spacecraft was launched, the transfer module closed automatically, and no one has been able to enter it since, so no one knows when it changed. But now is not the time to consider these issues. Facing a powerful robot, especially one with heavy firepower, exposing your back to it would be fatal. In particular, the digger's mobility is relatively poor in a gravity environment, and it may not even be able to outrun its opponent. If you make a mistake, the outcome will be devastating. Therefore, there is only one option. Facing the Heretic Crusher, Bud Beast, that was firing its cannons, Wang Yu did not retreat but advanced, using his hands and feet to alternately press the 4 pedals, controlling the digger to rush forward. By this time, the digger had more than a dozen bone spikes stuck in its body. If it weren't for its amazing defense, the original Death Digger would probably have already disintegrated. It's a pity that this brand new mech became a battle-damaged model as soon as it was introduced. Da-da-da-da-da. The Heretic Crusher then pulled out another weapon, a hand entirely made of pink flesh and bones, from which a large number of bone nails were fired from a cannon. Although its power is far inferior to that of a heavy cannon, it has the advantage of a fast rate of fire and an astonishing amount of ammunition. It leaves scratches on the digger's body, and the force even makes the mechanical arm protecting the cockpit tremble. A bullet even ricocheted in and hit the cockpit, causing spiderweb-like fine cracks to appear on the pale yellow reinforced glass. This made Wang Yu realize that the cockpit of this thing was not very strong. Strength had been sacrificed for visibility. Ball, Catgirl, the back of this thing should be its weak point. Focus your attack on its flesh. Wang Yu reminded him that he couldn't retreat, so even under fire, he kept moving forward. Relying on the multiple mechanical arms, he used 3 mechanical arms to defend, and his movement speed became faster and faster. He was forced to unleash his potential and then crashed hard into the heretic crusher, causing it to stumble. At this distance, that's the digger's advantageous zone. Wang Yu's only goal was the most threatening triple-barreled heavy cannon. He immediately activated the prepared mechanical arm, replaced the tool with a mechanical claw, and pressed it down hard, forcibly slamming the cannon barrel into the ground. At this moment, the heretic crusher also recovered. He retracted the machine gun in his left palm, drew out the circular saw axe from his back, and activated it with a terrifying roar. The white bone blade emitted a dangerous red light and slashed hard at the digger. The target was still the cockpit. It smashed open the mechanical arm protecting the cockpit and even left a terrible tear in Wang Yu's cockpit, almost running across his entire body. Fortunately, Wang Yu was prepared. He crouched down and curled up in the spot where the chair had been, thus avoiding being affected. His right eye was already soaked in blood, turning a bloody color, as if a shard of glass had cut his eyelid, but Wang Yu couldn't care less about that at the moment. He roared as he controlled the other mechanical arm, pinning down the other person's hand holding the saw and axe, creating a stalemate. The digger's advantage lies in close combat, and with its multiple arms, it can completely suppress the opponent's movements and then launch a one-sided attack, which is Wang Yu's goal. Moreover, Wang Yu wasn't the only one who came. His teammates were also with him. At that moment, a lithe figure leaped out from under the digger, slid between the crusher's legs with a slid, and kept pulling the trigger, firing one high-explosive round after another. It was Ball, who was holding a heavy assault rifle. The bullet struck the crusher in the back, causing it to explode and splatter with liquid. This was because the crusher was not a real robot, but a budding beast, and its body was not as robust as that of a real crusher. This is a weaker version, and its weakness lies on the back. Another figure leaped over the digger, using the crusher's head as a springboard, and completed a mid-air spin. Any gymnastics judge who saw this would probably raise a 10-point sign. It was simply too agile and too elegant. Catgirl naturally took the lead, and instead of acting recklessly, she followed the battle plan, leaping to the top and behind the crusher and throwing 2 shock grenades that had already had their pins pulled. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. Catgirl was blown away, but was caught safely by Ball below. At the same time, the painful howl of the Bud Beast rang out. Taking advantage of the Bud Beast's severe injury and weakened power, Wang Yu controlled the digger, which, like a bulldozer, slammed the crusher to the ground, creating a huge commotion no less than when the door panel collapsed earlier. He had endured this for so long, even having one of his robotic arms damaged, and now he was seething with anger. He roared and spurred the robotic arm with its massive drill bit to drill down hard. Chapter 105, Breakthrough. Sizzle. A piercing noise rang out, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Wang Yu, piloting the digger, pinned the crusher, Bud Beast, to the ground, slamming the largest drill into its chest, and using his weight to press it down, attempting to drill the Bud Beast to death. So hard. Wang Yu was somewhat surprised. Although he had completely suppressed the crusher with the help of Ball and Catgirl, he still couldn't kill it for the time being. It was still struggling and occasionally fired a couple of shots, hitting the wall and door behind Wang Yu. It would be bad to wait for it to recover. Who knows if it will regenerate? This won't do. Are there any more powerful weapons? Wang Yu inspected all the weapons or tools used by the diggers. The hand controlling the bucket was already deformed, and the thermal saw blade wouldn't be much better than the drill bit. So Wang Yu set his sights on the last inconspicuous weapon, replaced the drill bit with a mechanical claw, held down the crusher's left arm, and moved the hand equipped with the impact drill to the front. Thanks to its excellent joint design and pivot structure, the digger's 4 robotic arms are exceptionally flexible with virtually no blind spots, which is the robot's greatest advantage. Wang Yu controlled the digger and completed the operation in just over 10 seconds. When it came to actual combat, he didn't need to stare at his phone to look at the operation manual anymore, because he had read it before, but he was just not that confident. A bizarre cylindrical structure was pressed against the crusher's chest, aimed at its cockpit. The drill bit had already created a hole several centimeters deep on it. But if the bud beast was indeed restored according to the crusher's design, then the thickness of this pinkish-white bone plate should be only half a meter, and this hole several centimeters deep didn't even break the skin. The drill bit at the front of the cylindrical structure pressed against the center of the pit. Wang Yu pressed the weight of the digger onto it again, while leaning his own body forward as if to increase his weight. Then he pressed the firing button on the impact drill. Bang! Amidst the smoke and mist, a gleaming silver drill bit shot out from the cylindrical structure, slamming into the crusher's chest with such force that it knocked both the digger and Wang Yu backward. Then, a noticeable crack appeared on the shatterer's chest, with a crater over 30 centimeters in diameter appearing in the center. This one is still the most powerful, Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly, immediately pressing his weight down again to retract the drill core. A few seconds later, he pressed the firing button again, pushing it out once more. This is actually a pile driver. The structure and principle are actually very simple, even ancient, but the power is guaranteed, especially when breaking through some hard rock formations. Bang! 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 With the feeling of being pierced through, the suppressed crusher twitched and then collapsed, showing that its limbs were no longer able to resist. At the same time, dark red blood seeped from its back, indicating that the blow had completely pierced through the crusher. When the bud beast appeared on the crusher, it seemed to have also brought out the pilot inside. So the cockpit was still the vital point, and once it was pierced, death was inevitable. Wang Yu raised and retracted the robotic arm, which still had some bits of meat clinging to it, but the drill bit remained sharp. Only then did Wang Yu begin to pant heavily, because the pressure from this thing had been too great for him, and as soon as it ended, he felt exhausted, his clothes almost soaked with sweat. Finally done, Wang Yu looked at the relatively intact observation window on the side, then used the reflected light to check the injury to his right eye. Although there was a lot of bleeding, it wasn't actually very serious. It was just a cut from the forehead to the eyelid, which would heal with a few stitches. However, carbonization disease could make wound care more complicated. Wang Yu. Ball was calling him. He and Catgirl had already climbed up the ladder on the digger. Because the cockpit had been attacked, the door was deformed and could no longer be opened. I'm fine, Wang Yu replied, trying to wipe the blood from his forehead. It had stopped flowing much by now, but the exposed flesh from the wound was still quite noticeable. Kur, make this window opening bigger. After discovering that the door could not be opened, Baldo called to the cat Kur and asked her to use her paws to widen the gap in the window so that Wang Yu could climb out. However, after this incident, it's almost impossible for this mech to go into space unless it's repaired, unless it's piloted in a spacesuit, which would be too grueling given the already cramped space inside. Wang Yu crawled out of the wound and was pulled by Ball, who immediately took out a prepared cotton swab to clean his wound. Why didn't you run away? Didn't you still have Thor and the others? Bar complained, telling Wang Yu to come down quickly, as the wound needed to be disinfected and stitched up, and might even leave a scar later due to carbonization. Wang Yu then noticed Hammer Bro in the aisle behind him, but only his back was visible. Clearly, after seeing Wang Yu kill the crusher, he turned back, and may have even been there for a while, only leaving after the crusher died. Wang Yu was too focused to notice. We can't rely on them entirely, and if we turn around and run away, there are too many variables. Even the weakest machine gun on this thing would probably kill you if you took a hit. Wang Yu looked at the digger, riddled with bullet holes and studded with more than a dozen bone spikes, and felt that this battle had truly pushed him to the limit. He looked at his right palm. The lucky number was one less, probably from the time the window shattered. If he had bad luck, he would have become a one-eyed man. However, after this battle, and considering the changes in the number of lucky draws during previous battles, he suddenly understood how he should fight. Unlike conventional battles, he might take risks and then use high-risk, high-reward tactics to expand his advantage, thus maximizing the use of his talent. But he couldn't drag those around him into it, so he had to keep a clear head and learn to calculate during the battle. These can be explored and practiced little by little in later battles. It hurts. Be gentle. Wang Yu complained that he felt Bear was doing it on purpose, since it didn't hurt when she got the first stitch. If you still feel pain, you should avoid getting hurt. Kur, hold his head still and don't let him move around. Ball gave the order, and sure enough, it was intentional. Cat Kur then pressed her paws, covered in paw pads and fur, firmly against Wang Yu's cheek. It took 4 stitches to finish this time. Wang Yu assured Bar that he wouldn't do anything reckless and that this was entirely due to unforeseen circumstances, which is why Bar let the matter drop. We must find a way to deal with carbon monoxide poisoning. Wang Yu doesn't think he'll die from it, but the disease is already affecting his combat and training. After the surgery, Wang Yu got up and looked at the crusher. He felt that the thing's corpse couldn't be left behind either. In case it stood up again, it would be troublesome. He proposed sending the object directly into space, using the large cutting machine in the workshop to dismantle and recycle it. That triple-barreled heavy cannon will definitely be recovered. Wang Yu is hoping to use it someday, for example, by mounting it on the head of the digger, which would give him a means of long-range attack. Chapter 106 Echoes of the Sanctuary. After defeating the crusher, Wang Yu and his group turned off the gravity control of the transfer cabin and then moved the crusher mech to the hatch. This way, as long as the door was open briefly, the thing would be thrown into space like trash. As for the losses caused by the reduction in air leakage, Wang Yu had not considered this issue at all, because the oxygen concentration inside the deep space spacecraft didn't change much. This might be related to the Hell Leviathan. Perhaps its internal environment is like that. Just like the internal environment of the human body, the salt content of body fluids always fluctuates within a stable range and will not change much unless there is an individual abnormality or death. Let's retrieve it later. Something this heavy won't drift far. Wang Yu said that because the crusher is very heavy, even the three of them together could not push it at all if the gravity field was not turned off. So even if it was blown out under standard atmospheric pressure, its actual speed was very slow. If you remember the direction, it is not difficult to recover it with the performance of the deep space. The three set off again, heading to the adjacent ship's cabin, where a door also needed to be opened, so Wang Yu continued to pilot the digger. Fortunately, during the battle with the crusher mech, it was only the mechanical arm that used the bucket that broke. If it had broken the thermal saw blade, that would have been a real problem. Even with Caterpillar's sharp claws, it would probably take several hours to open such a door. The three returned to the central collapse zone. The digger switched to zero-gravity mode and used the power from the combustion of hydrogen and oxygen to propel itself forward, while Ball and Cat Kerr sat in the basket. About half an hour later, Wang Yu cut open a similar door with a saw blade. This time he was faster, mainly because he was more skilled at the operation. They parked the digger in the ship's cargo hold, because that was where it was supposed to be. As for the bone spurs stuck in it, as well as the damaged robotic arm and cockpit, we can fix them when we have time later. Wang Yu changed back into his power armor. Although his left hand and forehead were bandaged, he didn't rest. Instead, he led the team to set off again because time was just as important. However, he ended up at the back of the group, where he was protected by Ball and Catgirl. The three arrived at the 5th floor, the one they had discussed before, which was inconsistent with the overall style and condition of the ship. Firstly, because it was bright, I found that the power supply on this floor was significantly better, with at least 80% of the lights working normally. Furthermore, the building materials used on this floor are different from those used in other parts of the deep space. It uses a white metal with no obvious signs of oxidation, but there is a thick layer of dust on the ground, indicating that it has not been maintained for a long time. There aren't many signs of battle, and it feels relatively new, so this layer might really have been added later. Baldao and Cat Kerr walked ahead, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Wang Yu, who was behind them, was even blocked from view. They were protecting him a bit too much. He wasn't seriously injured. He had only lost some blood, and his health level remained above 80%. He brought up the map to check, and soon various room names appeared, such as charging room, standby cabin, and purification room. The three of them went in and took a look. The charging room is a room with many cables hanging down inside. It's unclear what it's used to charge, but they specifically made a room for it, and there are hundreds of cables in it. Bar checked the power supply and thought the room was a good place to connect to the power supply because it had enough power and the distribution box was inside the room, so there was no fear of the wiring burning out or the circuit breaker tripping. He could try connecting the power from here and then install the lighting and cameras in other areas. In addition, the water electrolysis device can also be set up here so that the hydrogen bricks can be replenished at any time. Next is the waiting cabin, which is a fairly large room, but the space is used very efficiently. Like a capsule hotel, there are 8 hibernation pods that people can lie down in, some of which are even 5 meters long. It feels like Thor could lie down in one without his hammer. However, less than a quarter of the hibernation pods are intact and functioning properly. Most are damaged, showing signs of combat, and some may be malfunctioning, with red warning lights on. Is cryogenic hibernation intended for long-distance flights? Then why is it called a standby cabin? Wang Yu was looking at the notice posted on the door of the room, which contained precautions written in Chinese characters. I don't understand, but it can be used as a refrigerator. I can take a few with me later. Wang Yu said that he, Ball, and Cat Kuer then checked the purification room again. It should be a disinfection and cleaning room, with spray nozzles and high-pressure water guns, but there was not a drop of liquid, so they left without stopping until they arrived at the largest room on this floor. Echoing Sanctuary. Wang Yu checked the map and then looked at the room. He felt that a room related to religious beliefs shouldn't be in the spaceship. Wasn't that a waste of space? And to make it so big and ornate. When Ball heard that this was the room, he was just as confused, but Cat Kuer didn't think so. She just thought the door was very beautiful, golden, and shiny. Because the door, on its original white metal base, is adorned with numerous gilded patterns and golden reliefs, it looks very sacred. However, upon closer inspection, the patterns and reliefs appear to be gears, nuts, bearings, and other similar objects connected together. At first glance, they might be mistaken for lace or decorative patterns. But if you consider the lines as wires or circuits, they inexplicably evoke a sense of precise mechanics. Could this layer of the machine god cult be related to the machine god cult? Wang Yu guessed. They had just fought against the heretics of the machine god cult not long ago. Although it was a bud beast in disguise, they had still fought each other. That mech was likely one of the ones that came in together. The deep space may have swallowed up ships belonging to the mech cult in the past. Let's go in and take a look, but be careful, there might be something inside. Wang Yu said. The identities of 2 crew members are still unconfirmed. Bar continued walking at the front. After pausing at the door for about 10 seconds, he tried to push the door in, opening it a crack. He paused for a moment, then suddenly kicked the door open and rushed inside. Behind them were Wang Yu and Mao Kuer, who were on either side of the door to provide support. But there is no crisis inside. It was a very large and empty room with a clean floor that inexplicably gave off a sense of holiness because of the extensive use of lights and the use of glittering gold ornaments and patterns as decoration. In the middle of the room, directly in front of the only object, the lectern, there is a strange, round mirror painting. The painting depicts a human body with outstretched limbs, but it is not a simple human figure painting. Instead, it is a detailed anatomical diagram of the human body, so detailed that even the branches of blood vessels and capillaries are depicted. It is much more realistic than the ones in medical books. It is as if a perfect and standard human body has been dissected and drawn, and in color. But this painting is not that simple. As Wang Yu and the others entered and moved forward, the content of the painting also changed. It seemed to be a technology similar to lenticular lenses, but much more realistic. There was no afterimage. The painting was actually moving. It is evident that the body of the person in the painting is constantly changing. Several more organs are added, and then the distribution of blood vessels in the body changes, becoming more regular and orderly, or rather, more scientific. Then the bones become thicker and stronger, the ribs directly become plates, and the muscles begin to grow wildly, becoming incredibly strong. Then came the implantation of other organs. The whole process was like the reconstruction and reshaping of the human body. In the end, this person became a blue-gray-skinned, incredibly strong warrior, but he was bald, and his head, chest, back, and limbs were implanted with interfaces that looked like electrodes. Human enhancement surgery? Wang Yu said that he felt the painting was depicting just that process. Then his voice echoed in the room, repeating 6 or 7 times before finally stopping. The room also appears to have an echo wall design, which may be why it is called the Echo Sanctuary. Chapter 107. Why do people need to eat? What a bizarre place. A wonderful place. A wonderful place. Place. Square. Wang Yu made a complaint, but his voice sounded different after it echoed. Wang Yu, someone inside the wall is mimicking your voice. Someone is mimicking your speech. I'm mimicking your speech. Katerina spoke with great seriousness, even becoming wary, which made Ball facepalm. Since she was the one teaching physics, it seems she recalled some unpleasant memories. Even the all-powerful Ball has times when he can't do things well, one of which is teaching the Cat Kuer to study. I understand. Wang Yu, having taught it before, had a deep understanding of the situation, watching as the Cat Kuer ran to inspect the wall, and even knocked on it. After warning her not to poke with her claws, I left it at that because of the risk of electric shock. I'll teach her about echoes later. Wang Yu and Ball walked towards the podium, because this was the only place in the room worth investigating. The mirror painting on the ground is merely a demonstration of some kind of human modification surgery and has little practical value, as it is impossible to learn the human modification technique from the painting. At most, it can only prove its existence. There were several switches on the podium, one of which had a sound wave icon. Wang Yu tried turning it off, and sure enough, the echo in the room stopped. However, Cat Coer continued to study the wall, assuming that the people inside the wall had stopped talking even when the sound stopped. I turned off the echo, Wang Yu said. Cat Coer also looked over, but obviously didn't understand. She knocked on the wall and even pressed her ear against it. Seeing that she was having a lot of fun, Wang Yu didn't stop her, but Ball, who was standing next to her, held his head again. Besides the switch to control the echo, there's also a light switch, and another thing that I don't quite understand. It looked like a book made of silver white metal, embedded in the podium. It was exquisite, like a decorative craft. It was stopped at a certain page, and even the words on the page were reproduced. One you could read it. The content, however, was somewhat inexplicable. I have pondered this question more than once. Why do people need to eat? Our day is only 26 hours, 38 minutes, and 44 seconds long, but we need to waste precious tens of minutes, or even longer, on eating. This is extremely unwise and very inefficient, reducing the efficiency of our civilized operation by at least 10 percentage points, because we are always thinking about what to eat later while working. Conversely, if we stopped eating and abandoned this inefficient way of replenishing energy, instead charging our batteries and absorbing light energy, wouldn't that greatly improve the efficiency of our civilization? Similarly, if we didn't need to sleep, entertain ourselves, or even excrete, our efficiency would be so high that other races would look up to us, as powerful as gods. Therefore, I have been thinking about how to optimize humanity. We cannot rely on natural evolution because that is too slow. We need a real, reliable, and reproducible miracle that can give us a physical body that is no less than that of demi-humans, a long lifespan, and a powerful brain. Otherwise, it is impossible to achieve revival through willpower alone. Using myself as a sample, I conducted repeated experiments through cloning and finally completed this technology and brought it to its peak. Now I share this technology with all surviving humans, including you, which I call Titan Surgery, along with the incredibly powerful divine machines that are compatible with it. Wang Yu initially didn't take it seriously, thinking that the person who wrote it was a lunatic. But after reading 2 paragraphs, he inexplicably developed a strong sense of identification with this person, feeling that the views and content in the book were absolutely correct, simply too right. Human lifespan is so short. People like the long-eared tribe can live for more than 800 years even without the support of biomedical technology, while humans can't even live for 100 years. We should indeed pay more attention to time and efficiency than these long-lived species. Leaving aside his physical abilities and memory, there's no need to even bring out his servant. Even the cat Coer, who is lighter than him, is much stronger. Wang Yu became interested in the mysterious Titan surgery and immediately turned to the next page, which detailed the procedure and key techniques of the Titan surgery. It covered everything from the preparation of basic equipment and the necessary theoretical knowledge to the cultivation of the implant. Wang Yu. Bar patted Wang Yu, sensing something was off. He stared wide-eyed as if he'd seen something, muttering something under his breath, and kept touching the metal ornament on the podium that looked like a book, as if turning a page, even though there was nothing on it. When Ball slapped him, Wang Yu looked up abruptly and instantly became alert, feeling a splitting headache, and his mind as heavy as if it were filled with lead. What's wrong? Is there something up there? Baldo looked at the book on the podium. Wang Yu shook his head, feeling as if he had just seen something on the book on the podium. But now, looking at it again, there was nothing there, just a smooth mirror surface with his own reflection on it, which puzzled Wang Yu. He then called out the system to further check his status and found an unusual record in the activity bar. You are attempting to read and understand the machine god's proverbs. Your sanity has decreased by 32. You are attempting to read and understand the machine god's proverbs. Your sanity has decreased by 27. You are attempting to read and understand the machine god's proverbs. Your sanity has decreased by 29. You are attempting to read and understand the machine god's proverbs. Your sanity has decreased by 19, and due to environmental interference, your reading has been forced to stop. You have forgotten some of the content. He immediately looked at his right palm, where the number had turned into 1. If Ball hadn't slapped him in time, he probably would have lost all his sanity and become a demon. Realizing he had just escaped death, Wang Yu broke out in a cold sweat and refused to look at the book-like ornament again. It had no information about the item and was just a lump of metal. How could he have seen words on it? Wasn't that a ghost? What exactly happened? Ball noticed Wang Yu's unusual expression and immediately pressed him for details. But Wang Yu stopped him, saying that they should talk about it after they left, that this place was not a good spot, and that he shouldn't stare at that thing. Wang Yu pointed to the book on the table, then turned off the lights in the room, called over the cat Kuer who was still studying the wall, and left the echoing sanctuary together. Chapter 108 Titan Operating Room. I saw the text in that book, the fake book. The pages could even be turned, and I could see the contents inside. After he came out, Wang Yu began to recount his experience, which was somewhat bizarre because the book was just an ornament. He couldn't remember the contents, but he felt they were absurd, like how humans should abandon inefficient ways of replenishing energy, such as eating, and instead charge their batteries and sunbathe. In short, it's outrageous. The person who wrote this is a complete lunatic. Then it also recorded how to turn these absurd ideas into reality. But even though Wang Yu tried his best to recall it, he couldn't explain or even record the contents. He just felt his mind was completely blank. This part is clearly very important. Is it a psychological suggestion from the environment, or some kind of technology we don't understand? Baldao recalled the environment inside the echoing cathedral, feeling that the light and sound had affected him, and the strange mirror painting on the ground had caused Wang Yu to have a hallucination similar to delusion. Is that so? Wang Yu couldn't rule out this possibility if he didn't have the system. Because the system recorded this information, his rationality was also rapidly declining. This was definitely not just a simple delusion. Wang Yu shared the information about the machine god's proverb with Bal. The information was quite extensive because it also mentioned another human faction. The machine god's proverbs, a sacred text circulating within the machine god cult, which almost all believers claim to have. Even though the base of the mech god cult was destroyed, the Titan warriors were killed, and the priests were imprisoned and searched on a spiritual level, no record of the mech god proverbs or any medium containing its contents was found. Ultimately, the machine god's proverbs were considered to be a fabricated classic created by the machine god cult to consolidate its faith, much like the fictional gods in some religions, all for the purpose of maintaining faith. Strangely, the machine god cult always manages to reappear and rise again once the human population reaches a certain size. I don't care who you are, just run. The machine god cult is full of lunatics. Foodie. Gourmet party. The gourmet party describes itself as a moderate conservative among humans. They often condemn the violent acts of the machine god cult and consider them all to be crazy and insane. Renowned for their exceptional expertise in biological genetics, they possess a unique technological foundation in gourmet cells, making their products irresistible. However, regardless of the alien race, once they are discovered, they will relentlessly eliminate them, no matter how superior their products may be. Leaving aside the food faction, the machine god's proverb really exists. Wang Yu said confidently that he had typed these two messages into his phone, so Bal could see them too. However, after reading it, Bal cast a suspicious look at Wang Yu, wondering if he had been tricked and influenced by some unknown force, becoming a follower of the machine god cult. I didn't, don't make wild guesses. Wang Yu immediately issued a triple denial, stating that he was not a follower of the machine god cult. However, he still emphasized that the book definitely exists, and that he was not hallucinating, but simply could not prove it. Should we take a closer look at the podium and the painting on the floor, and disassemble them to examine them? According to Baldo, to understand the reasons, one should take a straightforward approach and break it down and analyze it. No thanks, we'll talk about it later. Wang Yu thought that even if everything was dismantled, he probably wouldn't find any information about the machine god's proverb. He might as well wait until his condition improved and his luck chances returned before trying to find it again. The three continued to inspect the other areas on the 5th floor, and by then the rooms they had checked earlier had changed in their eyes. That so-called refueling room is probably the canteen of this mecha god cult spaceship. The waiting room is the dormitory, and the other rooms are similar. From an ordinary person's perspective, the mecha god cult members may really be similar to robots, or even more extreme than robots. Everything is for maximizing efficiency, including how to efficiently eliminate the enemy. They crossed the central collapse zone and arrived at the other side of the 5th floor, which was smaller and featured a mix of white and dark gray metallic floors. Clearly, the ships of the machine god cult and the deep space have merged here. However, the three of them made an unexpected discovery after checking the first room, a long string of footprints on the floor. Because the ground was dusty, and this layer was relatively new and not covered by that black substance, the footprints were very obvious. The footprint did not belong to any of the three of them. It was large, about 1.5 times the size of Wang Yu's foot, but much smaller than Hammer Bro and Pig Bro's feet. There's another person on this floor, Wang Yu said, and the three of them became more vigilant and followed the footprints. At the same time, Wang Yu called up the system and glanced at the crew interface, feeling that it should be one of the two crew members with question marks. Finally, they arrived at a relatively intact room, where the footprints ended and the other person went inside. In addition to the trail of footprints they followed, there were other footprints on the ground, indicating that this person had been here many times and had even been to other floors. Wang Yu. Bar made a gesture but didn't actually speak. However, Wang Yu seemed to hear it, nodding to indicate that he shouldn't alert the enemy, and his expression became increasingly serious. Because the map shows this room is called the Titan Operating Room. Wang Yu did not knock on the door or rush in rashly, but slowly approached the wall and listened with his ear pressed against it. All three of them made similar movements. After all, it was a metal wall, and the soundproofing effect was hard to guarantee. They might be able to hear the movements inside and further confirm whether there was anyone inside. Wang Yu's eyes widened because he really heard it. It wasn't a hallucination, because Ball and the cat Kur, who was imitating him, also heard it. It was someone complaining, and the voice sounded like a young man. Something's not right. The flavor is too bland. Something's missing. The materials are still insufficient. Relying solely on this little bit is insufficient. The man spoke in incomprehensible words. Then there was a gurgling sound, like burning and boiling liquid, and then an explosion. Damn it, I messed up again. The people inside complained that the explosion wasn't loud. It sounded like a bottle bursting. Let me. Wang Yu gestured to Ball, because the other party was suspected to be a crew member of the deep space, and a former crew member who could talk, so it would be better for him, the captain, to deal with him. However, Wang Yu still made two preparations. He held a beam pistol in his hand. If the other party was hostile, the gun would be able to fire. If not, it would not easily cause accidental injury. He stood in front of the door with a gun, knocked, and then came panicked noises from inside, and something was smashed, like some kind of glass container. Is anyone inside? Wang Yu tried to pretend he had just arrived, but the reply inside was, nobody's here. Forehead. This answer left all of Wang Yu's prepared lines stuck in his throat. Not a single one matched. Chapter 109 Nobody. 10 seconds passed, and Wang Yu still couldn't think of a reply. There were clearly people inside, but the reply was that there was no one there. How was he supposed to reply to that? Even if you insist on pretending no one is there, you shouldn't say anything. What does replying no one is there mean? After a series of complex psychological events, Wang Yu suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and realized a possibility. Could it be that the thing inside isn't a person? He became more alert, gripped his gun tightly, and prepared to knock on the door and ask more questions, but the person inside spoke first. I didn't mean to lie to you, but I just wanted to tell you that there really is no one in the room. Clam, do you think I'd believe your nonsense? Won't. Then why did you say that? Wang Yu was so angry he almost laughed. Well then, come in and see for yourself. You'll understand once you've seen it. The young man inside replied, followed by the sound of a lock being opened, which greatly surprised Wang Yu. The door opened a crack, and a hard-to-describe smell wafted out, like something fermenting under cover. It was so pungent that Wang Yu almost vomited from the odor and quickly held his breath, worried that the gas might be poisonous. The other party simply opened the door, which completely caught Wang Yu off guard, and also caught Ball outside completely off guard. But after the door opened, there was no further movement. It became quiet inside, and the door remained untouched. Wang Yu and Ball exchanged a glance, indicating that he would handle the situation and that Ball and Cat Kuer should be prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. Then he knocked on the door again. Okay, I'll come in now. Don't attack, or I can't guarantee your safety. Wang Yu warned, without mentioning the number of people on his side, as an extra layer of insurance. After waiting a few seconds and seeing that the other party did not respond, Wang Yu pressed himself against the metal door, slowly pushed it open, peered through the crack to see what was inside, and prepared to fire. But even after the door was fully opened, revealing the entire operating room, or rather, the chaotic chemistry lab, Wang Yu did not take any further action, because there was really no one inside. How could this be? Ball, who was in charge of providing backup, was incredulous. He grabbed his gun and rushed in, pointing it at each corner as he began to inspect the area. But apart from a control panel that was corroded by various reagents and turned into a mess, and a large operating table that was used as a table and had a lot of incomprehensible instruments and devices, there was nowhere to hide in the room. Bar checked everything, and there wasn't a soul in sight, not even a ghost. Wang Yu stayed outside until the smell inside had mostly dissipated before entering. By then, Ball and Kat Kaur had already checked twice, and both said there was no one there. Kat Kaur, in particular, said she couldn't even smell a human scent. This room is sealed off, with no other entrance or exit, but someone was here just now. The broken glass hasn't been cleaned up, and even the cups are still warm. Barr explained that he believed there was a hidden room or passageway in the house. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain how the person disappeared. By simply walking around the outside of the room and comparing it with the interior space, you might discover some clues. Could he have really disappeared? Perhaps he possesses invisibility or some similar ability? Wang Yu recalled what the person had said and their reaction, and now that he thought about it, it seemed even stranger. Barr didn't quite agree with this unconventional way of thinking, but along the way she had seen too many inexplicable phenomena, so she didn't deny it this time. Never mind him for now. Let's see what's in here and what this guy is doing. Wang Yu examined the operating room. The space is quite large, more than 200 square meters, but it's just like a kitchen that hasn't been cleaned for decades. It's incredibly dirty, and the floor feels sticky when you step on it. It should have been a clean operating room, but now it is filled with all sorts of strange instruments, tools, containers of unknown reagents, the corpses and organs of bud beasts that are almost like garbage, many of which show signs of being handmade. Moreover, most of these containers were modified from wine bottles and metal containers, which reminded Wang Yu of the wine cabinet in the activity room on the second floor that had been completely emptied. Even canned food was being used as beakers. In addition, there was a strange device made from a metal bucket. Wang Yu grabbed the crank with obvious welding marks and turned it a few times. It worked smoothly and was quite ingeniously made. This is a hand-cranked centrifuge. Wang Yu couldn't help but complain. If these instruments weren't so old and dirty, with such a thick patina that they weren't cleaned, Wang Yu would really want to praise the maker for being skillful and knowledgeable in machining. He could make almost anything, all hand-cranked, like crushers, grinders, and mixers. There are also things like drying and baking tin boxes, crooked but extremely precise balances, and even filtration and distillation devices. Wang Yu was speechless, unsure whether to praise this person as a genius or a fool, because nothing in the operating room was powered. There were clearly sockets in the room, but this person was using the wires as cable ties, hanging pieces of dried-up bud beast carcasses and organs that looked like cured meat. Is this guy crazy? Wang Yu couldn't help but curse. Because of this person's haphazard operation, the operating room was completely wrecked. Many instruments were violently disassembled into parts and reassembled into these junk-like instruments and tools from angles that no ordinary person would imagine. What kind of lunatic would rip off the sophisticated robotic arm from the operating table and use it as a clamp? It's true that it works quite well, but he's practically ruined the operating room. Wang Yu felt inexplicably angry because he seemed to recognize these instruments and even knew what they were used for. By this time, Ball had returned from inspecting the outside, his face even more shocked. Unless there was a secret passage leading to the upper and lower floors, it was impossible to hide a person in this room. The difference in area between the inside and outside was almost just one wall. Ball, Kat Kaur, come help me throw away this junk on the control panel and move it down. I think I know how to use this thing and see if I can start it. Wang Yu said to ask the other two to help. After wiping away some of the patina and removing the cloth that was almost stuck to it, Wang Yu finally saw the control panel screen and the corroded buttons. He immediately pressed the power button, and the screen lit up. It still works? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and immediately began to operate, much to Bear's surprise. Because Wang Yu knew how to operate this thing. Even though the keys were corroded so badly that the characters on them were no longer visible, and there were no keycaps at all, he could still operate it freely and even knew where some keys were and clicked them directly. Chapter 110 Superhuman Glands. Wang Yu brought up the overall overview of the operating room. Looking at the red screen that was almost overflowing with red and the various error messages on it, the last bit of hope in his heart was shattered. This operating room has been completely ruined by this crazy guy. Wang Yu, do you know what these things are used for? At this point, Ball couldn't help but ask, and Wang Yu nodded. It feels familiar, which may be related to the machine god's proverb, but this operating room has been almost completely destroyed. He replied, pressing a button on the console. Then the enormous operating table, big enough for an elephant to lie on, reacted, with several rows of drawers extending from the side of the base, while simultaneously expelling cold air. The first few drawers were all empty, but there was something sealed in a plastic bag hanging on the last drawer. Wang Yu immediately went over, picked it up to check, and then his eyes lit up. Name, Superhuman Gland. Manufacturer, Machine God Cult. Regulatory level, Level 1, Prohibited. Description, developed by the machine god cult. This is a back implant used in the third Titan surgery. The implant will secrete a special energy substance that can bypass respiration and supply energy to cells throughout the body through fluid circulation and replenish itself by recharging. This substance has an extremely high energy efficiency ratio, which can meet the energy needs of the implantee during intense combat, greatly enhance anaerobic exercise capacity, enable continuous activity in hypoxic or anaerobic environments, and can even be replenished by batteries. This implant is a living implant, unlike ordinary prosthetic modifications, and will not affect the user's attribute growth. Wang Yu looked at the silvery white implant in his hand that resembled a seal spider. He felt the thing's legs or synapses twitch, so he immediately hung it back on the shelf and pushed the drawer back. Wang Yu, what are you doing? What was that thing just now? Bear couldn't help but ask. Since Wang Yu started using the console, he seemed like a completely different person, making her feel very unfamiliar with him. That's the implant for Titan surgery. This is the Titan surgery room of the cult of machines, a place for human modification. Wang Yu replied, looking around, considering whether there was any possibility of repair and what would be needed. You want to modify your body? That's not allowed. Ball immediately tried to stop him, but Wang Yu also had his own considerations. I know. Because of carbon monoxide poisoning, I should avoid getting injured, so I won't forcibly modify my body before I recover. That would be tantamount to suicide. But the third surgery is rather special. It is. No. Before Wang Yu could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Bear and had to give up for the time being. Anyway, it's impossible to do it under the current conditions, so we can only wait and see later. The topic has returned to the beginning, the mysterious person in this room. There are currently two possibilities regarding his identity. Since there is only one person whose name doesn't match the list of the deep space crew, and that person is a woman, this person can only be a lost soul who has strayed into this place, or someone from this mech cult ship. Wang Yu leaned towards the former, because the followers of the machine god cult wouldn't bother with a bunch of hand-cranked or foot-operated human-powered devices. That would be too inefficient, especially in this operating room. It could be some lost soul, or even a demon, because demons can talk too. Wang Yu made his judgment, and then continued to check the control panel to see if there was any valuable intelligence left inside. The system logs were manually cleaned up, but the surgical records were preserved, including the files of patients and surgeons. There were tens of thousands of surgical records, which are very important reference materials. The main operator was a priest of the mecha god cult named Starships, who was also a Titan warrior who had undergone 7 surgeries to modify him. Although the 7th surgery was not very successful, he was still very strong. Wang Yu now clearly understands the combat capabilities of humans who have undergone the 7 Titan surgeries. What's even more special is that he is also a priest, a term used in the cult of the machines to refer to a group of people who have gained significant inspiration from the machines' proverbs and mastered knowledge and technology. He can even perform the 10th surgery in this operating room, but there are very few successful cases. Out of 10 surgeries, only 2 are successful. The later the surgery, the lower the success rate. The price of failure is often death, or even worse than death. The Titan surgery consists of 13 procedures. Individuals who succeed in all 13 procedures and are completely transformed are called perfect Titans. Even within the Mechagod cult, such individuals are extremely rare, and their life forms are vastly different from those of ordinary humans. Taking advantage of the opportunity to check the control console, Wang Yu also explained the Titan surgery procedure to Ball, in preparation for the next steps. Although the specific principles cannot be explained, the steps can be recorded, and there are even video recordings in the console for reference. The first 3 surgeries are basic remodeling surgeries aimed at breaking the limitations of the human body. They are bone-strengthening gland implantation, muscle-strengthening gland implantation, and superhuman gland implantation. When conditions are perfect and the implant is mature and stable, the success rate of the first 3 surgeries is over 90%, with only slight differences depending on the operator. However, the operating room conditions were mediocre, and the surgeon's skill level was relatively low. The success rate recorded was only barely 80%. Wang Yu even opened some videos to demonstrate. There is no strict order to these 3 surgeries, but performing them in the order of first to third has the highest success rate. But performing the 3rd surgery first is also not impossible. You mean you want me to implant that superhuman gland in you? Ball instantly realized Wang Yu's purpose. After all, he couldn't possibly perform surgery on himself. All he was saying was to persuade her. Wang Yu was taken aback and could only give a thumbs up and praise. As expected of Ball, You thought of it right away. But what if we fail? The files contain examples, such as this case of failed bone-strengthening gland implantation. Due to abnormal bone growth, the implant punctured the skin and muscles, compressed organs, and ultimately resulted in loss of mobility. The patient survived for less than 3 weeks post-surgery. Baldao still opposed this high-risk surgery, but Wang Yu was not afraid. This involves my biggest secret and trump card, which I can also tell you. Just like the talents you and Catgirl have, I also have a special talent, luck. It allows me to guarantee that low-probability events that are favorable to me will occur, as long as the probability is greater than 10%. However, there's a limit to the number of times this can happen. After a brief moment of thought, Wang Yu felt that only by telling Bal could he possibly persuade her, and then showed her the numbers on his palm. What lucky number is there? Can't you see? Wang Yu then realized that this number was only visible to him. No wonder Bal hadn't asked. It was because of this. It could even be displayed on the surface of the gloves when he was wearing them. In short, I didn't make this up. Think back to what happened to me. Many of the things that happened were due to my talent. Therefore, the success rate of this surgery in my case is almost 100%. Wang Yu said confidently that he felt the Titan's surgery was a tailor-made method to make him stronger. After that, Bal quieted down, seemingly believing Wang Yu's words. But even that won't work, your body. Bar is still worried about the effects of carbon monoxide poisoning. At this moment, Catgirl suddenly intervened, bringing out a shelf from somewhere. On it were glass containers of different shapes, like cheaply made test tubes, containing a pale red liquid of similar color. This smells nice. Catgirl held up the test tube rack like a treasure hunter who had discovered a treasure, showing it to Wang Yu and Bal. Chapter 111, The Invisible Crew. Wang Yu looked over, picked up one of the bottles, and then his eyes widened. Name, blood-burning potion. Creator, Starships. Regulatory level, level 1, prohibited. Synopsis. A secret medicine made using a technology that does not exist in this world, also known as a magic potion, which only works on humans. Made primarily from matured bud beast meat chunks and organs through a complex and intricate brewing process. This product can stimulate the body's immune and detoxification abilities, raise body temperature, significantly increase the healing speed of wounds, temporarily increase immunity by 10 for 5 minutes, and weaken as body temperature recovers. Afterward, the user will fall into a state of weakness and lethargy, with immunity decreasing by 5, or dropping to 1 if it is less than 5, and energy consumption increasing by 50%. Overdose carries the risk of sudden death. It's such a powerful potion. Where did you find this? Wang Yu quickly pressed for answers, while Mao Kuer pointed to the clutter on the operating table. Such a wonderful item was displayed alongside a pile of trash and exquisite handicrafts. No wonder I didn't notice it. You did a great job. Wang Yu praised her, rubbing Catgirl's head, and in his excitement, he ruffled her hair. He then found more than 100 bottles of the same medicine among the clutter. The containers were of all shapes and sizes, some even made of metal. Some of them were covered with a thick layer of dust and dirt, and he had no idea how long they had been there. Wang Yu thoroughly inspected the operating room and found no other magical potions, but he did find a lot of random chemical reagents and powders, including salt, sugar, MSG, white vinegar, soy sauce, and even chili oil. He didn't know how long they had expired. The salt might still be okay, but the others were definitely spoiled. This guy seems to have searched inside the deep space, especially the canteen and kitchen on the second floor. Then, using these expired and spoiled things, along with various junk-like items, he handcrafted the tools needed for chemical experiments. With the addition of the bud beast's corpse, he successfully created a magic potion. The sheer awe of this is as comparable to a primitive person scribbling on the ground with stones, actually trying to share controlled nuclear fusion technology with you. This guy is a real talent. Wang Yu thought to himself, I'm not calling this guy crazy anymore. Even if he makes a mess of the operating room, I don't care so much anymore, because he's a genius. What Wang Yu's ship lacks most is talent. But the manufacturer's name. As if remembering something, Wang Yu returned to the control panel, pulled up the surgical records, and frowned slightly. Because this person's name was exactly the same as the main administrator of the operating room. If this is a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. It can only be the same person. But it's a bit strange that a priest of the cult of machines suddenly abandoned efficiency and turned to using primitive hand-crank tools to research and develop potions. Wang Yu told Bal and Catgirl about his discovery. The mysterious figure in the room was a priest of the machine god cult, who was also the original person in charge of this operating room. After hearing this, Ball showed a similar expression to Wang Yu, looking quite confused. But Pris is gone. Kuer has searched everywhere, but he's not here. Catgirl said that it seems that she found the potion while trying to find Pris. She smelled the aroma and seems to have a special sense of smell that can detect things that are beneficial, edible, or delicious. After thinking for a while, Wang Yu guessed a possibility. He let Ball and Cat Kuer go out first, then left the room himself, closed the operating room door, and knocked on the door again. Duh. Hello. Is it convenient for us to chat? Father Priest of the Machine God Cult? Wang Yu asked through the door, but after a few seconds there was still no reply. He thought he had guessed wrong, and was about to push the door open when the person inside actually answered. How did you know my name? Do you know fortune-telling? Pris said, causing Ball outside, including Cat Kuer, to show surprised expressions, especially Cat Kuer, whose mouth was wide open in an O shape, and she quickly covered her mouth. No, it was me. Wang Yu quickly told Pulleys what had happened. Control console, Titan surgery? What are those? Oh. Wang Yu was shocked. Aren't you a priest from the Machine God Cult? A priest of the Machine God Cult? Can you please stop giving me weird nicknames? Wang Yu fell silent, feeling out of sync with the conversation, and his thoughts were also a bit jumbled. Bar patted Wang Yu, meaning that he should stop arguing with Pulleys about this issue, and quickly asked the crucial question. Why are you touching my things? What if you break them? Are you thieves who just appeared out of nowhere? Pulleys was already somewhat dissatisfied, probably because he found that Wang Yu and the others had moved his lab table and equipment around. Luckily, he hadn't thrown them away as trash before, otherwise Pulleys would probably be furious. Wang Yu sorted out his thoughts again and felt that something unexpected might have happened to Pris, such as amnesia, which ultimately led to the current situation. It would be better to cooperate with him for now. I'm sorry, but I am the captain of this ship and am conducting a routine inspection. You can call me Captain Wang. Captain Wang? You're saying this is your ship? How is that possible? I've been here for a long time, and I've never heard of any Captain Wang. That's a pity. This is the first time I've found out that thieves have infiltrated my ship. Not only did they steal a lot of my supplies, but they also damaged my valuable equipment. Now I have no choice but to seek compensation from you, and you must bear the corresponding consequences. Wang Yu replied, and then Pris inside the room didn't respond until Wang Yu knocked on the door again. What? You still want to pretend you're not here? But I'm really not here. Didn't you already come in and check? That's right. But as the captain, I must ensure the safety of the people on board. If necessary, I can only dismantle this room or even throw it into space. I don't think you want to become space debris, do you? The operating room was silent for a few seconds. What exactly do you want? At this point, Pulleys said irritably, while Wang Yu showed an expression of satisfaction and stated his conditions. I've seen your work, and it's indeed quite good. I happen to be short of a pharmacist on my ship, so if you'd like to work under me. I refuse. I can hide in some corner you can't find, and you'll never find me. Seeing the other party's strong reaction, Wang Yu did not rush, but continued in a calm tone. That's a pity. I had prepared a much better laboratory for you, with complete equipment and a large number of subspace creatures and demon corpses as materials for your potion preparation. It seems that all that preparation was in vain. Ball, Cat Kuer, let's get started and tear this room down. Wait a minute. Inside, Pris suddenly became agitated and shouted, interrupting Captain Wang outside. Chapter 112 The Invisible Crew, Part 2. Wait! Pris shouted, stopping Wang Yu. Do you really have a demonic corpse over there? Certainly. Wang Yu gave an affirmative answer, his confidence stemming from the remains left behind by the shadow demon. Can I see it first? I need to make sure you're not playing a trick on me. Sure. Wang Yu showed great patience at this point, knowing that since the other party was on his ship, he had plenty of ways to control him. Then I'll bring it in and show it to you. Wang Yu replied, then gently pushed the door open. Since it wasn't locked, it opened easily. The operating room returned to its previous state of complete emptiness, with only a few items rearranged. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Although it was the second time he had seen it, the other party's strange ability still made him feel a little uncomfortable. It was like a ghost, and it seemed to be an uncontrollable passive ability. He pulled out the Shadow Fiend's short spear and placed it on the control panel. Wang Yu would keep valuable corpses or materials like these, including the corpses of skeleton monsters and lava salamanders, because they might come in handy someday, and keeping them wouldn't take up much space. After placing it properly, Wang Yu left the room again and slowly closed the door. The moment the door closed, Pris inside reacted. This dagger is. He had clearly noticed the extra thing on the console. A dagger crafted from the claws of a Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend? You mean this is a demon's claw? Wang Yu was somewhat surprised that Pri didn't recognize Shadow Fiend. But considering this guy's mental state, it's normal that he doesn't recognize him. He may have lost most of his memories. It has an amazing hardness, like crystal, but it is completely opaque. This is indeed a very special material. It's smooth and hard. It seems I'll need to make a harder grinding mortar. Priest said that a test was underway, and there were sounds of tinkering and cracking coming from inside, as if the bowl had cracked. This thing needs to be heated with a beam of light, and then cut with an angle grinder. I can prepare a set for you. Wang Yu then offered a suggestion, but pulleys declined. Captain Wang, things made like that have no soul. Only by making the tools by hand, personally adjusting them, and doing everything personally, maximizing one's role in the process, can one possibly achieve the desired result. This is common sense in alchemy. Clam. To give a simple example, when heating and mixing two substances, you should never use a thermometer to measure the temperature, as that would be inaccurate. You must rely on your own senses, see with your eyes, and feel with your skin and fingers. Only in this way can you find the most suitable temperature. Pulleys gave an example, which sounded very professional, but Wang Yu disagreed. He vaguely pictured a man testing the oil temperature with his finger, and it just didn't seem right. This is perhaps what geniuses are like. Their thought processes are different from ordinary people. Don't try to understand them, and don't argue with them, because you can't win anyway. So have you thought it through? Do you want to work under me? Wang Yu asked directly about the results, at which point Pri also asked him a question. Captain Wang, I also have a question, but I can't confirm it myself, so please tell me the truth. What questions do you have? So are you even human? Pulleys asked, and Wang Yu, who had thought it was something more complicated, replied naturally. It's such a simple question. 100% pure-blooded human, no doubt about it. That's why I was interested in your potion-making skills. That stuff only works on humans, doesn't it? I see. Pri responded, as if he could see him nodding. Then his tone changed, and he became serious, speaking in a solemn voice. I, Prisherps, an alchemy apprentice, formally swear allegiance to Captain Wang, the captain of this ship. Loyalty. Forehead. Wang Yu was rendered speechless by Pulleys' sudden outburst of emotion. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough to recover quickly. He didn't care about the value of this loyalty. As long as the other party could move to a different location and stop ruining the operating room, and then deliver the produced potions regularly, that would be enough. Both parties reached an agreement, and Wang Yu finally gained a new crew member. By the way, Captain Wang, what rare materials have you prepared for me? To be honest, I can't wait to get them. As you know, I have a special constitution and cannot be observed by any living creature, so collecting materials is quite a difficult task. Pulley said, it seems he managed to collect all these materials before Pigsy did. It's really not easy. He's lucky to have gotten them at all. Actually, we are currently exploring the universe, so we will encounter more evil spirits and even other unknown creatures in the future. These materials will be gradually sent to your private lab as research data to fund your research. At this moment, Ball spoke up, essentially saying the lines or excuses that Wang Yu had been thinking about for a long time. That's right. At this point, Pulleys realized that Captain Wang seemed to have been creating cards out of thin air, but it didn't matter, because it was indeed a win-win cooperation. At least the materials for the demons were real, just not in large quantities. Afterwards, Wang Yu discussed the location and layout of the laboratory with Pulleys, and the location was chosen to be the largest laboratory on the first floor. There were already many experimental instruments inside, some of which were still intact. At least there were enough test tubes and beakers, and if there weren't enough, you could get them from other laboratories nearby. As for the other things, it depends on whether Pris wants them or not, because he likes to do everything by hand and only trusts instruments that he makes by hand. Even centrifugation, which is time-consuming and laborious, he insists on hand-cranking it, saying that mechanical centrifugation cannot get the results he wants. Therefore, he does not need equipment, as long as Wang Yu helps him move his precious equipment over. Finally, he also wanted a small machine tool, the most primitive kind, basically equivalent to a primitive smelting workshop, so that he could easily make tools by hand. Wang Yu could easily meet this requirement. He only needed to bring some tools from the workshop, which was not difficult. If he wanted a high-speed centrifuge, a high-precision balance accurate to an unknown number of decimal places, or a spectrometer to analyze the composition of substances, that would give Wang Yu a real headache. Fortunately, this person is a master craftsman, which may be related to his past as a priest of the machine god cult. His skills are amazing, but his approach is a bit off. There's another problem. I can only go out when you've all left and are no longer observing this area. I've been to that floor too, but I couldn't get in. The doors in the passageway were closed. It seems that Priestley has also explored the deep space, but he didn't take any test tubes, beakers, or other chemical experimental containers from the first floor laboratory because he couldn't get in. However, this problem has been solved because Wang Yu is the captain of the deep space. After pulleys swore allegiance to him, one of the two crew members became pulleys, with customizable job title and permissions. Wang Yu directly gave him the position of shipboard alchemist, as well as the right to move freely on the first floor except for the bridge and the captain's room. After the system update, all of these could be set, which made things much more convenient. Once everything is ready, Pris will be able to go to the new lab on his own. Chapter 113 Exploration ended. After reiterating that Pris should stop ruining the operating room, the three set off again, determined to make the most of their time to explore the 6th and 7th floors. They've lingered on this floor for too long. If they delay any longer, they might not be able to finish their task today. On the way, Bar asked a strange question. Because they had figured out Pris's strange constitution, which was similar to that of a ghost, once observed by a living being. And this meant not just being seen, but being perceived in all aspects. Unless the ghost was in another relatively enclosed space, it would disappear as if it did not exist. He does exist, but he can only exist alone, and he can touch and interact with real objects, just like a normal person. But how did he know he had this constitution? I'm puzzled, Bar said, looking at Wang Yu. The latter thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that this was indeed a point of suspicion. There are only Thor and Piglet here. These two would never talk to Pulleys, or even pay any attention to him. So how did Pulleys know that he would disappear? Was it because his consciousness would occasionally break down? Wang Yu frowned, feeling that this possibility was very low. The more likely scenario was, you mean, when Pre entered the deep space, even before he became that monstrous thing, he had contact with other people? There were other people alive on the ship at that time. Wang Yu's eyes widened as he quickly realized the same thing as Ball. Indeed, that explains it. We'll have to ask Pris about it later. We'll try to subtly inquire after he moves to the first floor. It's a pity we can't see Pri's panel. Otherwise we would know why he became like this. The panel might have the answer. The three of them arrived at the 6th floor, but this time they stopped exploring. The collapse was severe, except for the section of ground beneath their feet and the other side of the central collapse zone. The entire floor had collapsed, merging the 6th and 7th floors into one, with a height approaching 30 meters. Warehouse area. Wang Yu's face showed an expression of certainty. After all, he had guessed that there would be a large warehouse on the 6th floor, but he did not expect it to collapse. Moreover, it's not just a simple collapse. Judging from the area illuminated by searchlights and glow sticks, the ground and walls here have turned into a black, rock-like structure. That's the result of the Hell Leviathan's regeneration and repair, the regenerated armor. This suggests that a major crisis may have occurred here, possibly even being the source of the disaster on the deep space, leading to damage to the ship. If this happened in subspace, Wang Yu couldn't even imagine what kind of bizarre things might happen. For this reason, the storage area is now a huge pit. Looking back, there was nothing there except for a few scattered spores hanging on the walls or the ground. Bar was about to shoot him, but Wang Yu stopped him, saying there was no need to waste bullets here. There's no way to kill them all. As long as they don't interfere with their exploration or pose a threat, we don't need to worry about them. Their ammunition is quite precious. So the three of them changed direction and went to the other side of the collapse zone. On the 6th floor there, they found 2 rooms, a gravity control room and a detector production workshop. The gravity chamber's main door is a unique circular door, which is quite rare on the entire deep space, and it is also very large, almost as tall as the 6th floor. Although the light on the door was on and it was powered, the door could not be opened, probably because the user did not have the necessary permissions. Considering that this thing is also related to the black hole engine trapped in the middle of the central collapse zone, it is best not to go in rashly before being fully prepared. In any case, the gravity field of this ship is still functioning normally overall. As for that detector production workshop, it should be the location of the live detector production factory. The door can be opened normally, and inside there is a long, black, unidentified object, hard and coiled several times on the ground. It is probably that factory thing, but it is practically inanimate at the moment. It will probably only react when the deep space vessel is in a stable state. We can check it again later. After confirming the location of the cell where Catgirl was imprisoned on the 7th floor, the three of them had basically figured out the internal situation of the deep space. On Wang Yu's map, Only the main engine room and the gravity room are completely dark and cannot be entered for the time being. All other areas are lit up. If the last crew member with the question mark is present, he can only be in one of these rooms. The three returned to the first floor, ate something simple, and held a short meeting during the process, mainly about the follow-up actions and plans. There are roughly 3 things to do. The first is to settle the new crew member, pulleys, which requires some cleaning, mainly clearing out the clutter in the laboratory, and then moving pulleys' precious equipment in and marking the door with a sign, otherwise pulleys might not be able to find it. The second thing is to use the caveman's workshop to remodel the deep space, which will take a long time. The priority to be completed is the hydrogen ionization device, followed by the power generation unit on the first floor, the doors to the transfer cabin and the ship's cabin, and finally the small forge that needs to process metals and glass. Other tasks, such as laying internal circuits and installing cameras and lighting, can actually be completed during the voyage, as long as the supplies are all moved onto the deep space. Ball, can you roughly estimate whether the hydrogen bricks we got from the gasopon are enough to complete all of this, and whether we can finish it all within a month? Wang Yu said he hoped to finish it as soon as possible, because what he lacked now is time. The latter made a brief calculation and indicated that if the hydrogen bricks from the third-generation digger were also used, the energy would definitely be sufficient, since it wasn't a large-scale project, and 2 weeks would be enough time. Then let's try to finish it within 3 weeks. 2 weeks is too rushed. I also have some small items that need to be made using the workshop's facilities. I'll list them for you later. Wang Yu said that he also had his own plans, and wanted to gradually improve and repair the Titan operating room. Once everything is complete and ready, there will be one last thing. Wang Yu will take control of the deep space, devour the workshop, and then set off for Hellstar. So far, they have not discovered any other planets or star systems suspected of harboring civilizations. Until other more valuable targets emerge, Hellstar has become their only destination. However, to ensure their safety, there are still many preparations to be made. After roughly arranging the follow-up plans, Wang Yu glanced at his condition, took out the bottle of blood-burning potion, and planned to drink it to test its effects. If it could suppress the carbonization disease, his subsequent actions would be much easier. Chapter 114, The Effects of the Potion. In the master bedroom of the captain's cabin, Wang Yu took out the bottle of blood-burning potion, and without hesitation, unscrewed the cap and drank it. The pale red, warm liquid is slightly sweet and has no strange taste. It's like a sweet wine with a higher alcohol content. However, less than 5 seconds after drinking it, the medicine took effect, and Wang Yu's body temperature rose rapidly, exceeding 40 degrees Celsius and approaching 50 degrees Celsius. At the same time, his skin turned bright red, like a boiled lobster shell. In the deep space spacecraft, where the average temperature was close to 0, you could even see steam rising from his body. This was the phenomenon of sweating profusely, the sweat evaporating, and then liquefying upon cooling. Wang Yu, are you alright? Ball looked at Wang Yu with some concern for his condition, his wine-red eyes filled with apprehension. Although she had already learned about the effects from Wang Yu's so-called system explanation, she was still somewhat worried. Because excessively high body temperature can irreversibly damage the human body, especially the brain, and Wang Yu has now clearly crossed that line. Even his hands are burning hot, but he does not show any signs of discomfort, nor does he faint. I'm fine, I just feel a little hot, like I have a fever, and my head feels a little heavy, but it's still within an acceptable range. Wang Yu replied, looking at his bright red hands. He was honestly a little scared, but in order to test the effects of the potion, he had to try it, and he just hoped that the system would not trick him. Fortunately, there were no other severe reactions. His health status on the panel was even rising, and his immunity attribute had increased by 10 points. Then, the wound on his forehead was a little itchy, and he couldn't help but want to scratch it. To further confirm the condition of the wound, Wang Yu suggested removing the bandages, including the one on his left arm, for comparison. How is it? Is there any change? My head feels really itchy, and I feel like scratching it. Wang Yu asked, but Bale's gaze remained fixed on his forehead. He didn't answer Wang Yu's question, but only grabbed the hand that Wang Yu was trying to scratch. Don't scratch it. It's better if you don't know right now. Baldao made Wang Yu even more curious, because the wound was very itchy, but the black fist mark on his left arm did not change significantly. 5 minutes later, Wang Yu's body temperature dropped rapidly. He had also sweated a lot, and it was easy to catch a cold in such a cold environment. So, on Ball's advice, he took a hot shower, which was basically just wiping himself down with a bucket of hot water, since that was the only option. Then he changed into dry clothes. During the cleaning process, Wang Yu also checked the condition of his forehead wound on the cracked mirror in the bathroom. It has completely healed, but the sutures are still hanging inside the flesh. It's just that the healing process is not ideal. Wang Yu touched the affected area and felt that it was uneven, unlike normal skin. It was more like an irregular scar after a burn or scald had healed, and it was pink, which reminded Wang Yu of the Bud Beast. Moreover, there are a few tiny black spots in the scar, which may be lesions from carbonization, but they are much better than the large black spots on my left arm. It may be a bit ugly, but this medicine has an inhibitory effect on carbon monoxide disease, and that's enough. This medicine is effective for carbon monoxide disease. The surgery can be done now. Wang Yu said excitedly, quickly wiped himself clean, put on his underwear, and ran out, his face full of excitement. Ball was holding a personal computer with a data cable connected to his wrist and was looking at something. Hearing Wang Yu's words, he just nodded. This made Wang Yu curious, so he went over and saw a scene that was losing some SAN. That was footage of him taking the blood-burning potion, which was recorded by Ball. In the footage, Wang Yu was still talking, asking Ball about the condition of his wound, saying that it was very itchy. The flesh and blood in the wound in the picture seemed to come alive, sprouting many pink granulation tissues that thrashed around like worms, filling in the missing flesh and blood. Then, it healed in just a few dozen seconds, but the wound looked a bit ugly, like it had been patched up. Is this how it should grow? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. No wonder Ball said it was better for him not to know. If he did know, it would be quite terrifying. Wang Yu got goosebumps just thinking about it. The healing effect of this potion is amazing. It has gone beyond the scope of traditional medicine, and it is more like temporarily changing the constitution of the user. Bar nodded, looking at Wang Yu, and subtly reminded him. Wang Yu, although you have indeed become much stronger, I still think you need to wear clothes. I'll do it right away. Wang Yu immediately picked up the dry clothes that Ball had prepared and put them on. He felt that he had made a great deal this time. The potential value of this new crew member, Pulleys, was even greater than he had expected, and it was worth investing heavily in. Afterwards, Ball helped Wang Yu remove the sutures, and the two discussed matters related to the Titan surgery. Due to limitations, it is unlikely that the Titan operating room can be fully restored. However, the Titan procedure is very special. Even with limited resources, there are still limited methods. The procedure can be completed using traditional surgical tools, especially the first few procedures, but the success rate will be much lower, only about 30%. But as Wang Yu himself said, as long as he has his talent, whether it's a 30% probability or a 90% probability, it's 100% for him. Therefore, Ball only needs to follow the steps and doesn't need to worry about accidents during the implant fitting process. The small items Wang Yu mentioned earlier are actually the tools needed for the surgery. Thanks to the fact that Ball is a robot, its precision of movement and vision far exceed those of ordinary people, so it is not difficult for one person to complete such a complex surgery. The necessary equipment includes a complete set of scalpels and suture needles of different sizes, surgical scissors, forceps, bone saw, hemostatic forceps, nerve dissector, bone hammer, and bone file, etc. Other items like disinfectant alcohol, hemostatic gauze, and cotton can be readily available in a first aid kit. It's basically a traditional surgery, without the aid of sophisticated mechanical instruments, let alone lasers or electrosurgical units. It's the minimum configuration for the Titan surgery. The most difficult part is actually the cultivation and selection of the implant, but they have readily available methods for this. I will also write down the surgical procedure and precautions for you. Follow the procedure strictly, and do not change it even if it is unreasonable or dangerous. I cannot explain the process and the principles behind it very well, but I can guarantee that it is correct and is the only condition we can currently achieve. Wang Yu added that they plan to complete the surgery during their voyage to Hellstar. To do this, they need to clean the Titan operating room, make the operating table clean, and ensure that some of the instruments on it are still usable, mainly for monitoring some physiological signs. Chapter 115 Changes in the Deep Space. A week later, the reconstruction project of the deep space was proceeding in an orderly manner, and Wang Yu's days were very fulfilling, even a little too fulfilling. However, due to his weak and listless state, most of the work was done by Cat Coeur and Ball. Wang Yu's main tasks were to count and organize the supplies that had been transported and to do some work inside the ship. After the sealed doors of the ship's cargo hold and transfer hold were installed, things can now be transported directly into the ship. The efficiency has increased significantly, and the throughput of the two is on a completely different level. Some things that were not originally planned to be moved can now be moved in, including a large amount of metal raw materials, and even large CNC machine tools and control consoles that have been dismantled. However, they are not yet installed and need to be tested. With the help of machine tools, materials, and gunpowder in the workshop, it is possible to produce bullets and even hand grenades, which is good news. In addition, Pulley's laboratory has been set up and he himself has moved over. After seeing the piles of experimental equipment inside, he praised the laboratory highly, saying it was simply fantastic and the conditions were excellent. Although many of the experimental instruments were broken, it didn't matter. Pris would repair them himself or even modify them to hand-cranked versions. In addition, the forge he needed was also set up. It was actually just a simple furnace with an anvil and tools such as hammers and steel pliers, but that was enough. With an unlimited supply of metal raw materials, he was confident that he could make everything he needed. Pri was also given the corpses of the skeleton monster and the lava salamander, along with fragments of the shadow fiend, and some reagents and solvents found in the workshop, including engine oil, regardless of whether they were expired or not. He even gave him a box of moss cans, even though Pri said he didn't need to eat. But Wang Yu still gave all the conditions he could, even installing lights and connecting the electricity from the newly installed hydrogen-oxygen generator. His only condition was that Pris should quickly develop a potion that could permanently enhance attributes. No problem. I, Prisip, swear on this perfect laboratory, I will produce results that will absolutely satisfy Captain Wang. Loyalty. Pulley's exaggerated, making Wang Yu outside the door feel a little uncomfortable and strange. He looked at the sign hanging on the door, which read, Pre-Potion Laboratory, in crooked handwriting. Strictly speaking, this laboratory originally belonged to Wang Yu. So what good is it for Pri to swear an oath with this stuff? Fortunately, Wang Yu didn't care about these things, as long as Pulley's could produce results. Then Wang Yu asked about the reason why Pris had become the way he is now. According to Pris, he got sick from taking the wrong medicine, because he would taste the potions he concocted first, saying that only in this way could he know what was missing from the potion. He also said that alchemists who wouldn't even dare to take the potions they concocted themselves would always be third-rate, but he was different. Wang Yu disagreed with this, only telling him to be careful and not to poison himself. He had originally planned to leave him a walkie-talkie for calling for help, but then suddenly realized that he couldn't seem to contact Pulley's, so he could only let him handle it himself. Finally, regarding how Pri discovered his ghostly constitution, he only said that he sensed it, remaining vague. Wang Yu suspected it might be due to amnesia, so he gave up after asking a few times, only to find that Pri had no memory of what happened before he came here. Another week has passed. As Bar initially calculated, the Deep Space's refit is basically complete, even half a day ahead of schedule. The first floor is now electrified, but the lights and cameras have not yet been installed. In addition, the hydrogen-oxygen ionization device was completed and installed in the energy replenishment room on the 5th floor. A lock was also installed on the door to prevent it from being damaged by the Bud Beast. Preparations are basically complete, and the transit hold is overflowing with cargo. Only the interior of the ship remains to be modified. Wang Yu has also been frequently entering and leaving the Titan operating room recently, mainly to clean it and prepare for subsequent surgeries. He wants to carry out a major overhaul and restore the operating room to its original state, but they don't have the resources to do so yet. After confirming that everything was ready, including all the equipment needed for the surgery, Wang Yu, Ball, and Mao Kur met on the bridge, along with Pulley's who joined via walkie-talkie. The four of them held a short meeting. The main purpose is to report and summarize the achievements of this period and to set future plans. During this time, they did not stop observing the surrounding universe and did make additional discoveries, finding a special galaxy about 4,000 light-years away. It is not a simple star system, but a special region composed of several star systems. According to the results of spectral analysis, the composition of these star systems is highly similar, almost identical. The results show that they are all silvery white planets composed of near-metallic material. Except for the stars, all the planets are the same, and there are hundreds of them. This could be a special kind of disaster that spreads and affects areas measured in light years, making it far more dangerous than Hellstar. What could be causing this? Have you discovered anything? Wang Yu asked Ball, who simply shook his head, because there were no relevant cases to refer to, and the distance was too great. It is certain that this silvery star field is much larger than they observed. After all, the scene they saw actually came from thousands of years ago. Furthermore, Bar does not consider this a harmless natural phenomenon and believes that one should avoid trespassing. Yes, I'll be careful to avoid that area. Wang Yu nodded. Since they still hadn't found any other planets with civilizations, and the Silver Galaxy was too dangerous. They decided to proceed with their previous plan and head to Hellstar. Bar, are the cameras installed on top of the central collapse zone? Can we start them now? Wang Yu asked, and received an affirmative answer from Ball. He then turned to operate the control panel, switching the display of the silver starfield to the central collapse zone. To accommodate the use of the camera, Ball also disassembled the central control console and screen from the workshop. Although it could only display images and its functions were similar to those of a regular computer, it greatly improved the environment of the bridge, at least eliminating the need to hold meetings while carrying that computer. The screen shows an overview of the entire central collapse zone. The camera is installed at the opening on the first floor leading down. You can also see Thor standing on the fourth floor, holding a large iron hammer. Next to him is a bud beast with a long knife, which keeps poking him, but he ignores it. It is the long knife guy that Thor killed before, who has re-emerged from somewhere. Wang Yu also greeted Thor, since the deep space was about to feed, and all preparations had to be made. Seeing that everything was arranged, Wang Yu turned and walked towards the captain's seat, intending to connect with the deep space and try to devour the workshop before setting off for Hellstar. Chapter 116 Devouring. As soon as Wang Yu sat in the captain's chair and completed the connection, he could smell the enticing aroma emanating from the wreckage of the spaceship next to him. In his view, the wreckage had transformed into a large plate of sliced braised beef, then into fried chicken nuggets and roast duck, constantly changing its form to tempt him. But Wang Yu remained unmoved, having anticipated this. Ignoring the saliva that was being secreted frantically in his mouth, he used the system to check the status of the deep spacecraft. Satiety level, 3%. He planned to control the speed of eating based on changes in satiety, while also observing the changes inside the deep space, which is why he had Bar prepare a camera so that he could see everything simply by switching back to his own field of vision. Seeing that everything was ready, Wang Yu looked at the golden crispy pork belly next to him and couldn't resist any longer. He opened his mouth and took a bite, his face showing a shocked and surprised expression, because he felt that he was really eating crispy pork belly, with a sauce on it to cut through the greasiness. The savory and salty sauce mixed with the dry, fragrant meat and crispy skin was taken by Wang Yu in one bite, making a crunching sound in his mouth. It was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating it. From a cosmic perspective, the deep space dart has changed position, its bow now pointing at a wreckage larger than itself, its mouth agape. About 2/3 of the way down the bow, a crack appeared, from which purplish-red mist drifted out. As it slowly opened, it revealed a dense array of crisscrossing sharp teeth. Then, it bit into the wreckage of the spaceship, tearing off a small piece with terrifying force, chewing it and swallowing it. The purplish-red mist seemed corrosive. Under its influence, the hard metals softened rapidly, and with the addition of sharp, grinding teeth, they became easy to eat. Before he knew it, Wang Yu had swallowed half of the spaceship wreckage by the time he snapped out of his culinary hallucination. The deep space was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Even though the volume of the debris it swallowed exceeded that of the deep space, it still didn't burst. At this moment, Wang Yu resisted the temptation and refused the fragrant bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured pork. He forcibly stopped and called out the system to check the status of the deep spacecraft. Satiety level, 7%. Only this much increase. Wang Yu was surprised, and then switched his gaze back to the bridge. At this moment, in the camera's view, Hammer Bro had already started working because several bud beasts had suddenly appeared. Only 7 or 8 could be seen in the picture, but judging from Hammer Bro and Pig Bro's constant jumping and changing floors, there must be quite a few bud beasts, probably dozens. However, this is still within a controllable range, and the deep space's satiety level is increasing very slowly. Wang Yu felt that he had greatly underestimated this ship, or rather, the appetite of the hellish Leviathan. After Jean Bart and Kat Coeur helped keep an eye on the camera to prevent the bud beasts from invading the first floor, Wang Yu took a deep breath, looked at the remaining remains that had turned into a chopped chili fish head, and took another bite. He began to eat and drink spicy food. This time he did not suppress his appetite, because after eating, he estimated that his weight would only increase by a little over 10%. Judging from the changes inside the ship, there should be no major problems. After feeling himself eat a crisp and tender braised pig's ear, Wang Yu felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He had been eating potatoes, moss cakes, and dried meat until he was almost sick of it. This time, however, he felt really good, even though it was just a hallucination brought about by the connection with the deep space spacecraft. After confirming that the large amount of wreckage had disappeared, Wang Yu ate some small fragments, or rather, small desserts, around him. Then he brought up the deep space panel to reconfirm the ship's status. Deep space, satiety 13%, a large research vessel that encountered a catastrophic incident during a subspace voyage, resulting in the near-total loss of its crew and severe damage to the hull. For many years, it drifted between space and subspace until it was re-emerged under a new captain. Durability? Maximum normal speed, 0.005 C. Core component. Activated subspace phase transition engine, enabling the deep space spacecraft to travel between space and subspace. Main engine. Activated subspace phase change engine, starvation. Secondary engine. Hypergravity fusion engine, damaged. Weapon module, abyssal maw. Abyssal maw. The deep space opens its maw and tears apart and devours the target in front of it. If it is a ship, it will digest and absorb the target to increase its satiety. The swallowing of some ships may bring new changes to the deep space. Keep hungry, Hawkins, Bicar. Defense modules, small electromagnetic particle shield generator, damaged. Active regenerative metal armor, small. Active regenerating metal armor, small based on the original regenerating armor. High-strength metal fragments are mixed in, increasing the defensive capability. Small. This level measures the activity of the activated module and is the lowest level. Its performance increases with satiety, and it may even unlock stronger abilities. Basic modules, gravity field generator, activated detector production plant, small, activated subspace communication generator, small, Fian, 1 type, disposable round-trip landing pod 2, 3rd generation digger prototype 1. Wang Yu's satiety level rose to 13%, which was within his expectations. The last piece of pig ear he ate was probably the hard alloy door, which had increased his satiety level significantly. Then several modules that were in a state of hunger were activated, and the regenerating armor even had the word metal in its name, probably because it had consumed a lot of metal. Furthermore, the ship's maximum normal speed has also been revealed, reaching 0.005 C. Don't underestimate this small number. C represents the speed of light. Considering the size of the deep space, this is actually an incredibly high speed. However, it will take some time to accelerate to reach this speed. Finally, there's the assessment from former Captain Hawkins, whose warning was to stay hungry. However, Wang Yu had already noticed this and knew how dangerous this hell Leviathan was, so he wouldn't easily feed it before he had complete control over it. After checking the deep spaces panel and confirming the changes from a cosmic perspective, Wang Yu disconnected, exited the captain's seat, and his senses returned to the bridge. Just as he switched his gaze back, before he could even inquire about the situation inside Ball, he noticed something new in the bridge, opposite the three-legged fat whale carp. It looked like a pool of bright red snail shell with concentric rings of patterns. The surface was smooth and translucent, and it seemed to contain some kind of liquid, with blue light spots visible swimming inside. What is this thing? Wang Yu asked Bear. It suddenly grew out of the ground, but it wasn't aggressive, and I'm not sure what it is. Ball replied that both he and Kat Kur kept a certain distance from the thing. Because it was an unknown object, they did not attack or make contact with it rashly before figuring it out. After observing for a while, Wang Yu figured out what was going on. He first confirmed the situation inside the deep space with Ball, and after confirming that there was no special event and that Thor was just busy outside, he turned his attention to this side, took out his weapon, and walked over. Chapter 117 Activation Module. This thing is a subspace communicator. Wang Yu touched and obtained the information, then put the gun away, indicating that it posed no danger. At that moment, the spot he had just touched lit up. To be precise, the light spots inside the communicator gathered together, creating a numeric keypad with 32 spaces, like an input interface. Communicator? Ball then came over and examined the strange structure that had nothing to do with a communicator. If you had to say, it looked a lot like the cochlea in the human ear. The bottom and many extending tubes were all connected to the hull, and the surrounding flesh had turned red and regained its vitality. Kat Kur curiously poked at it with her finger, and a keyboard and input bar appeared where she poked. After poking repeatedly, more keyboards and input bars appeared. However, if left unattended for a long time, the light spots that gathered together to form a display screen would dissipate. Wang Yu relayed the information about this thing to the two of them, but Kat Kur didn't really listen. Name: Activated Subspace Communication Generator, small. Introduction: The subspace communication device on the deep space spacecraft has been affected by the spacecraft's activation and can no longer be identified as its original form. Functionally, it is equivalent to the deep space spacecraft's ears. It can be operated while driving or used by touch. It can receive, transmit, and record subspace communication signals in a specified frequency band, but there is a possibility of delay and signal loss. Generally, the greater the distance, the greater the delay, and the easier it is to lose the signal. The transmission speed and range are related to the status of the deep space satellite. Current communication speed, 50 or 50 times the speed of light. Effective communication range, 100 light-years. Effective communication range refers to the distance at which the communicator sends information, not the receiving distance. Beyond this distance, the information will be covered by background noise and will be difficult to capture. Furthermore, due to the influence of subspace activities, the communication range can fluctuate and is not a fixed value. A device capable of communication at 50 times the speed of light? Upon hearing this, Ball exclaimed in surprise, quickly realizing the value of this device. It was an extremely rare device capable of breaking the light speed barrier to communicate, an essential technology for establishing intergalactic civilizations. The number above is probably the channel number. It's 32 bits. Wang Yu casually entered 32 zeros, because if there were special channels, this would definitely be one of them. After inputting, the keyboard and input bar changed. The gathered light spots became the chat box, and the corners showed the channel number or frequency of the chat box. The resolution was quite high, and it was very clear. However, there was no information in the chat box. Wang Yu waited for more than 10 seconds, and then stopped paying attention, turning his attention back to the monitoring screen next to the bridge gate. Inside, you could see Thor busy at work, but he seemed to be managing. Piglet was also collecting corpses floor by floor, and the two of them kept jumping between the floors. After watching for a while, Wang Yu decided to go inside the ship to take a look, as some situations could only be grasped by being on site. He told Ball and Cat Kerr to prepare for battle, and also to check on the situation at the live detector factory. As for the communicator, let's leave it for now. This thing seems to operate according to the logic of a chat room, and it's impossible to view the history before the channel was opened. So Wang Yu opened all 10 chat boxes with the same number from 0 to 9, and then checked to see if he had received any messages. After all, it is the vast universe, and it is normal not to receive information for several days or even longer. But once they receive it, they can obtain intelligence about this universe, which will help them in their subsequent actions. After checking their weapons, the three set off. Now that the CNC machine tool had been brought in, although it hadn't been fully tested yet, they could now make bullets by hand, and even basic firearms and grenades, so they no longer needed to borrow money as before. However, since we lack the ability to manufacture gunpowder, hydrogen bricks, and oxygen bricks, we cannot be too wasteful and must use them in a planned manner. They arrived at the gate leading to the central collapse zone. The gate opened directly, revealing a wandering bud beast armed with a long spear. However, before it could charge, it was torn to shreds by 3 crossfires. This time, Cat Kerr finally got to use a gun. In the 2 weeks prior, during the maintenance and renovation of the deep space, Cat Kerr frequently went in and out of the deep space with Wang Yu. It was because she was worried about safety if one of them went in alone, and Ball disagreed, especially when Wang Yu was in a negative state the previous week. So Cat Kerr became Wang Yu's bodyguard, and it was during this process that she learned how to use a gun. The weapon she used for practice was a pulse pistol that she had scavenged from the insectoids. Although this weapon has a live ammunition mode, even after the live ammunition is used up, its magazine can be recharged and reused repeatedly. Therefore, it is an excellent choice for beginners to practice firearms. This is how Catgirl learned to shoot a pistol. The targets were spores and spore beasts. She has made good progress, and now she has been given 2 standard pistols and a pulse pistol with live ammunition. Wang Yu was still using his favorite shotgun with a thick, large barrel. He figured he didn't care about accuracy. He just wanted to see if the target would break. When it hit a budding beast, it would explode, which was incredibly stress-relieving. The 3 of them fought their way to the 2nd floor, but did not continue down, because the 3rd floor had the most bud beasts. Hammer Bro was currently fighting a group of dozens of bud beasts, of course, one person beating up a whole group of them. If the other levels are similar to the 2nd level, then there are probably 7 or 8 bud beasts each. The 6th and 7th levels might have more. Wang Yu remembered finding several bud beasts in the pit there before. The 5th level probably has the fewest. Speaking of which, will the number of these bud beasts decrease? If it stays this many all the time, it will be quite troublesome. Wang Yu frowned, focusing his attention on Hammer Bro on the lower level. In less than 10 seconds, almost half of the bud beasts there had died. One punch could take down several. If these bud beasts didn't jump around, and some were particularly agile, like Long Knife Bro, Wang Yu felt that Hammer Bro could kill more than a dozen with one blow. Clang! A bone-crushing bullet struck Wang Yu's power armor and bounced off. Then, the budding beast that had launched the sneak attack was shot in the head by Bale's submachine gun. Some of the bud beasts even use guns, but fortunately, the firearms are very weak and cannot penetrate the power armor and the protective vest on Bale's body, otherwise it would be troublesome. As for Catgirl, let's see if we can hit her. She moves very fast and can clear out any spores that might hatch on this level. Try clearing out the spores and bud beasts on all floors except the 3rd floor. Leave the 3rd floor to Hammer and the others, and then see how things go. If the number of bud beasts doesn't decrease, then this is the only way. Wang Yu said, reaching for the 2 hammers stuck in his back. Because there were quite a few bud beasts, although they had the possibility of producing ammunition, they didn't have time to do so yet. Therefore, they still needed to use cold weapons appropriately to wipe out this group of bud beasts. Chapter 118, The Invisible Assassin. Wang Yu and his 2 companions continued down the 4th floor, inspecting the shield control room and the defense center where Hammer Bro was located. They destroyed more than a dozen spores and eliminated more than 40 spore beasts in total. Some of the bud beasts died under Wang Yu's hammer. Only then did he realize that the hammer was quite useful. Its destructive power after activation even exceeded that of a shotgun and was comparable to that of an assault rifle. It could smash a bud beast to pieces with a single blow, causing an explosion. The downside is that it's easy to miss because these bud beasts are alive. They can dodge and counterattack. However, they are much better when used in conjunction with firearms. For example, you can first use a pulse pistol to stun them, then unleash a powerful hammer blow. This saves bullets and ensures a kill, making it very effective. If you can reach the spores, you can use a hammer to kill them instantly without needing to use a second hit. Having killed so many bud beasts, they gain some understanding of the types of these bud beasts, which can be basically divided into 2 categories, combatants and ordinary crew members. The combatants are likely members of the original security team. They are more skilled in combat, agile, and often appear wielding melee weapons, such as a woman with dual swords, a man with a long sword, a man with a long spear, and a middle-aged boxer. Most of the other ordinary crew members use firearms, mainly pistols and rifles. They are somewhat dull, with average marksmanship and limited gun power. They don't even know how to dodge, let alone dodge bullets. They almost only know how to stand still and fire. Many of these ordinary crew members died under Wang Yu's hammer. He would first paralyze them with a pulse pistol, then strike them with a hammer, or even just strike them with a single blow. As for the unarmed, ordinary crew members, there were some, but they made up a small percentage and had almost no combat capability. They were likely unfortunate technicians or logistics personnel on the deep space. In addition, there are also special bud beast individuals, such as the previous Heretic Crusher, but the hatching conditions are quite demanding, and the wreckage of the mech has been dismantled into parts, making it almost impossible for them to reappear, at least for now. Wang Yu plans to list all these individual bud beasts, record their characteristics and abilities, so that they will be easier to deal with later. After clearing out the 4th floor, the 3 of them stayed there for more than 10 minutes, taking a short break to recover their strength and replenish their fresh water. No new bud beasts emerged, much like the situation after they cleared out the 2nd layer and destroyed all the buds. Moreover, the noise on the 3rd floor was much less. Therefore, the activity of these budding beasts may be related to feeding. When feeding stops, their activity level will decrease, eventually reaching a new balance, which is good news. After resting, they used their jetpacks to set off again, reaching the 5th floor, where they discovered that this floor might be the one with the most changes. It's not very noticeable from above, but once you enter the floor, you'll find that the black substance is eroding what was originally a relatively clean floor. Cracks or abnormal bulges appeared in parts of the ground and walls, and black substances crawled out, polluting the space and even sprouting spores. They initially thought there would be fewer bud beasts on this floor, but that wasn't the case. The situation was spreading to other floors, and some of the lights were also broken. Wang Yu and his 2 companions immediately ran to the power replenishment room, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no problems there and that the power supply was normal. Because the important ionization device is inside. Then there are the Titan operating room and the echoing sanctuary, both of which are normal, with most of the erosion occurring outside the rooms. Just as the three of them were methodically eliminating the bud beasts and spores, Cat Kutter suddenly became alert, her ears perked up, and she looked around while constantly sniffing the air. What's wrong? Wang Yu noticed Cat Kutter's unusual behavior immediately and became alert, adopting a protective stance and using his power armor to protect his body. It seems like there's something there. I can smell it, but it's very faint. Cat Kutter's words made Wang Yu even more vigilant, because Cat Kutter's nose was very sensitive. Which direction is it in? What's its approximate location? Bar followed suit, glancing around at the corners. But before she could finish speaking, a streak of light grazed past her and struck Cat Kutter, sending her flying. Ball immediately returned fire, only catching a distorted afterimage of light, before realizing what had happened. There's a sniper, and he's invisible, she warned. The sniper may have been observing them for a while, and the fact that he fired at the Cat Kutter who had noticed his movements suggests that he may possess a certain level of intelligence. Wang Yu looked at Mao Kutter. The bullet was probably aimed at her face, but it missed or was dodged and instead pierced Mao Kutter's left shoulder. It was a white bone nail, more than 10 centimeters long, that pierced through her shoulder and caused blood to flow from the ground. Ball immediately chased after him in that direction, firing continuously in an attempt to force the invisible man out. Wang Yu looked over but didn't chase after them. Instead, he reached into his bag and, when he touched the bottled potion inside, he remembered that the blood-burning potion was only effective on humans. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he was a little flustered. He took out the emergency medical kit from his back, put it on the ground, and planned to stop the bleeding for the Cat Kutter first. But just as he lowered his head, a bullet flew past Wang Yu's helmet and struck the wall, sending chills down Wang Yu's spine. Then came Bale's roar and a barrage of fire in return. Wang Yu, that thing moves very fast, and infrared vision can't detect its movements. We'd better get out of this floor, and we need to hurry. Bar warned that the shot had startled her as well, because the direction was completely outside her warning range. The other party was very cunning and deliberately lured her away. Ball retreated and urged Wang Yu to retreat quickly. Fortunately, Wang Yu had lowered his head at the right moment. Otherwise, even with the helmet protecting him, he would have been seriously injured if he had been shot. She kept firing in the suspicious directions, trying to suppress the unseen assassin. Wang Yu picked up Cat Kutter and ran forward, intending to return to the central collapse zone and then use his jetpack to leave. They originally planned to evacuate in this way, but on the way, Wang Yu suddenly thought of his ability or talent and had an idea. So he said it to the seriously injured Cat Kutter. Kutter, tell me quickly where that sniper is. Just the approximate location is fine. Wang Yu said urgently. After all, there was an invisible assassin following behind him, who could shoot him at any moment. Cat Kutter also focused her attention at this moment, ignoring the pain, sniffed, and then pointed to the side with her right hand. The other party had actually come around to the front, and might even be aiming. Without hesitation, Wang Yu threw several grenades in a row, all by feel, not caring about saving any money at this point. Then came several explosions, including 2 sweet wind bombs that bounced a few times after landing and spewed out large amounts of transparent gas. At that moment, Ball finally saw the invisible man and raised his gun to aim at him. Although the target was still invisible, the gas emitted by the sweet wind bomb, along with the dust kicked up by the explosion, appeared as clear smoke in infrared vision. The invisible man hidden in the smoke was about to change his position, but it was too late. His whereabouts had been exposed by the smoke. When he realized this, the invisible man also raised his gun and aimed at Ball. His movements were very skillful, but he was still a step too slow. Bale's bullet hit him first, exploding in his chest and shattering his upper body, finally revealing the thing and leaving 2 pink legs on the ground. It seemed to be wearing some kind of special armor, which, while not very protective, allowed the bud beast to conceal itself. In Chapter 119, the activation module, they finally took down the invisible assassin, but Wang Yu and the others didn't linger there. They didn't even bother to check the results of the battle. Instead, they retreated to the 4th floor according to the evacuation plan and only stopped when they entered the relatively safe shield control room. They then began to treat Cat Kutter's wounds. This injury would probably kill an ordinary person, because the damage caused by a bullet entering the body is not as simple as it looks from the outside. Even bone spurs, with their terrifying kinetic energy, can cause significant damage to internal tissues and organs. Ball immediately performed emergency surgery on Cat Kutter, removing the bone spur. The horrific penetrating wound was physically disturbing to look at, but the bleeding had already stopped. It wasn't that Cat Kur had lost too much blood, but rather that the wound had begun to stop bleeding and was even regenerating, with new flesh growing inside. If it weren't for this bone spur stuck there, Cat Kur would probably have recovered even faster. This surprised Ball, because his recovery ability was similar to, or even stronger than, Wang Yu's after taking the blood-burning potion. Wang Yu, standing nearby, wasn't so surprised. He had some understanding of Cat Kur's physique, given her talent and stats. However, if she is attacked repeatedly in a short period of time, exceeding the limit, then Catgirl will still die. She is not immortal and will temporarily lose her mobility due to excessive attacks, requiring time to recover. We need to prepare a suitable set of protective gear for Cat Kur, something lightweight, yet capable of protecting vital organs. Wang Yudao realized that the situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Because the deep space will also have these cloaked bud beasts, which may be one of the combatants, specializing in stealth and sniping. The reason they are only emerging now is probably because the deep space has recovered its state, and some more powerful bud beasts have emerged as a result. In fact, the strength of other bud beasts will gradually increase. Wang Yu didn't believe that the deep space combatants represented by those bud beasts only had this much strength. If they could be suppressed with guns, these combatants wouldn't have bothered with melee weapons. Let's rest for a while. We'll probably have to avoid going out alone on the deep space ship from now on, and we'll have to take all the necessary precautions. Wang Yu said he was very fortunate that the three of them encountered this invisible assassin while they were acting together. It would have been extremely dangerous if they had met him when they were alone. We must find a way to counter this invisible sniper. Protection is only one aspect. We also need a means to ensure that the opponent is killed. For example, we could make smoke grenades or paint grenades that would stick to the target and reveal their form. With the current capabilities of the deep space, we can make such grenades. I'm fine. Actually, I can just eat a can of food. Cat Kur had already sat up, and her complexion had improved a lot, even regaining its color. Ball was bandaging her up, while Catgirl herself didn't seem to care much about her injury and had a high pain tolerance. She took out a can of delicious cat food, which she had placed in her backpack, indicating that she simply hadn't had time to eat it this time. Let's go to the third floor later and bring out the digger. Anyway, the fifth floor is almost cleared out, and the sixth and seventh floors are high enough for the diggers to move around freely, so they don't have to worry about being attacked by invisible snipers. Wang Yu said that when he thought of protection, he naturally thought of mechs. The protective capabilities of those things, even the cockpit window, should not be underestimated. During this time, the mech underwent some repairs. Although the system had not yet been optimized and one of the robotic arms was broken, the windows were replaced using the materials available in the workshop. A spare test machine was used, and some minor adjustments were made because the dimensions did not quite match. Moreover, the gash on his body caused by the thermal saw axe had been repaired, although it was just an ugly patch welded on, but its sturdiness was guaranteed. With the addition of high-strength metal protective netting inside and outside the observation window, this digger is actually stronger than before in terms of defense, because the window has been reinforced, so it is not afraid of sneak attacks from the dark. It is perfect to take it out and use it. After resting for about 40 minutes, the three set off again. They originally planned to send Cat Kur back, but she was unwilling. In addition, her injuries had healed to the point that only scars remained, and her left hand had regained its mobility. So Wang Yu and Ball didn't send her back, because her nose could often come in handy. They went back to the third floor, but Thor was gone. He must have gone inside the third floor, to the heart area, where there were sounds of fighting coming from. Pig Brother was collecting the corpses on this floor. The sacks were bigger than Pig Brother himself, and it was impossible to tell how many corpses were inside. This time, Wang Yu and his group finally witnessed Pig Brother's fighting style. It was simple and unpretentious, unlike Hammer Brother who would tease and fool his opponents. Pig Brother would swiftly and decisively cut down his opponents with a speed that was disproportionate to his size, then stuff them into sacks. Alternatively, he would throw out an iron hook to pull his opponent over. Once it hit, it was practically a death sentence, since the hook was thicker than a forearm. Without lingering, Wang Yu and his two companions took advantage of the fact that most of the bud beasts on the third floor had been killed to reach the door of the ship's cabin and open it. Ball rushed in first, and perhaps because the area was special, there were no spores or bud beasts inside. Wang Yu boarded the mecha smoothly, with 27% of his energy remaining, as some of it had been used in the workshop. But for now, this amount of energy is more than enough. Ball and Cat Coder sat in the basket on the back, which was actually a large iron can. It could be used with straps to secure the or they had dug, but it was also fine for people to sit in. They set off again, making a brief stop in the central collapse zone on the 5th floor to retrieve the corpse of the invisible bud beast. By then, the effects of the sweet wind bomb had mostly dissipated. Sure enough, this bud beast is special. The details and textures on its face, body, and clothes are clearer, and it can match up with a crew member named Quest from the deep space. Baldo examined the budding beast inside the tin can, retrieved its head and parts of its body, and performed a simple dissection. That's good. It means this guy is a rare individual, unlike other bud beasts. However, more of these special bud beasts may gradually emerge, so we need to be careful. Wang Yu thought this was good news. While replying, he was also fighting the bud beasts on the 6th and 7th floors, because these two floors had merged into one in this big pit. There are quite a few bud beasts here, but none of them are a match for the diggers. The difference in stats between the two sides is too great. Apart from being agile, the bud beast combatants have virtually no advantage. Catgirl was using her pulse pistol to restrict the agile combatants, and Wang Yu was adding to the attack, making it very efficient. After Ball joined the battle, the bud beasts and spores here were quickly cleared out, consuming only 12% of the digger's energy. The three then drove the excavator back to the relatively intact 6th floor on the other side, preparing to check the condition of the live detector factory. Chapter 1, 20 Activation Module. Wang Yu drove the digger to the gate of the detector factory. The gate opened smoothly, but he did not go in. Instead, he stood at the door and turned on all the searchlights on the digger. It was very dark inside, with no lights. They had already explored it once before and found long, black, strip-shaped substances inside, which were quite large. If that thing comes to life and becomes aggressive, it will likely be quite troublesome, given that its length is roughly estimated to be over 30 meters. Therefore, Wang Yu did not rush in, even while driving the excavator. He first checked the situation at the entrance. Didn't come back to life? Wang Yu frowned because the long, black substance inside was still there, but it hadn't come back to life. Wait a minute, the system says this thing is alive. Wang Yu asked in confusion and called out the system to confirm. At this moment, Ball suddenly reminded him that there was an unusual noise in the room, like the sound of friction. In the right corner, Kat Kuer pointed over there. She and Ball were both sitting on top of the digger, and their vision was even better than Wang Yu's. They seemed to have noticed something unusual. Because the latter was inside the cockpit, they couldn't hear the strange noises outside. Wang Yu didn't go over to check directly. Instead, he inspected the entire area to make sure there were no bud beasts or spores before walking over. The gate behind him then closed. As he got closer, Wang Yu was finally able to hear the sound. He turned the light on and shone it over, where he saw the unusual little thing. It was a pink worm, and because it was on the back of the black substance, you wouldn't notice it unless you got closer. It was less than half a meter long, very fat, and over 30 centimeters in diameter. Like a leech, it clung to the black substance, its head shaking rhythmically, like a silkworm eating mulberry leaves, but much fatter. It was also very powerful when it gnawed, with crumbs flying everywhere. Next to this thing, there were more than a dozen small pits, which were probably made by the insects. It was gnawing at the huge black mass. This thing. Wang Yu wasn't sure for a moment whether it was a bud beast with a special form or that activated detector production factory. This is way too small. What could it possibly produce? And it has absolutely nothing to do with the word factory. Wang Yu was pondering whether the light had stimulated the insect. After shining the light on it for more than 10 seconds, the insect finally reacted, stopped eating, raised its head, and roared at the 7-meter-tall, behemoth-like digger, making a hissing sound. A small amount of black residue mixed with saliva, or even digestive fluid, flew out and was sprayed from the insect's ring-shaped mouthparts with razor-sharp teeth, making it very intimidating. Forehead. Wang Yu scratched his head and then noticed that not far away, the bottom of the long, black substance had cracked open, as if something was crawling out, which corresponded perfectly to the insect. Feeling confident, he climbed out of the cockpit, ignoring the threat the insect posed, and fired a shot. Of course, a non-lethal pulse pistol was used, and one shot was enough to make the fat worm hard and roll off the black substance. Wang Yu and the other two then surrounded it, and Ball immediately pressed down on the thing's head to prevent it from biting anyone. Kat Kerr even climbed on top of it to prevent it from moving around. Seeing this, Wang Yu was genuinely worried that the insect would be crushed to death, which would be a huge loss. He told the two not to use too much force, and then he took the opportunity to touch the insect, at the same time obtaining information that it really was that live detector factory. Name: Activated Detector Manufacturing Plant. Small. Progress 3%. Synopsis: Originally a probe production line on the deep space spacecraft, it was transformed into a strange worm that devours and digests objects due to the spacecraft's activation. It eats almost anything and possesses rudimentary intelligence. Its body retains its reproductive function. After consuming a certain amount of food, it will produce special eggs containing living detectors, which can be placed in the ship's cabin for launch and to perform detection missions. In its current state, it can connect to a maximum of 5 probes at a time, allowing it to simultaneously obtain the probe's sensory information and control their actions to a certain extent while piloting the deep space probe. Without being connected to the deep space probe, the probe will act autonomously, like a living thing. The current detector has a maximum lifespan of 1 week, after which it will rapidly weaken and fail. A factory for laying eggs? Wang Yu looked at the subdued fatworm. It had recovered from its paralysis and was quite resilient, but it wasn't very strong. It was pinned down and couldn't move, only able to let out short hissing sounds, like a pig being slaughtered. He shared information about this thing with Ball and the cat cur. Biofactory. An egg-laying insect? These were their reactions after hearing the description. Let it go. As long as it's not a bud beast, it'll probably need to be fed more later. Being able to use probes to determine the surface conditions of a planet is far better than wandering around aimlessly like headless flies. Wang Yu told them to let the fat worm go, because it wasn't breathing much anymore. However, as soon as Ball and Cat Kur let go, the thing came back to life as if it had been injected with chicken blood, roared at Wang Yu and the other two, and then took a shot from a pulse pistol and fell straight down. After a dozen seconds, the insect got up and repeated the previous scene 3 times. On the 4th time, the insect finally stopped breathing on Wang Yu and the others, as if it had understood that breathing on them would result in being electrocuted. After staying in place for a few seconds, it crawled towards the black mass behind it and continued to gnaw on it. It learned to feel pain after 3 times. This thing is quite clever. Wang Yu thought to himself, looking at the system message that the creature possessed low-level intelligence, that it was worth training. If it could become obedient and lay eggs obediently, then they would have 1 less problem. Otherwise, they would have to keep the creature in a cage, or even tie it up to raise it, which would be difficult for them, especially since the creature will grow bigger in the future. He looked at the fat worm that was frantically gnawing at the black substance, as if it were starving. However, after gnawing for quite a while, it only managed to bite off a few small pieces. After all, it was a substance almost as hard as stone, and it was already a testament to its strong teeth that it could even bite through it. Ball, Cat Cur, you two keep an eye on it here. If it dares to hiss or meow at you, shoot it with this gun in pulse mode. Don't use live ammunition. The battery in this gun contains live ammunition. I'll go out and get some bud beast carcasses to see if they'll eat them. If they do, then our food problem will be solved. Wang Yu gave the pulse pistol to Ball, and Cat Cur also had one. Then he drove the digger out the door. There were a lot of freshly killed bud beast corpses outside. Anyway, Pig Brother was too busy, so he could help out a bit. Chapter 121: Stabilizing the Situation. Wang Yu controlled the digger, which returned with half a basket of bud beast corpses. At this moment, the fat worm was still gnawing at the pile of stone-like remains, without even changing its position. Wang Yu climbed out of the cockpit, grabbed a loose bud beast leg, and headed towards the big fat worm. He now has some understanding of this thing's combatability. It's hard to say what it will be like when it grows up, but right now it's a complete weakling. He has to train it properly while it's still young. He has watched some dog training videos, which he can use as a reference. Although the 2 species differ, some experiences can be learned from each other. So, as if looking for trouble, Wang Yu directly grabbed the bud beast's thigh and slapped it onto the fat worm. Sure enough, the thing started hissing again, just like a dog guarding its food, and then it got another electric shock. After being repeatedly electrocuted 4 or 5 times, the fat worm finally understood that guarding its food would result in being electrocuted. Now, even if Wang Yu slapped it with the leg of the bud beast, it would ignore him and continue to gnaw on its food, since Wang Yu wouldn't take its food anyway. That's right. Being fierce will get you shocked, and being obedient will get you a reward. Try this. Wang Yu held the bud beast's leg, or rather its foot, towards the big fat worm's head to see if it would eat it. The latter paused, sniffed the thing like a dog, swallowed a few mouthfuls of air, and then, as if recognizing it, took a bite, splattering juice everywhere. In less than 2 minutes, the insect had eaten the entire leg. It began to sniff the surroundings, seemingly with poor eyesight. It licked up the juice on the ground, then looked at Wang Yu. To be precise, its mouth parts were facing Wang Yu, without exhaling, but opening and closing, as if begging for food. Honestly, this bug is quite terrifying. Its mouth is full of barbed teeth, and it can rotate like a blender. Most people would probably be scared away by it. But Wang Yu and his companions wouldn't. They had already seen many strange things, and compared to those monsters, this thing was even quite handsome. Wang Yu then took out another bud beast arm. The insect seemed to smell the scent and became even more excited. As its mouth opened and closed, its body also began to pupate, its fat jiggling, which was quite comical. However, Wang Yu did not feed it directly. Instead, he planned to improve the creature's obedience by trying some commands. Sit down. Lie on the ground. Wang Yu was making gestures, much like training a dog. At this moment, Ball reminded Wang Yu that this thing might be nearsighted, or even have no visual organs. His all-powerful gestures might not be very effective on this insect. After speaking, he glanced at Cat Kuer, because Wang Yu had also established initial contact with her using sign language. You're right. Wang Yu instantly changed his approach, switching to slapping the floor to convey information through vibration. After being patted a few times, the fat worm actually understood and immediately lay down, even rolling over to curry favor with Wang Yu. Yes, that's it. Wang Yu immediately tossed the severed arm over and fed it to the insects. Resisting will result in electric shocks, while obedience will bring rewards. This is what Wang Yu wanted to teach the insect. Next, Wang Yu had Ball and Cat Kuer take turns feeding it, and tried a few new commands, including spinning, standing upright, continuously chirping, and moving forward and backward. It took about an hour and a half to train the creature a little, but he still couldn't let his guard down. If it got bitten, it wouldn't be fun. Although the system describes this thing as having low intelligence, Wang Yu felt that even if this bug were placed among dogs, it would be the kind that could go to university. With more training, it could probably learn complex commands. Lie down and don't move. Wang Yu said that after stomping on the ground a few times, the insect really lay down and stopped moving, and even stopped eating the scraps of meat next to it. After all, I got shocked several times before for disobeying orders. At this moment, Wang Yu walked over, still holding the pulse pistol in his hand, and tried to touch the fat insect. It felt like a fat pig. Although Wang Yu had never touched a pig before, it should be similar. It had a layer of fine white down on its surface, and pink skin and flesh on the inside. Progress, 27%. Sure enough, feeding it meat like this speeds up the egg-laying process considerably, Wang Yu concluded. Moreover, since it started eating the bud beast's flesh, the insect no longer bothers to gnaw on the hard, black remains, clearly knowing what tastes better. Wang Yu thought for a moment and decided to prepare more bud beasts to feed the insect later. After all, the deep space was full of bud beast corpses, which could even be considered a renewable resource. He manipulated the digger to empty all the corpses from the basket, intending to check back in a few hours. The three left the room and moved upwards. When they passed the 5th floor, they found Pig Brother collecting corpses there, which suggests that the battle on the 3rd floor should also be over. They arrived at the 3rd floor, where there was no longer any fighting. Thor had probably gone back to his room. However, the stench of decay on this floor was unbearable, so Wang Yu immediately turned off the ventilation. The three arrived at the heart zone, where they encountered only 3 sprout beasts blocking their path, posing no threat whatsoever. Then, behind the heart area, in the passageway leading to the freight elevator, they saw a mountain of corpses made up of bud beast carcasses. Because there were too many bodies and nowhere to hang them, these recovered corpses could only be piled up here. Meanwhile, the pig in the heart area was busy chopping things up and even set up a new stew pot. No one knew where he got it from. After thinking for a while, Wang Yu left Ball and Cat Kuer near the digger, then got out of his mech and prepared to negotiate with Pig Brother. Brother Pig, can I take some of those bud beast corpses with me? I need them to feed the insects on the 6th floor. Wang Yu said, I feel there are too many corpses. Pig Brother probably can't consume them all. It would be better to take more to feed the insects. The pig chopping meat looked over, seemingly a little slow to understand. It took him several seconds to grasp Wang Yu's meaning. He nodded and continued chopping meat, not caring at all, because there were indeed too many corpses. So Wang Yu decisively filled a whole basket with corpses before leaving and returning to the ship's cargo hold. Only then did the three of them breathe a sigh of relief, finally bringing this surge of bud beasts to an end. However, they expect to spend more time patrolling going forward, and they will have to be extra cautious every time they enter the premises, avoiding going alone as much as possible. Fortunately, their conditions are improving. With the installation of cameras and lighting, and the commencement of CNC machine production, the poor environment inside the ship will gradually improve. Moreover, the Titan surgery was also waiting for Wang Yu, and with the addition of Pri's potion, Wang Yu was confident that he could rapidly enhance his strength in a short period of time. He felt like he had endless things to do, so he didn't feel tired even after being busy for so long. In fact, he was quite excited. After parking the digger, he hurriedly sent the invisible special Bud Beast to Pris, along with the Bud Beast corpse left in the Crusher mech, hoping that Pris could produce new results as soon as possible. Chapter 122: A Message from the Solar System. 5 days later, on the bridge of the deep space. How are you feeling? Are you adjusting better? Wang Yu asked about Bale's situation. The latter, seated in the captain's chair, was struggling to cope with hunger and trying to take control of the ship. Unlike Wang Yu, she didn't sink into the chair completely. Instead, she connected to the chair through structures resembling muscle fibers, concentrated in her back and the back of her head, making it look like she was actually sitting in a chair. It's strange, like a battery running low on power. Its power is limited, and you feel uncomfortable all over, even though the battery is clearly fully charged. Ball replied that, unlike humans, she did not have a real sense of hunger. So after connecting, the hunger turned into a low battery warning, but a careful check of the system showed that the battery was sufficient. It was as if there were two systems, one constantly sending out signals that the power was about to be cut off, while the other told her that everything was normal, which was very contradictory. Wang Yu told her to try to get used to the feeling, ignore the danger signals of low battery, and adapt to the anxiety of the impending power outage. When he saw that the time was almost up, Wang Yu told her to disconnect to avoid crashing due to a loss of mental clarity. Although androids will not become demons due to a loss of sanity, this situation should still be avoided as much as possible, because data corruption would be undesirable. Over the past 5 days, Wang Yu accompanied Ball on several tests, preparing him for Bale's later piloting of the deep space, since he now had the necessary permissions. Going forward, warp travel can be entirely entrusted to Wang Yu, as it is too dangerous. However, in the real universe, Ball can also try to pilot the ship to share some of the burden and take over from Wang Yu during the recovery and adaptation period after the Titan surgery. Furthermore, piloting the deep space can also hone one's willpower and inspiration, which are exactly what Ball desperately needs. After a brief test lasting less than 10 minutes, Ball stood up from the captain's seat, the muscle fibers on his back detaching as he disconnected from the connection and removed his cat head helmet. Okay, let's set a 10-minute limit for now. Wang Yu said, I feel that's about right. This time is more than enough to adjust the flight path, and it can be adjusted in multiple steps. At first, I couldn't even last 10 minutes. However, Bar did not respond immediately. She would be confused for 10 seconds or so after each disconnection, and her reaction was slower. The first time, he even stood still for a few minutes, which startled Wang Yu. After recovering, he insisted on replacing the battery, even though there was still 70% battery left, because he was worried that the battery would malfunction. It was after this incident that Wang Yu learned that Ball had a weakness, fear of power outages. But thinking about it, it made sense. Basically, no electrically powered machine is immune to power outages, let alone intelligent life forms. After Ball recovered, Wang Yu brought up the Titan surgery. The procedure had been prepared and sent to Ball. They planned to try implanting the Superman gland 2 days later, on the day his luck was fully restored. This test was originally supposed to end here. There are still about 3 weeks before we reach the designated orbit and enter subspace, which should be just enough time to complete the surgery and recover and adapt to the body. But at that moment, Wang Yu glanced at the subspace communicator and noticed that there was text in a chat box on the ugly shell surface. These chat windows haven't been closed for the past few days. In fact, several new ones have appeared, some even looping with 1231233123, but I haven't received any messages until today. Wang Yu immediately ran over, followed by Ball, who had recovered. A long string of readable information appeared on the channel, which was filled with the number 1, and it was written in Chinese characters. This is the solar system, the only safe and stable star system in the entire universe. We are now issuing a warning to the entire universe. This universe is experiencing an extremely terrible event, from which no one can escape. You may have already experienced it, but that is only the tip of the iceberg. Do not take any chances. Although this universe is large enough and is still growing, you cannot find a stable place to live like the solar system. You cannot resist this force on your own. If you have successfully escaped the natural disaster and are fortunate enough to see this message, then you know what I'm talking about. So don't hesitate. Head to our star system immediately. Let's unite and work together to deal with this crisis that is affecting the entire universe. Our coordinates are the solar system. Wang Yu was completely dumbfounded and didn't come to his senses for a long time until Ball patted him on the shoulder and asked him a question. Wang Yu, isn't this the galaxy where you were born? She asked, having spent so much time together that she had naturally heard Wang Yu describe his galaxy. But Wang Yu never imagined that a solar system could exist in this universe, because the difference between the two worlds was too great. Could it be someone with the same name? But what if a blue planet also exists in this solar system? Wang Yu felt overwhelmed, and, instead of being overjoyed at discovering his hometown, he only felt something was strange. He doesn't believe this solar system is the same as the one he knows, or at least not a product of the same time and space. It's highly likely a coincidence. This is not my hometown. The humans on the blue planet in my memory did not have subspace communication technology. That's a planet whose development lagged behind that of the machine star by at least a century, or even longer. It could only be a case of the same name. After all, there are so many star systems, it's not surprising to find people with the same name. And besides, Chinese characters are a fairly common language in this world. Wang Yu touched his chin, feeling that something was getting stranger and stranger. Should we go take a look? We have the coordinates anyway. Ball touched the changing coordinate numbers, and a prompt will appear indicating that you can save the data. Approximate distance while piloting the deep space craft. Wang Yu thought for a while, then shook his head, indicating that they could continue to observe that direction, but they should be cautious about going there, as the possibility of it being a trap could not be ruled out. Ball, think about it. If we discover a star system that has no natural disasters and can develop stably, would we choose to make it public or hide it from other civilizations? It's more likely the latter, but this solar system is the former. Although they are appealing for help and uniting forces, it could also be a disguise. There might be a powerful raider civilization, similar to the Sauron protozoa, luring other civilizations there. Until we rule out that possibility, we'd better not enter this star system. The deep space, even with Thor and Pig, is still too weak. It doesn't even have the capability to wage interstellar war, Wang Yu said. Although the other star system shared the same name as his solar system and seemed to be conveying goodwill, he remained extremely cautious. Especially after the experience of the caveman, he now assumed that any other civilization, especially interstellar civilization, was evil in order to ensure his own safety to the greatest extent possible. This was perhaps an ironclad rule for contact with interstellar civilizations. Chapter 123, Living Detector. After receiving this message and obtaining the coordinates of the solar system, Wang Yu briefly connected with the deep space probe to confirm the direction and distance of the lower solar system. It's roughly in the range of 7,000 to 10,000 light years, which is very far. However, for a civilization that has mastered subspace travel technology, this distance could probably be covered in just a few weeks, if all goes well. Wang Yu had Bar record the direction and asked her to keep observing to see if she could find this special galaxy. To be able to send information over such a long distance, even with a delay of 100 years or more, is an amazing technology, far superior to the current deep space exploration missions. Wang Yu concluded that their current understanding of the solar system was strong, technologically advanced, and rare, because in the past week, they had only received messages from the solar system. Other channels were completely silent, so quiet it was unsettling. The two left the bridge, preparing to call out to Catgirl, who was slacking off in the captain's cabin, to head to the central collapse zone. When passing by Pris's laboratory, Wang Yu asked about the progress of the new potion and whether Pris had any clues. The result, naturally, was no. During this time, Pris went to make his experimental equipment, saying that since the conditions were better, the tools also needed to be upgraded. As the saying goes, if you want to do a good job, you must first have the right tools. Then, he made a bunch of exquisite little gadgets, all of which, without exception, required hand cranking or human power to operate, leaving Wang Yu speechless. If you think the tools aren't powerful enough, then use electricity. However, the things he made were indeed quite exquisite. Wang Yu even took a tool whose correct usage he didn't know, because it looked familiar. If you skewer the meat pieces on it and turn the handle, you should be able to grill up some golden brown roasted meat, just like a barbecue grill. Wang Yu suspected that Pris was secretly grilling and eating the bud beast's meat, and luckily, he also had some seasonings, although they were all expired. Wang Yu planned to catch a light lizard and roast it after entering the subspace. He hadn't eaten a light lizard in a long time, and he even missed its taste. However, Pulleys is pulleys after all. He wasn't just slacking off all the time, and he did give Wang Yu some good news. It said that the bud beast meat chunks given to it before were of good quality, so the quality of this batch of blood-burning potions might be improved. However, we'll have to wait until the finished product comes out to know, since it's a potion made using maturation and brewing techniques, and the process takes quite a while. Okay. After hearing this, Wang Yu didn't urge him repeatedly, lest it have the opposite effect. He just needed to come and ask about the progress every now and then. They returned to the captain's cabin, called Catgirl, and the three of them went to the 7th floor together, mainly to check on the production status of the probe. A few days ago, after feeding the fat worm a large number of bud beast corpses and reaching 100% completion, it entered a production hibernation phase. Almost 3 days have passed, and this time we went to confirm the results. To ensure their safety, they naturally brought weapons, as well as food or feed. They killed 2 bud beasts along the way, which came in handy. When the door opened this time, the fat worm that had been lying motionless on the ground finally reacted. It had lost a lot of weight, but overall it was still fatter than before, more than 10 centimeters bigger, and its waist was even thicker. It seemed to recognize Wang Yu and the others, able to identify them by scent. So as soon as the door opened, it came over, its fat jiggling, opening and closing its mouth repeatedly, begging for food. Lie down and don't move. Wang Yu gave the order, and then the insect obediently lay down, even relaxing its fat and spreading out like a pancake, showing that it had been trained to be quite docile. However, Wang Yu's attention was not on the foodie. He noticed that there was a white egg in the place where the insects used to be. It is about half a meter in size and about 30 centimeters in diameter, so it should be the offspring of this insect. Wang Yu gestured to Ball and Cat Cour to keep an eye on the bugs, while he walked towards the egg, intending to steal it, or rather, take the detector that had been produced, to see how this factory would react. But even after Wang Yu walked over and touched the egg, the fat worm didn't react, seemingly not protecting the egg. Name, Liveness Detector, Ordinary Land Type. Description, a live probe that can only be used and launched from a shipboard cabin in deep space. The terrestrial type will break through the atmosphere of the target planet, land on the planet, and carry out exploration missions on the land. It can obtain its field of vision and guide its activities to a certain extent by connecting with the deep space spacecraft. Ordinary types cannot survive in harsh environments. They require a suitable planetary environment to function and can only incubate and function in an oxygen-containing atmosphere. Unexpected events may occur during the landing process. It is recommended to launch multiple probes to ensure that a sufficient number of probes survive. The currently hatched probes have an activity cycle of 1 week, do not feed, and will rapidly weaken and die after the activity cycle ends. Ordinary land-based type. After reading the information, Wang Yu astutely grasped the key details. This means that there are many different models of detectors, which may be related to the state of the factory and the food consumed there. Wang Yu looked at the fat worm, picked up the egg in front of it, and walked towards Ball and Cat Cour, but the fat worm did not react at all, which surprised Wang Yu. It was too obedient. Seemingly sensing Wang Yu's confusion, Bear suggested a possibility. Since the fat worm was constantly eating and didn't excrete, the egg-like thing might not represent an egg in the worm's eyes, since the two are completely different and it's more like excrement. Wang Yu felt that Ball sometimes didn't seem like a robot. His thinking was exceptionally broad and refreshing. He handed the egg directly to Catgirl, telling her not to break it, and then threw out the 2 fresh bud beast corpses, letting the fat worm continue eating. We need to consider feeding this bug something else, because the system information said that it's not picky about food and can try all kinds of food. We'll see if we can obtain different types of detectors to prepare for future exploration of Hellstar and other planets. After confirming the factory situation, the 3 sent the egg to the ship's cargo hold. They tested it on the control panel and found that it could be recognized and launched like a landing craft. Then they returned to the central collapse zone and headed to the Titan operating room on the 5th floor to familiarize themselves with the surgical procedure. Since all the preparations are complete, we can use a few bud beast corpses to test it out. Their physiological structure is similar to that of humans, so we can simulate it several times to see if there are any mistakes or omissions. Once his luck runs are restored, Wang Yu can try to implant that superhuman gland, which would be a revolutionary step on his path to becoming stronger. Chapter 124, The First Surgery. 2 days later, in the early morning. Having been hungry all day and having emptied their stomachs, Wang Yu and Bear arrived at the Titan operating room, ready to begin the surgery as planned. I didn't call for Katerina because the surgery would take a long time, and she might not be able to sit still, plus she wouldn't be able to help much. The two entered the operating room, which was no longer as dirty and messy as before after Wang Yu's renovation. The hygiene had been redone, and the damaged instruments and equipment had been removed and moved to the transfer cabin, so it was much emptier. The huge operating room was empty except for the complex operating table and control console, and the trolley that Wang Yu had personally built, which was divided into several layers and contained the instruments and materials that would be used in the surgery. The conditions were quite rudimentary, so the Titan surgery could only be performed to the lowest possible standard, which was very risky. But Wang Yu had the talent to back it up and was willing to gamble with his life. After confirming that all the equipment was in place, Wang Yu operated the control panel, ignoring some error messages, and selected the third procedure, implantation of the superhuman gland. For the implantation mode, he selected the bottom option, implantation with full manual intervention. After the selection is made, a red warning message immediately pops up in the console. Warning: this method of transplantation has a low success rate. Please choose this method carefully and inform the patient of the risks. The procedure should be performed with the patient's knowledge. Your violation will be recorded. Please do your best to increase the survival rate of the patient, if possible. Wang Yu skipped the warning and pressed confirm directly. Whether it was a violation or not was none of his business. Moreover, strictly speaking, both the surgeon and the patient in this surgery were Wang Yu himself. Ball was merely a substitute surgeon, and the entire procedure was provided by Wang Yu. There was no victim involved, so even if he died on the operating table, it would only be considered suicide. After the confirmation button was pressed, a series of changes occurred on the operating table. One side of the soft pad opens to the left and right, and a round hoop extends out of the gap, which can just fit your head inside. The circular hoop has complex electrodes and cables on its surface to monitor the patient's brain activity and physiological parameters, which are displayed on a small screen on the side of the operating table. However, the screen is long gone, and who knows what Pre did with it. Fortunately, the parameters were also displayed on the console. Wang Yu set up a stand on the ground with a round mirror on top, which he took from the dormitory area. After adjusting the angle, he could see the parameters perfectly, which could replace the small screen. After setting everything up, Wang Yu signaled to Bear that they could begin. He walked to the operating table and lay down on it. Because the implant is in the back, the patient must lie face down on the operating table during the procedure. The procedure can be performed with or without anesthesia, or while the patient is fully awake. It is controlled by the patient and can be controlled by a headband. The headband can block signals from other parts of the patient's body to the brain, including pain signals, and can adjust the intensity of the signals. However, in order to improve the success rate of surgery, general anesthesia is generally not recommended because it is very important to achieve neurological adaptation with the implant during surgery. Anesthesia can affect the brain's control over the implant and affect the length of the postoperative adaptation period. To achieve a better and faster recovery and better control over the implant, it is best to complete the surgery while still being able to sense the implant. This not only reduces the risk of rejection, but also allows for timely feedback to the surgeon, leading to a better surgical outcome. Wang Yu put his head into the headband, which tightened and fit snugly. At the same time, his pulse, blood pressure, brain waves, and other physiological parameters appeared in the mirror in the distance. Please select the pain level, with a maximum of 10 and a minimum of 0. Please select a number that you can tolerate, or you can adjust it later. A voice rang out directly in Wang Yu's mind, sounding very much like a system, but it was actually the headband on the operating table transmitting information to him through nerve signals. I choose 10. Please choose carefully, as pain can devastate your mental state and even leave lasting effects. I choose 10. Okay. Wang Yu's body convulsed violently, and within seconds, fine sweat appeared on his back, and he began to gasp for breath. This is a pain level of 10 during the surgery. Are you sure you can handle it? Can. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and replied in his mind, because this setting was really stupid. You have to simulate the pain level to choose the pain level. It's already painful enough. Why do this? He had already experienced the system several times during previous tests and was familiar with it, so he was mentally prepared. If it were someone you didn't know, and they suddenly did this, you'd probably need to buy a new pair of pants. Wang Yu, did you choose coefficient 5? Bar frowned, sensing something was off. Yes, I'm most afraid of pain, so my reaction is quite strong. You can just do it directly. Wang Yu replied. His forehead was actually covered in sweat. But Bar still hesitated. After learning about the entire procedure, she also understood the risks involved. The fact that Wang Yu was the one on the operating table made her hesitate, but she soon received encouragement from him. Ball, get started. Just like you did with the bud beast yesterday, proceed step by step. Don't worry about my reaction. I trust your skills, and I'll adjust the pain level. Just go for it. If you hesitate, that will really get me killed. You have to trust my luck. Wang Yu urged Ball to hurry up and get started, saying that if it dragged on, he might want to postpone it. While he's still relatively tough, we should act quickly. Wang Yu's encouragement gave Ball confidence. She took a deep breath, even though she didn't need to breathe, but she used this action to suppress the output of the emotional simulator and calm herself down. At this moment, Wang Yu needs to be as cold and ruthless as a machine. She wants to meet Wang Yu's expectations. So, following procedure, Bar turned on the operating lights and used the strips of cloth from the operating table to bind Wang Yu's limbs. There were better options available, but the operating table was not fully functional, so Wang Yu had to ask Ball to sew some strips of cloth to replace it. Anyway, Wang Yu's stats are what they are, so a strip of cloth will suffice. If it were Capro, you might have to add chains. You'd have to tie her up like a dumpling to prevent her from showing her claws. After securing the wound, Bar took out a scalpel, first wiping Wang Yu's back with cotton soaked in alcohol, and then making a cut. Wow! Wang Yu cursed inwardly, his body trembling. If he hadn't been tied up so tightly, he probably would have bounced up and slipped away. How are you? Ball asked, because Wang Yu's reaction was a bit too intense. It's okay, it's just a bit sudden, I wasn't mentally prepared. Continue. Ignore my reactions, keep cutting, otherwise this surgery will be ruined if you keep making cuts and asking me questions. Wang Yu replied. Let Bar continue cutting. Chapter 125 The First Surgery, Part 2. Urged on by Wang Yu, Bear quickly got into the zone, her hand moving very steadily and quickly. Any surgeon who saw this would probably be astonished, because this young girl made incisions without pausing, almost like a chef chopping vegetables. For this reason, apart from some bleeding when the skin was first peeled off, the bleeding was quickly controlled after the blood vessels were tied with hemostatic forceps and silk thread, and no major bleeding occurred. It was just tough on Wang Yu. Now he knew what it felt like for those criminals sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. He guessed his experience was similar, as he could clearly feel Bale's movements. However, there's nothing that can be done about it. If he had to choose between experiencing pain and dying, he would choose the former without hesitation. Because the success rate of this lowest-level Titan surgery depends not only on the surgeon's skill, but also, to a large extent, on the patient's condition. A 30% success rate is actually the ideal situation. In reality, it will only be lower than that. In addition, surgery is a complex process. Although Wang Yu intended to simplify it into a single event, it is not actually the case. The entire surgery is actually composed of countless small events. Therefore, Wang Yu's talent can only be used in the most critical moments to save his life, and he cannot rely solely on these 7 strokes of luck to complete this surgery. If the number of treatments is used up prematurely before the surgery is over, it could be fatal. Therefore, it's best to avoid using any treatments to maximize Wang Yu's chances of survival. So, he chose the treatment with the highest success rate, letting him suffer the pain. Just as Wang Yu said before, he believes in Bear's skills. The entire surgery can be roughly divided into 3 stages, which Wang Yu vividly described as digging a hole, transplanting, and suturing. First, the skin on the back needs to be peeled off, part of it removed, and the blood vessels and nerves on the back, especially the spinal cord nerves, picked out. The process may require the use of bone drills, bone hammers, bone chisels, and dissectors, and it is quite a big undertaking, similar to home renovation. Fortunately, Wang Yu couldn't see, but just by listening to the sounds and feeling the sensations coming from the other side, he already felt nauseous. Luckily, he hadn't eaten anything beforehand, otherwise he would have been in so much pain that he would have vomited uncontrollably. Since the transplant hasn't happened yet, why don't we lower the pain level first? No, we have to press on with our momentum. If we give in now, we'll lose our fighting spirit. We've endured this for so long. If we give up now, wouldn't all that patience have been for nothing? Wang Yu was engaged in complex internal struggles, trying to convince himself, while outwardly remaining silent. About 2 hours later, Ball successfully completed the digging step, which was more than 10 minutes faster than when he tested it on the bud beast. However, the crucial stage of the surgery is yet to come. Bar went to the control panel, pressed the button to remove the implant, and looked at Wang Yu's physiological parameters. Apart from some brain activity and some violent fluctuations, there were no other adverse reactions. This is good news because active brain neurons are more likely to connect with the implant. But as soon as the freezer under the operating table was opened, a silver, long-legged spider scurried out, startling Ball. Oh no! Ball realized something was wrong. The implant had escaped. Perhaps due to the reduced cooling effect of the operating table, or for some other reason, the thing woke up and immediately targeted the immobile Wang Yu, jumping onto the operating table. What's wrong? Wang Yu couldn't help but say that he felt something climbing up the operating table, with many feet stepping on his hands and running towards the wound on his back. Grass. Wang Yu then realized what was happening and shouted for Ball to hurry up. Then, a piercing pain shot through his back as the implant was delivered to him. This is not a good thing, because the implant is now alive and has self-awareness. It is not transplanting, but trying to parasitize and take over Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu, what should we do? It's already trying to parasitize us. According to Ball Dao, in her field of vision, a silver-white long-legged spider crawled onto the wound on Wang Yu's back. The spider's body was a fist-sized stamp that was attached to his spine, and then the other legs pierced directly into Wang Yu's body. Kill it. Quickly. Otherwise, if it takes control of my body, these strips of cloth might not be able to hold me down. Do it. Quickly. Wang Yu urged repeatedly, knowing how dangerous this insect was. Without hesitation, Ball picked up the round end of the bone drill and drilled into the spider, making a hole in its pylorus. He then used the needle to stir and destroy its brain. In less than 10 seconds, the insect went limp. Originally, this should have been done before implantation, and the insect's legs should have been removed to connect the internal blood vessels and nerves to Wang Yu's blood vessels and spinal nerves. But by this time, the insect had already inserted its legs completely, actively connecting with some nerves and blood vessels, which brought great difficulties to the surgery and left Bar somewhat at a loss. Ball, hurry, continue the surgery. This thing will absorb nutrients from my body to regenerate. You must complete the surgery as soon as possible so that my brain can take over its body, otherwise it will get worse. Hurry, implant it according to the procedure, and then we can clean up the mess this bug has made. Wang Yu urged, we're really racing against time now. Who knows if this thing will actually thaw and come back to life. Bar reacted within seconds, displaying a reaction speed and precision beyond that of a conventional robot. He used a bone saw to directly cut open the insect's legs, exposing the blood vessels and nerves inside. Then, without regard for anything else, he quickly connected with Wang Yu's nerves and blood vessels. About 20 minutes later, due to an unexpected incident, the transplant process, which could have taken 90 minutes, was compressed into half an hour and was successfully completed. However, Bale's face was a little red and her body temperature rose significantly, which was the result of the high-speed calculation of the chip in her body. How was it, Wang Yu? At this moment, Bear asked a question, but Wang Yu did not respond. When he looked at the parameters, Wang Yu's brainwave activity became extremely weak and even tended to stop. This caused Ball's pupils to contract sharply, almost causing him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, Wang Yu's brainwaves became active again after a few seconds, and he replied as well. Yes, I can feel this new organ. It's a part of me now, and I've just taken control of it. Wang Yu replied, also very excited, because the surgery was already more than halfway done, and the rest was basically just suturing and healing the wound. Oh, and they also had to remove the foreign objects that had pierced his body. Couldn't you have said so sooner? Ball said angrily. She was really startled just now and was a little dissatisfied. She originally wanted to deliberately hit harder as revenge, but seeing that Wang Yu had been in pain for so long, she couldn't bear to do it. So she quickly got into the zone and began to treat the wound, suture the skin, and adjust the postoperative shape. Because this thing was attached by myself, the position is a little crooked. After sewing, the structure that is exposed on the back like a silver stamp is slightly to the left, but it does not affect the effect. About an hour and a half later, Ball finally finished the surgery, untied the bandages, helped Wang Yu up, and gave him a blood-burning potion to drink in order to quickly recover from the surgical trauma. Wang Yu was still conscious, but his luck had dropped from 7 to 3. Twice, his rationality was completely wiped out due to pain and unexpected situations, but he persevered and successfully completed the surgery without running out of chances, which can be considered a great success. He didn't care at all whether the thing was crooked or not. At worst, he could just wear the battery backpack across his back, which would be even more stylish. After drinking the blood-burning potion, he quickly brought up his control panel to check the results. Chapter 126, Successful Implantation. Wang Yu. Race, human. Origin, terrestrial planets. Talents, lucky 7, self-disciplined life. Ability: Superhuman glands. Superhuman glands. Superhuman glands can secrete and store special energy substances, which are transported by blood to tissue cells throughout the body to directly supply energy and greatly enhance the working efficiency of cells and tissues. When the glands have a sufficient energy supply, they can even be active in an anaerobic environment for a long time. They can replenish their energy by recharging and greatly enhance their endurance, but this may increase the burden on the body and lead to a decline in health. Physical attributes +2, reflexes +2. This activates the over-limit mode, which boosts attributes through massive energy expenditure. Physical attributes increase by 5 and reflexes by 5 for a short time, but it places a significant burden on the body and drastically increases energy consumption. Please use this in conjunction with the other two basic surgeries. Spell: Body of Fear. Condition: an injured, large, muscular human figure in a star-shaped pattern, with yellowing of the chest and back. Height 173 centimeters. Weight 74.4 kilograms. Health 63/93. Sanity 42 out of 120. Self-discipline lifestyle increases sanity cap by 20. Energy 68/100. Psychic power 10/10. Flesh 9, 7 plus 2, 114/400. Willpower 10, 271/3200. Reflection 9, 7 plus 2, 43 out of 400. Immunity 16, 6 plus 10, 39/200. Temporary bonus from blood burning potion. Inspiration 8, 779/800. Overall rating, a mini titan. Ball: the surgery was a success. Wang Yu clenched his fist as he felt the changes in his body. The pain and itching in his back did not affect his mood at all. He felt that all his previous efforts were worth it. He gained 4 attribute points: the ability to move in anaerobic environments, and the ability to temporarily and significantly boost his attributes. As expected of the enhancement surgery developed by the machine god, the effect is indeed powerful. If the muscle enhancement glands and bone enhancement glands could also be implanted, the physical attribute growth limit would be broken, and he would officially become a low-level Titan warrior. However, for now, it can only be a dream. Although he knew the cultivation methods for these implants, he currently lacked the necessary conditions because the materials were related to warp creatures, demons, and hell beasts. Soon, the effects of the blood-burning potion wore off, and his health level rose to 84, while the maximum health level dropped to 91, which was within an acceptable range. His carbonization disease did not worsen significantly. At this moment, Ball handed over a second bottle of blood-burning potion, because Wang Yu's back injury had not fully healed and the stitches could not be removed yet. Wang Yu considered it for a moment and decided not to drink the second bottle of potion, because his health would be full with just 7 more points, and there was no need to drink more and waste his action points for the next week. Ball, bring me that round mirror. I want to check the condition of that superhuman gland. Wang Yu said that he could now feel the presence of this new organ, located on the left side of his spine. The latter then brought a mirror, and after adjusting the angle, Wang Yu finally saw the current condition of his back. 3 more pink scars resembling centipedes appeared, which have begun to heal, and the black sutures are visible. The center of the wound was the superhuman gland that was buried in Wang Yu's body. It was silvery white, about 7 centimeters in diameter, like a silver lens, and was located on the left side of the spine, slightly tilted to the left. The wound has not fully healed, and there is still slow bleeding around the implant, but it is about 80 to 90% healed. This thing is pretty cool. Wang Yu tried to move his back and felt that the wound was still being pulled and hurting, but he should be fine after a little movement. After a while, the scar will gradually change from pink to Wang Yu's skin tone, but it will still leave a mark, just like the injury on Wang Yu's forehead. Fortunately, Wang Yu doesn't rely on his looks for a living, and Ball won't mind this mark. He tried to control the superhuman glands, and succeeded after several attempts. A pale green number appeared on the silver mirror, showing 74%. This is the energy stored in the gland, which can be displayed as a percentage. He can only make a rough estimate, but it's not that accurate. Then there was the charging port. Wang Yu tried many times but failed. It just kept shaking, just like he had failed to activate his ability, which made Ball look at him strangely. "What are you doing?" she asked. "This thing has a charging port. I'm trying to turn it on, but it won't work. I'll have to keep trying." Wang Yu said that although the superhuman gland was successfully implanted, it was like having an extra unfamiliar hand or foot attached to it. He needed to start training to control it from infancy, much like learning to walk. After trying for about 5 minutes, the gland finally reacted. A small hole appeared on the silvery white mirror, the cover opened, and inside was a round socket, which matched the interface of the Fire Scorpion 05 pistol. Moreover, if the cover wasn't open, even Ball wouldn't have noticed that the cover could be opened by sight alone. The tolerance was infinitely close to zero. Does it really have a charging port that you can feel? Bar tried to touch the gland, causing Wang Yu to recoil. Don't touch it yet. It feels a bit strange. I'm not used to this yet. He replied that he continued trying to close the cover, and it took him almost 7 more minutes to succeed. No wonder they say it takes 1 or 2 months to recover and adapt. It's so hard to control. It's like trying to control my little toe that can't bend and forcing it to do all sorts of things. Wang Yu tried to describe it, saying that in just over 10 minutes, he had sweated a lot, mostly from shaking during the test. He took the clothes from Bar and prepared to return to the captain's cabin to rest and try to control the superhuman gland as soon as possible. Furthermore, the number of implants in his body may increase in the future, so he needs to train harder. The two decided to take the elevator from the 3rd floor ship's cabin back to the 1st floor, which would be more convenient. On the way, Wang Yu and Ball discussed the production of the battery pack, which is essentially an energy pack. The Superman gland can be recharged by replacing the battery pack, greatly improving its endurance. This kind of interface is not difficult to make. It can be made with a CNC machine tool, and the wires and batteries are readily available. But you need to provide me with the range parameters for voltage, current, and power. Overload would be very dangerous. Baldo believed that this kind of battery could still be made. They had batteries on hand, and they could just unpack them and repackage them. The difficulty lay in the electronic control system. They didn't have the ability to make chips, so they could only use some chips or even electronic control modules that they had on hand to make do. Fortunately, the Superman gland can adapt to both low voltage and high voltage electricity, and its maximum power will even increase as Wang Yu's attributes improve, including the energy reserves within the Superman gland, allowing him to act freely. Chapter 127 Initial Mastery. The two opened the door to the ship's cabin and found Catgirl there, saying she was bored in the captain's cabin and was wandering around aimlessly. That's quite a coincidence. Wang Yu didn't expose him and walked straight towards the elevator. Cat Cooter stared intently behind Wang Yu. After all, she had discussed it with Bear many times and roughly knew what Wang Yu had done. Wanna see? Wang Yu noticed Mao Cooter's little movements and stopped to ask her a question. The latter nodded repeatedly, expressing his curiosity and desire to see the so-called Superman gland. Okay, then I'll grant your wish. Ding ding ding. Wang Yu used his mouth to make a sound effect, lifting up his clothes to reveal the silver-white metal buried inside his body, as well as the unsightly scar. Honestly, it wasn't very good looking, and it was even a bit ugly. Cater showed a somewhat disappointed expression. But as the silvery white metal lit up and numbers appeared on its surface, it seemed to change and become cool. It can even glow? Catgirl asked. Of course, it can display text too, but I'm not very familiar with it yet, and Wang Yu tried several times, his expression visibly straining, but the Superman glands remained unchanged. So he put the clothes down, leaving Cat Cooter feeling bewildered. But what he actually wanted to do was demonstrate the charging function by opening the charging port, but he failed and simply pretended nothing had happened. Only Ball behind understood and chuckled softly, making the cat cur next to him even more confused. 1 week later, in the master bedroom of the captain's cabin. Inside, there was a large mirror as tall as a person. Wang Yu was facing away from the mirror. The wound on his back had completely healed and the stitches had been removed, but the scar was still quite noticeable. He's been practicing controlling his superhuman glands for almost a week now, practicing whenever he has free time, and he's finally seeing results. On-off display numbers. Wang Yu repeatedly issued instructions, and the glands on his back could be seen changing synchronously according to the instructions. He had already grasped the basics, and the progress was quite fast. This was also related to the fact that Wang Yu did not choose anesthesia. When he took over the management, he took the initiative to do so and adapted very quickly. Then comes the overlimit mode. Wang Yu sent a signal to activate the overlimit mode, and the entire superhuman gland, that silvery white mirror surface, lit up directly, trembled slightly, and emitted a buzzing sound. At the same time, Wang Yu's blood vessels bulged, his blood pressure soared, his heart pounded violently, and he felt full of power. He even broke the steel pipe he had prepared in his hand. Whoosh. Wang Yu was breathing heavily and could only last for less than 15 seconds before he couldn't go on. It felt like he had run 10 kilometers and was panting heavily. but his health level did not change significantly. It lasted about 7 seconds longer than before the side effects of the blood-burning magic drug ended. With more practice, you might even be able to reach 20 seconds, but going any longer could be life-threatening. It's not as simple as just having your lungs explode. Ruptured blood vessels could cause internal bleeding, muscle tears, and even sudden death. After acquiring knowledge about the Titan's surgery, Wang Yu became particularly familiar with the Superman gland and knew about its side effects. However, if these 20 seconds were fragmented into 1 second, or even 0.5 seconds, and used only in the moment of combat, Wang Yu's explosive power would be greatly enhanced, and he could even inflict unexpected heavy damage on his opponent. But this is all based on the premise of mastering the superhuman glands, which is not possible at present. Only with the successful implantation of bone and muscle enhancement glands, and the significant enhancement of physical and immune attributes, will it be possible to maintain the super limit mode for combat for an extended period of time. This will only be possible in the future. Wang Yu sat on the bed and rested for about half an hour. During this time, he practiced opening and closing the charging port. Then he walked to the bedside, picked up the microphone hanging on the wall, and successfully contacted Ball, who was located on the bridge. Because the walkie-talkie signal was often poor and intermittent, they used a relatively complete circuit network to install a wired telephone and a radio during this period. This is much more stable than wireless, and it has been installed in several main rooms, including the lab at Pulleys, making it much easier to connect. My body has recovered, and I'm going to go aboard the deep space to find a few bud beasts to practice on. He sent a message and quickly received a reply. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Baldao was on the bridge organizing information recently obtained from astronomical telescopes and making course corrections. She expected to break into subspace in less than 2 weeks. After receiving the notification, Wang Yu changed into his equipment, putting on a modified power armor. The armor thickness was increased, especially in the vital areas of the chest and abdomen, and iron plates were added to the joints for protection. He also modified his helmet and thickened his face mask. Now, wearing this makes you look like a metal can, maximizing safety, but reducing strength by 1 and agility. He took the gun and armor that Ball used, including a vest, joint protectors, and a helmet, and then came out. These protective gear were actually commissioned to be made by Prillies, and it was completed in just 2 days. However, the debugging of the CNC machine tool was not going smoothly, and they said that the program needed to be rewritten and tested, so it would take a few more days. Currently, only the first floor of the deep space has been renovated, with more than a dozen new cameras added and the lighting problem solved. However, the renovation of the interior of the ship is still underway and is far from complete. Kur, are you going to fight the sprout beast? Wang Yu came out and said that the cat Kur was doing her homework in the living room. When she saw Wang Yu come out, she immediately sat up straighter. However, her concentration on studying was not very high. She had made some progress, but it was limited. Upon hearing that they were going to fight, the latter was naturally much more enthusiastic and said he would go. He immediately went back to his room to change his equipment and soon changed his appearance. In addition to a cat head helmet made of hard metal, his vital parts were also protected by armor. However, compared to Wang Yu's metal suit, it looked much lighter. Walk. Wang Yu set off, meeting up with Cat Kuer on the bridge and Ball. After checking the equipment, they headed towards the third-floor ship's cargo hold. Since the gate here was completed, they have been entering the central collapse zone more and more frequently through this gate, because it is convenient and allows the excavators to enter directly, if necessary. The main purpose of this operation was to find a few isolated combatants so that Wang Yu could test and familiarize himself with his body, and also to check the output of the probe. Ball has been feeding it all week, mixing a lot of scrap metal into its food. After it's full, the fat worms start to give birth, but it takes much longer than before. It's been 5 days, and I'm not sure if they've given birth yet. I might as well go and check. Chapter 128: Adapting and Becoming Stronger. The interior of the deep space craft has 3 levels. A bud beast skilled with a long spear and a tin can man were fighting back and forth. The latter mostly defended, and although he looked clumsy, he was often able to dodge the spear's thrusts. After a few minutes, he had been shot a few times, and several small white dents appeared on the surface of his power armor. After the reflection property was improved, I could see much more clearly. The average stats of these low-level combatant bud beasts are estimated to be around 9, with the longsword guy and the dual-wielding girl likely being faster. Wang Yu judged, feeling the changes brought about by the attribute improvement. However, this was not the main purpose of the test, but rather, relying on the strength of his protective gear, Wang Yu deflected a thrusting spear with his forearm and then kicked the man with the long spear. The latter, with his combat experience and quick reflexes, immediately blocked the attack with his spear and retreated a few meters. Immediately afterwards, Wang Yu's aura changed inexplicably. He reached out to provoke Long Spear Brother, challenging him to come again. The two fought once more, but this time the outcome of the battle was completely different. Wang Yu's movements suddenly became much faster, or rather, his reaction speed improved. He not only completely avoided the spearman's series of thrusts, but also used the momentum of his lunge to close the distance instantly, grabbing the spearman's neck with his left hand and lifting him up in front of him. Once the distance is closed to a certain extent, it becomes difficult to exert force to launch an attack with this long weapon. Moreover, Wang Yu didn't give it a chance to attack. He clenched his right fist and punched the bud beast hard in the face. With the hard gauntlet, the fist was like a weight. He smashed the bud beast's head in just 2 punches, and the juices splattered on Wang Yu's power armor. The combatant's body went completely limp. Since the bud beast was a restored human body, its vital organs were the same, and its head exploded, so it died. Cough cough. Wang Yu suddenly started coughing, threw away the bud beast's corpse, and bent over, coughing violently, his body trembling with each cough. Wang Yu. Bear immediately ran over and asked Wang Yu about the situation. She and Cat Cooker kept watch on the sidelines, leaving a combatant, Sprout Beast, for Wang Yu to test. It's okay. I've tried this ability before. Using it again now is a bit too much of a strain. I'll be fine after a while. Wang Yu replied, waving his hand to indicate that he was fine, and recovered after about 10 seconds. Moreover, the test has achieved its purpose. After activating the over-limit mode, he completely overwhelmed the combatant bud beasts in terms of attributes. He could deal with 3 or 4 combatant bud beasts even with his bare hands. If he had a weapon, it would be even easier. The activation process is a bit long, requiring a second or 2 of preparation time, and it's not sustainable. To be able to control it freely and turn it on and off at will would probably require a lot of practice. As for the effect, Wang Yu was quite satisfied. He felt like he had become a Superman, and the other party's movements suddenly slowed down in his eyes. With the over-limit mode activated, he was even confident he could take down Cat Cooker, but he'd wait until he'd achieved some results before making a move. That shameful record of nearly 200 wins and 0 losses is due for reckoning. Not far away, Cat Cooker, who was keeping watch, suddenly felt a sense of crisis, as if she was being watched by something bad. She immediately looked over, but only saw Wang Yu and Ball talking. She tilted her head, not understanding why. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yu and his group brought several fresh bud beast corpses to the 6th floor and entered the detector production workshop. The fat worm inside had woken up, or perhaps had been awake for a while, and was gnawing on the black substance. Upon sensing the movement of Wang Yu and the others, it immediately wriggled over. During this period, some areas inside the deep space have been equipped with lighting and even cameras, powered from the 5th floor. However, the wiring has not yet been connected to the 1st floor, so the cameras are not yet in use. In order to prevent this thing from eating the cameras and lights, Ball did a lot of training and even lost a few cameras and light bulbs. Fortunately, the inventory was sufficient and the losses did not amount to anything. After entering, Wang Yu's attention was drawn to the giant egg in the room. He had no interest in the fat worm that crawled over with a fawning look, so he used the corpse of the bud beast to get rid of it, and then went over to check the information about the egg. This is a giant egg that is nearly 1.4 meters tall, with a silver-gray shell that looks very hard. Such a big egg. No wonder it took this fat worm so long to hatch. I thought it had indigestion. Name, liveness detector, metal transport type. Description, can be used in the deep space's shipboard compartment to launch a live probe from a selected nearby planet. Transport type probes are typically larger and can carry items and other live probes to land on target planets. Their success rate and coordinate accuracy are significantly higher than other types of live probes. Like the land-based version, it can explore after landing, but is under the strict control of the deep space and has stronger defense and survivability, but its movement speed is very slow, and it will rapidly weaken and die after a week. Transportation type. After reading the information, Wang Yu searched the egg thoroughly and found only an inconspicuous protrusion on the side. It was not a button, but it would light up when touched with a finger. After pressing and holding for about 5 seconds, the egg reacted, opening like flower petals into 4 sections. In the center were 10 curled-up insect legs, resembling a spider that had shrunk up after death. Wang Yu? Ball asked in confusion, not understanding what Wang Yu was doing. Only after the latter told her about the thing did she realize that he was studying how the thing could carry items. After opening the egg, you should attach the liveness detector and other items you need to carry to the inner wall of the egg. The adhesive is quite strong. After placing them, press and hold the same button to close the egg. Land-based, transport type. Then there should also be flying, underwater, and even more types, and it's quite complicated related to what they eat. We can record everything, what they were fed, what percentage they were, and the total amount. Wang Yu said that he would prepare to record the food he fed the baby and have Bar compile it into a manual. In the long run, this will not only help identify production patterns, but also facilitate the discovery of more different types of liveness detectors. This time it's mainly scrap metal. Although it's hard, the insect can digest it as long as it can swallow it. So that black substance, if broken up, could actually be fed to insects, and even the deep space wreckage could be used as food. Wang Yu planned to test it out, and when he had time, he would have the excavators break the long, black substance into pieces to use as food for the test. The three left the workshop and did not return. Instead, they made a detour to the echoing sanctuary, because Wang Yu wanted to try to read the prophecy of the god of the machine again. Because the information he had read before was incomplete, he only learned about the Titan procedure, specifically the first 10 procedures, and only had a vague concept of the later procedures. As for the divine machine soldiers and the entire set of weapons designed by the machine god cult to eliminate heretics, he had no recollection of them at all, so he wanted to learn them again. He also told Ball that he should wake him up in time once he was in the zone. This time, however, Wang Yu stayed in the room for nearly half an hour. No matter how hard he tried to concentrate on meditation or look at the mirror painting on the floor, he could no longer find a single word on the decorative book. That's strange. Is there some other condition required? Or is it only possible to see it the first time? Wang Yu wondered. Recalling the scene from the first time, he couldn't think of anything special. He could only try a few more times later. Chapter 129 Departure, Hellstar. More than a week has passed. In a laboratory on the first floor of the deep spacecraft. The clutter here has been cleared out and turned into a training range where you can practice your marksmanship. Various firearms collected so far are displayed on the walls. With the CNC machine tools now fully operational, they can produce more bullets using the existing resources. While the output may not be substantial, a small portion can be used for shooting practice. They can even modify some existing traditional firearms to meet greater demands. In addition, the shooting range also specially knocked down the wall of the adjacent laboratory to create a room for practicing cold weapons and combat skills, basically restoring the training conditions on the machine planet. Although it lacks professional training equipment, it is enough for exchanging skills. Hey! Inside the room, two figures were sparring, wearing only simple protective gear, their weapons made from modified wooden planks, some even covered with soft cloth. A petite and agile figure darted between the walls and ceiling, launching a series of attacks at Wang Yu in the center of the arena, but all of them were dodged. Then, during a surprise attack, due to excessive movement or a habit of being grabbed, the shadowy figure's leg was grabbed by Wang Yu, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Wang Yu, who was above him, pressed him to the ground, and the cloth-wrapped hammer head followed up, lightly tapping the shadowy figure's head, causing him to clutch his head, as it still hurt a little. This is the 6th match already, and you only know these few moves over and over again. Wang Yu couldn't help but complain about Kat Kuer because she relied too much on her physical abilities, which made her movements somewhat monotonous and easy for people to catch. Previously, Wang Yu couldn't keep up with her movements and didn't really notice it, but now that he can, and with the ability to briefly enter over-limit mode, he quickly caught up with Kat Kuer's monotonous movements and was instantly counter-killed. The key point is that Kat Kuer has been caught like this 4 times, and 4 times in a row, and she still hasn't changed her ways. The fact that she keeps getting caught makes Wang Yu feel helpless and frustrated. You only won once today. Go back and upload your records. Today's result is your 5th consecutive loss, Wang Yu said. After mastering the basics of briefly activating the over-limit mode, he came to spar with Kat Kuer. On the first day, due to the low success rate and delay, he only won twice. Today, Wang Yu practiced extensively, and his success rate was much higher. In addition, he saw through Kat Kuer's 3 tricks and won 5 consecutive victories. After the match, Kat Kuer puffed out her cheeks, sat on the ground, and didn't get up for a long time. Her forehead was red. Because Wang Yu had hit her, she was obviously still unconvinced and didn't understand why Wang Yu was able to catch her all of a sudden, since she had never lost before. Wang Yu didn't interfere, letting Mao Kuer figure out the reasons and make changes herself. With her competitive spirit and clever mind, he figured she would come up with a solution soon. Kat Kerr is actually quite smart, but she's not good at learning. Giving her some setbacks can actually have a positive effect, just like when she was studying the game before. She actively researched strategies and improved as a result. Then Wang Yu will counter each move and improve himself, thus achieving the purpose of the sparring. Later, he can even bring Ball in, but her stats are a bit high, so it might take Wang Yu and Kat Kerr working together to defeat her. 26 points in reflection attribute and 19 points in physical attribute. It's terrifying to even think about. However, it's difficult to improve Bale's attributes, so we'll have to think of a way to improve them later. Wang Yu left the room and headed towards the captain's cabin. After his combat powers surged, his entire mindset changed. His goals became clearer, and he felt more like a captain. Although he was a captain before, he was the weakest in terms of combat strength. He always cared about this, and his strength improved very slowly, but now it doesn't matter anymore. Soon, he arrived at the gate of the bridge. Ball has been in control of the deep space for most of this period, but judging by the time, they should be reaching their designated orbit soon and will be leaving this star system. Besides sailing, Ball has also been working hard to analyze the situation on Hellstar. He has obtained some data and confirmed that Hellstar has a relatively thick atmosphere containing about 15% oxygen. However, the atmosphere is filled with many toxic and harmful gases, such as hydrogen sulfide and some nitrogen oxides. The situation is slightly better on the Antarctic ice sheet side. Atmospheric pressure is approximately 1.2 standard atmospheres. Humans can move around in the atmosphere, but they need to take protective measures, and gas masks are essential. In addition, the red substance was identified as nothing special or complex. It was simply a compound of iron and oxygen, or in short, dark red rust, covering almost the entire planet. Ball, how much longer until we enter the warp? After entering the bridge, Wang Yu went directly to ask Bar, who was in front of the control panel. Approximately 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 24 seconds, with an error margin of no more than 0.1 seconds, Bar replied. Okay, I'll drive from here. Wang Yu nodded. He had come here to take over the ship's control and was preparing to break into subspace today and head to Hellstar. His gaze lingered on the subspace communicator. During this time, they had indeed received new messages, but they were all from the solar system and contained the same content, only on a few purely digital channels. There wasn't a single message from other star systems or civilizations, especially from interstellar trading posts. This made Wang Yu somewhat worried, as he felt that the universe might not be as prosperous as he had previously thought. The aliens we saw in the warp bar before may not have developed a civilization of sufficient scale and sophistication. Only in this way can we explain why the warp communication device was so quiet. Wang Yu sat in the captain's seat. It had been a while since he had connected with the deep space, and suddenly switching to a cosmic perspective felt quite nice. He informed Ball that they should prepare to accelerate to the designated orbit, which should only take 2 hours. He also instructed her to tell Catgirl to get ready and assemble on the bridge to prepare for the intrusion into subspace. Chapter 130, Re-entering Subspace. In the void of a certain galaxy, a rock-like spaceship broke free of its original orbit, accelerating rapidly towards the star White Dwarf in the galaxy. Its speed increased until it disappeared at a certain point, as if it had entered an invisible door. At the same moment, inside the bridge of the deep space, Wang Yu was piloting the deep space vessel, using the gravitational field around the White Dwarf star to open the door to subspace. As before, entering was affected by the space-time shift, and even with the protection of the Spirit Vision Guardian helmet, he still experienced some torment. The chaotic audiovisual signals, and even tactile signals, kept assaulting his nerves, making him feel as if he had traversed a bizarre world of light and color and temperature fluctuations. Only when his vision gradually stabilized and the space stopped spinning did Wang Yu come to his senses and check his location. There were only scattered celestial bodies around, wandering aimlessly, and his appearance did not attract their attention. My sanity dropped by over 60 points. Is it always this bad every time I come in? Wang Yu checked his sanity level, frowned slightly, and wondered if a higher-level protective helmet could improve the situation. He immediately looked in the direction of Hellstar, and his brows furrowed even more. Wait a minute, why is it so far away? And Wang Yu wondered, because Hellstar was less than 7 light-years away from him, which, converted to subspace, should be at most 70 kilometers away, and he would arrive in no time. But in reality, Using the deep space's senses, he saw that the distance was probably over 1,000,000 kilometers, and there was a huge celestial body in that direction, making Wang Yu wonder if he had the wrong direction, or if there was no door to Hellstar. Ball, I need the star map of the surrounding area. Wang Yu directed the deep space to slowly sail forward, while simultaneously calling out to the vice captain, Ball, on the bridge, asking her to project the surrounding star map onto the large screen. Thanks to a series of optimizations and modifications to the ship, their conditions for sailing are getting better and better. In the past, they would probably have had to have Ball hand the quantum computer to him. After noting down the distribution of the surrounding galaxies and inquiring about Pre's situation, and confirming that there were no major changes inside the ship, Wang Yu switched his focus to the outside world. This time, he took the time to compare the distribution of the surrounding gates with the star map. Small doors might go unnoticed, but doors representing stars are larger and more conspicuous, indicating more severe spatial distortion. After eliminating the interference from some large rogue celestial bodies, Wang Yu was now certain that the distance in subspace had changed, that is, the ratio of how many light years per kilometer had changed. Is this a different subspace, or is the subspace constantly changing? The difference is too great. Wang Yu frowned, unable to confirm the specific reason due to a lack of understanding of subspace. He looked again in the direction of Hellstar. The distance matches up, this is definitely the place. A celestial body occupied the doorway on the other side, obscuring even the doors representing stars. Wang Yu frowned, trying to concentrate further and enhance the deep space's senses. His vision gradually became clearer, and he could see farther and farther. At the same time, his rationality was rapidly declining. After noticing the warning that his rationality was about to drop to zero, he quickly exited the state, panting heavily. He had been so focused that he had even forgotten to breathe. There's a door over there, but it's not big. It should be a planet on the outer edge of the star system where Hellstar is located. That enormous celestial body occupied the gate representing Hellstar, and because of its size, it also occupied the gates representing the star and surrounding planets. Moreover, it is surrounded by numerous small celestial bodies ranging from tens to hundreds of meters in diameter, unlike other subspace objects. Wang Yu frowned as he analyzed the intelligence he had gathered, sensing a connection between these smaller celestial bodies and the giant celestial body. Like other subspace objects, they are mostly solitary. Even if they move together, it is unlikely that one object will be stationary while other smaller objects linger around it. We need to discuss this with Bar first. Wang Yu thought to himself that he already had a preliminary idea. After confirming that there were no problems with the current route and that the celestial bodies were relatively sparse, he ordered the deep space to speed up and move forward, preparing to reach Hellstar within a week. He had just finished arranging the flight path when he heard Bale's warning and a low growl from Caterpillar's throat. Wang Yu, that shadow fiend might have boarded the ship, Ball shouted. At this moment, Wang Yu had also switched his attention back to his own body, looking at the bridge gate, and then at Cat Kerr, who was crouching down and constantly growling at the gate, and instantly understood the situation. He nodded to Ball, indicating that the course had been planned, then disconnected, slid out of the captain's chair, quickly walked to the power armor standing next to him, donned it in a few seconds, and grabbed his weapons. To be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, they had already prepared their combat equipment before even entering the subspace. Proceed according to plan. Wang Yu told Baldao that they had also developed a corresponding battle plan to target Shadow Fiend. The latter nodded, and at that moment, the Shadow Fiend was also spotted by the cameras on the first floor. In the video, Shadow Fiend stops in front of a light, emerges from the darkness, destroys the light, and then continues forward, heading towards the bridge. As the corridor length increased, the number of cameras they installed became sparser, making it impossible to accurately track the Shadow Fiend's movements. But they could roughly estimate how much longer it would last. In 5 minutes at most, the Shadow Fiend will appear in front of the bridge gate. Wang Yu nodded to indicate that he understood, looked at the ruffled Cat Kerr, thought for a moment, and then reached out and pressed his hand on her head to signal her to relax. Why don't you leave it to me and Ball, and you stay on the bridge? He suggested that, although he had previously said he wanted Katerina to face it bravely. Switching to Catgirl's perspective, considering her experiences and feelings, this is actually a bit too heavy and unreasonable. But Catgirl shook her head and refused. I can do it this time. I won't run away. She replied, her face showing a rare serious and determined expression. Wang Yu nodded, made a final check on the Fire Scorpion 05, touched the newly added battery pack on the back of the power armor, and pulled out a wire from it, connecting it to the bottom of the Fire Scorpion 05 stock. This is actually the correct way to use this gun, by attaching a battery pack to enhance its battery life. The battery packs they've currently manufactured aren't very powerful. It takes 2 or 3 minutes to fully charge the gun, but that should be more than enough to deal with this Shadow Fiend. Soon, as the nearest camera captured Shadow Fiend's figure, less than 20 seconds later, a rhythmic knocking sounded outside the bridge gate, quite politely. Then came the familiar conversation. "Hello. Is anyone inside? My daughter has been missing for a while now. Have you seen her? She's so cute, all fluffy." Chapter 131, A Well-Prepared Battle. The same voice, the same conversation. If you didn't know what was outside, and if the camera had captured the other person's image and movements, you might actually think it was a living person knocking on the door. Wang Yu glanced at the surveillance footage. The black and white image showed a blurry black shadow standing outside the bridge, and it was that thing that was asking the question. "I'll lead the way this time, and it'll be a good opportunity to test the stability of the battery pack," Wang Yu said to Ball, and walked towards the gate. At this time, the shadow demon outside was still shouting. It was a bit like an intelligent program. You have to complete the preliminary steps step by step before you can enter the stage of violently breaking down the gate. "Hello, I know there are people inside." Shadow Demon continued speaking, but Wang Yu had already taken action. He didn't want to wait until Shadow Demon broke the door, as it would be a lot of trouble to fix. The door opened while Shadow Fiend was still shouting, and a stun grenade flew in. The fuse had been removed beforehand, and it exploded almost as soon as it was thrown, filling the entire corridor with white light. Immediately afterward, a dark figure rushed out. It was Wang Yu. He raised his hand and fired a shot at the Shadow Demon, but the beam pistol in his hand did not fire. He frowned slightly, but instead of rushing, he boldly walked towards Shadow Fiend. Just then, Ball rushed out from behind and saw this scene. He was so shocked that he almost crashed his machine, because it was completely different from the battle plan. Just as she was about to speak, the Fire Scorpion 05 in Wang Yu's hands suddenly worked again, successfully activating and shining on the Shadow Demon's right leg. At this moment, Shadow Demon also recovered from the intense light of the stun grenade. Looking at Wang Yu, who was right in front of him, he decisively thrust out a claw. Wang Yu was prepared for this and entered the over-limit mode in advance, narrowly avoiding the attack, leaving only clear claw marks on his chest armor. At the same time, Wang Yu had already drawn the explosive power hammer with his other hand. After activating it, he threw it directly at Shadow Demon's right leg, which was scorched red, while taking a step back. Bang! After the first explosion, a series of explosions occurred in the tunnel. Because the hammerhead is activated, the explosive sledgehammer can easily fly around and explode, causing serious incidents if it is released from your hand in a confined space. This is why the information on the hammer states that it should not be used in narrow spaces. However, here, Wang Yu used the hammer as a bomb. He was even prepared in advance and had practiced with the meteor hammer beforehand, so he hit it with exceptional accuracy. With luck on his side, the hammer is unlikely to hit Wang Yu himself, or even fly towards him. The only ones being smashed and blasted are the enemies standing in front of him. Used it 4 times in one go. Wang Yu glanced at the number of lucky draws on his right palm, and felt that they were running out a bit too quickly. But he chose the right path to fight, and that's how he should fight. Since defeating that hell beast, Wang Yu has been exploring his own fighting style. Rather than passively and uncontrollably relying on your luck, it's better to take the initiative, put yourself in danger, and make full use of your luck to turn the tables on your opponent, just like right now. After the explosion ended and the smoke cleared, the out-of-control sledgehammer, having been deactivated due to lack of use, was no longer in operation, but the hammer handle showed obvious deformation. As for the Shadow Demon, it had been hammered countless times during the process. Some of its sharp edges had broken or been damaged, and its right leg was completely broken. Only then did it manage to get up using its claws, having lost the ability to walk upright. Yes, that's how we should play. I should use my talents proactively, not just use them to save my life. Wang Yu was excited because he discovered the correct use of his talent, and dopamine was released in a frenzy. However, he didn't perform well this time, using up too many lucky chances without careful planning. He needs to use them more sparingly in the future, like a shrewd gambler, controlling the battlefield and allocating his luck wisely. As if sensing the strange aura emanating from Wang Yu, the Shadow Demon, which was originally preparing to attack forward, hesitated and suddenly ran backward, trying to disappear into the shadows. Upon seeing this, Wang Yu's eyes widened, and he quickly called out to Ball. "Quick, Ball, this thing is trying to escape. Take that thing out," he shouted, immediately throwing out the last stun grenade he had on him. As it exploded, it forced the Shadow Fiend out of the shadows. Balan, who was behind him, was holding an assault rifle. Wang Yu was also very close to Shadow Fiend, so he didn't have much of a chance to fire, for fear of accidentally injuring someone. Upon seeing the Shadow Demon about to escape, he moved with extraordinary speed, quickly pulling out the massive device he carried on his back, a super shadowless lamp made up of several powerful flashlights and searchlights bundled together, and shining it at the Shadow Demon. Instantly, the entire corridor was illuminated, leaving no trace of darkness and completely blocking the Shadow Demon's escape route. This was also why Wang Yu prioritized destroying the Shadow Demon's lower limbs. This demon is very cunning. Even Thor couldn't stop it from escaping. Naturally, they had to find a way to deal with it, so they prepared this ultimate weapon. Unable to disappear into the shadows, the Shadow Demon could only flee in disarray, using its claws and left leg. Wang Yu and Ball were in hot pursuit, using the shadowless lamp to illuminate the enemy while simultaneously firing their guns to intercept them. Although Ball hit his target several times, even knocking down Shadow Fiend, Wang Yu's side was not doing so well. His beam gun was malfunctioning, and it was even harder to fire due to frequent trigger pulls. Damn it! Is my luck really that bad without talent? Wang Yu cursed, but the only response he got was the silent fire Scorpion 05. Shadow Fiend was running for his life, and his speed increased as he adapted to his short legs. Just as Wang Yu was having a headache, a swift black shadow darted out from behind the two of them. Its speed was unbelievable, and it caught up with the Shadow Demon in front of them in an instant. It moved between the walls and the ceiling, dealt a heavy blow to the Shadow Demon, and blocked its path. The person who arrived was none other than Kat Kur, but her appearance was unfamiliar. Its skin turned dark red as if congested with blood, its body steaming with heat. It crouched low on the ground, its features contorted as it stretched, revealing sharp canines, and even dripping threatening saliva from the corners of its mouth, resembling a ferocious beast. This was the first time Wang Yu had ever seen a cat like Kur, but he quickly realized that she had probably eaten delicious canned cat food, which activated the food cells in her body. Blocked by Kat Kur, Shadow Demon had no choice but to stop, raising his mirror-like face to look at Kat Kur, but now there were 5 clear claw marks on it, left by Kat Kur. It seemed to be hesitating. Upon seeing this, Bar immediately prepared to fire, but Wang Yu stopped her, shaking his head to prevent her from intervening. At this point, it's best to let the mother and daughter be alone. They just need to watch from the sidelines and help if necessary. Moreover, judging from this situation, the heavily injured Shadow Fiend probably can't win against Catgirl in this state. Chapter 132. You've grown up. Catgirl and Shadow Fiend clashed, exchanging no words, only fighting to the death. This is actually the true way demons interact with real-life forms. The practice of raising or keeping other individuals in captivity, as seen in the past, is an extremely rare exception. Wang Yu and Ball watched the battle from the back without intervening. Apart from using the shadowless lamp to block the Shadow Demon's ability to enter the darkness, they did not provide any assistance. And just as Wang Yu had previously predicted, they had no need to get involved. With her gourmet cells activated, Kat Kur could completely overpower Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon couldn't even touch Kat Kur, and every time they fought, he would get 1 or 2 claw marks as deep as half a centimeter, or even cracks. Although Shadow Fiend has strong defense, he cannot resist Kat's attacks in his berserk state. In addition, he has lost a leg and lacks agility and coordination, resulting in him being one-sidedly beaten. Meanwhile, Catgirl was attacking Shadow Fiend in different ways, as if she was showing off her arsenal, or rather, the skills she had learned and her growth. She even used the pulse pistol that Wang Yu had given her, and used the live ammunition inside for the first time. This electromagnetic weapon, with its extremely high penetrability, cannot be completely defended against even by someone as tough as a Shadow Demon. Once hit, a tiny white dot will appear on the body, indicating that the bullet has penetrated directly into the body. Click. With a crisp crack, Shadow Fiend's arm, having endured repeated damage, could no longer hold on and broke off like a crystal, falling to the ground along with some fine black fragments. It had already taken countless claw strikes. Wang Yu stopped counting them halfway through, but it was no less than 300, because Kat Kutter attacked more than once in each encounter. In contrast, Catgirl's body was largely intact, even unharmed. Her armor had some effect, but more importantly, it was due to her terrifying regenerative abilities. Because protective gear can be destroyed, it often becomes unreliable after only a few or even one attack. But after Cat Coeur activated her gourmet cells, her body's recovery ability became so abnormal that it was even more terrifying than the blood-burning potion. Even deep lacerations that exposed bone could be completely healed in just a few breaths. However, the exertion was considerable. Catgirl was now panting heavily, and her skin color was rapidly fading and returning to normal, indicating that she was about to exit the enhanced state. However, the victory was already secured. At this moment, the shadow demon could not even stand up and could only crawl. Its body was covered with cracks. Even if it bumped into Wang Yu before he became stronger, it would probably be beaten up by him. Catgirl stopped what she was doing, as if she was calming herself down. She looked at Shadow Fiend, and some fragmented memories, some vague and some clear, replayed in her mind. They were mostly related to her mother. In her memory, she was always hiding. Her mother would tell her to hide well, wear a helmet to protect herself, and then her mother would find some food, sometimes even with injuries on her body. But at some point, her mother's face had become blank, gradually merging with the shadow demon's mirror-like face. Even so, she has never changed. Schwer. A gentle voice emanated from within the shadow demon, causing Catgirl's expression to change instantly. It seemed to be calling her name. Wang Yu frowned, having understood, and reached for another power hammer hanging at his waist, ready to intervene. Because Catgirl walked towards this dangerous demon without any warning. Suddenly, the shadow demon, who seemed helpless lying on the ground, sprang up and used its remaining leg to propel itself forward, extending its claws to stab at Cat's throat. Meanwhile, on Bale's side, the muzzles of their guns were already raised, but Catgirl dodged the attack with a cool dive, then closed in and pierced Shadow Fiend's head with a single claw. The latter's near-death counterattack only left a shallow scratch on Catgirl's cheek. Well done, you've really grown up. The familiar voice entered Catgirl's brain, causing her to widen her amber eyes in disbelief as she looked at the shadow demon's corpse crumbling inch by inch in front of her, turning into a pool of dark crystal within seconds. It seemed that only she could hear the sound. Even Wang Yu, who possessed a high level of intuition, couldn't hear it. A clean and decisive strike. Is this the dive counterattack that Ball taught you? I've never seen you use it before. Is it a secret weapon? Wang Yu walked over at this moment, intending to praise Mao Kuer's performance and pat her head, because she really did a great job. But before he could even open his mouth or raise his hand, he saw Cat Coeur cry. Large tears slid down her cheeks, and the corners of her mouth turned down uncontrollably. Forehead. Wang Yu froze, momentarily doubting whether he had said something wrong, unable to utter a single word for a long time. At this moment, Ball also came over from behind. Cat Coeur immediately reacted, pounced on him, hugged Ball, and started sobbing softly, making Wang Yu, who was standing in front, feel extremely embarrassed. It has to be Ball. The most perfect doll servant is the one who could perfectly play the role of Catgirl's mother. He'd better step aside. Wang Yu just wanted to find a crack to hide in and stay there for a while. Why would he go over and start a conversation? He tried to distract himself by looking at the scattered Shadow Fiend fragments on the ground. Suddenly, he looked up at the passage ahead and saw that Thor had arrived at some point. He was walking silently because he had his hammer on his shoulder. However, the battle was already over. He glanced at it and turned to leave. So even if the Shadow Fiend hadn't been stopped by Catgirl and he hadn't fired the beam pistol, the Shadow Fiend would definitely have been doomed. Damn it. This crappy gun really needs to be dealt with. I'll just take it apart for you later. Wang Yu started venting his frustration at the gun, feeling that it was too unreliable and that he would sell it at the trading post next time and get a more stable, powerful weapon. He waited until Catgirl quieted down before speaking again, because standing in the corridor wasn't a good idea since they were still in the subspace. Let's clean up the Shadow Fiend shards on the ground and then head back to the bridge. Wang Yu was preparing to clean up the mess, and there was still important information he hadn't shared when Shadow Demon interrupted him. The information concerned the situation on Hellstar, where the disaster was most likely caused by that strange subspace object. Ball and Cat Coeur joined in, collecting the scattered Shadow Demon fragments. Although it was unlikely that there were any parasites, Wang Yu, whose immunity was low, still took precautions, being careful of the sharp edges of the fragments to avoid cutting his gloves while collecting them. Catgirl then picked up a smooth, lens-like fragment of the Shadow Demon, specifically the part of the Shadow Demon's cheek, which resembled opaque black jade. She held it in her hand, lost in thought. If you want to keep it as a souvenir, then keep it safe. Later, I can ask your sister Ball to help me make a box for you to put inside. Wang Yu noticed this and spoke up, interrupting Mao Kuer's actions. Thank you. Kat Kerr thanked them. Then her face inexplicably turned red, as if she was shy, and she moved closer to Ball. Chapter 133 New Potions. The Shadow Fiend was successfully dealt with. After making thorough preparations and having countermeasures, the enemies who had previously forced them to flee in disarray became ordinary and were dealt with almost no effort. They brought a flatbed cart and loaded all the debris onto it, intending to return to the bridge like that. But looking at the pile of fragments, Wang Yu figured that since he was already there, he might as well take a walk around the first floor. His main purpose was to check if the wooden door of the tavern had spawned, and he also wanted to send these Shadow Fiend fragments to Pris. He would only keep some for himself to make weapons or to test feeding the fat worm. Furthermore, they could also tell you about the situation on Hellstar, and if you were lucky, you might even catch 1 or 2 light lizards. 10 minutes later, they had explored the entire first floor and given most of the Shadow Fiend fragments to Pris, telling him to be careful because this was the warp and he should ignore any strange things knocking or shouting at him. Considering Pris's special physique, he might not need to worry about his own safety, but the precious equipment and potions in the laboratory are very valuable and won't disappear with him, so Wang Yu told him not to open the door unless the code matches. The extra fragments were stored in the captain's cabin by Wang Yu and his team, leaving behind only the hardest shadow demon claw and some other fragments. However, after exploring the entire floor, they still couldn't find the wooden door that represented the bar. Perhaps the bar only appears with a low probability, or it might be inside the deep space. To avoid any unforeseen complications, they did not intend to enter the deep space, which was distorted by space, for this voyage. Because from the camera at the top, the interior, no, it's not just 7 layers, but 11 to be precise, has become a huge space that resembles a maze. Thanks to this, many of the cameras they installed inside have lost contact, and it's unclear what happened to them. Let Thor and Pig Brother deal with the dangers inside. They returned to the bridge, and on the way, Wang Yu had already told Ball and Kat Kerr about the situation on Hellstar. That star system was being invaded by an unknown subspace entity. That celestial body is very large. From the perspective of subspace, it would also be classified as a planet. The series of anomalies on Hellstar are likely caused by this thing's invasion. For this reason, we can't enter through any of the gates around Hellstar. Our only option is the gates on the outer edge of the star system. Wang Yu explained the situation. Could Higra have also invaded the real universe in this way? Baldao naturally associated this thing with the demon star Higra. This possibility cannot be ruled out. However, in terms of size and terror, this thing was far inferior to the Higra. Otherwise, Wang Yu would have run away the moment he saw it. My plan is to enter the galaxy where Hellstar is located through the gate on the outer edge of the galaxy, and then fly to Hellstar from real space. It is important to note whether that large celestial body will react to our actions, because by then we will be very close to it. I will maintain a constant connection with the deep space in the final stages, increase the ship's speed, and ensure safe navigation. Of course, if it becomes too dangerous, we may have to abandon our plan to explore Hellstar and return to reality in another star system. Wang Yudao told Ball about his plan. He had actually considered the possibility of scaring away the large celestial body by instilling fear in it. But the risk is too great. They are not powerful enough to provoke such a being. If the other party isn't afraid and instead develops a strong interest in them, then things will be in big trouble. For individuals of vastly different strengths, the fear body skill is more like a lure-in technique. So the plan was decided, and Bar agreed with it because they really didn't have any better options. The 3 returned to the bridge, each carrying at least half a light lizard. They searched around, but didn't find the bar's wooden door. However, they stumbled upon a nest of light lizards. In an abandoned laboratory without a door, they found more than a dozen light lizards of varying sizes. So they packed them all up and brought them back. Luckily, they had a trolley with them, otherwise they would have had to make several trips. With this fresh meat, they won't have to worry about food for the next week or 2, and they can finally use the Pris brand barbecue grill. Wang Yu asked Ball to assemble it and start a fire, while he himself sat in the captain's seat to check the course and make some adjustments. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Wang Yu was attracted by the aroma of meat. He switched his view back to the bridge and saw that Ball and Kat Kerr had already prepared several light lizards and were grilling them on the bridge. He had just finished his work, so he joined in and ate half of it all by himself. 6 days later, the deep space spacecraft is about to enter the star system where Hellstar is located, as planned. Wang Yu had just woken up when he received some good news. A message from Pris saying that the magic potion he had been longing for which could enhance attributes, had been successfully developed. Upon hearing the news, Wang Yu rushed over immediately, without even having breakfast. He had already eaten so many grilled lizard skewers that he was sick of them, and even had a blister in his mouth, as if he had eaten something that caused internal heat. Eating barbecue is indeed very enjoyable, but eating it every meal would be torture. Wang Yu just wanted to eat some vegetables, but the new batch of beans hadn't grown properly yet, and the yield was pitiful. He could only glance at the bean sprouts when he passed by to satisfy his craving. He sipped his slightly stale soy milk and arrived at the gate of the pre-lab, with Ball behind him and the cat Cooter clutching a handful of skewered light lizards. She especially loves eating meat and never gets tired of it, so Wang Yu's portion of barbecue ended up in her hands as well. "Pris, I've come to get the potion," Wang Yu said, knocking on the door. "What's the next line after the code phrase? Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain. Don't go to Mingji Mountain." "Correct code." He heard the sound of a lock being opened inside. Wang Yu pushed the door open and went straight to the lab table in the center of the room. There were 2 bottles of reagents in test tubes on the table. One bottle was empty, probably because Pri had tasted it, found it effective, and then notified Wang Yu. "Finally, we have the results." Wang Yu picked up the bottle of medicine, which contained a dark, semi-transparent liquid. At first glance, it looked like privacy glass, but it was actually because the liquid inside absorbed light. Moreover, inside the liquid, some floating black substances, under the influence of some force, combined together to form a black skull symbol, which looked like poison. Wang Yu immediately confirmed the item information. Chapter 134 Black Skull. Name, Black Skull. Creator, Starships. Regulatory level, Level 1, Prohibited. Description, a type of potion that only works on humans. This potion, formulated using powder ground from shadow demons and skeletons as a base, can enhance bone strength and physical attributes with long-term use. However, adverse reactions such as joint soreness, pain, and photophobia may occur during the course of treatment. It is recommended to take it once a week, with a 3-week course of treatment. Excessive or frequent use may exacerbate adverse reactions and affect the final result. It may increase physical attributes by a maximum of 3 points. 3 points in physical attributes. Wang Yu immediately spotted the most crucial words and read them from the end to the beginning, finishing the item information. Long-term use, once a week, and even divided into courses of treatment. Is Pris researching magic potions or traditional Chinese medicine? He couldn't help but complain inwardly, looking at the rather simple, traditional laboratory, and suddenly felt that using the latter description was not inappropriate. "I just don't know how many courses of treatment it will take to see results," Wang Yu muttered to himself. "Does it work?" At this moment, Baldo was standing nearby. "Yes, and the effect is better than I expected, but it has to be taken for a long time." Wang Yu replied, hesitated for a moment, and didn't drink it immediately, worried that the side effects would affect his subsequent actions. Moreover, if there's only 1 bottle, it won't be very effective. The information suggests that this medicine shouldn't be taken hastily and should be taken long-term. The 3 left the room. Wang Yu specifically praised pulleys, feeling that his investment was worthwhile, and that he would provide more excellent materials to fund Pulleys' research in the future, with Pulleys only needing to provide the framework. "Hurry up and produce more black skulls. This potion needs to be consumed regularly. It's best to get the effects before landing on Hellstar." Wang Yudao surprised Pulleys. "Captain Wang, how do you know so much about this? Do you also have a talent for potions, able to discern the secrets within them?" Pri's words left Wang Yu speechless. He thought for a few seconds before answering, only saying that he could identify magic and determine the information of items. "That's quite convenient." Pulleys replied without asking any further questions, and then turned back to his research. After obtaining the potion, Wang Yu and his 2 companions did not linger and rushed to the bridge to begin preparing for their final operation. Because once they enter the real world, the deep space will likely be infiltrated by some strange creatures. They need to be prepared for battle. Moreover, the situation on Hellstar is unknown. The intelligence they have actually comes from Hellstar a few years ago, and things may be different now, so they have to collect it all again. After arranging everything, Wang Yu walked towards the captain's chair and even put on power armor to facilitate immediate intervention in the battle. Half an hour later, from a subspace perspective, a small boat flew toward a colossal object comparable in size to a planet. Its target a small door not far from it, an entrance to the real world. Only when he got closer did Wang Yu truly feel the shock of this thing, and he felt a strange sense of suffocation. Although it was just a huge sphere in his eyes, the actual structure of this thing was definitely not that simple. This was an image generated by the helmet to protect his sanity. So Wang Yu didn't even dare to breathe loudly, as if he were a thief, afraid of disturbing the owner of the place. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen such a massive subspace object, he had always fled and dodged before. This time, however, he actively approached it, and the experience was completely different. If I had to describe it, it would be like unknowingly testing how far you are from the cliff, inching forward little by little to see if you can touch the floating treasure chest. Wang Yu slowed down his sailing speed, not rushing straight ahead, but approaching slowly, imagining himself as an inconspicuous insect, trying to evade the attention of a ferocious beast. We can't rush. The distance is already very close. Going too fast or too slow will easily attract attention. This current speed is just right. Wang Yu encouraged himself, his heart pounding, but his mind remained focused and in a state of peak alertness. There's probably not much to worry about rationally, given the lucky number of times you can get by, and besides, you're already an experienced subspace traveler. Now, through the deep space's perspective, Wang Yu noticed that a small celestial body not far away had suddenly changed its original trajectory and seemed to be flying towards him to check it out. This thing was most likely in cahoots with that giant celestial body. So he stopped pretending, suddenly accelerated, stepped on the gas, and rushed into the door leading to the real world. This time it took a long time, nearly 30 seconds before he felt like he had broken through some kind of viscous barrier. His vision finally returned to the real world, and he was stunned at that moment. At the center of the galaxy, in the direction of the star, a large patch of dark red light was projected. It did not feel bright at all, but rather like a tangible mist, giving people a hazy feeling. It almost dyed the entire galaxy red, and even the star at the center was no exception, being stained blood red under its reflection. Only the edge of the planet where Wang Yu was located, a few planets, and the outermost debris belt were unaffected. The rest were all shrouded in red light. At the center was the hellish star. Just by looking at it, Wang Yu felt as if he could smell blood, or more precisely, the smell of iron. What exactly is going on? Wang Yu frowned, his attention almost entirely focused on the center of the galaxy, where it was a scene of utter devastation. As for the subspace creatures crawling on the surface of the deep space, he was too lazy to care about them at this point, and he was used to it. They appeared every time, and they would all die off in less than 3 minutes. However, the red light had a vague outline or range, roughly spherical in shape. Could this light be a projection of that subspace object into real space? Wang Yu felt a sudden pressure and was about to observe Hellstar when he heard Bale's voice coming from the bridge. Wang Yu, something terrible has happened. The deep space spacecraft may have been hacked. Bale's warning made Wang Yu's heart tighten. After confirming that there was no danger in the surrounding area and that the deep space was making a normal detour, he quickly switched his focus back to the bridge. What's wrong? He asked. Just now, all the cameras in the first floor corridor went out of service, including the one installed above the collapse area. They all lost signal. Our ship may be being hacked. This could be some kind of electronic interference. Ball said solemnly, his expression very serious, and the small screens on the control panel in front of him were all black. But Wang Yu found it puzzling. Invasion? Hostile spaceships. But I didn't see anything that looked like a spaceship. Could it be a stealth spaceship? He quickly switched back to the deep space perspective, looked around, but didn't find any enemy ships or unidentified flying objects, and his head started to ache. Chapter 135 Invasion. I haven't found anything here. Bar, is your radar picking up anything? Wang Yu asked, and after looking around, he still couldn't find any suspicious objects, so he simply disconnected the connection. Meanwhile, Ball was busy activating these detection sensors, because they had to be shut down every time he entered subspace, and could only be restarted upon returning to real space. This time, Bar has also strengthened the protection by putting a corrosion-resistant shell on the sensor, so the startup will be slower. However, even with the radar activated and the space telescope successfully deployed, they still found nothing. There were no suspicious floating objects in the surrounding universe, and the nearest rocky satellite was hundreds of kilometers away. Strangeness. Bar fell into thought and began to reconsider the possible reasons. If it were an intrusion and the enemy launched electronic warfare, their radar should have been paralyzed, but it wasn't, so there must be another reason. Could it be that we encountered some unknown electromagnetic interference when entering the real world? Bar guessed, looking at Wang Yu, who was also looking at her, waiting for her message. The two stared at each other, exchanged a few words, and were both completely confused. However, It is indeed unreasonable that more than 30 cameras in the first-floor corridor all broke down within roughly the same time period. Wang Yu glanced at the camera in the corner of the bridge. After a thorough inspection, only the cameras in the pre-labs and on the bridge were intact and still operational, so it was more likely the influence of some mysterious force, possibly warp creatures or demons that boarded the ship. Wang Yu was about to go out to confirm, but was pulled back by Mao Kuo. There's something moving at the door. Cat Kuo pointed to the ceiling, roughly meaning that there was something on the corridor ceiling and that Wang Yu should be careful. The latter nodded, signaling the other two to get ready as well. Then, he opened the bridge door and, ignoring what was outside, threw out an impact grenade to blast it first. After the impact subsided, the three rushed out of the bridge, but failed to find the enemy immediately, only discovering some remaining debris on the ground. Is this fragment of a camera? Wang Yu picked up a piece and recognized it. There were also some broken pieces of what looked like arthropod legs nearby. Combining this with the system information, he instantly understood the reason. These cameras are alive. Wang Yu ahead. Seeing that Wang Yu was still staring at the ground, Ball immediately reminded him and fired his gun at the same time, using precise bursts to shoot down several spider-like strange things with particularly long legs that were crawling down the corridor ahead. Those are long-legged cameras that can climb and move along walls, shooting out scorching rays from their camera-like heads. Don't ask Wang Yu how he knew, because his butt had just been hit and was burning hot. It was probably scalded red. There were also live cameras behind them, probably attracted by the noise from the grenade earlier, which launched a surprise attack on the three of them and hit Wang Yu. However, this beam is much weaker than the Fire Scorpion 05. Even without protective gear, it would be difficult to kill. At most, it would cause a severe burn, far from being cooked. Ball, leave a few alive. These things are hell beasts. The life-sustaining chips inside them are useful. Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly, charging forward despite the beam of light, abandoning his original weapon and switching to a non-lethal pulse pistol. Although the latter didn't quite understand, it quickly made a change. Instead of directly destroying the creature's vital parts, namely the camera in the center, it chose to break their legs and then capture them. At this moment, Cat's agility and regenerative abilities came into play. Completely ignoring the low-powered ray, she could easily catch the insects crawling on the wall even without firearms. Soon, she had one in each hand and used her sharp claws to cut off their legs. Wang Yu also caught one, grabbing its leg. As long as he controlled the direction of the camera on its head, he wouldn't get burned. The three began clearing out the live cameras on this floor. Since they posed little threat, they finished clearing them out in just 40 minutes. There were a total of 32 cameras. 11 of them were dead, and the others either had their legs shaved off or were tied up with ropes, rendering them unable to move. This thing is only about as strong as a large insect, so it's not difficult to deal with. Wang Yu wanted to capture this thing alive because he knew that this kind of hell beast with a living chip inside its body could be used to cultivate the combat sub-brain implanted in the fourth Titan surgery. This implant differs from the previous three surgeries in its focus. It is entirely aimed at enhancing neural reflexes. It can record combat experience and assist the brain in executing combat commands, making it much faster than traditional conditioned reflexes that rely on the brain, almost like combat instinct. Moreover, the combat subbrain can connect to some smart weapons through reserved interfaces to assist in combat, making it a very important implant. Naturally, Wang Yu would not miss this surgery. All the cameras in the first-floor corridor are here, and the number matches. Should we check them in deep space? Baldao looked at Wang Yu, who had a bunch of bundled cameras on his back, tied up like a hairy crab. After covering their eyes with cloth strips, these live cameras would stop attacking because they couldn't see them. Thor is probably dealing with the cameras over there too. There might not be many survivors. We'll go check on them later. For now, let's put these back in the captain's cabin and pack them in sturdy metal boxes. Wang Yu said that he was already thinking about the reason why the camera suddenly became active. The most likely reason was that it was affected by the unknown celestial body that invaded Hellstar when it entered the real universe. Upon closer reflection, it becomes clear that the smaller celestial bodies floating around that large celestial body were most likely hell beasts controlled by it, and their influence radiated into the deep space. As for why it was the camera that was activated and not other devices, there may be some underlying patterns. Currently, they have two possible explanations. One reason is that machines without observers around them are more likely to be activated. Secondly, machines that are in operation, or rather, powered on, are more likely to be activated. Both of these points to the security cameras in the corridor. As for why the lights didn't activate, it's most likely because they weren't turned on. After Shadow Fiend removed more than a dozen lights, Ball turned off the lights on the first floor and only turned them on when needed, but the cameras were always working. They returned to the captain's cabin, where there was another camera, which easily solved the problem. There, they further confirmed their earlier suspicions, because they saw a live fluorescent light that was eating bean sprouts in the hydroponic container grow wings, like long, thin fireflies. Chapter 136, Exploring Hellstar. Name: Lampbug, Hellbeast. Description: insects that are activated from light sources such as light bulbs and light strips. They become brighter when stimulated, and some can even emit highly polluting high-energy radiation. They are quite resilient and omnivorous. A little food is enough for them to provide light for a long time, so some less dangerous individuals are also used as lighting tools. Wang Yu caught a lamp cricket, felt the force of its struggle, and obtained information about the item at the same time. Simply put, these are basically large, glowing mosquitoes that can fly and bite. They're not a big threat. The bad news is that Wang Yu and his team don't have any spare fluorescent lights. Wang Yu looked at the bean sprouts that had been mostly eaten by insects, and without hesitation, asked Bar to bring some glue. He wanted super glue, and then used his hands to stick the insect to the top of the hydroponic container. Stimulated, the lamp worm emitted a strong sunlight that shone on Wang Yu, giving him a warm feeling that was no weaker than the previous fluorescent light. That's good enough. It works even better than the previous lights, much brighter, and it doesn't need electricity. We can try to make the hydroponic tank bigger to increase production. We can try using the corpses of bud beasts to solve the nutrient solution problem. Bud beasts are the one thing that's most abundant on the deep space. Wang Yudao was quite satisfied with the repaired hydroponic container. Won't they die? Ball asked. Probably not. Just feed it some scraps of bud beast meat regularly, and we'll figure something out when it dies. Wang Yu said that he decided to use it like this for now. At least this batch of beans could still yield some harvest. Later, we can search for easy-to-care for plants and animals on other planets and bring them back to the deep space. This is actually a kind of resource. Now that the deep space has more space, it is not impossible to set up a breeding farm. Feed, fertilizer, is readily available, and the corpses of the bud beasts are inexhaustible. As for directly eating the sprout beasts, unless they are completely out of ammunition and food, Wang Yu would not do that, because the structure of these things is too similar to that of the human body, which is repulsive to him. He found an empty metal cabinet, or rather a metal box. I've taken many of these boxes from the workshop before, and there are also some in the captain's cabin, used for storing items. He put all the camera spiders he had caught inside, closed the lid, and planned to take out the living chips inside one by one later when he had time, to serve as nodes in the secondary brain neural network. At least 20 of these chips are needed to build a complete neural network, but more node chips are not necessarily better. Anyway, the ones in the box should be enough. Finally, we need a hell beast with intelligence, whose main brain will be extracted as the computing center. Therefore, this fourth surgery involves the modification of the entire body's neural network, which is more complex than the previous 3 surgeries combined. For now, we can only gather materials. Let's go. Take these dead camera spiders to Pre, and then check the situation inside the ship. Wang Yu said that the 3 of them did not linger and went to patrol and check the ship again. There were indeed some hell beasts inside, including lampworms and camera spiders. Some of them had been killed by Thor, leaving only their pulverized corpses. Pig Brother didn't seem interested in the hell beasts. None of the corpses were recycled, probably because the proportion of flesh and blood was too low, and they all benefited Wang Yu and his group. It seems that the mutated parts are the lights and cameras we installed. The original items inside the deep space ship are not affected. Baldao, because they had come all the way to the 5th level, discovered that the mutated lights and cameras that grew legs and wings to run were all things they had installed. The original lighting in the deep space, as well as the black hole engine, were unchanged, probably because they were part of the Hell Leviathan. Furthermore, they discovered that the bud beasts would also attack these hell beasts, so along the way they didn't find many living hell beasts. The few captured lamp bugs were also planned to be taken back to the 1st floor, stuck to the corridor, and turned back into obedient light bulbs to make up for the loss. After completing their rounds and returning the bodies to the pre-labs, the 3 regrouped on the bridge for a short meeting to reassess the current situation. This incident is most likely related to the mutation on Hellstar. The electronic equipment in the warehouse did not mutate, which means that the equipment in operation and use is more likely to be activated. Furthermore, the presence of an observer also inhibits this activation phenomenon. Wang Yu pointed to the cameras and generator sets operating normally inside the bridge, as well as the control console inside, all of which remained unchanged. Therefore, we must also be wary of this phenomenon in the future. How many lights and cameras do we have left? There are 127 light bulbs of different sizes in total, but fewer cameras, only about 40 left. Okay, let's test it with a light. Turn on one of the lights in the corridor and check its condition regularly every day to assess whether we have been affected by Hellstar. Then, on the bridge, for safety reasons, all electronic equipment must be turned off before each departure, including the generator set. These things would be very troublesome if they became active. Just turn them on once a day to check if the corridor light bulbs have mutated. Wang Yu roughly arranged the plan, and seeing that Bear had nothing to add, so it was settled. They will definitely approach Hellstar later, and this phenomenon may occur again, so we need to prepare in advance. Then there's another matter. While we're currently outside Hellstar's influence, we need to quickly observe Hellstar, determine its surface conditions, see if there's a possibility of it making landfall, and determine the approximate area of any potential landing. Because after getting close, Wang Yu felt that the planet had changed quite a bit. Although he only glanced at it briefly, it still left a deep impression on him. In his view, the planet was about to shatter, about to be punctured by something inside. For this reason, Hellstar was stretched to an exaggerated degree, making it impossible to see its spherical shape at all, and the white part representing the South Pole was noticeably smaller. On the side of the eyeball in the Arctic direction, cracks are clearly visible on the land, and there are also some floating debris in outer space, which are suspected to have been swept into outer space due to violent geological activity. Instead of becoming a rocky satellite orbiting the planet, it remains relatively stationary with Hellstar, as if due to an abnormal gravity. Wang Yu explained the work to be done next, including incubating a large number of living probes to determine the situation on Hellstar and to search for possible traces of civilization. One last thing. Wang Yu looked at Bear. You belong to the intelligent life form and are essentially a machine, but you are also an observer, which is a very special type. To ensure your safety, once we approach Hellstar, you must stay with me and Catgirl and not act alone to avoid any accidents. If it becomes too dangerous, we can abandon this planet. We have sufficient energy and can re-enter subspace. Wang Yu said that after the deep space's satiety level increased, the conditions for them to enter subspace were not so demanding. They could even rely on planetary-level gravity, although it would consume more energy. Chapter 137 Exploring Hellstar 2. The general plan was what Wang Yu had mentioned. After hearing his arrangements, Bar did not object, because there were indeed risks involved. If she lost control, it would be quite dangerous. However, she added that it concerned the landing module. If the landing module also turns into a hellish beast during the exploration, how will they return? If they were trapped on Hellstar and died, they wouldn't be able to bring back any great gains they had. They didn't really have a good solution to this before, but now it's different. They have an extra crew member, so they have many more options. They could have Pris come down in the second landing module to pick them up, or they could go down with them to keep an eye on the landing module and prevent it from mutating. The choice would depend on the situation on Hellstar, and it wouldn't affect Wang Yu and the other two's actions at all. In addition, Hell Beasts are rare materials for making potions, so Pris would definitely not refuse. If it weren't for his special physique, he would even collect the materials himself. With the discussion concluded, the basic outline of the exploration plan was finalized, and the next step was to take action. While Ball used the telescope to observe Hellstar, Wang Yu also returned to the captain's seat and piloted the deep space towards Hellstar, temporarily preparing to anchor outside the misty red light to observe the situation. During the voyage, Wang Yu also fully utilized the deep space's senses to look at Hellstar. In fact, it wasn't just that planet. All the other planets turned red under the influence of this red light. However, that was likely caused by the radiation. None of the planets, including the stars, showed any obvious changes, let alone growing eyes. However, under the influence of this strange red light, these planets have no concept of night. The side facing the star is simply brighter, and there is no darkness. Then came the source of the problem, Hellstar. Wang Yu focused his attention and enhanced the deep space's senses. Hellstar loomed large in the distance before his eyes, as if he had arrived in outer space. The earth was reddish-brown, covered with canyons or fissures of unknown depth, from which crimson light seeped, flickering and becoming more pronounced the closer to the north. The ocean was also a similar dark red, almost like blood, and some of it seeped into the cracks in the land, but it could not stop the red light from seeping out from the planet's interior. Moreover, the planet's environment was extremely harsh. Wang Yu didn't see a single patch of green. There were storms and sandstorms everywhere. Only the white patch in Antarctica was in a better situation, but even there was a clear crack on it, which almost tore this pinkish-white frost continent apart. Wang Yu looked for a while, but couldn't find any obvious traces of civilization. It was completely different from the previous machine planet. Moreover, after only a dozen minutes, his rationality was once again in danger. Because after amplifying his senses and establishing a deep connection, the hunger of the deep space and the vague violent emotions were also amplified, which in turn affected him. He couldn't stay in this state forever. After finalizing his voyage plan, he disconnected from the network. Only then did he take out the black skull potion he had previously obtained from Pris, unscrew the cap, and drink it. It didn't have any strange taste, just like slightly astringent water. The skull-shaped sediment inside didn't dissolve even in my mouth. I had to chew it with my teeth to swallow it. It also didn't taste like medicine residue. Wang Yu swallowed the potion without taking a closer look, then felt the changes in his body and glanced at the control panel. Well, that's practically the same as not drinking at all. This stuff won't increase experience. Let's see how it works after a few courses of treatment. Wang Yu looked at the busy bear and asked if he had found anything. Not yet. Spectral analysis also takes time. Yes, contact us immediately if you find anything. Pay close attention to intelligence in Antarctica and watch for radio signals. If there are any survivors, it's probably only possible there. Additionally, the deep space probe is estimated to approach the red glow region in 2 days. After giving his instructions, Wang Yu said he was going to go back and rest. His energy was already at its limit, and he needed to regain his rationality. After instructing Catgirl to stay on the bridge with Ball, Wang Yu set off to return to the captain's cabin for a short nap. During our trip, when we passed by the pre-labs, we chatted with him about the situation on Hellstar, and he mentioned that he might be assigned some missions. Pulleys did not refuse. As a member of the ship, he had to do this. Moreover, Pulleys had a very strong interest in the phenomenon of activation itself, even more so than in the hell beasts. He said that if the cause of the hellification phenomenon could be found, he should definitely tell him, as it would be very helpful for the research on potions. The description of hellification is quite apparent. Wang Yu instantly understood and accepted the term, saying that he would definitely contact him if he made any discoveries during the subsequent exploration. After saying that, he left. When he passed the lit electric light on the way, he stopped for a while. The thing did not turn into a lamp worm, which meant that the hellish phenomenon had not yet invaded the ship. About 6 hours later, Wang Yu was awakened by a series of noisy crashing sounds. He jumped out of bed, pulled out the Fire Scorpion 05 from under his pillow, and aimed it at the source of the sound. There was nothing there, but the sound was coming from the living room. Something got in? The warped creatures we didn't manage to wipe out before. Wang Yu stood up and squinted, but for some reason, he felt that the living room was particularly bright and somewhat dazzling. It might be a side effect of the black skull, causing him to be sensitive to light. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he put on the protective gear that was standing next to him, put on his mask, and then felt that the brightness was much normal. He walked into the living room, raised his gun, and aimed it at the source of the sound. It was that big iron box filled with spiders that were filming. The spiders inside were bumping around, trying to push the box open. I thought it was something else entirely. Wang Yu relaxed his tense nerves, sensing that the ropes binding the spiders had loosened, and some might have broken free. He took precautions and took out a piece of scrap wood from the storage room. This thing was even better at resisting light than a metal plate because it didn't conduct heat very well. At most, it would burn through, and he could just throw it away. He took the wooden plank, opened the iron box, intending to use a pulse pistol to stun the unruly guy, and then take the box to Titan's operating room to dispose of it. But when it was opened, even the well-informed Wang Yu was startled. The contents were completely different. For some unknown reason, dozens of camera spiders somehow grew together, turning into a twisted, indescribable mass. It looked like a large clump of cameras haphazardly assembled from grayish-brown flesh and blood, with many insect legs hanging on its surface. Some cameras were even wrapped in strips of cloth, seemingly unsure how to untangle them. 7 or 8 beams of light shot directly at Wang Yu, but he blocked them with his wooden shield. He then retaliated with his pulse pistol, firing 3 or 4 shots before the thing calmed down again. Could the fact that these hell beasts can combine be due to that ability called hell evolution? Wang Yu frowned, looking at the hell beast whose appearance and even its information had changed drastically. He felt it was necessary to tell Ball and the others that even the wooden shield had carbonized in the process. Name, multi-eyed camera spider, hell beast. Description, cameras, webcams, telescopes, and other items, when activated by subspace abilities or matter, emit high-heat rays to attack targets in front of them. Multiple camera spiders can merge to form a larger and stronger individual, increasing the power of their rays. It is carnivorous and will even prey on other small hellbeasts. Chapter 138: The Source of the Mysterious Red Light. Wang Yu contacted Ball on the bridge via wired phone and told her about the hellbeast's abilities, which seemed to be able to grow further through fusion. Me? I'm fine. How much power could this little bug have? I subdued it. However, now that it's grown so big, it's not safe to put it in an iron box anymore. If it melts through the iron box, it'll be a real problem. I'm going to go to the operating room inside the deep space to deal with these things. It's alright, I can manage on my own. The invisible sprout beast can't do anything to me. I'll bring dust grenades. Wang Yu rejected the suggestion to have Cat Kur accompany him, and he wasn't overconfident. He was genuinely confident in defeating the invisible bud beast, because his luck had just returned. He glanced at the filamentous insects in the living room. Because it's stuck together, there's no sign of it rejoining, and its brightness has remained stable. It's not dead, and its performance is much better than the original light bulb. I guess it only needs to be fed every few days. He packed his equipment and belongings, hoisted the large iron box, and glanced at the landline phone. This thing didn't mutate, probably because it wasn't used when we left the subspace. Machines that can't function without humans seem to be less likely to be activated. Wang Yu left the captain's cabin and walked towards the bridge. He greeted Ball and Cat Kur, and prepared to take the elevator to the ship's cabin to enter the deep space. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yu, carrying the two large items, arrived at the door of Titan's operating room. If it weren't for the support of his power armor, it would have been quite difficult to carry them. One is naturally the iron box with the multi-eyed camera spider, and the other is the hibernation pod that was moved from the 5th floor. Because the cold storage room used to store implants in the operating room was broken, Wang Yu thought of using a hibernation chamber as a substitute, which should be about the same. The lowest hibernation temperature of this thing is close to -200 degrees Celsius, which is even more intense than liquid nitrogen. An ordinary person lying in it would instantly turn into an ice pop. Only those who have undergone the previous Titan surgeries and strengthened their bodies can withstand the hypothermia and thawing, and even then, they need medication. Wang Yu attached the hibernation pod, then walked to the operating table and placed the unconscious multi-eyed camera spider on it. It's quite big, almost half a meter long. Before it woke up, Wang Yu seized the time to get to work, picking up the surgical tools beside him and working hard. He used all kinds of ruthless things like bone saws and bone hammers, and his movements were very skillful, as if he had been trained. After reading the machine god's proverbs, Wang Yu not only learned the relevant theories of Titan surgery, but also the surgical techniques. He just wasn't as fast or as precise as Ball, but it's perfectly adequate for retrieving live microchips. Wang Yu removed the chips, each stained with blood and flesh, and immediately placed them in the hibernation pod for quick freezing. Because once this chip is removed from the body for more than 10 minutes, it becomes completely unusable. Unlike ordinary chips, this thing is alive. After extracting 7 or 8 chips, the multi-eyed camera spider, whether awakened by pain or after the anesthesia wore off, began to frantically thrash about, its movements extremely uncoordinated, scattering light erratically. Fortunately, Wang Yu had already sawed off its legs beforehand. After crouching down and taking out his pulse pistol, Wang Yu re-anesthetized the camera spider and continued the surgery, re-anesthetizing it every now and then. In this way, it took about 2 hours for Wang Yu to extract 26 live chips from the multi-eyed camera spider, including a slightly larger chip that appeared to be a composite chip, and put them all into the hibernation pod. After all the chips were removed, Wang Yu had thoroughly cleaned the inside of the camera spider, leaving it completely immobile. Phew, all done. Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the mirror beside him. His power armor was covered in black and red stains. He couldn't tell if he had just been performing surgery or repairing a car. It seemed like they were about the same thing. He planned to go back and wash up, and while he was at it, he would take the hollowed-out camera spider corpse to Pris. It would be a waste to throw it away. The following day, Wang Yu fed some scraps of bud beast meat to the lamp crickets in the captain's cabin. Their brightness quickly returned, indicating that feeding them every 2 or 3 days was enough. They shouldn't starve to death even if they weren't fed for a week or 2, although their brightness would decrease. This thing shouldn't grow, right? Wang Yu guessed that this possibility could not be ruled out, and they would wait and see. He left the captain's cabin and obtained a new batch of black skulls from Pris. Since production doesn't require much advanced technology, it's quite fast. 12 bottles are produced at a time, enough to last for several months. He arrived at the bridge, just as Ball had completed his further observations of Hellstar and the surrounding universe. Although a lot of data was calculated before entering subspace, as mentioned before, that data was from several years ago and was only for reference. Only the latest data can be used. Overall, it's similar to before, except the environment is worse, with oxygen concentration dropping further to 12% and the concentration of toxic and harmful gases increasing. Previously, Wang Yu couldn't move around inside without an oxygen tank. Surface temperatures reached nearly 50 degrees Celsius, with the highest temperatures recorded in the Arctic, and even exceeding 300 degrees Celsius in some areas, concentrated around the cracks, with potentially even higher temperatures inside. Some kind of dramatic change may be taking place inside this planet. Antarctica has a slightly better environment, with the surface temperature maintained at around minus 20 degrees Celsius and the climate being much better, making it the most suitable landing site. No trace of any intelligent civilization has been found so far, not even any signs of life. Frankly speaking, given the climate and conditions of Hellstar, ordinary life forms simply cannot survive there for long. Before, Baldau would have said that there was no life on Hellstar. But now, after seeing all sorts of strange life forms, she only dares to say that ordinary life forms cannot survive on it, becoming much more cautious. Wang Yu fell silent after hearing this. The desolate surface environment was not good news, as it would seriously affect their exploration activities. Such a large planet is unlikely to yield any discoveries with just a few probes launched, even if it contains treasures, without a specific target. What about the radio signal? Wang Yu asked. Nothing has been found yet. It's too noisy to be any information. However, there was a new discovery regarding the red background light. Baldau then displayed a spectral line on the bridge screen, seemingly intending to explain the process, but Wang Yu interrupted her, telling her to go straight to the result. This red light is most likely the glow of iron atoms diffused in the surrounding universe, similar to a glowing nebula. The cause is unknown, but it may be excited by some kind of high-energy radiation. Although the concentration was extremely low, its thickness was astonishing, almost filling 2/3 of the galaxy, so it looked like a layer of red, glowing fog. Barr tried to explain in concise language. Iron again. Wang Yu stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and felt that he could try to start from here. They were almost there, and he could collect this glowing iron element for further testing. Chapter 139 Experiments with Red Mist. 2 days later, inside the red mist of the Hell Galaxy, Wang Yu and his team spent several hours confirming the impact of the red fog on the deep space, and concluded that the fog had no effect on the deep space. Since this red mist, rich in iron atoms, cannot invade the deep space, there are no signs of red mist intrusion inside the ship, nor is any equipment transformed into hell beasts, so there is no need to worry. The deep space began its journey toward Hellstar, while Wang Yu and his team entered the second phase of their testing of the red mist. To ensure safety, all sensors and radars on the surface of the deep space spacecraft have been shut down, but an emergency access route for external operations has been opened on the right side of the spacecraft. Wearing a modified spacesuit, Wang Yu held an oversized funnel resembling a vacuum cleaner, attempting to collect the red mist for further research. This vacuum cleaner was modified from an old oxygen concentrator. Since a considerable number of oxygen bricks were already available, the value of this thing changed from its original purpose of producing oxygen to becoming an air pump, and finally it was simply used as a vacuum cleaner to collect this low-abundance fog, making it a multi-purpose item. They also commissioned a large glass jar to be made specifically for this purpose, which allows them to clearly see how much has been collected and monitor the internal pressure. Wang Yu stood at the door, holding the vacuum cleaner, for more than 4 hours before he finally collected enough mist to reach the required pressure. At this moment, the substance inside the glass jar had turned into a thick cloud of blood mist, constantly changing form, somewhere between a gas and a liquid, which was very magical and unlike any iron-containing compound they were familiar with. Ball, next time prepare a fixed stand. My arms are getting sore from holding it up. Wang Yu complained, his voice carrying through the headset into the ship. He didn't know it would take so long beforehand. Otherwise he would have brought in a framed suit and used the time to train his physical attributes. Moreover, this low-density fog is really difficult to collect. Its density is far lower than that of smog on Earth. If we were to rate its air quality, it might actually get an excellent rating. It took him half a day to collect just one jar, and it didn't even weigh half a pound. After giving his report, Wang Yu closed the emergency exit door. Instead of leaving, he selected the venting option on the control panel and vented the air until a vacuum was created. He repeated this process 3 times before finally opening the door and entering the ship. After switching back into his power armor, Wang Yu took the canister of blood mist back to the bridge via elevator and handed it over to Ball. The corresponding experimental equipment was also prepared here, all handmade by Pris. Although he could not be present, he could view the experimental situation here in real time through the bridge camera and the optical computer and maintain contact through wired telephone and broadcast. Furthermore, the experiment will be recorded as a video for easy observation. The first step is to determine the toxicity of this substance and whether it has any effect on organic life forms. The test subjects were naturally the bud beasts that the 3 of them had captured alive. Their limbs had been broken, and they were ordinary bud beasts, so their safety could be guaranteed. Thick red mist was injected through the pipe into the glass jar where the bud beast was located. About a third of it was filled in, and the jar became so thick that people could hardly see anything inside. The increased breathing rate may be due to stimulation or some tension. Ball said a couple of words into the camera and continued to observe, while Wang Yu and Mao Kuer watched from the side. Due to the extremely rudimentary conditions, they could only use their naked eyes to determine whether the bud beasts had mutated or been poisoned, in order to further assess the toxicity of the red mist to organic life forms, especially humans, while continuously supplying oxygen into the jars. 5 minutes passed, and the bud beast's breathing actually calmed down, showing no signs of mutation or going berserk. The 3 placed it aside, because the experiment was scheduled to last 72 hours. If it didn't die, it could be basically concluded that the red mist was not highly toxic to organic life forms. Is it possible that the red mist is not working because this bud beast is part of the Abyss Leviathan? At this moment, Wang Yu said, and Bear frowned, because they could not rule out this possibility, but at the moment, they did not have any more suitable experimental animals, so they could only test it like this for the time being. They began a second experiment to see if the red fog would activate an electric light bulb. The setup was similar to the first one, except that the bud beast was replaced with an electric light bulb. They also set up 7 control groups and 1 continuous observation group based on concentration to compare and verify the influence of the observer on the activation phenomenon. The entire control group was moved to the corridor and observed every 5 minutes, with the timing adjusted as needed. The continuous observation team was positioned on the bridge to maintain observation throughout the entire process. 3 days later, the bud beast in the experiment not only did not die, but its wounds even showed signs of healing. So experiment number 1 was stopped, the red mist was extracted, and Wang Yu gave the bud beast a quick death. Then came experiment number 2, which confirmed that the red fog does indeed activate a powered light bulb, but it's not nearly as terrifying as expected. Only the control group, which was immersed in high-concentration red fog, reacted and turned into lamp worms, which took 70 hours. Other control groups, including the continuous observation group, did not show any signs of activation. This concentration is already hundreds of times higher than the ambient concentration, which indicates that this red fog is not very effective. The activation of the cameras and light bulbs inside the deep space probe was likely due to subspace influence. However, this influence is much weaker in the real world. Barr concluded that the experiment would continue to further investigate the nature of the red fog. This is good news. The red mist isn't as strong, which makes it easier for them to move around, and they can make some targeted changes. For example, protective suits for isolation are used because the Hellstar planet is filled with this red mist, and even the seawater is filled with extremely concentrated red mist. With the help of protective suits, Ball can reduce his contact with the red mist and avoid the phenomenon of his body becoming hellish. Wang Yu and Mao Kuer should also prepare a set of protective clothing. Although the red mist has not shown any effect on organic life forms so far, it is always good to be on the safe side. The remaining red mist from the experiment was handed over to Pris, who also collected 2 large jars of it for research on its application in potions. A month and a half later, when the deep space spacecraft approached Hellstar, an extremely strange phenomenon occurred. Hellstar's gravity, or gravitational pull, seemed to disappear. They were not captured by Hellstar's gravity and could even remain relatively stationary with it. Moreover, the eyeball located at the north pole of Hellstar, almost bursting out of the surface, had noticed them 2 days ago, its blood-red pupils glaring fiercely at the deep space. If nothing had changed inside the ship, and if Wang Yu and his companions weren't already seasoned veterans, they probably would have been scared away by Hellstar's gaze. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen such a cool ship before? Wang Yu, controlling the deep space, mentally gave Hellstar the middle finger, ignoring it completely. If the other party is trying to intimidate me, then I can't run away. It means that it can't do anything to me, otherwise it would have attacked me long ago. Wang Yu focused his attention, enhanced the deep space's senses, and after reviewing the information, disconnected the connection and shared his conclusions with Ball and Cat Core. The planet's gravity is compressed, and the curvature of spacetime is confined to the planet's surface for unknown reasons, so we are actually orbiting a star. Wang Yu plans to officially begin exploring Hellstar. For the past month or so, they have been busy, making many preparations, further strengthening their combat power, preparing new modified weapons, and further improving their attributes. Chapter 140, Exploring Hellstar 3. The deep space spacecraft flew towards the south pole of Hellstar and docked in outer space. This altitude is perfect. It's outside the atmosphere, as going any lower would make it easier to be captured by gravity, and it's also right in the blind spot of the North Pole's eye, making it much more comfortable to the eye. With the current thrust of the deep space spacecraft, it is not yet capable of taking off and landing on planets. After all, it is a spaceship that is several hundred meters long. It is extremely difficult to land and take off like a landing module. It not only requires super strong thrust, but also puts a test on the structure of the spaceship itself. However, due to the gravitational anomaly of Hellstar, they are much closer to Hellstar in a straight line, and the landing module can even carry more things. However, calculations are needed, and the AI little fish in the landing module can do the calculations, as it knows the performance parameters best. At this moment, inside the deep space's shipboard compartment, Wang Yu is worrying about the selection of a probe. For months they had been feeding the fat worm without stopping. After Wang Yu recovered from his surgery, they continued to feed the worm in different ways, which resulted in several different kinds of eggs being laid. Moreover, even eggs of the same species, both being common terrestrial types, can vary in size depending on the state of the insect during egg production. There have even been cases where 2 eggs were laid at once, but the smaller one was smaller. If it weren't for the fact that this fat bug was too weak in combat, and was beaten half to death by the combatant bud beast after being pulled out, Wang Yu would have been planning to try hurting it. But it's not going to work out now. Name: Living Detector, Standard Flying Type. Description: can be used in the deep space ship's cabin to select a living probe launched from a planet. The flying type possesses the ability to fly, has a wider range of activities, and greater freedom of movement. The ordinary flying type can only fly in environments with an atmosphere, has wings, and is more vulnerable than the land-based type, making it extremely easy to die during a landing. Wang Yu looked at the egg in his hand, which was less than 20 centimeters long. Although it was the smallest, it was the most important one, as the ability to fly would greatly aid in exploration. In order to obtain such an egg, Wang Yu even had to use a drone and several light bugs. Then the ordinary underwater type was also fed, using the leftover carcasses of the light lizards they had eaten. In addition, there were armored land type and reconnaissance land type. The former was fed with hard, black debris, resulting in stronger defense and vitality, and a harder eggshell, resembling a transport type without the ability to transport. The latter was fed with the remains of a camera spider, and it's estimated that it could also be fed using sensors like cameras. Like the flying type, there was only one of them. Deep space can currently only control 5 probes at a time, but there is no limit to the number of launches. In addition, there is the possibility of landing failure, so we can launch some cheaper ones first and test the effect with 10 ordinary land-based probes. Wang Yu looked at Bear, who also expressed his agreement. So the two of them operated the control panel, selected 10 scattered coordinates, and selected a few more on both sides of the Rift Valley in Antarctica. Then they had Cat Cougar place 10 ordinary land-type eggs on the conveyor belt and press the launch button. The 10 eggs were carried into the wall by the conveyor belt. A dozen seconds later, a large bulge suddenly appeared on the surface of the deep space spacecraft. This part of the flesh seemed to come alive, splitting open into 4 petals like a flower blooming, revealing a cavity from which a series of eggs shot out, flying towards the Antarctic continent below, where they turned into burning fireballs due to friction in the air. About 15 minutes later, the first live probe successfully landed on the ground. After breaking through the atmosphere to a certain altitude, a crack appeared on the top of the egg, broke open, and a sturdy parachute popped out. Finally, it landed on the ground and was covered by the parachute. Then came the sound of an eggshell breaking from inside the parachute. Something was wriggling, and a pale pink, four-legged creature emerged from under the parachute. It was so ugly that it looked like four human legs were pieced together in a cross shape. It had a huge single eye on its torso, looking around, and crawled like a spider. Its tail is still connected to the parachute, seemingly as one piece, but after crawling out from under the parachute, it abandons this part of the structure and continues to crawl in other directions. Similar scenes have played out in many places in Antarctica, but not all probes can land as perfectly as this one. Some fail to deploy their parachutes or don't have time to do so, and instead crash through the ice layer like a meteorite, creating a crater several meters in diameter. The live detector inside was, of course, dead beyond any doubt. At the same moment, on the bridge of the deep space, Wang Yu was sitting in the captain's chair, studying how to control and use these live detectors. He discovered that after these probes were launched, the deep space probe, established a special connection with them. With the help of the deep space probe, he can roughly see the location of these probes, like red dots highlighted in the field of view, and sense their status. For example, he knows that 3 probes have died, suspected of failing to land, while the others are active. At the same time, Wang Yu can also strengthen this connection. It felt as if my consciousness was projected onto the surface of a planet, attached to a probe, allowing me to simultaneously access its field of vision and interfere with its activities to some extent. He is currently controlling one of the probes to crawl forward, but all he can do are some rough and simple commands, such as move forward, accelerate, turn, jump, etc. It's unlikely that you can control this thing to ride on the snow or make it pose in strange ways. It seems that its brain capacity is insufficient to understand complex instructions. In addition, there are other senses, such as temperature, fatigue level, and the smell of the air, which, although not precisely quantifiable, can be vaguely perceived. The deep space probe can currently establish deep space connections with up to 5 probes, controlling their actions and determining the general direction of their activities. Other detectors, however, become uncontrollable and wander around like ordinary animals. Wang Yu tried to control multiple detectors, and it felt as if he had 5 bodies and 5 pairs of eyes, which was very strange. So the result was that one animal was able to move around under Wang Yu's control, while the other 4 animals went into a malfunction and stayed in place, unable to get used to it even after trying for more than 10 minutes. Would it be better to switch to ball to improve lane-changing awareness? Wang Yu disconnected, told Bear about the situation, and asked her to try it. The result was indeed different. As a robot, it is commonplace for it to be distracted and handle several things at the same time. It is not difficult at all. As for Wang Yu, all I can say is that he still needs to practice and learn to adapt to the feeling of having multiple heads and multiple bodies. Moreover, once the connected probes are selected, everything they see and sense along the way will be recorded in the deep space probe's brain, and the records can be reviewed while the probe is in operation. Even after the detector dies, its memory should remain for a period of time, so there's no need to keep monitoring it. Soon, Wang Yu selected 5 deeply connected probes, controlling one to try to enter the rift, while the others ran in different directions to explore. Chapter 141 Earth's Core Ecosystem. Since Ball cannot maintain a long-term connection with the deep space, Wang Yu is in charge of the control most of the time. His gaze constantly shifted between the 5 liveness detectors, and sometimes he would even switch to other detectors for brief connections. But as the probe exploring the rift went deeper and deeper, Wang Yu simply focused his attention on the probe itself, directing its actions in a manner much like controlling a clumsy game character. He spotted a light source deep within the rift valley. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a swarm of lampworms, clinging to the remains of a hell beast, gnawing and sucking up the remaining flesh and filth, much like flies attracted to rotting flesh. However, the largest fly was over 3 meters long, plump and about to burst, and the light it emitted made the detector feel uncomfortable, as if it were being roasted. As expected, this planet also has hell beasts. Wang Yu secretly instructed the detector to take a detour and stay away. Because this thing has no means of attack, it doesn't even have teeth, and its fighting power is not even as good as a lamp cricket. He steered the probe downwards, discovering more hell beasts of different appearances along the way. For example, a worm formed by a large bundle of cables tangled together, wrapped in lightning, looked menacing. Wang Yu only glanced at it before choosing to take a detour. Then there are some hell beasts whose prototypes are clearly visible, such as car beast and motor beast. While retaining the ability to move on wheels, they also grow beast-like claws on both sides to provide crawling and grasping abilities. They often appear in groups, and there are even toy car-sized ones that follow the herd, and are protected. Can hell beasts reproduce? Wang Yu exclaimed in shock. Because the Rift Valley is filled with red mist, and the concentration increases the deeper you go, all you can see when you look down is the churning blood mist, and you have no idea what's hidden inside. So although the brightness here is not low, the visibility is very poor, and it gets worse as you go down, truly like hell. Wang Yu hid and dodged along the way, avoiding these hell beasts. Although this detector has no offensive capabilities, its stealth and mobility are surprisingly excellent. It instinctively uses terrain and cover to avoid the sight of other creatures. In addition, the Rift Valley is very wide and is not a steep cliff, but rather like a valley, sloping downwards at a certain angle, and even has large areas of plateaus, some of which are several kilometers wide. Is this a plane? No, a fighter jet, and it's even carrying missiles. Holy crap, can those wings even flap? A monster bus with 8 hands is preying on a car-turned beast. Octopus ships, they've all come ashore? A weirdo with a street lamp and a loudspeaker-shaped head, and a weirdo whose head blows cold air and whose but spews fire. An air conditioner and outdoor unit combination. TSK. Wang Yu was amazed the whole way, feeling as if he had entered a new world. There's no life here. The life here is so abundant, so lively. It's just that it's all inside the planet. You can even see washing machines battling rice cookers here, and there are even walking vending machines. But I wonder what happens when you put coins in. We need to inform Ball about this. These things might be the greatest threat on Hellstar, and looking at these industrial creations that had come to life, Wang Yu realized that their existence proved the existence of civilization on this planet, and that its industrial capabilities were not weak. He even saw a short-legged cell phone monster running around very happily. Bang! A sudden gunshot startled Wang Yu, followed by a faint pain in one leg. He hadn't been attacked. The detector had been attacked. Can even a gun turn into a hellish beast? What Wang Yu saw was a monster made up of a gun and a beetle, which looked very much like a rhinoceros beetle, except that the horn was replaced by the muzzle of a rifle and was much larger. The detector, shot in the leg, was clearly startled and completely out of Wang Yu's control. It darted around wildly, as if on high alert. After being shot again, the panicked detector jumped off the platform and chose to commit suicide, leaving Wang Yu speechless. He couldn't control it at all and could only watch. After falling for a while, the probe crashed heavily to the ground, causing Wang Yu excruciating pain all over his body, as if he had been shattered. However, just before his consciousness was severed, he seemed to hear a vibration, like the roar of a giant engineering machine, coming from underground. This commotion. Wang Yu frowned, feeling something was amiss, but the detector was already dead. So he selected another detector to connect to, got up from the captain's seat, and told Ball what he had discovered. There is a civilization on this planet. I found a large number of hell beasts underground. You can view the images left by that probe before it died later. The reason there are few discoveries on the surface is because the planet's ecosystem is concentrated underground. It's necessary to launch more probes underground, and also to the surface. Wang Yu suddenly thought of something. Since hell beasts prefer to stay in underground rifts, the danger level on the surface is naturally lower. If they were survivors of civilization, they would definitely choose to live far away from the rifts, because it would be safer. Therefore, we cannot give up on land, and we can even try to explore underwater. After all, we have underwater detectors, and the light lizards used for production are not hard to obtain, so we might as well use them. Is the subterranean ecosystem caused by the harsh surface environment? However, Antarctica's climate is relatively mild. Only the temperature is a bit low. So, is it because the iron concentration is higher in the Rift Valley? Or is there some other reason? Ball found it strange and thought there must be a reason why these hell beasts gathered underground. Given their tenacious vitality, the fact that hell beasts choose to go underground must be more than just because of the suitable climate and temperature. The radio signals they collected earlier were probably emitted by these hell beasts, which explains why they were so chaotic. Wang Yu mentioned the commotion he sensed deep underground, suggesting the presence of a gigantic super hell beast, and recommended exploring even deeper. I plan to launch more probes, one by one to explore underground, and the rest to explore the Antarctic continent. Although only the sensory activity of 5 of the detectors can be recorded, if the detector suddenly dies, it can still indirectly indicate abnormal activity in the area, allowing nearby detectors to be sent to investigate and confirm the findings. Wang Yu said that their probes still have enough production capacity, especially the ordinary terrestrial type, which has more than 50 in stock. Moreover, the fat bugs can reproduce, so it doesn't matter if they are all used up on Hellstar. The bud beasts can't eat them all. As long as the goal of exploration can be achieved, that's fine. After speaking, Wang Yu looked at Mao Kur. Because Ball cannot be connected to the deep space for an extended period, and Wang Yu cannot control the probe indefinitely, he plans to have Cat Girl join in, but not operate the ship. She will only control the probe. With Cater's keen senses and intuition, as well as her talent in playing games, I feel that if she were to command the probe, she could even perform better than Wang Yu and explore deeper into the Earth. Chapter 142: The Colossus and the Survivors. After Ball surveyed the situation in the Rift Valley, Wang Yu returned to the captain's chair and restarted several rounds of journey to the center of the Earth. It's unclear whether it was because it was the first time with a novice's protection or for some other reason, but none of the 3 probes that Wang Yu was controlling were caught by the hell beasts before they could climb very deep and became food. This experience is very similar to an escape game, but much more realistic, with the added bonus of a lifelike feeling of being bitten and crushed before dying. On one occasion, the detector was even chased and bitten to death by a lampworm. It ran for more than 10 minutes, but couldn't shake it off. It was a terrible experience. Depend on. Wang Yu got up from his seat, took off the Spirit Vision Guardian helmet, and planned to go to the ship's cabin to launch a new batch of probes to replenish the game currency for Journey to the Center of the Earth. Of the first batch of probes launched, only 4 remain, and they are all quite far from the Rift Valley, making it too time-consuming for them to travel there. He looked at Catgirl, called her over, and explained the situation, aiming to get the probe to go as deep as possible to obtain information from inside. Her willpower attribute is not low, and it has grown to 8 after the battle with the Shadow Fiend. With the protection of the Vision Guardian helmet, she can stay connected to the deep space for a long time, but she needs to get used to hunger. Wang Yu planned to let her get used to it first, keeping it within 15 minutes, and then extending it later, but the total connection time could not exceed 3 hours, which was a safe time that Wang Yu had summarized based on his own experience. After arranging everything and granting Cat Kur the necessary permissions, Wang Yu went to the ship's cabin. This time, more than 40 probes were launched in one go, most of which were ordinary land-based probes, but also included 2 underwater probes and 3 armored land-based probes. The flight and land reconnaissance versions were kept because they were rare, and Wang Yu planned to use them together with the transport version in critical moments. After all 40-plus probes were launched, a spectacular meteor shower formed over Antarctica. 3 days later, Wang Yu woke up in bed with his mind filled with images of various deaths, because he had been controlling the detector for most of the time and had also gained some extra insights. Unsurprisingly, there are also mechanical beasts underwater on Hellstar. Most of them have the characteristics of marine life, such as fish, jellyfish, and crabs. They are more dangerous than those on land because they are generally larger than the Hellstars on land, and some are even whales transformed from large submarines. These underwater probes generally did not survive more than 12 hours. The ocean can basically be considered a no-go zone, so it is even less likely that there would be any survivors. On land, he and Cat Kur took turns operating the probe to go deeper, using the mindset of a strategy game, and they actually made some progress. They discovered that these hell beasts also had territories or habitats. After realizing this, they changed their approach from casting a wide net to focusing on a few key areas, recording the distribution of hell beasts along the way, and understanding their activity patterns. They really did explore deeper and deeper. It's like a replayable game where each death provides a hint for the next round, becoming a key to winning. After expending more than 20 lives, and even using their armored land-based armor, they finally reached the bottom of the rift. The hell beasts along the way became increasingly dangerous, but when they finally reached the bottom, there were hardly any hell beasts left. However, the concentration of iron was ridiculously high, visibility was less than 5 meters, and the air felt viscous. Wang Yu controlled the armored land-based probe to explore the valley floor, taking turns operating it with Cat Kur, fearing that the thing would die. Because the environment here was harsh, it felt like the iron content was too high, resulting in extremely high air pressure and very thin oxygen, and the probe was getting weaker every second. And so, they explored the valley floor for about half a day, unsure of how far they had gone, but following the vibrations, they headed towards the source of the tremendous noise, and finally, Wang Yu frowned, still vivid in his memory of that scene. Although the visibility was very low, he saw an astonishingly large shadow in the blood mist, no less than 800 meters high, and Wang Yu felt that the shadow filled the valley floor. If he was not mistaken, its width was probably tens of kilometers. If that's also a hell beast, its size would probably be even larger than the deep space, which is a hell leviathan. Unfortunately, the armored detector died after only a brief glance from afar. The cause of death is unknown, but it was likely attacked by some kind of long-range weapon, and the armored detector was easily destroyed without even feeling any pain. Wang Yu, Bear, and Mao Kur have all watched this video. Bear is currently estimating the size and attack range of this thing, which are very important data. More detectors can be sent to go deeper into the valley to obtain more detailed information. Moreover, judging from its size, the only industrial creations that can match it are probably large factories or even urban industrial zones. So there is a high probability that it contains clues to civilization, or even the legacy of civilization. It's just that it's difficult. Wang Yu sat on the bed and thought for a while. He picked up a moss pie wrapped in a white cloth and ate it. After finishing, he got up and dialed a number to contact Ball on the bridge. He stared wide-eyed after only a few words. Damn it. Why didn't you wake me up sooner for something this serious? Wang Yu was shocked. He thought, you just stayed up 2 nights playing Journey to the Center of the Earth? You're underestimating his current physical condition. He's now a Superman who can stay active for long periods of time just by recharging. I'm coming right away. After exchanging only a few words, Wang Yu changed his equipment and ran to the bridge, because an hour earlier, Ball had confirmed the existence of survivors. Wang Yu practically sprinted back to the bridge, glanced at the cat Kurer sleeping in the corner, and then, under Bale's watchful gaze, slowed his pace. Because he and Cat Kurer had been playing Journey to the Center of the Earth in a relay for the past few days with almost no rest, Cat Kurer was naturally tired and hadn't woken up yet. Wang Yu nodded to indicate that he understood, then tiptoed to the captain's chair and sat down. The information about the survivors was discovered by Ball, because after Wang Yu and Mao Kurer went to rest, Ball took over the work, regularly checking and confirming the status of each detector, and then noticed the anomaly. In Antarctica, besides the probes used to explore the rift valleys, there are actually a considerable number of probes wandering aimlessly. Just hours earlier, during a routine check, Ball discovered that 2 detectors had lost contact, and the coordinates of the 2 detectors were very close. This didn't seem like a coincidence, so Ball quickly manipulated the surrounding probes, set their direction, and sent them to crawl toward the suspicious area. He even sent an armored land-based probe with stronger vitality, and then discovered the survivors of the Hellstar civilization. Chapter 143 Hunting Team. Wang Yu sat in the captain's chair, established a connection with the deep space, and began to review the images left behind by the previous probes before they died. After discovering the location was suspicious, Ball sent 3 detectors there. The first one to arrive was the armored land-based one. Wang Yu was looking at it, and felt as if he were running wildly forward in a light red snow field. Suddenly, Wang Yu felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and his vision went completely black, as if the power had been cut off, plunging him into utter darkness. And within seconds, there was movement around him. Something was approaching him, and there was more than one. He was surrounded. Pain and the sensation of being hit came from weapons that should have included hammers, spears, and knives, and even stones being thrown, all hitting his armor with a thud, followed by the sound of conversation. Almost the instant he saw the system notification, Wang Yu paid credit points to learn the language of that civilization. Hit it. Quick, knock on its joints. Hey. A series of clanging and banging sounds. Boss, this one seems different. Its shell is so hard, my hands are sore from all the shaking. You're useless, let me do it. Bang. A loud thud. The force was considerable, and the armored detector was sent flying, cracking the armor. Yay. The shell is full of meat, just like the other 4-legged monsters before it. The sounds of random stabbing and hacking filled the air. The attacks continued, even relentlessly stabbing at Wang Yu's eyes, causing him excruciating pain. Fortunately, it's a detector with enhanced vitality and defense, so it can even put up a fight. If it were an ordinary detector, it would probably have been destroyed long ago. However, he only managed to hold on for a few more seconds before Wang Yu felt his body become heavy and he could no longer move, but the sounds in his ears did not stop. Finally took him down. That was tough. I'm going to sit for a bit. Someone sat down on the snow. By the way, when are we going back? If my mother finds out we snuck out this time, she'll beat me to death. Coward Kuro, you should have just stayed away. We've finally caught our prey. That's right. That's right. Stop arguing. We agreed before we came out that you have to follow my instructions in all actions. Our purpose in coming out is to hunt and find some food to take back, but that's not enough. Food was running low in the village, and with the meteor shower, the elders wouldn't let the hunting party go out. If this continued, The younger siblings would starve. Eating those disgusting mushrooms wouldn't help them grow. The sound stopped there, and this remarkably resilient armored detector had completed its final mission. Wang Yu watched the footage again, this time mentally prepared, and finally saw the figure on the snow, drawing a bow and arrow to attack him, before being blinded by the arrow. This body shape is very similar to that of a human or a demi-human. He is wearing camouflage clothing for snow. No wonder I didn't notice him before. Wang Yu muttered to himself, then checked the images left by the other 2 detectors before they died. Including the first 2 that lost contact, all 5 detectors were hunted down by this hastily assembled hunting team composed of kids. The location is in the northeastern part of Antarctica, near the sea. The last probe lost contact 15 minutes ago, which means that the team is likely still nearby. I'm prepared to launch all the flying, reconnaissance, and transport probes to try and locate the survivors' stronghold and establish communication. I've already learned their language, so communication is no problem. I can use a transport probe to send them small gifts and letters. They're very short of food, especially high-protein, fatty meats. Wang Yu quickly made a decision and asked Bear to bring over paper and pen, as he was prepared to write the letter himself. However, it seems that Ball had already guessed that he was going to do this, or that he also intended to do so the transport-type detectors were already arranged, including both the flight type and the reconnaissance type, as well as 2 ordinary land-based types. The preparations were quickly completed. Ordinary detectors are food or gifts in themselves and don't require any preparation, but Wang Yu and his team stuffed a large can of soy milk into the transport detector, which was placed in a square oil tank, along with a few moss pancakes. Finally, there was Wang Yu's letter. 5 or 6 minutes had passed, and he had only written the first line, which was basically no different from just writing hello. Ebel, I'm having some writer's block. Why don't you write it down for me? You read it, and I'll write it down in their script. Wang Yu looked at Bear, only to see her sigh, cross her arms, and in what seemed like 0.1 seconds generate a brief yet polite letter of introduction, stating their identities and purpose of visit, before reading it aloud. Then, as if he had been given a divine inspiration, Wang Yu wrote a letter of several hundred words with great fluency. Although the handwriting was somewhat ugly, resembling ancient cuneiform script, it should not hinder understanding. To dispel any suspicions, Wang Yu and his team claimed to be an exploration team from the Star Alliance, giving themselves a grand facade and an unbelievably powerful background. They said they were there to investigate the frequent unusual disasters in the universe and to provide assistance to the affected civilizations and their victims. After finishing writing, Wang Yu checked it over and was very satisfied. He felt that this was the best he could write. Then he carefully packed the sturdy little iron box and put it into the transport-type detector. Finally, he selected the launch option. At the same moment, on the edge of the Antarctic continent of Hellstar, by the sea, a dozen or so figures dressed in camouflage uniforms covered with pink and white strips of cloth appeared here, almost each with a fishing rod with things like nuts, nails, iron pieces, or even stones hanging on it, hoping to catch something from this blood-red ocean. These people were all quite young, judging from their height and voices. They were probably around 10 years old, with average heights of around 1.3 meters, and some as short as 1 meter. They were noisy and wore special masks designed to filter the air, and all of them had blue-gray tails and ears. People kept complaining about why nothing was biting, clearly showing that as newcomers to fishing, they lacked patience. But fishing sometimes has nothing to do with skill. You can hook a fish even with an empty hook. So soon someone caught a fish, pulling up a strange-looking little fish that looked like a soda can, with some kind of jetting device at its tail. It darted around wildly as soon as it came up, but was quickly surrounded and trampled to death by the group of children. There's hardly any meat inside, not even an ounce. One of the children said that, and then another suggested using it as bait to fish, saying that it might catch a big one, but the taller and older sister among them stopped them. If that doesn't work, use the small parts we brought to fish. Listen to me. The eldest sister spoke with considerable authority, and they immediately abandoned the risky plan, opting instead to use small mechanical parts for fishing. Soon someone else caught a fish. In fact, there are many hell beasts in the sea, even more than in the Rift Valley, so in less than half an hour, they caught 6 or 7 strange fish and piled them together. If they used fishing nets, they could probably catch even more, but the risks would also be greater, and they might even need a boat, which is beyond their capabilities. The leader of the group didn't participate in the fishing. Her task was to ensure everyone's safety and bring them back safe and sound. This was also her duty as the daughter of the hunting team's captain, so she kept watch over the surroundings. High in the sky, an exceptionally bright shooting star streaked across the heavens, seemingly landing not far from them. What exactly is that thing? The eldest sister hadn't seen many shooting stars. She only knew there were stars in the sky. She felt that if one of these things fell and hit someone, she couldn't even imagine it. Chapter 144 Hunting? No, Fishing Team. Inside a fairly large pit in the snow. At the very center of the pit was a giant egg over 1.4 meters tall, its surface smoldering and blackened, as it had just broken through the atmosphere and the heat from its fall had not yet dissipated. Then, the eggshells fell over like flowers to the four sides, with Wang Yu's belongings and other detectors that had been transported down stuck to the inner walls. Then there was a cracking sound, and they all hatched, forming a detector team. The metal transport version was flipped over during this process, with the 4 eggshells remaining, protecting the surrounding area like armor and moving by the silver bionic insect legs inside. As expected of a transport vehicle, the landing coordinates were almost perfectly accurate, and instead of using a parachute, it used heat jets from the bottom to slow down the vehicle, making it more like a landing module. Wang Yu was in charge of controlling the transport vehicle, which could be controlled before landing and even had its landing coordinates finally adjusted. However, it climbs a bit slowly, and its field of vision is partially blocked by the eggshell, making it less agile than a land-based type. Wang Yu tested the performance of the transport type and quickly understood its characteristics. It was strong and could carry things, but its flexibility and mobility were not as good as the land type. Then, his vision shifted to the sky, as if he were flying. For some unknown reason, a strange bird appeared in the sky above the snow. Its structure was quite simple. It was just a flying, winged eyeball with a wingspan of no more than 20 centimeters. It was grayish-white and very inconspicuous. This was the flying probe. After a brief adjustment, Wang Yu directed it to fly higher into the sky to expand its field of vision, and then fly towards the coordinates of the last hunting team to be discovered, to see if they could find the footprints they left behind. The other detectors followed behind. After a while, on the beach, the hunting team is still fishing. However, at this moment, Wang Yu felt that this team could be renamed the fishing team, because the fish they had caught were piled up behind them to almost half a meter high. They were all strange-looking fish, like living industrial waste, with characteristics of fish or other marine life. Canned fish, razor clam, or pipe snail. Electric wire jellyfish? Holy crap, is that bigger one a toilet seat that turned into a human? High in the sky, unknown to anyone, Wang Yu was observing them, marveling at what they had caught. Although he had launched underwater probes, the seawater was blood red and almost impossible to see, so he relied mainly on sonar to perceive other objects, and only very large mechanical beasts could barely make out their outlines. Moreover, if some experienced anglers knew about the speed at which the fish were being caught, they would probably immediately demand the coordinates if they could get there. Wang Yu found them in no time. Because they were in the snow and had prey with them, their tracks were quite obvious, making them easy to find. He just hadn't expected them to be fishing. Moreover, these kids are actually quite skilled. Although it looks like they're fishing, in reality, all the creatures that take the bait are small hell beasts. Putting aside their combat prowess, just considering their weight, each of these hell beasts, which are only a dozen centimeters in size, weighs no less than 20 kilograms, yet they can be easily handled and even killed. A subhuman race, with a tail and ears, it looks like a werewolf, but its blue-gray and white fur, the color distribution, makes it look a bit like a husky. Wang Yu analyzed the physical attributes of this group of demi-humans. If they were adults, he felt that their physical attributes would likely be above 10. Although they caught a lot of fish, they were short of edible parts. They were lucky to get 100 grams of meat from a pound of fish. The rest were mostly metal parts. At most, they could make a pot of fish soup, but it would taste metallic. This subhuman race's immune system is probably quite strong. Otherwise, with such a low oxygen concentration and poor food conditions, they would probably have gone extinct long ago. Wang Yu assessed the situation, flapping his wings and looking at another location where the 5 living detectors they had killed, which they called the 4-legged monsters, were piled up. Because mechanical beasts are all strange-looking, they are very accepting of bizarre creatures and never think of them as extraterrestrial beings. Moreover, this team's combat strength was not weak, because next to several live detectors, there was a motorcycle beast that had been killed. One of its wheels had been blown off. Wang Yu saw it on his way over, but probably didn't pick it up because it was inedible. However, he picked up the broken arm and piled it up. Beside this pile of food stood a female demi-human who was much taller than the other little kids. She must be their captain, the unnamed leader. He was about 1.6 meters tall with a well-proportioned figure, but his clothes didn't fit well. They were obviously several sizes too big and were draped over his body. There were also some protective metal plates on them. Its tail is much larger or fluffier than others, almost as tall as a person, and stands upright at the back. She was alert to her surroundings, clearly aware that the corpses and fish she had caught would attract prying eyes. She was keeping watch, but she overlooked the sky, unaware that an eye was watching her from high above. I caught it. I caught it. There's something there, and it's huge. Several exclamations drew Wang Yu's attention. It was the shortest boy in the group, only 1 meter tall, shouting excitedly and incoherently. Wang Yu watched for 2 hours. Everyone else caught fish, some even catching them one after another, but he didn't catch a single one. He frequently changed his position and fishing spot, and this time he even moved to a more distant location, and finally he got a bite. He mustered all his strength and pulled upwards, his face turning red, but the opposing force pulled him back down into the water. Fortunately, the others reacted quickly, abandoning their fishing rods and running to help pull. They huddled together and finally overpowered the large creature underwater, pulling up a monster. It was a strange lobster over 5 meters long, with a shiny black lobster head and a body that looked like a track taken from some kind of construction machinery. It could curl up like a real lobster, and its 2 pincers were discarded propellers. After being pulled out of the water, it became enraged, and its track and propeller spun rapidly, making a roaring sound, as it chased after the group of children. The latter immediately scattered like birds and beasts, showing no fear or running around. Instead, they went to retrieve their weapons and even equipment, albeit rather rudimentary ones, including bucket helmets and pot-bottom shields, forming a ragtag army that surrounded the strange lobsters that had come ashore. They were clearly trained and worked together seamlessly. Knowing the lobster was dangerous, they didn't attack directly, but instead lured it in, gradually surrounding it and cutting off its escape route. While the lobster monster is strong and destructive, it loses its agility on land and lacks ranged attack methods, so it is frequently hit by spears and hammers thrown at it, with the targets being its more vulnerable joints. But with this little equipment, I'm afraid if something goes wrong. Wang Yu judged that the equipment of these Hellstar natives was too backward and their hunting methods were quite primitive. They could easily suffer casualties. If they wanted to win, they should at least prepare the cannons. But a silver-gray shadow suddenly rushed into the encirclement, interrupting Wang Yu's thoughts. After leaping several times, the figure appeared on top of the lobster's head. With agile movements, it grabbed the lobster monster's antenna-like tentacles, steadied itself, and then thrust the spear into the lobster monster's closed eye socket, piercing through it. Chapter 145 Werewolf. A werewolf? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. If he hadn't been strapped into the captain's seat, he probably would have stood up by now, because the one who intervened in the battle was a werewolf. Transformation ability, similar to Cat's Claws and 9 Lives racial talent. Wolf transformation. Wang Yu thought to himself as he looked towards the battlefield. The individual who transformed into a werewolf was naturally the team leader, the one they called the Big Sister. No wonder she was wearing clothes several sizes too big. After becoming a werewolf, her height jumped to 1.8 meters. She became much stronger. Her body turned into an inverted triangle. Her arms and limbs were thick, and her bulging abs couldn't even be covered by her clothes. The werewolf-like leader displayed superhuman speed, almost comparable to Cat Brother, and her strength must have increased as well, representing an all-around enhancement. The spear that the leader used as a weapon pierced the lobster's eye socket, and then another one. It seems these natives have been dealing with hell beasts for a long time, so they have their own set of tactics. They focus on attacking the weak points in the defenses, such as the eyes, joints, and ears, to blind the beasts and restrict their movement, and then slowly kill them, wearing down the hell beasts. The eldest sister, as the main fighting force, was responsible for engaging and restraining the lobster monster. After the lobster monster became blind and even had its tentacles bitten off by the eldest sister, the other children joined the battle one after another. They avoided the front and focused their attacks on the lobster's sides, discovering blind spots that the lobster monster could not reach. Moreover, the other children can also transform, but not as well as the eldest sister. They mostly only transform partially, and it takes time. They often run to a safe place, exert themselves for a while, and then transform into a pair of, or even a single, wolf leg. Some of them are just a little stronger, without any obvious changes. The transformation that left Wang Yu speechless the most was that of the 1-meter-tall young man who caught a lobster. He only changed his head, but his height and limbs remained the same. He couldn't understand what the point was. He just carried a long spear and poked around in the group like a hoodlum. Is it just for the sake of looking good and fitting in with others? Wang Yu had been paying close attention to the battlefield and gradually felt relieved. He realized that although the hunting methods of these natives were primitive, they were quite effective. Even the hunting teams composed of children had considerable combat power. Once they grow up, or if they are replaced by a hunting team composed of adults from the village, they will probably be even stronger. If I come into contact with them, I will have to be careful. But their fishing rods are really good quality. What materials are they made of? And the fishing lines are so strong. Seeing that the battlefield had completely fallen into the rhythm of the hunting party, Wang Yu's thoughts gradually drifted off course, and he began to have all sorts of wild ideas. About an hour later, the metal lobster monster was finally rendered immobile by the jumping and leaping werewolves, half-werewolves, and wolf-headed men around it. Even the toughest shell can't withstand such torment. They were exhausted, with many metal spears stuck in their joints. One of their pincers was even torn off by the leader with a blunt instrument in her teeth. But the hunting party's attack truly began at this moment, and they attacked even more fiercely. I'll do it. The 1-meter-tall young man, whom Wang Yu considered to be no different from a thug, shouted. He had left the battlefield at some point, and when he reappeared, the spear in his hand was gone. In its place was a large angle grinder, or rather, a grinding wheel cutter. He then climbed onto the lobster's head and began cutting its metal-hard exoskeleton. Although the lobster was almost dead from the ordeal, some powerful tools were still needed to ensure that the opponent was killed and the body dismembered. The team had some, but they hadn't used them yet. The leader kept staring at the lobster until a large opening was cut into its head, and a spear was inserted to poke at it, damaging the brain or living chip inside. Only then did she relax her guard and call everyone to help divide and collect the spoils. Having successfully caught such a large lobster, along with their previous catch from fishing and hunting, they could finally report back. The lobster had a lot of meat inside, far more than the meat of other hell beasts. It seems that these natives have retained some industrial capabilities and are not completely primitive. That makes sense. Many industrial parts can be obtained directly from hell beasts. You just need to assemble them yourself. Even without a metallurgical industry, you can still manufacture industrial products. Those metal spears, shields, long swords, and even buckets all come from this source. Wang Yu guessed. Moreover, based on their understanding of the ferrite red fog, the probability of such a high concentration of fog on the surface of Antarctica becoming hellish is not high as long as one is not exposed to it for a long time. He glanced at his sanity level, which was still quite good. He figured the hunting party would be heading back soon, so he decided to follow them and find out where their base was. About 2 hours later, the hunting party was hauling a large amount of food back on sleds, with the lobster head, a key trophy, displayed at the front of the group. Pretty cool, actually. On the way back, they killed another lone motorcycle beast in no time. Wang Yu flew high in the sky, tracking them through the vision of the flight probe, eavesdropping on their indistinct conversations, and even memorizing the names of a few people. The shortest one, only 1 meter tall, is the cowardly Kuro. However, Wang Yu felt that he was not actually cowardly. He didn't know where he got the nickname, because of his low combat power. He raised his gaze and looked in the direction of the group. Ahead lay a continuous stretch of icebergs. Do you live at the foot of the mountain? He tried to fly forward, but all he saw was pink and white. Although it wasn't snowing and the visibility was good, he couldn't see anything that looked like a village, so he stopped in the air and continued to wait. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and he still hadn't seen the hunting party return to the village. It wasn't that they were going the wrong way, but rather that a person appeared in the snow, stopped the party, called the leader over, and began to reprimand her sternly. Damn camouflage, it's so well made. This person should have been here for a while, yet he didn't see him from the sky. Moreover, judging from the tone, it seemed to be the boss's father, who was giving her a good scolding. The henchmen behind him were all as if they had seen a ghost, silent and trembling, not daring to utter a single word. He was a middle-aged man who was nearly 2 meters tall. He had deep nasolabial folds on his exposed cheeks, and his right eye was injured. His eyeball was white, which must have been an old injury. His right arm was also broken, with only half of it remaining. He had a loud voice, so Wang Yu heard him clearly. He was scolding the leader for being reckless and acting haphazardly, and for sneaking out with more than a dozen people. What if something happened? But there's not much food left in the village. You didn't bring back any food when you went out last time. If I do nothing, everyone will continue to go hungry. As the captain of the hunting party, you should be doing something. The eldest sister retorted that she was probably going through a rebellious phase and was completely unruly, even cursing her father in return. What do you know? The middle-aged man was very angry and raised his hand, but he didn't hit her. He looked at his daughter, who was glaring at him, with a complicated expression. But suddenly, his ears twitched, and he looked up sharply, making eye contact with Wang Yu above him. Oh no! Wang Yu was surprised that he was discovered. Was this guy's senses too sharp? Was it because the sound of his wings flapping was too loud? He immediately flew backward, but the middle-aged man below pulled out a crossbow from his back, instantly aimed it, and fired it into the sky under the incomprehensible gazes of the older sister and a group of kids. Then Wang Yu's connection was lost. Chapter 146 Disassembly. The flying probe was hit and fell down, and was picked up by someone shortly afterward. What is this? The visitor asked in confusion, looking at the eyeball in his hand, which was about 5 centimeters in diameter. It felt unfamiliar, soft and fluffy, with a layer of downy hair on the surface and a pair of feathered wings on both sides. It didn't look like a mechanical beast at all. He surveyed his surroundings with his cold, single eye, his nose twitching as if trying to discern the scents around him. Father. Humph. So you still remember I'm your father. The middle-aged man was clearly still angry. He glared at his daughter and then looked at the other little kids. Is anyone hurt? No. Send them all back, then apologize to each of them in person. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? The middle-aged man noticed the 4-legged monster on the sled, walked over, and showed a similar look of confusion as before. He even pinched the 4-legged monster's leg with considerable force, breaking it. His confusion deepened afterward. Uncle Mark, isn't that amazing? This thing is all flesh, and I was the first to find it. Kuro, the coward. As the grandson of an elder in the clan, he naturally played a part in the large group of people sneaking out together, and was now trying to curry favor and get away with it. You'd better figure out how to explain this to your mom. She's waiting for you at the front gate. Forehead. Kuro's face fell instantly, looking dejected, but it was too late for regrets. He was initially against doing this, but he couldn't swallow the insult of being called a coward. 5 kilometers away in the distance, there was an inconspicuous strange thing standing on the snow. At first glance, it looked like a cannon model with 2 legs, but it was actually a telescope with legs. It was pinkish-white and almost blended into the environment. Wang Yu's consciousness shifted to this strange thing, using its extremely long field of vision to observe the hunting team in the distance and the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared. Luckily I had a backup plan, but unfortunately I can't hear the conversation anymore. Wang Yu thought to himself. Adjust the magnification and continue observing. This self-propelled telescope is the special detector called the land reconnaissance type. It follows the team closely. It is less than 15 centimeters long, but this is an advantage, as it can hide its shape very well. Plus, it can adjust its skin color according to the environment, making it a natural detective. The only downside is that it's a bit expensive to manufacture and requires feeding cameras. Wang Yu continued to observe the group's actions. After talking with a few people in the team, the middle-aged man led everyone towards the mountain. As they approached the foot of the mountain, they disappeared one by one onto the ground. Is there a tunnel? Wang Yu immediately understood, but it was difficult to see clearly without getting closer. The snowy environment is too easy to confuse the eyes. Even a small hole in the ground is easy to miss, let alone when he is far away. But the general coordinates should be correct. This village should be located at the foot of the mountain or even inside the mountain. Wang Yu noted down the coordinates, watched for a while longer, and after confirming that no one had come out, he disconnected the connection and returned his view to the deep space ship's bridge. Just then, Cat Kur woke up and was having breakfast. Wang Yu then pulled the 2 of them aside for a tactical meeting and explained the situation to the other team members. A demi-human who can transform and possess 2 forms. Although, it's hard to imagine the transformation process. He even became taller and stronger. Did they pump air into his body? This is far more amazing than the Cat Kur's paws. If even the weight changes, it's practically a test of physics. Wang Yu was more accepting of the ability to transform, because there are legends of werewolves transforming in many stories. However, the werewolf's abilities happen to match the story, which is hard to consider a coincidence. In addition to Cat Kur's racial talents and the fact that demi-humans are common in this universe, Wang Yu has reason to suspect that these demi-humans were designed by some advanced civilization, otherwise it would be too much of a coincidence. Life transmitter? Wang Yu suddenly remembered this term, which had appeared in the system information before, and it matched his guess. Wang Yu. Ball called out because Wang Yu had suddenly lost focus. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly had a ridiculous idea. Wang Yu raised his lips, and soon Bear also fell silent. Indeed, many aliens are demi-humans, belonging to the primate class, with an unusually consistent number of chromosomes, and even no reproductive isolation. This is too amazing. It is statistically impossible. It is far more absurd than throwing a stone, which attracts space dust all the way and snowballs into a star. Your conjecture is very likely correct. There may be an advanced civilization behind these planets, manipulating the process of life evolution on these planets in some way that we do not know. Ball also agrees with this conjecture. But right now, these things are too far away for them to access. Right now, they still need to think about how to make contact with the natives of Hellstar, and through them, further obtain information about Hellstar, make some trades, and it would be even better if they could obtain the legacy of the civilization. Furthermore, Wang Yu also wanted to use the resources of Hellstar to gather the materials needed for the fourth surgery's implant, the combat subbrain. To achieve this, they also needed to hunt down a powerful hell beast, the stronger the better. The three began to discuss how to make contact. Wang Yu and Ball were the main speakers, feeling that being direct would be more efficient. They had already prepared the message, and they would see the other party's reaction before taking further action. In addition, the results of what Wang Yu instructed Ball to do have also been released. After he and Catgirl explored the bottom of the valley, he commissioned Ball to calculate the size and attack range of the hell beast at the bottom of the valley, as well as the attack methods it might have. Unlike Wang Yu, Ball didn't sense any shadowy outlines when he was looking at that memory. He just walked and died. With such thick fog and low visibility, how could they possibly see each other? This was clearly something Wang Yu sensed based on environmental signals, such as the trembling ground and the loud noise, and it was very likely related to his inspirational abilities. But Bar also had her estimation method, which was more scientific. She estimated based on topography and landforms, but her conclusion was surprisingly similar to Wang Yu's. This monster could very well be tens of kilometers wide. I carefully recorded the terrain you traversed during your exploration, pieced it together on the computer, and came to the conclusion that this rift was likely formed by the monster as it dug underground. Like other rift valleys, including deep trenches, similar large hell beasts may exist. They are trying to dismantle this planet. Chapter 147 Gift Delivery. Disassembling a planet. Wang Yu stood up, somewhat incredulous. However, considering the terrain of Hellstar and the large number of hell beasts that live underground, this is indeed very possible. The purpose of all this is to allow that giant eyeball to break free from the planet's interior more quickly and gain its freedom. Therefore, in order to control this catastrophe, besides attacking the anomalous celestial body in subspace, there is another way. To stop these hell beasts, reinforce the planet's structure, and trap this eyeball tightly. Wang Yu sat back in his seat and pondered for a while, feeling that this could be a breakthrough in negotiating with the natives of Hellstar. When they share a common enemy and goal, they can be called friends or even allies. After all, the purpose of their star alliance was to manage the frequent disasters in the universe. Bar, I have an idea. We could try to establish long-term, mutually beneficial relationships with the civilizations on these planets, which would give us more footholds in the universe. The next day, Wang Yu drove a transport vehicle to the vicinity of the werewolf village. The reason it took so long to get here is because the transport vehicle was too slow to climb, and the body was heavy. Plus, it was snowy, so it took us until today to get here. As planned, he placed several gifts in an iron box containing letters on the ground, along with 2 ordinary land-based detectors, which served as part of the gifts, reminders, and to prevent these items from being buried by the falling snow. It's snowing in Antarctica now, and the snow is pinkish white, which probably contains iron. The reconnaissance detector lurked in the distance, like a surveillance camera, aimed at the werewolf village to see if they had received the gift. 3 days later, the gifts Wang Yu had placed there remained untouched, buried in the snow many times before being dug up again. He even sent a transport vehicle to move the items closer, to within about 10 meters of where they disappeared, but there was still no movement. Strange, don't these people even come out to take a look? Wang Yu switched to the detection detector and found that the gift was still there. He was a little annoyed and even had the idea of breaking in. Since they already know the approximate location of the entrance, they can send a transport probe to dig it out. But after thinking for a few seconds, he gave up, because that would easily make him seem like an intruder to the other party, which would make negotiations more difficult later. He turned his attention back to the other probes and continued his journey to the center of the Earth adventure, because in the past few days, their exploration of the interior of the Rift Valley was also underway. One purpose was to learn about the types and ecology of the hell beasts, and the other was to explore the bottom of the valley and understand the activity patterns of the enormous hell beast at the bottom. To this end, they even used communication antennas to record changes in radio wave signals within the Rift Valley. Such a large hell beast roaming at the bottom of the valley would likely manifest in radio signals, leading to the discovery of patterns. In order to prevent the communication antenna from turning into a hellish beast, they also had to leave one person outside the spaceship to watch over it, usually either Cat Kur or one of Wang Yu. Finally, they discovered and confirmed the activity pattern of this thing. It moved quite fast, about 50 kilometers per hour, and completed a round trip in about 13 days, 7 hours and 22 minutes. Then the depth of the rift would also increase slightly. What if these people don't come out? The reconnaissance detector is almost dead. This thing probably won't last more than a few days. Wang Yu got up from the captain's chair, and his first reaction was to complain about the matter. There was nothing he could do. The plan was stalled, and the other party wasn't making any moves, so he could only wait. It might be because of the snow. They are quite sensitive to the climate and environment. In addition, they have obtained a lot of food by hunting, so they probably came out when the snow stopped. Baldao was also helpless about this. 2 more days passed. Wang Yu obtained a new batch of blood-burning potions and black skulls from Pri today. The blood-burning potion was made using the previously used invisible combatant bud beast and heretic crusher bud beast, and its effects are stronger than before. There are a total of 15 bottles. Name: high-grade blood-burning potion. Creator: Starships. Regulatory level: Level 1, prohibited. Synopsis: a secret medicine made using a technology that does not exist in this world, also known as a magic potion, which only works on humans. Made with higher quality bud beast flesh and blood through a complex process, it has a stronger healing effect and temporarily increases immunity by 15 for 5 minutes. After that, the user will fall into a state of weakness and lethargy, with immunity decreasing by 5. If the immunity is less than 5, it will decrease to 1. The energy consumption rate will increase by 50%, and it will take a week to fully recover. Overdosing will not prolong the duration of action, but it will exacerbate side effects. Even after the upgrades, are they still level 1? After reading the information, Wang Yu thought that although he knew that the level of supervision was not entirely equivalent to the quality of the item, he was more curious about what the effects of a level 3 potion would be, and he estimated that they would be quite exaggerated. He chatted with Pri for a while and mentioned the situation on Hellstar. He had originally intended to have Pri join the discussion, but Pri had been studying ferrite all this time, and many of the experiments and discoveries related to ferrite were done by Pri. Based on Wang Yu's feedback, it seems that the demi-humans on the ground only wore filtering masks, not full-body protective suits. Therefore, their nature is basically confirmed. Ferrite has no direct effect on living organisms, or more precisely, organic living organisms. At most, it will be inhaled and deposited in the lungs, affecting respiratory function and even causing poisoning. Therefore, Pri's research on this magical substance has also hit a bottleneck, which means that iron is difficult to act on the human body, let alone be made into a magic potion. But Pris wouldn't give up on such a miraculous substance. He was definitely going to find a way. After all, he was a genius. He asked Wang Yu to collect a few more bottles and send them over when he had time, so he could try them and find some inspiration, literally, just to try them out. Forehead. Wang Yu warned him to be careful not to poison himself one day, then drank a bottle of Black Skull and glanced at its attributes. After drinking it for almost 2 months, his physical attributes finally increased a little, an extra little, while the experience required to level up remained unchanged, indicating that the potion was working. As for side effects, I did experience joint pain, but it subsided after a couple of days. Photophobia wasn't constant either. In fact, spending more time in bright light helped alleviate it. However, he had just finished drinking when the loudspeaker in Pulley's room came on. It was Ball, informing Wang Yu that the gift he had prepared for the werewolf village had been taken away, about 15 minutes ago. Chapter 148 Contact. Inside the mountain, the council hall of the Wolf Clan village. Today, the place is packed with people, all of them village elders or people in important positions, including Mark, the captain of the hunting team, as well as Kuro's mother and his elder grandfather. They are all inside, and even outside the door, there are quite a few people who are kept out by the guards, peeking and trying to see what is happening inside. Have you heard? Aliens are coming. No way. It's absolutely true. My brother is in the hunting team. He saw them as soon as he went out. They're the four-legged monsters. They were squatting right at the door. Oh, that's terrifying. Wait, the four-legged monsters you're talking about, could they be the ones Sivir brought back? I even ate them. Of course, that's why things are complicated. The messenger who was supposed to deliver the letter had already gone into the pot before they finally found it. Inside the ancestral hall, unlike the hustle and bustle outside, it was so quiet inside you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was so heavy it was suffocating. In the center of the ancestral hall, there was still the gift that Wang Yu had sent. Half of the soy milk had been drunk, and the pie had simply disappeared. Only the two four-legged monsters were still stewing in the pot, steaming hot. The letter was placed in front of the most respected elder of the clan, who was attempting to read it. He was an elderly man with a hunched back, less than 1.2 meters tall, whose facial skin was so loose that it almost covered his eyes, drooping down, and his face was covered with layers of wrinkles. This happens to werewolves as they age. Their skin gradually loses elasticity, and the effects of their werewolf transformation make it prone to sagging. However, it is quite rare for a transformation to be as severe as that of the old clan chief, unless the difference in physique before and after the transformation is too great. The old clan chief looked at the letter on the table, picked it up, examined it carefully, and then moved it away, as if trying to glean some deeper meaning from between the lines. Finally, he gave up and handed the letter to Captain Mark, who was standing nearby. Mark, you read it. I'm fine. Captain Mark accepted the letter respectfully, feeling a headache coming on. This matter had suddenly appeared, and if not handled properly, the consequences could be extremely serious. He also bears some responsibility, not only his daughter, but he also seems to have killed a flying alien. Mark wiped the sweat from his brow, swallowed hard, and squinted at the scribbles on the letter. It was written in extremely classical Chinese, which was so illiterate in the wolf village that there were very few people who could understand it. Fortunately, the members of the hunting team knew a few characters to some extent, and as the captain, he had also studied hard to improve his skills and was able to read it. So he read it aloud word by word, and the content was exactly what Wang Yu wanted to convey. He didn't write anything wrong. They said they were an exploration team from the Star Alliance, from outer space, here to investigate a local disaster. The entire universe is now filled with all sorts of inexplicable disasters, and they are the personnel responsible for dealing with these events. However, due to the large number of disasters, they are under severe manpower shortage and arrived a little late. We're doomed. They're short-handed too, and we've already taken several of their men. We're finished. One of them couldn't help but mutter something, while Mark continued reading. The letter mentioned several gifts, which were considered local specialties from outer space. A gasoline can contain soy milk, and a cloth wrapped around moss pies. A pie? Has anyone seen a pie? An elder asked, looking at the two hunting team members who had found the letter. They were sweating profusely and shaking their heads, indicating that they had never seen it before. One of them even let out a burp, which he quickly covered up. Mark continued reading, his brow finally relaxing, because the letter mentioned four-legged creatures, which were simply living probes they had created using biotechnology, similar to livestock. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't too bad. The person who wrote the letter was really clueless, not putting such an important thing at the very beginning. Finally, Wang Yu expressed his desire to speak with the people of the Wolf Clan village in person. If they agreed, he hoped for a response, followed by the location of the meeting. The letter ended there, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were about to face a war. After punishing the two hunting team members by making them stand guard for 2 months, the group gradually calmed down and began to rethink one thing: whether aliens were credible and whether they should be contacted. This is too bizarre. Even the 128-year-old patriarch had never encountered such a situation before. He was at a loss and looked to the other elders for advice. I do not approve of contact. They're no relatives or friends of ours. Who knows what they're up to? If they try anything malicious, we'll be in trouble. But the location of our village has already been exposed, so hiding isn't a solution. Yes. Why don't we make contact? Judging from the contents of the letter, they seem quite friendly. They're not angry that we ate the detector. I'm afraid they're just pretending not to be angry. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, unable to reach a consensus or persuade each other, which gave the old clan chief a headache. Then a middle-aged woman stood up. She was Kuro's mother, Clara Jessie, who was also the village's director in charge of technical engineering and education. However, everyone usually called her Teacher Clara, and she was quite strict. I think it's better to get to know them first. Clara wrote, As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone looked over. After all, he was a highly educated person in the village, and this was exactly the kind of person needed at that time. There's no way to avoid it. We should seize any opportunity to make contact, as their technological capabilities are beyond our imagination. Furthermore, as everyone knows, our village is currently facing a situation that is far more complex than just food shortages. This contact may be a breakthrough, but they are strangers and from an alien civilization, so we must be cautious. Therefore, I suggested that the strongest fighters in our tribe make contact with them, also to monitor them. If none of this works, then we fundamentally lack the ability to resist, so there's nothing to worry about. Clara's analysis was based on reality and was quite ruthless, leaving no room for argument. As she said, perhaps they had no choice at all, and things couldn't have gotten any worse. Seeing that no one spoke, the old chieftain had his answer. He nodded and agreed to Clara's contact plan, and put the hunting team leader Mark Brown and his daughter Sylvie Brown in charge of the contact matters. Deep space. Wang Yu confirmed through the images left behind by the two ordinary detectors before their deaths that the gift had been delivered and dragged inside by the two werewolf youths. This part of the image was recorded in the reconnaissance detector. Then it's just a matter of waiting for a reply. Hopefully, it won't take too long, otherwise Wang Yu will have to launch another probe. Fortunately, the result was good. Just a few hours later, Wang Yu noticed that some werewolves had come out. It was the leader of the werewolves. She planted a red flag on the ground, which was also a signal that the two sides had agreed to meet. Chapter 149 in Contact. The red flag was Wang Yu's contact signal left in the letter, representing his willingness to make contact. The time was set for noon 2 days later. After all, Wang Yu also needed to make some preparations. Of course, this refers to 2 days on Hellstar, which translates to approximately 2.7 days on Earth. Hellstar's rotation speed is slightly slower. 2 days later, Wang Yu and his two companions had already made preparations for landing. To be precise, the preparations had already begun 2 months ago, when they first arrived in the star system where Hellstar was located. These past 2 days they've just been checking for omissions and filling in the gaps, looking for anything they might have overlooked, and then doing some rehearsals for possible scenarios. The possibility that the other party is using a tactic against them and setting a trap cannot be ruled out. Although the possibility is low, no intelligent, non-extremely xenophobic civilization would provoke an enemy of unknown strength. But just in case, the werewolves might be that one, so they still have to be on guard. Therefore, the landing site cannot be chosen near villages, but must be chosen further away, and the landing module must be hidden. Considering the possibility that various unforeseen circumstances could damage the landing module or turn it into a hell beast, making it difficult to return, Pulleys will launch a second landing module at designated coordinates 3 months later. Therefore, the total time frame for this operation is limited to 3 months. After that time, regardless of the circumstances, they must return. Next is the payload of the landing module. We've already had Xiaoyu AI calculated. Based on the conditions of Hellstar and the fact that the surface gravity is about 0.87 times the standard gravity, the maximum payload of the landing module can reach 5.4 tons, which is much higher than before, so it can carry more things. Finally, there's the equipment for the 3 of them. 6 isolation suits were prepared, modified from the space suits of the caveman tribe. With Bale's superb craftsmanship, they didn't look bad at all. After all, you're going to be contacting the other party as an alien, and if you're dressed like a beggar, it will affect the quality of the communication. And since the 3 women's body types weren't significantly different, they could easily share the same item, so no custom-made ones were made. Next is the filter mask, designed by the cavemans. It can directly use the oxygen box, which contains oxygen bricks, greatly improving battery life and portability. Even in a completely oxygen-free environment, it can support continuous activity for more than 6 hours. They brought a total of 30 oxygen boxes and 12 extra spare filter masks, just in case they were damaged during the battle. Although all 3 are capable of operating in an anaerobic environment, it is still more comfortable in an aerobic environment. Wang Yu can also conserve the energy supplied by his superhuman glands and focus on the battle. Finally, the accompanying equipment needs to be portable, effective, and not easily activated into a hellbeast. Based on their current research and understanding of ferrite, there is no foolproof way to completely avoid activation except through isolation. Even if someone is sent to keep an eye on it, it can only suppress the activity. Over time, the activity will still be reactivated. They came to this conclusion after observing the light bulbs soaked in red mist for 2 months. Furthermore, This phenomenon may intensify as the iron concentration increases, and may even become activated instantaneously. Another conclusion is that the more complex and precise the machinery, the easier it is to activate. This is why the weapons and equipment of the werewolf tribe are relatively primitive, because this is the only way to ensure reliability. Therefore, Wang Yu's equipment became simple. Apart from the 5 sealed batteries used to charge the superhuman glands, his main weapons were only 2 hammers and a gun. It is not a power hammer, but a short hammer used for close combat, and can also be thrown. There is a chain between the hammer handles, so the attack range should not be underestimated, with a maximum range of up to 5 meters. Then there's the modified shotgun. The barrel was remade, the caliber was slightly increased, and it was reloaded with a disc-shaped drum magazine that can hold 50 rounds at a time, greatly improving its endurance. The downsides are that it's bulky, slow to load, and has a lot of recoil, but for Wang Yu's current wrist strength, it's just right. The bullets have also been adjusted. To counter the Hellbeast's toughness and durability, they have been changed to discarding sabot bullets, each 8 centimeters long, and are made using gunpowder and CNC machine tools from the Cavern Clan workshop. Finally, there was the protective gear. All 3 wore bulletproof vests with bulletproof inserts and cushioning fabric, followed by protective gear for their joints and limbs, and finally helmets and goggles. All of them were of the same specifications, differing only in size, giving them a standardized feel. Most of them were made by Ball, and some were completed with the help of Pris. This guy's precision in handcrafting items even surpasses that of machine tools. He said he relied on his sense of touch, which made Ball lose confidence. They were just a bit ugly. After this whole set of exercises, Wang Yu was carrying a load of 70 pounds. In the past, he would have been panting by now, but now, it felt like nothing at all. We only prepared enough fresh water and food for 1 week. Although we brought a filter to get clean drinking water, is it too little food? Bear looked at Wang Yu, seeking his opinion. That's enough. We can find food on the planet. We can even eat hell beasts. We can't exactly carry around a bunch of big bags and packages to see them. Wouldn't that make us look like refugees? Wang Yu said that he still advocated traveling light, as anything more would be a burden, and they might all be eaten by those werewolf beasts when they met. Ball remains the most important combat force this time, armed with a large caliber sniper rifle and an assault rifle using tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. She also carries a folding long gun that, when unfolded, is nearly 3 meters long, something only she can handle. Catgirl doesn't need melee weapons. Her ranged weapons are 2 newly made revolvers, which are much more powerful than her previous pistols. The downside is that they have a lot of recoil and are difficult to reload. In the past 2 months, in addition to training and improving their skills, they have been preparing these equipment, which is a significant upgrade, and they have also produced a large number of bullets. After loading ammunition boxes, medical kits, food, water, potions, and other supplies into the landing craft, they prepared to depart. Before the launch, Wang Yu checked his current attributes. Wang Yu. Race, human. Origin, terrestrial planets. Talents, Lucky 7, self-disciplined life. Abilities, superhuman glands, black bones. Black bone. Taking a magic potion increases bone strength and physical attributes by +1. Spell, body of fear. Condition, minor injury. Large, muscular body shape with yellowing chest. Height 174 centimeters. Weight 77.2 kilograms. Health, 90/90ths. Sanity, 120/120ths. Self-discipline lifestyle increases sanity cap by 20. Energy, 100/100. Psychic power, 10/10. Flesh, 11, 8 plus 2 plus 1, 109/800. Willpower, 10, 2749/3200. Reflection, 10, 8 plus 2, 3/800. Immunization, 7, 73/400ths. Inspiration, 9, 229/1600. Overall rating, a mini titan. Compared to before the implantation of the superhuman gland, the current Wang Yu could easily defeat 10 of his former selves with his bare hands, and the difference would be even greater with weapons. However, his health is also declining. In the past 2 months, he has intensified his training and frequently sparred with the Bud Beast. In addition, the effects of the Titan's surgery have made his carbonization disease more severe. It is uncertain whether Hellstar has a cure for this disease. The possibility is not non-existent, but it is quite small. He glanced at Bale's and Kat Kuer's stats again. The former had hardly changed, but he decided against looking at the latter, as it might dampen his enthusiasm. Cat Chorus' improvement was even greater than his. After all, she was a genius. The three men entered the landing module, greeted Pris, and then began the launch procedure. After Xiaoyu AI read a bunch of pointless advertisements, the No.1 landing module was officially launched, targeting Hellstar. Chapter 150 Contact. Hellstar, high in the sky. Another meteor fell, but it was several times larger than the previous one, and Wang Yu and a few others were sitting inside it. After approaching the ground, Wang Yu switched the operation mode to manual and controlled the landing module to fly for several dozen kilometers before slowly landing. Little Fish reminds you that the current planetary environment is harsh, with low oxygen concentration and a large amount of toxic and harmful gases, and the PM index is high. Please take precautions to protect yourself. To better explore the planet, Little Fish highly recommends the Pioneer Kit, a groundbreaking new product from Four-Legged Fish Company. This kit uses a cold fusion battery and has a built-in micro-life support system, making it fearless in harsh environments and ensuring worry-free endurance. It's especially great when paired with the latest Windrunner all-terrain vehicle. Wang Yu immediately shut down the console, silencing the trash AI, because they had already arrived. Moreover, after hearing these advertisements so many times, Wang Yu was also itching to try them out, because the things advertised were indeed amazing, such as cold nuclear fusion batteries, which sounded incredibly powerful just from hearing about them. Unfortunately, he could only hear about them. He couldn't even see the actual product, let alone buy it. Wang Yu and the two teammates behind him exchanged a glance, signaling to get ready, and then put on masks and helmets, covering their entire bodies. The oxygen cartridge inside the filter mask can increase the oxygen content of the filtered air and improve comfort, although it has little effect on Ball. Then, he pressed the hatch open button, jumped out with his gun raised, and after scanning the area to make sure there were no suspicious figures around, he put the gun down. Soon, Ball and Catgirl also came out. One of them carried an ammunition box, while the other carried a medical kit and supplies. Looking at it this way, Wang Yu was the one with the lightest load among them. The three did not leave immediately, but instead took out a pink and white tarpaulin and covered the landing module to minimize its contact with the surrounding iron elements, which also served as a form of camouflage. After getting ready, the three of them put on their homemade skis. Because of his weight, Ball's skis were obviously a size too big. Otherwise, if the three of them had to walk, they would have wasted a lot of energy and would have been slow. They are about 50 kilometers away from the mountain range where the werewolf village is located, so they should have enough time. The three of them slid forward on the snow. Wang Yu and Mao Kuer were both skiing for the first time, but they mastered the technique in just a few minutes, and their speed increased. After all, both of them are used to activities in zero-gravity environments, so skiing is much easier to learn, especially with Ball explaining the key points. As a robot, Balki already possesses these basic tools. It doesn't even need to learn them. Half an hour later, the journey was already halfway over. However, at this moment, pinkish-white snowflakes began to fall from the sky, drifting slowly down and landing on Wang Yu's protective suit. This snow contains a considerable concentration of iron. Although no tests have been done, it turns a blood-like color when it melts, so it's best to minimize contact, especially for those in Ball. However, putting the risks aside, the pinkish-white snow, the dark red sky, and the blood-red sun hanging overhead all give people a sense of beauty as if they have wandered into another world, a feeling they have never had before. It seems there is a significant difference between first-hand experience and observation through a detector. As Wang Yu skied, he enjoyed the scenery along the way. Suddenly, he felt a tickle in his nose, and a strong smell of blood rushed into his nasal cavity, almost choking him. At the same time, his eyes widened. Without him noticing, the scenery around him completely changed. Thick, blood-red rain poured down, and the whole world was stained and filled with this rain that smelled strongly of rust. The water level rose rapidly, submerging Wang Yu in just a few seconds. Before he could even react, his body began to sink, he lost his balance, and he plummeted downwards in the dark red blood. Deep below, there was a huge, pale eyeball covered in blood vessels, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a complex circuit, emitting a faint red glow as if it were electrified. The blood-red pupils in the very center were staring intently at him, making Wang Yu feel like he had nowhere to escape. He thrashed about in the blood, his voice trembling with terror. Wang Yu. Wang Yu suddenly felt someone shaking him forcefully, which snapped him awake. He looked at Ball in front of him and the cat Kuder standing beside him, then looked around. After confirming the pinkish-white snow and the mess he had made around him, he let out a long sigh of relief and began to pant. Wang Yu, what's wrong? Did you see some kind of hallucination again? Or were you attacked? Ball asked nervously, looking around after confirming that Wang Yu was feeling better. You suddenly collapsed, then rolled around on the ground screaming. Cat Kuer then described Wang Yu's behavior just now, which made the latter pause and feel somewhat out of control. He was now fully awake and roughly understood what had happened to him. He did indeed fall into a hallucination, and it was somewhat terrifying, a kind of mental attack. His sanity plummeted by more than 70 points, but Ball and Cat Kuer did not fall into any abnormality, which means that only he was attacked, probably because of his high level of inspiration. This is the downside of high inspiration. While they can discover details that ordinary people miss, they may also suffer additional mental attacks, making them more prone to madness or even unfortunately transforming into demons. Wang Yu told Ball and Cat Kuer about what he had just seen, giving a general description. Due to a lack of vocabulary and language skills, he couldn't fully describe the feeling, only emphasizing the blood and the giant, bloodshot eyes. Don't stare at the blood-red sky for too long, or you'll get caught up in it. Wang Yu added that after getting up from the ground and touching his mask, he realized that he really had a nosebleed, which might have been the trigger for his hallucinations. After a short rest, Wang Yu urged the two to continue their journey, as they had an appointment and couldn't be late. But are you really alright? Bar was clearly asking Wang Yu about carbon monoxide poisoning. But he was really fine. He just had a slight nosebleed, which affected his health a little, but didn't affect his mobility at all, and the bleeding had stopped by now. The three continued their journey. The heavy snow quickly covered the tracks they had left behind, which was a help in some way. Before confirming the werewolf village's attitude, it was best not to let them know where their landing pod was. About half an hour later, they arrived near the mountains. Using the scope of his sniper rifle, Bar spotted the people waiting for them at the village entrance a few kilometers away. It was Captain Mark and his daughter. Although there were still 2 hours until the scheduled time, they were clearly already waiting. Without hesitation, Wang Yu and the others urged their skis to move in that direction. Bar used the scope of his sniper rifle to aim at the high mountain behind him. If there was an ambush, there was likely a sniper hiding there. All three were prepared for any unexpected situation and remained vigilant, as it was their first time interacting with unfamiliar natives, and they could not afford to be careless. Chapter 151, Entering the Village. Wang Yu and his two companions slowed down their skiing pace, getting closer and closer to the entrance of the werewolf village. When the distance was about 2 kilometers, it was certain that the other party had also spotted Wang Yu and his group. They didn't use optical instruments, but identified them directly with their naked eyes and looked in their direction. We didn't find any reflective light sources on the other side, including on the mountainside. However, the other side may not have the capability to produce optical sights, or may still be lurking. We cannot let our guard down. Balda. The voice came into Wang Yu and Mao Kuer's earpieces. As a robot, she could have remained silent and whispered to the other two via radio waves. On the other side, Mark and Sivir, who had taken on the important task of entertaining the aliens, were also very nervous. They had been preparing for a long time and had been waiting for several hours in advance. Clara had told them a lot of things to be aware of, saying that aliens or extraterrestrial civilizations might be fundamentally different from them, not only in terms of etiquette and customs, but also in terms of physical structure and potentially vastly different aesthetics. Therefore, Clara emphasized that no matter what you see running towards you, you should not attack it, and you should not be scared away or laugh at its appearance. Even if it's a fat fish with 4 legs that comes running towards you, you should still show it the respect it deserves. The only good news so far is that these aliens have similar eating habits to them and are very likely carbon-based life forms, which will reduce some of the conflicts in their beliefs. Clara was originally going to join the welcoming party, but considering the risks that if a battle broke out, Mark and Sivir might be unable to take care of her and would be hampered, she chose to receive them within the village. Dad, someone's here. They look a lot like us. Are they aliens? Sivir asked. Forehead. Mark was certain, since he had never heard of any other fellow countrymen living here besides their village, and even if there were, they could only be mechanical beasts. But not long ago, Clara told him a whole bunch of possible alien images. From birds that fly in the sky to fish that swim in the water, and then to mice and even plants underground. You can talk about anything, but it's unlikely that you'll be like them. Because the evolution of life is the superposition of countless coincidences, it is unlikely that the same result will evolve. So, could it be a new type of mechanical beast disguised as a human? Take a look first, listen to Teacher Clara, talk less, and you won't make mistakes. Also, be prepared with weapons, just in case they attack. Mark said that he had seen a lot of big events, and with his daughter right next to him, he had to stay calm no matter what. About 10 minutes later, the two sides made formal contact. 3 aliens, clearly humanoid but dressed in strange clothing and whose faces were not visible, appeared before Mark and Sophia. The atmosphere was inexplicably tense. However, Wang Yu clearly had a stronger presence, since he hadn't shown his face and was much more mysterious. Moreover, he had already met these two people and had some understanding of the werewolf race, giving him a significant intelligence advantage. He coughed lightly and spoke first, because among the 3, only Wang Yu had fully mastered the werewolf language. Ball only understood a part of it, and Kat Kur was completely unreliable. Ahem, hello everyone. We are the Star Alliance investigators who delivered the letter before. You can call me Wang Yu, Captain Wang. These two are my colleagues, and we are jointly responsible for this investigation. This operation will be recorded in its entirety and uploaded to Star Alliance headquarters for the purpose of studying countermeasures against cosmic disasters. Thank you for your cooperation. Wang Yu spoke in a serious tone, then extended his right hand. Mark seemed somewhat bewildered, as if he didn't understand the etiquette of shaking hands. At that moment, Bale's voice rang in Wang Yu's earpiece. You idiot, he doesn't even have a right hand. How can he shake your hand? Wang Yu's expression changed instantly. This was entirely due to the muscle memory he had developed from practicing too much before. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand and consider how to salvage the diplomatic crisis, another hand grasped his. The hand, though not wide, was very strong. It was none other than Sivir who had walked over. Hello, I am Sivir of the Wolf Clan. This is my father, Mark. He's the head of the village hunting team. We'll be there to receive you and cooperate with your investigation. Sivir spoke with a confident and natural manner, resolving this insignificant diplomatic incident. Wang Yu felt a surge of relief. She truly lived up to her reputation as the big sister who commanded the respect of a bunch of kids. This is Ball, responsible for recording and analyzing this disaster. This is Catgirl, mainly responsible for ensuring the safety of the operation. She's not very talkative. Wang Yu continued to introduce his 2 teammates, while firmly attaching the fabricated identity, or rather the setup, to himself. Anyway, the natives of these planets can't verify it, so he can exaggerate however he wants. In fact, the bigger the background, the safer it is, and the better it is for subsequent operations. Just before he finished his introduction and was about to go into the village for a detailed discussion, Mark's one eye lingered on Wang Yu's waist, then looked at Ball and Kat Kur, and spoke. I'm sorry for being so abrupt, Captain Wang, but that's a gun on your back, isn't it? And your 2 team members are also carrying guns. Our village has a rule that dangerous items cannot be brought into the village and must be kept in a designated place. It's not that we're questioning your character, but this kind of thing is really dangerous. You might not know, but firearms on this planet can transform into mechanical beasts at any time. Those things are difficult to control and extremely dangerous. Mark Dow clearly recognized guns as well. He himself carried a crossbow capable of rapid fire. The reason he didn't choose a gun was precisely because of this concern. Once out of control, the hellish beasts formed from firearms are often far more dangerous than bows and arrows. Wang Yu frowned slightly, but this was also within their contingency plan. The rule of not allowing weapons when entering the village was easy to imagine. He nodded, turned and walked toward Ball, opened the ammunition box. Inside was a bag of bullets and grenades sealed with plastic tape, and at the bottom was a glaring silver briefcase, not very large. He took out his suitcase and said to Mark, Is it okay to bring only this? This is a valuable item, and our Star Alliance has a rule that it must be carried at all times. Wang Yu said that while making concessions, he also made new requests and brought up the Star Alliance's rules and regulations. This is the advantage of using a fake identity. Many things can be explained by the rules require it. Mark hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded solemnly. He and Sivir led the way, guiding Wang Yu and the others toward the village. Chapter 152, Entering the Village, Part 2. Wang Yu handed the silver briefcase to Ball, inside which, of course, was their most powerful weapon, Higra's roar. This was the only powerful weapon they had left, so they naturally brought it with them, and it was impossible for them to hand it over to anyone else, because it was too dangerous. Mark agreed to the condition because, judging from its appearance, the thing couldn't even fit a rifle, and compared to the guns on Wang Yu and the others, it seemed harmless. He and Sivir led the way, while Wang Yu and the other 2 followed. The 5 of them soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. It's me. I've already met the guests. Please open the door. Mark looked down into the underground passage, then heard the sound of mechanical transmission coming from below. Part of the ground collapsed, forming a dark opening leading underground. Wang Yu was already familiar with this, having seen the images left by the probe before. The two probes that were sending messages were killed by the two young men who emerged from the cave. Captain Mark gestured for him to proceed, then slid down the snow. Next, Wang Yu and his two companions, who had put away their skis, followed them in. Finally, Sivir arrived, and the two of them protected Wang Yu and his companions from the front and back. Of course, this can also be interpreted as surveillance. However, Wang Yu and his group didn't care, because they weren't there to cause trouble, so they didn't care about being monitored. The group slid down a few meters, and the road ahead turned into a flat, hard surface, leading them into an underground passage. The slope behind then slowly rose up, likely due to a switch design based on the lever principle, which probably contained gears and a winch. Wang Yu looked towards the guardhouse on the side of the corridor. Inside, a young wolf was pushing a large rotating wheel with all his might. It was probably the switch for the main gate. He was also sizing up Wang Yu and the others, a look of surprise in his eyes. After noticing Wang Yu's gaze, he immediately turned away and pushed the turntable even harder, pretending to be busy. This underground corridor is quite spacious, so it seems that the size and production capacity of this village may be higher than we expected. Bar used a radio wave to whisper to Wang Yu. The two men focused on these details in order to roughly assess the village's level of productivity. Mark, who was leading the way, was now acting as a guide, introducing the village to Wang Yu and the other guests. Our village is built inside the mountain for safety reasons, because there are mechanical beasts everywhere here. I'm not sure if you encountered any of those come-to-life machines on your way here. They're quite dangerous. Yes, we know about them, and we've fought against them before, but on our side, they're called Hell Beasts. Hell Beast. Captain Mark looked at Wang Yu, seemingly puzzled as to why it was this name, and then Wang Yu explained. Because this is not a normal natural phenomenon, but a phenomenon in which the machine is suddenly activated by the influence of subspace energy and matter, it is named the hellification phenomenon to distinguish it from normal natural phenomena. Wang Yu explained that some of it was made up by himself, but overall it was actually correct. However, Mark was completely confused after listening, because there were even more terms he didn't understand. Subspace. He didn't press further, feeling that the questions would only multiply, and that it was better to leave this to Ms. Clara. But aliens do know a lot. Mark recalled what Clara had said at the meeting. This contact with an extraterrestrial civilization could be the opportunity for them to break the deadlock, and he began to feel a strange sense of anticipation. Captain Mark, if I may ask, were you originally settled on the Antarctic continent, or were you forced to migrate here? Do you have any other outposts? This is very important. Although it may infringe on your privacy, it's crucial for our subsequent work. Baldaw, this was actually a line that had been rehearsed beforehand, the purpose of which was to confirm the number of villages in the other side. Mark stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, frowned, and seemed reluctant to speak. But after thinking it over, he felt it wasn't a big deal, so he swallowed and said, "There are no other villages left. We are the last group of people. If you want to learn about the changes and history of this planet, you can talk to the elderly people in the village after you enter. They know more about this part of the history," Mark said, leading the three of them forward. After going about 30 meters deeper, the passage came to a crossroads. Directly ahead was the road into the village, and a very sturdy inner-city gate was blocking their way, with 2 guards standing at the entrance. Along the way, they had seen no fewer than 10 guards, including several in the gatehouse, which showed that the wolf village was very concerned about protection and security. However, Mark did not lead Wang Yu and the others directly into the village. Instead, he took a side road to the left and walked about 20 meters before entering a room at the end that appeared to be a security warehouse. Inside, a young wolf was on duty. Mark indicated that Wang Yu and the others could store their weapons here, ensuring that they would not be lost. He had already taken the folding crossbow off his back and handed it to the guard watching over the warehouse. Wang Yu also planned to follow local customs and leave the guns there. Since someone was watching over them, the probability of them turning into hell beasts in a short time was almost negligible. Moreover, the concentration of the underground red fog is significantly lower, and it is estimated to be even lower in the village, suggesting that they may have installed some kind of purification and filtration system. Wang Yu handed the shotgun to the wolf guard, who had clearly never seen such a large weapon before. Wang Yu could see surprise and curiosity in the guard's eyes at the weight of the shotgun, but he was very professional and did not slack off in his movements. He turned around, took the gun, and placed it on the shelf to the side. Ball and Catgirl did the same, handing over their guns, even their ammunition boxes and medical supply boxes, as carrying them would be cumbersome. They only kept their silver briefcases and melee weapons for self-defense. So far, this group of werewolves seems to be relatively easy to communicate with, since they are all primates and have many things in common. Wang Yu looked at the ceiling of the room, where light bugs were fixed in place with clips. These things seem to be commonly used for lighting in the wolf village, and they might even be a kind of food. They could be eaten when the lights went out, and then caught more, because there were so many of them underground, like flies that you could never kill. Some of them were even particularly large and fat. Wang Yu was about to ask about the Hellbeast application when suddenly the ground shook violently, and an earthquake occurred. From a space perspective, it would be very clear to see the Antarctic continent shaking, its edges breaking apart, a sea of blood surging up, and the entire landmass sinking. Chapter 153 Chaos. The earthquake came and went quickly, lasting less than 10 seconds, but the commotion it caused was considerable. Shelves in the security warehouse collapsed in large numbers, scattering goods all over the floor and nearly crushing people. Fortunately, the people in the room were all capable. Apart from the warehouse guard who lost his balance and fell, the others were not injured and even managed to hold up the collapsing shelves, demonstrating extraordinary physical abilities. This is an earthquake. Wang Yu frowned slightly, exchanged a glance with Ball, and naturally connected the earthquake with the activities of the hell beasts in the underground. And just now, he heard a very loud collapse sound. Possibly the passage or something else collapsed. Are you alright? Wang Yu forcefully pushed the shelf that was pressing down on him back down and reached out a helping hand to the werewolf guy who had fallen to the ground beneath him. The latter was still somewhat shaken, his legs were trembling, and he was about to say thank you when he saw Wang Yu's eyes widen suddenly behind his goggles. Wang Yu pulled him away and threw him backward, where he crashed into the collapsing shelf. Almost at the same moment Wang Yu made his move, the ground around the werewolf's feet broke open, and several broken cables rushed out, trying to grab Wang Yu. But Wang Yu, who was prepared, retreated and dodged them. Watch out for the ground. Wang Yu shouted loudly, glancing at the others out of the corner of his eye, and noticed that not only were there tentacle-like wires emerging from the ground on his side, but others were as well. Captain Mark was particularly unlucky. Tentacles emerged directly from beneath him, entangling him and causing him to tremble violently from the electric shock, his hair standing on end and even emitting smoke. Father, Sivir, who was guarding behind Wang Yu and the others, immediately became anxious, but before she could make a move, she saw Mark's body expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. His proper clothes, which he had worn to receive Wang Yu and the others, were torn into rags, and his mask fell off. In just a few breaths, Mark's height swelled from 1.8 meters to nearly 2.5 meters. His body was covered in blue-gray wolf fur with a metallic sheen, and he also had many old wounds. One scar even tore from his forehead to his chin because he had lost an eye. He reached out his powerful claws and grabbed at the cable at his feet, tearing it off and breaking free from his control. It's a cable worm. These things are electric, so be careful not to get tangled in them. Mark warned loudly, but even if he hadn't said it, the others would have understood what was going on just by looking at his bristling hair. Wang Yu touched the short hammer at his waist, frowning slightly. He felt that this weapon was not very suitable for dealing with the cable-like hell beast, which put him at a disadvantage. While he was thinking, Cat Kura rushed over, her claws piercing through his gloves, and in a few swift movements, she cut the cable in front of Wang Yu into several pieces. The pieces fell to the ground, writhing like severed snakes, sparks flying from both ends, and even oozing dark red blood. Wang Yu used this. Bear tossed a flat-headed machete that looked like a woodcutter's knife to Wang Yu. The handle was wrapped in tire leather, which provided insulation. Combined with the non-conductive protective suit he was wearing, he could cut power lines without any problem. She also took one herself, picking it up from a shelf. Because this was a security warehouse, they might lack other things, but weapons were never lacking. Many had fallen to the ground. The five of them launched a counterattack against the cable worms that were emerging from the ground. Before long, all the cables that had sprouted from the ground were cut down, and the security warehouse fell silent with no new cables emerging. However, the matter was not resolved, because during this process, they also heard fighting and terrified screams coming from outside the corridor, indicating that they were not the only ones attacked by hell beasts. The real thing isn't here. Sivir, please protect the guests. Excuse me, I must take my leave. Mark looked at the broken cables scattered on the ground, then at the wolf-like Sivir, and hurriedly said to Wang Yu before rushing out, clearly realizing the seriousness of the situation. Sivir actually wanted to go too, but she remembered her mission, so she could only look at Wang Yu and the others, and then at the injured werewolf. He was lucky. He only dislocated his arm when he was thrown away by Wang Yu at the beginning, which was considered a minor injury. However, he did not turn into a wolf. Perhaps it takes time, or perhaps it is simply impossible. Werewolf transformation is likely not an ability possessed by all werewolves. Only the best among them, or geniuses, can transform into werewolves at any time, like Sivir and her father, gaining immense power, attributes, and growth potential that are significantly higher, similar to Caterpie among the cat people. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ball put the werewolf's dislocated arm back in place in less than 2 seconds, which was nothing short of miraculous. I can take care of myself. You don't need to waste your time on me. The werewolf picked up a knife from the ground, looked towards the corridor, thought for a while, but still didn't rush out. At this moment, Ball looked at Wang Yu, and a voice came through his earpiece, asking how to proceed. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this visit may have to be cancelled. Wang Yu looked at Sivir, who seemed quite uneasy, glancing out into the corridor every now and then. Because there were still sounds of fighting and her father's angry roars, but she couldn't run out to help. If something happened to the guests at this time, it would escalate into a very serious diplomatic issue. They still firmly believed in the Star Alliance that Wang Yu spoke of. Let's join the fight too. We came down here to solve problems, and we've just stumbled upon this situation, so of course we have to solve it. Wang Yu said that he had already retrieved his shotgun. Now that he had the gun, no one would accuse them of carrying contraband. Ball and Kat Kur retrieved their guns, along with some ammunition and grenades. Wang Yu also took a few bags, and they prepared to charge out and wipe out the invading hell beasts. At this moment, Sivir also cast a grateful glance at Wang Yu. She had been worried sick for a long time. After a brief rest, the four rushed out of the security warehouse. Sivir ran in the lead and took her father's crossbow to use as a ranged weapon. The outside was also a mess. As soon as I came out, I saw 2 dead hell beasts, as if they had been torn apart by a terrifying force. Their parts were scattered all over the ground. The hell beasts, which should have looked like insects, were pieced together from various metal parts and flesh. They had also crawled in from underground. There was even a large hole turned outward in the corridor floor. Carl, Sivir exclaimed in disbelief as she ran toward the charred corpse lying on the ground, which had likely been electrocuted by a high-voltage current and still had several broken cables attached to its body. But that wasn't the worst of it. Just a few meters away, there were still 2 legs or lower body left on the ground, making it hard to identify the person. Next to them was a dark hole big enough for a person to crawl into. Presumably something suddenly emerged and took away his upper body. Chapter 154 Chaos 2. Name, Iron Ant, Hell Beast. Description, some discarded metal parts and industrial waste, under the influence of subspace energy and matter for a long time, are activated and formed into hell beasts. They vary greatly in appearance, but generally present a multi-legged, insect-like form, and are mostly found in industrial areas and landfills. The smaller ones are called iron ants. They are capable of traversing rock and ice layers, are carnivorous, scavengers, and exhibit some social behavior, acting in groups. Wang Yu remained calm and picked up a severed limb of a hell beast from the ground. He obtained information that it was a type of hell beast he had never seen before, and that they would attack in groups. Without stopping, the 4 jogged forward and found 3 dead wolf guards in the short 20-meter passage, along with a severed leg and arm, and a large amount of blood. The victims were probably in no better condition. It is very likely that the entire area was attacked after the earthquake, and by a large number of insectoid hell beasts. Their razor-sharp limbs and hydraulic mouthparts would likely result in lifelong disability or even death if touched, not to mention the electrified types. However, 7 or 8 hell beasts were killed or destroyed along the way. Because their designs were too abstract and they were made of industrial waste, it was not easy to identify their exact number. Once they died, they were scattered into a pile of parts. They ran back to the previous crossroads because there was noise of fighting there. Sure enough, there were 2 werewolves fighting here, surrounded by 7 or 8 iron ants of various shapes. This thing is less like an insect and more like an irregular polymer of industrial waste with legs. Its core is a clump of garbage, with even beverage bottles hanging on it. It's unclear whether it hasn't degraded or if the insect replicates the plastic along with it when it reproduces. New insects even jumped out of the holes in the ground and the sidewalls, but reinforcements had arrived. Just as Sivir grabbed her machete and rushed over, thunderous gunshots rang out behind her. Several iron ants were the first to be hit. After being shot, they were stunned, and a large amount of junk parts and dark red filthy blood burst out of their bodies, like a garbage can being blown up. The smell must have been terrible. After being shot one after another, they died quickly and turned into a pool of garbage mixed with disgusting fluids and flesh. The firearms that Wang Yu and his group had specially prepared for the hell beasts showed absolute dominance at this moment. In just over 10 seconds, the crisis was swept away, as if divine soldiers had descended from the sky, leaving the two werewolves and Sivir who were surrounded dumbfounded. They weren't unfamiliar with firearms. They'd even killed and eaten gun bugs before. But this was the first time they'd ever seen a gun with such power, almost as powerful as a cannon. Wang Yu took down half of them by himself and was quite satisfied with the super shotgun in his hand, but he had to use both hands to hold it steady. After throwing an impact grenade into each of the two holes, the area finally quieted down and no more new insects appeared. The survivors and the wounded seemed to be gathered here, about a dozen people, including several seriously wounded, with broken arms and legs, including a werewolf whose abdomen was pierced by a sharp insect leg. Someone was helping to bandage the wound. The other two werewolves who were in better condition also had injuries. Moreover, the access road to the village had collapsed, and part of the gate was buried. Due to the deformation, it could no longer be opened normally. Furthermore, there were continuous sounds of commotion coming from inside, including shouts, screams, roars, and even explosions. Wang Yu's expression turned serious, realizing that the situation was more serious than he had thought. The attack did not affect only a local area, and the invading beasts were not just a few. The entire village was caught up in this unexpected incident. And was this really an accident? Why did it have to happen right when they were in contact? Where's my dad? Isn't he with you? When Sivir heard the commotion coming from inside the village, his face turned quite grim. He chatted with the people there for a few minutes and learned what was going on. It seemed that his father, Mark, had gathered the survivors together, but he was nowhere to be seen. Captain Mark went to the other warehouse. There are a few more there. One of the werewolves pointed to the other side. Sylvie nodded and prepared to go over, instructing these people to stay here and see if they could contact the people inside and open the door. After saying this, she ran to the other side, no longer caring much about Wang Yu and the other guests, because the village was about to fall, and she couldn't care less about anything else. Wang Yu looked at Sivir. After transforming into a werewolf, she was almost quadrupedal and was clearly different from other werewolves. She was not taller, but her fur was much thicker. Compared to others, her fur was more like the mane of a lion. He originally wanted to go with them, but the most important thing right now is to gather the survivors and organize a solid defense line. However, if they leave and the insects come again, Wang Yu is worried that this group will all die here. Because this insect is extremely good at ambushing without any warning, and these two werewolves were injured and their combat strength was lower than his. Do you know how to use a gun? No, I've only seen it in picture books. It's very simple. Just point the gun at this point, engage the safety, and pull the trigger. It's much easier than a bow and arrow. Just think of it as a crossbow. Wang Yu gave them a brief explanation, along with a revolver belonging to Malkuer and a preloaded loader. He then gave a simple demonstration, explaining that this should greatly enhance their combat capabilities. After doing all that, he ran off to the other side with Ball and Catgirl. By then, Sivir was long gone. The corridor on this side seemed longer and much darker. The light bugs used for lighting were either dead or had escaped. After running more than 50 meters, Wang Yu and his team finally heard a noise coming from the end of the corridor. This side has a larger space and more rooms, some of which have even collapsed and been buried. Wang Yu only caught a quick glance at one of the lit rooms and saw some hanging armor and equipment. Clearly, this side was also a warehouse, but the items stored there were different. In the room at the far end, Wang Yu found Mark and Sivir. The father and daughter were grabbing a large tangled mess of cables and pulling them outwards with all their might, causing a large bulge to appear on the ground. Upon seeing Wang Yu and his group approaching, still carrying guns, Mark immediately shouted, "Don't use the guns. This stuff is full of gasoline." Wang Yu immediately lowered the gun, almost firing it. "Come quick, we've finally caught the thing's true form. We can't let it escape and harm others again." Mark added that he was referring to the cable he and Sivir were holding onto, which was being pulled outwards and was extremely thick, much thicker than the cable that had attacked them. There was also a werewolf corpse that had been half-eaten nearby. Apparently, the creature had come over to eat and was then caught by Mark. Mark had tied a large number of wrist-thick cables into a tight knot and stepped on the ground. It seemed that as long as one did not touch the ends or the internal cells, one would not get an electric shock, and the outer casing appeared to be insulated. Wang Yu, Ball, and Cat Kurer immediately came to help. With many hands making light work, especially after Ball joined in, Wang Yu briefly activated his superlimit mode. Combined with Cat Kurer's considerable strength, their explosive power pulled out a nearly half-meter-thick cable worm that had been shriveled up like a radish. It looks exactly like a large, tangled black python, but in the center is its mouth or mandibles, filled with arcs of electricity. Seeing that it could not escape, the monster hurled a large number of cables at Wang Yu and the others, but it had obviously chosen the wrong opponent. They were quickly cut into several pieces like vegetables. In the end, even the main body could not escape, turning into a large pile of writhing wires on the ground, emitting a pungent smell, with sparks at both ends. Chapter 155 Chaos 3. Name: Cable Worm, Hell Beast. Description: the Hell Beast, formed by the entanglement of numerous electrical wires and fiber optic cables, can move within hard rock formations, paralyzing and strangling its prey with electrified wires before hunting it. Because they often emerge one by one, they are called cable worms. However, the cable worm is actually quite large, made up of thick, sticky electrical wires. It only emerges when it is feeding, making it a rather troublesome hell beast. The cables on their bodies are regenerable and have excellent conductivity. Some powerful individuals can even produce naturally occurring superconducting cables. Can the wires from this thing be used, and can it also produce superconducting materials? Wang Yu was shocked. Looking at the cable broken into sections on the ground, he suddenly felt a little sorry that it had been cut into such small pieces. It doesn't matter, there are still these cable earthworms in the canyon. Wang Yu has seen at least 3. When the time comes, he can try to catch one and feed it to the sprout beast. Wouldn't that make the cable inexhaustible? But for now, it's just wishful thinking. They're still in danger, and the wolf village is under invasion. We arrived a bit late. All the people in this warehouse were killed by this thing. Mark looked down at the ground, referring naturally to the cable worm and the half-eaten corpse. I'm sorry, but with this incident in the village, I'm afraid we won't be able to entertain you. It's all right. We came here to investigate this disaster and support the victims. We'll inevitably have to deal with hell beasts. It's just a matter of time, Wang Yu said, genuinely unconcerned, or rather, accustomed to facing danger. Mark nodded, understanding Wang Yu's meaning. He called everyone back, saying that they would have to enter the village through the back gate to provide support, as the main gate probably wouldn't be able to open for a while, and the inside was in chaos. Because he acted quickly, he managed to contact the inner gate guards, and a battle broke out inside. However, most of the hunting team members were still in the village. Moreover, the security force was quite sufficient to accommodate Wang Yu and his group. To be honest, although he forbade Wang Yu and his group from bringing weapons in, quite a few of the guards inside were actually carrying weapons. Moreover, the people were quite gathered together, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Let's go through the front door. We have a way to open it. Wang Yu's words surprised Mark, who thought Wang Yu had some kind of super weapon that could break down the door. However, he still reminded him that the door was quite thick. After all, it was a barrier to protect the interior, and by time, and the thickness, converted to Wang Yu's unit, was about 40 centimeters. It is indeed quite thick, but if it's not tough enough, it won't be able to stop Caterpillar's sharp claws. Before leaving, Mark took several large bundles of specially made short arrows from a shelf, presumably for crossbows, with red arrowheads. He also took many cans with fuses, indicating that Wang Yu and the others should take some as well. This is a bomb made from gasoline inside the body of a hell beast, which is a vehicle transformed into a vehicle. This kind of gasoline is prone to explosion when it comes into contact with fire or even a strong impact. So when you picked up the gun just now, I was almost scared to death. Mark added that they remained relatively calm. Even though the village was invaded, they were only a little panicked at the beginning, but they quickly calmed down and realized that panicking was useless and only action mattered. Wang Yu looked at the various buckets and containers of different sizes, made of metal or plastic, piled up in the room. He felt that the wolf people were quite carefree, leaving them like this outside the village probably because they were worried about them exploding. The explosion sound coming from inside was probably from this source. He got a lot of earth grenades, which he loved most when given away for free. He also got an earth flint lighter from Mark, who said it was taken from the body of some kind of fire-breathing hell beast. The group set off again, including Siver, who had collected a lot of special arrows with tubes attached, presumably explosive arrows. She seemed to prefer bows and arrows to crossbows. The 5 of them quickly ran back to the crossroads, and on the way, They brought back the remains of several fallen werewolves to prevent them from being eaten by other hell beasts. They planned to put them in the iron cabinet in the warehouse first, and then bury them later. In terms of respecting the deceased, demi-humans are probably all about the same, which can be considered an inevitable product of civilization's development to a certain stage. At the crossroads, the garrison must have repelled 1 or 2 attacks. There are several more hell beasts on the ground, which look like they were shot dead. After all, the distance is only a few meters. As long as you stay calm, there is almost no chance of missing. Moreover, there's one more person in the group. The werewolf guy from the warehouse has also arrived, and he brought quite a few weapons. Now everyone is carrying 1 or 2 items for self-defense. This gun is really effective. Bang! It can kill this bug half to death in one shot. The wolf-like youth with the gun described how much he liked the weapon. He returned the gun to Wang Yu, noting that it still had a few bullets left. In fact, their village should also have the ability to manufacture guns. They just need to kill the hell beasts that those guns turn into. However, the risks were too great, and bullets were extremely difficult to produce, which is probably why they chose crossbows and bows. Seeing that everyone was present, Wang Yu looked at Mao Kuer, who, at his signal, walked towards the door and put her pistol back in its holster. Just as Mark was wondering how Wang Yu and the others were going to open the door, Cat Kuer, amidst the puzzled gazes of the werewolves, stretched out her nearly 20-centimeter-long cat paw, pierced through the metal door with a single claw, and began cutting directly at it, leaving all the werewolves, including Mark and Sivir, speechless with astonishment. Especially those shocked wolf heads. At this moment, they were almost indistinguishable from dog heads. Mark was somewhat incredulous. He touched his highly defensive blue-gray wolf fur, swallowed hard, and felt that every investigator in the Star Alliance was extraordinary. Even the most inconspicuous and low-key one possessed such formidable combat power. While Cat Kuer was cutting the gate, Wang Yu and Ball went to the warehouse to move the ammunition boxes over and replenish their ammunition, because there might be another tough battle later, and the commotion inside would be much greater than outside. Chapter 156 Chaos 4. Have you been attacked before? No, at most 1 or 2 hell beasts broke in. This is the first time we've had such a large-scale invasion. While the Cat Kuer was breaking down the door, Wang Yu also took the opportunity to ask Mark a few questions. The wolf village has experienced several earthquakes before, but none of them were as severe as this one. However, they discovered that the area of Antarctica is shrinking at an alarming rate, which is likely related to the movement of the Antarctic tectonic plate and its subsidence. Clara, the village's teacher and technical production director, even predicted through rigorous calculations that in 5 years at most, the entire Antarctic continent would sink into a sea of blood, and then everything would be over. Just then, Wang Yu and his group arrived. The Wolf Clan members were preparing to discuss the matter with them when an earthquake struck, followed by a large-scale invasion of hell beasts. It was as if it was prearranged. Something knew we were coming, so it chose this time to launch the attack. Bar speculated, but was quickly dismissed by Mark and Sivir. Mechanical beasts? No, hell beasts aren't that smart. I've dealt with them for decades, and I can guarantee they wouldn't plan an attack. This must be a coincidence. The earthquake probably triggered these hell beasts. Mark also shared his opinion. As for Wang Yu, he was more inclined to believe Bale's assessment, because it was too coincidental that so many hell beasts attacked at the same time. Unless it was prepared in advance, it was simply impossible. However, they haven't been able to investigate yet, but Wang Yu and his group have learned about a key figure, Clara, who seems to be researching hell beasts and hellification phenomena, and probably knows more about them. It's connected. Cat Kuer then turned her head and indicated that the door was open. Mark practically leaped across, transformed back into human form, and peered into the hole in the door. It was very dark inside, even less bright than this side, but after digging a hole, the sounds coming from the other side became clearer. There were fewer screams and more sounds of explosions and fighting. There has been a collapse inside as well. Many suspension bridges and ladders have fallen down. They are near the ancestral hall. Let's go and help them. Mark glanced at the situation and quickly grasped the internal circumstances. It was bad, but far from hopeless. Most people should have survived and formed a defensive line. Some members of the hunting teams even formed small groups to search for and rescue those who were alone or trapped by the collapse. Catgirl quickly widened the hole, and the noise attracted 2 iron ants that looked like steel wool. So she reached for the pistol at her waist. I'll handle this, little girl. You just focus on breaking down the door. Mark said that his left arm suddenly swelled into the shape of a werewolf, grabbed a short spear from the ground, and threw it. It created a gust of wind and directly pierced through the two steel wool balls with a diameter of about half a meter, pinning them to the wall of the house behind. Wang Yu felt that Mark's physical strength was no less than Bale's, and he could also transform in certain areas. Clearly, Mark was also far superior in terms of the skill level of his transformation. Undisturbed, Catgirl finally managed to create a hole about a meter high after Mark threw out two more spears, big enough for someone to crouch down and get out without getting stuck. Mark rushed out immediately, transforming into a werewolf. His formidable strength and defense made him fearless of the Iron Ant's attacks, like a bulldozer charging into a flock of rabid sheep. When Wang Yu and the others emerged from the breach, the Iron Ants outside had been reduced to wreckage, almost all of them killed by Mark. In terms of combat prowess, Mark can be considered a humanoid firearm. Moreover, he is skilled in using weapons, not only in close combat, but also in crossbows, capable of blasting Iron Ants away with a single shot. However, now the village is full of Iron Ants, crawling around and leaving a lot of holes in the ground, as if they have made this place their nest or hunting ground. The light worms have probably been eaten by these hell beasts, and now they can only rely on the firelight in the village for illumination. A few burning houses have become the source of light, but no one has time to put out the fires now. The brightest place is the ancestral hall of the elders, located on a low hill in the village. Many houses there have torches stuck on their roofs, making it bright and shining like torches in a dark cave. Moreover, they did it on purpose, so that other villagers who were alone or hiding would quickly gather in that direction after seeing it, because they could see the throng of people, and some people were fighting with the hell beasts, setting up a defensive line. They even guarded a suspension bridge leading to the ancestral hall, which was also brightly lit, and several people could be seen crossing it under the protection of the hunting party, heading to the ancestral hall to meet up. Wang Yu and his group were also running in that direction. Mark was at the front because he was familiar with the terrain, followed by Wang Yu and his two companions. The ordinary people and the wounded with lower combat power were protected in the middle, while Sivir and the other two werewolves who still had combat power were responsible for bringing up the rear. The road was teeming with Iron Ants, but not all of them came to attack them. Many Iron Ants were feasting on the ground, gnawing on the corpses of the dead werewolves. The scene was extremely cruel. Some Iron Ants even fought over and tore at each other, while others tried to pull out the corpses buried under the collapsed ruins and devour them. There were countless dead people, and Mark and Sivir even recognized many of them by their scent, which made their eyes red. Sivir, listen to me. Regrouping is the most important thing now. Don't waste too much energy on these things. Mark warned, noticing that Sivir was getting a little out of control behind him. With a spear in one hand and a bow and arrow in the other, she moved back and forth like a whirlwind, breaking away from the group and sweeping away the Iron Ants that were gnawing on the corpses. She was like a bloodthirsty monster, not wanting to let a single one go. Her fur was stained dark red with the filthy blood of those hell beasts, and she gradually began to pant. She had killed at least 200 Iron Ants along the way. After hearing his father's shout, Sivir looked at the few Iron Ants still gnawing on the corpses in front of him with a complicated expression, as if he had made a great decision, and ran back to the group. Ahead, Wang Yu's team and Mark, who were responsible for clearing the way, were doing quite well. They were conserving their energy and even their ammunition. When they encountered swarms of Iron Ants, they used gasoline grenades to clear the way. The grenades were quite powerful, even more so than ordinary fragmentation grenades. Gradually, they arrived near the shrine and saw the high wall built by the werewolves to resist the hell beasts. It used a large amount of non-flammable materials, including pots and pans, and some even consisted of the corpses of Iron Ants, to block the entrances and connect with the houses, forming a defensive line. A large number of werewolves stood on the roof. The better-equipped ones used bows and arrows, while the less well-equipped ones simply carried stones and threw them down. There were even large ballistae, which were probably brought from somewhere. Together with gasoline barrels tied to them, they could cause large-scale explosions and fire residue when fired. Those who can transform into werewolves are responsible for melee combat, repelling the hell beasts that try to climb up and invade. Almost the entire wolf tribe participated in the battle, including children and the elderly, mainly helping to transport supplies, which shows how urgent the situation was. At this moment, an exceptionally large hell beast appeared out of nowhere, growing larger and larger. A large number of Iron Ants gathered in that direction, forming a ball made of countless steel bars, iron sheets, and garbage, which rolled towards the defensive line. Chapter 157 Chaos 5 This should be similar to the fusion phenomenon of the multi-eyed camera spider, where small hellbeasts can evolve into larger and stronger hellbeasts through fusion. The large iron ball, over 5 meters in diameter, slowly rolled toward the defensive line. It was bombarded by a barrage of arrows and even stones, but to little avail. Only a few sporadic gasoline grenades managed to blow up some parts. It seems that insect legs can extend from any part of its surface to propel it forward from the bottom, and its body is covered with feeding organs that resemble insect mouthparts. Once you get stuck, you will probably be trapped inside and eaten to death in an instant. Damn it, isn't the ballista ready yet? That's all. That was the last one. Damn it, go search the surrounding area again. We need more weapons here, especially gasoline. But most of the gasoline and weapon stockpiles were at the village entrance, where the land collapsed. I don't care, we have to hold this place. Either you find supplies, or you come down with me, and we'll figure out how to stop that bastard. The temporary commander on a nearby rooftop kept yelling, ordering the supply team to send more gasoline. Because the huge iron ball was almost there, ordinary iron arrows fired from the ballista were no match for it, and couldn't even stop it. If this continued, they would have to engage in hand-to-hand combat with this terrifying thing. But at that moment, a series of whooshing sounds rang out, almost inaudible on the battlefield. Then, a row of explosions appeared on the surface of the iron ball, blasting out a large amount of waste and blood. It was Captain Mark's attack with his crossbow. Following behind, Wang Yu, Bear, and others threw gasoline grenades, which instantly blasted the 5-meter diameter iron ball into pieces. The iron ants that made up the iron ball could no longer maintain their huge size and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. At this moment, a one-armed werewolf jumped into the battlefield, using his weight to crush an iron ant to death on the spot, and then swung his spear to smash several iron ants into pieces. Those seemingly sharp, sickle-like insect legs couldn't even pierce the wolf fur on his body, resulting in the iron ant being unilaterally slaughtered. It's Captain Mark. Captain Mark is here. The commander on the roof was overjoyed, as were the soldiers and even ordinary people fighting on other rooftops around the area. Their morale was greatly boosted. But soon, several unfamiliar figures stormed in. The weapons and techniques they used were completely unfamiliar to the Wolf clan, and they didn't seem to be able to transform. They were also wearing strange clothes that they had never seen before. It was Wang Yu and his group. Wang Yu was using a short hammer with a chain, and now he could finally use it freely. He had practiced with the sprout beast for a long time before, all for this moment. The meteor hammer he swung was incredibly powerful, enough to shatter the iron ants. It flew around like a small pendulum, not even sparing the walls of houses. A man standing in a corner, fighting a swarm of iron ants, was definitely not out of control or out of fear of accidentally injuring anyone. Ball used a long spear. He didn't have much in his hand at first, but when he took out the iron rod on his back and pulled it in both directions, the rod turned into a spear that was over 3 meters long, more than a meter taller than Ball himself, which was quite exaggerated. But the gun seemed to come alive in her hands. Its length was completely transformed into attack range and power, piercing and flinging out iron ants, or crushing them on the spot. Wang Yu was dumbfounded. He swung his hammer wildly, then slowed down. He suddenly had the urge to learn how to use a gun. It was much cooler than a hammer. Finally, there's Catgirl. Her weapon is relatively unremarkable, just the claws on her hands. She also has them after the werewolf turns, but they're not as long. But she attracted just as much attention as Ball, not only because of her agile, cat-like figure, but also because the iron ants she attacked were all cut in half, with clean cuts, some even broken into several segments. Are these people aliens? No way. Aliens are coming to help us? And they have hands and feet. They don't look like aliens at all. They look more like us. Yes, that's true. Some people discussed the identities of Wang Yu and his group, but the arrival of reinforcements was a good thing, and their counterattack intensified, quickly eliminating the iron ants under the wall. Not long after, the supply team delivered a ballista ammunition, saying it was the last one. The village chief said to use it sparingly, which infuriated the temporary commander so much that he almost kicked him down to feed the hell beasts. As reinforcements arrived, some members of the hunting team also picked up their weapons, transformed into werewolves, and jumped into the battlefield, causing the number of iron ants in the surrounding area to decrease rapidly. Furthermore, after Sivir and 2 other werewolves arrived, escorting more than a dozen ordinary people and the wounded, the identities of Wang Yu and his companions were finally confirmed. They were identified as the alien investigators that Captain Mark and Sivir had received, who were helping them. and they were all incredibly capable. In less than 10 minutes, the surrounding iron ants were wiped out, leaving behind a large number of scattered parts on the ground, almost covering the entire area and turning it into a garbage dump. The iron ants' attack was repelled, and the wounded and ordinary werewolves were taken inside. Captain Mark was talking with the temporary commander in charge of organizing the operation. He was a squad leader in the hunting team named Paul, and his combat strength was considered quite outstanding among the werewolves. Currently, a total of 6,374 villagers have been gathered, and the number of injured has reached 1,000, with more than 100 suffering serious injuries. Is this all the people there? Mark had transformed back into human form, his expression grave, because the wolf clan's total population was nearly 10,000, and this had reduced it by almost a third. However, there are still quite a few trapped survivors. We have sent people to search for and rescue them, but our weapons, especially gasoline, are running low. We are about to run out. If it weren't for you, Captain, and those guests, we might not have been able to hold on any longer. Paul looked at Wang Yu and the other two who had also climbed onto the roof and gave them a grateful look. By the way, the village chief knows you're here and wants you to come over quickly. He's a little injured, and there are a few other guests coming too. Leave this place to us. Paul added that Wang Yu and the others should also go in. Mark said that a gap had been broken in the village gate, large enough for a person to pass through, so they could try to bring supplies over. However, the problem was that they didn't know how many hell beasts had gotten in, and they couldn't keep guarding it indefinitely. They even had to consider how to evacuate and temporarily hide elsewhere. He told Sivir to stay there and help with the defense, then called Wang Yu and the others, jumped off the house, and ran towards the Ancestral Hall. Chapter 158 Trust Crisis. The Ancestral Hall, along with the surrounding houses and streets, became a temporary refuge. A large number of disaster-stricken people gathered here, and few were idle. Even those who had little fighting ability could help rummage through the surrounding buildings, dismantle some items, and carry them to the front line to build defenses. That's how this high wall was built. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a few hundred people organizing a counterattack on the roof to lay down obstacles and block the way in such a short time. Moreover, the reason they chose to hold their ground here is because of the unique geology. What appears to be a low mountain is actually a single, extremely hard rock. There is no need to worry about insects emerging from underground to attack. So, after the discovery, the original villagers here called on people from other places to gather here, thus initially forming a defensive zone. In addition, the Wolf clan had made sufficient preparations to receive the alien guests. They had weapons, and their numbers were relatively concentrated. In particular, the defenses at the Ancestral Hall were strong, which greatly reduced casualties. It was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Along the way, many busy villagers greeted Mark, but when they looked at the three mysterious figures behind him, they didn't ask any questions. But Mark's arrival greatly boosted everyone's morale, showing that Mark's prestige was still very high, giving everyone a sense of having found their backbone. The four men wandered among the disaster-stricken villagers. When they passed a square, they discovered a large number of injured people. Many villagers who knew about medical treatment had gathered there, but there were still not enough people. Moreover, many of the injured were very serious. If it weren't for the fact that the Wolf clan members were naturally strong, they probably wouldn't have had a chance to be rescued. Even so, many people still couldn't be saved and were transferred to another area, a truly shocking scene. Wang Yu, based on my observations and calculations along the way, this stronghold is impossible to defend. There are too many iron ants, and the supplies here simply cannot last. Once the balance is broken, the fall will only take a few minutes. We must find a way to retreat to another safe area, and the sooner the better. Bale's voice came through the headset, making Wang Yu frown. The group quickly arrived at the entrance of the Ancestral Hall. The two guards on duty immediately made way for them and invited them in, saying that the village chief was waiting inside. There weren't many people in the Ancestral Hall. They were mostly elderly people who weren't very capable of fighting. A tall, strong werewolf sat on the ground. If he stood up, he would probably be over 3 meters tall. His muscles were bulging all over his body, as if he were wearing a suit of armor. However, this werewolf had sparse, curly hair, and even bald patches, revealing its bronze skin underneath. It also had many white beard-like hairs on its face, indicating that it was very old and may have been an extremely powerful werewolf in the past. Village head, Mark shouted as he entered the room, ran over, and looked at the village chief. Your legs. I'm getting old, my eyesight isn't good, and I couldn't avoid it. The village chief replied that he had many wounds on his body, and his left calf was missing. The cut was clean, as if it had been severed by something, and it was still bleeding. He was using a belt to tighten the wound in an attempt to reduce the bleeding. His gaze passed over Mark and landed on Wang Yu and the others, his eyes narrowing. These must be the Star Alliance investigators, right? I'm so sorry. This happened so soon after we arrived in the village. We're afraid we can't properly entertain you. It's all right. We Star Alliance are here to deal with disasters. Since we've run into this, we certainly won't just sit idly by. Wang Yu replied, but the village chief did not respond. He just looked at Wang Yu and the others, emanating an inexplicable pressure. He may suspect us, thinking that we caused this disaster because the timing is too coincidental. Bar secretly sent a message, and the sound came through Wang Yu's earpiece. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Bar even considered reaching for his gun because the gazes of those around him were not friendly. But then Mark spoke up. He seemed to realize that the atmosphere was not right, and immediately defended Wang Yu and the others. Village chief, these investigators have been working with me and Sivir the whole time. If it weren't for them, we would probably still be trapped outside. He explained, which made the old village chief's wolf-like face scrunch up. After about 10 seconds, the old village chief sighed, and then his body shrank and withered rapidly, becoming wrinkled, as if deflated. In just a few seconds, he transformed from a robust werewolf into a thin old man, less than 1.2 meters tall. The doctor next to him immediately stepped forward, took out a new bandage, and helped the old village chief bandage the wound to stop the bleeding. Wang Yu remained motionless, unsure of what the old man was up to, until he spoke again, his voice much older and weary. Alien, can you answer one question truthfully to me? Excuse me. Are you and the Star Alliance behind you really here to help us? I want a definite answer. Wang Yu frowned and did not reply immediately, because the so-called Star Alliance was just something he made up. Because of this moment of silence, the atmosphere in the ancestral hall became tense. Everyone looked at the silent Wang Yu, including Mark, not understanding why he was silent. Did he have another purpose? Wang Yu, you should answer right now, or you'll mess things up. Bar warned, seemingly wanting to reply on Wang Yu's behalf. But at that moment, Wang Yu made an unexpected move, suddenly touching his neck, unfastening the buckle, and taking off his helmet, revealing his face, without even wearing a filter mask. Everyone present, including the old village chief and Mark, looked surprised, not expecting Wang Yu to take off his helmet. Moreover, the investigator was a young man in his early 20s with black hair and black eyes, and a scar on his right forehead. Far from affecting his image, it added to his mystique. Apart from having somewhat unusual eye color, different ear placement, less hair, and no tail, they are almost identical to werewolves, giving them no alien feel whatsoever. Only then did Wang Yu speak formally, his expression quite serious. Please forgive me for not being able to give you a direct answer to your question, because I am not authorized to make any guarantees to you on behalf of the entire Star Alliance. But I can assure you that the Star Alliance was indeed founded to resolve this crisis that threatens the entire universe. And I am one of them, and I can personally assure you that I am indeed here to help you resolve this disaster. Wang Yu solemnly promised, looking straight ahead at the old village chief. The latter looked at the young man in front of him. Perhaps it was because of the similar appearance between races, or perhaps it was because of Wang Yu's tone or the emotions he expressed, but he inexplicably felt close to and trusted Wang Yu. Okay, then I'll trust you. As the old village chief was speaking, the last person in Wang Yu's group made a move, interrupting the old village chief. Hey, this thing is so stuffy, I guess I can stop wearing it now. Cat Cougar took off her helmet, revealing a cat's head with white fur and ears, and amber eyes, completely different from Wang Yu. She pulled out her coiled tail and cut a hole in her protective suit, looking like she was feeling very uncomfortable. Immediately, everyone's attention was drawn to Cat Cur. It seemed that the Star Alliance investigators were all of different races, making it a truly formidable organization. Chapter 159 Action Plan. Cat's actions interrupted the rather serious meeting, but fortunately, they did not have a negative effect. On the contrary, the appearance and working together of two alien races made Wang Yu's description of the Star Alliance more credible. A crisis of trust has been resolved. Presumably, within the Wolf clan, especially among some of the more experienced elders, people have begun to doubt the true purpose of Wang Yu and his group. After all, so many things have happened since they arrived. It's hard not to connect them with these events. But now, almost no one doubts the purpose of Wang Yu and his group anymore, and the meeting has shifted its focus to how to resolve the current crisis. Currently, there are still 5 places in the village that need rescue, mainly because the collapsed roads are blocking the way and the appearance of the held beasts prevents them from getting there. They can only stay where they are. The total number of people trapped is around 500, but only 3 search and rescue teams can be dispatched. It will take time to transfer them all. The person in charge of the search and rescue operation reported that it had given the village chief a headache, but fortunately Mark and Sivir had returned, freeing up more manpower for the search and rescue. They didn't intend to sit idly by and wait for their doom, because even after so long, these iron ants kept emerging from the ground without any sign of stopping. So after rescuing this last group of people, they prepared to set off, organize the team to retreat towards the back mountain, and leave from here through the back gate of the village. Moving to a brighter, more spacious environment would increase their chances of getting rid of the insects, but it would also mean that they might lose the village they have relied on for survival for a long time. They haven't really thought about what to do next, and for now they can only take it one step at a time. But during the discussions, someone brought bad news. The back gate of the village had also collapsed, and it was somewhat different. The hunting team member who returned after the investigation was still injured. He described for a long time, and the gist of it was that the rocks looked like they had been cut off and blocked the passage. How could that be? Are there hell beasts over there? There are many. They are everywhere. Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten hurt. The people inside the ancestral hall frowned. Sensing trouble, they might be trapped inside and die. Fortunately, the appearance of Mark, Wang Yu, and others brought good news that the main gate had been opened, so they could change their plans and exit through the main gate, which was even closer. I suggest you take action now, instead of waiting for the rescue results. If the search and rescue team finds someone, bring them to the entrance of the village. I've analyzed your defenses. They're far from solid, and supplies are scarce. Every second you stay put increases the risk of danger. This area houses more than half of your village's population. You should prioritize evacuating there. Furthermore, there are supplies available at the village entrance, which could greatly improve the situation. Ball then intervened in the conversation, but her suggestion displeased some people because a mass evacuation now meant abandoning some people. Although they could be rescued later, once they left the village, the remaining people trapped inside would have virtually no chance of survival and would be instantly devoured by the iron ants. However, some people understand that while Bar's proposal is somewhat cruel, it is an indisputable fact and a rational judgment. It is just that due to the situation and their positions, some people's family members and relatives are still trapped, and proposing to withdraw now could easily destabilize the situation. Everyone turned their attention to the old village chief, for he was the only one who could make the decision at this point. After thinking for a dozen seconds, the old village chief stood up with his cane and agreed that the Star Alliance investigator was right. They could not continue to hold out, and should carry out the retreat plan while they still had the fighting strength. But there are no buts. For the sake of the bigger picture, we must take action. The old village chief suppressed the objections and prepared to retreat. However, the hole that Caterpillar had made was only big enough for one person to pass through, which was clearly insufficient for evacuation. Therefore, Mark suggested that he could take some people and Caterpillar back first to further break down the gate and build a defensive line. At the same time, the evacuation of villagers can also be carried out simultaneously. By the time the main force arrives, the entrance will probably be dug through, and then the villagers will collectively evacuate to the ground. Is this arrangement acceptable, Captain Wang? The old village chief asked Wang Yu for his opinion, since his team members needed to be called up. Wang Yu had no objection to this, as it wasn't a particularly demanding requirement. However, since Mao couldn't understand the wolf tribe's language, Wang Yu mentioned it as well. Communication might be difficult, but some gestures could be used to assist. So the plan was set, and we immediately prepared to take action. However, Wang Yu then asked a question about Professor Clara. He really wanted to get in touch with this celebrity to learn about the situation on Hellstar, and of course, to understand the development of the Wolf Clan civilization. Perhaps he could find a target that might be a suspected legacy. Unfortunately, Miss Clara was not there. She and 2 members of the hunting team had gone to the back mountain because her son, Kuro, was still at the academy at the time of the incident. He had been punished by being made to copy books at the academy for sneaking out of the village a few days earlier. Academy? Wang Yu asked in confusion, and then the village chief explained further. Simply put, it's a place in the village similar to a school, with a large number of books. When you need to look up information, you go to the books inside. It's a way of passing on the Wolf Clan civilization, because electronic storage is unreliable in this world, and many Wolf Clan members don't even know what electronic storage is. Wang Yu, there might be a lot of valuable information in that place. At this moment, Ball secretly sent a message to Wang Yu. The old village chief was also starting to worry, because according to the time, Clara and the others should have returned by now, and he planned to send a few extra people over to check on them. In that case, let me and Ball go. Catgirl will stay here to help you break down the door. I'll go back to the village entrance to meet them as soon as I find them. Wang Yu suggested that they split up to avoid delaying either side. The village chief and Mark discussed it and agreed to the plan, but they needed someone to guide Wang Yu, otherwise. Village chief, is that a map of the village hanging over there? At this point, Bar intervened in the conversation, pointing to a map hanging inside the shrine, which had some red circles and red crosses drawn on it, possibly indicating the location of the trapped people and the collapsed road. That's right. Then there's no need to send more people, because I've already written it down. Remember? Wang Yu immediately explained that Ball had an exceptionally good memory, almost never forgetting anything he saw. Oh, that does resemble Kuro somewhat. The old village chief actually accepted the setting that Wang Yu made up on the spot, because Barna had a good memory and she could easily take a picture to save it, and even combine it with the terrain she saw to directly reconstruct a 3D map. The group then sprang into action. Wang Yu gave Cat Kura a few important instructions, making sure she had brought all the delicious cat food. He then told her to proceed according to the plan, but to prioritize her own safety. If the situation became too dire, he instructed her not to hesitate to escape to the ground first and then meet up at the landing craft. He and Ball would also come over after they were freed. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. If possible, he still wants to continue as a Star Alliance investigator because he really wants to save this dying civilization and turn Hellstar back into a planet where green and blue intertwine, so that he won't have to fly around the universe in the deep space. Chapter 160 Shadow. The operation began immediately, with Mark and Catgirl heading to the main entrance first. Sivir, along with the guards here, began to plan the retreat. It would be quite a commotion, and they would need to deploy men to guard the route to ensure safety. However, such a rudimentary defensive line could not guarantee absolute safety. Death and accidents were inevitable during the retreat and could not be completely avoided. The only good news is that the Iron Ants are not very fast on land, and it would be difficult for them to catch up with the werewolves unless they attacked from underground. Moreover, thanks to their fierce folk customs, all the werewolves, regardless of age, have a certain fighting ability. Even with sticks and spears, they might not be a match for the Iron Ants. They can be considered a nation of soldiers, otherwise they would have collapsed under the first wave of the Hell Beast's attack. Within the wolf pack, approximately 10% possess the ability to fully transform into wolves, making them quite formidable in combat. With proper preparation, they can easily take down more than 3 Iron Ants. The remaining people generally only have partial wolf transformation ability, or even none at all, and their combat strength is relatively weak. It is estimated that they can only fight one at a time, but they can cooperate with each other. Therefore, the personnel deployment and arrangement of the evacuation team is very important. The first batch of people must take the lead and need to be strong. The last batch of people to evacuate also needs to have strong combat power to hold the line. The wounded can be evacuated in batches. The specific arrangements were no longer Wang Yu and his group's concern. The old village chief himself had already gone to the front line with a cane, indicating that he would be among the last to evacuate and stay there until the very end. The morale of all the werewolves soared with the appearance of the old village chief, and some even transformed into werewolves, howling like wolves. Even those who couldn't transform into wolves started howling along, and they did it quite well. It was probably a ritual used by the wolf tribe to boost morale, similar to a slogan or war drum. By this time, Wang Yu and Bar had already run quite a distance, but they still heard the howling of wolves coming from behind. Looking back, they saw a fiery snake rushing down from the low hill. The evacuation operation has officially begun. I hope they can pull through. Wang Yudao genuinely believed this. Because in this universe, including the planet Mech, all civilizations may be facing similar threats. As a wanderer, he might still have a chance to escape, but if every civilization he encounters perishes in its struggle, then this universe is truly hopeless. Wang Yu wasn't sure how long he could endure in such a world, but he was certain that if he didn't receive any positive feedback and all he saw were civilizations perishing in despair, he would lose faith and gradually become hopeless and negative. After all, as a human being, he cannot exist completely detached from civilization, otherwise it would be meaningless. Based on my calculations and analysis, they will lose 17% to 42% of their population in this operation, which is a huge loss, but it should be successful as long as no major accidents occur, such as another earthquake. Baldo, as an intelligent machine life form, still prefers to deduce results through cold calculations. Although Wang Yu thinks it has a bit of a jinx tendency, he should be careful not to let Baldo's predictions come true. By this time, Wang Yu had already put on his helmet, and Bal had reprimanded him for taking it off earlier. Although it was very effective, it was, after all, an alien planet where unknown pathogens might exist. This was also true for the werewolves. Once they were cross-infected, there might be no medicine to treat it, and they would have to rely on their own immunity. As for Catgirl, her immune properties are there, so Bal isn't worried about her at all. Well, I think the temperature and environment here are probably not suitable for microorganisms to survive. I'll be more careful in the future. Wang Yu chose to compromise and put the enhancement of immune attributes on the agenda, but in the Titan's surgery, to significantly enhance immunity, it would probably require the two implants, the self-healing gland and the giant liver, which is still a long way off. The two men, one in front of the other, darted and leaped between houses and walls. This was the advice given to them by several experienced hunting team members, because there might be insects lurking underground on the ground, but if they were on the roof, the possibility would be much lower, and they could also use the terrain to avoid iron ants that were lurking on the ground. Wang Yu and Bal traveled through the village, with Bal in front, relying on the generated 3D map and real-time calculations to deduce a reasonable path. So they didn't fire a single shot along the way, much like parkour athletes with superhuman physical abilities, leaping 4 or 5 meters at a time to avoid the swarms of iron ants. They only used 2 gasoline grenades to clear the way. This stuff is actually quite useful. It can be used to make cheap explosives, but it should also be used in industry. If it can restore Hellstar's industrial capabilities, then this high-energy gasoline will definitely come in handy. Moreover, it's a planetary specialty, and you can't buy it anywhere else. The two arrived at the back mountain at lightning speed. By then, they could no longer see the ancestral hall, indicating that the village had a very large interior space. It was as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out, and it was unclear how it was built. Judging from its scale, its population at its peak should have been far more than 10,000, possibly hundreds of thousands, because housing was not lacking. The reason there are more vacant houses on the back mountain is because the population has decreased. However, correspondingly, the number of iron ants has also decreased significantly. Most villagers live in the ancestral hall and surrounding area, which can be called the front mountain area. We're almost there, just ahead, about 800 meters away. Balled out, but Wang Yu had absolutely no idea where she was referring to. He held the lantern the old village chief had given him, inside which was a tiny, finger-sized insect. Its visibility was limited to a few dozen meters around him. Beyond 100 meters, it was pitch black. Anyway, he could just follow Bal. She could see far, and she also had a sniper scope that could switch to night vision mode, etc. After jumping onto a rooftop, Bal suddenly reached out and stopped Wang Yu, telling him to quickly extinguish the lantern, cover it with an opaque lampshade, and lower his body. What's wrong? I saw a figure walking out of the school. Is it Clara? No, there was only one person, and he was surrounded by iron ants, but instead of attacking him, these things made way for him. What? Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. If it was true, things were complicated. This village seemed to be more complex than it appeared, and there were even secrets that the village chief didn't know. He must have spotted us too. He glanced this way, but he moved so fast I lost him. Bar then added, which immediately raised Wang Yu's guard to the limit. If someone can control these iron ants and manipulate hell beasts, then the origin of this crisis is completely explained. Someone deliberately took advantage of this earthquake to launch an attack. Chapter 161 Academy. Can you get in touch with Catalisa? No, the distance is too great. These iron ants will emit chaotic radio signals, severely interfering with communications. Bal replied, which made Wang Yu frown. The two changed their original positions and chose another rooftop, where they lay down, wary of their surroundings, especially the rooftop where they had been before, worried that something might attack. After discovering that there was human intervention in the disaster, and that some kind of intelligent life was involved, the nature of the whole incident changed completely, including the level of danger. So they tried to contact Catgirl and relay the message, but unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. Is that a person? Are you sure you're not mistaken? No. I checked the image repeatedly. Although it was just an outline, it was definitely a human figure with a standard build and a height of about 2 meters. It doesn't look like a werewolf. 2 meters? Wang Yu said in surprise, because among the wolf clan, perhaps due to malnutrition, the average height of ordinary people without wolf transformation is around 1.6 meters. Sivir is considered to be among the group with good nutrition and relatively tall, and her future height may even exceed 1.8 meters. But at 2 meters tall, even Mark isn't that tall, unless he's a wolf. What should we do? Go back or? Bear asked Wang Yu, who lay on the ground and thought for a few seconds before quickly making a decision. Go sneak over and take a look, but be careful of enemies lurking in the shadows. See what he did at the academy. That might be a clue. Wang Yu decided to go and take a look, since it was only a few hundred meters away and they hadn't found the key figure, Clara. Okay, stick close to me. This guy might have a gun. The two continued to probe forward, but without making a fuss or turning on the lights. If they encountered any iron ants in their way, they dealt with them using melee weapons, basically requiring only Bale's intervention. However, in another corner unnoticed by anyone, some kind of invisible communication is taking place. I may have been discovered by Starfleet investigators. They seem to have night vision goggles on hand. How could you be so careless? There was nothing we could do. It took a bit longer to deal with it. That woman turned out to be a silver wolf. I bet even the village chief was fooled by her. That's right. What should I do? Should I just take out those 2 Star Alliance investigators? No, that would completely expose our existence. What we need to be wary of is the Star Alliance behind them, which will bring huge obstacles to our operations. Furthermore, I just confirmed that Starlink investigators seem to have been in contact with Starlink, uploading videos and documents, so we must erase our traces. How is that possible? It's probably some kind of technology beyond our imagination. After all, it's an organization that can traverse galaxies. So we'll stick to the original plan and pretend it's an accident. That's the least conspicuous way. I've checked, and they weren't carrying weapons of mass destruction. It's a perfectly reasonable conclusion that they died accidentally due to the earthquake and the activity of the hell beasts and were buried underground. We must complete our plan and bring that being into our world before attracting the attention of the Star Federation. Then, nothing else matters. Alright, then it's up to you, number 3. When that being was mentioned, the mysterious communicator also revealed a hint of fanaticism and immediately chose to continue the plan, handing this over to the number 3 he mentioned. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Bear had already carefully made their way there. The last few hundred meters took even longer than the first half of the journey, but we finally arrived. The two lay in wait in the nearest building, making no move to alert the enemy, and peered through the window at the school about 30 meters away. It was pitch black over there, and there were many iron ants crawling around, making a rustling sound. Bar could see it more clearly, while Wang Yu could only use the night vision goggles of his sniper rifle. He would have to figure out how to make one later. His preparations were still somewhat inadequate. After observing for a few minutes and noting down the number and location of the iron ants, they exchanged glances and prepared to sneak in under cover of darkness. With Ball around, it's great. Wang Yu hardly needs to lift a finger or even think. He just needs to follow along. They chose a relatively safe route, and along the way, Ball killed 2 iron ants with his spear. The sound was very soft, almost just the sound of piercing, and it was a one-hit kill. Upon approaching the school, they did not enter through the main entrance, but instead climbed up to the second floor from the side and entered the building through a window. Isn't the iron concentration here a bit high? Wang Yu spoke up, saying that he hadn't noticed it from the outside, but once inside the school, he discovered that the inner room was emitting a familiar red light. It was a glowing red mist that only formed when the iron concentration was high enough. Wang Yu was very familiar with it. The village was so dark partly because of the low iron concentration. They had used some kind of technology to filter out this substance. But inside the school, the concentration of these iron elements was significantly higher, accumulating like flocculent matter, and they hadn't dispersed yet. Be careful, there might be something inside. I'll go first. Baldao suggested it, but Wang Yu refused, saying it would be better for him to go first because he was lucky. Forehead. This reason left Ball speechless, because what Wang Yu called luck was a fact, and even something that could be quantified. So the formation was changed to Wang Yu in front and Ball behind. The red mist inside provided illumination, so there was no need to turn on any extra lights. They left the room, which resembled a classroom, watching their step carefully and trying to move discreetly. After stepping out of the room, they found a suspended corridor with rows of bookshelves inside, making it a huge library. It was 3 stories high, and the number of books was terrifying, even on the walls of the corridor. Wang Yu held up his gun, glanced around for a while, and put it down when he saw no enemies. At this moment, Ball had already picked up a book from the side, not only out of curiosity about the contents of the book, but also out of curiosity about how they made a medium like a book. However, after opening it, she understood. Looking at the textures on the pages, it was clear that this thing was made by crushing and gluing together the wings of light bugs. Because it is thin enough to write on, it can be used as paper after being dyed, and then another dye can be used for writing. It seems that all the books here about the interaction of forces are related to classical mechanics, Bar said. It seems there is a Lord Bull in this world too. Wang Yu then complained, but Ball didn't understand the meaning and thought it was some kind of cow-like demi-human. Let's look around first, no rush. The main thing is to find that person here. As Wang Yu was speaking, he walked forward while holding his gun, then suddenly stopped. Because from a different perspective, with no bookshelves blocking his view, he saw a huge werewolf on the first floor of the atrium, which was filled with bookshelves. It was definitely over 3 meters tall, with long, snow-white fur all over its body, which was quite beautiful, but most of it was stained with blood and had been cut in two by some kind of attack. Chapter 162 Cry. On the first floor of the school, in the atrium, lay a huge wolf carcass. Upon noticing the body, Wang Yu and Bear jumped down from the second-floor corridor almost without hesitation, and after confirming that there were no suspicious figures on either side, they ran towards the corpse. There must have been a fierce battle here. Countless bookshelves, ladders, and tables and chairs were overturned and broken. Even the ground has a deep trench or claw marks, about half a palm deep. It's quite shocking. He has been dead for some time, but judging from the blood clotting and the condition of the body, the time of death should not be long, no more than an hour. Ordered a quick check. Centered on the broken wolf carcass, a large area was stained red with blood, making the ground sticky. Moreover, there were bloodstains in more than one place, and the carcass had other wounds, some of which were even deep enough to expose the bone. This indicates that he had been in battle before his death, and judging from the battlefield traces around him, the battle must have been quite intense, rather than being killed by a single blow. So the time of death was exactly before we witnessed that mysterious figure. That's true. Bar confirmed Wang Yu's guess, so it was almost certain that the murderer was that mysterious person. Holding his gun, Wang Yu made a quick round of the first floor and, in addition to a few dead iron ants, discovered 2 more werewolf corpses. One of them was in human form and was beheaded on the spot. The other was in wolf form, but it didn't fare much better. It was cut diagonally from the shoulder by some kind of sharp weapon. These must be the 2 hunting team members. The numbers match up perfectly. Therefore, the identity of the white wolf corpse in the middle is self-evident. Name, Silver Werewolf, Clara Cook. Description, a rare and powerful silver werewolf. Usually only 1 in 10,000 werewolves that can transform is born, making it one of the best in its race. However, Clara is special. She did not awaken her wolf transformation ability until she was almost an adult. Moreover, she is a rare silver wolf with longer fur. After adulthood, her fur turns into pure white wolf fur without any other colors and has a metallic sheen. Hence she is called a silver werewolf or silver wolf. After awakening, Clara concealed her abilities because she had lost interest in fighting and believed that the continuation of the race could not rely solely on the strength of individuals, but rather on education and productivity. She devoted all her energy to production and education, but even so, she was a powerful silver werewolf. Werewolves can be distinguished by their fur, and can be divided into ordinary werewolves, gray iron werewolves, silver werewolves, and golden werewolves, which only appear in legends. It seems we're a step too late, Clara. Wang Yu confirmed the identities of these people through the system. His expression became complicated, and he looked at the messy school. The 3 of them encountered the mysterious figure here and were killed after a battle. This is the deduced fact. But here's the question, why is this mysterious person here, and what is his purpose in coming to the academy? Could the killing of Clara and the others be related to this? Wang Yu, there are signs that the battlefield has been cleaned up. The mysterious man who fought Clara may also have been injured, but the traces, mainly the remaining blood and tissue, were likely taken away by him. With his superior computing power, Ball reconstructed the battlefield and even reproduced parts of the scene through the remaining traces. He then discovered some unnatural things and suspected that the battlefield had been cleaned up. What do we do now? Go back or? Bar continued, but Wang Yu shook his head and looked up, because there is still one person who has not been found. Clara led her team here to find her son, but unfortunately, they ran into the mysterious man and a fight broke out. However, Kuro's body was not among them, so he is very likely still alive and may have even witnessed some of the footage. Kuro! Wang Yu suddenly shouted, startling Bear. However, she immediately realized what Wang Yu was doing and raised her gun, because shouting might attract the iron ants outside. Kuro, can you hear me? I'm Wang Yu, a Star Alliance investigator. Captain Wang, your village chief, and Captain Mark sent me to find you. Come out immediately if you hear me. Wang Yu continued to call out, but after a few seconds there was no response, so he frowned slightly. However, the iron ants outside had already followed the noise and crawled in through the main gate. There were 7 in the first wave, and judging from the rustling sounds coming from outside, there were probably many more to come. So Ball put away his spear and switched to a heavy rifle, firing continuously at the iron ants. Wang Yu did the same, raising his shotgun to attack. The school immediately became lively, with gunfire and even the sound of grenades exploding. Iron ants were blown to pieces. At the same time, Wang Yu was also shouting at the top of his lungs. He wasn't actually sure if Kuro was at the academy, or even if he was still alive. He was just trying it out. He didn't have time to search the entire academy. He needed to get back as soon as possible to warn the others about the mysterious man. From Kuro's perspective, Wang Yu is just a stranger, no different from that mysterious person. If Kuro were alive, he would probably be very vigilant and wouldn't easily show himself. So Wang Yu shouted for a full minute, but nothing changed inside the academy. Instead, more and more iron ants surged in, which made him frown. He decided to give it one last try, and if it didn't work, he would leave. Kuro, you coward who can only turn into a wolf's head. Listen up, this is my last time. If you are alive, respond immediately. I'm only giving you 10 seconds. Once the time is up, I will leave and you will be torn to pieces by these iron ants. If you want to die doing nothing, wasting your mother's life, then so be it. I've done my best. This is your last chance, and you have no choice but to trust me. After Wang Yu shouted, he waited for 2 seconds and, seeing that there was still no response, began to count down. At the same time, he and Ball retreated to the stairs on the 2nd floor, preparing to evacuate through the 2nd floor window. However, when the count reached 7, another voice finally rang out in the academy, trembling and hoarse. It was Kuro. I'm here, don't leave me. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and looked up. He saw the boy, who wasn't even as tall as the railing, in the 3rd floor corridor. The boy's eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. It took a lot of courage for him to run out like this. However, at this time, there were iron ants everywhere on the 1st floor, and even on the 2nd and 3rd floors. One of them was running along the corridor toward Kuro. I wanted to go up and meet him, but I was afraid it would be too late. Kuro, quick, jump down, I'll catch you. Wang Yu shouted, exchanged a glance with Ball, then jumped onto the nearby bookshelf and ran towards Kuro. Kuro was also frightened. He didn't have much fighting power to begin with, so there was no way he could fight Iron Ant. Fortunately, he was not as timid as his nickname suggested. On the contrary, he was quite capable and immediately climbed up the railing. Looking at Wang Yu waving to him below, he jumped down. Chapter 163 Special Hell Beast. Kuro jumped down, even though below him stood a strangely dressed stranger whose face was completely obscured. But as the stranger said, he didn't really have a choice. He either died here and became the excrement of the iron ants, if they could excrete, or he could only believe the stranger and gamble that he wasn't lying and was indeed a Star Alliance investigator. Fortunately, Kuro made the right bet. After a moment of weightlessness, he was held in a strong arm and not thrown into the swarm of iron ants. Instead, the iron ants that were trying to climb the bookshelf were blown up by a thick black pipe. The close-up experience was particularly shocking. The recoil even reached Kuro, as if he was also involved in firing the gun. Then came a series of scenes of iron ants being pierced and sent flying. The real reason was that Wang Yu was firing with one hand, and he couldn't quite control the muzzle, making it difficult to aim due to the recoil. Holy crap, they all crawled over here, Ball. Wang Yu shouted, and Ball immediately understood, firing several shots in their direction to help repel the iron ants that might block their path. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wang Yu also jumped over by stepping on the bookshelf. With a final push, he deliberately caused the bookshelf to collapse and jumped to the 2nd floor. At the same time, Ball threw an impact grenade at the iron ants below that were trying to gather into a large iron ball. Let's go to the village entrance. Wang Yu shouted, and he and Bear rushed into the classroom on the 2nd floor. Then, an explosion was heard from behind. 2 iron ants in the classroom were pierced through the heart by Bale's spear, and Wang Yu also killed one, smashing another iron ant with his flail. The 2 of them carried Kuro out of the window, and without hesitation, they refrained from using any loud guns or cannons. After landing, they tried to avoid fighting as much as possible, quickly climbing onto the roof and moving through various walls, holes, and building roofs. They soon left the iron ants that had gathered behind them far behind, and were temporarily safe. Phew, these things aren't strong in combat, but there are just too many of them. No wonder they're called bugs. Wang Yu then spoke up, and he and Ball hid in an empty room, putting Kuro down as well. The latter was not injured, but because Wang Yu was wearing a full set of bulletproof armor, it hurt a little. Are you really an alien? Kuro was already convinced, but he still couldn't help asking, because apart from his strange clothes and lack of a tail, Wang Yu didn't seem like an alien at all. It's the real deal. I was following behind you when I heard you being called a coward, and then you caught a big lobster, which you ended up cutting open with an angle grinder. Wang Yu recounted that because he was telling the truth, no one except his friends knew these details, so there was no doubt about Wang Yu's identity. He was indeed the Star Alliance investigator. You must have seen what happened at the school, right? Seeing that Kuro had calmed down, Wang Yu immediately asked him a question. However, this question made Kuro look down at the ground, as if he had lost his soul. However, we desperately need his intelligence now. Despite the pain the memories would bring him, Wang Yu still wanted to know what had happened inside. Kuro was silent for a few seconds, but still mustered up the courage to speak. It's a mechanical beast. A mechanical beast? Yes, it was a special mechanical beast that could talk, change shape, possess intelligence, and could impersonate a human. My mother was killed by it. Kuro's eyes were filled with hatred as he described the scene he had witnessed. Although his description was somewhat fragmented, it did not prevent Wang Yu and Ball from understanding it. At the very beginning of the earthquake, Kuro was indeed copying books at the academy. To ensure that the knowledge recorded in the books could be passed down for a long time, some of the older books would be replaced with newly copied ones every once in a while. Kuro did this at the academy, which was also a form of punishment for him. After the earthquake, Kuro's first thought was to escape to an open space, but when he saw the hell beasts, he retreated and hid, taking advantage of his small size. Chaos erupted outside, and the commotion attracted the iron ants. Kuro held back his cries and escaped unharmed. But before long, he heard a noise, so he quietly slipped out and saw a familiar face in the corridor. It was the guard in charge of the back door, who was also a member of the hunting team. Kuro wanted to call for help, but he saw a horrifying scene. The hell beast beside him didn't attack him. This made Kuro's eyes widen, and he dared not utter another sound. And so he watched the man take some books and eat them. Just then, Clara arrived with 2 hunting party members and witnessed the scene, so she questioned them. What happened next was pretty much as Wang Yu had predicted. The hunting team member turned into a terrifying monster, a mechanical werewolf completely pieced together from metal parts. It was incredibly ferocious and moved extremely fast. The 2 hunting team members didn't even have time to react before they were killed. Only Kuro's mother, Clara, managed to avoid it, but she was still injured. The latter transformed into a pure white werewolf, briefly gaining the upper hand. Kuro wanted to shout, but the situation suddenly reversed. A red mist erupted from the strange werewolf's body, causing its combat power to surge. My mom is a liar. She clearly said she couldn't fight, and that science is the most powerful weapon. She's just lying. She's so good. Why didn't she beat him? Kuro started crying, leaving Wang Yu somewhat at a loss. However, Ball, who was standing next to him, patted Kuro's head and comforted him. In fact, at the end, Clara had already noticed Kuro hiding on the 3rd floor and specifically told him with her eyes not to make a sound. Kuro believes that his mother's loss was also related to him, that he was the one who distracted her. You've actually done very well, and your mother didn't lie to you. If you had had a nuclear bomb back then, that mechanical wolf would probably have been vaporized in one shot. That's the power of technology. I've used it, and I can assure you of its power. Wang Yu then tried to comfort him, even though the angle was a bit strange. A nuclear bomb? You mean a bomb created by releasing energy through nuclear fission or fusion reactions based on the mass-energy equivalence equation? Oh, it seems you know quite a lot. That's right, it's incredibly powerful, brighter than the sun. Wang Yu quickly steered the conversation off course and attracted Kuro's attention. This kid seems to have been instilled with a belief in science from a young age and is also interested in it. By the way, what book did that mechanical beast destroy? Just as Wang Yu was about to ask, another earthquake suddenly came from underground. But unlike before, it wasn't as intense. Instead, it became a continuous tremor, as if the ground was rising. This caused the 3 of them to change their expressions and immediately look out the window. Chapter 164 Anthill. Qianshan area. The evacuation plan was proceeding smoothly. A winding fire snake could be seen starting from the mountaintop and extending all the way to the main entrance of the village. The road had been cleared and nearly 10 defensive checkpoints had been set up to support this evacuation route. On the main gate side, a 2-meter-high hole has been dug in the thick metal gate, big enough for 4 or 5 people to pass side by side, and a temporary outpost has also been set up here. Villagers kept coming and going, but there was no pushing or trampling. On the contrary, they were quite orderly, which is quite incredible in such a critical situation. Any sociology expert here would probably be tempted to investigate. But the werewolves have survived to this day on a perilous and shattered planet for a reason. In terms of combat strength, they may not be the strongest, but in terms of obedience to order, they are arguably among the strongest. Therefore, there were no major disturbances during the retreat, and the number of casualties was much lower. The wounded, children, and the elderly had already been evacuated to the ground, and some people were stationed there. The majority of the able-bodied young men who were still able to fight took weapons and equipment, especially gasoline, from the warehouse at the village entrance, and used them to support the battlefield, greatly relieving the pressure on the front lines. After digging through the gate, Kat Kerr was arranged by Mark to rest at the entrance and was also given a large piece of dried meat patty. Because of the dry climate and low temperature, food is relatively easy to store, so the wolf people adopted a simple and crude method. They directly took the meat of the mechanical beasts, mashed it into meat patties, sprinkled it with salt, and then air-dried it. The taste should be pretty good. I'm not sure if it has a metallic taste, but my cat is munching on it and seems to be enjoying it. Mark thought she was expending a lot of energy, so he brought her food and fresh water. But in reality, compared to when Wang Yu used her as an excavator in space, this job was incredibly easy. But in a corner where no one was paying attention, a retreating wolf youth was attacked. An iron ant burst from the ground beneath his feet, its sharp legs instantly piercing his body and dragging him into the wormhole. The whole process took only a few seconds. When he came to his senses, the wolf youth had disappeared, leaving only a bloodstain at the entrance of the hole. Moreover, new iron ants were still emerging from the cave entrance, which was immediately blown up by a thrown gasoline grenade. Members of the hunting team responsible for safety rushed over and told everyone not to stop, to keep running, and to watch their step. This was just an insignificant accident. Since the start of the retreat, this has happened dozens or even hundreds of times, mainly at the foot of the low hills and on the road leading to the village entrance, so it hasn't caused any disturbances. However, the wolf youth who was attacked was special. If Wang Yu were there, he would definitely recognize him. He was the warehouse manager he had met before, who was in charge of guarding the weapons. Wang Yu had even saved his life, but he died here. Shortly after the young man disappeared, all the Wolf Clan members around. No, all the Wolf Clan members on the front side of the mountain noticed the anomaly. The concentration of blood mist, or rather, iron, inside the cave was rapidly increasing. It wasn't that the blood mist from the ground seeped in, because the blood mist in the atmosphere isn't that dense. Even on the surface, it only makes the air slightly reddish. But the red fog here was clustered together and seeped from the ground. It illuminated the entire front mountain area almost as soon as it appeared, and caused quite a bit of panic. Kat Kerr immediately became alert. Almost without hesitation, she squeezed the meat patty into her cheek and then put on her filter mask, because Sister Ball had said not to inhale too much iron, as it might be bad for her health. The other hunting team members who had transformed into werewolves were in a similar state, immediately becoming extremely vigilant. Many were still fighting the iron ants, and some were injured due to distraction. Mark noticed this as well, and after swatting away 2 iron ants with his spear, he shouted in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Everyone has it. Don't stop. Leave quickly. Be fast." He urged the chaotic crowd to hurry up and then continue eliminating the iron ants around them. Urged on by him, the group moved again, but clearly, stimulated by the blood mist, the iron ants became even more active. At the top of the low hill, on this side of the ancestral hall, a tall and strong werewolf was also fighting. His broken left calf had been replaced with an iron rod for support, which made it a little difficult for him to move, but he was really strong. He swung a thick iron rod around, using brute force to overcome any skill. The old village chief was old, but his fighting ability was still not to be underestimated. It's just that his eyesight was not good, so when the fight broke out, there was no one else around. He was just playing with a thick iron and didn't even know that fog had rolled in until someone called him. "Village chief, something terrible has happened. Fog has rolled into the village." "What?" The old village chief stopped and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a blurry red color appearing at the foot of the mountain. "This fog is seeping from underground, which is very strange. and the number of iron ants is increasing. The defense line is about to collapse. The man added, which made the old village chief frown. How many people are left on the mountain? Including those stationed there are about 1,000 people in total. Notify everyone to descend the mountain together, and be quick. The old village chief also sensed something was amiss and immediately changed the plan, preparing to have the latter two groups depart together. But at the very moment he gave the order, the ground began to tremble again, causing a huge commotion, and even the low hills shook. Another earthquake? Many people thought so, but they soon realized something was wrong, because the source of the vibration was clearly perceptible, and it continued to vibrate for more than 10 seconds without stopping. Moreover, at the same time as the earthquake, the activities of all the iron ants changed. They abandoned their immediate target and all ran in the same direction, leaving the hunting team members who were dealing with these creatures at a loss and feeling a strong sense of unease. They all looked in the direction where the iron ants had gathered. Beside the low hill, the ground trembled and cracked, buildings collapsed and deformed, and then a huge black shadow rushed out from underground. It was an astonishing number of iron ants, which gathered together and spewed out thick blood mist, which illuminated the entire cave and grew higher and higher. What is that? The scene was so shocking that many of the retreating villagers were stunned, including members of the hunting team. Some even dropped their weapons, feeling weak and trembling, as if they were looking up at a mountain and experiencing a nameless fear. Careful, Sylvie shouted, noticing the unusual movement of the anthill, and immediately pulled a member of the hunting team next to her. At the same time, a scarlet beam of light shot out from the center of the anthill, like a railgun, sweeping across the area. Most people were swallowed up by the light before they could even react. After scanning, only a barely discernible black outline of a human figure remained. The flesh and blood had almost evaporated. Then came the screams and wails of those around them. Some unfortunate people had parts of their bodies caught in the beams of light, losing half of their bodies. They were still alive, and the pain forced them to scream, bringing intense fear to those around them. The werewolf clan was thus plunged into great chaos. This kind of fear is contagious, and the retreating troops immediately fell into chaos. Although Sivir realized what was happening, all she had saved was a severed forearm, the end of which was still smoking, causing Sivir's eyes to tremble violently. Chapter 165 Ant Mountain 2. The werewolf pack collapsed. The previous order vanished in an instant. Everyone rushed towards the exit recklessly. The passage, which was more than 2 meters high and could barely accommodate a few people side by side, was instantly blocked. People inside could neither move forward nor backward, and this even caused stampedes and crushing accidents. The efficiency of entry and exit has decreased significantly, with even the exit efficiency falling far short of previous levels. It's less than half of what it used to be. Everyone is trying to squeeze out, making it even harder to get out. People arriving later see the crowd at the door and rush over like a whirlwind, creating a large circle of people in front of the door, thus interrupting the evacuation plan. But Ant Mountain's movements did not stop. Like a fire extinguisher out of control, it spewed out thick blood mist from its body, gradually filling the entire cave. Against the backdrop of the fog, this ant mountain resembled a pitch-black monster covered in iron ants, almost as tall as the low hill. Part of its body might even still be underground, as iron ants were still crawling out from the ground and climbing onto it, reaching a height of over 400 meters. Its appearance caused huge casualties among the werewolves with its lasers. Moreover, its attack methods were not limited to lasers. Large clumps of iron ants, which were gathered into spheres, were thrown down by it, and the targets of the attack were also the werewolves below. This power is far more terrifying than something that bursts out from underground. The force of its fall is comparable to that of a catapult, and after it explodes, it splits into numerous iron ants of varying sizes. Some of these ants can even fly directly onto people, causing them to be instantly pierced by the sharp insect legs. Even if it was just fragments of iron ants, getting splashed on you was practically the same as death, let alone the swarm of iron ants that came with it. Even the hunting team members who had turned into werewolves couldn't handle it, and soon there were a lot of casualties. But the attacks from Ant Hill would not stop. In an instant, the retreat of the wolf clan from the low hill down became a bloody battlefield. People kept dying, and the situation became even more chaotic, making it impossible to tell whether the blood was from blood or iron in the air. The situation is getting worse. Mark had already intervened at the entrance, even knocking several people away, but the situation still hadn't improved. The crowd was pushing and shoving like madmen, even pushing Mark, leaving him somewhat helpless. He couldn't very well kill everyone blocking the entrance, could he? But at that moment, a distant wolf howl came from the mountaintop. It wasn't loud, but it was extremely penetrating and recognizable, and even the people pushing and shoving at the entrance could distinguish it. It's the village chief. The village chief is calling out. The crowd suddenly regained order, and many people snapped out of their daze and realized what they had been doing. Within seconds, the situation at the village entrance improved visibly. People stopped pushing and shoving and started queuing to leave in an orderly manner, which greatly increased the speed of passage. Mark was somewhat surprised and looked towards the low hill. The old village chief was still on the hilltop, even fighting, and there were continuous wolf howls coming down from the hilltop. Some of these howls came from other hunting party members, including Sivir. Finally, Mark responded and began to rebuild the defensive line to guard the entrance and exit. Several crossbow bolts exploded on the ant hill, also coming from the top of the hill, blasting away many iron ants, but the effect was only slightly better than nothing. "You all get out of here quickly, leave this to me." The old village chief said that he didn't know when, but his weapon had been lost, and his left arm was also missing. The wound didn't bleed much, but there were burn marks, indicating that he had been grazed by the laser and almost died. "Village chief, The remaining 7 or 8 hunters seemed to want to say something, but were interrupted by the old village chief. "Forget about us and yours. I'm already over 100 years old, and I didn't have many years left to live anyway, so dying here wouldn't be a loss. But you lot, some of you haven't even had kids yet. Have you all lived long enough like me?" The village chief advised the others to evacuate, but his words were somewhat crude. Fortunately, the results were good. The hunting team members exchanged glances, as if they had made up their minds, and gave all the remaining crossbows to the village chief before quickly leaving. Before leaving, they didn't forget to say, "Take care, village chief. Why bother taking care of yourself?" The village chief gave a bitter smile. If he could walk, he would indeed like to live a few more years, but now he can't even see, and he feels that he will die immediately as soon as he exits his wolf form. So what's the point of walking? He smelled the aroma, touched the ballista, loaded the cannon, and fired it directly. The opponent is so big, he couldn't possibly miss even with his eyes closed, so it doesn't matter whether he can see him or not at this point. Soon, the last 4 or 5 crossbow bolts were all fired. The old village chief could no longer withstand the attack and reverted to his wolf form, collapsing to the ground. The ancestral hall was also struck by whips formed by a large number of iron ants, completely destroying it. The hunting party members down the mountain, including Sivir and Mark, all witnessed this scene. As if realizing something, their eyes widened in fury. Sivir, in particular, had her fur turn white rapidly and her speed increased as she swept away the iron ants along the way, running towards the ant mountain. She even smashed the iron ant balls she threw at them, completely ignoring the iron ants' attacks. Only when she encountered dangerous rays would she rely on observation and agile movements to dodge. Because of her activity, she attracted some of Ant Hill's attention, giving the other wolves more time and opportunity to escape. "Humph, Silver Wolf, I'll deal with you later." Inside the ant mountain, a voice spoke, sounding remarkably similar to the wolf cub who had been dragged into the cave by the iron ants and was responsible for guarding the equipment. He prepared to focus his attention on attacking the remaining wolves. The angle and height were just right, and he had completely crossed the low mountain. He planned to launch a beam attack on the entrance area. However, at this moment, he saw the cat-headed investigator near the entrance talking to Mark. It seemed that there was a problem with their communication, so Catgirl could only use gestures and even postures to express her meaning. Just as he was wondering, suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura came from directly behind Ant Hill, like a thorn in his back, forcing the mysterious man to look back and find that it was the other 2 Star Alliance investigators. On the ground, near the entrance/exit. "You mean, I should order everyone to move away from the ant hill, find shelter, and prepare to withstand an attack." Mark saw a caterpillar hide behind the wall, then pop out again, pointing to the anthill. Combined with her words he couldn't understand and her strange gestures, he suddenly understood what she meant. Catker nodded immediately. Mark then guessed that Captain Wang was probably issuing a warning. He immediately shouted out orders, which were relayed by the hunting party members along the way. For those who were too far away, he used a few wolf howls to convey the message, which generally meant danger or to take cover. Even Sivir, who was at the very front, heard it. Although she didn't quite understand it, she also sensed an extremely dangerous aura coming from directly behind the anthill, so she hid as well. Chapter 166 Hegra's Roar. Part 1. Let's turn back time a little. Wang Yu was asking Kuro about what happened at the academy and learned about the existence of the special hell beasts. Just then, an earthquake occurred, so all three of them looked out the window. The first thing they saw was a red light shining from the front mountain, and at first they couldn't figure out what it was. When the rolling red mist poured in like ocean waves, almost tangible, illuminating everything in its path, Wang Yu and his group realized that something terrible had happened. Moreover, this special, clustered red mist. Wang Yu and Ball exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing, as did Kuro, because the red mist was very likely caused by a special hell beast, similar to the red mist inside the academy. Something's happened, we need to get there right away, Wang Yu said, and was about to rush over, but Ball pulled him back. Wait, something's up, Ball warned, and Wang Yu immediately realized something was wrong. He heard a lot of rustling sounds, the sounds of iron ants crawling, and they were getting closer to them. Within seconds, they saw a large number of iron ants, some even forming large iron balls, rolling forward rapidly, completely ignoring Wang Yu and the others, even though they were standing by the window, guns raised in alert. What exactly is this? The swarm of iron ants seemed to have received a command or been summoned by something, and they were heading towards the front of the mountain. After confirming the situation, Wang Yu and his group stopped lingering. Since he wasn't going to bother them, they might as well continue on their way. Wang Yu picked up Kuro, leaped out of the window, grabbed a pillar for leverage, and jumped onto the roof of another building. Ball followed suit, and the two quickly ran towards the red fog area. Can you get in touch with Cat Kerr? We're trying, but it's still a long way off. At this time, Ant Mountain was already slaughtering the retreating villagers, causing considerable chaos, until the howling of wolves reached them, which even Wang Yu could hear. It's the village chief. The village chief is trying to calm everyone down. Kuro then spoke, seemingly understanding the meaning behind the wolf howl, but to Wang Yu and Ball, it was just an ordinary wolf howl, nothing special. After running for a while, they approached the front mountain area. After rounding a bend and opening up their view, they finally saw the black shadow standing in the red mist, an unidentified object resembling a mountain formed by countless iron ants. This thing had now become a single entity, occasionally shooting out terrifying rays to attack the villagers below, and throwing out swarms of iron ants that crashed to the ground. In terms of size, it can already be considered a super hell beast, with a height approaching 500 meters, which is a head taller than the low mountain. Isn't this thing a bit too big? Wang Yu complained. Looking at it from a distance, I feel my scalp tingling. This thing is what causes earthquakes. The red mist seeps out from its body. There may be something strange about this thing, especially at about a third of the way up the mountain, where the amount of mist is the greatest. Furthermore, according to the analysis, this thing may be much larger than it appears to be. The underground area in the front mountain region is likely filled with these things, which is why the fog seeps out from underground. Bar analyzed that, as a robot, it sees far more clearly than Wang Yuchuan, and can obtain deeper information through calculation and data modeling, and is also more likely to notice some inconspicuous details. Sylvie is attracting the mountain's attention. Her fur has turned completely white. She must have transformed into a silver wolf. However, if this continues, everyone will probably die at the hands of this thing. Can you get in touch with Catalisa? Yes, we've made contact. Good. Wang Yu transmitted the message directly through the microphone. Cat Kerr, find Captain Mark and have him inform everyone to stay away from that ant mountain as much as possible and find cover to take refuge. I'm going to use Hegra's roar. It might make a lot of noise, but it's better than being eaten by iron ants. You stay away too. Wang Yu notified Cat Kerr, and then took the silver briefcase from Ball. At this moment, Kuro was also put down. Looking at the ant mountain that was raging in the distance, he felt very anxious, but he only felt powerless. How could he win against something like this? For a moment, he even had the thought of running away and avoiding it. It was a biological instinct, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Wang Yu ignored Kuro and opened the silver briefcase. Inside was a strange silver pistol, completely free of any other color, as if it had been cast from a single piece. Only a strange pattern was painted on the stock, a bizarre planet bound by chains, which was also the symbol of the Hegra Research Center. Wang Yu took out the pistol, which was quite heavy, and prepared to assemble it. What is this? Kuro's gaze was completely drawn to it, and he was particularly interested in this kind of technological creation. However, Wang Yu didn't have time to tell him a story at the moment, so he just made up a few words and sent him away. This is a new weapon developed by Star Alliance. We talked about nuclear bombs before, and this is something similar, just a bit strange. It shouldn't be used inside a mountain, as it could cause a collapse. But now, they had no other choice but to kill that guy. Wang Yu said that he had already connected the somewhat long gun barrel. It was indeed very strange, because Wang Yu only just realized that the inside of the gun barrel was actually solid, as if it was blocked by something. He was stunned for a moment. Kuro, standing beside him, wore an undisguised expression of envy, as if he had seen a toy he had longed for. He couldn't take his eyes off it, looking around, and then at the three strange fleshy balls sealed in the transparent container in the briefcase, feeling both disgusted and mysterious. But he said there was no need to worry about the mountain collapsing, because the mountain was originally a dead, gigantic hell beast, and the entire village was built inside it, making it very sturdy. Wang Yu was also somewhat surprised. It seemed that the wolf people back then were not as backward as they are now. No wonder there were so many books in the academy. He opened the assembled gun, revealing a spherical magazine inside, just big enough to hold a specially made bullet. After loading the ammunition, Wang Yu prepared to aim and fire. He even jumped onto the building in front of him to let Ball collect the remaining ammunition, worried about any accidents during firing. Wang Yu, based on my analysis, that thing seems to be moving, as if it's aiming at the entrance. If you're going to fire, do it quickly and attack about 1/3 of the way down from the top. At this moment, Ball urged them on, because if the entrance collapsed, they would be trapped inside, which would be very troublesome. Leave it to me. Wang Yu raised his gun with his left hand and aimed, making Kuro's eyes practically pop out of their sockets. However, after a few seconds, Wang Yu did not fire the gun, and even began to examine it again. Strange, there's no insurance, why can't I press it? He was a little puzzled. At this moment, the anthill had adjusted its position and was facing the entrance. It even had a red light shining inside. Damn, what a piece of junk. He cursed, aimed again, and simultaneously cast a spell called Body of Fear. Chapter 167 Higra's Roar. Seeing that the anthill in the distance was showing signs of attacking the entrance, Wang Yu decisively activated a spell to try to attract the enemy's attention. The effect was quite good. The ant mountain, which was gathering its strength, suddenly stopped and twisted its body slightly. It was clear that its attention had turned to the back, and it might even have noticed Wang Yu and the others. But at this point, Wang Yu still didn't understand how to use the gun, or why the trigger was so stiff. Wang Yu, it's noticed us. Ball warned, but Wang Yu already knew, and he was even more anxious than Ball. On the other side, Ant Mountain sensed an extremely terrifying power emanating from Wang Yu, the source of which was unknown. The iron ants on his body became restless and showed a tendency to escape and disintegrate. After Wang Yu's strength increased, the effect of his magic also increased dramatically. In addition, he also gave himself a bluff called Star Alliance, making him even more intimidating. What does he want to do? The mysterious human within the ant hill even had the thought of fleeing for a moment. But if he fled back now, No.1 and No.2 would tear him apart. He could only grit his teeth and prepare to charge up his laser cannon to attack Wang Yu in the distance. The latter was also enraged by the broken gun. Instead of looking for the non-existent safety, it went straight into overdrive mode, gripping the gun with both hands and even using 4 fingers, preparing to forcefully pull the trigger. After inspecting the gun again, Wang Yu was certain that it didn't have a complicated structure or a safety mechanism. It was probably designed to be used this way, but the trigger was probably too tight. After all, it was a prototype, so it had a lot of problems. He aimed at the ant mountain and pulled the trigger hard. The ant mountain was also aiming at him, its interior surging with red light. The man and the mountain were thus exchanging fire from a distance. Not good. Ball was also getting anxious, because that laser was no joke and was about to come and pull Wang Yu away. But just before she acted, she heard a shattering sound coming from Wang Yu's direction. It was very clear that it came from the gun in his hand. After much effort, Wang Yu finally managed to pull the damn trigger, feeling as if he had shattered something. In that instant, Wang Yu understood the gun's working principle. The structure was quite simple. The trigger was likely linked to a pressure device that squeezed the bullet inside the gun to burst. Then the gun in his hand trembled violently, and a thin but exceptionally bright purple beam shot out from the muzzle of his gun, heading towards the distant ant hill. At the same time, Ant Mountain completed its power-up and fired its scarlet laser cannon. But the beam of light was already disintegrated and dissipated as it approached, or even before it touched the thin purple line. The thin line continued flying forward and crashed into the ant mountain, causing the massive, mountain-like body to suddenly stiffen. At this moment, an invisible force spread out from the point of impact. Visibly, the hit area seemed to lose its color, turning grayish-white, spreading all over the ant mountain and even seeping into the ground. At the same time, an invisible shock consisting of a piercing shriek emanated from within the ant mountain, spreading outwards, much like the shock emitted by Higra. The impact was even greater in areas that were nearby. Many werewolves fainted from the impact, while those with stronger constitutions collapsed to the ground and vomited, their vomit containing blood streaks and even blood clots. However, the impact was less severe when the distance to the ant hill was more than 50 meters. For example, many people, like Captain Mark, simply covered their heads and squatted down, while those with strong constitutions only felt nauseous and vomited. Only a very few people with strong intuition seemed to see a blurry, deep purple sphere flash by, and they felt inexplicably terrified, screaming and creating a chaotic scene. Fortunately, most of the energy was absorbed by the ant mountain. After being hit, it was briefly stunned for more than 10 seconds, stopped moving, and then quickly disintegrated and collapsed like a landslide. Moreover, the fallen iron ants were all rusty and emitted a foul, pungent odor, clearly indicating they were dead beyond any doubt. This included the iron ants that had fought with the wolf tribe. Perhaps because they were all one entity, the sharp legs of these iron ants quickly became covered with rust, and lumps grew on their surfaces. They fluttered around for a moment and then stopped moving. They did not react at all to the spears thrust at them by the wolf tribesmen, and some disgusting and foul-smelling pus splattered out. The ant hill collapsed just like that, and many of the wolf clan members didn't even realize why. After hearing a series of unpleasant noises, the creature and the surrounding iron ants all died, and only a few people knew what had happened, such as Captain Mark. Once he realized what was happening, he immediately called on everyone who could move to evacuate quickly, and to move away those who were unconscious and unable to move, before any other hell beasts arrived. On the other side, Wang Yu also encountered some trouble. He's completely figured out how to use this gun. Simply put, it's a water gun. A bullet is a kind of high-pressure container. When it is squeezed and burst, the liquid inside is ejected through a small channel in the barrel and shot toward the target. For this reason, the gun had a significant amount of residual contamination after firing, with the barrel being the most severely affected. It was corroded by the large amount of liquid or some kind of energy flowing through it, resulting in cracks, rust, and oxidation. Fortunately, it did not explode. However, the liquid that eventually lost pressure inevitably remained in the barrel, dripping onto the ground, and even seeping out a little from the sealed gun body, evaporating into the air. This caused Wang Yu to also be affected, taking a hit from the Higra and kneeling on the ground coughing after the shooting ended. Damn it, this gun definitely wasn't tested for safety before it was brought out. He couldn't help but curse and threw the gun aside. Wang Yu, don't come any closer. Wang Yu warned Ball that because he still had residual Higra energy in his body, his health was declining. So he immediately took out a bottle of potent blood-burning potion and drank it to counteract the effects. He felt his body churning and the world spinning around him. Although Ball and Kuro, who were separated by a building, also felt the energy, it was much weaker. Ball didn't even feel any obvious discomfort, except for hearing noise, while Kuro lay on the ground and vomited. In order to weaponize it, the people on the planet Mech seemed to have concentrated this energy, and the result is this weapon. It took Wang Yu several seconds to recover. His sanity and maximum health both decreased to varying degrees, especially his maximum health, which dropped to 83. This was only because of the powerful blood-burning magic potion, otherwise, it would have been even worse. It's likely that he has more than just carbon monoxide disease in his body now. Wang Yu, your body. Bear helped Wang Yu up. It's alright, not too bad, we can still hold on. He replied, taking a few deep breaths. He felt his breathing was not very smooth and his face was a little pale, but fortunately, the helmet covered him completely. Let's leave first. Let's go check on that thing's body first. Kuro, quickly tell me about the book that mysterious person took from the academy. You should remember it, right? Chapter 168 Mechanical Werewolf. Werewolf Village, in the front mountain. The ant mountain, hundreds of meters high, collapsed with a roar, burying a large area and emitting a foul stench, making it no different from a garbage dump. The thickest part of the ant mountain was as high as 70 meters, almost like a small hill. Thanks to the previously issued evacuation orders, most villagers have stayed as far away from the ant hills as possible. Moreover, even without orders, they would spontaneously run away from the ant hill, so there are very few cases of them being buried by garbage. Most of the cases involve corpses being buried underneath. However, The strange impact that occurred before the ant hill collapsed caused many villagers to lose consciousness. Even now, most people don't know what happened or why Ant Mountain exploded. This is how it appears to most of the werewolves who are busy escaping for their lives. After the impact subsided, members of the hunting party, who had received orders, began rescue efforts, taking away the unconscious villagers. The process went quite smoothly because there were no iron ants or other hell beasts interfering. Suddenly, a pile of garbage reacted and bulged up. Then, a snow-white werewolf sprang out, covered in a lot of dirty blood, but it was all from iron ants. It was none other than Sivir, who had been accidentally buried. She was very close to the anthill and briefly lost consciousness after being hit. When she woke up, she found herself buried. She was the only one who managed to crawl out on her own. Anyone with poorer physical condition would have been dead by now. Is this some kind of weapon? Sivir felt a splitting headache and looked at the small hill not far away. She clearly knew more than the other villagers because she had noticed the mysterious ray that had struck the ant hill. She looked towards the village entrance, where the evacuation was still ongoing. Her father was in charge of directing and coordinating the work, extremely busy, while constantly looking around as if searching for something. Their eyes met, and they could clearly feel each other's intense excitement. Before the two could reunite, Sivir's ears suddenly twitched, and she abruptly turned to look at the small hill not far away. There was movement there as well. The surface garbage loosened and rolled down, and a strange humanoid creature emerged from it. It is about 2 meters tall, with a broken left arm and covered in rust. It looks like an old, futuristic humanoid robot. The metal parts on its body are active or dynamic, sometimes coming together and sometimes separating, spewing out thick red mist from the gaps. In his chest area, there is a structure that looks like a crystal lens or an energy core connected to some flesh and tubes, with energy flowing inside and being transmitted to various parts of his body. But now, this core has become murky, as if it has been contaminated by something, causing the transmitted energy to be intermittent and flickering. Damn it, what kind of attack is that? Ugh. Sound of violent vomiting. As soon as the robot crawled out, it lay down on the ground and spat out some metal parts mixed with blood and flesh. It was quite contaminated, and the surrounding iron ant corpses quickly decomposed and rusted away after touching it. Before he could catch his breath, a gust of wind rushed towards him, causing his expression to change instantly and forcing him to retreat several meters. It was a thick iron rod that no one knew where it had picked up. Then a silver-white figure attacked him. It was Sivir. With one swipe of her claw, Sivir sent him tumbling to the ground, flying more than 10 meters away. Despite landing a successful blow, Sivir's expression remained unchanged. Her wolf-like face contorted in a grimace as she glared at her opponent. Drops of blood trickled from the claws that had just struck, falling to the ground. Because the other party reacted at the last moment and even launched a counterattack to some extent. Damn Silver Wolf, I don't have time to play with you right now. The mysterious robot roared, causing Sivir's expression to change repeatedly, as it was the first time she had ever encountered a talking hell beast. After being swatted away, many parts exploded from its body, but it did not die. Instead, it spewed out a thick red mist from its core, and its body began to deform in the red mist. In a few seconds, it turned into a mechanical werewolf that was over 5 meters tall. Its body was covered with structures that looked like metal thorns or wolf fur, which would stand up from time to time and fall down from time to time. They could even move around on its body surface. If this monster weren't covered in rust and missing an arm, this very transformation would probably scare away most opponents. Sivir wasn't scared off. Instead, she sensed a familiar aura during the man's transformation, as the process resembled a wolf transformation. She grabbed a large iron bar from the side and rushed over, using it as a spear. She thrust it out, but the mechanical werewolf dodged to the side, only managing to scrape off a few thorns. The latter then raised its right arm, quickly reformed and transformed into a sharp scythe, and slashed downwards. Sivir tried to block with her iron bar, but was knocked back by the blow, and the iron bar in her hand was cut in two, which surprised her because the power was too exaggerated. The latter then switched from defense to offense and fought with Sivir. Although it looked tattered and small parts would fall off when it moved, it was able to contend with Sivir, who was a silver werewolf, with such a body, and even had a slight advantage in strength. Even though Sivir has only just awakened as a silver werewolf, the opponent's combat power is too exaggerated. It's unimaginable how strong he would be when he's in perfect condition. Moreover, this thing also had a ranged weapon. After repelling Sivir once again, The various parts on its shoulder recombined and merged, turning into a cannon that fired continuously, even hitting Sivir's calf and piercing it through, causing Sivir to lose her balance. Go to hell. The mechanical werewolf roared, and the energy core in its chest began to gather destructive red energy. It seemed that the red laser that the iron ant had shot out earlier was actually fired by it. However, after less than a second of gathering energy, the werewolf began to cough violently, and the energy he had accumulated exploded within his body, scattering many of his internal parts. By this time, Sivir had stood up again, feeling as if she had just escaped death. Her left leg had been pierced by a sharp metal spear, but she ignored it and charged toward the mechanical werewolf. The mechanical werewolf had recovered by now and realized that there was a serious problem with his body. He moved the cannon on his shoulder and aimed it at Sivir, preparing to fire another shot. But just then, a bullet a few centimeters long whistled through the air and struck his shoulder cannon, shattering it into pieces. And that wasn't all. The instant he looked at the sniper, he was also shot in the head, the bullet piercing through him, and he fell to one side. The shooter was none other than Bar, who had rushed over. He crouched down and, from a distance of over 300 meters, accurately hit his opponent. However, the mechanical werewolf still didn't die. Like a cockroach, it reassembled its head and tried to get up, but was once again brutally beaten by Sivir, who arrived at the scene, with its parts flying everywhere. Chapter 169 Gang Fight. The mechanical werewolf finally managed to escape Sivir's attack, but before it could even regain its footing, it was shot in the leg again, fell down once more, and was once again entangled by Sivir. If it weren't for its tenacious vitality and ability to salvage parts from the junkyard to repair its body during the battle, it would probably have fallen apart completely by now. Moreover, he quickly realized that if he didn't find a way to deal with that annoying sniper, he would probably be worn down and die here. What's wrong with my body? He roared, repelling Sivir once more, then abruptly turned his attention to the investigator who had fired the sniper shot. At this point, he no longer cared about being exposed. He was about to die. But just as he was about to sprint, another heavy slug hit his knee, causing him to lose his balance and fall flat on his face in the junkyard. And that wasn't all. The weapon's rate of fire was significantly faster than a sniper rifle, firing shot after shot at the mechanical werewolf, who was none other than Wang Yu, who was carrying a heavy shotgun. Although he was also affected by the shock, he was much better off than the terminally ill mechanical werewolf. So resilient? Wang Yu fired 7 or 8 shots in a row, but the thing was still moving. Moreover, the core at the center could not be broken by the gun. Each shot only left a shallow scratch. This reminded Wang Yu of the terrifying digger he had once defeated. That thing was also incredibly resilient. It survived being knocked dozens of kilometers away by the deep space, and even managed to repair itself. This thing is probably similar, belonging to the category of advanced hell beasts. In addition to hell evolution, it likely possesses a special ability called hell regeneration, otherwise it would have died long ago. Captain Wang. Sivir greeted Wang Yu at this moment. Yes, you're injured. Go and treat your wound first. We'll take care of things here. Wang Yu looked at Sivir, nodded, and continued firing at the mechanical werewolf not far away, even throwing a shock grenade at it. But, boss, Kuro's voice interrupted Sivir, and he came over, only to be put down by Wang Yu halfway there. The latter showed surprise and delight, and lifted Kuro up. The height difference between the two was quite large, almost 3 times each. Sivir didn't insist any further, saying she would call for backup, and then she and Kuro evacuated the area first. Soon, the battle on the field turned into a one-sided beating of the mechanical werewolf by Wang Yu and Ball. They bombarded it with guns and grenades, preventing it from taking shape, but they also couldn't kill it. Even armor-piercing rounds couldn't break through its core. That's probably the vital point. At this moment, Bale's words made Wang Yu frown. He could only watch helplessly as the other party reconstituted his lower limbs and stood up. Haha, you can't kill me with the weapons you have. Before he could finish speaking, the mechanical werewolf's legs were broken again. After repeatedly pulling the trigger and crippling it, Wang Yu's shotgun made a series of empty click, click sounds as the bullets in the drum magazine ran out. Meanwhile, the mechanical werewolf on the ground let out a rampant laugh and quickly reformed its form. However, several crossbow bolts hit it at that moment, followed by a violent explosion. It was Captain Mark who had run over to provide support with his crossbow. He had rushed over earlier when he saw his daughter fighting the strange thing, but the journey was a bit far. Moreover, Kat Kur also arrived. Perhaps knowing that guns couldn't kill her, she rushed forward and used her claws to continuously cut and peel away the metal around the core, which caught Wang Yu's eye. Quick, let's all attack together. It'll take him time to regenerate. Let's prevent him from gathering his strength. Wang Yudao grabbed his short hammer and rushed forward, along with Ball, who came with a long spear, and even Captain Mark joined in with a spear. He also brought 7 or 8 hunting team members with him. From this moment on, the battle completely devolved into a brawl. Before the mechanical werewolf could even form an offensive mechanical structure, it was forcibly dismantled by the arriving people armed with various weapons, like a demolition crew. You can't fight like this, it's not fair at all. The mechanical werewolf cursed, getting dirtier and dirtier, but no one paid him any attention. Because ganging up is the norm for wolf hunters, they have no concept of one-on-one duels or fairness. When Sivir returned after bandaging her wounds, she brought a reinforcement team with her, and the situation became even more out of control. Faced with the culprits of the invasion, fueled by both new and old grudges, this group of werewolves was like they were on steroids, each one more ruthless than the last, their energy seemingly limitless. Many of them even brought iron pickaxes and hammers, saying that these things were powerful and more effective. Wang Yu was even pushed out in a daze, only to hear clanging and banging sounds and faint shouts from the crowd. He calmly took out a glass of water, drank a couple of sips, changed the battery, and prepared to squeeze in for another round. He refused to believe that this thing could revive indefinitely. He was determined to kill it today. And so, the mechanical werewolf was ganged up on for nearly an hour. Although he had stopped responding 10 minutes earlier, the beating showed no signs of stopping. During this time, the core flashed brightly a few times. Wang Yu was worried that it would explode and wanted to tell everyone to run. However, the core only flashed twice, emitted a little smoke, and then went completely dark. Okay, let me check and confirm. Wang Yu stopped everyone. At this point, he was quite prestigious even within the wolf clan. Because many people already knew on their way here that the Ant Mountain was actually destroyed by Wang Yu, the Star Alliance investigator, using some kind of special weapon. He looked at the core on the ground, which was covered with scratches and white spots, but remained intact. He picked it up. It was quite heavy, weighing over 50 pounds. It was filled with some kind of dark red, murky liquid. It had been glowing and talking before, but now it was lifeless. No, it seems like he really is dead. Wang Yu obtained the item information. Name: Ironthorn Werewolf Core. Introduction: the Ironthorn Werewolf is a hybrid product of half-hell beast and half-werewolf, born under special circumstances and conditions. It combines the advantages of both, can switch between human and mechanical forms, possesses high intelligence, and can change its appearance at will. Because their birth process is full of chance and uncertainty, the population size has always been a problem for them. They have been researching how to endow other hell beasts with intelligence and further control the hell beasts, and plan to establish a new civilization with hell beasts as the main body. It can consume psionic energy to release activated iron-rich red mist, which controls and enhances the performance of other hell beasts and itself, making it a promising emerging species. It can be delivered to the Heritage Collector as a civilization's legacy, granting 100,000 universal credits and 8 gacha pulls for the corresponding civilization. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, and upon seeing that this item could be submitted as a cultural heritage, he secretly sighed. As expected. The creation of this thing was indeed related to the werewolves, but because it was so long ago, the werewolves themselves probably didn't even remember it. So these Ironthorn werewolves went to the academy and erased some information related to themselves, but Kuro happened to see it. Kuro, in terms of combat strength, is probably less than a 5, but he has an exceptionally strong brain and a super memory. He can remember almost everything he sees and can recite all the books in the academy from memory. Therefore, he knew which records these people destroyed, and he exposed everything at once. He impersonated a Star Alliance investigator to investigate, which provoked the group and led to this accident. Otherwise, if we wait any longer, there might not be any ordinary werewolves left on this planet. They would probably all be replaced by Ironthorn werewolves, and Hellstar would be completely destroyed. Chapter 170 Antarctic Base. Shortly after Wang Yu and his group killed the Ironthorn werewolf. Antarctica, inside the Rift Valley. A rock wall cracked open, and a man crawled out. 1 second his left hand was holding a metal drill bit, and the next second it turned back into a normal hand. He knelt on the ground and vomited violently. What happened? What kind of weapons did those Star Alliance investigators use? He continued to vomit, and in his vomit, besides food scraps, there were also metal parts mixed with blood and even bits of flesh, covered in rust. Moreover, His chest also contained an energy core similar to that of the Ironthorn werewolf, filled with some kind of red liquid, but it had become murky at the moment. We must bring back news of number 3's death. After vomiting for a while, he rallied and dived into the canyon. But shortly after he left, several light bugs flew over and began to suck up the disgusting vomit on the ground. On the other side, in the werewolf village, at the academy in the back mountain, Wang Yu, Kuro, Sivir, and Captain Mark gathered here for a secret meeting. That's it. I've used a concept weapon called Catastrophe Impact. This weapon causes aging and decay in non-living things, but it leads to disease in living things. Wang Yu briefly explained the weapon's principle, skipping the explanations related to the machine star and the evil god Higra, because that would be too long to explain and wouldn't be of any help at the moment. He said this to draw Mark's attention to those affected by the shock. Although they are not the primary target of the attack, they are still at risk of contracting the disease, which would further damage the already precarious wolf population. Although population statistics are still ongoing and search and rescue efforts have not yet stopped, the total population of the wolf pack will likely drop to around 3,000 after this incident, with a large portion of them being elderly people and children, as the young and middle-aged populations suffered the most casualties. This is a very dangerous population structure. Even the slightest disturbance could lead to the extermination of the entire population. Mark listened to all of this with a stern face. After the village chief's death, he was the most likely candidate to succeed him. The other elders were too weak to command respect, and the wolf clan was a race that revered the strong. However, there was some good news. Mark's brows relaxed slightly after hearing Wang Yu say that people with strong physiques are more resistant to impacts. This meant that the hunting team members who could turn into werewolves might not be greatly affected. Finally, there was information about the invading Ironthorn wolves, which was why Wang Yu had summoned several key figures here. This is a new breed of hell beast that can change its appearance, possesses intelligence, and has terrifying strength. Wang Yu still categorized it as a hell beast because the two are very similar. They may have already infiltrated your group, but you just haven't noticed. Moreover, their birth is closely related to you. Wang Yu looked at Kuro after saying this, indicating that it would be more appropriate for Kuro to continue the story. The latter recounted everything that had happened at the academy. When he mentioned Clara, his eyes dimmed noticeably, because Clara's body was still in the academy, but it had been maimed beyond recognition by the iron ants. When Mark first found out, he couldn't even believe that Clara was actually a silver werewolf. That Ironthorn werewolf came to the academy and destroyed the records about the Antarctic base, as well as the records related to the Hellbeast's activities and the Blood Rain revelation incident. Kuro said, but what he said left Mark and Sivir a little confused. Both of them were militant and knew nothing about the past. They only knew that such a base had existed, but they were completely ignorant of other things like the Blood Rain revelation incident. In the past, the werewolf people also achieved considerable success, and the exploration of outer space was put on the agenda. At that very moment, following an unusual earthquake, red rain began to fall across the world, starting in the Arctic and rapidly spreading southward. Countless mechanical engineering creations, and even simple metal objects, were activated in this bloody rain, turning into hellish beasts and causing unimaginable destruction. In just 1 week, the total population of the wolf clan has been reduced to less than 30% of its original size. They barely managed to establish a resistance line in the southern region where no blood rain fell, and eventually retreated step by step until now only this small village remains. The Antarctic base is a product of this process, a survival fortress built by the wolf clan with the combined strength of the entire clan. However, this fortress eventually turned into a terrifying hell beast, which is now located deep in the Rift Valley of the Antarctic continent. During this process, the werewolves also noticed the activities of the hell beasts, which seemed to be digging towards the Earth's core, attempting to destroy the planet. This was definitely related to the planet's anomalies and the giant eye in the North Polar region. The werewolves wanted to stop it, but they were powerless to do so because the hell beasts were too powerful. So they began research on the hell beasts, trying to control them and turn them into a controllable force so they could launch a counterattack. The base's loss of control was also related to this research, but there is very little documentation on this part. The last Blood Rain revelation event refers to a cult-like organization that predicted the event before the Blood Rain occurred. Therefore, after the Blood Rain, the organization's influence expanded rapidly. It called itself the Crimson Eye Order and had an astonishing number of followers, which seriously affected the werewolf clan's subsequent counterattack plan, because the two had opposite goals. The records state that this cult was completely wiped out in an operation by the Wolf Clan authorities. However, judging from the current situation, this organization may not have disappeared. It may have simply gone into hiding or even integrated into the official Wolf Clan ranks, participating in subsequent research into controlling the Hellbeasts. Wang Yu shared his guess, and combined with the intelligence on the Ironthorn Wolf, it was easy to make this deduction. You mean to say that the loss of control at the Antarctic base is also related to this organization? Captain Mark quickly grasped the key points. That's right, it's very likely. This base is probably the lair of this group of Ironthorn werewolves. It was supposed to be the last bulwark of your civilization, but now it has become their tool for evil, used to destroy this planet. Therefore, if you want to live peacefully on this planet, you must eliminate these werewolves and destroy this base. There is no other choice. Wang Yu brought up the harsh reality, and the school fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 171, The Founding of the Star Alliance. Can your Star Alliance send some personnel over? I meant reinforcements. Mark looked at Wang Yu, who fell silent after listening to the analysis, realizing the seriousness of the problem. But now, the Wolf Clan really can't afford any more losses, which is why he asked about reinforcements. A single Ironthorn werewolf nearly wiped out their entire clan, so even though the base used to belong to the werewolves, they had absolutely no desire to fight back. The gap between the two sides is too large. Wang Yu, as a Star Alliance investigator, knew the Star Alliance inside and out and knew that there was no way there could be any reinforcements, but he couldn't say it outright and could only refuse in a roundabout way. The explanation given was that disasters were now rampant throughout the universe, forcing the Star Alliance's power to be dispersed. Given the long distance, it's estimated that it will take 1 or 2 decades for the request to call for reinforcements to be approved and for the reinforcements to arrive. This is only a very short time in the universe, but for the Wolf Clan, it is enough to determine life and death. Then what should we do? Mark's face turned quite grim. They had just survived this crisis, only to be faced with a hopeless ending. Originally, Wang Yu could have led his team to evacuate here, since they had already obtained the legacy of the civilization. Under the pretext of investigation, they obtained the core of the Ironthorn werewolf. But leaving like this would make Wang Yu feel like a despicable and shameless liar and thief. He should have known better than to use the Star Alliance banner, which brought false hope to the werewolf people, but actually brought them greater despair. If that's the case, it's better to have no hope at all. He shouldn't have come. That way, the werewolves could live a little longer and eventually perish in ignorance. His arrival even hastened the demise of the Wolf Clan civilization. Wang Yu was caught in a dilemma, but then a remark from Bear enlightened him. The biggest difference between life and machines is that the former does not act entirely according to reason, so there is no need to worry about the pros and cons of choices and the probability of success. It is better to follow your heart. Ball's words greatly shocked Wang Yu, and the way he looked at her changed. The latter immediately explained that this was a sentence left by Old Brun in his diary, and it was also a sentence that influenced the actions of the machine's servants on the machine planet. Since Wang Yu was struggling with how to make a choice, Bear felt that this sentence could also help him. It has to be Old Buren again. He truly deserves to be a legendary figure of the long-eared tribe. Wang Yu suddenly felt that these legendary figures were sometimes more representative than the heritage of civilization. Ball, I plan to establish an organization called the Star Alliance. Its purpose is what I've already stated, to resolve this disaster that threatens the entire universe. To achieve this, we must unite all forces that can be united. I hope that the Machine Star can also become a member, and I think Sophia will not refuse. She will definitely join, Bar said confidently. The Star Alliance was established at this moment. Although there were only 3 core members, the number of members would soon increase, including the Wolf Clan on Hellstar and other civilizations that still existed on other planets. Wang Yu suddenly felt enlightened and even more motivated. Let's return to this meeting. Seeing Mark in despair, Wang Yu patted him hard on the shoulder and said, This star system is within my jurisdiction, so there's no need to worry. I'm the reinforcements sent by the Star Alliance. And I brought my weapons with me. Wang Yu unleashed Heger's roar. This weapon can destroy that base, or at least temporarily halt its operation and inflict immeasurable damage on the hell beasts within. We can take this opportunity to capture that base. Wang Yu's confident words rekindled hope in Mark's eyes. Although Wang Yu himself was unsure of the weapon's power, judging from its previous performance, it should be able to throw the base into chaos and shut it down. The next step is to decide how to proceed. There can be no delays, and we must act swiftly and decisively. Because the Ironthorn werewolves are probably also formulating plans against them, they have to strike first, otherwise they'll be on the defensive. The wolf population truly cannot afford any further damage. I will immediately gather the best hunters from the hunting party. Mark was about to arrange the team, but Wang Yu interrupted him. No, this operation must be carried out in secret, because there may still be lurking Ironthorn werewolves or their spies in the tribe. If the plan is exposed, we will be in danger, so the number of people involved in the operation cannot be large. Furthermore, the Ironthorn werewolves are few in number, otherwise, you would have been wiped out long ago. A major reason they spared you is likely to study how to expand their own population. Wang Yu shared his assessment and prepared to act on his, Bale's, and Kat Kur's actions. Mark was in a dilemma. Although Wang Yu's words made sense, the other party's dedication made things difficult for him. I'll go too, Sivir said. My leg injury has healed, and I won't hold anyone back. She revealed her right calf, where the wound had already scabbed over and healed, clearly demonstrating that she also possessed a similarly robust physique to Kat Kur. After all, she was one of the best in her clan. All right, let Sivir go with you. I'll organize a few trustworthy people to keep an eye on things and prepare for a fight against the Ironthorn werewolves. With ballistae and bombs, we should be able to find a way, right? Mark said, and that's how the plan was decided. Almost immediately after the meeting ended, Wang Yu and his group, along with Sivir, left the village, ostensibly to return to their spaceship to make some preparations, but in reality, they headed straight for the Rift Valley region. It's fortunate that Wang Yu's battery life has improved significantly, allowing him to extend the battery life by charging, otherwise, it would have run out of power long ago. This is a specially made filter mask. When we go deeper into the Rift Valley, the oxygen concentration will be very low, and this mask will make you more comfortable. Ball took out a spare mask and handed it to Sivir, who put it on under his guidance. This operation required reaching the deepest part of the Rift Valley. Before the operation, Mark gave Wang Yu and his group several suggested routes, saying that they would be less dangerous. They had actually tried to venture deep into the Rift Valley to investigate the underground base, a secret plan Clara had devised, but before it could be implemented, an accident occurred in the village. Clara believes that the key to stopping the sinking of Antarctica lies in the base deep in the Rift Valley, which must be shut down. However, Wang Yu and his group said they didn't need it, as they had a safer route. His previous experience with Journey to the Center of the Earth played a crucial role at this moment. He and Kat Kur were even confident that they could sneak into the depths of the Earth without disturbing other hell beasts, because they had simulated it many times with the detector and could be called veterans, with their own exclusive secret route. However, as soon as they arrived at the rift, they discovered that the situation inside the rift had completely exceeded their expectations. Chapter 172 Plague. It took Wang Yu and his 3 companions nearly 3 hours to reach the Rift Valley. They had originally planned to use landmarks within the valley to find the secret path, which should be nearby. But when they actually arrived, they saw a completely different scene. A pungent stench emanated from the valley, and even with their filtering masks on, the 4 of them could still smell a faint stench of decay. The hell beasts that used to roam the valley have all vanished. All that can be seen are large patches of rotting corpses, or rather, a mixture of rotting flesh and metal, covered with shimmering specks of light of all sizes. These are all light worms that have gathered on them, devouring the flesh and sewage, their bellies bulging with fat, and some are even laying eggs. Wang Yu frowned, clearly not expecting such a scene inside the valley. It looked like plague. The impact of the shock has spread all the way here. How could this be? He couldn't help but exclaim. After thinking it over, this is the most likely possibility. Ball used the scope to examine the dead hell beasts for a while, focusing on their condition. After confirming the large areas of rust and abnormal lumps, he nodded to Wang Yu, tacitly acknowledging his guess. Is this the effect of that powerful weapon? That's fantastic. Can we use that shockwave to kill all these hell beasts? Sivir understood what the two meant. Wang Yu was about to speak when Bear interrupted him, saying in a very serious tone, "Impact is not such a wonderful thing. This planet has long been affected by iron, which has created a unique ecosystem, and almost all the original species have become extinct. If all these hell beasts die by then, where will you get your food?" Bald knows a lot, and he stumped Sivir with his question right away. Indeed, if all the hell beasts are dead, what will they eat? Should we eat those disgusting, slimy mushrooms, or light worms? This insect's belly is full of glowing, poisonous pus. Only its wings and legs are edible, but there's practically no meat inside, so it's not fit for the dinner table at all. Moreover, not all hell beasts will be infected. Light worms are an exception and may become a source of transmission, similar to flies and mosquitoes. Furthermore, hell beasts are born from iron. Even if they all die, new hell beasts will appear on the scrap metal and industrial waste under the influence of iron. Therefore, the source must be eliminated. Bar analyzed that he had left Sivir stunned, which caused her to look at him differently, with a sense of awe. Cough. In short, although we don't know how the plague spread here, it's a good thing. Light bugs are much easier to deal with than other hell beasts, and we can reach the bottom of the valley much faster. Wang Yu said, pulling out a long knife from behind his back, and signaled to the others to get to work. The four of them slid down the gentle slope and continued running down after reaching the platform. They were very fast, but they also disturbed a lot of light bugs, which swarmed everywhere. Fortunately, most of these insects were focused on the rotting flesh in front of them, and few actively attacked Wang Yu and his companions. They were also easy to deal with. They could simply be killed with a knife or thrown away. The group descended, and because the valley was filled with light worms, including some enormous ones several meters in diameter, it was extremely bright. The presence of light worms of different colors created a colorful environment, which, combined with the fog and low visibility, made it very uncomfortable to look at. Wait, there's something here. Cat Curse suddenly issued a warning, and the four of them stopped almost simultaneously. Then they felt the ground tremble, as if some large hell beast was approaching. Wang Yu pulled out Hegra's roar, which was already loaded. At this moment, only this weapon could give him a sense of security. Although Ball had offered to let her fire the gun, Wang Yu refused. He reasoned that physical ailments were easy to treat. He could tough it out with a blood-burning potion. However, if Ball's internal mechanisms or even chips malfunctioned, there would be nowhere to repair them. Shortly after Cat's warning, everyone felt a tremor coming from below. As it approached, they saw a 3-meter-thick giant snake with legs crawling past. It also had signs of rust and decay, emitted a strong stench, and was chased and bitten by swarms of light bugs, losing parts as it ran. Its length is estimated to be over 300 meters. Is this a hellish beast transformed from a high-speed train or a regular train? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, because he could see the structure of the carriages. Moreover, this thing is quite resilient. It is currently the only living hell beast besides the light bug. However, judging from the situation, he probably won't live much longer. This is called the traffic dragon in our area. It's extremely dangerous. You have to run as soon as you hear any noise. This is the first time I've ever seen one. Sivir explained. Does the legend of the dragon also exist here? Wang Yu was more surprised by this. They continued to descend, and the hell beasts along the way grew larger and larger. However, they were all infected with the plague and were in a state of chaos, covered in light bugs. They had no time to pay attention to Wang Yu and his companions, so they decided not to provoke them. The massive excavators and tower cranes that transformed into hellish beasts looked terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, Wang Yu also remembered his other purpose, to obtain a hell beast main brain as material for a combat secondary brain. These powerful hell beasts should meet the requirements, but judging from their diseased appearance, Wang Yu felt they were unusable and could only wait and see. Thanks to the plague, their descent went smoothly. After reaching a certain depth, they heard a huge noise coming from the bottom of the valley, but it was much quieter than before, so they didn't hear it until they were very deep. On the way, they stopped for a while at a platform and found a vending machine hell beast that had recently died. According to Sivir, the drinks inside the hell beasts are drinkable, even chilled. However, they have a large appetite, are difficult to raise, and are aggressive. At one point, the village even considered raising these hell beasts, but ultimately gave up because it was not worthwhile. There are such good things. Wang Yu picked up a bottle of chilled black soda, unscrewed it, and, ignoring the red mist, took off his mask and gulped down 2 mouthfuls, making a satisfying sound. It was indeed cola, and the system information also showed it as normal cola. Cat Cola and Sivir each grabbed a few bottles of drinks to replenish their sugar and water levels, and stuffed the rest into their backpacks before continuing on their way. I could take one of these vending machines home. It can even produce beverages. Wang Yu said that the deep space was never short of meat, and the bud beasts were plentiful. It took the 4 of them almost 2 hours to finally reach the bottom of the valley. The red fog here had severely affected visibility, and the oxygen concentration was extremely low, but the air pressure was very high, estimated to be 3 to 4 atmospheres. Bar was trying to deduce the current location of the base. Thanks to their previous observations, they had some understanding of the base's activity cycle. Although the base might have encountered some issues and slowed down, they could still calculate the approximate distance based on their location coordinates. As a robot, Ball is fully capable of recording geographical information along the way and using it as a basis for calculations. It should be about 40 kilometers ahead. Considering its reduced mobility, the distance may be much greater, but judging from the ground vibrations, it should not be more than 200 kilometers. The base has long-range weapons, but their accuracy may be affected by the red fog, resulting in a very short actual attack range of about 500 meters. Therefore, once you reach a dangerous area, you can throw this out to scout ahead. Ball brought the ammunition box to the front and took out most of the ammunition inside. The empty box was just right for testing. However, at that distance, with Wang Yu's perception of strange creatures in the scene, he would have noticed them long ago and could have tried firing. Chapter 173, The Second Shot. At the bottom of the Rift Valley, the four continued their journey. There were almost no living hell beasts here, and the ground was relatively flat, so the four of them traveled very quickly. Along the way, you can see the corpses of some dead hell beasts, mostly transformed from airplanes and helicopters, which are crawling with light worms. After the plague spread, these light bugs, which had an amazing reproductive capacity and were unaffected by the plague, became the dominant species, with an overwhelming number of them. Even the hell beasts that transformed from fighters became food for the light bugs. A few minutes ago, a hell beast transformed from a fighter jet crashed not far from Wang Yu and the others, and it exploded violently. It is estimated that the missiles on the plane also detonated. Fortunately, Wang Yu and the others were not caught in it. When traveling through the valley, the only thing to watch out for is the large hell beasts falling from the ground. Otherwise, there is basically no danger. About half an hour later, they had run a distance of about 40 kilometers. This speed is comparable to that of a car. They're all superhumans. Sivir hasn't even turned into a wolf, nor has she fallen behind. Wang Yu did replace a battery, and while taking it out, he discovered that one of the batteries had transformed into a hell beast. It jumped out and disappeared without a trace, moving incredibly fast, leaving Wang Yu completely stunned. The problem is, these batteries were all sealed and stored, and hadn't been used yet, so how could they have turned into hell beasts? He immediately realized the problem and asked Bar about the situation. The valley floor, or rather the interior of Hellstar, seems to be different. Even if the iron in the environment is isolated, it is impossible to completely eliminate the hellish phenomenon. I don't feel there's a problem. The system self-check is normal. But we're already here. There's no way we can turn back now, Ball replied. Sivir, on the other hand, looked at Ball with curiosity after hearing the conversation, seemingly guessing what Bale's identity might be. The four continued running and covered another 30 kilometers. During this time, Wang Yu instructed everyone to keep their weapons in their hands to be careful of the hellish phenomenon, including grenades, which could no longer be kept in their bags, as that was also considered an enclosed space. He taped the battery to the side of his thigh for easy access and to keep an eye on it at all times. We should be there soon, no more than 10 kilometers away. Be careful ahead. Along the way, she also used the feedback from ground vibrations to judge her distance from the base. The other party was also moving towards them, so the distance would close quite quickly. All four slowed down and switched to walking, both to increase their vigilance and to recover their strength. During this time, Wang Yu replaced the battery again, because there might not be another chance to replace it later. After walking for about 5 more minutes, the sounds ahead gradually became noisy and even chaotic. Amid the sounds of digging and driving, there seemed to be gunfire and explosions, which alerted Wang Yu and his companions. Watch out for stray bullets and take precautions. The enemy shouldn't be able to see us at this distance. They're not aiming at us. They're fighting something else. Wang Yu said that the group lowered their bodies and moved forward almost in a half-squatting position. Although Sivir didn't understand, she still started learning. After walking a few more minutes, Wang Yu, who was at the front of the group, stopped and frowned as he looked ahead. He saw colorful lights coming from deep within the fog, which looked very familiar. Weren't these light worms? Moreover, given their brightness, they must be quite large in size and numerous in number. If there are any people in the base, they are probably fighting a swarm of light bugs, and the battle is quite fierce. Furthermore, the fact that the base attracts swarms of light bugs indicates that there is a problem with the base itself, because light bugs are scavengers that only gather when they smell decay and death. Wang Yu felt that now was the perfect opportunity. The base's attention was focused on the light bugs, and they had no time to pay attention to this place. They could take advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack. Without hesitation, Wang Yu gestured for his 3 teammates to stay put, while he moved a few meters away, a regular version of the blood-burning potion dangling from his mouth. He planned to drink it while firing the gun to boost his immunity and combat the calamity's contamination. Wang Yu, how about letting Mao Kuer fire the shot? She's in better physical condition. No, it's really a matter of probability. I'm lucky. I won't contract any rapidly fatal diseases or malignant infectious diseases, and I can use magic potions to cure some of them, so I'm the most suitable candidate. Wang Yu felt that he had more than one chronic disease. He was only in a hurry when he was suffering from carbonization, but now he is not in a hurry anymore. He even has a kind of morbid expectation. This feeling is strange and not normal. Wang Yu himself knows this, but he can't get rid of this expectation or impulse. He immediately entered overdrive mode, aimed at the mobile base in the distance, and used 4 fingers to forcefully pull the trigger. As a cracking sound came from inside the gun, an inconspicuous purple ray shot out from the muzzle. Upon contact with the thick red mist, it turned the mist into brown powder particles that fell down. If you look down from God's perspective, you'll see that the red mist around Wang Yu was completely dispersed the moment he fired the gun. This calamistic force seems to clash with the mysterious power on Hellstar, causing interference. After the rays struck the mobile base, they also had a huge impact on the environment at the bottom of the canyon. Patches of red mist disappeared, turning into brick-red particles that fell to the ground. The valley floor seemed to clear up, and the view became expansive, revealing the enormous mobile base not far from Wang Yu and his group. It was an unimaginable steel behemoth. Just looking at the specifications, it didn't seem that big, but after seeing the actual object, everyone, including Wang Yu, was stunned for a moment because it was so big that it was comparable to an asteroid. As previously speculated, the width is between 16,000 and 17,000 meters. However, if the giant buckets and engineering arms used for excavation are included, the width is estimated to exceed 20,000 meters. The height is around 500 meters. Because there are very tall buildings and large cranes in the base, plus the huge tracks that are almost 200 meters high, this thing is simply an engineering marvel. It doesn't feel like something a low-level civilization could build. It was probably not this big at first. It likely grew gradually after transforming into a hell beast. However, after being attacked, an invisible shock enveloped the base, killing and detonating a large number of light bugs, and also causing a series of explosions within the base. Sparks flew everywhere, smoke billowed everywhere, and in some places, some indescribable flesh and blood tissue was even blasted out. After the base was attacked, the noise coming from inside quickly subsided, like an engine that had stopped roaring and lost power. It slid forward for 2 or 3 kilometers due to inertia before coming to a complete stop, right in front of Wang Yu and his group. Chapter 174 Scrap Werewolf. Cough cough. Wang Yu bent down and coughed a few times, having already thrown away the dangerous pistol. How about it? Fortunately, I was prepared this time and drank the blood-burning potion beforehand, so I only lost 2 points of health. Wang Yu replied, taking another look at the mobile base lying in disarray ahead. After he fired a shot, the gunfire in the base completely stopped, followed by a series of explosions and the sound of metal being pulled and deformed. There were even places where fires broke out, and the flames could be seen by Wang Yu and the others at the bottom of the valley. This weapon truly lives up to its description as undefendable. Its power is truly terrifying. When we get back to the planet, I definitely have to talk to Sophia about how terrible the prototype of this weapon is. She needs to fix it properly. Cough cough. Wang Yu coughed a few more times and picked up the heavy pistol that was not far away. By this time, the gun body had also developed rust, and the barrel was as brittle as a biscuit, breaking as soon as you picked it up. He unscrewed the other half of the barrel, but didn't put the gun away. After thinking for a moment, he put the 3rd barrel back on, worried that he might need it later and there wouldn't be enough time to reassemble it. Let's go inside and take a look, Wang Yu said to his teammates, glancing at his remaining lucky attempts. He had 4 left, which should have saved him from 3 fatal diseases. By this time, the explosions inside the base had subsided considerably, and the red fog was showing signs of gathering again. Taking advantage of the good visibility, the group quickly climbed up from the bottom of the base. Fearing an ambush, they didn't choose the more convenient vertical ladder and spent almost 10 minutes climbing up to stand on a platform. Be careful, there might be survivors or automatic attack turrets in the base. Try to stay behind cover, Wang Yu reminded him, then crouched down and walked towards the nearby bunker. Judging from the terrain, they are currently located within a city wall, which encircles the entire area and contains a complex array of buildings. Given its size and scale, calling it a mobile city would be quite fitting. Wang Yu walked at the front and suddenly kicked open the bunker door. Due to the impact of the Higra, the entire base was rusty and severely oxidized. They didn't need to break down the door, they could just use their feet. And not just kick it open, they kicked it away. The three filed in, quickly taking up advantageous positions and aiming their guns at the surroundings. Then came Sivir. Although she didn't quite understand, she felt that Wang Yu and the others were very professional and must have been well trained. This was a multi-layered bunker, which Wang Yu and his team noticed while climbing. The surface even had observation and firing ports prepared for cannons and guns, and some cannon barrels were even exposed. However, inside, Wang Yu put down his gun and walked over to the several twisted and deformed corpses on the ground, obtaining the information. Name: Scrap Werewolf. Description: werewolves are produced by mass cloning and accelerated maturation using werewolf genetic factors in a hellish incubator. Because they skipped the developmental stage and were affected by hellish pollution during the production process, these individuals have some characteristics and traits of hell beasts. They are infertile, have strong vitality but short lifespan, and suffer from problems such as low intelligence, poor learning ability, and limb deformities. Only a few possess the ability to transform into a wolf, but this transformation is chaotic and extremely unstable, often making it impossible to revert back to normal. It can be delivered to the heritage collector as a civilization's legacy, granting 10,000 universal credits and 3 gacha pulls for the corresponding civilization. Scrap Werewolf Hell Hatchery. Wang Yu frowned, turned the corpse over, and saw a face that was hard to describe. It couldn't even be described as having distorted features. It was as if facial organs had been haphazardly assembled onto the face, and there was a lot of hair on it, making it hard to tell whether it was wolf fur or human hair. The mouth was placed in the middle, the number of eyes was wrong, and there was also an eye that looked like a goggle. This is probably what the information referred to as hellish pollution. Moreover, this person's right hand was replaced with pliers, which didn't seem like a prosthesis, but rather something natural, as it had a skeletal structure. The other corpses were similar, each ugly in its own way, like grotesque dolls made in a third-rate factory. One of them didn't even have legs. Its lower body was replaced with a pair of bicycle wheels, making it look like it was sitting in a wheelchair. How about it? Bar, gun at the ready, came over to ask questions, while the other entrance was guarded by Catgirl. There were no survivors in the bunker, only corpses. This is the product of a hybrid between a hell beast and a werewolf. Wang Yu's words made Sivir, who was standing next to him, widen her eyes. Although she didn't know how Wang Yu had figured it out, she was sure he was right. These werewolves, all of them, have been infected with the plague, possibly before, but they are not yet dead and are currently fighting the lightworms. However, after Wang Yu increased the dosage and fired another shot, the condition rapidly deteriorated. The flesh rotted and oozed pus, lumps grew, and parts rusted and fell off. He died in no time, so all they saw were corpses. Furthermore, Wang Yu suspected that the birth of the Ironthorn werewolf was also related to the waste werewolf. Let's go and take a look inside the base. However, be careful. The explosions inside the base haven't stopped, and there may still be survivors. We cannot let our guard down. Wang Yu ignored the corpses on the ground and examined the machine guns and cannons inside the bunker. He felt that these things were also part of the base, so they also had the characteristics of the Hell Beast. They were not completely mechanical structures, and they were all rotten. On the top floor of the bunker, above the spiral staircase, they also found several fixed telescopes and several corpses, so this tower-like bunker should also have served as a watchtower. However, the telescope appeared completely black, and pus and blood were oozing from both ends of the tube, making it impossible to understand how it worked. Using the terrain, Ball scanned the base with the scope of his sniper rifle and quickly generated a simple map so that it would be less likely to get lost. Once the red fog gathers again, visibility will decrease, and you won't be able to survey the terrain anymore. After inspecting the bunker, the four left through the other gate, leaving nothing inside as it was of little value. While the corpse of the junk werewolf could be submitted, it was nowhere near as valuable as the core of the Ironthorn werewolf. They returned to the city wall, observed it from above for a while, looked down to make sure there was no danger, and then climbed over the wall to descend. To increase speed, Sivir transformed into a silver werewolf and brought Wang Yu and the other two down with her. The speed was faster than an elevator. She ran along the almost vertical wall and covered a height of about 50 meters in just 15 seconds. Chapter 175 Antarctic Base I. Wang Yu and his 3 companions infiltrated the base and began exploring its interior. Within just over 10 minutes, the concentration of red fog, or rather iron, in the air began to rise, and visibility dropped sharply, resembling a foggy day, though it was still much better than at the beginning. This base is essentially a mobile doomsday fortress, which aligns with the background and needs at the time of its construction. Its internal facilities are entirely protected by high walls and cannons, and some towers even have anti-aircraft guns, making its defenses extremely strong. Furthermore, it possesses production capabilities. Ball examined the previously generated temporary map, explained the general situation of the base to the others, and made a discovery. Combining the base blueprints obtained from Kuro, I compared the terrain of the two and concluded that although the two seem very different at first glance, if we look at them by area, the overall layout is actually very similar, and even the locations of some buildings can be matched, only the shape and size are different. The biggest difference between the two is probably the presence of those enormous monster limbs and digging tools in the surrounding area. Baldeo's words caught Wang Yu's eye. This also means they don't have to wander around the base anymore. It's such a large area, spanning more than 10 kilometers. If they wanted to explore it all, it would probably take them weeks or even months. Just now, they were wandering around the food factory area, and it took them more than 10 minutes to figure it out. Several factory buildings exploded, emitting a foul stench. Although the entire base was filled with a pungent, rotten smell, the odor was noticeably stronger at the sites of the explosions. They found no decent clues at the factory, and not even a few bodies. Moreover, these factories are all products of hellish distortion, actually a combination of machinery and flesh, which is very strange, but they are able to operate and even produce products. Wang Yu and the others were relatively adapted because they had lived inside the Leviathan in hell for a long time. However, Siver's expression was as if she had truly arrived in hell. Her tail was bristling, and she was extremely nervous, worried that these things would jump up and attack her, even though these factories had all been infected and lost their ability to move. Wang Yu also picked up a few cans from the ground, and even looked around the warehouse, discovering that the system could recognize these foods, and that they were even edible. Name: beef-flavored canned food. Manufacturer: Doomsday Food Factory, Hellbeast. Regulatory level: Level 1, civilian use. Description: this is a special type of canned meat without an expiration date or ingredients listed. It is filled with large chunks of meat that resemble braised beef. Consuming it can supplement the body with nutrients such as protein, fat, and salt. Originally made with artificial meat and seasonings, the canned meat was transformed into real meat after a subtle change at the factory, resulting in no difference in taste. Besides beef-flavored canned goods, Wang Yu also found pork-flavored, fish-flavored, and even vegetable and fruit-flavored canned goods, which surprised him somewhat. Thankfully, no human flesh-flavored canned goods were found, otherwise this hellish beast factory would have to be destroyed. But now, Wang Yu hopes the factory will survive, because it could become an important source of food. Ball, are there any areas or buildings related to cloning or research? Can you pinpoint their approximate locations? Wang Yu asked, feeling that the core area might be over there. Some. Just as Ball was about to say something, Siver suddenly reacted, instantly transforming into a wolf, her filter mask falling to the ground, blocking their way. Several mechanical werewolves jumped down from the buildings on both sides of the street. Each one had a different appearance and different weapons, but they all stared fiercely at Wang Yu and his group. They rushed up without warning, and their weapons included saws, electric batons, and drills. They were very dangerous. One of them even had no legs, but instead had tracks, and had 2 cannons on its back. A battle was imminent. The mechanical werewolf carrying the cannon was hit by a lethal amount of firepower immediately, and was killed before it could fire a second shot. However, even if he could fire a second shot, it wouldn't be of much use, because the first shot was a dud. Otherwise, the impact and shrapnel damage might have caused some trouble for Wang Yu and the others. There were 7 werewolves in total. Although they looked fierce and had terrifying weapons, they were actually affected by the plague, so their movements were not very coordinated and even chaotic. They even attacked their own people. So in less than 10 minutes, Wang Yu and his team dismantled them into scrap metal. As expected, these werewolves were also useless, similar to the previous corpses, except that they had the ability to transform, so they were more resilient. The plague hadn't killed them immediately, so they would be more valuable if sent to the Gasapon machine. Come on, Ball, you lead the way. After eliminating the werewolves, Wang Yu had Ball lead the way to the core area of the base, where more secrets about the base should be found. The four did not stop and set off again. Sivir also exited her werewolf form, as this would save more energy. Her werewolf form was very taxing in such a low oxygen environment. Fortunately, she could use a filter mask to breathe oxygen after exiting the werewolf form. On the way, they encountered several more ambushes, which could even be described as ambushes. There aren't many of these werewolf-like trash in the first place, and they often gather together, blocking Wang Yu and his group's path, which is a bit unnatural. Ball, speed up. I have a feeling these werewolves were deliberately set up by someone to hinder us and buy us time. Wang Yu then shared his guess. Okay, give me some time. Ball stepped back, while the others pulled together to provide cover and fought the strange-looking werewolves. To conserve their limited ammunition, they relied more on melee weapons. Fortunately, these werewolves were sick and their structures were no longer very sturdy, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome. Moreover, the participation of the silver werewolf Sivir greatly enhanced the regular combat power of Wang Yu's team. They fought like bulldozers, with considerable destructive power, good defense, and fast speed. They were well-rounded in both offense and defense, and destroyed many mechanical werewolves. Alright, Ball spent about 20 seconds regenerating the route, then turned around and led the three of them into the alley, no longer engaging the remaining mechanical werewolves. The four prepared to take a shortcut to the core area of the base, scaling and climbing walls, breaking through walls more frequently, giving them a feeling similar to their previous parkour experience in the werewolf village. After changing their route, they indeed encountered fewer junk werewolves. After running for a while, they saw a tower-like structure standing in the red mist, with a spherical top that looked like it had pierced through something. It stood out among the other buildings, like a crane among chickens. Chapter 176 Antarctic Base Part 2. Shortly after they confirmed their location of the top of the tower, specifically the spherical structure at the top, lit up with a red light that signified danger. Careful! Bar, who was at the front, noticed and immediately shouted. Then a destructive energy burst forth from the tower, sweeping towards Wang Yu and his companions, leaving scorched marks along its path, and even penetrating part of the building, causing a violent explosion. Although Wang Yu and his team reacted quickly, the attack was too fierce, and they were still caught in the explosion. However, the smoke helped them conceal their whereabouts. At this moment, inside a certain building. Just bear with it. Bardot, followed by a groan of pain, and then the sound of shards hitting the ground. Wang Yu was a bit unlucky. His right arm was pierced by a sharp rock that flew off and hit a spot that the protective barrier hadn't covered, leaving a wound about 2 centimeters deep. There was a lot of bleeding when it was pulled out, but thankfully the artery wasn't damaged, otherwise it would have been a real problem. Bar used the hemostatic spray from the first aid kit to stop the bleeding, then bandaged it, and the wound was treated. According to the usual procedure, it should be sewn together with needle and thread, but we don't have the means to do that now. Wang Yu moved his right hand and felt that it was not a big problem. He was not injured anywhere else, and the fragments were blocked by the shield. The others also sustained injuries. Catgirl and Sivir were not a concern because of their strong recovery abilities, but Ball did not completely dodge the attack. Although she was not injured, her isolation suit was torn in several places, exposing her to an environment with extremely high iron concentration. But now was not the time to bring these things up, so Wang Yu simply didn't mention them. After treating his wounds, he prepared to leave, intending to finish the battle quickly and leave this place. This beam of light must have been emitted by the Iron Thorn werewolf, which means we've come to the right place. They're probably infected too, otherwise they wouldn't have stayed high up firing laser cannons, but instead attacked. Wang Yudao had a very clear understanding of the Iron Thorn werewolf's combat strength. If the other side isn't infected, sending just 2 of them would probably be enough to give Wang Yu and his team a run for their money. The reason they didn't do that was because of the infection, and Wang Yu had fired a second shot, so he judged that the Iron Thorn werewolf's condition was definitely not good. They had to take this opportunity to capture the place, and not let the Iron Thorn werewolves recover. The 4 set off again, this time changing their route. Using the complex buildings within the base as cover, they moved quickly and approached the tower. Although the beam cannon was still trying to aim at them, its effectiveness was greatly reduced after the group was prepared and deliberately positioned themselves in blind spots. After all, its power was not great enough to ignore city buildings. Moreover, after firing 6 or 7 shots, Wang Yu and his group saw sparks and explosions at the top of the tower, indicating that the other side was taking a considerable risk by firing this laser cannon, given that they were infected with the plague. About 15 minutes ago, at the top of the tower, in a room that resembled an operating room. Number 2. Your condition is deteriorating rapidly. I have to freeze you. Otherwise you might not be able to hold on until the base produces antibodies. A voice rang out in the operating room, remaining calm even in such a critical moment. No, I'm beyond saving. Those people from the Star Alliance actually prepared a virus specifically for Hellbeasts. Sorry, I've never been sick before, so I didn't think of that. It's backfired and ended up harming you. Cough cough. Number 2 lay on the operating table in human form, receiving and 4 drip. This was actually his true appearance. Apart from a dark red core in his chest and mechanical limbs, he was almost indistinguishable from a living person. Moreover, his appearance was exactly the same as that of the Wolf Clan village chief when he was young. This is not your fault. No, it's my fault. I also caused the death of number 3. If we had listened to you back then, and instead of hiding our intentions, we had struck first and destroyed the spaceships in outer space, we might not be in such a passive position now. We were only a few years away from the Crimson Eye's arrival. Our race would surely usher in glory under that being's guidance, instead of cough cough. Number 2 coughed violently, coughing up dark red blood and some flesh-stained parts. Parts of his body even short-circuited and exploded, and it took him a while to recover. They changed their mobile route and came this way, so I went to stop them. As number 2 spoke, he sat up from the operating table and, in a few seconds, transformed into a ferocious iron-thorned werewolf, walking towards the door while continuing to speak. Number 1, you are the best integrated among us, with almost no mechanical features and a slower onset of the disease, so you must hold on and then kill those Starfleet investigators to bring the Crimson Eye to the world. I think number 3 must be thinking the same thing. After saying that, he set off to stop Wang Yu and his group. What he didn't know was that shortly after he left, number 1 went to the computer next to him and pulled up some video and audio recordings. There were many missing parts, and the recordings contained some of the battle scenes in the Wolf Village, including that strange impact. Then this shock just happened a second time in the base, with almost the exact same frequency, disrupting the antibody production schedule or causing the plague or the pathogen to change. He glanced through it, pulled up some information from the second system log, and shook his head. Number 2, you weren't actually unaware that you were sick, but you abandoned number 3 and fled back because of fear, because you were afraid of this force. This force can actually neutralize, no, destroy, free ferrite? Number 1, he said, his voice tinged with doubt. Number 2's decision and departure didn't affect him much, because for most of the time, he was the only person in the base. He was the first Ironthorn werewolf to be born, with the lowest degree of physical mechanization, but he was also the one with the highest degree of mechanization or rationality in his thinking and cognition. But in recent decades, with the birth of number 2, this situation has changed slightly. He has also become more accustomed to the noise around him, instead of all those useless werewolves who can't even speak properly. So, I will fulfill your last wish, number 2. Hearing the explosions coming from not far away, number 1 murmured to the air. Judging from her appearance and figure, she was actually a woman. However, Ironthorn werewolves are not capable of reproduction, so there is no distinction between genders. What they look like depends entirely on the genetic sample taken during cloning. Chapter 177 Incubator. After the explosion at the top of the tower, the beam cannon threatening the 4 people below stopped completely. However, they did not test the waters, but continued to advance using the cover, and soon arrived at the tower. This tower is the incubation center of the Antarctic base, mainly conducting research on cloning technology and hell beasts. That's what the records say, but it doesn't feel that simple. From the outside, the tower doesn't look very hellish. It looks more like a normal building. Bardo gave a brief introduction to the tower to the others. Wang Yu rushed in. There were no guards inside, not even any corpses. It was just an ordinary hall, and he could see what was inside through the glass doors. Let's go up the stairs. Wang Yu glanced at the elevator stopped on the 80th floor and decided to climb the stairs, because the narrow space of the elevator was too unsafe, and it was easy to be ambushed or even have an accident. Thankfully, it's only 80 floors. If it were 800 floors, it would be a real disaster. With their current physical condition, climbing 80 floors in a short time isn't difficult. It just takes a little time. They made a brief stop on the 70th floor to replenish their water supply and check the condition of their ammunition and equipment. Since this was the most crucial battle, there was no need to be frugal. Catgirl even took out some delicious canned cat food. The 4 of them rushed into the stairwell and found themselves in a wide corridor, which should be the outer corridor of the spherical building. The view was excellent, and the corridor was all made of glass. However, There was no one upstairs, which made them nervous for nothing. Moreover, when Wang Yu saw the numbers on the elevator, he almost laughed out of anger. Hold! Wang Yu punched the elevator panel because the floor displayed in red was -1. While they were rushing up the stairs, someone leisurely took the elevator to the -1 floor. If only he had waited longer or caught the person at the elevator entrance, he would have made it impossible for them to climb 80 floors and put them in a very passive position. What if they run down and the other party comes back up in the elevator? Damn it. Is this some kind of elevator delaying tactic? Wang Yu had never considered such an outrageous tactic before, and at first glance, it seemed somewhat unsolvable. Fortunately, they had the tools at their disposal. First, they had Catgirl dismantle the elevator door, and then they cut the steel cable pulling the elevator, thus breaking the tactic. But what if they run out of the building? Siver's question immediately stumped Wang Yu. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Get down here right now. Wang Yu was about to lead his team down to chase after them, but Ball stopped him. Let's wander around this floor first. There must be a reason why they're here. Moreover, if they want to escape, there's no way we can find them in such a large mobile city. But Wang Yu frowned, knowing that Ball was right, but he was still eager to find the remaining Ironthorn werewolves. There were definitely not many of them, and they were all sick. Killing them would solve the problem, but he was afraid that something unexpected might happen if he waited too long. Moreover, if Ball stays here for too long, there is a risk of him turning into a hell beast, so the shorter the time, the better. He hesitated for a few seconds, but finally agreed with Bale's opinion, and the four of them began to explore this level. The 80th floor should just be the beginning of this spherical building, equivalent to the first floor, because the elevator we just saw reached the top on the 80th floor. Above that, there are walls and stairs, so there may be separate elevators and stairs inside this spherical building. They hadn't gone far when they saw the breach created by the earlier explosion. Nearby, they discovered another Ironthorn werewolf that had been dead for a long time. It had been blown to pieces, with only half of its body remaining. Its head was gone, leaving only the relatively hard core, surrounded by scattered metal parts. The information also indicated that it was the core of the Ironthorn werewolf. Because it was quite heavy and the core was connected to many parts and pipelines, they didn't rush to deal with it and planned to come back to retrieve it later. They planned to circle around the area and then head to the basement. If they still couldn't find it, they would have to consider leaving the base and bringing more people next time. There are stairs here. Catgirl walked at the front because she was the most alert and worried that there might be other Ironthorn werewolves lurking around. The four of them went upstairs, but they felt something was wrong as soon as they entered the stairwell. The stairs were quite long. Normally, you would reach another floor after 2 round trips, but it took them more than a dozen round trips to reach the exit of another floor. The distance between floors was probably tens of meters. As they climbed higher, the stench in the air grew stronger, and a red mist appeared in the stairwell, which alerted all four of them, causing them to grip their weapons tightly. When they reached the exit and looked inside, they were all stunned. Inside the spherical building was a huge, ugly ball of flesh, a jumble of metal parts. From the outside, it was completely unrecognizable. One might even mistake it for an ordinary building. The hellish part was hidden inside. Moreover, the surface of this fleshy ball is covered with translucent grids filled with some kind of turbid liquid, arranged tightly like cells magnified under a microscope. However, the things in these grids are not cell nuclei, but strange embryos at different stages of development. Some of them clearly show structures resembling limbs or even tails, like human embryos, but they are also fused with some mechanical parts, replacing some limbs or organs, and can be seen through the thin skin. Is this a hell incubator? Wang Yu recalled the information he had obtained from the scrap werewolf, which might be referring to this thing. The four of them walked out of the stairwell, cautiously looking around, and came to an elevated corridor that was only a few meters wide. It was probably a place for observing and recording the condition of the incubator. There were several floors, with large gaps between each floor, and the corridor floor was also marked with numbers, which were probably used to divide the locations and areas. This thing is also infected, but it didn't die. It should be the incubator that produces cloned waste werewolves, or even Ironthorn werewolves. Wang Yu looked at the clearly dead embryos in each of the squares, hesitating whether he should give them a final roar from Higra, because that should severely damage or even wipe out the Ironthorn werewolf race. Over there, there's a control panel. Ball had been looking for the console ever since he came in, since the place was full of artifacts, and it was unlikely that a console would be missing. If I had to describe the appearance of this console, it would be like several screens forcibly inserted into flesh, skin, and bones. Rather than a console, It would be more like some kind of living computer, and it was lit up and powered on, if there were any wires inside. The fog is a bit thick. Be careful of enemies hiding in the shadows. Wang Yu turned on the shotgun's high-powered flashlight and shone it around to confirm that there was only one staircase. He then instructed Mao Kuber to lie in wait there and keep watch on the stairwell to prevent them from being ambushed by anyone coming in later. He, Ball, and Sivir then climbed down the vertical ladder extending from the corridor and headed towards their control consoles. Chapter 178 Strange Objects. The distance of 12 meters was covered in just a few steps, and Wang Yu and his two companions arrived in front of the living computer. Just a few meters ahead, and you'll be able to touch this giant sphere behind you. As you get closer, the oppressive feeling of this fleshy ball intensifies. It has a diameter of over 100 meters, and the spherical structure on top is designed to house it. There are so many grids on it that it's impossible to count them all. This living computer is connected to the sphere, with numerous cables or blood vessels extending radially from its back into the sphere, and some extending into the ground. Therefore, for the moment, Wang Yu couldn't determine whether this thing was man-made, a living hell beast, or both. Was it a special hell beast created using some technology beyond his comprehension? Wang Yu felt that the possibility was very high. The three remained vigilant, wary of potential enemies lurking in the shadows, as the red mist was quite thick, obscuring visibility. A layer of almost tangible red mist had even gathered on the ground, just above their ankles. Moreover, the ground underfoot didn't feel hard. It was soft, like flesh and blood. They first circled the machine to make sure there were no lurking enemies or anything escaping from the compartments that resembled incubation chambers before they began to examine the living computer. The height is about 3 meters. In addition to the large screen in the middle, there is a ring of small screens around the perimeter, displaying certain parameters or charts. Even now, it is running, constantly flashing words such as death, error, obsolescence, and reorganization. Although Wang Yu could understand it, the combination of text, computer language, and instructions was somewhat beyond his comprehension. He could only understand the content on the big screen, which displayed a three-dimensional image of a sphere that was slowly rotating, presumably referring to the giant fleshy ball in the room. There are many numbered grids on it, which should all be found on the surface of the flesh ball. The numbers on the corridor also correspond to these numbers, making it easy to find them. However, at this moment, all the squares inside the sphere were painted dark red, marking the word death. The developing embryos all died due to the plague, and the living computer and incubator were also affected, with the entire screen turning red, a warning sign. Wang Yu glanced at it for a while, then looked down at the bottom of the screen. There were 10 holes on the platform there, in a strange position, just big enough to fit all 10 fingers of both hands. I guess it was something like a keyboard. But he didn't operate it rashly. Instead, he tried touching the screen first. The touch felt just like a thin film filled with warm liquid, and it even created water ripples. It seems this thing isn't a touch screen, but that doesn't matter anymore, because Wang Yu actually obtained the item information, and the content displayed made his eyes widen. Strange object? Wang Yu couldn't believe it. Name: Symbiotic Living Mobile Fortress Antarctic Star, Hellbeast. Manufacturer: Doomsday Resistance Front/Crimson Eye Cult. Regulation level: Level 1, Rare Item. Description: a special hell beast bred using the aura of the Crimson Eye through a unique technique. It is highly malleable, has no independent consciousness, and can be operated and controlled via a console. It mainly consists of 3 parts: the hell incubator, the main brain, and the control terminal. It has functions such as production, defense, movement, and attack, and can coexist with other functional hell beasts. This is a gift from the Crimson Eyes, and it will mark the beginning of a great era. The Crimson Eyes order. What's wrong? When Ball noticed that Wang Yu's expression was off, he immediately asked what was wrong. The latter then explained that it was a very important thing and gave a brief explanation of what regulatory levels were. Upon learning that Higra's roar was only at level 1, Ball also showed an incredulous expression, looking at the control panel, but feeling somewhat at a loss. This thing has neither a keyboard nor any ports. Although it has 10 holes for inserting fingers, those don't seem like the kind of ports that can be used to hack into the system. Sivir was completely confused, only knowing that this thing was very powerful, and felt somewhat impressed, but not fully understanding it. There are 2 manufacturers of this thing, the Doomsday Resistance Front and the Crimson Eye Order. It seems our previous guess was correct. Remnants of the Crimson Eye cult may have infiltrated the research team, or perhaps the team members were corrupted by a special force during the research process. Wang Yudao looked at the control panel again. This thing should be the control terminal, and there are probably more than one place. There should have been a similar control console at the food factory before, but it may have been blown up. As for the giant fleshy ball behind it, that should be the hell incubator. I'll try to see if I can control it. Wang Yu looked at the lucky number on his palm and felt that he still had to try it himself. He took off his gloves, exposing his 10 fingers, and tried inserting one. He didn't feel anything, and the control panel didn't change anything, so he tried inserting all his fingers one by one. Recognition in progress. Recognition failed. Warning. You do not have permission to operate. Wang Yu felt a sharp pain in his fingers, like he had been electrocuted, and pulled them all out at once. I'll give it a try. Baldo also removed his gloves, ignoring the environmental hazards, and tried to establish a connection in order to crack the system. However, the result. Recognition in progress. Recognition failed. Warning. You do not have permission to operate. She was also shocked by the electric shock, pulled her finger out, and frowned as she looked at the control panel. She felt that this living computer was very troublesome and she couldn't crack it. Just as Bar was considering peeling off the computer's outer shell to see if he could find the node to hack into the system, Wang Yu suddenly turned his gaze to Sivir. Sivir, why don't you give it a try? Me? But I don't know any of these things at all. It's okay, I'll just try it. At most, I'll get a shock. Wang Yu urged Sivir to take action, and the latter complied, inserting 10 slender fingers into the finger holes. Then, a different message finally appeared on the screen. Identifying. Identification successful. Creating a new citizen file. Creation complete. Citizen ID 0000000000005. Your file has been created and your biometric information has been successfully entered into the system. You can modify your personal information later. Given the current low number of citizens, you have been automatically upgraded to secondary administrator privileges. Please proceed with caution. Really? This base was built for the survival of the werewolf race, so it can only identify werewolf information. Wang Yu looked at Sivir and felt that bringing her along was the right thing to do. Otherwise he wouldn't know what to do now. What should I do? It feels like someone is talking in my head. Should I reply to them? Sivir had never used a smart device before, and at this moment she not only didn't know how to operate it, but also felt a little scared. I'll teach you. At this point, Bar came over and began to teach Sivir how to operate the smart electronic device. Although it was a living computer, the operating logic should be similar. Chapter 179 Immunity. Under Bale's tutelage, Sivir began to operate on the screen. The interaction process of this thing seems to be achieved through neural signals, which is quite difficult to learn at first because it is easy to make mistakes or omissions when inputting text commands. But after getting used to it, especially with Bal, who was extremely knowledgeable about computers, teaching her, Sivir quickly mastered the knack and began to access the files under Bale's instructions. She read very quickly, so fast that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it quantum reading. Gradually, Sivir became a tool, or rather, a living mouse and keyboard, mechanically obeying Bale's instructions and performing operations. Well, thankfully it wasn't me who was identified. Wang Yu felt fortunate and gradually shifted his attention elsewhere, because he couldn't understand these things or didn't have time to read them, so it was better to wait for Bal to finish reading them before asking. His gaze shifted to the putrid mass of flesh behind him, gradually moving downwards to the point where the mass met the ground. There can't be any mistake. This building was likely built on top of this fleshy ball or incubator, and it is estimated that there is a living, fleshy structure that extends directly to the ground and is connected to the entire base. Could the basement be the mainframe? Wang Yu speculated that it was highly likely. If that's the case, then they only need to capture this tower to achieve control of the entire base. No wonder the Ironthorn werewolf went to the basement. That way, everything is connected. Once the Ironthorn werewolves there are dealt with, this base could even be brought under our control and become a huge asset, potentially helping the werewolf race reverse their decline. Bal, I think we should hurry to the basement level. That might be where the main command center of this base is located, to complete the takeover assessment. As he was speaking, he suddenly felt a strange movement on the ground beneath his feet, which made his eyes widen. It wasn't an earthquake, because it wasn't violent at all. It felt more like the pulling sensation you get when a car or train starts moving, and then it became stable with only a slight swaying. Wang Yu reacted almost instantly. The base is back in operation. Bal, Wang Yu urged, let's get ready to take action immediately. The latter had also read a lot of information and had a deep understanding of the background and even the past of the base. He even knew that there were several Ironthorn werewolves in the base and what they planned to do. The other party made almost no attempt to hide anything. The information was readily available, and everything was in the files. There are only 3 Iron Thorn werewolves in total, namely citizens numbered 02 to 04. Their probability of being born is extremely low, and this problem has not been properly resolved to this day. Number 01 was the highest-ranking administrator of this base, a werewolf researcher and a follower of the Crimson Eye cult, but he died of old age over 200 years ago. We set on the way. Hopefully, we can make it in time. By this time, Baldo had almost finished reading the file and had a pretty good grasp of the background of the whole incident. The 3 hurried away and soon met up with Cat Coeur in the corridor, preparing to go downstairs to the basement to check the situation. That was indeed where the main brain was located, and it was the most central area of the entire base. Wang Yu was not wrong. The entire base is actually a gigantic hell beast. Part of its flesh was taken from a giant hell beast at the bottom of the sea, and its remains were the mountain peaks of the Wolf Clan village, which was actually the predecessor of this base. The werewolf race is very skilled in biotechnology. They mastered cloning and artificial womb technologies before the Blood Rain incident and applied them on a large scale after the Blood Rain incident, with the aim of restoring the population and increasing the number of living people. However, these devices can also become hellish, which in turn gives rise to a new type of hell beast that can hatch into hell beasts. This has attracted the attention of the werewolf race, and the idea of breeding controllable hell beasts has been put on the agenda. They lured out this hell beast, killed it, and took some of its organs for research. They mastered the technology of using ferrite to induce the hatching of special hell beasts, but they were also targeted by a follower of the Crimson Eyes, one of the core researchers at the time, who was also the main person in charge of the project. But her purpose was different. Because she coveted the power of the iron, she wanted to cultivate a completely new intelligent race, a new race that could receive the gifts of the eye of deep space and be favored by the iron. So she secretly tampered with the experiment, causing an accident that resulted in widespread casualties. The survivors were the werewolf tribe. However, the experiments didn't stop. They succeeded, resulting in the Iron Thorn werewolf. Furthermore, the construction of the base continued, serving as the Iron Thorn werewolf's stronghold to this day. Baldots provides a relatively concise overview of the entire storyline. They have been looking for ways to expand their population and have their eyes on the werewolf tribe's gene pool. That's why they infiltrated your tribe. As for the Iron Thorn werewolf number 1, she was actually a clone of that researcher, inheriting almost all of that researcher's research, including knowledge. Therefore, after the outbreak of the plague, she immediately began research on the plague pathogen and discovered that the virus could only paralyze the Antarctic star base and could not kill it completely. The virus had limited killing power against the super-large hell beasts. Because of its strong immunity and vitality, the latter will gradually secrete corresponding antibodies and recover, and these antibodies will also be effective against other hell beasts. It's estimated that number 1 is already purifying and producing the antibody injection. If completed, she will gain the corresponding immunity. Bar warned Wang Yu that he had also told him what number 1 was doing. The reason the base was able to resume operations was because it had acquired resistance to the plague. Moreover, the research report shows that the base is gaining immunity at an accelerated rate. If Wang Yu hadn't fired the second shot, which worsened the situation, both number 1 and number 2 would probably have had a chance to survive. The second immunization took less than 3 hours since Wang Yu fired the second shot, much faster than the first. What if I shoot this base again? What will happen? You might get infected, or you might not, but you'll definitely recover faster, or it might not be very effective, like letting it stop for a few minutes. Bar's deduction made Wang Yu frown, sensing that the situation was indeed a bit bad. Cat Coeur, you eat your canned food first. Then, Sivir, could you lead us down the outer wall? That would be faster. We'd better get to the basement level as soon as possible and deal with that Iron Thorn werewolf. Hopefully, she's not fully recovered yet, or things will get a bit tricky. Wang Yu had a deep impression of the Iron Thorn werewolves, knowing that they were a race with great individual combat power and potential. If it weren't for their extremely low probability of being born, they would probably have replaced the werewolves as the new race on Hellstar long ago. Chapter 180 Melee. Wang Yu and his group took a different route, where they saw a swift white werewolf smash through a window in the stairwell and begin to swoop down the outer wall of the tower at an extremely fast speed, leaving clear claw marks and shattered glass in its wake. Wang Yu, Ball, and Cat Coeur rode on the giant wolf, gripping its steel fiber fur for balance. The last one was even eating canned food, though he had already finished and was now licking the inside of the can. The aroma made Sivir turn around frequently because it smelled so good. Furthermore, I also found records about extraterrestrials in the archives. In fact, we are not the only visitors to this planet. What? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. This discovery is extremely important. He was about to ask a question when the unusual situation below the tower silenced him. On the first floor of the tower, at the entrance to the hall, the glass doors opened, and a woman in a white coat walked out. Judging from her appearance, she was just an ordinary wolf woman, with wolf ears and a tail, but nothing special about her, and even her appearance was quite ordinary. But it was this woman who made Wang Yu and his group of 4 nervous, and Ball even recognized her identity immediately. Watch out, that's number 1, the last Ironthorn werewolf, she warned. Damn it, am I still too late? Wang Yu's expression turned serious, and he gripped the gun in his hand tightly. At this moment, the woman below also noticed Wang Yu and his group of 4, and seemed to have come out after hearing the commotion. She smiled, made no attempt to communicate, and raised her hand to target the 4 people who were swooping down. An inexplicable sense of crisis weighed on everyone's hearts, and then a dark red ray shot out, piercing through the outer wall of the tower. A few drops of crimson liquid spilled onto the ground. At this moment, Number 1's right hand had transformed into a cannon barrel, with smoke still rising from the muzzle. He had an expression of surprise on his face because he had actually dodged this fatal blow. Moreover, the other side retaliated, and she looked at the bullet holes that had appeared at her feet. On the other side, Wang Yu had already started cursing. Damn it, this is the research center, the most crucial part of the base. Doesn't this crazy woman have any scruples about firing her cannons? He cursed. By this time, Sivir had already reached the back of the tower. Otherwise, if she had charged down like before, she would have become a target. Moreover, that shot was extremely dangerous. It was aimed directly at Sivir's head. If Ball hadn't reacted just before the shot was fired, pulling Sivir aside and using his weight to change her posture, it would probably have been Sivir's head that was pierced through. Sivir, how are you? Wang Yu asked. My left hand is scraped, but it's nothing serious and won't affect my movements, Sivir replied. This Ironthorn werewolf is different from the others. Her beam cannon doesn't need to be charged. Although it's much less powerful, it's actually more dangerous. Be careful of her movements. Wang Yu pointed out, looking at the ground. The other party wasn't chasing after them. On the front of the building, Number 1 didn't rush to chase after them. Instead, he walked towards the pool of blood, dipped his finger in it, and tasted it. Awakened silver werewolf. The clones are not silver werewolves, and there is nothing special about their genetic material. So why is there such a big difference? And what about Clara? Isn't the crucial part in her genetic material? Number 1 wondered, even though she wasn't feeling particularly nervous at the moment. Instead, she was still pondering the differences between individuals, because this unseen determining factor might very well have determined the birth of the Ironthorn werewolf. What exactly is the difference between the scrap werewolves and them? Even though their incubation conditions and genetic material are exactly the same. Suddenly, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, she raised her hand to look behind her, while her other hand transformed into a shield, blocking the bullets fired by the enemy. Just then, Ball came around from the other side of the building, as if he knew Number 1's location in advance. He raised his hand and fired a shot, but Number 1 blocked it. Then came the counterattack, with Number 1 retaliating with a beam cannon, and the two engaged in a brief exchange. Barna's agile and professional skills, as well as his textbook perfect movements, greatly surprised Number 1. You mean? Number 1 noticed something amiss and seemed to have figured out Bale's identity. At that moment, an incredibly fast figure rushed in from behind. It was Sivir, who had been lying in ambush on the other side. After landing, they devised a strategy to split up and launch a comprehensive, multifaceted attack on Number 1, taking advantage of their numbers and mobility. You shouldn't have come close to me. You can't avoid this distance. Number 1 said calmly, his words full of threat, and suddenly turned the cannon around to face behind him. At the same time, the cannon's caliber increased, and a red light shone inside, brewing terrifying energy. But then, a figure leaped out from behind Sivir, moving so fast it was like a blur, causing Number 1 to show a surprised expression. This person was much smaller, and when he hid behind Sivir, covered by the long, curly white wolf fur, he was practically invisible. Number 1 hurriedly turned the cannon to aim at the jumping figure, but it was too late. He felt a slight pain in his right hand as the cannon barrel was cut off by some kind of sharp weapon. Then, he was hit hard by Sivir's claw and was knocked back several meters. His feet, which were firmly planted on the ground, left 2 obvious scratch marks. The group clashed quickly, with Ball responsible for holding off enemies, Sivir for frontal assaults, and Caitlyn for sneak attacks. This was the basic setup, and it proved quite effective. Number 1 was injured one after another, although the damage was mainly caused by Cat Coeur. Moreover, after the fighting started, Number 1 tended to be somewhat reckless and took several armor-piercing bullets. One bullet even pierced through her body, but she was still able to move around as if nothing had happened. Unlike other Ironthorn werewolves who directly transform into gigantic mechanical werewolves, she fights by partially transforming herself, creating various weapons and armor to cope with the situation. This is actually a more advanced application of the ability, similar to Captain Mark's localized wolf-like transformation. Wang Yu had been observing from the shadows, which was a last resort, because he could only fight these people by activating the overlimit mode. However, this mode was not sustainable, and he had not yet reached the point where he could maintain the overlimit mode indefinitely. So his task was also to hold them back, and wait for an opportunity to use Higra's roar to hit Number 1, so that she would get infected with the plague or some other disease again, and then their chances of winning would be much greater. Wang Yu watched for a while, then suddenly rushed out, pulled out a grenade, and threw it while shouting, "Eat my Hellbeast virus grenade." Chapter 181 Melee Part 2. Wang Yu's shouting drew everyone's attention. Number 1, in particular, became even more alert as he saw the grenade flying towards him and decided to dodge it. But Sivir and Catgirl wouldn't allow it, and immediately clung to him. Number 1 was in a hurry to get away, and at this point he lost his composure. Before he knew it, Catgirl cut off one of his arms, and Sivir kicked him hard, but he managed to get away. The grenade just bounced twice on the ground, but nothing happened. Sivir and Catgirl then entangled with Number 1 again, and had gained a certain advantage. After all, their opponent had lost an arm. Damn, it was a dud. I'm going to give the quartermaster a piece of my mind when I get back. Wang Yu cursed. That's actually pretty convincing. But at that moment, Number 1 realized she had been tricked, because the grenade hadn't even had its fuse pulled before it was thrown at her. She was focused on the battle and had little time to think when she was suddenly yelled at. The other side is bluffing. The weapon you should be wary of is that special pistol. Number 1 had read the records left by Number 2 and knew about the existence of that weapon. After using a feint to fool Caterpillar and then using the transformed hammer in his left hand to repel Sivir, she chased straight after Wang Yu, intending to deal with this troublesome Wang Yu first. From a distance, Ball fired shots to distract the enemy, but Number 1 dodged them all with his agile movements, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. At this moment, Wang Yu had already entered the overlimit mode without making a sound, keeping a close eye on Number 1. Seeing the other party running towards him, he held out his severed arm, turning it into a sharp blade. Only then did Wang Yu calmly pull out a brand new grenade, press it hard, and speak at the same time. Found it, this one is real. He threw it at Number 1, who was running towards him. But at this point, Number 1 was no longer going to be fooled. Even if she was blown up, she wasn't going to retreat and went straight for the grenade. But this grenade is definitely different. Number 1's expression changed instantly, because the grenade started emitting white smoke as soon as it was thrown, forcing her to stop her movements and retreat sharply. It's better to be safe than sorry. If this grenade really is a virus grenade, that would be bad. She dared not gamble. Because she retreated so quickly, she hadn't gone far before several sharp claws pierced her abdomen. It was the Cat Coeur who had caught up with her. And that wasn't all. Sivir caught up and slapped Number 1 to the ground. At the same time, Catgirl took the opportunity to cut the Ironthorn werewolf in half. Here you go, Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly, never expecting that his bluff would yield such great results. After all, there is a significant information gap between the two sides, which can be used to confuse the enemy. Especially since Wang Yu also wore a layer of Star Alliance skin, the effect was naturally even better. Seeing that Number 1 was suppressed and even lost the ability to move, Wang Yu made a decisive move and prepared to take out Higra's roar, ready to seize the opportunity to end the battle with a shot. Sivir and Cat Coeur realized this as well, and at this moment they tacitly stepped back, even dragging away the severed half of Number 1's body. It can be said that all the conditions were met. Wang Yu took out the oddly shaped, slightly rusty pistol. He only needed to press the trigger, but at that moment, a red light flashed, and Wang Yu's eyes widened. He felt a pain on the right side of his body, and then he knelt on the ground, his face full of disbelief. He heard the exclamations of Ball and Cat Coeur in his ears. How could that be? He asked in confusion, then fell face down to the ground. His right arm, along with his shoulder and half of his torso, disappeared, leaving only a hand on the ground and the missing part of the special pistol. The wound formed a neat semicircle, as if something had gnawed at it, but there wasn't much blood flowing out because it was all charred. Behind him, a terrifying crater appeared in the building's wall, its edges resembling lava, demonstrating the immense power of the attack. Just moments before Wang Yu drew his gun to attack, No.1, lying on the ground, suddenly turned its head mechanically, opened its mouth, and inside was a fist-sized core filled with some kind of liquid, emitting a red light. Wang Yu tried to dodge almost immediately, but the distance was too close, and the opponent's charging speed was exceptionally fast. By the time he reacted, he was already on the ground. Flower grenade. Is bluffing the best thing about your Star Alliance investigators? No.1's voice came from the center of the battlefield, indicating that he had tasted what the grenade was, and there was a hint of mockery in his voice. She had always been wary of this weapon, and because she was unsure of who possessed it, she had not fully transformed into a wolf. Even she would easily lose her composure once she transformed. Bar kept firing, hitting the half of No.1's body, going deep inside, but the effect didn't seem to be good. After a few shots, there were empty shots, and the magazine was empty. She rushed to Wang Yu's side, her face showing an anxiety she hadn't seen before. At this moment, a large amount of thick red mist suddenly spewed out from inside No.1's body. It was so thick that it was impossible to tell what was happening inside. All that could be heard were the sounds of matter being pulled, twisted, and deformed. A dark figure stood up from inside and grew larger and larger. Sivir arrived just then, slapping the shadowy figure with a powerful strike, using all her strength. But she only felt that she had hit something hard, and her palm was in a sharp pain. Upon closer inspection, she found that her hand was deformed, and her strong wolf claws were turned outward and fractured. Standing before her was a dark, metallic werewolf over 5 meters tall. It had no hair, only a layer of thorn-like needle-like structures that seemed to breathe, sometimes opening and sometimes closing. Its body was incredibly sturdy. The metallic werewolf gave Sivir a chilling smile. Before Sivir could react, a black light flashed before her eyes, piercing through her chest and lifting her off the ground, leaving her hanging in midair. A sharp scythe pierced through Sivir's chest. It was formed from the arm of the Iron Thorn werewolf. The silver werewolf's seemingly strong fur offered no protection and was easily pierced. At the same time, the Iron Thorn werewolf's other hand transformed into an axe, and looking at the swaying Sivir in front of him, he prepared to decapitate her. Fortunately, Catgirl rushed over at this moment, leaving several scratches nearly 10 centimeters deep on the Iron Thorn werewolf's arm, which sparked a few sparks. She then jumped onto the Iron Thorn werewolf's head, which allowed Sivir to break free. The latter kicked the other man hard, pulling the scimitar out of his chest cavity, spraying bright red blood all the way. He took a few steps back, knelt on the ground, and began to breathe heavily. The battle then turned into a one-on-one duel between Catgirl and the Iron Thorn werewolf. Although the former could injure the Iron Thorn werewolf, the damage was too low to keep up with its regenerative abilities. The latter could even absorb the surrounding environment to reconstruct its body, which is how she just recovered, resulting in a deep pit in the ground below. Inadvertently, Catgirl was also sent flying. Although she quickly got up, the beam of light fired by the Iron Thorn werewolf followed. Unable to dodge in time, one of her legs was vaporized, but she could still run. Oh, Iron Thorn werewolf was somewhat surprised, because Catgirl's severed limbs began to regenerate. She even took out a strange can of food, swallowed it without even opening the packaging, and when she came to me, her injuries were completely healed, and her speed and strength had also increased significantly. She was once again entangled in battle with Iron Thorn werewolf. Chapter 182 Death? We have arrived at Yunong Square. Passengers heading to Yunong Square, Taixing Road, or Jiaojiling, please disembark in an orderly manner through the right-hand door of the train. With a sudden, jolting stop, Wang Yu snapped awake, then clutched his right arm and cried out in surprise. It took him several seconds to stop, and he looked at the object with a bewildered expression, squeezing it hard as if it were a complete stranger. How could this be? He couldn't believe it and immediately looked around. At this moment, almost all the passengers in the carriage were attracted by him, stopped what they were doing, and looked over. Even those who were about to get off the train were stunned. Some people couldn't help but smile. When my family slaughtered the pig for the new year, the screams weren't as pitiful as his. That's absolutely infuriating. Young man, are you feeling unwell? The passengers chattered amongst themselves, but Wang Yu remained completely bewildered, touching his face as if it were all unreal. Wasn't he fighting that horrible Iron Thorn werewolf at the mobile fortress? How did you suddenly end up here? Time travel? He dared not make a fuss, fearing he would be mistaken for a lunatic. Just then, the station announcement came on again, Yunnan Square Station. He remembered that his rented apartment was nearby. So Wang Yu got off the car in a daze, his mind still a mess. Various images constantly flashing through his mind. Ball, Cat Coeur, deep space, the vast and boundless universe, and the terrifying demon star Higra. He looked at the bag on his shoulder, which still contained his resume and diploma. Had he just woken up from a long and absurd dream? No. Wang Yu suddenly stopped and looked ahead, because a tall, familiar figure was standing at the subway exit. This guy is ridiculously strong, like a cholesterol superman who just finished a bodybuilding competition. He's a head taller than the average person, and his t-shirt is about to burst. And that shiny, reflective bald head could practically be used as a mirror. Upon seeing the bald man, Wang Yu suddenly remembered everything. Yes, he was given a flyer by this person and then time traveled. How did he run into him again? What's going on? He stood there, somewhat at a loss, because the bald man in front of him was also handing out flyers, doing something that didn't match his appearance. However, the effect was surprisingly good. Every single flyer the bald man handed out was accepted. Everyone took one before leaving. Finally, it was Wang Yu's turn, but he stopped at that moment. Precognitive dreams? It's looping? What if I don't take it? Wang Yu looked ahead and saw that the bald man was still handing out flyers, but he seemed to have a limited number of flyers in his hand. In just a short while, he had almost run out of flyers. His efficiency was extraordinary. At this moment, Wang Yu suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and his body moved on its own, quickly walking over. Please give me one too, he said. Oh. The bald man was somewhat surprised and turned to look at him. Perhaps because the sunlight outside was too strong and dazzling, Wang Yu couldn't see the person's face clearly. He could only make out a smiling mouth. Then you'd better take it carefully. The bald man handed over a gold flyer, which Wang Yu took. It read, cough, cough, cough. Wang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, coughed violently, felt numbness and dull pain on the right side of his body, and heard a sharp buzzing sound in his ears, as if he were wearing a pair of headphones that had gone out of control. Damn it! How can there be such an outrageous revolving lantern? It's absolutely ridiculous. He complained that he knew he was back, and his vision gradually cleared, revealing the familiar ground and the red mist that filled the air. Wang Yu, is that you? That's great. Let's get away from here quickly. Bar. The signal seemed weak and intermittent, but the situation was definitely bad. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but his wounds had been treated, albeit haphazardly, indicating that he was in a great hurry. He was also given a bottle of blood-burning potion, and there was a broken reagent bottle next to him. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. Ball! Wang Yu shouted, but there was no response. However, he heard the sounds of battle, so he tried to push himself up. He succeeded after several attempts. Because he had lost his dominant hand, he was a little unaccustomed to it, and kept instinctively moving the phantom limb that did not exist. He began to check his belongings. All his weapons had been taken, including his shotgun, hammer, and grenades, presumably from Ball. But some things were not taken away, such as the half of his own hand that fell to the ground, and Higra's roar, which had even lost its trigger and grip. He looked at the large hole behind him and marveled at how lucky he was to have survived. If he hadn't managed to move using the over-limit mode, he probably would have lost his head. His luck wouldn't have saved him at all. Wang Yu mustered his strength, activated the over-limit mode, picked up the half of the pistol that looked like a fire poker, and rushed towards the battlefield following the sound. On the other side, the battle is nearing its end. Sivir fell into a pool of blood, much like the scene in the academy, at least 10 meters away from her right leg. Cat Coeur has reached her limit. After eating the third can of cat food, her attributes surged for a short time, suppressing No.1. However, as time went on, her condition deteriorated, and her skin and flesh began to peel off as if melting. During one of their encounters, before Catgirl could withdraw her claws from No.1's body, No.1 grabbed them and held them in his hand. Although Ball had already tried to save him, it was too late. Amid Cat's screams of pain, her hands were ripped off by a brute force and hung on the Ironthorn werewolf's chest. Her flesh was almost crushed by the immense gripping force, and then she was slammed to the ground and never got up again. The annoying bug is finally dead. Now only you are left, robot. I'll disassemble you into neat, orderly parts and send you into the incubator. That will be very interesting. You can imagine what you'll become. No.1 grinned maliciously, stretching out his body and extending many arthropod-like mechanical arms from behind. the ends of which were all power tools used to disassemble and separate mechanical metals, as he roared as he attacked Ball. The latter was also injured, with skin peeling off in many places, revealing the intricate internal mechanical structure. Some parts were deformed and even sparked with electricity. Holding a long spear in one hand and a short hammer borrowed from Wang Yu in the other, Ball took the initiative and swung the hammer, and the two began to fight. When Wang Yu arrived, he saw a long spear fly over with a gust of wind and stick out not far from him. Half of a mechanical arm was hanging on it, with sparks flying from the end. It was Bale's arm. In the distance, Bale's body was almost completely destroyed, and he had almost reverted to his robot form. The skin on half of his cheek was completely ruined and even sunken in, and one of his eyes was out. If it weren't for the use of high-strength materials as a protective shell during the construction of the machine star, it would probably have been shattered into pieces long ago. Its durability even surprised No.1. Even so, Bale's condition was very bad. Not only had he lost one hand, but some of its functions were also malfunctioning. He was kneeling not far away and could barely stand up. No.1 removed the mace from his chest, and somehow Ball used some technique to dent No.1's chest, but it healed in just a few seconds. There is an overwhelming gap in strength between the two sides, especially in an environment with extremely high iron concentration. Eat my Hegra's roar. A loud shout interrupted No.1's actions, which moved her somewhat, and she looked over with an incredulous gaze. This also included Ball, who was not far away, but at this point she seemed to have lost her ability to speak and could only see with her still relatively intact eyes. Wang Yu, who had fallen and was missing half his body, actually stood up again, grabbed something that looked like a fire poker, and rushed over. He was quite fast and reached No.1's feet in no time, but he was not even as tall as her legs. He used the fire poker to keep hitting No.1's knees. The latter frowned, recognizing the gun, or rather the barrel, as it was no longer fireable. There wasn't even a trigger. This gun is broken. Are you kidding me? Are all investigators in your Star Alliance like this? No.1 was speechless and decided to kill this nonsensical insect. One of his fingers became sharp and long, and he stabbed it. Although Ball, who was not far away, wanted to help, he had just stood up when sparks burst from his body, and he collapsed to the ground, not understanding why Wang Yu had run back. The sharp spikes pierced through Wang Yu, hanging him up, making him look even more like an insect. However, Wang Yu suddenly stopped struggling and laughed, which inexplicably gave No.1 a sense of crisis, as if the thing hanging on his finger was not an insect, but a time bomb, even though the fire poker had fallen to the ground. Who says it can't be fired without a trigger? Wang Yu said that a strange sphere, or rather a capsule, appeared in his mouth, inside which was a strange, purplish-red fleshy ball that looked like a large virus. Before No.1 could react, he shook off Wang Yu and used his powerful teeth and jaws to bite the thing through. Chapter 183 Cataclysm. The deep purple energy exploded and spread rapidly, and the ear-piercing, sharp explosion once again swept across the entire Antarctic star base, even causing the base to tremble as if it were an earthquake. If viewed from high above, one would see a pale purple spherical phantom rising from the valley floor, growing larger and larger. Along its path, all the ferrite seemed to lose its activity, turning into particles and falling downwards, leaving a large area of ferrite empty. The base was filled with explosions and chaos, much like the noise when Wang Yu fired his gun earlier, and the base was shut down again. As for the core area of this impact, it was under the research center building. The surrounding buildings seemed to have had hundreds of years erased in an instant. Their exterior walls aged and decayed rapidly, changing color. Cough cough. What the hell did you do? No.1 was hit hard, taking a huge hit. His metallic body showed obvious signs of oxidation and rust, and he coughed violently, with many electrical sparks bursting from his body. Her right hand, in particular, looked as if it had been submerged in seawater for decades, with layers of rust peeling off and even oozing some foul-smelling liquid. Without hesitation, she transformed her left hand into a scythe and chopped off her right hand, throwing it along with Wang Yu, who was hanging at the end and had turned into a lump of dark purple humanoid jerky, as if it were something filthy. Her condition improved slightly afterward, and she began to check her body, only to find that she had contracted the disease again, which left her speechless. These Star Alliance investigators are disgusting, she said with dissatisfaction, looking at the people lying around her, especially the cat Kuer who had been smashed into the ground. She had actually regained her human form, but many abnormal lumps had grown on her surface. To avoid any further complications, she decided to eliminate these people completely. She had no interest in stuffing them into the incubator now. It felt incredibly dirty. No.1's left arm began to transform, turning into a cannon aimed at Cat Kuer on the ground, with terrifying energy brewing inside. But then, she suddenly became alert, abruptly turning the cannon towards Wang Yu, sensing something was wrong and feeling a strange sense of unease. It was clearly a crumpled, shrunken human body. No.1 looked at it suspiciously for a while, and was about to glance at Cat Kuer again. But at this moment, the clump of human flesh suddenly twitched, and then expanded and grew at an unbelievable speed, turning into a lump of flesh. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity has decreased by 5, and the disaster has entered your body, reducing your maximum health by 2. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity has decreased by 3, and the disaster has entered your body, reducing your maximum health by 2. Due to the impact of the disaster, your sanity has decreased by 3, and the disaster has entered your body, reducing your maximum health by 1. Wang Yu's system log was almost entirely filled with such prompts and warnings. Almost every one of them indicated that something was wrong with his body and that his health limit was decreasing. But perhaps because he had consumed too much shock or had seen Hegra's true face, the impact of the shock on his sanity was decreasing. So even though he had consumed a lot of shock, his sanity was not cleared. In fact, it even returned after a successful appraisal, even though he had used up all his luck chances in the process. After reaching a certain critical point, the information in the system log also changed. It was no longer just a simple decrease in health, but new content appeared. Affected by the calamity, your sanity has decreased by 1. The calamity has entered your body. Your maximum health has decreased by 1. The calamity has solidified within you. Your constitution has changed, and you have gained the ability Calamity Body. You understand how to spread calamity, and have mastered the special spell, I am the Cataclysm. Disaster Body. Your immune attribute decreases by 5, making you more susceptible to diseases. However, your health value is no longer limited by the health cap, and diseases and toxins no longer cause you pain. Instead, they make you feel invigorated and your energy recovery speed increases. However, when your maximum health reaches 0, you will transform into an out-of-control catastrophic variant and eventually die. I am the Cataclysm. Activation requires no magic element. Unleashing the power of calamity within, briefly transforming into a cataclysmic being, becoming a walking source of calamity. Willpower and immunity are enhanced based on the maximum health lost. Although Wang Yu's health had dropped to 19, he did not die, and even the feeling of discomfort disappeared in that instant. After No.1 turned the cannon around and aimed it at him, Wang Yu held his breath and dared not move. The moment the opponent moved the cannon away, he immediately activated the magic called I am Cataclysm. His health level also surged in that instant, breaking through 3 digits. In No.1's eyes, she saw a lump of flesh rapidly swell and grow larger. When she pointed the cannon at it again, she saw a swollen fist burst out of the lump of flesh and smash the badly rusted cannon in her hand into pieces. Chapter 184 Cataclysm 2. Ball was also affected. His consciousness was briefly interrupted, and the system automatically restarted, taking several attempts to restart successfully. When she turned her eye monitor back on, she saw a dark purple, swollen humanoid creature fighting with the Ironthorn werewolf. With his size being even larger than the Ironthorn werewolf, he overpowered the Ironthorn werewolf and pinned it to the ground, beating it mercilessly. A cataclysm. Bar recognized him instantly. These creatures. No, they can no longer be called creatures. These monsters have been the long-standing nightmare of the Machine Star. Why do they also exist on the Hellstar? She immediately turned her head to look for Wang Yu's whereabouts. Combining the terrain and environment, especially the burst of dark purple matter, she quickly deduced the possible outcome. Wang Yu had transformed into a catastrophic variant. How could this be? By reviewing the previous footage, Ball quickly discovered the cause. Wang Yu had bitten the special bullet with his teeth, triggering the impact. This bullet can actually be used like this? Barry had never used that gun before, so he wasn't as familiar with it as Wang Yu was. But the reason why Wang Yu transformed into a catastrophic being is also clear. The swollen humanoid creature was Wang Yu, who absorbed the vast majority of the impact. Wang Yu is dead. Bale's relatively intact left eye contracted suddenly, causing the system to malfunction and triggering numerous red warnings, most of which were related to the emotion simulator. Because transforming into a catastrophic variant is almost equivalent to death. But she was quickly stunned and looked over, because this catastrophic entity could actually speak. After the various sensors in his body gradually recovered, Ball was finally able to hear sounds and feel the ground shaking. The catastrophic mutant was clenching its fists, its fingers sticking together to form blunt weapons, and slamming them down violently. Each blow made the ground tremble and even hammered a crater. You like calling other people insects, right? You think I'm joking, right? I'm fighting like my life depends on it. You've even managed to create a time machine, you know? Damn it, take my Star Alliance invincible iron hammer. While cursing, Wang Yu punched the target repeatedly, releasing all his previous anger and suppressed emotions, and even becoming more rational to some extent. At this point, his stats had reached an absurd level, allowing him to dominate his opponent. Wang Yu. Race, human. Origin, terrestrial planets. Talents, Lucky 7, self-disciplined life. Abilities, Superman gland, black bones, body of calamity, power of calamity, temporary. Power of calamity. You have mastered the ability to spread calamity and gain power equivalent to that of the cataclysm. Except for willpower and immunity, other attributes are enhanced based on the maximum health lost. When regenerating and repairing physical injuries, your immunity attribute is considered a combination of physical and spiritual attributes, currently at 64. You are spreading calamity at all times. Anything you touch will quickly decay, become diseased, and suffer misfortune. Spells, body of fear, I am cataclysm. Status, healthy. 1 purple virus pattern. Height, 394 centimeters. Weight, 677.2 kilograms. Health, 226/16. Sanity, 39 120ths. Self-discipline lifestyle increases sanity cap by 20. Energy, 82/100. Psychic power, 8/11. Flesh, 34. 8 plus 2 plus 1 plus 8. 1.8. 152/800ths. Willpower, 11. 241/3200. Reflection, 32. 8 plus 2 plus 8. 1.8. 93/800. Immunity, 1. 755. 91 out of 400. Calamity body reduces immunity by 5 points. Blood burning potion reduces immunity by 5 points. Minimum is 1. Inspiration, 30. 9 plus 8. 1.8. 229/1600. Overall assessment. You've become a disgusting purple tumor, but you've also gained power, haven't you? Suddenly, a sharp drill bit emerged from the pit, piercing Wang Yu's abdomen and creating a large hole. It even lifted Wang Yu up, like a special missile, with flames continuously shooting out from its tail. Then a dark figure leaped out of the pit. It was the somewhat disheveled Iron Thorn werewolf, his body covered in dents and scattered with many parts. He had only managed to escape after losing an arm. This attack also deducted more than 30 points from Wang Yu's health, but with Wang Yu's current recovery ability and physical condition, it was just a superficial injury. His health value is even rising and is about to break through 300. The Iron Thorn werewolf, having broken free, ran away almost without hesitation, showing no intention of continuing the chase. At this moment, it only wanted to get as far away from Wang Yu as possible, because it was now a mobile source of calamity. Wang Yu grabbed the drill bit that was still spinning and propelling him forward in front of his chest, not expecting his opponent to use a rocket punch, which was a bit of a surprise. After contact, Wang Yu's hand was also caught in the drill bit, but he seemed not to feel anything and continued to grab the drill bit. Then, after a few seconds, the drill bit got stuck and stopped rotating. The nozzle at the tail also twitched twice as if it was not working properly before going out completely. This wasn't because the fuel had run out, but because the part of Wang Yu that was in contact with the drill bit was decaying and oxidizing at an unbelievable speed. It was very clear that the color of the metal in the area he touched had changed. First, it lost its luster, then granular rust appeared, and finally, rust spots formed. Wang Yu pulled out the drill bit and threw it on the ground. At the same time, he noticed Ball, who was watching him from not far away. Wait a minute, I'll take care of that thing right away. Catgirl and Sivir are still alive. I can feel their presence. Wang Yudao felt even stronger upon seeing Ball awaken. He looked at the Iron Thorn werewolf running away and kicked the ground to chase after it. His physique changed during this process, gradually transforming from a fat man into a lean figure similar to that of a sprinter. During his battle with the Iron Thorn werewolf, Wang Yu was also exploring the abilities of the cataclysm, discovering that it could control its own body and make changes accordingly. Changing its physique was just one of its simplest applications. Although the Iron Thorn werewolf ahead had turned its feet into wheels, like riding a skateboard, its speed was far inferior to Wang Yu's. and it would soon be caught up. But she wouldn't just sit there and wait to die. She turned her head 180 degrees to look behind her, and used the material from her shoulder to temporarily assemble a cannon. Originally, it was aimed at Wang Yu, but suddenly it changed direction and fired at Ball. Wang Yu also acted in that instant, twisting his body and flying over like a gymnast, using his body to block the shot. A bullet was embedded in his body, but No.1 took the opportunity to run away. Damn, that's pretty cunning, Wang Yu said angrily, glancing at the maximum health level, which had already dropped to 13. Becoming a cataclysmic being could indeed greatly enhance his combat power, but it also marked the beginning of his life's countdown. He had to finish the fight quickly and charge towards No.1 once again. Chapter 185 Shattered. As Wang Yu approached, No.1 tried to repeat the previous scene, so she deliberately chose a street with good visibility to escape. However, after she fired the shot, although the bullet was blocked by Wang Yu, a strange meteor hammer hit her. Wang Yu actually used his body transformation ability to turn his right hand into an extendable meteor hammer, which he swung out and knocked No.1 to the ground before mounting him again. At this time, No.1's condition also improved. Using the materials he obtained along the way, he reassembled his right hand, but just as he held it in front of him, it was deformed by a heavy punch. What kind of monster are you? Star Alliance investigators. Are you kidding me? No.1's body was covered with many gun barrels and cannons, all firing at once. Although some misfired and some exploded, the rest were enough to form a dense rain of bullets, almost turning Wang Yu above into a sieve. But Wang Yu stubbornly continued his relentless assault despite the hail of bullets, and the stalemate lasted for another 10 seconds, with neither side giving an inch. However, Wang Yu's time was limited, and his health was already nearing double digits. This Iron Thorn werewolf is incredibly resilient. Perhaps it was injected with antibodies, which reduced the virus's effectiveness, and it's also recovering its body. Wang Yu discovered the problem and immediately lifted the damaged Iron Thorn werewolf up, preventing her from touching the ground. In fact, a large portion of the substance inside the pit was absorbed by the werewolf, which is why it was so resilient. After changing his fighting style, Wang Yu created 2 more iron fists on his shoulders, keeping the Iron Thorn werewolf lifted off the ground and beating it relentlessly. This was much more effective. After less than 5 punches, the opponent's gun stopped firing, parts fell off, and the torso that Wang Yu had grabbed developed a lot of rust. At this moment, a dark red core was leaked out among the parts. It landed and was about to burrow into the ground, but Wang Yu, with sharp eyes, grabbed it along with the hard ground. He had been searching for No.1's core because she was a little different. The core seemed to be able to move around inside her body, and finally it appeared. Let me go. Wang Yu certainly wouldn't let go, so he gripped it with all 4 hands. The power of calamity began to further erode the core, causing its surface to become turbid and the liquid inside to gradually be affected, churning. Release me, and I can help you control this base and suppress the disasters on this planet. Only I can do this. Believe me, I've never believed in any crimson eyes. But Wang Yu acted as if he hadn't heard. He wasn't a 3-year-old child, and he wasn't sure he'd have another chance to kill No.1. After all, his health cap was only 10, and he might not live much longer. Then you should die too. No.1 spoke with a hint of resentment. Then its core became brighter and brighter, as if it was about to self-destruct. So Wang Yu could only use more hands to grab it, and 2 more arms grew from his waist to hold it tightly. Even if it was blown to pieces, he had no intention of letting go. This confidence came from his nearly 500 health points and more than 60 points of recovery ability. However, the expected explosion did not occur. After a few crisp sounds, Wang Yu felt himself crush something. Then, a viscous red liquid overflowed from his palm, some of which dripped to the ground and instantly vaporized and rose, turning into a visible red mist. Only then did Wang Yu open his palm, revealing a core riddled with cracks. The liquid inside leaked out within seconds, turning into a murky crystal ball. No.1 is definitely dead. Was she just bluffing? Does she actually not have the ability to self-destruct? Wang Yu said, I feel there's a good chance. This guy is quite smart. It's good that he didn't throw her out. After confirming the item information and discovering that the reward had been reduced by 50% due to the core being crushed, he finally felt relieved. There was no way he could be resurrected. Name: the shattered core of Iron Thorn werewolf No.1. Synopsis: obsessed with the power of iron and sensing the existence of the Crimson Eye, female researcher Lulu's used her own genetic material as a sample to cultivate a miracle child using an incubator. This child is No.1. Unlike other werewolves made of trash, No.1 possesses intelligence no less than Lulu's and abilities similar to those of the Hell Beast. He is chosen by Iron and the Eye of Deep Space, which makes Lulu ecstatic, even though she is already old and won't live much longer. Lulu's devoted the rest of her time to nurturing No.1, hoping that she could inherit her will and strengthen this race with great potential. However, No.1 herself did not have much motivation and simply mechanically repeated Lulu's work until one day she used the genes of the Ground Wolf clan to create No.2. Only after that did No.1 become interested in expanding the population and began to modify and improve the Antarctic starbase, researching how to expand the population. If a part is missing, it can be delivered to the heritage recycler as an incomplete civilization heritage, granting 90,000 universal credits and 5 gacha pulls for the corresponding civilization. The rewards for an incomplete heritage are 50% lower than those for a complete heritage. If it's complete, it can probably be used for 10 gacha pulls, but since there are other cores, the difference in rewards isn't that big, so it doesn't really matter. At this moment, Wang Yu dispelled the magic, and his body collapsed, turning into a pile of rotting, foul-smelling flesh that crashed down. Several seconds later, a figure emerged. Damn, how come there are 6 hands? Won't this thing disappear? Wang Yu Dao, who had returned to his normal height, had pale, light purple skin, as if he had been poisoned. Moreover, he had many abnormal bumps under his skin, even rotten sores or black spots, which clearly indicated that he was infected with a disease, and a very serious one at that. However, Wang Yu himself did not feel any discomfort, only that the extra arms felt a bit strange and needed to be treated. Because these 4 extra arms are all deformed, of different lengths, and similar to an infant's arms, they are not only useless for movement, but also a burden, like an abnormal number of arms caused by a genetic disease. He glanced at his maximum health, which was exactly 9 points, but his health value was over 200, almost half of which had been retained. No wonder he felt incredibly good. Wang Yu searched around and found the broken core. Then he hurriedly ran back to the base because there were still a lot of things to deal with on Bale's side. The injuries of the group were all very serious, and some of them might even be incurable or irreparable. Chapter 186 Post-War. Wang Yu ran back to the research center and saw from a distance that Ball was checking on the condition of Cat Kerr and Sivir. Both of them were seriously injured, especially Cat Kerr, whose condition could no longer be described as merely injured. To say she was shattered to pieces would be an understatement. If they didn't all have strong self-healing abilities, they probably would have died long ago. Ball. Wang Yu ran over, and the latter looked up and paused briefly. Wang Yu's appearance was too strange. The fact that he wasn't wearing clothes was the least of the problems. Other issues included his purplish skin, the throbbing lumps under his skin, the festering sores, the full pustules, and the hardened, cracked black spots. He looked like a petri dish of viruses and bacteria. Moreover, he had 4 deformed arms hanging from his body, like tumors, which twitched as he ran. Fortunately, there was no black spot on his face, only a noticeable black spot on his forehead, which was caused by carbonization. I'm fine. Wang Yu spoke first, as if he knew what Ball was going to ask. My body has undergone some miraculous changes. Now the illness doesn't affect my activities. I'll talk about the details later. How are the other 2 doing? And how are you? Is there any way to fix it? He then asked, because Bar's condition was no less severe than that of the other 2 injured men. His right arm was broken, exposing cables and a broken metal shaft, and it was even sparking at that moment. His right cheek was also scratched, the outer casing was damaged, exposing the delicate internal circuitry and cables. His right eye, or rather the right monitor, was also destroyed, and he was missing an ear. In addition, she has multiple lacerations on her body. Her bionic skin has peeled off, exposing the internal metal protective shell and skeleton, and many parts are deformed, so she has very little freedom of movement. Furthermore, she had a penetrating wound in her left abdomen, which left a hole, revealing the internal mechanical structure. Such injuries would be unbearable for any ordinary creature, let alone able to move. Only Ball, being a robot, could still move. However, she had lost the ability to speak, probably because the built-in speaker was broken, so she didn't speak, but just nodded and then wrote on the ground with her still functional left hand. The rust-like particles on the ground are just right for writing. Both of them are in bad shape, and time is of the essence. Go to the 80th floor first. There's a biological laboratory there, and the nutrient tanks inside can help them. We need to be quick. When Ball wrote the last few words, his hand twitched a little, as if the signal was disordered, but Wang Yu understood the overall meaning. I'll move right away. Wang Yu also became nervous. After all, it was a matter of life and death. He first picked up Malcour. She was very light, and felt to be less than 50 pounds. Moreover, during the process of picking her up, some of her body tissues fell off, like melted asphalt, and a lot of them stuck to the ground, so they would be torn off when he lifted her up. He could even feel Kurt twitching, probably in a lot of pain. She was close to the point of impact, and was also affected. There were even quite a few lumps in the regenerating tissue. Wang Yu frowned, feeling a pang of heartache, but now was not the time to linger. So he forcefully picked up the cat, tearing off a large chunk of tissue. A murky liquid, indistinguishable between tissue fluid and blood, flowed out, exposing the cracked skeleton inside. Then there's Sivir. She's quite far from the impact point, so the force diminishes rapidly with distance, and most of it was absorbed by Wang Yu, No.1, and the Antarctic starbase. However, her breathing was already very weak. She had many open wounds on her chest and abdomen, and she had also broken a leg. It's a bit heavy, but it's still manageable to drag. Wang Yu grabbed Sivir's claws and hoisted them onto his shoulder. Fortunately, his attributes had increased significantly before, and there was rust powder on the ground to reduce friction. Otherwise, he would have had to activate his over-limit mode just to move them, as they felt like they weighed half a ton. He brought his broken leg with him, since it hadn't been broken for long, and there might still be a chance to reattach it. Wang Yu carried the cat Kur in one arm and dragged Sivir with the other, with a wolf's leg tied to his back, and returned to the lobby on the first floor. Ball originally wanted to help, but Wang Yu refused. In her current state, it was already a miracle that she could walk on her own, and she often stumbled. Wang Yu was only worried that she would also fall down, in which case he really wouldn't be able to move her. But when he thought about the 80 floors he still had to climb, he wanted to slap his past self from a few hours ago. Why did he have to dismantle the elevator? Wasn't he just making things harder for himself? And with the time so tight, it's like shooting yourself in the foot. But when he entered the lobby and saw the elevator, he was stunned for a moment because the elevator number was 1. You know, when he dismantled the elevator before, the panel showed an error and it stopped at -1 floor. This base is alive. It will self-repair according to the blueprints, including the buildings on it. At this moment, Bear rode on Wang Yu's body, poked him a few times, and told him not to stand there and to hurry up and leave. The latter immediately walked to the elevator, pressed the up button, and the door opened directly. Because it's a large elevator, it was probably designed to transport large objects, with a length of over 5 meters, so even if you drag Sewell in, the space inside is still quite spacious. Wang Yu immediately pressed the button for the 80th floor, and the elevator began to move quickly upwards, arriving in less than a minute, which was quite fast. Afterwards, guided by Ball, Wang Yu went deeper into the corridor and found that the wall that had been destroyed by No.2 had been restored. It is estimated that the Antarctic starbase regained its operational capabilities and its self-repair capabilities at the same time, which should have occurred during the lull in the battle between Wang Yu and others and No.1. The core of No.2 was still on the corridor, but Wang Yu didn't have time to pick it up and continued forward. After passing the stairwell, Ball went through the door on the right first, followed by Wang Yu. Because Bar had previously browsed the archives, his familiarity with the research center was no less than that of the developer himself. If it were Wang Yu, he probably would have completely overlooked such a crucial facility. Inside is a huge, completely elevated laboratory. In the center is a large mass of flesh and blood composed of cables and blood vessels, extending downwards in a funnel shape, eventually becoming a uniformly sized pillar buried in the ground and isolated by a layer of glass, through which the red mist flowing inside can be seen. This should be an organizational structure extending from the top incubator, running through the entire building, and even supporting the pillars of the building. The Ironthorn werewolf built a large biochemical laboratory below the incubator. Looking around, there were rows of incubation pods inside, each containing werewolves at different stages of development, but they were all dead, without exception. All the incubation pods were glowing red, probably caused by the previous plague. Furthermore, there are several small rooms on both sides of the main room, which should be independent special laboratories. Barr selected 2 culture chambers, one large and one small, and operated them on the interface next to them. Then the liquid inside the chambers was drained. Without Bale's prompting, Wang Yu pulled out the corpses and threw them away, then stuffed the 2 seriously wounded men inside, including Sivir's broken leg. The culture chamber was then refilled with a transparent liquid, and a blue light illuminated. They both have strong self-healing abilities. The incubation chamber can provide ample nutritional support, including oxygen, so there is a high probability that they can recover. Bar then added that there were words written on Wang Yu's body. The latter looked at the two people immersed in the incubation chamber. Although it felt strange, it was indeed much better than before. Especially for Kat Kerr, whose body is recovering rapidly, and even her arm is starting to regenerate. I feel relieved. Ball, regarding the repair plan for your body. Just as Wang Yu was about to ask, he suddenly heard a sound like a vehicle starting up beneath his feet. The base seemed to have recovered, and the recovery speed was much faster than before. But Wang Yu had no time to care about any of that now, because Ball suddenly collapsed heavily with a loud thud, some dark red tissue fluid oozing from the wound on his left abdomen, and then he became completely unresponsive. Chapter 187 Son of Hell. Ball. Wang Yu exclaimed and helped Ball up. But no matter how much he shouted, Ball did not respond, and the system did not restart. Moreover, a liquid resembling blood was flowing from Bale's wound, which hadn't happened before. Wang Yu suddenly became alert, leaned closer and sniffed Bale's body, even smelling a faint stench of decay. Then his eyes widened as he realized the reason. He immediately brought up the panel to check the crew's status. Although he couldn't see the specific health and sanity values, they would definitely be there if the race had changed. Bar. Race. Hellborn, Hell Beast. Children of Hell. The term Children of Hell is specifically used to refer to intelligent mechanical life forms that have been affected by hellification and transformed into Hell Beasts. They are Hell Beasts with high intelligence. It possesses the advantages of both mechanical and organic life forms, boasting not only superior computing power, memory, and parallel awareness, but also two enhancement pathways, mechanical modification and self-evolution, resulting in a significant improvement in willpower and perception. Unlike simple mechanical beings, their bodies can grow, evolve, and self-repair like organic life forms, and even possess reproductive capabilities, with potential far exceeding that of ordinary races. At the same time, due to the effects of hellification, they become prone to going out of control, highly aggressive towards other races, and their appearance often leads to the extinction of species in large areas of the surrounding star system. Origin: deep red infiltration. Crimson influence. Influenced by the aura of the Crimson Eye, it transformed from an intelligent machine into a hellborn, hell beast, fundamentally altering its form of existence. Talents: numerical awareness, hellish body. Hellish body. It distorts the boundary between mechanical and living beings, allowing it to possess the advantages and disadvantages of both, achieving a perfect fusion of the two. Not only can it grow, evolve, and repair itself like an organic life form, but it can also undergo mechanical modifications and have parts replaced to directly gain enhancements in physical, immune, and reflex attributes. The current enhancement values are 12, 14, and 22 respectively. Ability: Emotional Amplification Plus. Emotional Boost Plus. The body is equipped with a highly advanced emotional simulator, Willpower +1, Inspiration +1, Willpower and Inspiration growth rate increased by 100%, emotions are more stable, and rationality resistance increased by 50%. Flesh: 13, 0.04. Willpower: 4, 271/400. Reflection: 23, 0/1600. Immunity: 15, 0/800. Inspiration: 3, 349/400. Overall assessment: it is best to eliminate a hellish beast with intelligence before it grows up. This is the consensus of most civilizations. Children of Hell? Wang Yu glanced at the panel briefly, his gaze finally settling on the explanation of the Son of Hell. Ball has transformed into a hell beast, and a very special one at that. An intelligent hell beast, much like the Iron Thorn War Gen. However, the latter is a hell beast transformed from an organic life form, while the former is transformed from an omnic life form. Therefore, the two have similarities, but also differences. For example, Ball does not have the ability to transform into a wolf. Wang Yu wasn't sure if this change was good or bad, but it was also for this reason that Ball contracted the virus that targeted the hell beasts and fell into a coma. Because her body was already in a state of disrepair, the virus invasion was like adding insult to injury. Damn it, why did it have to happen at this time? He said anxiously, feeling his mind go blank, and inexplicably panicking and trembling. Stay calm and don't panic, that's right. Wang Yu suddenly looked down at the ground. No.1 was also infected with the virus at the time, but she cured herself. It seems that she was on the basement floor at the time, where there might have been tools for extracting antibodies. And coincidentally, the Antarctic star base was also restored. His eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. Without stopping, he picked up Ball and ran toward the elevator. He arrived at the elevator in no time, just as it was stopped on the 80th floor. He entered smoothly and began to pant. He had used the over-limit mode. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to run too fast while carrying Ball. He felt like Ball weighed at least 500 pounds. The elevator descended rapidly, quickly reaching the first floor, but then took a full 10 seconds to descend to the basement level. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Wang Yu rushed out and found himself in a transparent corridor. If it weren't for the solid ground beneath his feet and the reinforcing metal ribs in the corridor floor and walls, Wang Yu would have thought he had stepped into thin air. Because the environment beneath your feet is terrible, it's not ground at all, but a mixture of flesh and metal scrap. The red mist filled the vast underground space, feeling to be over 100 meters high, making Wang Yu feel as if he were flying in the sky. Moreover, the space outside the corridor was filled with a very high concentration of red mist, which appeared in clusters, like cotton wool or crystals. It not only reflected light, but also emitted its own light, illuminating the space very brightly. Moreover, tentacles made of metal, composite materials, and flesh extended from the surrounding fleshy walls. They were aggressive, and when Wang Yu ran and made noise, some tentacles even lashed out and hit the corridor, startling Wang Yu. No wonder this corridor is so sturdy. It's designed to withstand these tentacles. Could this be the stomach of this hell beast? Wang Yu frowned, feeling that these things were very similar to the villi in the intestines, at least in terms of function. And this corridor is way too damn long. Wang Yu felt like he was about to run out of energy. After all, he had been in overdrive mode for a long time, and his body couldn't withstand the long-term drain of overdrive mode. Fortunately, things finally changed ahead, and a special spherical room appeared, with a huge fleshy ball in the middle. But unlike the incubator, its surface was covered with folds similar to the cerebral cortex. It was about 20 meters in diameter and extended out a large number of thread-like fleshy strands that connected with the surrounding fleshy walls. The werewolves created a perforated, double-layered glass sphere, which was very ingenious. It contained the fleshy ball inside and isolated it from the external environment, allowing staff to move around inside and observe the sphere up close without being attacked by its tentacles. Furthermore, Wang Yu saw a terminal console in the room, which looked very similar to the one on the top of the research center. In addition, there was a box discarded on the ground and some strange objects of unknown purpose. Chapter 188 Antitoxin Serum. Wang Yu carefully laid Ball flat on the ground, first glancing at the control terminal, then at the messy items and tools beside him, feeling that he should look for clues in there. He didn't recognize these things, but the system did, so he just had to touch them one by one. Got it. Wang Yu picked up a soft, squishy thing from the ground. It looked like a large sweet potato, but it was actually some kind of soft-bodied worm, similar to a slug. Name: Dead Blood Leech, Hell Beast. Manufacturer: Crimson Eyes Order. Regulatory level: Level 1, civilian use. Description: a tool-type hell beast, selectively bred in an incubator. It is relatively stable and can absorb the body fluids of its target, purify them into serum, and store it within its body. This serum can be used to study the target's composition or to prepare antivenom serum. There should be other tool-type hell beasts elsewhere. Wang Yu glanced at the syringe lying on the ground, then scanned other corners, beginning to search through the special balloon room. He quickly found his target, a small insulated box with a built-in refrigeration function, containing translucent capsules, each containing a fingertip-sized blood clot. This creature also belongs to the hellbeast category. The werewolves and the Crimson Eye Order possess special techniques for breeding special hellbeasts and using them as tools. If it weren't for Higra's roar spreading the virus and infecting the Antarctic starbase, causing many of these tools to die or become inoperable, Wang Yu and his group might not have even seen No.1 before being wiped out by the army of scrap werewolves. But now he's the winner. Wang Yu took out the sealed leech and ran back to the terminal control panel. This thing is also part of the Antarctic starbase, and an important component at that. The blood vessels and cables extending from its back are all connected to the main brain, all crammed into the glass wall and drilled out through the holes above, filling it completely and making it very well sealed. Wang Yu almost without hesitation crushed the capsule and placed the leech inside onto his blood vessel. This thing was alive and could crawl. Almost the instant it awoke, it used its sharp mouth parts to bite through a blood vessel and began sucking blood. It should have died from the virus, but now the blood of the Antarctic starbase already contains antibodies, so it is not affected at all. Instead, it grows bigger and bigger as it sucks. In less than 10 seconds, the leech swells to the size of a fist, bulging and translucent. with pale red liquid visible inside. The spherical brain seemed to sense the discomfort, twitching twice, and its surrounding tentacles lashed out, but it couldn't do anything to Wang Yu in the room, like a mosquito that couldn't be driven away. Hiss, this stuff can't be used on people. If you suck it in, it'll probably drain them dry. He pondered that the blood leech was still growing, and in the blink of an eye it was almost as big as a watermelon, and the color of the liquid inside its body was gradually turning pale yellow. Wang Yu felt it was about time, so he took the fleshy leech off. It was quite heavy, and felt like a warm, soft water balloon. It was a bit difficult to hold, and he was afraid of squeezing it and popping it. After being ripped off, the latter struggled violently and even tried to bite Wang Yu, but was stabbed with a syringe. Wang Yu extracted about 300 milliliters of serum from the creature and then threw it into the corridor, intending to deal with it later. If the treatment was ineffective, he could catch it again and extract serum a few more times. He took the syringe and walked towards Bar, helping her up. Suddenly, he was a little worried because he didn't know where to inject her. Subcutaneous injection doesn't seem like a good idea. Ball has only recently transformed into a hell beast, and his body hasn't changed much yet, so it might not be effective for treatment. He moved Ball around, turning her to her back, and remembered the scene of putting batteries in her before. Then, he did the same thing, pressing and holding the shield-shaped button below the back of her neck. Fortunately, it was still functioning normally. After emitting some light red gas, the battery compartment opened, but the inside had completely changed. The surface of the black crystal-like triangular prism battery has developed growths resembling blood vessels and meridians, making it impossible to remove. The interior is no longer solid fuel, but some kind of liquid. Wang Yu picked up the syringe, injected it into the bottom of the battery compartment, piercing the internal flesh and blood tissue, and pushed the syringe forward. After the injection was completed, Wang Yu pushed the battery compartment back in and waited for a miracle to happen. Based on the performance of the first antibody, it should take effect very quickly. A dozen seconds passed. Wang Yu kept his eyes fixed on Ball, his brows slightly furrowed. 2 minutes later, Wang Yu started to panic. He glanced at the crew panel and only felt slightly relieved after confirming that no death tag had appeared. He looked at the blood leech in the corridor and considered whether he should give it another injection. Cough. A slight cough caught Wang Yu's attention, causing him to relax his brow and immediately look over. Ball, how are you feeling? The latter did not reply immediately, but instead lowered his head and vomited a large puddle of disgusting dark red mucus on the ground, coughing several times before recovering. Ion, you were infected by iron, transformed into a hell beast, and then fell unconscious. I injected you with antitoxin serum. Wang Yu explained the whole story to Ball. Am I a hell beast now? That's right. Do you feel unwell? And do you have the urge to eat someone? I mean, the urge to eat me. Upon hearing this, Ball froze, his left eye darting around to look at Wang Yu as if to say, are you out of your mind? But this can't be blamed on Wang Yu, because the system emphasized that the son of hell is very aggressive and can easily devour 1 or 2 people, which is why he asked that question. What he didn't consider was that in his current state, he looked like a poisonous creature. Even if he were placed in front of a lion or tiger, they wouldn't have time to run away, let alone eat him. Cough cough. Wang Yu, can you stop making me laugh? I feel really unwell right now. All the sensory organs in my body are sending me error reports, and I feel terrible if I move. Bar spoke, his voice weak, his brows furrowed slightly, as if he were trying to figure out how to describe the feeling. That should feel like pain, including the sensation of touch, which may be different from what you've experienced before. Wang Yu understood, and seeing that Ball was still conscious, he was completely relieved. I feel very heavy, and I'm getting low energy signals from all parts of my body. I might be running out of power soon. I have my spare batteries in the box. No, you're probably hungry, not out of power. Wang Yu felt that Ball needed to relearn many things and get used to the feeling of an organic life form, which was completely different from what she had experienced before. He glanced at the blood leeches not far away and abandoned the idea of feeding them to Ball, because it was too strange. He quickly thought of the 80-story cultivation chamber, which should also be able to help Ball now. Without hesitation, Wang Yu briefly told Ball, picked him up, and ran towards the elevator, stepping on the blood leech to kill it on the way, lest it bite someone and cause great danger. He took the elevator back to the 80th floor, found a cultivation pod, and, following Bale's previous actions, opened it and replaced the corpse inside with the severely injured Ball. After the culture chamber was refilled with culture medium, Bale's complexion improved significantly, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Phew, finally done. Wang Yu took a deep breath and looked at the 3 seriously injured people soaking in the incubation chamber. He wondered if he should go in and lie down too, but it was just a thought. He was in very good health and didn't need any treatment at all. After looking around for a while, his gaze gradually shifted to several small rooms. He planned to get some clothes first, since he was a civilized person and didn't have the habit of running naked. Then he would see if he could get rid of the tumor-like hands on his body. Chapter 189, A Giant Legacy. Research Center, 80th floor, inside an operating room. Ouch, why does it hurt so much? Holy crap, this is unbelievable. From inside came a cry of pain from a young man with pale purple skin. He stood there, facing a mirror, using a scalpel to dig out tumors from his body. He had already dug out more than a dozen, without treating the wounds at all, because there was not much blood coming out. It was all some indescribable dark purple viscous fluid, which also had a foul smell. After having his 4 extra deformed arms removed, he was about to leave when he unexpectedly discovered that his maximum health had increased by 4 points. He paused for a moment, as if realizing something, and began to treat the abscesses and lumps on his body. He probably couldn't do anything about the internal organs, but he could try to treat the external ones. Cutting them off was one way to do it. After the treatment, Wang Yu was covered in wounds and his health dropped by more than 70 points, but his maximum health increased by more than 20 points, bringing his total to 31. The illness still needs to be treated. It can't be left untreated. Although Wang Yu wanted to give up more than once during the procedure because he didn't feel that these things had any effect, and it was very painful to cut, like cutting flesh. But he knew that this was the effect of his strange physical changes, and he didn't want to really become some kind of catastrophic mutation. His own life was more important. Damn, I've lost more than 10 pounds. No wonder I feel so much lighter. Wang Yu noticed his weight, looked around at the removed tumors and lumps, the blood flowing everywhere, and the entire operating room was a mess because of him, with a very unpleasant smell. But he didn't have time to clean up right now, and just remarked on how much blood he had, probably because he was in such high health. He rinsed it briefly, and the pain in the wound subsided quickly. It was fine to wash it directly. A few minutes later, he came out wearing a clean white lab coat, looked in the mirror, and looked quite presentable. Wang Yu returned to the experimental hall and checked on the condition of the 3 of them. They had all improved to varying degrees, especially Kat Kur, who was beginning to take on a human form. But Bar's injuries were severe. Her broken right arm did not grow back, and although the wound on her right cheek showed signs of healing, it was not normal skin but covered with a layer of flesh, somewhat like a scar left after a severe trauma or burn. Moreover, her right eye hadn't recovered. It didn't even have an eye socket. Even though the Iron Thorn werewolf and that terrifying digger from before could regenerate their bodies. Is it because you lack some skill, or do you need to grow? Wang Yu stroked his chin, pondering. He didn't care about Bale's appearance. In a word, he wasn't much better off. At worst, he could just get a mechanical eye and a mechanical arm installed. The Son of Hell could be directly modified. After observing for a while and seeing that none of the 3 showed any signs of waking up, he placed the 3 white coats he had brought there and planned to wander around the area. It's been over 30 hours since they set off for the Rift Valley, and the people on the surface must be getting a little anxious. However, they said it might take a few days, so there shouldn't be any major problems for now. About half an hour later, Wang Yu went down the stairs to the basement level, mainly to find out how deep it was. Now he was sure it was about 50 meters deep. After the staircase is halfway down, it becomes a translucent material with high strength and very pure purity. It is probably a special material similar to diamond, which completely locks the external tendrils and red mist out. The ground thickness is approximately 35 meters. This is likely the thickness of the Antarctic star base or the outer skin of this giant hell beast. If you can't penetrate it, it's almost impossible to cause any damage to this behemoth. Moreover, this is the thickness near the research center. Other places might be even more extreme. Wang Yu walked out of the transparent stairwell, carrying a bent and deformed long gun on his back and 2 short hammers tied to his waist. The chains were broken. These were the only 2 weapons he had salvaged from the battlefield. The other firearms and the like were all just parts, with no value for recycling. He also brought back Bale's severed arm. It didn't turn into a hell beast, but it was so badly broken that it was practically just scattered parts. As he walked, his eyes suddenly widened. Wow! Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise and strode forward, because the control terminal in front of him, as well as the blood vessels extending out behind it, were crawling with several large, plump leeches, each swollen to the size of a pumpkin. He clearly killed it. So how come so many suddenly appeared? Could it be? He glanced at the spot where he had killed the blood leech. There were only some bits of flesh there, but in some places there were obvious traces of wriggling and crawling. This thing could actually break apart and become an independent individual, just like an earthworm or some insects. Wang Yu ran over, ripped off all the dozen or so blood leeches, and stomped on them one by one, intending to clean up all the remaining scraps of flesh. But as he was doing it, he suddenly seemed to realize something, and he reached out to the terminal console, his eyes widening, because the information was different. Name: Antarctic Star Base Mainframe Terminal, Hellbeast. Manufacturer: Doomsday Resistance Front/Crimson Eye Cult. Regulation level: Level 1, Rare Item. Introduction: The main brain terminal of the living mobile fortress Antarctica possesses the highest authority in the base and is connected to all other terminals, allowing it to control and rewrite the entire base's contents. The system can format the mainframe terminal to assist you in taking control of the base. This process is expected to take 72 hours. Upon formatting, the base will be considered a significant legacy of civilization, and you will receive 1 million universal credits and 10 gacha pulls. How many? Wang Yu wasn't sure, so he counted again. Sure enough, it was exactly 1 million credits. That's 1 million credits. As for the gacha pull limit of 10, there's probably only a maximum of 10 pulls, but the credit point rewards seem to have no upper limit. He's about to make a fortune. Formatting a massive legacy. Wang Yu read it carefully and felt it was very similar to when the system helped him control the deep space, although he still didn't have complete control over it. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his calf. While he was distracted, a leech bit him, but before he could swat it off, it twitched twice on the ground and then stopped responding. Wang Yu fell silent for a moment, then decided to ignore it and began to try to format the base. Chapter 190 Base Overview. Wang Yu decisively chose to format, and then the mainframe and terminal console were enveloped in a strange blue light, with streams of numbers floating up like ribbons and gradually dissipating. From an external perspective, the entire research center also lights up, including control terminals and other areas, forming spots of light on the base's surface and even on the monster arms used for movement. That should work. Wang Yu checked the mainframe's item information again and found a countdown timer that would take about 3 days. By this time, 7 or 8 leeches had already died around him. It seemed that his bodily fluids were quite toxic. He wasn't sure if it was the pathogenic bacteria or the toxins, but they were quite lethal to such small creatures. However, they were not contagious. He took out a short hammer, scratched his palm with the sharp point, and then began to spray poison on the blood leeches. In no time, all the blood leeches were dead. This poisonous blood looks like it could be used as a weapon. Wang Yu sighed, looking at the wound on his palm, which had already scabbed over. He felt that his changes were no less than Bale's, so he checked the panel. The race is still displayed as human, which means the system's definition of human is quite broad. For the next 2 days, Wang Yu wandered around the Antarctic Star Base. Originally, it was too big to have any clear goals, but now that the control terminal was glowing, he knew where to go. He toured almost the entire base, without a detailed inspection, just a quick look around to familiarize himself with it, which was also to prepare for the subsequent plans. Now that he can occupy this base, the nature of Hellstar has completely changed, and it can be planned as a base camp. Thanks to the werewolf people's initial planning and design, this base integrates almost all the functions required for a city fortress. It can not only provide housing, but also serve as a defense, mobility, combat, production, logistics, and medical facilities. It was designed as a giant mobile shelter, capable of accommodating millions or even more people. But that's where the problem lies. To operate such a massive base requires a huge population. For example, there are nearly 500 watchtowers on the city walls, which are very densely packed. Without a garrison of about 10,000 people, it's impossible to exert any combat power, let alone production and logistics management. Although there are living factories, their operation and maintenance still require people. Even if we crammed the entire wolf population into the base, it wouldn't be nearly enough. We'll have to find another way. For example, they could remanufacture scrap werewolves to serve as cheap labor and soldiers. Wang Yu saw a large number of dead werewolf corpses in the dormitory area, and no one was taking care of them. Alternatively, mass-producing people through cloning technology should have been the original plan of the werewolves, but it was intercepted by the Crimson Eye Order. Furthermore, Wang Yu cannot stay on Hellstar indefinitely. He will have to return in 2.5 months at most. Otherwise, Pre will launch a second landing module, which would be a waste. He didn't find any flying devices or tools, or even any means of transportation at the Antarctic Star Base. Given the Iron Thorn werewolves' abilities, they don't seem to need these things much. They don't even need weapons. What they really need to solve is the population problem. I feel like I need to find a managerial talent to handle this headache. Bard and I need to go back to deep space together. Wang Yu was a little troubled. He hadn't felt it before, but now that he had such a big baby, he was actually having a headache. You could say he was experiencing both pain and joy. He later found several super cannons on the base's walls, which were probably designed by the werewolves to fight against the hell beasts. They had calibers of several meters, and even had dedicated cockpits that could be accessed via ladders from the watchtowers on the walls. Wang Yu even sat on it to try it out, but unfortunately it couldn't launch, probably due to a permission issue. In addition, the enormous monster hands, which are hundreds of meters in size, can also be controlled. There are 8 of them in total, but 2 of them seem to have died and broken due to previous infection. Each of them has a control terminal, and it is estimated that they can also control the surrounding buckets, drills, and rock saws. This base possesses excavator-like capabilities, which suggests it wasn't part of the original design. It was likely added later by the Crimson Eye cult with the aim of destroying the planet. Finally, regarding the power source of this base. Wang Yu originally thought this thing didn't need fuel, but now he was certain that the base also needed to be fed. In front of Wang Yu was a giant pit with a diameter of over 50 meters, located in the center of a square. If you look down from above, you'll see that the pit is full of sharp teeth that are several meters, or even 10 meters long. Near the entrance, there's a neat ring of them, wriggling from time to time, which looks like they're not to be trifled with. He noticed the square from a distant building and discovered the hole. It looked like a feeding area, and there was a red line drawn around the hole, about 30 meters away, like a warning zone. Wang Yu found several dead werewolf corpses nearby, and tried throwing them into the restricted area. A few seconds later, the tentacles he had seen in the underground of the research center stretched out and dragged the werewolf corpses into the pit without making a sound, because these things were not even enough to fill its teeth. They still need to be fed, and their appetite is probably quite large, otherwise this base will be in trouble. Wang Yu frowned, unsure whether the base would prey on the residents if it got hungry. If it did, it would be a huge hidden danger unless it was fed. As for the food at the base, we'll have to figure that out later. It's probably in the base's archives, but Ball and the others haven't woken up yet, so Wang Yu can't see it unless the system is formatted. He toured almost the entire base before heading towards the research center, noticing a number of light bugs along the way, and their numbers were increasing. After the initial assault killed a large number of them, the base was still attracted by large numbers of light bugs because there were many unprocessed corpses. They were quite annoying because they could bite people. Wang Yu killed several large light bugs near the research center, then took the elevator back to the 80th floor to check on the recovery of the 3 people. Upon arriving at the entrance to the experimental hall, he noticed some movement inside. Just in case, he reached for the hammer on his waist, crept over, and then had a wide-eyed stare down with Kerr, the cat inside who was wearing a white lab coat and munching on canned food. The incubation chamber not far away had long been broken. It was probably because Cat Kerr woke up and felt uncomfortable, so she smashed the incubation chamber and started eating the canned food that Wang Yu had collected from the food factory. Chapter 191 Intelligence on the Trading Post. Wang Yu. Cat Kerr sniffed, seemingly unsure, because Wang Yu's skin color and smell had changed so much. It's me. I have a minor health issue, but it's not a big problem. The other Iron Thorn werewolf has been taken down, and this base is now under our control. Wang Yu briefly explained the situation to Mao Kerr, since she had been in a coma. When it was mentioned that Wang Yu had killed the Iron Thorn werewolf, his eyes widened in disbelief. She put down the can, leaned closer, and sniffed Wang Yu intensely, frowning. Wang Yu, why do you smell so bad? Are you sick? Huh? Is it that obvious? Wang Yu smelled it himself, but didn't feel anything. He guessed that only subhumans with a keen sense of smell, like Cat Kerr or werewolves, would be so sensitive. He would have to find a way to deal with it later, since Wang Yu was very concerned about personal hygiene. My body has changed. I have indeed contracted many diseases, and I may need to consider treatment later. Wang Yu replied that although the disease would not cause him pain or inconvenience, he had carefully considered it in the past few days and believed that it was necessary to increase his health limit. This would mean that he could last longer in his cataclysmic form and unleash greater combat power. However, we'll have to wait until we get back to discuss these things. They're not the most pressing matters right now. He looked at Ball and Sivir in the incubation chamber. Both of their injuries had almost healed, and they were probably close to waking up. However, the parts of Bale's body that have recovered are all flesh and blood, and no mechanical structures have grown. He is missing an eye, an arm, and an ear. Rather than a robot, he looks more like a seriously wounded soldier who has been pulled back from the battlefield. How to repair him will have to wait until Ball wakes up. In addition, there is Siver's severed leg, which also needs to be reattached. Ball should be able to have surgery. Wang Yu rested in the lab for a while, replenished some food and water, and then set off again. This time, he brought Cat Kur with him, intending to first clean up some of the werewolf corpses and feed them to the Antarctic Star Base, since he was just idling around anyway, so he might as well do something. On the way, Wang Yu also told Cat Kur about the layout and general situation of the base, saying that it might be used as one of the Star Alliance's strongholds in the future. Using headquarters, or base camp, to describe it is inappropriate, as it would make the Star Alliance flag seem less reliable. Therefore, Wang Yu emphasized to Cat Kur that she should not give anything away, or simply remain silent, because they would inevitably have to deal with other alien civilizations in the future. The two wandered outside for several hours before returning. When they arrived at the lab, they found that Ball had also woken up and left the culture chamber. It was unclear how he had opened it, but they probably knew how to open it from the inside. Sister Ball. Cat Kur pounced on him without hesitation and clung to Ball. Even though Ball has changed quite a bit, can't Cat Kur smell it? Wang Yu was a little puzzled, so he sniffed himself again. On the other side, Bale's hand was already rubbing Cat Kur's head, and then he looked over. Wang Yu recounted the recent events, including the capture of the base, which greatly surprised Ball, who never expected that the system Wang Yu mentioned would have such a function. Did you go to the 55th floor of this building? At this moment, Ball asked a strange question that made Wang Yu pause, asking in return, "What are you going there for?" With so many floors in the building, he couldn't possibly check every single one. He had only gone to a few floors casually before, and when he didn't find anything, he moved on to the outside. Ball sighed, realizing that she hadn't mentioned it either. Normally, she wouldn't have missed such important information. It was all because she was feeling too unwell at the time, which made her system malfunction. As I said before, we are not the only visitors to this planet. Actually, long before we arrived, other extraterrestrials had explored this planet, and they also set their sights on Antarctica, and probably other places as well. The Ironthorn werewolves intercepted the aliens' landing pod, which had already been transformed into hell beasts, and is now preserved on the 55th floor. What? Wang Yu was shocked, his eyes widened, and he remembered the aliens. Ball had only mentioned it briefly before, but due to the battle, Ball contracted an infection and fell into a coma. In addition, he was busy taking over the base, which made him forget about it. Then hurry up and go. He was ready to set off immediately because it was too important. Any information about the universe was invaluable at the moment. Ball nodded, knowing this wasn't the place to discuss things, so they walked together toward the elevator, with Catgirl following behind. On the way, Ball gave a general account of the relevant information. The identity of the alien civilization had been identified, since there were documents and even photos in the archives. It was a landing pod for the Sauron protozoa. The Ironthorn werewolves were unaware of the existence of this cosmic force, only naming it an unknown parasitic civilization. Wang Yu revealed an expression of certainty. After all, a Sauron protozoan spaceship had appeared nearby, and given their technological capabilities, it was impossible that they hadn't noticed this special planet. The Ironthorn werewolf dismantled the hellish landing pod and extracted a lot of information from its computing and storage center, that is, the main brain. However, having become a hellish beast, a lot of information was lost during the extraction process. Nevertheless, there was still a considerable amount of valuable content, such as planetary disaster levels, some valuable coordinates, intelligence related to extraterrestrial civilizations, and even the coordinates and contents of the trading post. Upon hearing the words, trading station, Wang Yu's ears perked up immediately, and his face lit up with ecstatic joy if he could accomplish it. At this moment, the three of them finally took the elevator to the 55th floor. The doors opened, and Ball led the way, talking as they walked. According to the analysis of the Ironthorn werewolf, there are a total of 3 interstellar trading posts. At least, the analysis only mentions these 3 trading posts. 2 coordinates are known. One is not far from us, about 1,200 light-years away, and the other is 3,700 light-years away. Baldeo's name caught Wang Yu's eye, because he had found his next target. For them, who have mastered subspace travel technology, a distance of 1,200 light-years is indeed not far. Regarding the levels of planetary disasters, this universe is indeed as we guessed. There are extremely dangerous disasters in the birthplaces and even the places where civilizations have settled. The degree of danger can be divided into 4 levels, which can be divided into S, A, B, and C for easy understanding. C is the lowest level of habitability, and the disaster is relatively easy to control. The Hellstar hazard level was assessed as grade A by the Sauron Zerg. As for the disaster on the planet Mech Star, that demonic star, although there are no relevant records in the information, judging from its behavior, it should be classified as S level. Baldao, along with Wang Yu and Mao Kuer, shared information about the disaster-level nature of this hellish planet. Even in the eyes of the interstellar civilization Soren, it was a very dangerous existence. Chapter 192, Supreme Level Creation. Research Center, 55th floor. This place is less like a laboratory and more like an exhibition hall, with many glass cabinets containing samples related to extraterrestrial civilizations. This includes weapons and equipment, the wreckage of the disassembled landing module, and even alien corpse specimens, divided into parasite specimens and parasitized specimens, totaling dozens of pieces. Some of them have turned into hell beasts, and some of them may not even be clear to the Ironthorn werewolf, but they are just left there for now. The most conspicuous part is the main brain, which is sealed in the very center. It is essentially a piece of meat with a chip inserted, stored in a cylindrical container, and connected to the base by cables. There was also a computer in front of the container, presumably for browsing the contents of the mainframe. This is a great find. Wang Yu had been planning to spend time getting one, but he found it here. Moreover, judging from its condition, it is well preserved and still has vitality. The secondary brain can use this as the main body for subsequent battles, although it is a bit large, about the size of a basketball. Wang Yu has not yet completed the strengthening and modification of his bones and body. If the implant is forcibly inserted, not only will the risk be high, but there will also not be enough space for implantation, which could easily cause organ compression and even affect his activities and normal functions. He looked at the other items. By this time, Bar had already walked toward the computer, finally having a platform to use her hacking skills, and began to crack the system. Wang Yu then began to examine each item one by one to confirm its information. He smashed the glass cover directly, regardless of the preservation status of the samples, because research was not as fast as systematic identification. Name, Crusher 2, damaged. Manufacturer, Parasite House. Regulatory level, Level 2, Precision Engineering. Introduction, the second-generation pulse rifle developed by the Sauron Zerg. The projectile is extremely small, but it has an extremely high initial velocity of over 3,000 meters per second and a not low rate of fire. Its actual power is enormous, and it has terrifying destructive power, so it is called the Crusher. Aside from its high energy consumption and the need for a brief charging period before launch, it has virtually no drawbacks. It is the standard weapon of the Sauron Raiders, particularly well suited for use in a vacuum environment. In atmospheric environments, its energy decays rapidly, limiting its range. Name, Big Guy, damaged. Manufacturer, Mouse Armory. Rat Armory, an armory run by demi-human rat people. The weapons and equipment they produce may look like junk or even clubs at first glance, but they are actually very practical. They are highly praised for their power, durability, and sturdiness, and many people will buy one for self-defense. Regulatory level, Level 1, Civilian use. Description, a large-caliber handheld grenade rifle made with special chemical gunpowder. It is characterized by its large caliber, high power, high recoil, large size, heavy weight, and loud sound, hence its nickname Big Guy. Although it only has a pitiful 3-round magazine and poor accuracy, its ability to blast an enemy to pieces with a single shot still makes it a favorite among users. Wang Yu focused his examination on what appeared to be weapon fragments. In addition to the non-lethal weapons he had previously seen in the wreckage of the Cave Clan ship, he also found fragments of several rifles designed for lethality. He felt that the Sauron insectoids were skilled in the electromagnetic field, and their weapons were mostly powered by electromagnetic energy. However, there is one rather special firearm among them. Rat Armory? Wang Yu smacked his lips, feeling that the factory and weapon names were quite tasteful. He looked at the Sorinoid specimen, which only had a small portion of its body remaining. It also had a black shell, so he didn't take it out to examine it. However, this parasitized demi-human is quite strong, actually 3 meters tall, and it's a rat man. Wang Yu looked at the giant rat man, whose body looked like it had been bitten in half by something. Its body was covered in short, blackish-gray fur. Apart from its limbs and skeleton, it was hard to find anything that could be compared to a primate. Its head was also a rat's head, which looked fierce and was positioned a bit crookedly. Could this thing have two heads? He guessed, circled the jar, and when he saw the special structure on the back of the thing, he smashed the culture jar without hesitation and obtained information by touching it. Name: Failed Titan, Parasitized Rat Demon. Synopsis: Super soldiers, also known as demi-human titans, are mass-produced using demi-human bodies through reverse engineering of the Titan surgery. Because of the use of counterfeit technology, the success rate of this enhancement surgery is extremely low, and it can easily lead to brain death or madness in the patient. However, these drawbacks disappear once the brain is removed and replaced with a numerically controlled device or parasitized by Sauron protozoa. These units are generally traded in the market as relatively powerful combat units, with prices varying depending on the number of successful surgeries and the species, making them quite expensive. Really, after seeing the silver, cover-like implant on the back, Wang Yu considered this possibility. He also has a similar implant, which is the Superman gland. Someone actually reverse-engineered the Titan surgery. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, but this is also normal. With such advanced technology, there's no reason for the other side not to study it. However, the results of this knockoff surgery are not very good, and these implants may even have been dug out from the bodies of dead Titan warriors. Cat Coer, come here for a second and cut this corpse open along this suture line to take a look. Wang Yudao felt that the corpse was very well preserved, and that it had been cryopreserved, so the implants inside might even still be usable. Cat Coer was looking around aimlessly when she heard Wang Yu call her. She immediately rushed over and, at his instruction, used her sharp claws to cut open the rat demon's chest and abdomen. After undergoing 3 surgeries, including the removal of the digestive tract, is it all just relying on charging? Wang Yu frowned, but still found what he wanted: a red implant that looked like a gallbladder, and a dark green implant that was large in the middle and thin at both ends, curving like a croissant. They were muscle-enhancing glands and bone-enhancing glands, respectively. Both were usable, and the system information showed that everything was normal. Wow, there are so many treasures in this base. Wang Yu was a little incredulous. He had originally planned to go to the basement to get the cryopreservation box for storage, but it turned out that it was also available on this floor, since it was a laboratory and involved in specimen transfer and dissection research. If he keeps these 2 treasures safe, along with the combat subbrain, he will be able to complete 4 surgeries. Even if he doesn't transform into a cataclysmic being, his combat power will undergo a qualitative leap, and he will be more confident in venturing out into the world. He thought that was all he had to gain from the trip, but when he checked the other items and touched a black ring, he was shocked again. Premium item? Chapter 193, Original Sin. Name: Trading Bracelet, Unbound. Contains 53,247 credits. Manufacturer: Deep Blue Ring. The Blue Ring, the No.1 global corporation, which, together with other global corporations and interstellar civilizations, participated in and formulated the rules of interstellar trade and established a trading system with credits as currency. Credits can be exchanged for an equivalent amount of energy blocks at any trading post in the galaxy, ensuring the value of the credits and the legitimacy of their circulation. Regulatory level, Level 3, Ultimate. Description: this bracelet, made with groundbreaking technology, can be bound to the soul by applying bodily fluids or holding it for more than 20 hours. The size of the bracelet will then change according to the wearer's physique. After binding, it can be traded with credits and can also be unbound by the wearer. Transactions can be conducted without carrying it with you. Unless you die, the credits stored in the bracelet cannot be stolen by anyone. Its effective range is 1 light year. Beyond that, it will be transmitted to you via the subspace network. However, this network is now defunct, so it's best to avoid losing it. This thing probably belonged to some unlucky guy on the landing pod, but the owner is dead, and the Ironthorn werewolf doesn't know how to use it, or rather, even if it was bound to something, it had nowhere to be used, so it was left here, which benefited Wang Yu. But to be honest, although this thing is technically advanced, it doesn't have much value to Wang Yu, who has a systematic approach, except for the more than 50,000 credits inside. Ball, you can use this bracelet. When you go to the trading post, you can try to buy some things yourself. I can transfer some money to you. Wang Yu took out the bracelet, but Ball didn't react much, still busy deciphering the computer's system. It seems that the Ironthorn werewolf's computer skills are quite high, worthy of being a race that is almost like a machine. About 2 hours later, Ball finally completed the decryption of the system, and even Wang Yu could directly browse its contents. Besides the key information that Bolty had mentioned before, there was also a lot of information about alien races, forces, and planets. Although much of it was incomplete, it was better than nothing. After giving the bracelet to Ball and completing the binding process, Wang Yu kept browsing the information inside. So there are so many demi-humans, each with their own talents. No wonder it's a human trafficking civilization. They really know a lot about this, even the prices. Wang Yu complained that it felt like opening the door to a new world. Furthermore, the demi-human race established an interstellar organization called the Demi-Human Alliance, whose icon is a human figure with a prohibition symbol on it, namely a red circle with a diagonal line. Inhumane. Wang Yu frowned. Judging from the icon, that was the meaning. He continued to look at the other fragmented information. Pseudo-human planet? Oh my god, there are such disaster planets? Danger level C. False humans is also used to refer to subhumans whose subhuman characteristics are not obvious. Wang Yu's brows furrowed even deeper. In the Demi-Human Alliance, it seems that the more human-like an individual is, the lower their status. Just like those who hate humans, demi-humans such as cat cooer and werewolves belong to this category. Monsters with animal faces, like the rat demon just now, who have 2 heads, have a high status. He felt something was off, and finally found the reason. Pure-blooded humans offer a 10 billion credit point bounty for the Doomsday Cult. Wang Yu counted the zeros several times, then looked at Ball, feeling that this was what Ball wanted him to see. He had no idea he was so valuable. If he could, he would sell himself. No wonder the aliens in the subspace bar were so surprised, and didn't even believe that Wang Yu was human, only thinking of him as a subhuman with indistinct features. So that's why? They believe that humanity is the root cause of the frequent disasters in this universe, a potential subspace evil, and that the universe is so terrible because of humanity. Humanity is the original sin of this world, and there is evidence to support this. Although the information is incomplete, it mentions human-dominated organizations such as the Machine God Cult and the Gourmet Faction, which have repeatedly caused terrible disasters, almost sweeping across the entire universe. Baldeo's words made Wang Yu's eyes widen. He was worried that Bale's identity as the son of hell would cause trouble in his later actions, so he didn't mention it at all. But it turns out that he was the biggest villain in the universe, the most evil race. Are humans really that strong? How could he not know? He always felt like he was incredibly weak. There must be some misunderstanding. Humans aren't that scary. You know me, Ball. Wang Yu said that if it were before, his words would indeed have some persuasive power. But now he not only killed the Iron Thorn werewolf with amazing potential, but also occupied the base, possessed a mysterious system, had luck protecting him, and was piloting the Hell Leviathan with the ability to travel in subspace. So many strange crew members on the ship listened to him. All of this was connected, and even Ball turned his gaze away, looking elsewhere with his left eye to avoid making eye contact with Wang Yu. Damn it. Even you don't believe me, Ball? I'm just an ordinary human being. I'm just lucky. Wang Yu emphasized, but it was not convincing at all. An ordinary human, or even an ordinary carbon-based life form, could not possibly defeat an Iron Thorn werewolf. Even Cat Cooer wouldn't believe it. But that doesn't matter. Even if Wang Yu were a great demon king like Ball, he would still follow him to the end. So being human is this dangerous. I'll have to keep up the disguise from now on. But isn't my current appearance just right? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, finding it a bit difficult to digest all this information at once. This so-called Doomsday Cult is an organization that advocates this view, claiming that as long as all of humanity in the universe is wiped out, the god of Doomsday will stop bringing down the apocalypse, and that all these disasters were originally set up to punish humanity. But the concept of original sin does sound familiar. After reading through all the content, Wang Yu felt it was absurd. This universe was just too strange. The three packed up their belongings and left the now messy laboratory. They figured the base would repair itself anyway. As for the items inside, Wang Yu and his group took the valuable ones, and the less valuable ones were useless since they had already obtained information from them. They returned to the 80th floor, and halfway down the elevator, Wang Yu received a notification that the formatting was complete. This meant that Wang Yu could finally take control of the mobile base, and subsequent arrangements could begin. Upon entering the laboratory, they noticed Sivir, who was still in the jar. She had woken up, but unlike Cat Cooer, Sivir hadn't broken the jar and didn't know how she got out. She even seemed a little scared and didn't dare to act rashly, worried about triggering the alarm. It wasn't until Wang Yu and the others returned that they finally felt relieved. Chapter 194, Out of the Valley. 5 days later. From within the Antarctic ice sheet rift valley, a tremendous roar and crashing sound emanated, like some colossal beast was moving, and it was getting closer and closer to the surface. Finally, a monster spanning 20 kilometers emerged and crawled out of the rift valley. Its shape is rather bizarre, resembling a millstone several kilometers wide with 8 enormous monster arms, 2 of which are broken off. The bottom is made of giant tracks, which are currently pressing against the cliff of the rift valley, emitting a huge friction sound and providing upward power. Almost there, Kakkur, move up a little more, use your arms to hold on. Inside the base, on the first basement level of the research center, Wang Yu inserted all 10 fingers of both hands into the terminal control console, issuing commands and coordinating with the others to jointly operate this enormous monster base. Unlike the deep space, which can be controlled by just one person, this base is far too complex. Even Ball would have difficulty processing such a massive amount of information, and it would basically enter a red temperature state every 10 seconds or so. Moreover, this base is too large. There may be a delay of 10 or even 20 seconds when the instructions you issue from the mainframe reach the local area. The werewolf clan, including the Ironthorn werewolves, hadn't handled the problem well. It might be due to a lack of technology, or perhaps the Hell Beast reflexes were too slow. So they devised a simple alternative, setting up multiple control consoles, having more people operate them, and then using photoelectric broadcasts to command them, thus achieving the desired control. This is like a group of people driving a giant machine. It requires tacit cooperation among them, timely and effective communication of information and instructions, and an excellent commander. Wang Yu is currently acting as the commander. His driving skills are not lacking at all, even when the target is a giant mobile base. In this respect, he is even better than those in the Balkans. He is in control of the overall situation by using the panoramic monitor and photoelectric broadcast on the top of the research center, as well as the monitors with delays on the watchtowers of the city wall. Alright, Sivir, keep your position steady over there. Reduce the track speed. All construction machinery, brace yourselves, push upwards, don't worry about falling. Now's the time, Ball. Wang Yu shouted loudly, and his voice was transmitted to Bar through the high-power photoelectric signal base station. Even without broadcasting, the latter could hear the instructions and act immediately simply by using the built-in radio. With a sudden push from the monster's arm on one side, the base began to tilt, its weight pressing down on the cliff on the other side. The tracks roared loudly as the base, supported by the monster's arm on the other side, managed to climb out of the rift. However, this caused enormous damage to the ice field terrain, but no one would condemn Wang Yu now. He stood in front of the mainframe control panel, pulled his hand out, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and finally climbed out. Actually, he wasn't entirely confident he could get up there. If he slipped, he didn't know how deep he would fall. They had fallen several times before, and it wasn't always so smooth. It took 2 days to climb up little by little. It was truly not easy. Wang Yu picked up the water bottle next to him and took a big gulp. Then he prepared to eat a few cans of food to fill his stomach, because the batteries he brought with him had long been used up or turned into hell beasts. Now he had to rely on food to replenish his energy. However, he had only taken 2 bites when the loudspeaker next to him blared a message from Ball. The werewolves have spotted us. You'd better explain quickly. They might have misunderstood. So fast. Wang Yu was surprised, but quickly realized that their commotion might have attracted their attention. The ice field at this moment. An elite squad of a dozen or so hunters, all capable of wolf-like transformations, has arrived near the Rift Valley. The earthquakes have been relentless, and even the werewolf village has felt the tremors. The person in charge was, of course, Mark, who had recently taken office as the village chief. When they saw such an unimaginably large monster crawl out of the rift, shrouded in a tangible red mist, they felt as if the whole world was about to collapse. They didn't even know how to react, thinking that the monster had come to destroy them. The dozen or so people in the team were so nervous they couldn't speak. Compared to this monster, they were less than sand. They wouldn't even feel a thing if they bumped into it. Several people collapsed to the ground because their legs were too weak, and they even forgot to run away. Besides, where could they run to? Did Captain Wang and Sivir's operation completely fail? Mark, who took over as the temporary village chief, was also filled with despair until a huge broadcast came from the base, so loud that even the ice and snow on the ground trembled. Cough, can you hear me? I am Wang Yu, an investigator from the Star Alliance. I have eliminated the Ironthorn werewolf and his henchmen who have been wreaking havoc on this planet for a long time, and have taken control of this base using the Star Alliance's unique technology. Listen to me. This symbiotic, living mobile fortress, Antarctica, was originally the ultimate refuge built by your wolf clan to resist the apocalypse and ensure the survival of your clan. Therefore, this mobile fortress will resume its original function as a refuge for this planet, Hellstar, contributing to the fight against the disasters here until they end. Wang Yu delivered a somewhat inspiring speech in the basement of the research center. Afterward, he stopped controlling the base and planned to go down to meet with Captain Mark so that he could return to the village to announce the news and organize the operation. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of this base could easily cause great panic and riots, leading to accidents. On the other side, Captain Mark was so shocked that he lost control of his expression. His wolf mouth was wide open, but instead of roaring fiercely, he looked completely bewildered. Captain, did I hear that right? It sounds like Captain Wang is speaking. He's controlling this hell beast. The team members behind him said that Mark naturally gave him 100% affirmation. As long as you're not deaf, it's impossible for you not to hear. Let's go take a look. Our village might be saved. Mark exclaimed excitedly and led his team over. They were only halfway there when they spotted a familiar figure on the fortress wall. It was Sivir. Father! Sivir shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the crowd below. Then, a strong white werewolf swooped down from the city wall. It was Sivir, who had transformed into a silver werewolf. Her broken leg has been reattached, but she can't engage in strenuous activity and needs to rest for a while. The two werewolves, one white and one black, hugged each other. After being out of contact for so long, it would be a lie to say they weren't anxious. But Mark simply couldn't spare the time. The village was facing too many problems, and even the question of whether to change settlements was causing a huge argument. But now they didn't have to argue anymore. Sivir then began to recount her experiences during this period. But when she mentioned the battle, she was somewhat evasive and vague, because she had fainted not long afterward, and it was Captain Wang who took care of her, making her seem like a goddess descending to earth, which Sivir praised to the skies. Chapter 195, He ran away. Before long, Wang Yu and his group also climbed down the vertical ladder of the base's city wall. However, when he appeared with that purplish face, he did not receive the expected cheers. More than a dozen people looked over, and Captain Mark even came over to ask him with concern. Captain Wang, are you poisoned? My family has a family-inherited antidote. It will definitely work. Stop. Do I look like I've been poisoned? Wang Yu interrupted Mark and looked at the others, most of whom dared not respond directly. But Cat Kurer kept nodding, leaving Wang Yu speechless. I got this from the sun. You may have noticed that the Rift Valley is full of light worms, and there are a bunch of them in the base too. The light is too strong. My skin turns purple after being in the sun for a long time, and it also has a smell. I don't know if I can get my white skin back this time. It's like I've suffered a workplace injury. He explained that he had prepared an excuse long ago. He couldn't very well say that he had become a mobile source of disaster and infection, as that would be detrimental to the positive image he had cultivated over the years. Oh, I see. That's terrible. Mark agreed, but remained skeptical, because the purple color didn't seem like skin color. It looked more like it was coming from within, giving a pale appearance. But he decided to ask as little as possible about aliens. After all, werewolves get tanned from sun exposure, but Captain Wang might be different. Miss Ball appeared to be seriously injured. The right half of her body was covered by a cloak, her right cheek was covered with scars, and she had a mechanical prosthetic eye that looked like a goggle tube. She was also missing an ear. Although Mark had never seen Bale's true face before, he still keenly noticed that Bale's body had changed a lot compared to before, and his right hand was also unnatural, which was very likely due to the injury he had suffered this time. The group exchanged pleasantries for a while. Since Sivir arrived first and had already given a general overview, Wang Yu only emphasized matters related to the Antarctic star base. The werewolves can now move into this much larger and safer base, but there are a few things to be aware of. There are still quite a few light bugs and scrap werewolf corpses inside the base, and these need to be dealt with. Then, since this base is, after all, a hellish beast, Mark needs to go back and talk to the villagers first, explain things clearly, and tell them not to be afraid, but not to run around in the base, as some places are still very dangerous. We'll discuss the details later. This base is very large, with food factories and fresh water. I had Bar assess it, and with proper construction and renovation, it can easily accommodate 3 million people. There's no need to worry about food or housing at all. However, if any planets are severely affected by the disaster later, I might consider transferring some of the victims here. After all, I'm responsible for a very large area, so I wanted to let you know in advance. Wang Yu briefly outlined the main points, then instructed Sivir to take a few people to the base to register, take a look around, and then notify the other villagers. As for Wang Yu and his team, they planned to retrieve the landing pod. After all, they already had a base, so it wouldn't be appropriate to leave the landing pod outside. They also needed to prepare things to take back with them. The group split up, but while climbing the ladders of the city wall, someone from Mark's team spoke up. "Captain, isn't that investigator named Bala Hellbeast? I feel like his aura is very similar." Mark frowned upon hearing this, but quickly relaxed, thinking it was nothing. "From now on, we'll be living on Hellbeasts, so why bother with all this?" That's true. Wang Yu's team brought along a makeshift sled, intending to use it to transport the landing module. Because the equipment and props they brought were almost completely worn out, the group didn't even have a gun, and their clothes were all taken from the base's clothing factory. Yes, this base has some light and heavy industrial production capabilities, but they are basically for survival purposes, and it is unlikely that high-end products can be manufactured in a short period of time. However, the existence of the incubator has greatly enhanced the potential of this base, because the incubator can not only be used to clone and produce waste werewolves, but also to breed other new types of hell beasts that can be used by humans, such as the blood leech. However, Ironthorn Werewolf spends most of its time researching how to clone its own kind, so its application in this area is relatively limited. Now that it has Wang Yu and others, the applications are much more numerous. Hellbeast tanks, Hellbeast spaceships, and Hellbeast cannons are all things that can be considered. However, the breeding process will not be easy. It requires repeated trial and error, as well as adjustments and improvements. It is similar to biological breeding, but the situation is much more complicated. After all, nobody wants to have their head bitten off by the Hellbeast chariot they drive. Moreover, this part of the research work may have to be carried out by the werewolves. Their current level of education is not commendable. Some of them are already close to primitive people. However, there are still people who understand knowledge. Kuro is a good candidate. Moreover, he is very young and has great potential. About 2 hours later, Wang Yu and his two companions arrived at the coordinates where the landing module had been hidden. From a distance, they didn't see anything that looked like a landing craft, only footprints left by something crawling on the ground. Damn it, that thing grew legs and ran away. Wang Yu cursed. I didn't expect that even after covering it with a cloth, the landing module still turned into a hell beast. It seems that the hellification phenomenon of Hellstar is not entirely dependent on iron. They noticed this at the bottom of the valley, but it was too late. Bar examined the marks on the ground, looking all the way along. It looks like the landing module grew 4 legs and crawled over there. Its feet are very similar to human feet, with 5 toes, but they are several sizes larger. That's what Bar judged. Let's go after them and see. Maybe we can use them to develop the Hellbeast landing pod. Wang Yu thought about it, and felt that this was also an opportunity. If a reusable landing pod could be developed, it would be much more convenient. The 3 chased after it, unsure how long ago the landing pod had transformed into the Hellbeast, but it shouldn't have been too long, as the footprints were still very clear. They chased it for several hours, but still couldn't catch it. The thing was quite fast, and its last footprint stopped in front of the blood-red seawater. Damn, can this thing even swim? Wang Yu was speechless. His once popular idea had once again fallen through. Ball looked at the marks on the ground, then at the sea, and the 2D cartoon image of the little fish AI inexplicably popped into his mind, as if it matched perfectly. Who? Wang Yu took a deep breath to calm himself down. Let's go back and deal with the base matters. We can go back after the pre-launches the landing module. There's no other way. He shrugged and said that it was good that he had made 2 preparations beforehand. Otherwise it would have taken several years or even longer to redesign and manufacture the landing module at the base and complete the testing. Chapter 196 Check-in. Antarctica, a werewolf village. When the nearly 20-kilometer-long mobile fortress, Antarctic Star, appeared, all the villagers couldn't help but swallow hard, not daring to breathe, silently feeling the vibrations beneath their feet. With each step taken out of the fortress, the entire ice sheet trembled as if the earth were shaking. Each step left a huge crater tens of meters deep, visible even from outer space, and left a clear tire track and footprint. If Captain Mark hadn't returned early and explained to everyone that this was a mobile base built by their ancestors and had been taken back from the Ironthorn werewolves by Captain Wang, these thousands of people would probably have run away long ago, and the scene would have been chaotic. Cool. There were also some dissenting voices in the crowd, mostly from teenagers who were more receptive to new things. Kuro, in particular, was practically staring at the sky, showing absolutely no fear. He used to spend a lot of time in the academy, and with his incredible memory, he could practically memorize all the books there. so he knew that such a base existed. But after seeing the actual product, he was still deeply shocked. He realized that what he had said when discussing it with his friends was too conservative. This is way too big. Kuro muttered to himself, forgetting to blink as he looked at every detail of the base, including the watchtowers on the city walls, cannons with only half of their barrels showing, giant tracks at the bottom, and extended engineering tools and monster arms. If all of these were to come to life, how much destructive power would they have? Kuro dared not think about it, but he was incredibly excited to enter the base. Moreover, Captain Mark said that Captain Wang was looking for him, which made him even more eager. About 6 hours later, the fortress finally reached the vicinity of the village. Although everyone had seen it long ago, the actual distance was very far, and the base's movement on the ice field was also quite limited. Going too fast could easily lead to accidents. Rumble. With continuous loud noises, the fortress finally came to a stop, the monster arms used for support retracted, and the base sank nearly 10 meters into the ground, stirring up a large amount of pinkish-white ice dust. Before the villagers could react, a female werewolf stood on the base's city wall, about 400 meters high, waving down and shouting, "Everyone come on up. The ladders are all usable. Come up and line up to register as citizens. Then I'll show you around and help you get familiar with this place. This will be our home from now on." Sivir stood on the city wall and said that she had changed into a brand new outfit. With her tall figure, ponytail at the back of her head, and huge wolf tail that stood up and kept swaying, she looked refreshing. The villagers then sprang into action, and once someone took the first step, everyone followed suit and climbed to the top of the city wall. There were plenty of ladders, and the number of people was more than enough. The young and strong werewolves didn't even need ladders. They climbed up by stepping on the giant tracks and grabbing the gaps and protrusions in the city wall. When they climbed the city wall and saw the neatly arranged city buildings and roads behind it, the wolf people were all stunned. These are all houses that people can live in, and that provide shelter. Moreover, with such thick and high city walls for protection, it was something we wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Some people started wiping away tears, their eyes inexplicably turning red, completely overwhelmed with joy and excitement, some even bursting into tears. "Dad, can you see? We're all better. A woo." Some people couldn't contain their emotions and let out wolf howls, one after another. After all, they had just experienced a great battle, and many people had lost their relatives and loved ones, so they needed to vent their suppressed emotions. Sivir didn't urge them, which was completely understandable. She reacted much the same way they did when she learned the fortress had been captured. The registration of new residents is in full swing and is expected to take half a day or even longer. After that, the residents will need to be settled. The fortress is too big, so it is better to concentrate them in the area closer to the city wall for the time being, and then develop the area slowly later. On the other side, after Kuro climbed the city wall and completed the registration, he was picked up by the cat cur who was waiting nearby, and they are heading to the research center. Given the current situation inside the fortress, the light bugs have not yet been eradicated, and there may even be other hellbeasts present, so Sivir instructed Kuro to stay close to Necker. The latter was also very obedient. Although its eyes darted around the surrounding buildings, it always stayed behind the cool cat cur. "Sister, how do you control this base? Is it through that strange control panel?" Kuro asked, and along the way he asked Nikoko other questions, but received no response. Catgirl acted as if she hadn't heard him and continued on her way, giving Kuro a very cool feeling. As expected of an action-oriented investigator, she was meticulous and rigorous. Kuro was imagining Caterpillar's character, completely unaware that Caterpillar couldn't understand him. He felt that Caterpillar was like a cold-blooded killer who could easily disintegrate a large light bug that flew in his way with a single swipe of her claw. About half an hour later, Catgirl finally brought Kuro to the research center. The latter's short legs made it too slow, so it was practically carried by the cat cur the whole way, otherwise it would have taken even longer. On the 80th floor, Kuro finally met Captain Wang. When he saw Wang's purple face, no, his entire body was purple, Kuro asked the same question that Captain Mark had asked him, only to be brushed off with the same excuse. "Let's not talk about these things. You probably saw the base on your way here. What did you think of it?" Wang Yu changed the subject, leading Kuro inside, deliberately slowing his pace so that Kuro could directly experience the entire fortress through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the corridor. "It's ridiculously large, and the technology is incredibly advanced. I can hardly imagine how this base was built." Kuro exclaimed in admiration, extremely excited. More than the other werewolves, he was more interested in how the base was built and how it operated. Wang Yu was satisfied with the answer, nodded, and led Kuro towards the stairwell. This base was built by your werewolf ancestors. Because they were hell beasts, they could grow, which is why it became so huge. They developed a technology for breeding controllable hell beasts, and the Ironthorn War Jin was created based on this technology. Wang Yu said, which made Kuro nod repeatedly. He had guessed this possibility on the way here, otherwise he would not have been able to create such a base. But what Wang Yu said next made Kuro stop in his tracks, revealing a shocked and caught-off-the-box expression. I've inquired about you. You're a well-known genius in the village, with outstanding learning ability and a superb memory. You could say you can remember everything you see. Coincidentally, the base's archives contain research materials on the werewolf race up to this day. Would you be interested in learning them, inheriting this technology, and further developing it? That would also prove what your mother said. Science is the most powerful weapon. Wang Yu said, make way, and we'll be at the exit now. Behind it is a huge, fleshy ball covered with culture chambers and shrouded in red mist, which is also the core hellish incubator of this research. Chapter 197 Preparations Before Leaving. Kuro agreed without hesitation, because he also wanted to contribute to the village's development. In the realm of combat, he may not excel due to his limited talent, but when it comes to the fields of learning and research, Kuro is confident that he can rival anyone. Good. Wang Yu smiled, because there was no better choice. He couldn't just pick a caveman to learn these things. That would be harder than killing him. However, subsequent education work must also keep up, as well as population issues. Cloning, artificial womb technology, and even ripening technology are all available, but how to choose is up to the werewolves themselves. Because the process involves ethical issues, they have to resolve them themselves, which Wang Yu cannot arrange in 1 or 2 months. The appointment of personnel and the arrangement of work also had to be discussed by them themselves. Wang Yu only gave them the authority, then gave Captain Mark and Sivir higher authority, and finally Kuro. His authority is higher than Mark's and Sivir's, making him the highest authority holder after Wang Yu's departure. There's almost nothing he can't operate. Wang Yu was prepared to give him plenty of room to maneuver, and also hoped that Kuro would bring him some surprises and unexpected events later on. Alright. Wang Yu operated the console, found Kuro's citizen ID, and granted him almost all permissions. Kuro then began browsing the living computer, learning very quickly, much faster than Sivir. Wang Yu only mentioned it briefly, and he quickly mastered the skills of operating the living computer, demonstrating superhuman learning and acceptance abilities. Put on a filter mask. The iron concentration here is quite high. There's also a white lab coat here. Wang Yu handed over the things he had prepared beforehand. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed much more pleasing to the eye, and the overall demeanor had changed. However, the person was too short, only a little over a meter tall, so he had to stand on a stool to browse the computer. He didn't bother Kuro anymore and let him learn on his own. He went downstairs and would have to mention it to Mark later, asking him to focus on education and set up an adult tutoring class because the illiteracy rate was a bit high. Many people could only talk, but not write. When it came to hunting, they could talk a lot, but if you asked them to write 2 words, their tails would droop. 2 months later, the resettlement of the villagers has been completed long ago. As planned, only a portion of the area has been activated for the time being, because such a large city is not needed at the moment. However, defense and patrol work could not be neglected, so the workload of the hunting team members increased several times over. They had to patrol the city walls at fixed times every day, learn to use live telescopes to observe the surroundings, and use the guns in the watchtowers to kill the hell beasts that approached. Although there are few opportunities for drills, and the only ones that appear are scattered traffic beasts, the intensity of the battles may increase dramatically in the future because they have already devised a plan. To prevent the planet from shattering, they must travel to other areas of Hellstar, delve into the rift valleys, and eliminate the giant hell beasts inside. This was just wishful thinking in the past, but now it has become a possibility. The battle plan that was formulated in the past is still kept in the Antarctic starbase. When it was announced, it shocked the villagers. They were all excited and eager to do it, saying that they would do their best to complete the battle plan even if it took decades or hundreds of years, and send that strange eyeball in the Arctic back to its hometown. It has been determined that specific antibodies against the virus have been found in the seawater. The source is unknown, but it may be a giant hell beast from the deep sea. Therefore, the ecosystem within the Rift Valley is also recovering. New hell beasts have emerged from the original corpses, some directly resurrecting using the corpse frames, while others have transformed into iron ants. The number of light worms has decreased dramatically, and it is estimated that they will recover to roughly the same level as before in another week or two, and all of them will be immune to the virus. Ball reported that during this time, they had made many trips to the Rift Valley and the seaside, and even held several fishing competitions. Although Wang Yu had never won, he had killed a lot of hell beasts. It was just a pity that he had not been able to fish up the hellish landing pod. Most of the harvest became food for the base, including the original werewolf corpses and iron ant corpses from the village. The vast majority of the spoils had been cleared out, but going forward, they would have to be more proactive in eliminating hell beasts for food, and might even have to activate the fortress. Wang Yu planned to direct them a few times before leaving, as a demonstration, after which the werewolves would have to practice on their own. This base has a large appetite, and its food consists of hell beasts and high-energy materials, such as radioactive uranium-235. These high-energy materials and hell beasts can keep the base full. Otherwise, if they get too hungry, they might go berserk and even attack the residents of the base. These are all precautions written in the files. Fortunately, the base has a hibernation function, which greatly reduces the need for food when activities cease, and it also has the ability to store food, so the drawback of having a large appetite is completely acceptable. Furthermore, there have been several recent incidents of hell beasts rioting in the sea and invading the land. The hell beasts in the Rift Valley are doing the same thing. This is probably because the Antarctic star base left the valley floor and stopped destroying the planet. A certain will is influencing the activities of the hell beasts, causing them to gather here, and it's even possible that stronger hell beasts will emerge to take over the ecological niche vacated by the Antarctic star base. Barr further reported that, based on the base's records, if Wang Yu and his team hadn't arrived, the planet would have shattered in about 3 years, but now that time has been greatly extended, it might not shatter for more than a decade. If other giant hell beasts that affect the planet's geology and cause destruction can be eliminated, this time will be extended until the disaster is completely ended. The wolf clan faces considerable challenges ahead. Wang Yu touched his abdomen, where there were several stitched scars, one of which was relatively new. Because he had the time and the research center had the resources, he had already implanted muscle-enhancing glands and bone-enhancing glands into his body, and they were slowly taking effect. In recent days, he had even grown 2 centimeters taller, his muscle lines were gradually emerging, and his health level had increased to 53. This was because some abnormal growths and necrotic tissues in his body were removed during the surgery. For the same reason, his skin color returned to normal, but many carbonized black spots appeared on his skin, because carbonization disease is still not easy to treat. Are you ready to go back? Wang Yu asked. That's about it. With the help of the hunting team, we caught the cable earthworms you need the day before yesterday and have locked them up. We also have the hellish vending machine, but it's heavy. Do you really want to bring it? We have to bring it. That's what I chose. It not only has drinks, but also snacks, even instant noodles and cookies. Kat Kuer also voted for it. Wang Yu also pulled Kat Kuer into his camp, making Ball facepalm. With 2 votes to 1, she was at a disadvantage. 2 foodies. Barr muttered to himself. This vending machine can produce its own food, which solves the food problem to some extent, but it's not very healthy. As the two were talking, Barton suddenly paused, looked at Wang Yu, and spoke. Kuro sent a message saying that the first generation of scrap warriors has been developed, and he wants you to go and take a look. Chapter 198 Preparations Before Departure, Part 2. In the research center, on the 71st floor, a humanoid hell beast is undergoing testing. Unlike most hell beasts, this hell beast had very little flesh. In the words of the werewolves, it was a lump of iron with hardly any meat. It was the kind of creature that would turn tail and run away if you saw it while hunting. Only a little dark red flesh and mucous membrane existed in its joints and crevices. The rest of the creature was all metal, like a scrapped robot glued together with flesh as an adhesive. Number 1. Pick up the weapon in front of you. Wearing a white lab coat, Kuroto held a microphone and issued commands to the hell beast in the testing room. Then the hell beast moved, its steps somewhat stiff, perhaps due to its high mechanical proportions, and it swayed as it picked up the machete from the table in front of it. Okay, turn left and attack the target on your left with your knife. Kuro gave the order again, but this time it took him 2 or 3 times to understand. He seemed a little dazed. He walked step by step to the fixed motorcycle beast corpse and chopped it in half with a single stroke. He was quite strong. How about it? Kuro looked at Wang Yu with excitement. Although he was a researcher, he was still a child at heart, yearning for recognition. Not bad. Wang Yu nodded, suppressing the shock in his heart. He couldn't act like a primitive native. That would be a disgrace to the Star Alliance. Is this kid a genius who achieved such results in just 2 months? Wang Yu thought to himself. It's worth noting that Wang Yu had Ball add the technology of the machine star to the archives, and it didn't stump him at all. Moreover, the fact that he was able to create such a highly obedient and stable hell beast in such a short time is probably also related to the technology of the machine star. Don't be fooled by the slow reaction of this humanoid hell beast. It can be improved, just like the first robot created by humankind. Most importantly, obedience and stability are key, and Kuro has grasped these 2 essential points. Increasing the proportion of machinery can indeed improve the stability of the hell beast, but you have to consider extreme environments. In areas with high iron concentration, the hellification phenomenon on the hell beast may be exacerbated. Furthermore, these soldiers must be bound by strong, fundamental rules. Any mistake or exploitation by the enemy could have devastating consequences. Compared to Wang Yu, Baldo knew much more and immediately saw the flaws of this useless warrior, which made Kuro nod repeatedly. Well, I'll consider incorporating some hell beast and animal genes to balance things out, gradually increasing the proportion of flesh and blood and selecting better breeds. Kuro nodded, choosing not to integrate the werewolf genes because ethical issues could easily lead to hidden dangers, and he was also worried about the emergence of Ironthorn werewolves. Furthermore, the werewolf clan has decided to use artificial womb technology to mass-produce population, but they are still quite cautious about cloning and artificial maturation technologies. If multiple clones of themselves were to appear, conflicts could easily arise, and artificial maturation would significantly reduce the quality of the population. Currently, they are still testing on experimental animals before they can be applied to the population. Thanks to the ancestors of the wolf people who preserve the gene pool of past animals, they have more choices. Okay, then you should work harder. I'll be leaving in about 2 weeks, and I've already exceeded my allotted time here. However, before I leave, I will control this base to return to the canyon for combat, to set an example for you. After that, it's all up to you. Wang Yu, still mindful of his duties as a Star Alliance investigator, left the lab ahead of time, because Ball and Kuro might still have a lot to talk about, and he might give himself away if he stayed too long. After leaving, Wang Yu went to the training hall alone. This place was originally used by the werewolves to train and improve their combat skills, but now it also has gun shooting courses. He came here to use the exercise equipment, and also to spar with Captain Mark and Sivir in combat, teach them how to use firearms, and improve his relationship with the werewolves. A week later, the Antarctic Rift Valley. The terrifying explosions were deafening, and flashes of fire occasionally erupted from within the valley. Countless hell beasts fled the rift, scattering like birds and beasts. Inside, a massive fortress stood between canyons, with cannons roaring from both sides and flames constantly erupting from the watchtowers, shooting down and shattering the large hell beasts around it. It was a veritable massacre. Countless aircraft and vehicle hell beasts perished in this great battle, including massive excavator and crane hell beasts, and even invincible large transportation dragons. This traffic dragon was much larger than the one Wang Yu had seen before, nearly a kilometer long. But in front of the fortress, this thing was no better than an earthworm. It had almost eaten its fill of bullets and cannons. When it curled up, it was grabbed by the 2 monster arms and torn into pieces. After the war, the werewolves began to clean up the battlefield and collect the corpses to feed the fortress. This mobile fortress also has a mouth on the wall, but it needs to be activated. You can use engineering tools to retrieve corpses and also mine some minerals to eat. The battle lasted for almost a day before it stopped, moving to several different locations. Although there were some minor mishaps, it went smoothly overall, with no one seriously injured or killed, and the fortress was almost full. In the future, the werewolves may periodically hunt these hell beasts and even venture into other dangerous areas to fight, with Kuro potentially taking command. Although he is young, he is now a teacher at the new school, and he has participated in the formulation of many plans and systems, so he is almost like a village chief. A few days later, Wang Yu and his team successfully waited at the designated coordinates for the landing module launched by Prism. The werewolves who followed were seeing a real, alien spaceship for the first time, and they surrounded the area completely. It's amazing that such a small body can independently complete a mission to and from outer space. Kuro exclaimed in shock. He had seen far more than the werewolf natives who were just watching the spectacle. It could only be said that the werewolf race still had a long way to go in terms of education and learning. Okay. Thank you for your help. Wang Yu expressed his gratitude, as Sivir and Mark had helped carry the luggage, and the weight was just right. Besides the 2 hell beasts taken away under the guise of samples, there were also the cores of 3 iron-thorned werewolves, the hell beast's main brain, and several sets of clothes, as well as black mushrooms that could be eaten and grown. There was no more room to take. The main reason was that the vending machine with its wide variety of products was too big and heavy, taking up a large portion of the weight. This was also why Ball didn't want to bring it. He preferred to use a smaller vending machine and bring more other things, such as a transportation beast that could produce gasoline, which could be used to make homemade gasoline grenades or even super incendiary bombs, which were powerful and easy to make. But it's already decided. Wang Yu made this choice not only to satisfy his appetite and obtain renewable junk food, but also because he was going to use gacha anyway, and with 10 gacha pulls, he was bound to get a usable weapon. After everything was ready, Wang Yu stood in front of the landing module, looking at the thousands of wolf clansmen who had come to see him off. He felt a strange sense of mission and waved goodbye. Everyone must persevere. No matter what difficulties you encounter or what disasters you face, Star Alliance will always be your strongest support, so don't give up hope. Because throughout this universe, there are people just like you, fighting against unknown calamities, and they will not give up, Wang Yu said, and then the howling of wolves echoed throughout the arena, which could be considered a kind of response. He entered the landing module, closed the hatch, then ignited the engine and flew towards deep space and outer space orbit. Chapter 199 Cosmic Megastructures. Xiaoyu noticed that you get along very well with the local indigenous people. If you would like to further communicate and exchange ideas, Xiaoyu recommends that you purchase our company's latest Beacon Tower Generation 3 subspace communicator, which can easily achieve barrier-free communication within 100 light-years. Just as it took off, Xiaoyu AI launched its usual spam campaign. Its advertising library is seemingly endless, covering every category of product. No wonder it's a global giant. But Wang Yu had heard it too many times. Even though it was the long-awaited AI voice, he couldn't resist and turned off the radio halfway through. The landing module fell silent, with only the sound of Kat Kur drinking cola. She finished a bottle in no time. Wang Yu then began to review the gains of this trip. Although he lost almost all of his equipment, nearly lost his life, and even had his magic lantern destroyed, what he gained was enough to make up for the losses. In fact, it could be said that he made a huge profit. Moreover, they also obtained information about extraterrestrial civilizations on this trip, so they no longer had to wander aimlessly in the universe and now had a clear goal. With over 1 million credits in hand, they could easily stroll around the trading post, buy some supplies, and further gather intelligence on the current state of the universe. That was their plan. Thinking of this, Wang Yu turned on Xiaoyu AI's broadcast and asked, little fish, does your 4-legged fish life company have a shopping mall at the humpback whale trading station? Wang Yu asked, hoping to extract some information about the trading station from the garbage database of this idiotic AI. The latter quickly replied, and this time it was quite serious, without any advertisements, since the question was about the other party's shop information. Yes, our 4-legged fish life company has shopping malls in all large and medium-sized interstellar trading stations, and in 92.3% of small interstellar trading stations. They are all located in prime locations and can be seen at a glance. Xiaoyu AI said with considerable pride. That's pretty impressive. Wang Yu agreed, and then began to extract information. Is that humpback whale trading post a large trading post? How big is it? Why didn't you tell me about its existence when I asked you before? I had to find the coordinates myself. Wang Yu asked a whole bunch of questions at once, making Xiaoyu AI pause for a few seconds before answering. You didn't ask me for relevant information, but I checked the distribution of nearby galaxies and couldn't find a match with the star map in my database, so I can't provide you with the humpback whale's specific coordinates. However, the humpback whale is a large interstellar trading post, a megastructure, dumbbell-shaped, approximately 540,000 kilometers long, with 2 trading markets, covering almost all categories of goods, including large spaceships. Xiaoyu's reply made Wang Yu's eyes widen, and even Bale's eyes widened. 540,000 kilometers. What does this mean? The radius of Earth is only a little over 6,000 kilometers. If you put it next to me, it's practically the size of a marble. Such a building could not be constructed by human power alone. It would require a massive number of robots and transport ships, and possibly the dismantling of an entire star system as raw materials, to create such a monster. Moreover, the fact that such a large building did not collapse, but instead collapsed into a sphere due to its own weight, must have required the use of materials with unimaginable strength and gravity technology. Otherwise, such a massive structure could not have been supported. Wang Yu remained silent for a while before processing the information and then continued to ask for other intelligence. There are more than 1,000 such large trading stations in Xiaoyu AI's records. The 3 trading stations that Wang Yu knows are all large trading stations and can be matched. Next is information about the energy blocks. As the name suggests, these are compressed and shaped energy blocks that are very stable and can be used in engines or even as batteries. The technology is beyond Wang Yu and Bale's understanding and follows the mass energy equivalence equation, which means that mass can be completely converted into energy. Of course, the price is also very high. 1 million credits can only be exchanged for 1 G of this extremely high-purity energy block, which is the fuel used by advanced civilizations in various creations. That's right. Wang Yu nodded, turned off the broadcast before Xiaoyu AI started promoting its products again, and began to think about his next steps. The first thing to do, of course, is to observe that area and hopefully find it, given how large it is. However, it's normal that this thing is invisible if it doesn't emit much light, just like a wandering celestial body in the dark, which is huge but hard to see, even if it's only a few light years away. In short, such a behemoth would definitely crush the surrounding space-time. At that time, it should be possible to directly enter the trading station's orbit through subspace and then enter the spaceport. The landing module successfully returned to port and entered the deep space's shipboard compartment. After being away for so long, Wang Yu really felt like he was coming home, even though this place wasn't safe and there might be a sprout beast waiting for him at the entrance of the shipboard compartment. Wang Yu and his group unloaded the goods. Captain Mark had tied all the cables of the cable worm into a tight knot, making it so that unless it was cut off and regrown, it would probably be unable to move for the rest of its life. Next came the large self-propelled vending machines with their hands and feet tied up. These things were really heavy. It took 3 people working together to move them down. They were all placed in the ship's cargo hold, with plans to decide where to put them later. The 3 then took the elevator back to the bridge. The most important thing right now was, of course, to collect the 10 gasopon capsules. When they entered the ship's cabin, the location of the fat koi fish in the distance had clearly changed. 10 light orbs were already placed there, waiting for Wang Yu and the others to activate them. The colors were 4 yellow, 4 green, 1 blue, and 1 red. Damn, there's only 1 red one. Wang Yu couldn't help but speak up. But if there are 4 yellow ones, there might be mechs among them. Thinking about it that way, it's not entirely unacceptable. Moreover, this was the first time Wang Yu had ever seen a blue orb of light. As for the red one, whatever you do, don't open the gasoline grenade. Otherwise Wang Yu guarantees that he will definitely destroy this fat whale carp, unless he gives it a different reward. Chapter 200 Generous Rewards. This time, Wang Yu didn't resort to any underhanded tactics like using a sacrificial pawn. He was also much more composed. His experience dealing with the werewolves had changed him, giving him the true qualities of a Star Alliance investigator. Moreover, Star Alliance is not just talk. Wang Yu genuinely intends to establish this organization and further expand it. He chose to pick up the glowing orbs at his feet in order, the first one being green. When the small green ball in his hand transformed into a porcelain bottle and displayed its name, Wang Yu almost lost his composure and smashed it on the spot. This is malicious behavior from the system. Name: Brown Family's Hereditary Antidote Pills, 100 pills. Inventor: Hob Brown. Regulatory level: Level 1, civilian use. Synopsis: in the past, there was an anomaly in the Brown family. Although he was not good at fighting and could not even transform into a wolf, he was proficient in medicine. He used the bodily fluids and tissues of various hell beasts as materials and made this antidote pill through boiling, frying, and smoking. The specific ingredients are unknown, even to the inventor. He developed it based on decades of medical experience and traditional folk remedies. It possesses complex effects including clearing heat and detoxifying, removing fire and treating blood stasis, and nourishing qi and blood. It is effective for sores, ulcers, swelling, slow healing old wounds, fever and bleeding, and dull pain. After taking it, immunity increases by 2 for 8 hours, taking effect every 20 hours. Overdose may cause poisoning. Isn't this the ancestral antidote that Captain Mark mentioned? He wasn't bragging, but Wang Yu refused it. And then he pulled it out now, which is just infuriating. He really wanted to smash it, but after seeing the effect, his gesture of raising his hand to smash it naturally turned into the action of twisting the cap, and he poured out a pill and swallowed it. It tastes strange, sour with a foul odor, and a bit bitter. Cat Kerr merely sniffed it, and then completely lost interest in it. Next time there's a similar opportunity, I definitely can't refuse. I should take more. Anyway, I won't lose anything by taking it. It might even be a real treasure. Wang Yu thought to himself that he actually really needed this antidote. I just didn't take what Mark said seriously at the time, so I missed out. It was all because of stereotypes that I thought the natives wouldn't have any good ancestral treasures. Next time we come, we must ask for more, and we can even expand production and sell it at the trading station. We might even make a fortune. He mentally expanded his business acumen and decided to pick up all the green orbs. Sure enough, there were duplicates. There were 2 bottles of antidote pills and 2 other syringes, sealed in a glass box. Inside the syringes were dark red, churning ferrite, like living things. Name: Crimson Breath. Manufacturer: Crimson Eyes Order. Regulatory level: Level 1, Prohibited. Synopsis: After a long period of research, the Ironthorn werewolf finally discovered the secrets of iron and extracted the aura of the Crimson Eye from it. This aura can affect the soul of an individual, making the mass production of Ironthorn werewolves possible and solving the population problem. It can be used to produce Ironthorn wargen and also against fell beasts or machines, greatly increasing their destructive power while making fell beasts extremely unstable. Wang Yu frowned at the mention of this thing. What's wrong? Logically, we should have wiped out all the Ironthorn werewolves, but the Gasapon machine produced a future creation of the Ironthorn werewolves. Wang Yu looked at Ball with a puzzled expression, hesitated for a moment, and then revealed the information about this thing. The latter was also somewhat surprised, but quickly assured that there were only 3 Ironthorn werewolves in total, and there should be no exceptions. That's strange. This Gasapon machine seems to be able to pull out items from parallel universes. Wang Yu looked at the Gasapon machine and felt that this thing and the system behind it were even more terrifying. This thing might be his biggest cheat code. He continued opening other Gasapon capsules and finally understood why there were so many yellow Gasapon capsules. The living hell beast was also classified as a yellow Gasapon capsule. Name: Oil Tank Cow, Hell Beast. Manufacturer: Iron Wolf Resistance Front. Iron Wolf Resistance Front. Once on the verge of destruction, the Resistance Front, with the help of external forces, regained its base and developed a new industrial system based on hell beasts, gaining a foothold in the fight against the hellification phenomenon. Regulatory level: Level 1, Prohibited. Introduction: This is a special type of hell beast bred by crossbreeding bovine genes and hell beast genes. It is gentle in nature, omnivorous, and especially likes feed with high fat content. However, for health reasons, it must also ingest a certain amount of heavy metal elements. It can produce high-energy gasoline, which can be used not only in the chemical industry, but also in the production of high-energy gasoline bombs and homemade gasoline grenades, and even as animal feed or fuel, showing extremely broad application prospects. Name: Scaled Sheep, Hell Beast. Manufacturer: Iron Wolf Resistance Front. Regulatory level: Level 1, Prohibited. Description: This is a special type of hellbeast bred through crossbreeding and selection using sheep, pangolin, and hellbeast genes. It has a relatively docile temperament, is omnivorous, and prefers to eat bones and hard metals. Its scales will shed periodically, making it a high-quality organic metal composite material that can be used for forging and processing. Of the 4 Gasapon capsules, there are 2 oil tank cows, 1 scaled sheep, and an armed motorcycle called Hellhound. It's like winning the grand prize, as it will make traveling on the ground much easier afterward. Finally, only the blue and red Gasapon capsules remained. Wang Yu rubbed his hands together and picked up the blue one first. Name: Hell Ranch, Expansion Blueprint. Description: Expansion blueprints that can be used on the deep space, can only be used in enclosed rooms, can transform the current room into a Hell Ranch, where glands that spew iron will appear, changing the room's environment to a habitable environment suitable for hell beasts, increasing hell beast growth/production rate by 50%. Note: this may cause items in the room to turn into hell beasts. The blue ones are actually extension plans. Wang Yu looked at the thin blue paper in his hand, on which a room filled with mist was drawn using 2D lines, which corresponded perfectly to the hell beasts. It could even contain vending machines and cable worms. He looked at the last red Gasapon capsule and picked it up. The object quickly transformed in his hand, eventually becoming a rugged double-barreled shotgun. The design was somewhat retro, but its large size, thick barrel, and the presence of a sharp blade at the bottom of the barrel made it very imposing. Moreover, there was a menacing, spiked silver skull at the rear of the gun, above the grip, which seemed like a decoration at first, until red light shone from its eye sockets, and it actually spoke.